you casually said, "I am the Grand Teacher of the Great Qin, why do you not kneel?" This unexpectedly frightened the contemporary purple-robed celestial master into kneeling and paying respects, even shocking the high-ranking officials of the Dragon Kingdom. All of this happened because you soul transmigrated into the body of Zhang Daoyi, the 9th-generation celestial master of Longhu Mountain. The original owner, Zhang Daoyi, was personally appointed by the emperor as the Grand Teacher of the Great Qin and was buried in a purple-gold dragon robe with 8 claws after his death. As you just opened your eyes, you looked around in confusion, and after realizing the situation, you couldn't help but feel despair. The good news is that you have crossed over. The bad news is that you have crossed into a corpse that has been dead for over 2,000 years. Just when you were at your wit's end, a mechanical voice sounded, "Congratulations, host, on successfully resurrecting from the dead. The corpse transformation into immortal system has been activated. Please slay the Tomb Raider who awakened you to receive rewards of the 5 Elements Resurrection Technique and the Great Tao Ascension Talisman." Listening to the voice in your mind, you were slightly taken aback, and then a flood of memories about the original owner surged into your mind. 2,000 years ago, the original owner was not only the 9th-generation celestial master of Longhu Mountain but also the teacher of the Emperor of the Great Qin, receiving the Emperor's personal decree as the divine national teacher, truly one person beneath the Emperor and above all others. After his death, he was buried in a silver coffin of the Purple Heaven Great Tomb, which was of a higher standard than that of an emperor, filled with mercury silver divine water to preserve his body from decay, and was finally buried in the 9'9" extreme inland, eternally suppressing the abyss, subduing the evil dragon and protecting the peace of the people. Suddenly, a clattering sound came from outside the coffin, interrupting your thoughts. Then the coffin was opened, and bright moonlight shone in. You felt bewildered as you sensed everything around you. You had just awakened and were still trying to figure out the situation, leaving you at a loss for what to do. Contrary to you, a group of Tomb Raiders outside looked excited. A geomancer named Wang Matzi, holding a compass, strode up to the coffin to take a look and said, "This time we've really struck it rich. This guy dared to be buried in a purple dragon robe. He might be some ancient prince. Moreover, the jade beaded belt around his waist is something I've seen before in the ancient tombs of the Qin dynasty. And those shoes he's wearing are actually the heavenly lust fire jade boots, which are rumored to be made from metal from a meteorite and submerged in the eye of the North Sea for 49 days. They can not only resist both ice and fire poisons but also nourish the physical body." Wang Matzi spoke as if recounting treasured knowledge, rubbing his hands in excitement, wishing he could strip Zhang Daoyi right away. The group of Tomb Raiders behind him burst into laughter, seemingly already imagining themselves vacationing on an island, enjoying hot pot and singing with young models in a beautiful scene. Just then, you, lying in the coffin, suddenly opened your eyes wide. At this moment, you had completely absorbed the original owner's memories and realized that this group of people not only destroyed the feng shui layout of this place, causing the demons and evil spirits that had been at peace for thousands of years to stir again, but also, with the task issued by the system, you determined that this group of people must die. With this thought, a surge of dark energy erupted from your body, and the silver coffin of the purple sky great tomb exploded. You stood up at a 90-degree angle, coldly staring at the group of Tomb Raiders in front of you. The few Tomb Raiders who had just been laughing were instantly shocked, but these people clearly had seen the world. Although they were panicked, they reacted quickly, shouting, "It's a zombie! Quickly bring black donkey hooves, black dog blood, and sprinkle red string and glutinous rice to make him lie back down obediently." Bang bang bang, the crowd threw all sorts of random things at you, fantasizing about forcing you back into the coffin. However, with a flick of your left hand, you sent all those things flying away. Even though your previous body had died over 2,000 years ago, the overwhelming magical power and cultivation had completely dissipated, but the physical body had been nourished by the dark energy of this place, becoming an indestructible treasure corpse. Seeing this scene, Wang Matzi was taken aback. These things are useless to him. What a joke! Looking at you in the dust, he was sweating profusely, his legs trembling. At that moment, another person shouted, "Look at the token at his waist. That seems to be the Heavenly Master token, which means this guy in front of us is the Purple Robe Heavenly Master." As you unfurled your dragon robe, the token hanging at your waist fell down, coming into view of everyone. Wang Matzi's face instantly turned extremely ugly, his finger trembling as he pointed at you. "Heavenly Master token, Purple Robe Heavenly Master. But how could a Heavenly Master possibly turn into a zombie? What a joke!" However, at this moment, you paid no attention to the crowd's fear and shouted, "You little rascals, disturbing my peace, come die." A loud roar echoed throughout the tomb, and an endless cold wind blew from behind you, scaring everyone into uncontrollable shivers. "What are you still dawdling for? Hurry and run!" Wang Matzi was the first to react, running while shouting at the stunned crowd. As soon as the words fell, Wang Matzi looked up and saw a purple-blue face pressed close to him. Immediately after, a sharp blade pierced through his chest in an instant. "What delicious blood! You said, suddenly pulling out the demon-slaying sword and greedily sucking the blood from the blade. Then, you grabbed Wang Mozi's shoulder with one hand, opened your mouth wide to reveal two long, sharp fangs, and bit down hard on his neck. In fact, you subconsciously resisted, but your body instinctively drove you to make these moves. Just like when you feel thirsty and need to drink water, the Celestial Master has turned into a zombie. Run quickly! Seeing the leader die tragically, the remaining Tomb Raiders finally came to their senses and scattered in all directions. Not only them, but there was also someone above the tomb chamber who was fleeing in a panic. This person was originally doing a live outdoor adventure nearby, and upon hearing the commotion, quietly came over to check it out, even broadcasting the situation live. But when he saw the scene of the zombie biting someone, he was greatly frightened, his face pale with terror, and he quickly retreated. Although gifts were pouring in the live stream, the premise was that one had to be alive to spend them. Just as he was about to slip away, the phone suddenly rang. It was the police calling, asking him to stay put and observe the situation, saying that officers would arrive shortly. At the same time, you in the tomb chamber had already drained Wang Mozi's blood and tossed him aside like garbage. You moved your limbs a bit and felt your strength had recovered quite a bit. The last bit of strength used to kill Wang Mozi had been the final remnants within you, and now that you had replenished your energy and blood, you had enough strength to continue killing the remaining Tomb Raiders. You thought to yourself, if it weren't for the fact that all my magical power had been exhausted, I wouldn't need to dirty my hands. Just as you were searching for the remaining Tomb Raiders, a muffled explosion erupted behind you, flames spewing out like a dragon, and countless pellets shot towards your back. A series of clanging sounds rang out as bullets hit you like they were striking steel, leaving only a few scattered white marks without causing any other harm. You let out a sinister laugh, your body exuding a chilling aura. So you are here. Then, you reached out with your pale hands towards the two people who had fired the cold guns, grabbing one in each hand and biting down hard. With a splatter, blood gushed forth, and the purple and blue hues on your face gradually faded. At this rate, if you grab a few more people to drain their blood, you will be able to return to a normal human appearance. Moreover, these Tomb Raiders have blood on their hands from taking lives, so you feel no psychological burden in killing them. Instead, you feel a thrill bathing in their blood. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away on Longhu Mountain, although it was already deep into the night, the Tianchi mansion was brightly lit. All 108 people in the Tianchi mansion stood in the main hall. Whether they were red-robed Taoists of the Ling character generation or young disciples holding incense sticks and scriptures, all wore anxious expressions, their eyes fixed on the rows of heavy wooden tablets in front of them. Among them, the tablet inscribed with Tai Ching Xianbao Jusi Jinjuan, Longhu 9th generation Tianchi Zhang Daoi was continuously emitting a strange glow. What's going on? Suddenly, a sound of wind breaking came, and then an old man dressed in a purple robe, exuding an air of immortality, appeared before everyone. This person was the current purple-robed Tianchi Zhang Jiwei of the Tianchi mansion. The 9 red-robed Taoists of the Ling character generation present saw the old Tianchi being disturbed from his seclusion and their expressions became serious. Zhang Jiwei followed the gazes of the crowd and instantly widened his eyes. The 9th generation ancestor had been dead for over 2,000 years, yet now the tablet was glowing. Didn't that mean he had been resurrected? The 9th generation ancestor was the founding grandmaster of the Great Qin, wearing the 8-clawed dragon robe, and his achievements were unparalleled throughout history, unmatched by anyone. Back then, even though he had reached an unparalleled level of cultivation, he gave up on transcending and willingly sacrificed himself, heroically facing death to suppress the evil spirits of the entire Extremine realm with his demigod body, being hailed as the strongest among the 48 ancestors. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiwei flicked his Taoist robe and swiftly dashed into the night, shouting, Ling Jin, Ling Mu, Ling Shui, come with me. The rest will guard the Heavenly Master's residence. Several people quickly used the technique of shrinking the distance, covering dozens of kilometers in just half an hour, especially Zhang Jiwei, who had already dashed over 100 meters in the blink of an eye. On the other side of the tomb chamber, you have already killed all the Tomb Raiders, and then leaped high to the surface. A robe of the 8-clawed wild heaven purple dragon gently swayed in the night wind among the trees, with the 8-clawed purple dragon coiling on the robe appearing faintly in the purple-black corpse aura. At this moment, the system voice sounded in your ear, successfully killed the 8-member tomb raiding gang, completed the novice task, and the reward has been issued. The 5 Elements Resurrection Technique. This is a heavenly bestowed method of the 5 elements. This technique cultivates the body, soul, essence, and energy. Even if the soul leaves the body, one can still survive in the world, peering into the secrets of heaven and earth, roaming the 4 seas. If cultivated to great success, not only can one generate the soul of the 5 elements from within, but also assist others in coming back to life. The great Tao reaches the heavens talisman. This is a talismanic method created by the Taoist ancestor Zheng Tianling after stepping onto the path of immortality. Observing the immortal realm. Its profound meaning is the truest and simplest secret method in the human world, capable of drawing upon the power of the immortal realm to outline a talismanic might that can shake heaven and earth. As the voice fell, two beams of white light surged into your mind. After a few breaths, your gaze flickered with purple-black light. You slightly moved your neck and stretched your muscles and bones, and the 5 elements resurrection technique instantly reached a minor success. Your entire being, body and soul, completely merged into one, but you still appeared as a zombie. Retrieving your thoughts, just as you were about to get up, you suddenly saw several vehicles flashing with blue and red lights stopping on the hillside not far away, and dozens of armed police officers quickly surrounded you. Listen, the person over there, you are already surrounded. Immediately cease all actions and do not continue digging, or the charges will be increased. Zhang Daoyi wiped off the blood at the corner of his mouth and slowly walked out of the smoke. After a great deal of tonic, his flesh finally stopped drying out and became full and powerful, and the purple and blue color on his face had disappeared for the most part. Only 2 eerie purple and green patterns remained on his cheeks. The deep red eyes looked particularly demonic in the night. Asterisk 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 asterisk. All the police officers' faces changed in shock after seeing Zhang Daoyi's true face. They glanced at each other, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes, especially at the sight of the dragon robe with a bright yellow base and a reddish floral pattern clustered with an 8-clawed purple and gold divine dragon, which swung open in the night breeze. The heart and soul trembled. It was like seeing a living emperor traveling through time and space from ancient times. The momentum is extraordinary, majestic and vast. That backstory, with his back to the pale, revealed a few moments of sightless disdain. Who is he? I don't know. It's not supposed to be a grave robber, is it? It's not supposed to be a zombie, is it? It doesn't look like it. Aren't zombies supposed to be the kind of monsters that are scary and creepy? You see the people in the place. They are all dead, all turned into dry corpses. There's no more flesh and blood. Apparently this was caused by a zombie feeding on flesh and blood. Where's the zombie? They looked around. They didn't find it. Until after looking at it for a week, his gaze fell back to Zhang Daoyi's body, and a terrifying thought that did not come bubbled up. The man in front of me is the culprit of the blood-sucking. It is the zombies. Hiss. There was a dead silence in the arena. Gobble. There were already quite a few police officers whose foreheads were sweating, and a chill went up to their backs. The souls of the dead are in danger. Zhang Daoyi's gaze coldly swept the dozens of police officers in front of him. Stride toward the front. Not the slightest bit of them. No, don't move. I don't know who had the audacity to shout. In an instant, a handle of gun muzzle was aimed at Zhang Daoyi as if it was mechanical. Zhang Daoyi's eyes stared slightly. His brows furrowed. His crimson eyes swept indifferently over the crowd of police officers, and he continued to walk forward completely unconcerned. If you do it, then kill them all. You're a zombie yourself. It was already incompatible with heaven and earth, and people and gods were outraged, so naturally there were not so many unnecessary emotions. Complete the system quests and get the rewards, and you will be able to corpse into an immortal. But, one is perfectly capable of doing whatever one wants outside of system missions, even if his mana was low right now. However, this corpse was adamantine, lightning and thunder invulnerable, hundreds of times harder than even meteorite iron. After all, bearing the baptism of the yellow springs of the earth, the erosion of the Een dragon's resentment for 1,000 years, and the impact of evil spirits, plus the physical body that was once enough to feather and fly up to take on the wrath of heavenly thunder. It could be completely said that Zhang Daoyi's body was the hardest thing in this world, enough to withstand all heat weapons. It's not good for anyone. It doesn't work well at all. Any further and I'll shoot. Shoot! A police officer roared loudly and angrily, beads of sweat dripping down his forehead. Nervous, Zhang Daoyi laughed coldly, and the ebony and gold bladeless long sword in his hand emitted a silky purple and black corpse chi, ready to chop out at any time. Old ancestor, right now. A roar came from the distance. With them came 4 figures sweeping down from the heights. Brush, 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 brush. A purple robe unfolded with the wind. Immediately after, a silhouette covered in golden light crashed to the ground with a thud. Zhang Ziyi's fists dropped, his wide Taoist robe swaying lightly in the wind. Hula, hula, his eyes austere as he stood in the middle of the police officers and Zhang Daoyi. Behind them stood 3 red-robed figures. Hey, where's my old man? Zhang Ji rubbed the back of his head and looked around, finally locking his gaze on Zhang Daoyi not far away. Next moment, the pupils of his eyes steeply shrunk into pinpricks of shock. What a rich corpse! The body was as if it hit a purgatory, burying countless grievances of the dead. The invisible void all around was eroded by this corpse fury. Look at it's a dragon robe. No, the one inside is my Tianshifu's purple robe, Lao Zu. This is the oldest ancestor of my Tianshifu. There is also this feeling. Birth wisdom adult. God's fury asked the heart. The sky disk square circle. the aura burning wind. This is exactly the sign that only the legendary flying stiffs have. How did my old ancestor become a flying stiff? Celestial Master? Right, the old Celestial Master of Longhu Mountain. Cool, now we don't have to do anything. Heavenly Master, old Heavenly Master, quickly help us out. Old Heavenly Master, that's a zombie. You quickly step in and help us suppress it. I'm Police Constable Zhang Dahu. You know me, old Celestial Master. Come over here. Let's discuss how to ambush him. The sheriff's voice came over the loudspeaker. The old Celestial Master turned his head to look at them, his eyes bursting with golden light and piercing them fiercely. Pust! The trees in front of those officers were instantly pierced by the golden light, and the golden flames scorched up, quickly forming a large fire that blazed. Set off by contrast. Set off by contrast. The frightened crowd backed away in a hurry. None of the looks were panicked. What? This zombie in front of me is actually the 9th generation ancestor of the Heavenly Master's house? Misty grass. Fake, right? The purple-robed Celestial Master has become a zombie? You're the leader of a righteous sect, the chief of all monks in the world, and you turn out to be a zombie? If this gets out, it will only cause a landslide like tsunami. God! Sky Master, what about this? Behind him, Daoist Spirit Gold was blinded. The three of them had already sensed the rich fury chi on Zhang Daoi's body. Apparently that's only for zombies. Rumor has it that the burial place of the 9th generation ancestor is a place of great evil, suppressing evil spirits, now resurrected. Hell knows how strong it will be. Zhang Ji looked grave as he gazed at Zhang Daoi with a respectful expression. This is the 9th generation ancestor of my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. No disrespect. With a serious tone, the old Heavenly Master lifted the corner of his purple robe and fell to his knees. Zhang Yi, the 49th Heavenly Master, please return to the 9th generation ancestor. Strengthen my Dragon Tiger Mountain. Strengthen my Heavenly Master. Knock. He bowed to Zhang Daoi. Directly behind them, the officers were blindsided. Fogweed. Old Tiancher doesn't play like this. It's a ing zombie, and possibly very powerful zombies. Even if you don't pull out a talisman to suppress it, why are you still kowtowing? What do you mean? Click it. Click it. On seeing that the Tianchafu people not only didn't get rid of the demons, instead, he even welcomed Zhang Daoi into the Heavenly Master's mansion. They all loaded their bullets in unison, aiming at Zhang Daoi, who was standing there with an oozing smile. The Great War is on the horizon. 8. The old ancestor returns to his throne. No one in heaven dares to disobey. Enter the house of the Heavenly Master. I'll see who dares. At the sight of the crowd of police officers who had aimed their blackened guns at Zhang Daoi, old Celestial Master Zhang Yi rose violently, flinging his sleeve robes angrily, his gaze burning with golden light exploding as he angrily stared at the crowd. Heavenly Master Zhang must not be obsessed. Zhang Daho put up his hand as if he was about to give an order to kill Zhang Daoi. This is the 9th generation ancestor of my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. I'll see who dares to touch his old man. Zhang Ji threw out his sleeve robe. His body blossomed with pure golden light incantations, and a triangular aura soared upwards. At once, a great pressure like a tidal wave fell heavily on the crowd. Su, I've heard that the old Heavenly Master's Tao is extraordinary, but I didn't expect that when I really felt it. I realized its horror. The crowd was so distraught that they could barely hold their firearms in their hands. Bang! I don't know who couldn't handle the pressure. Actually fired a shot. The bullet shot straight toward Zhang Daoi. Unbridled. Zhang Ji's white eyebrows were slightly raised, and his figure landed in front of Zhang Daoi, raising his hand to grab the bullet. Get out of the way, Zhang Daoi coldly said, his wide dragon robe spreading against the wind, and he actually appeared in front of Zhang Yi in an instant. The 8-9 Xian Heavenly Demon Execution Sword in his hand was slowly raised. A distant finger was pointed toward the front of the room, pointing to nothingness. Instead, the bullet crashed into the blade of the sword, split in two. Shoo shoo. 2 pieces of bullets were shot into the large tree next to them. Zhang Daoi raised his left hand, his fingers together, and gently rubbed it on the blade of the sword, the ebony gold sword body, on which the pre-qin refining chi lines ran across, outlining arcane and obscure patterns. Wisps of purple and black corpse chi attached to it. Between the air surges, the air pressure, like a tsunami, slowly climbed up the entire mountain, enveloping everyone, sleeping for 1,000 years, first being disturbed by a little child, spoiling the evil-suppressing Heavenly Bureau, and then being intercepted and killed by mirror chasers. It's just too much of a fire. Zhang Daoi's gaze was ablaze with a blazing purple-black flame, and at this moment, as if he was a hell monarch, the sword blade in his hand had no edge, but it turned into a sword blade, point diagonally to the ground. Miso, Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. The moment the dragon robe was blown up by the night wind, a purple-black stream of light appeared in the air. The stigmata were continuous. Next, Zhang Daoi had already appeared amongst a group of mirror chasers. Ding! Boo! 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 a handle of guns all chopped off, burst into pieces, and fell to the ground. The police officers standing in place had their pupils dilated and stood there trembling and dumbfounded. Their legs softened in fear and they all fell to the ground. And the man who had dared to shoot him had disappeared. Along with them, there was Zhang Daoyi who disappeared into thin air. The old ancestor has run away. Quickly go after him. Zhang Ji is a handful of years old. Soared out of profanity, spread his feet and flew up. Old ancestor can really run. It's not possible that all of his cultivation has been restored. Right? Right. Look at that strike just now. It's simply invincible. Jia. With the old ancestor here, who in our heavenly master's mansion would dare to disobey? The three Taoist masters, Spirit Gold, Spirit Wood, and Spirit Water, let out a loud laugh, which was so devilish that it sounded like a great villain. Zhang Ji was speechless. If you don't know, you would think that our Tianqifu is an evil sect. In the future, we'll have to test the character of the Taoist children we recruit. Otherwise, if you go out later and smile, you might make a child cry. This time, the old ancestor's resurrection is bound to attract a lot of criticism. We have to carry it. Zhang Ziyi admonished in a deep voice. Zhang Daoyi went all the way down the mountain, carrying a dried corpse in his hand, and casually threw it into the deep forest. Current quest: kill the thief who infiltrated the heavenly master's mansion. Rewarded with a grade of golden sun pill. Golden Yang Dan, it can help the soul to integrate into the body, enhance the yang energy and transform the yin energy. If it is taken after the return of a borrowed corpse, it can make the body belong to the soul completely and can condense the corpse energy into the corpse fury Dan. Good stuff. With this stuff, he wouldn't worry about the power of the corpse fiend in his body, which would affect this heaven and earth and would be sensed. Not to mention not having to worry about storming off. Corpse demons harboring horrific necrotic poisons, slaughtering innocent people. The place where the heavenly master's house is located. He traveled lightly, and with his flying stiff flesh body, which gave him a powerful source of power. It didn't take him long to arrive at the heavenly master's mansion. I'm sure Zhang Yi used them for a long time. Zhang Daoyi could be said to be ridiculously fast. Even though they didn't have mana, they still possessed power far beyond that of a cultivator. With power? One power? It's not impossible. Knock. Zhang Daoyi went straight to the front door. After 2,000 years, returning to the heavenly master's house, there is a great feeling of having seen the spring red and thanking the autumn wind. The long run was not half as fatiguing to him. The face doesn't change its color and the heart doesn't skip a beat. There is no feeling whatsoever, like doing something small and insignificant. It was just that the rich corpse-devouring power in his body instantly caused the reaction of the heavenly master's formation. Knock knock. Ancient bells ringing. Daoist Spirit Flame and the others instantly looked startled as they scurried out of the great hall. Misty grass. What a dense power of corpse fury. Is it possible that the demons are recovering so quickly? Spirit Flame Taoist Master's 8-beard trembled, shaking frantically like a censer, and the nerves of his dry and thin body tightened up, his muscles rapidly expanding. The duster in his hand had a layer of flame attached to it at some point. Where did the unknowing come from? Kill for me. Taoist Spirit Earth's broad and tall body was like a huge mountain as he stood there. His aura was overwhelming and incomparably appalling. The moment. His pair of iron fists pressed together, clanging together with a popping sound. The Taoist children took a deep breath. Taoist Spirit Earth's physique was worthy of being the #1 person in Longhu Mountain. It was too strong. Just the sound of two fists clashing. It can be mind-numbing. It's horrible. Scary as hell. Coming. Taoist Master Spirit Wind stepped on the astral deities and pinched his fingers, ready to stave off at any time. Grass. This head is a bit strong. No wonder it dares to come to my Dragon Tiger Mountain to spread its wildness. That old corpse from the deep mountains that was decapitated 20 years ago was not as good as a tenth of this fellow. Taoist Master Spirit Cloud took a deep breath. His thick eyebrows turned up, his body tensed, betting on the dignity of his red robe, and exploded into a golden light spell. After not seeing you for 2,000 years, the Heavenly Master's mansion has even set up a formation. Zhang Daoyi stood at a high place, overlooking the formation below, nodding his head slightly and smiling rather gratifyingly. In this way, he was not worried that the Heavenly Master's mansion would suffer extinction. But, a glance sweeps by, he had already seen hundreds of holes from the formation. Needs mending. For example, a few thieves sneaked in and were not detected. Zhang Daoyi raised his hand and made a move, and the 8-9 Xian Heavenly Demon punishing sword in his hand made a clanking and crunching sound. This weird sound wave, like calling out to an old friend, echoed through this heaven and earth. This zombie also knows the means of sonic attack? Spirit Flame Taoist Master covered his ears, turtle breath technique, and tightly closed his 5 senses. It's evil. Why hasn't this guy shown up yet? The spirit is quite high. Taoist Spirit Earth waited for half a day, wanting to spar with the zombie to see whose flesh was hard. Results. Zombies don't read recipes. They read Sun Tzu's Art of War. A zombie with such intelligence. Wouldn't it be a purple stiff? Purple hair stiff? Daoist Spirit Cloud's heart sank. The pupils of his eyes shrunk in shock, and he stared. If it was a purple stiff, they wouldn't necessarily be able to beat it. Although there is the Tianchi Mansion's mountain protection formation. But after a long time, if the old Tianchi does not quickly come back, I am afraid that there will be accidents. Purple stiff. Purple hair stiff. This hasn't happened in 1,000 years, has it? The strongest zombie they had ever seen was only the black stiff. The black stiff king. Red stiffs are all already considered a hard category to kill. Boo! Though lol. A muffled sound exploded violently from the depths of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Immediately afterward, a vast and immense heavenly might erupted from the depths, enveloping the entire Heavenly Master's mansion. The mountain protecting formation was like a grandson meeting his grandfather. It instantly lost its effect and was put away. Daoist Spirit Flame and the others shook in unison. What's going on? The Tianchi Mansion's mountain protection formation had actually disappeared automatically, something that's never happened before. The Celestial Master Sword. The Celestial Master Sword has appeared to be moving. Daoist Master Lingyun was in charge of the Heavenly Master Sword and was very familiar with this divine object. After feeling the revived aura of the Heavenly Master Sword, his heart was shocked. It's related to that weird sound wave just now. The sound waves released by that zombie can actually awaken the Celestial Master Sword? Are they connected in some way? Are mortal enemies? Is the Celestial Master Sword going to come out and behead this zombie? Spirit Flame Taoist Master discovered Hua Dot, the pupils of his eyes steeply shrinking in shock. His gaze opening wide as he exclaimed in shock along with a streak of flowing light rushing out from the depths of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Air! The Celestial Master Sword released an ancient and barbaric aura. Pressure appeared like watery ripples in the void over the entire Dragon Tiger Mountain. The gazes of all the Taoist children were trembling, and in their hearts they only expected that the Heavenly Master's sword would come out and kill the zombies and evil spirits. Brush! Zhang Daoyi floated and landed in front of the crowd. The dragon's robe was lightly spread. Smile. Quietly, he watched the crowd. Spirit Flame Taoist Master and the others. First their eyes were startled, then their eye pupils were horrified, and they quickly turned grave and cold. Terrifying auras erupted from all of their bodies. The person in front of him, wearing a dragon robe, was the purple-haired stiff that had just startled the Tianchi Mansion's mountain protection formation. 9. I am your ancestor. The Celestial Master Sword recognizes its owner. What a guy! Daoist Spirit Flame stared dead at Zhang Daoyi, who was emanating a dense corpse fury all over his body in front of him. So scary. It was more terrifying than all the severe ghosts and zombies he had seen before. Put together, it was no longer comparable to mere power. Rather, it's the soul. A bloodline and soul pressure arose. He couldn't even generate a single thought of resistance in his mind. The people who came are too weird. What a dense baleful aura. This isn't a purple stiff either. Can it be that it is the legendary flying stiff? Look at the dragon robe. He is wearing. His identity must be extraordinary. The several Taoist masters of the spirit character generation looked heavy, and the dust whisks in their hands were all gathering mana, ready to strike at any time. This handsome and magnificent youth in front of them gave them a bad feeling. The level of danger is far greater than that of the old Heavenly Master. The old Heavenly Master is already invincible. Nowadays, a guy who is even more powerful than the old Heavenly Master has appeared. It's not a good idea to not be alarmed. The bottom line is, the man in front of me is a zombie. Who am I? Zhang Daoyi laughed, and the purple robe he wore inside blew up, revealing the Heavenly Master's order at his waist. I'm your ancestor. Fogweed. He's the 9th Grand Master? The Spirit Water Taoist leader shivered in fear and did not let his guard down. Are you kidding me? How can my Hall of Heavenly Masters, the 9th generation ancestor, be a zombie? He must be the result of an evil spirit's illusion. Wanting to take advantage of the opportunity to open the demon-suppressing hall of my Heavenly Master's mansion, Spirit Earth Taoist Master typically has a simple mind in all 4 limbs, so it's not easy to be smart for once, right? But he also tends to guess wrong, not withdrawn, and so, with a decisive punch attached to Earth attribute spiritual energy, he took a step on the ground, which was concave, and struck Zhang Daoyi's chest. 5 elemental attribute spiritual power? The Tianqifu inheritance is getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Daoyi smiled, extended his index finger, and flicked it forward. Bang! That huge fist, carrying a force as if it was a raging storm, suddenly smashed onto that index finger of Zhang Daoyi. A piercing, muffled sound, good as thunder. It caused the hearts and minds of the people present to tremble and their eardrums to shake a little. In his heart, he thought, worthy of being a Spirit Earth Taoist Master, the power of a punch is not a joke with you, even if it's a tank. This punch would have to crumble apart as well, even if the zombie in front of him was suspected to be the existence of a zombie king. It was also impossible to catch the power of a single punch from Taoist Spirit Earth. But, when they opened their eyes to look, they were violently shocked to the core. See only, smoke. Taoist Spirit Earth's fist did not land on the youth. Instead, it was blocked by a white, jade-like finger. Just one finger. One finger. It blocked the full force of the Spirit Earth Taoist Master's strike. The crowd sucked in a breath of cool air in unison, only to feel their bodies tingling. Grass. Such a terrifying strike by Taoist Spirit Earth had been blocked so lightly? Is that finger so hard? It's so scary, isn't it? The hearts of all the Taoist children were terrified. This night the Heavenly Master's house would not have an extinction, would it? If the old Heavenly Master doesn't come back, who can deal with this zombie in front of him? Zhang Daoi smiled faintly and flicked his fingers. Dabble. Dilly-dally. Taoist Spirit Earth then took hundreds of steps backwards before stopping. He covered his left fist, and the vibrations coming from it made his entire body feel numb. What a horrible flesh. If it was a tiny zombie, how could it have such a powerful physical body? Flying Stiffs. It must be the legendary Flying Stiff. Now the Heavenly Master's mountain protection formation automatically closes. It's not like the old Celestial Master is in the mansion. How does that play? No one can deal with this Flying Stiff. Didn't you just say that you wanted me to prove that I was your ancestor? Zhang Daoi smiled cheerfully. Raise your hand toward the sky. Brush. The Tianchi sword, which was suspended in the air, actually obediently obeyed and suddenly rushed into Zhang Daoi's hand. Snap. The left hand gripped the hilt of the sword. One hand to kill the devil. A handful of celestial masters. Zhang Daoi stood there quietly, his gaze holding a hint of a smile. That was clearly saying, look, even the Heavenly Master's sword listens to me. The crowd was silent. The Spirit Water Taoist leader and the others looked at each other and exchanged glances, all of them seeing the shock and amazement within their respective hearts. Holy, on weekdays, they respected the Tianchi sword as if it were a god, and no matter who it was, they couldn't make the Tianchi sword rattle half the time. Now, it was a weapon in Zhang Daoi's hands. This psychological gap to their whole genus a little unacceptable. You're a zombie. How can you summon our Heavenly Master sword? One roared. Because I am your ancestor. Zhang Daoi coldly returned. I came back with no ill will, so do what you need to do. No need to worry about me. Zhang Daoi was too lazy to continue pestering with him. He still had to hurry up and change into a quest to exchange for the golden Yangdan. Are you really the 9th generation ancestor? The spiritual waterway chief was now convinced even if he didn't believe it. The Heavenly Master's sword was all held in his hand and gripped. I'd believe you if you said he was my father. Not even the Heavenly Master can awaken the Heavenly Master's sword in the slightest. You say that this young man in front of you, if he were not the 9th generation ancestor, would the Heavenly Master's sword obediently listen to him? This is, literally, exactly as described in the ancient texts. The 9th generation of the Heavenly Master improved the Heavenly Master sword, and embedded it with a hint of spiritual intelligence. It's one hand to kill the devil, one hand to attract the thunder. Omnipotent. In terms of strength, it was already far beyond the 2nd generation ancestor and infinitely close to the 1st generation ancestor. Zhang Daoling, stop it, stop it. A familiar shout came from the distance. The Spirit Water Taoist leader and the others looked at each other. Their faces suddenly changed drastically, and they hurriedly kowtowed in obeisance. Sky Master. That's right. Old Tianchi and the others are back. At the sight of Zhang Daoi confronting the people in the mansion, Zhang Jui instantly lost his soul, a cold air from the soles of his feet straight to the sky, as if he had already seen the scene of everyone's head moving. The Zhang Daoi in front of me is not a human being. He's a zombie. There are no feelings at all, let alone being said to have feelings, even though the Heavenly Master's mansion was his former residence. If he was pissed off, killing him on the spot was nothing new. This is the 9th generation ancestor of my Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. Don't kneel down and pay your respects. Zhang Yi roared. 9th generation. The number 9 was very special in ancient times. The reason is that 9 for the extreme number, convergence of heaven and earth, the power of the sun. Non-gods cannot be suppressed. So, the 9th generation ancestor can be called all the current Heavenly Master inside. The strength is infinitely close to the feather ascension into the immortal generation ancestor. Asterisk. It's really the Celestial Master. A Celestial Master or a zombie goddess? We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. We pay our respects to the Heavenly Master. The crowd fell to their knees in unison. I didn't realize that the zombie in front of me was really the ancestor of their Longhu Mountain. No. Get up quickly. I said I'd come for a visit and I'll leave. You guys do what you need to do. Zhang Daoi looked at the time. Almost time. Have to hurry to the backyard to send those thieves to go to the Western Heaven for a lifetime tour. 10. Kill the thief. Reward Golden Yangdan. Preaching ancient sound. Welcome the return of the 9th generation ancestor. Zhang Ji folded his hands in front of him, bowed and nodded, and the crowd behind him followed suit. One time, hundreds of people from Longhu Mountain bent down and bowed as much as they could, inviting Zhang Daoui to return to his position. Can't. Zhang Daoi's slightly drooping eyes dropped a sentence, and his figure disappeared into thin air. Ha! Zhang Yu had thought that the next scene would be a hot-blooded one, and he was even ready to cheer, wail, and grab Daoist spirit gold to have a righteous duel. Results. Zhang Dao ate him out of his mind with one or two words. Where's the ancestor man? Daoist spirit gold was still unaware that he had escaped from death, and when he raised his eyes, Zhang Daoui had disappeared, didn't even make a sound. Go after it. What are you waiting for? Don't just stand there. Zhang Yi roared loudly and slapped a few of their red-robed Daoists, the 5 Taoist masters of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth hurriedly flew and followed the breath in the distance. The remaining 4 Taoist masters of wind, rain, thunder and lightning were following the words of the old heavenly master to prepare the things for the purple-robed heavenly master's grand ceremony of honor. Absolutely not letting the ancestor go. Only when he's around can our heavenly master's palace have more confidence, the old heavenly master exhorted, his eyes full of conviction. Most importantly, hey, he could learn a trick or two from the grandmaster. Since becoming number 1 in the world, he found his path broken, unable to see into the future, not knowing how to continue his monasticism, not to mention the feathery ascension. Of course, he didn't want to feather his wings and ascend, but simply had an itchy hand and wanted to learn new moves. Even if they were being abused by the ancestor, they could at least enjoy the thrill of battle. The old celestial master couldn't help but feel his heart swell with excitement and was about to be unable to suppress his gun. Whoosh! It took Zhang Dao only 2 breaths to rush to the backyard of the heavenly master's residence. At this place stood a large black hall standing through the sky, as if it was a black ladder connecting to the heavens, as if it was a boundary-suppressing monument descending from the heavens. The Temple of Demon Suppression. This hall has existed since he entered the heavenly master's palace. Rumor has it that it was borrowed by the Yellow Emperor from heaven 10,000 years ago to suppress the demons and ghosts in this place. The first ancestor, Zhang Daoling, was the first master of this hall to guard the hall and realized the way of the heavenly master by observing the stars, the sun and the moon in the hall of Zhenmu. In turn, it created the heavenly master's house. All the successive heavenly masters had to enter the hall of Zhen Demon, kill the severe ghosts, subdue the demons and evils, and only those who came out alive were the real heavenly masters. This is called the Golden Luminosity Body. And all the demons and ghosts that have been messing with the world for thousands of years have been suppressed in this hall. It can be said that the Zhen Demon Hall is not only to suppress the demons and monsters, the town also has the peace and tranquility of this world. Zhang Daoui collected the color of memories in his eyes, and his ghostly purple-black eyes had already seen the 8 gangs of thieves behind the Zhen Demon Temple through the darkness. I've heard that the Taoist master of the Heavenly Master's mansion can do anything in heaven and on earth. Listen to them blow great. What era is this? Still going up to the sky and into the ground. The Scientific Society. Big brother, stop blathering, all of you, and get to work. The Devil Suppressor Hall definitely holds good things inside. Maybe, hey, there's a Heavenly Master Sword inside? Grass. Heavenly Master Sword. Isn't this invincible? Steal one and go straight to the rest of your life. The next life, eat and drink without worry. The group of thieves were excited, incomparably thrilled, and couldn't wait to steal the Celestial Master Sword right now. They don't know where they heard the news. You actually heard that the Heavenly Master's Sword was kept in the Demon Suppression Hall? Nonsense, it's not. Zhang Daoui hung at the top of the tower, his gaze coldly staring at the thieves below, the corner of his mouth lifting up a touch of sarcasm. Brush, appearing out of thin air behind these thieves. Hey, are you guys looking for this? Zhang Daoui faintly said. What the hell? When the thief heard the voice, he turned his head to look, only to find the Heavenly Master Sword in Zhang Daoi's hand, flickering with a cold blue light, permeated with a reckless and ancient aura, and the word Heavenly Master was even engraved on it. Misty Grass, the Celestial Master Sword. This brother is awesome. How did you get the Celestial Master Sword? Hey, is this a real Tianchi sword? Wealthy, we'll sell it now and just moisten it. The thief wailed. Want it? Just take it if you want it. Zhang Daoui laughed, the arc of sarcasm lifting from the corner of his mouth growing larger. Since the night is so dark, Zhang Daoui was once again mostly hidden in the darkness, can't see it at all. So, these thieves didn't even notice his abnormality. Plus, very shocked at the sight of the Celestial Master Sword, so it didn't care much at all about who Zhang Daoui was in front of him. Zhang Daoui was about to die of laughter in his heart. With this level of intelligence, he still came to steal things? What's going on? Hey, this brother, who are you? Dare you show us your true colors? Finally a smart-minded person remembered the main thing and was alert for a few moments, shouting to Zhang Daoui, oh, I fear that if you see me, You will not dare to take your swords. Zhang Daoyi laughed while walking out from the shadows. Tsunami. The dragon robe danced in the wind. The silver boots reflected the eerie moonlight. He had the demon punisher sword in one hand and the heavenly master sword in the other. This aura instantly scared the thieves into not daring to speak. Crouching. What the is this? Why are you still wearing a dragon robe? Actors? I say brother. You come to steal. Why dress so fancy? Ha 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 ha. Are you tired of not having a big enough target? A thief scoffed madly, on the verge of passing out from laughter. Who says I'm here to steal? As soon as Zhang Dao grinned, his two long pointed fangs were instantly reflected in everyone's eyes. The purple-black lines on his cheeks reflected him as frighteningly as a stern ghost. Fogweed. The thief was scared to death. The guts are just too small. Zhang Daoyi felt uninterested. I am the owner of this sword. Why would I come to steal it? Zhang Daoyi laughed, then threw the heavenly master sword into the air. Go on, kill them. After hearing that, those thieves were just about to open their mouths to taunt, with disdainful expressions on their faces. It seems to say, dude, you're so in the zone. Do you really think you're immortal in these clothes? And killing people with a sword? What a joke. What a nerve. Pust, 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 pust. Blood flowed 10 paces. A head flew up. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly as his fangs pierced into them. Not much longer. A dried corpse fell to the ground. You have successfully killed the thief. Receive a golden sundan. The elixir appeared in Zhang Daoyi's palm. A circle of light golden veins lingered around the elixir, and the rich fragrance of the elixir was as if sesame seeds had been fried with a little sugar added to the flavor. Open your mouth. Snap. The elixir enters the body. Buzz. Instantly a stream of pure and domineering pure yang force was like a flame blazing within Zhang Daoyi's body. Set off by contrast. Set off by contrast. Servant rattle. Molot Quinti Uredo also. Vanshev and Guru Washimoto. A sentence of ancient language came out of Zhang Dao's mouth. Not at all the present-day sound of the word. Instead, it's a preaching ancient sound from 2,000 years ago. 11. Immortal Yang 5 Thunders. Tiancher Sword. Licking Dog? A sentence of preaching ancient sound was like a great bell, suddenly echoing out over the entire Longhu mountain. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Zhang Yi, Taoist Spirit Gold and the others had yet to rush over, but he heard this ancient word like a magic sound, unable to keep his mind from trembling. This seems to be the Taishan Immortalicide scripture? Who's reading? 9 generations of ancestors? That's right, it must be him. Other than him, no one else could recite so many ancient sounds and release such a terrifying pressure. Quickly, rush over and practice this method with the ancestor. Zhang Yi didn't want to let go of the slightest opportunity to learn the arts. They landed, seeing the dried corpse by Zhang Daoyi's feet, as well as the purple and black corpse chi that was released from its body, and the radiant golden aura that was like immortal light. Ancestor is truly terrifying. To be able to possess both evil and righteous auras of the arts and fuse them into one. Zhang Zhui was marveled by his mind. Think of it this way. In his heart, he had a few points of confidence for the accusations and anger of other Dao sects, or netizens. In the future, even the response lines are thought out. Come on, look at our ancestor's golden light. It's denser than mine. Who said he's a zombie? Open your dog's eyes and see. Can a zombie have such a strong aura of righteousness on it? Scram! It's a done deal. Zhang Daoyi slowly opened his eyes and exhaled a long breath after refining the golden yang dan. Not bad. The golden yang dan was truly subtle. Just half an hour. It then condensed the corpse fury in its body into a corpse poison dan. No worries about spillage at all. On top of that, the power of pure yang was also perfectly fused with his own corpse body, so he didn't have to worry about any corrosion from any righteous chi, and even immortal techniques couldn't possibly have any restraints on him, because the two chi of yin and yang were transformed into a body outside of life and death within its body. Zhang Daoyi needed to complete his cultivation and return to the peak, and then he could be transformed into an invincible immortal with a single thought. Current quest. Please go to Silverwater City to kill the evil spirits that will soon be revived. Reward Immortal Yang 5 Thunders. The 5 Thunders positive method is divided into 2 parts. Yin and Yang. Yin thunder is water, also known as water dirty thunder. Greedy, demented, raising a pig in kidney water and liverwood. Over-ambitious, slippery and slimy, also known as the heavenly puff. Piggy. Opposite to the Yin thunder is the Yang 5 thunder, also known as the Jianggong thunder, which follows the path of inner fire and long gold. Rigid and domineering, blazing like a fierce fire. Hard as fairy gold. Invulnerable, unstoppable, unstoppable. It is about a wide open, fierce and overbearing, and it is unrelenting and destructive. When the fire and gold in the body are fused, a monkey will be derived. Lawless, traveling outside the world of dust, not in the 5 elements. So it is called the Great Sage of Qi Tian, Sun Wukong, the immortal Yang 5 Thunders. On the other hand, was the one that possessed the power of a technique that was enough to rival that of an immortal. Like the young five thunders practiced by the old celestial master, it was only at full level. Zhang Daoyi, on the other hand, has transcended the earth. A finger pointed out, wanted to try the thunderbolt power. Only Zhang Daoyi's slender fingers, which were as clear as amethysts, could be seen, a little toward the distant backwoods. Phew! A streak of golden light was like an arrow, cutting a long golden flame in the air. Zhang Ji, Daoist spirit gold, and the others looked slightly aghast, as if they didn't know what the ancestor was doing. That flash of golden light just now didn't give them a very dangerous feeling either. It's like the usual random bit of golden light that comes out, unobtrusive. But the next second, there was no room for them to ask more questions out loud. In the distance, in the back of the mountain, a brilliant 10,000 feet of golden light appeared, reflecting the entire Longhu mountain into daytime. It's a true reflection of daylight, dispelling the darkness from every corner. The back of the mountain exploded out of nowhere. The dust billows and rolls away. A deep, giant pit was reflected in everyone's eyes. It disappeared with the golden light and blended into the darkness together. Terrible. It's just horrible. Zhang Yu couldn't help but gulp. Grandma, is this the Tianxia of the pre-Qin period? Modern-day celestial masters are weaklings by comparison. He was able to pick off the entire full-sex evil by himself, and beat the often feared four-sex immortal half to death. But in the face of Zhang Daoyi this casual point of golden light, but he could not raise the slightest will to fight. Crushed to death. Ha! As for the spirit gold Daoist, they are dumbstruck, dumbfounded, and hungry, standing there, open mouth, staring, and can't slow down for a long time. Okay, I should go. If anything happens in the Celestial Master's mansion, you can send a message to me through this token. Zhang Daoyi threw out the Heavenly Master's order at his waist. This object and the Shinmei Kakushi order are one and the same. At first, Tian Yangzi refined a piece of Tashan Luo heavenly jade. By the Qin Emperor, he created a divine order of state soldiers and presented it to him. The Heavenly Master's mansion, on the other hand, created 9 Heavenly Master orders, which were given to each of the 9 great masters. Nowadays, I guess this is the only Tianxia order that has been passed down in the world? This is. Zhang Ji stroked the Heavenly Master's order and almost didn't pass out from excitement. Ah, it's a ancient order of a celestial master. Rumor has it that this order can nourish the soul, nourish the body, and help one to refine the aura of heaven and earth and understand the Tao. Zhang Yi was overjoyed. The rest of the Tao masters poked out a head to look. There was nothing but envy in his eyes. Otherwise, you still have to be a guru. They probably couldn't even touch the Heavenly Master's order in their lifetime. But the old Celestial Master was able to carry it with him. I'll ask the old master for it someday? Guess it's time to take another. Fight the good fight. Ancestor, if you don't stay at Longhu Mountain, where can you go? Realize that you are now available in the flesh. Zhang Yi didn't finish his sentence and smacked his dry lips. The word zombie could not describe his own old ancestor. Nonsense. Gotta find the right words to say. I'm a zombie, right? Zhang Daoyi grinned. He was careless and uninhibited, and said it casually. Even if I am a zombie, no one under the sky dares to come and kill me. Whoever comes, dies. Even if one has no more cultivation, but with his physical body alone, it was enough to make all comers have no return. After hearing Zhang Daoyi's words, Zhang Ji took a deep breath. It was indeed the strongest 9th-generation ancestor, and his flat tone revealed an invincible dominance. Looks like I still have some learning to do. At least, that bland and invincible stance and demeanor. I just couldn't do it. In the future, if it's okay, I have to take Ling Jin and a few of them to practice, and see if I can pretend this big. No, it's manifestation in front of people. Manifestation in front of people. You want to learn Taoism? It's a pity I can't teach you. I've forgotten all my Tao techniques. When I regain my strength later, I might be able to remember. It's not too late for you to learn then, Zhang Daoyi said indifferently, his gaze falling on the Heavenly Master's sword hanging in the air. Go, guard well in the Heavenly Master's mansion, and I will naturally summon you when I need you. The Heavenly Master's sword does not move. It seemed to be disobedient and bent on going with Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi didn't bother either. You've got a temper for a little sword. Spoiled for you. The Celestial Master's sword hurriedly caught up with Zhang Daoyi, making a buzzing sound beside him and gently trembling its hilt. It seemed to be begging Zhang Daoyi to bring it on. I have the Demon Punisher sword now. It's too troublesome to carry 2 swords. I can't always use my chi to control my sword, right? There's very little chi left in my body. So come back to me when you can fly on your own later. Zhang Daoyi's finger Bongbong gently tapped on the hilt of the sword and inclined his head to look at Zhang Yi and the others who were already in a daze. Take it away. Zhang Jue and the few others were speechless, feeling their limbs a bit numb. Grandmas, we guarded it day and night, polishing its sword and offering it as if we were arching our own father. As a result, half the time, There was no reply. Now, this guy, however, is like a dog's skin sticking to Zhang Daoyi. Can't get rid of it. Grass. A comparison. They're like licking dogs. It is true that a licking dog shall not die. 12. The whole network is shocked. There is a zombie in the Tianqifu? Evil ghost big red robe. Hashtag shocking zombies in Xiaolongu. It's horrible. Hashtag grave robbers died a horrible death and are suspected to have turned into dry corpses. Hashtag frontline battle report. The zombie in Xiaolongu is the ancestor of Tianqifu. Hashtag it has been confirmed from the police that the flying stiff is now living as the ninth ancestor of the House of the Heavenly Master. Hashtag Weebly, doo-wop. Topics explode, and hot searches keep rushing to the top of the charts. Universal forwarding. Random topics and videos have over hundreds of thousands of likes and comments. Unfortunately, there is no live video of Zhang Daoyi. It's all INGAI animation or some other video used instead. There were quite a few people who went and flushed the account of the Dragon Tiger Mountain Heavenly Master's house. There were comments at the bottom. Grass. You guys actually turned the old ancestor into a zombie. Indiscriminate killing of innocents. What kind of righteous sect is your Tianqifu? Rubbish. Why don't we ban you guys? Damn it. I'm going to report it. Report it. Brothers, we have to make the Heavenly Master's palace hand over the zombies. Otherwise the world will be in chaos. One can only say, there are a lot of mindless rushes. In this regard, Zhang Yi and others simply do not take offense. Delete comments. Pull black. One-stop service. Many of these comments were from other Taoist and Buddhist sects that were eyeing the reputation of the Heavenly Master's house and were deliberately smearing it. It's a shame not to take advantage of a great opportunity. Pity. People's Lung Fu Shan Heavenly Master's house presses out to explain. Still doing what I do. Post videos of you practicing on weekdays. Only leave a comment under the video. Those who are clear and those who are turbid are turbid. I realize that the past is not admonished, and I know that the future can be pursued. The truth is that we are not far from the path, and we realize that what we are now is not what we were yesterday. Extinction. Extinction is good. Thus, the fights appeared in the comments section. In this way, the popularity of the Heavenly Master's mansion exploded even more. Zhang Ji was still planning to do a jinx, personally stepping in and displaying his artistry. As for if the news of Zhang Daoyi breaks out afterward, he doesn't care what anyone says. The House of the Heavenly Master must stand behind Zhang Daoyi. Let's see who dares to touch a hair on the old ancestor's head. Gotta get a cell phone first? Without a map to navigate, there's no way to know which way Silverwater City goes. Zhang Daoyi shook his head helplessly. You can't really live without your cell phone these days. And again, he doesn't have an ID either. How do I get a card? Grab one? It's not a no-no. Just grab a calling card. No. Wait, grab the phone card. What if people stop using it then? Can't you let me, the ninth Heavenly Master, rub Wi-Fi? Zhang Daoyi's face turned ugly. He did not change his clothes, still wearing the dragon robe and holding the 8-9 demon execution sword. One way to fly. Let's wait about the phone until we get the Skymaster to buy it. He could only do it the oldest way, by asking for directions. When passers-by saw him dressed up, they thought he was an actor and all came over to take pictures. Zhang Daoyi's eyes flinched, and instantly his cell phone all went up in smoke. The passerby was confused. What is it? Why are all our cell phones smoking? Is that so weird? When they reacted, they realized that Zhang Daoyi had long disappeared, only left some pan-fascinated people. In this a strong memory, just now that little brother is so handsome. Silverwater City is frequently adjacent to Dragon Tiger City, no more than 100 miles apart. There are dozens of large mountains in the center. A shadowy figure was terrified, and its body was blood red, as if it were dripping blood, falling to the ground. There was a circle of red mist lingering and drifting around its body. Cold moonlight fell. Can't penetrate this red mist. The interior seems to be nurturing life. Make a hideous, sinister, strange noise. Jab, jab, twitter, tsunami. Suddenly, a roar that shook the universe violently exploded open from all around the heck. The blood mist dispersed. A hideous ghostly figure was revealed inside. She was wearing a big red robe. All over, the fury was thick, as if the Arctic ice was placed in the Antarctic permafrost and frozen for 10,000 years like a piercing cold. If it was an ordinary person here, I am afraid that without the power to resist, they would be pierced through the body, penetrating the heart, and the heart would fly. It stormed into Silverwater City and tried to eat people to regain its strength. A monstrous ghostly aura, dozens of miles apart. Zhang Daoyi then felt it. Looks like you don't have to go out of town to find it. It's delivered itself. Just love guys like this who know what they're doing. After you kill it, you'll have to spit on it anyhow before you leave. Woohoo! Woohoo hoo hoo! Sirens sounded from all directions. Obviously something's wrong. It has alarmed the Mirror Inspector General's office. Zhang Daoyi laughed. Physical attacks were of no use at all against the stern ghosts. People don't even have entities. You're kidding about the bullets? Who dash? Ghostly whistles came from the distance. The glass of many high-rise buildings shattered. Bang, 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 bang. The road lifted out. Many bungalows were destroyed, broken down and reduced to rubble. Along with the vehicle, it rammed into a pile of scrap metal. The police sighed. The person responsible for this security protection. It's the policewoman of the 3rd Mirror Inspectorate, Luo Huobing. Her slender and long legs, tightly wrapped under the tight leather jacket, her slender and slender figure, showing off its plump curvature. The short hair makes her look more severe, but it doesn't detract from her beauty at all, especially those peach blossom eyes with watery waves, like it covers the entire starry sky. Crystal clear, cold light flooded the room. All of you, lean back, get back. If bullets don't work, use fire, burn it with fire. Luo Huobing's beautiful eyes were wide, not only fearful, not only excited, but more alarmed by the inexplicable appearance of the ghostly creature. It turns out that there really are severe ghosts in this world. Shocking. Worldviews are falling apart. The people under his hand, if they didn't have strong literacy, they would only be paralyzed with fear by now. Just got out of the car. There are people who are too scared to get out of the car. Team Low, what to do? This thing we're crushing against it. If we stay like this, we're bound to die. Next to him, Zhao Davu shouted. They were mirror chasers though, responsible for guarding the 10,000 lights behind them. But facing these ghostly creatures that exceeded common sense and worldview, it was not a question of whether or not to raise the will to fight. Rather, it's a matter of not having the means to deal with it. Ghosts, beyond existence, void, especially with that horrible ghostly attack. What do they fight with? You said that if it was a human being on the other side, it would be fine, and even if the last drop of blood was shed, it would certainly be blocked, because we can be sure that we can cause harm to each other. But not now. There's no hope at all, knowing full well that he wouldn't be able to inflict a single wound on his opponent with all his might. All that's left is despair. I request for backup. Don't we have a Buddhist temple in Silverwater City? Get those vultures to collect it, Luo Huobing said as she was about to make a call. Though lull, a cool breeze cut across Luo Huobing's neck. She shivered and reached up to touch her neck, but when she looked back, her beautiful eyes widened steeply. I saw a beautiful young man wearing a dragon robe, carrying a black sword in his hand and silver boots. From the endless dense fog of light, he slowly stepped out. That handsome face had two weird purple and black lines that looked like a character from a comic book. All get out of the way. I'll deal with it. Zhang Daoyi took a step out, his dragon robe unfurled with the wind, and a brilliant golden light abruptly erupted from the 8-9 Xian heavenly demon punishing sword in his hand. 13. It's not a matter of money or not. The two ghosts arrived together, swallowing the sky and changing the moon. Ask for everything. Who is this man in front of me? The moment Zhang Daoyi walked out, the police officers had their eye pupils shrinking in shock, with a great deal of doubt written on their faces, as if they had seen a sparkling crystal that was not only good-looking, but also had a powerful aura. Zhang Daoyi stepped out from the mist of light and stepped in front of the crowd, the 8-9 Xian heavenly demon execution sword in his hand, like some kind of piano string that would pulsate, emitting a hideous ringing sound. Demon killer sword. Demon killer sword. This sword is only made to kill demons. If you have a demon in your heart, you will die under this sword. Mighty increase. I'll see who dares to stand in my way. The big red-robed female ghost roared in rage, releasing a boundless and endless ghostly mist on her body, blood red like the sea, with countless ghostly wails coming from within. The power of ghosts and demons was so thick in her body that it affected the magnetic field of this city. Many residents had nightmares. If you let its ghostly power escape, probably a lot of people go mental and wake up as cuties the next day. No good. She's gone crazy. Calling headquarters. Calling headquarters. Evil ghosts have appeared outside Silverwater City. It's a real evil spirit. Requesting backup. Requesting suppressive fire. Quickly go and invite Buddha Rulai. Why don't those bald asses come yet? Seeing that the red-clothed evil spirit was about to go on a killing spree. Endless blood-red ghost gas. The bones piercing. With the female ghost with two blood scars of the fierce face. Only feel the heart and soul chills. It's too scary. They normal people take on this stuff with their fur. Got any hair? It's not even hairy. Luo Huobing stabilized the people's hearts while looking towards Zhang Daoyi, who was slowly walking towards him. You're going to. When she saw Zhang Daoyi's stance of drawing his sword, a trace of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Can't it be that this guy in front of us is going to deal with this evil spirit? Who are you? Can't you see the mirror chaser's cordon? Is this place for an actor like you? Get out of here. Get out of here. A junior police officer stepped forward to stop Zhang Daoyi and shouted angrily at him, trying to push him backward so that he could hurry and escape from this place. Zhang Daoyi sighed. Obviously the little constable in front of him was still shaking with fear, but desperately trying to get himself out of the way. Really, I don't know whether to call them pathetically stupid or adorably stupid. Strike that. 2. As it is, then let me help you remove your fear. 1. Can't you be nice and talk to people? Have a proper attitude. B. When Luo Huabing heard his tone of voice, her eyebrows frowned slightly, and after speaking in a low and quick voice, she was about to warn Zhang Daoyi. The next moment, Zhang Daoyi took one step and his silver boots stomped out a huge deep pit on the ground. Knock! His entire body was like a cannonball, shooting out, and the 8-9 Xian Heavenly Demon Execution Sword was like a silver hook, stabbing straight at the big red-robed female ghost. Fogweed! Gods! A police officer shouted out in shock at the sight. Luo Huabing's eyes were startled, and her pupils steeply condensed into a needle. This guy's not an actor? It's a real twofer. The group of police officers behind them were even more shocked beyond words, especially the police officer who wanted Zhang Daoyi to hurry up and leave the place just now. His legs directly went limp, his hands joined together, and he knelt on the ground to pray. Oh gods, kill it thank God for letting me live. In the face of life and death. Naturally, he, a young police officer, was more interested in surviving. Who the wants to be killed by a ghost? So, Zhang Daoyi became the faith in his heart at this moment. Who is he? Someone from the Taoist sect? Taoist sects don't wear Taoist robes. They wear dragon robes instead. The color of doubt on Luo Huabing's small face grew more and more intense. The sight of an evil spirit tonight would have been enough to shatter all three senses. Didn't realize. Another encounter with a surprisingly well-drawn Taoist priest. What's wrong with the world? It felt so surreal to her. But true or not, it's good to be alive. Don't dare ask for too much of anything else. She silently prayed in her heart at the moment. Even though she didn't believe in ghosts and gods, she hoped that this teenager in front of her, who suddenly appeared as if a god had descended from the heavens to help them, would be able to kill this evil ghost. You're so thick with corpse fury. You are not a human. Why are you helping them? The big red-robed female ghost suddenly condensed her eyes and roared at Zhang Daoyi who was flying over. Zombie, night ghost. Ben is a homologue. It was not surprising that he could sense the corpse demon in Zhang Daoyi's body. After all, this flesh it is the flying stiff. Nothing wrong with it. What? When Luo Huabing heard these words, her tightly closed eyes abruptly opened, her gaze trembling in shock. Asterisk. He's not human? Not a Taoist priest? Then why is he helping us? The police officers were even more confused, lost their voice in shock, and spoke with a slight tremor in their voices. You talk too much crap. Zhang Daoyi smiled coldly, and the arc of his mouth gradually widened. The 8-9 Xian Heavenly Demon Punishing Sword in his hand. A sudden chop was made in front of him, even if he has no cultivation at all. However, this demon execution sword was the one that possessed the extreme power to cut down evil spirits, born from the power of the arts, against a more powerful ghost, or a zombie, probably not. But dealing with this big red-robed female ghost whose cultivation was only a few years old was as easy and common as eating and drinking. Fizzle! The blood-red sword light was instantly enlarged in the eyes of the big red-robed female ghost, as if it was splitting the blackness of the night in front of her eyes into two. Next moment, all she felt was a tingling sensation in her body, an itch that she couldn't help but scratch. Boo! The radiant golden flames in the sky, like a sprout breaking out of the ground, exploded upwards from the body of the big red-robed female ghost, splitting her in two. No! 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 The screams of a female ghost struggling and hissing came from the golden flames. Zhang Daoyi lightly breathed a sigh of relief, closed the demon execution sword in his hand, and turned around in a dashing manner. Boom! The moment he turned around, the golden flame exploded violently in the air like an iron flower. The place was reflected in daylight, a bright and brilliant light that struck the faces of the officers. It enveloped Zhang Daoyi's body. His face was clouded with a dim shadow. Why? I'm just a normal woman. I just want a beautiful and happy family. Why are you doing this to me? Why? The female ghost's hissing sound disappeared under the night sky along with the dissipation of the golden flame. The darkness returned to silence. Zhang Daoyi flicked away the sparks that had landed on his shoulder and let out a light breath. The remaining mana in the body, completely consumed. Eyes fell on the panel in front of him. You have successfully killed the big red-robed female ghost, and have obtained the immortal Tongtian talisman. Buzz! A hovering crystal blue talisman appeared in his mind. The dense light mist enveloped it, gradually revealing the words on the talisman. These are 3 large characters written in ancient preaching script. Pass. Heaven. Talisman. Have to say. For Zhang Daoyi, who had not yet regained his strength, the Tongtian talisman was undoubtedly a very good means of killing. One is the short time it takes to outline a talisman. Another is that it consumes less mana. The last one requires less mental energy drain. Think about it. Who can't love a move that uses less blue, has a shorter cooldown, and has more releases? 14. My name is Luo Huabing. Going up the mountain to find a corpse. Corpse change? How strong is the immortal Tontian talisman? Zhang Dao only needed to possess a small amount of spiritual energy to be able to exert a powerful and terrifying power. I wonder if the corpse fury in my body can catalyze this? If you can, that's really half the battle. But even without psychic powers, buried in the ground for thousands of years, nourished by the extreme Yin of the Yellow Springs, suck the Yin dragon's resentment to nourish the body, and subjected to the corrosion of horrible evil spirits, it's safe to say, Zhang Daoyi was a walking humanoid container of necromancy. Feel free to show a little bit. It would be enough to slaughter 100,000, a million people. It's just horrible. But whenever Zhang Daoyi has the slightest evil thought, then it's over. The righteous sect walks don't live. But who is he? The purple-robed heavenly master of Longhu Mountain who has suppressed evil spirits for thousands of years. Can he be a great traitor who has lost his humanity? No way. That doesn't mean that just anyone can disrespect him. Pissed off Zhang Daoyi. Even if the king of heaven comes, it doesn't work well either. Quick, get over there and thank. What are you all waiting for? Luo Huabing reacted quickly when she saw the female ghost being tackled, and her due education made her very professional. A few of the henchmen then awed and nodded, hurrying to come forward. But, due to what that female ghost said just now, none of them quite dared to lean up. What good person would have a necrotic aura on them? Is it possible that the dead have risen? Is it possible that zombies have entered the world? Hocus pocus on them. Standing there, trembling as if on thin ice, he dared not speak. It was also necessary for Luo Huabing to come up and graciously extend her hand, smiling at Zhang Daoyi. Hello, my name is Luo Huabing, the team leader of the 3rd Mirror Inspection Division. Thank you very much for helping us to cut down the demons. In order to show our gratitude, please go back with me to sit for a statement, so that I can apply for a bonus for you. It's official. It has the strong aura of a police officer, but also has the bright and flirty look that a woman should have. Those long lashes and big eyes. Zhang Daoyi looked up and down and shook his head slightly. No need. I still need to catch the next match. Current quest, find the corpse of the murdered female ghost. Rewarded with the strange door. Ah, system. You're making me lose face. Okay. I just said I'd catch the next one. You gave me this, didn't you? The system says that this is the next ING game. Luo Huabing stood in place, her face slightly embarrassed. Then she lowered her head and laughed lightly. We don't know your honorable name yet, so why don't we? Zhang Daoyi interrupted her and waved his hand. Actually, it's not that I can't make a trip with you guys. After all, the female ghost's corpse has yet to be found. And the reason why she turned into an evil spirit was precisely because of the strong resentment that had built up in her body before she died. If she is buried properly and a treasure cave is found, it will be possible to alleviate the bane in her body. But if the body is thrown into the wild, that resentment will grow with each passing day. And instead of dispersing, it will coalesce into a ghostly fury and turn into an evil spirit. Hear this. Some of the junior police officers were instantly shocked. Fogweed. I didn't realize there was such a thing. For a while, he didn't notice the look of embarrassment on Zhang Daoyi's face. Could this be the result of a homicide? Luo Huabing scratched his chin and squinted his eyes, searching for any horrific murders that hadn't occurred in Silverwater City in the past 2 years. Maybe someone is deliberately hiding it? Quite possibly. Feng, I saw its husband from its long-cherished wish in life. I can help you see it. Zhang Daoyi faintly said. How could the system release such a ed-up quest? Shouldn't it be kill kill kill? Why do you want me to help you find her body? Nuts. But on second thought the odd man out. Okay, I'm actually a very kind person. Between the shock, the crowd had forgotten about Zhang Daoyi possessing a corpse fiend. Otherwise, if he knew that Zhang Daoyi was a flying stiff, he might be scared into a little cutie right now. The group came to the mirror chasers. Luo Huabing quickly checked the missing persons in recent years. It finally locked on to 18 women. Pull up all the pictures of their husbands. On the big screen, a photo appeared, and Zhang Daoyi saw a thick-browed man at a glance. That's him. As Zhang Dao pointed over with one hand, Luo Huabing didn't even hesitate and quickly sent someone to bring him over. After some interrogation, tricked out. 2 years ago, her wife didn't disappear by accident, but he killed her and casually dumped her body in the middle of nowhere. Come back. After a series of manipulations that thoroughly characterized the case as a disappearance, he took all the property of her wife's family for himself. God. After Luo Huabing received the report, he looked at Zhang Daoyi and laughed. Let him take us to dig up the body. Otherwise, it might be necrotic. Zhang Daoyi's eyes were slightly austere, and the purple and black lines on his face suddenly flickered with light for some reason. Ah yes, definitely. I've read before that when a corpse turns, it becomes a zombie. It's not too late. Let's move quickly ahead. A couple of junior officers were immediately alerted. Good. Then I'd appreciate it if Taoist Master would come with us again. There will be a big reward afterward. You're assisting us in the case. You're making a significant contribution to the case. You should be given an honor. Luo Huabing looked at Zhang Daoyi. How could he look so good? Why would a person who was a monk look so good? Honor is not necessary. But, Zhang Daochun consciously pulled out his sleeves and they were empty. Desperate for something to fill it up. The prize money could be more than enough. Hear that? The officers burst out laughing. Luo Huabing covered her mouth and laughed lightly. Don't worry, Daoist. The prize money will definitely not be missing you. We've got it all ready for you. Here's the bank card with the code 83. It's 100,000 in there. 100,000? Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly. What a lack of conscience. Well, that's an evil spirit. I'll slaughter it for you. Saved countless lives. Just $100,000? Too stingy. However, we are all too cultured to show our disgust. It's time to collect or collect. A mosquito leg is still a piece of meat. The night was hazy with a hint of coolness. Red and blue lights flashed across the street. Half an hour later, the group came to a mountain with an uneven, rugged and bumpy road that was only walkable. Move. Lead the way up front. The officers prodded behind them. The man struggled, glancing back every now and then. Zhang Daoyi narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy wouldn't be trying to escape, right? Sure enough, at a potholed path, the man suddenly accelerated, knocked down the two policemen in front of him, and darted into the darkness. Grass. Grandma Lee's. The police officer who was knocked over cursed. The party's concentration was on exploring the situation in front of them, and it was justifiable for them to be knocked over when they were out cold. But look at this fugitive trying to get away. Once you're in the woods, find a place to plop down. Nobody finds out. Let you run away? At this point, Zhang Daoyi, who had been following the crowd at the very back, raised his cold eyes slightly and flicked the demon execution sword in his hand. Phew! The ebony light cut through the air. It grazed the cheeks of the crowd, stabbed the man in the calf. Ah! The miserable screams of severe pain and misery instantly startled the birds and beasts in the forest to flee in all directions. God dash! God dash! Zhang Daoyi stepped out. Like an instantaneous movement, one step of 10 meters, and his residual shadow appeared in the air. After smoothly pulling out the sword from the man's calf, eyes deep, fade, no need for you to lead the way. I've found it. 15. Fogweed. He can manipulate zombies? I've found it. After Zhang Daoyi said this, a few moments of doubt surfaced on the faces of Luo Huabing and the other group of police officers. What's that supposed to mean? You found it? How come we didn't see it? Don't look for it. The Taoist master is so powerful. What he can see, how can we possibly see? Luo Huabing reacted and looked at her watch. 4:30 a.m. It's going to be dawn in a little while. After digging up the body, I can't go back to sleep. Gotta organize the material quickly, report it up, and call a briefing. There was a lot of commotion last night. At least 7 or 8 people died at the hands of that female ghost. The above held a discussion meeting overnight at this moment. Decide on the content of today's noon press conference. She's already coming our way. Zhang Daoyi did not make a move and stood still, his gaze deep and deadly, staring at the darkness in front of him. There was a terrifying corpse fury chi that was like an iron chain wrapped around one's neck, suffocating one with fear. The puzzled look on the faces of the crowd intensified. Not Big Brother. Will you get it straight? It makes us look nerdy, right? Oh Riddler, get out of Gotham. Knock. A muffled sound steeply exploded in the ears of the crowd, interrupting their thoughts. Nearby in the forest, a dark mass of light, as if it were a ball of meat, rushed over and smashed several large trees. Snap, snap, the sound of feet on the ground. The crowd had fixed their eyes and stabilized their minds that had just been startled by the shock, took a deep breath and held their breath. There won't be any more evil spirits, will there? A police officer whispered. It felt like never in my life had I been so far off the mark as I was today. So many horrible and strange things have happened. It had crashed his worldview. Misty grass. If it isn't that woman, she walks funny. There's corpse spots on her body. Isn't she dead? Is it hard to be a zombie? It's a zombie. Draw your guns. It's a zombie. Before they came out to act, they were fortunate to have reported their firearms ahead of time. Otherwise, facing these zombies, there is no power to fight back. The man lying on the ground, recognizing it as his wife, cried out in a strange cry of shock. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. It's not like I pushed you off. Yes, it's yourself. Right. It was you who tried to jump and kill yourself. No. I pushed you down. I pushed you down in order to take your whole family's property. I just wanted to be better. I just wanted to get ahead. Is that wrong? He was lying on the ground, hissing in pain, snot and tears and feces and urine all flowing out. A little bit of crying and a little bit of laughing. Like crazy. Vomit. Already, some officers are throwing up from the fumes. Luo Huabing pinched her nose and held the gun in one hand at the blurry black shadow that slowly walked over. The woman's clothes were tattered and torn. Her body was covered with green corpse spots, her limbs were mutilated and bruised, and in places they seemed to be wet from the rain, rotting and swollen. Very scary. Kill him, definitely kill him, the woman mumbled under her breath. Zhang Daoyi narrowed his eyes slightly. It seems that this woman died unjustly. Even if the grievances don't dissipate into evil spirits, even the corpse has turned into a zombie. And to kill the man in front of him. Whoosh! The woman tilted her head back, twisted it, jerked it 360 degrees, and opened her lacerated mouth, the sharp teeth inside of which look like thumb-thick nails. It's unnerving to look at. Terrible. It's just horrible. Even the older officers had never seen this scene before, and to say that their bodies didn't tremble was pure nonsense. Taoist master, please make a move to kill this evil spirit. Luo Huabing quickly ran to the side and pleaded in a low voice. Zhang Daoyi was silent as if he didn't hear it, quietly looking at the female zombie that was gradually approaching the man. Shoot it. That zombie is going to kill him. Never let him die. Shoot. Bang, 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 bang. The bullets are firing wildly. The P922 standardized pistol with a 5.6mm cartridge. The impact wasn't huge, but when it hits a person, it's sure to penetrate a bloody hole. But this woman in front of me is not a human being. She's a zombie. These bullets hit her without even a hint of pain. Even for white stiffs, freshly formed white stiffs, the bullets just caused them some damage. It would be possible to kill them if they were strafed and broke their flesh, or just a straight shot to the head. However, the woman had turned into a green stiff. You can't blast her flesh without using a powerful gun. A police officer was already reacting. To put a bullet in her head. They're not stupid? Will you stand still and let you shoot? Whoosh! The female zombie made a long leap and landed on top of the man's head, and her hand, which had rotted into withered bone, violently grabbed the top of the man's skull. Ah! The man didn't seem to be crazy or he wouldn't have screamed and peed again in fear. The screams quickly faded, because the entire top of his skull was scratched, lifted right off. The sharp pain made him faint directly, instantly lifeless. No! Luo Huabing lost her voice when she saw that he was dead. He has to be brought back to be tried by the law. Now dead. I can't tell them what to do. Taoist master, please do something. Otherwise, if he's all dead, we won't be able to practice justice. Luo Huabing begged. Zhang Daoyi stood there quietly as if he hadn't heard. The judgment of justice? If there really is a justice trial, why has this guy survived for 2 years? And again, you're a zombie yourself. What do you care if a human lives or dies? So be it. Zhang Daoyi grinned at the corner of his mouth as a hint of coldness gradually hung on his face. Pust, pust, pust. The female zombie frantically impaled the man's flesh. Let the officers shoot as much as they want. None of it can be blocked. But no one dares to step forward. After all, it's a zombie. Or a green zombie. Whoever goes will die. You guys are, really, so annoying. The female zombie let out her anger, turned the man into a puddle of mud, twisted her head, and spat out a few words brokenly from her stiff mouth. Though lull, her eyes glazed over, and through the crowd, she saw a dragon-robed figure standing at the very back. The whole thing froze instantly. You. She shook her neck, as if she had met some kind of natural enemy, or as if a mouse had met a cat, and her body kept trembling so dramatically that she was almost on the verge of cowering to the ground. The officers followed the female zombie's gaze and twisted their heads to look behind them, finally locking onto Zhang Daoyi's body. What the hell? Zhang Daoyi and the female zombie know each other? Recognized in life, or in death? If we knew each other in life, that's fine. It would be fun to know each other in death. Meet me. Zhang Daoyi raised his head slightly and finally walked forward slowly under Luo Huabing's expectant gaze. Why don't you get down on your knees? Knock. The moment the words fell, female zombie as if by 10,000 pounds of heavy pressure top, to ruthlessly pressed like, suddenly the body uncontrollable fierce double knees. 2 deep cracks appeared in both the ground. 16. Who dares to arrest this? Amitabha Buddha. The poor monk was stuck in traffic on the road. Get down on your knees. A stern cry. It resounded throughout the mountains, and the birds and beasts in the forest shivered in fear. He only felt his body chilled, as if he had been stabbed by countless needles, and he woke up with a start. Luo Huabing they only felt like falling into an ice cellar, like they were stuck in a quagmire and about to suffocate, and their throats were as terrifying as if there were 10,000 years of cold ice gas pouring into them. It's hard to bear. It's just so hard. You can die in peace. Zhang Daoyi stared indifferently at the kneeling, trembling female zombie and said indifferently. Next moment, it was actually in the eyes of the crowd. The female zombie herself thrust her hands into her head. Boo! The head exploded like a watermelon. Bang bang! Several officers opened fire. The heart hit the female zombie's body. Worried she's not dead through. Mending is indeed a good habit. However, the green stiff is dead without his head. Phew! The crowd was paralyzed on the ground. The party's nerves were tense, making them almost deflated. Taoist master, you can even order the zombies? Luo Huobing stared at her beautiful eyes. Suddenly her small face changed in shock, thinking of what the female ghost said at that time. He's got necrophilia on him. Fogweed. How can a human have a necromancer? Not at all. Unless he's not human either, but a zombie. Thinking of this, Luo Huobing covered her small mouth. The hand holding the gun trembled, gradually exerted itself. Even the nerves were tense. Just based on the strength Zhang Dao showed twice in one strike. If he really is a zombie, there was no hope of survival for his own small group. Hey, because I'm supposed to be a zombie. Zhang Daoi grinned a somewhat morose smile. Luo Huobing swallowed. However, the rest of the police officers came up and patted Zhang Daoi on the shoulder. Ha, you're such a joker. Daoist, how can you be a zombie when you behead evil spirits and zombies? Go, let's go back and have a great meal. Aftermath. I really haven't had this much fun in a long time. The crowd of police officers laughed, incredibly relaxed, pressed their brains, and had long forgotten what Zhang Daoi had said before. Zhang Daoi was dumbfounded. Well, thought there was going to be another killing spree. Luo Huobing sniffed and twitched the corners of her mouth, wanting to say but not daring to. Not big brothers. Will you guys grow up? I wonder if this guy might be a zombie. Zombies. You know what? That's cannibalistic. Luo Huobing swallowed her throat, not knowing what to say, staring at Zhang Daoi's face and sighing helplessly. So good looking. The results are not always human. It's a shame. Pity. She lamented in her heart, and suddenly, her mind inexplicably thought of the sinister soul. A love story between a man and a ghost seems to be okay? It's not that scary? The filter buff is straight up full. I don't know the Taoist master's name yet. Luo Huobing stepped forward. She calmed down and felt that it was better not to cross paths with Zhang Daoi. Previously, Zhang Daoi had made a move to kill the evil spirits, and now he was suppressing the zombies. If there is a real desire to harm them, I'm only afraid that I would have struck out a long time ago. Wouldn't even leave it until this time to kill them. Even though he is a zombie, he is definitely a good zombie. Not the kind of poisonous thing that jeopardizes society. Under me, Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi returned truthfully, not bringing any fear of worry at all. So what if I give you my real name? Who dares to kill me? Lung Fushan was the first to say no. Just then, jab. There was the sound of several sharp brakes in the distance. 3 Maybachs, parked firmly on the curb. 5 or 6 bald figures jumped out of the car, wearing wide, heavy monk's robes and cloth boots. They came up and down the trail, cursing the difficulty of the path as they ran. Normally they traveled on large, spacious roads. After all, they were received with the highest standards. The masters will not be treated badly. Years of pampering had made them vultures forget how to endure hardship. Just enjoy. Now, just walking up a hill suffers. Officer Lo, I'm sorry we're late. We're late. A tall and powerful bald monk laughed loudly, twirling his Buddha beads in one hand and holding one hand towards Luo Huobing. Those eyes kept staring at Luo Huobing with a slightly lustful glow. After all, millions of people in Silverwater, just one policewoman. Even Buddhist temples have heard of it. Oh, the masters are indeed late. It's all settled here. Seeing that this monk would not let go, Luo Huobing's face turned a few points colder, forcibly withdrew his hand, and then took out the alcohol wipes from his pocket and wiped it off. She's too dirty, especially this kind of bald ass who comes up with eyes full of color. Pretentious. It's sickening. Hey, I couldn't help it. There was a bit of traffic on the road. I'm really sorry for the delay. The delay. Monk Huiyuan stroked his bald head, spewed wine out of his mouth, and laughed. Right, Officer Lo, it's hundreds of miles from our place to here, and it takes a long time to drive, and it's met with road construction, and it's blocked there. There's no way. There's just no way. Several monks behind him spoke up. One spoke with a tongue tied and stiff, obviously drunk. Is this something that a couple of late arrivals can fix? If it wasn't for Daoi Daolong's presence, I'm afraid that not only would the mirror chasers suffer heavy losses tonight, but the lives of the people in Silverwater City would also be greatly threatened. You Buddhist temples take your salaries and don't do anything. I'll make this report to the top. Luo Huobing's face was cold and her tone was incomparably indifferent. Officer Luo, this little thing, is there a need to make it so embarrassing? In the future, maybe we have to work together often. Ha, don't be. At that time, Monk Huiyuan sneered, his tone carrying a threatening meaning. This matter is settled. It's no good for anyone to come along. I say so. Besides, this is not a small matter. This is a matter of human life. What we've encountered tonight is an evil spirit. A zombie. Don't you guys claim to have high magic power every day? How come by this time, people have disappeared? The more Luo Huobing spoke, the angrier she became. If it wasn't for their luck tonight, I happened to run into Zhang Daoyi. I'm afraid I would have died a horrible death under the hands of that evil spirit. And these Buddhist temple flower monks are drinking and singing and playing with girls? How can you let Luo Huobing endure? This report of hers is a must. Humph, a mere brat. One look from a poor monk and they are scared to their knees, begging for mercy and their souls are scattered. There are a lot of stinking Taoist priests pretending to be gods and goddesses nowadays. Don't let him fool you. Saying that, Monk Hui Yuan also disdainfully glanced at Zhang Daoyi, who stood by the side with silent and drooping eyes. Seeing that the latter didn't say anything, the more complacent he became, arrogant and cocky. Since ancient times, Buddhists and Taoists just don't get along. This stuff goes back thousands of years to the wishbone scramble. After all, the total amount of incense in the world is just that much, isn't it? If they all went to monasticism, who is going to believe in Buddha? So, the Buddhist sect resorted to opening Buddhist temples like crazy, popularizing the masses, and all sorts of nonsense. One word, cheat, to the extent that nowadays the Taoist sect is not at all as well known as the Buddhist sect. The daily smearing of Taoism by the Buddhist sect is already a normal operation. It's not strange at all. But here's what Monk Hui Yuan couldn't have imagined tonight. He pinched the wrong person. The man standing in front of him is the master of the great Qin emperor who swept across the 8 wildernesses of the world, the founding state master of the great unified Qin dynasty, the 9th generation of the Longhu mountain heavenly master, the first person in the world who was infinitely close to feathering and ascending. 17. Bald ass, eat my stick. You're practicing evil? Behead the Buddha's head 108 times. Zhang Daoyi stood with his eyes downcast. The night breeze blew the dragon robe on his body, and an inexplicable vast might spread out from his body like a tidal wave. Suddenly, it pressed towards the 3 monks of Hui Yuan like a swift wind. Say what you just said again. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly, his gaze passing through the few police officers blocking in front of him, coldly forcing his eyes on Monk Hui Yuan and the others in front of him. Monk Hui Yuan and the others were completely speechless. It just felt like something was blocking my throat. Can't speak. They were choking themselves, trying to catch their breath, trying to make a sound. Monk Hui Yuan's face flushed red until it turned purple-black, and his entire body fell into a state of extreme oxygen deprivation. Finally, all of them spurted out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground in unison. The lungs had directly exploded due to the extreme lack of oxygen, and the internal organs had even been rotted away by the corpse fury gas. Their eyeballs were rapidly whitening and festering, and even their bodies were stinking and rapidly growing corpse-like. Vomit. A police officer couldn't help but throw up at the sight. A violent stench, like the smell of piss in a cesspool after it has been exposed to the sun during the day and then placed in an airtight house to ferment for 100 years. Grass. How did they die for good reason? It's so scary. They must have done something to dishonor the gods. Do you guys think these monks could be zombies becoming? We don't know? The officers cried out in horror. It was really the scene in front of him that was too unbelievable. Luo Huobing shook her slender jade hand, her gaze looking towards Zhang Daoyi, who stood behind her, his face indifferent as if he was a divine judge. The heart had mixed emotions. She's not stupid. Just now, after Zhang Daoyi finished speaking, these guys just died, and the death was beyond bizarre. If it was man-made, only Zhang Daoyi might be able to do it. After all, since ancient times, the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect did not deal with each other, and it was extremely normal for you to fight to the death. Still, she hesitated in her mind, because at that moment, Zhang Daoyi looked at her, with those very nice eyes, and a face that was unusually handsome, with a hint of demon, looked to her. Officer Luo, these monks are most likely evil spirits. I suggest you report to your superiors truthfully. Zhang Daoyi slowly opened his mouth. Luo Huobing only felt that she could not resist Zhang Daoyi's charm. Seriously, she had never really seen someone as good-looking as Zhang Daoyi. Okay, can the Taoist priest accompany me? Not waiting for Luo Huobing to finish, Zhang Daoyi waved his hand, and his figure disappeared into thin air, sweeping into the distance. What an oddball. Luo Huobing shook her head. This guy ran off without even saying hello. But, not that she could continue to wallow in regret. There's a quick press conference to get back to. You've successfully found the female ghost's corpse, rewarded with the strange door. Too bad it's not immortal level. Also, if it was an immortal level Qi Men Dun Jia, I was afraid that with a single lift of the hand, the entire heaven and earth would be in the palm of one's hand. There are a lot of wonderful techniques in the Chimera. Zhang Daoyi's mind absorbed the moves in it with ease. Sundance technique speed. A soft gulp escaped his lips. Whoosh! It's like having the wind at your feet. The figure was like an instantaneous one, turning into streams of light and rushing towards the Qingguang temple in the west. The rush was faster. Current mission, destroy the Qingguang temple. Reward 9 deaths Great Sun indestructible body. 9 deaths in the Great Sun's indestructible body. 9 kinds of heavenly flames. Burn the body. Experience 9 deaths. Condense the body's Great Sun. Then the body and the body's body can be condensed into an indestructible body. Originally Zhang Daoyi was ready to spit out. Ing zombie, you give me a big day indestructible? Together, you're not exterminating, you're exterminating me. Grandmas, I didn't want to be able to combine it with the corpse demon in my body, completely become immortal. Even though he was a flying stiff, there are still plenty of ways to deal with him, especially the physical body. Needless to say, Tianshifu, Mao Shan, Shanqing, catching corpses, and Miaojiang, all have ways to deal with flying stiffs. Whether their current headmaster will fall or not is unknown, but it's always unsafe. What a great system, too good at thinking for himself. Zhang Daoyi hemmed and hawed. Destroy the Qingguang temple? Isn't that easy? I've been looking at this bunch of vultures for a long time, and you're driving around in a Maybach, flaunting it. It's really arrogant and over the top. This goes to extermination. When a lesson is taught to these bald asses, the darkness before the dawn is the darkest. But for a few minutes, Zhang Daoyi then rushed to Qingguang temple. The moment the temple was quiet. By the book, this point would have been when the monks were reading and chanting in the temple, but none of them showed up. As soon as Zhang Dao leaped to the attic, he heard the sounds of playful fighting and all sorts of unending lustful noises coming from inside. Oh, that's a pretty fancy way to play. Chi men, open. Zhang Daoyi's feet stepped, and his figure landed on the Buddhist temple in a flash. This place is isolated. Currently, the Chi-men dunya under his control could encompass a 10-mile radius of space. In the area, he is God. Knock. The demon execution sword in Zhang Daoyi's hand buzzed and trembled, emitting a solemn killing sound. The figure turned into streams of light and rushed into the attic. Shasta. The corpse fury was like a shocking wave that suddenly pressed into the attic in the deepest part of the Buddhist temple. Inside, Master Guang Tian, with his white eyebrows on the ground, was hugging several beautiful women left and right, drinking and eating meat. It's more about practicing evil, sucking in a woman's in spirit, grow a few bodies. This dozens of meters high attic was not the holy light and holiness that people usually saw. It's just a place for them monks to enjoy themselves and indulge their desires. Boo! The gate blew up. Even the armor lock, which had been counterlocked from the inside, was dry shattered. The power of the flying stiff's flesh. It is not something that can be resisted by a small armor lock. Zhang Daoyi could crush it with his bare hands. The loud noise echoed through the Buddhist temple, instantly alarming all the monks in the attic. They rose from their beds in fright and looked downstairs. Aha! The woman screamed, trying to pull at her clothes to protect her torso, but there were no clothes at all. They panicked and covered it with their hands. See this look? Zhang Daoyi smiled disdainfully. That's not generous at all. Why do you have to sympathize and try to cover it up when it's obviously dirty? It's just ridiculous. Pust, pust, pust. Zhang Daoyi's eyes held a hint of coldness, and anyone who fell into his eyes was stabbed with a sword, blood arcing through the air. The only thing that didn't splash onto Zhang Daoyi's dragon robe. You? Who are you? How dare you kill someone? A monk saw the body of the woman who had fallen at his feet and stepped backward with a shudder of terror. Hurriedly searching for the staff in his hand, he tried to kill Zhang Daoyi. Have all you guys who don't even practice forgotten how to hold a staff? Buddhism, so that's what it's all about. Zhang Daoyi shook his head and chopped down the demon execution sword in his hand with great disappointment. Beads of blood slid down the blade to the ground. A naked head rolled down to Zhang Daoyi's feet. Boo! He indifferently took a step and stepped on his head as if he was walking on flat ground, senselessly killing the charging monk. You might as well slumber in the last night before dawn. 18. The Qingguang temple has been exterminated? Wanted all over the net. You, who the hell are you? Who is it? How did my Qingguang temple offend you? The old monk Guang Tian, with his white eyebrows trembling, was so unclothed that he didn't even have a rag that could cover his body. Because this attic is filled with instruments of pleasure, there will be no clothing in itself. Zhang Daoyi had long since closed his eyes. The disgust for these guys grows and grows. The blade of the sword was already eroded by blood, gradually turning blood red. The ground was covered with corpses, broken arms, stumps, heads, women's and monks, hanging on the stairs, lying on the steps, embedded in the walls. Zhang Daoyi ascended the 9 heavy buildings. Meet old monk Guangtian. This guy is a guru in the eyes of outsiders, a guru of universalizing the multitudes of beings, a guru of mercy and wide love, a master of the way, a wise man who does not enter the world, a saint with countless filters to add. Actually, just a ing stench, imprisoning these women for their pleasure and practice, brainwashing young girls, young women, for their slavery. It's not mundane anymore, it's the stench. Gee, this blood stinks. Zhang Daoyi licked the blood on the blade of his sword and spat it out. I have plenty of money. The entire hundreds of millions of assets of the Qingguang temple can be given to you. Release it to me. If you release me, monk Guang Tian thought, well, as long as you have a life, you don't worry about money at all. Go somewhere else and keep fooling around when the time comes. It's like if I kill you, all of this will be mine too, right? What's more, money is of no use to me at all. I can have as much as I want. That's true. Who the hell can be like Zhang Daoi, running around in valuable antiques? Any one of them is worth hundreds of millions of dollars. You. Monk Wang Tian was so angry that he spat out blood and couldn't speak. At this point, the sky lit up with a morning sun. Faint purple and gold beams of light shone inside through the eyes of the Buddha statue at the top of the attic. At that moment, the entire attic was as if it was draped in holy light, incomparably pure and peaceful. What a sanctuary! What a shame! Zhang Daoi shook his head, his eyes indifferent as he swung his sword blade from above. Pust! Monk Wang Tian's body trembled. His eyes rolled upwards and he turned into two halves. Hundreds of heads rolled down. Blood is flowing. Inside the building, the pungent smell of blood, as if the sea fish that had been salted for hundreds of years had been placed in the sun under the sunshine, and then its innards were pulled out and laid on top of it, and the fishy smell emanated from it after it had been placed in the cold storage room and frozen. This place has turned into a place of great evil. No one dares to come. It's even likely to coalesce into a ghostbuster. Zhang Daoi was too lazy to purify their ghostly aura. We'll talk about it later. They also don't deserve to be purified themselves. How can a bunch of stinky things be angry? Killing them would have been merciful to them. You have successfully overthrown the Qingguang Temple and gained the Nine Deaths' Great Sun indestructible body. Knock! Muffled sounds exploded inside Zhang Daoi's body. A flash of golden light as bright as a holy radiance, as if a blazing sun was condensing within its body, and the rich corpse fiend power, with the appearance of this golden light, crashed madly over like an enemy. Just after Zhang Daoi's countless corpse fiend power rushed towards the golden light, the golden light exploded and actually turned into a golden mouth, sucking in all of the corpse fiend's power. Still play like that? Zhang Daoi felt the anger of the flesh, a flying stiff who was invincible in the world, an existence that was strong enough to compete with the old heavenly master, but it was clouded by the little bit of golden light inside. The corpse fiend power wanted to struggle and climb out, but it didn't want to. The suction of the golden light was incomparably strong. It instantly swept it up, completely melted into one. Boom! Zhang Daoi's body suddenly erupted with a brilliant rainbow-like purple-black blaze. He was like a purple and black sun. Glitter! Incredibly gorgeous. A wheel of black and white light rose behind his head. Zhang Dao had a pair of eyes, one black and one white, as if he were a heavenly god of yin and yang, with death and life entwined, allowing him to comprehend the secrets of life and death. Is this the great sun indestructible body? Zhang Daoi shook his hand slightly. The power that filled his body was stronger than before, not just invincible in the flesh. Mana was recovering even more rapidly. Not bad. This time, he was able to use the Immortal Passage talisman several times. Dawn. Zhang Daoyi's figure had long since left. The Buddhist temple remains quiet. There was only a wisp of blood that gradually wafted into the noses of the incense guests. What the hell? Why was there such a strong odor of blood in the Buddhist temple? Shankers became alarmed and made phone calls. Luo Huobing and the others hadn't had time to rest yet, but it was a call that was received and quickly rushed over. After breaking through the Buddhist gate, they sought the smell of blood and came straight to that Silverwater City's Buddhist pavilion, the place of holy light. This is it. Luo Huobing's pretty face had an unconcealable sense of exhaustion. Stayed up 2 big nights in a row. For whoever isn't sleepy, there are also reports to catch up on, which is draining. Really need to age early. Open the gate. The officers stood in front of the door, not daring to go forward, and only after hearing Lu Huobing's order did they go forward and carefully open the door. As soon as the door opens, tsunami. The dense and terrifying ferocious blood chi in the room actually converged into a bloody Buddha ghost face that rushed towards Luo Huobing and the others. But in the moment of seeing the sunlight, it instantly dissipated into nothingness. Grandma, what's going on? What's going on in here? Vomit. The officers went up to explore and wondered why there was this strong aura of blood back in the house. But after looking at the scene inside the house, instantly his stomach turned. Spit out his breakfast. Non-stop dry heaving. Vomit. Vomit. It's not just the smell of blood that hits you. Even more so, I saw the remains of broken fingers all over the ground. The killings were extremely brutal. Broken bodies all over the ground. An old constable, holding back his gagging sensation, cautiously approached the door and shouted in a trembling voice. Luo Huobing's eyes slightly condensed, pressing down the uneasiness in her heart, and after going up to see the situation, her heart and mind steeply sank. These monks of Qingguang Monastery, all dead. Not only were these monks dead, but there were actually women in the house. A lot of women's bodies. These pussy things. I didn't realize it was like this behind the scenes. A police officer cursed indignantly. The revered guru of days gone by. After all the fuss, it's a lecherous man. Look at the way they died. They were chopped off by a sword blade. The cut-off surface is very smooth. Definitely an expert. It must be the work of the Taoist sect, right? A police officer wiped the sweat from his face. So many monks died. How are they going to deliver? Even though these guys were living a life of dissipation, the crime was not mortal. But someone stepped in and killed them. Luo Huabing didn't say a word. Her eyebrows slightly furrowed, and there was a hint of exhaustion and helplessness in her eyes. She already had an answer for the killer. Who else could it be if not Zhang Daoyi? But she did not say so. The benefit of the doubt. What's more, it wasn't even certain at this point, merely a guess in her mind. Put out a wanted notice on the whole network, Luo Huabing said in a deep voice. What? The officers looked horrified. Wanted all over the net? This means that what the monks of Qingguan Temple do will be exposed to the public. It would have been a bad influence. It will be worse now. It can even affect the entire Buddhist temple. Oh, then otherwise, didn't these monks die in vain? Luo Huabing smiled coldly. She had long abhorred these monks. The moment. A double entendre. If you don't expose the monks' deeds, then you won't be investigating the case for them, and it really would be a wasted death. The person behind the scenes who killed these monks was himself trying to expose the deeds of the Qingguan Temple, and if he didn't, wouldn't these monks have died in vain? The officers proceeded quickly. Soon, Silverwater City puts out a bolo, describes in detail what the monks of the Qingwang Monastery did, as well as the scene of the crime. News flash. It instantly sent shockwaves across the internet. It was as if an atomic bomb had landed in the sea, blowing up a 10,000 meter tsunami. 19. The heat is detonating all over the internet. Back to the light. Bald asses at the door? The wanted notice was posted online. There was an instant uproar. Countless melon-eating netizens come and go. They scrambled to flood under these topics. Wanted to see what kind of fierce man could kill hundreds of people in a row. Butchered an entire Buddhist temple. Hashtag the Qingwang Monastery was exterminated, with hundreds of dead. Hashtag. Hashtag is the killing of hundreds of people a loss of humanity or a lack of morality? Hashtag there are actually hundreds of women's bodies in the pilgrimage pavilion of the Qingwang Temple. Hashtag drinking monk? A monk of the world? Hashtag. A random topic is enough to ignite the entire internet. Now, it's all there. One moment. Public opinion then ignited the internet. Heat explosion. The knuckleheads are climbing. The top 5 hot searches are all over the place. The number of real-time searches for the number 1 hot search hit 100 million. The comments broke 10 million in minutes. A while back, the one that set off the public opinion conversation was a billion girls' dream male celebrity marriage. Hot 90 million. At one point, it took down Weebly. In comparison, it's really just a big deal. The topic is now 130 million hot. If the servers hadn't been beefed up before, I'm just afraid that Weebly would have been played out by now. A ruthless man. An absolutely ruthless man. Killing hundreds of people in a row. Tough guys? It's all werewolf extermination. I almost thought I traveled to ancient times. And there's extermination. Shocked the world off Oggrass. It should be said not to say. The kill is indeed cool. These stinking monks have long been unable to look at them. Asterisk. These human-like things in Ao Quan Temple, brainwashing women to be playthings for them. I really think they deserve to be killed after seeing the photos streaming out of the scene. One can only say that Qingguang Temple has disgraced the Buddhist sect. Oh, Buddhism are the same. You just look at them in and out of the car on the line. A while ago is not also broke out their salary of more than 100,000 well a month? The key is that the murderer didn't leave a single trace of the scene, and the surveillance of Awakuji Temple was always turned off at that time, so I can only say that they deserved their bad luck. Oh, turned off the surveillance just to have fun. Don't want to give people a chance to take advantage of it. Deserved it. Some people rushed up to the other Buddhist sects and shouted invectives at the sight of the monks of the Green Light Temple, who had actually brainwashed their own wives, their own daughters. Online, the topic of Buddhism has come up. This is despite the fact that all the major temples have paid to keep the heat down. But the protests of the crowd could not be resisted. Can such an extravagant and obscene life not make the common people angry? The kill. Instead of sympathizing, people disguised themselves as supporting what Zhang Daoyi had done. The major Buddhist temples are caught in a state of helplessness. LOL. Rapidly rushed to the Greater Thunderbolt Monastery for a meeting and consultation. It must be the work of the Taoist sect. They just can't see us as good. Grass. I just accepted the prayers of 2 young girls last night, and I wanted to help them with their golden bodies today. But I'm delaying things. If it's a Taoist, which Taoist would it be? Hey, you guys, could it be that rumor that just popped up recently? Hiss. It can't be, can it? You're saying it's Zhang Daoyi, the 9th ancestor of the Heavenly Master's mansion? Isn't this news fake? How can someone who's been dead for over 2,000 years come to life? If they do come alive, Then they are zombies. Zombies. He, who cares if he's really alive or not? Can't we make him truly alive? The Buddhist sect will prosper and recreate the prosperity of thousands of years ago. The Taoist sect will eventually decline. Buddha was originally the way. Thousands of years ago. In order to be able to take root in this vast land, the Buddhist sect then allowed the Taoist sect to kill each other and fight internally for hundreds of years. The Taoist sect's qi is depleted, and its fortunes are in decline. The Buddhists took advantage of the opportunity to seize the power of incense and wishes, supported by the multitudes. In this way, it took root and established a foothold in this place, and rapidly expanded its territory, pressing the Taoist sect never to return to its former glory. Now, there is a life and death crisis in the Buddhist sect. The internet is so advanced that the Buddhist sect will be spewed to death by the netizens in a few days. It's not going to end well. Naturally, the door may not even be open. It might even get everything shut down. Monks who have been enjoying it for so many years. Naturally, the ensuing fiasco was not allowed to happen. So, the source must be addressed. One set of people to instigate infighting in the Dao sect, and one set of people to find me who destroyed the Qingguang temple. Only if both things are accomplished will my Buddhist sect be able to survive this calamity. A pale, soft voice came out from behind the red veil, white eyebrows hanging to the ground, white beard falling to the ground, the old monk twirling his Buddha beads, with a silky, watery, wonderful shadow wrapped around his body, which is in the degree of earthly lust. Has the master already cultivated to this realm? If you cut off your lust, you will be able to add to your golden body and sit down to become a Buddha. Someone narrowed their eyes slightly and murmured in a low voice, "Ha, I'm not going to degree in lust. There's no need for that. That's right. It's better to enjoy yourself than to suffer. I'll do it again when I'm old. Going back in a while, there are several other human women waiting for me to be realized. When I do, I'll take a video and send it to the group, so that you can see how I've been realized." Ha 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 ha. A roar of laughter erupted in the great hall. "Take my great thunder sound temple's echoing light." The old voice rose again, interrupting their laughter. When the crowd heard this, their faces instantly became solemn and their hearts were heavy. Back to the light. It's a legendary artifact. I didn't want it to actually exist. They couldn't believe it and looked at it with wide eyes. This treasure guide, no one can catalyze it now, but the Buddha left behind means that we later generations can only activate 3 times. Now, there are only 2 chances left, and you can only use them once, so there is absolutely no room for error. The pale voice behind the red veil, like a woozy sound into the ears, planted the degree flower on their hearts and minds, and their minds were completely under its control at this moment. Yes, in the great hall, the sound of neat chanting soon came out. It's like a flood of bells, like the Buddha's presence in the world. It gives an immense sense of majesty and sanctity. Lung Fu Shan, the heavenly master's mansion. Zhang Ji was sitting under the stone statues of the 3 real people, his head topped with the Xian crown, his hands cupping Dharma seals as he practiced meditation. Ta-da-da-da. 2 sharp running noises came from outside the door. "Master La, it's no good. There's a bunch of vultures outside the door." 3rd generation disciple Xian Tong shouted, "Master, we can't stop these vultures. They came in hard. What should we do?" 3rd generation disciple Xian Feng asked in a deep voice, "Where are the spirit gold Taoist masters and the others?" Zhang Yi frowned slightly, wondering what these bald asses were doing here. He doesn't even go online very often, had no idea what was breaking on the internet. For Zhang Daoi's destruction of the Qingguang temple, causing the world to tremble, the Buddhist sect reported the Tianqifu private zombies, sheltering zombies, pressing a word of knowledge. The Taoist master and the others have already gone over, but they still can't stop them. These bald donkeys are cursing our heavenly master's house outside. The incense guests can't listen to them anymore, and quite a few of them have already left. Xian Feng said in a deep voice, "It really gives them guts." Zhang Ji slowly got up and patted the Taoist robe on his body. The lineage of heavenly masters has been passed down for thousands of years. Both the strength and the heart are carved from the same mold. Grumpy, people don't offend me. I don't offend them. If a person commits a crime against me, he will be killed. Go. I'd like to see what these bald asses want. 20. To ask for an explanation? Should I tell my old man? I'd like to see what these bald asses want. Zhang Ji drooped his shoulders and flung his Taoist robe. His eyes coldly seized the door and went out. His aura was not angry, and the air pressure on him could be felt from a long distance away. Taoism and Buddhism. Into the water does not offend the river water for 100 years. Nowadays, they took it upon themselves to pick a fight. Are you looking for death? These bald assholes are secretly doing some kind of metamorphosis. It's not that Zhang Yi doesn't know. When I was young, I was nicknamed the dog that beats the bald ass. He had seen a lot of those dirty things in the Buddhist sect and had thought about destroying it. How can anyone believe in such a thing? Ridiculous to the core. But his master suppressed his inner thoughts. Everything must exist for a reason. So much so that, In his old age, Zhang Yi was much less murderous and no longer had the same thoughts as before. It's a long way off. Then I heard the vultures mouthing the true sutra. Amit Ba, the Buddhists say. Photiagarna also. Lokshashiana also fell. The sky of birth, death, reincarnation, cause and effect. No rest, no sleep to race the immortals. There are still immortals in the sky beyond the sky. Daoist Spirit Gold. If the old heavenly master doesn't step forward to give an account today, I'm afraid that the poor monk won't be able to retreat. Said, the old monk at the head, clad in a purple and gold robe, had a face full of transverse flesh, and his fatty flesh showed signs of drooping, but his gaze was exceptionally kind and compassionate, easily making people think that this was a kind and high monk, chief of Tianfeng Monastery, high priest of Guanyuan. He folded his hands and his eyes were pious, with a look of generosity and righteousness for the sake of the multitudes. My Buddhist family has been disgraced by the appearance of such a traitor from the Qingguang temple, and I have come here to apologize to the Tao ancestor and the Buddha. But, we have come today not only to ask for forgiveness, but also to protect the multitudes. The high priest of Guanyuan spoke loudly and softly, looking around at the incense burners as he spoke, molding his persona. There were monks around carrying equipment to videotape and broadcast live? You can still play like that? It directly gave Daoist Spirit Gold and the others a whole lot of confusion. Originally, they were planning to slap one of them and blow these bald asses off the mountain. Results: people come straight up with a live sticker to the face. It made Spirit Gold Taoist leader and the others smile on their faces and shout MMP in their hearts. Him, playing games with me? Don't end up walking at night in the future. When have they ever been so stifled? Being blocked in front of the house and scolded. There is no way to fight back, much less kick them out. After all, people in the name of protecting all beings, let the heavenly master give a statement. Daoist Spirit Gold did not dare to reply. Say nothing. You said that my Tianqifu doesn't have an ancestor, and the other Buddhists want you to swear in front of the idols of the three real people. So won't you just reveal yourself? What's the point of having a live studio audience watching? You said that my Tianqifu has an old ancestor and a zombie. That's even ing better. Daoist Spirit Gold, why don't you say something? You have to give all of us here an answer. Within your heavenly master's mansion, is there a private stash of zombie ancestors or not? High Priest Guang Yuan's eyes showed a fierce light as he coldly stared at Daoist Spirit Gold, forcing the question in a stern voice. The hands hidden in the sleeve robes of Daoist Spirit Gold and the others trembled slightly. You wait for daddy, waiting for the descent. I'll ing sack you guys. Our Tianqifu's business is none of your bald ass's business. It's okay to off. An old, low voice came out. The crowd backed out of the way. His eyes fell on the silhouette at the back. Zhang Ji's shoulders drooped. His stance was erect, and his dragon walked, his gaze ferociously scanning these bald asses. Shut up. Fade 2 words. Instantly, dozens of monks closed their mouths, unable to speak. Woo woo woo. A monk pointed to his mouth, signaling that he couldn't speak. Old Tianqi's 80 years of power is not something that these vultures in the district can withstand. As Daoist Spirit Gold and the others thought this in their hearts, they were finally relieved. Phew. The next step is up to the old Sky Master. Old Celestial Master, we respect you as a person, but this matter, which concerns the masses of people, you have to give us an answer. High Priest Guan Yuan mouthed the Buddha's name, his voice trembling a little under the old heavenly master's pressure. But in order to be able to clear the Buddha's name, one can only continue to speak with a stiff upper lip. What reply? You think you're worthy of talking to me just because you're wearing a purple and gold robe? Get off to the side, before I get mad. If you want to ask questions, let that old miscreant from the Great Thundersound Temple come and ask. The old heavenly master flung his sleeve robe, and an invisible wave of air lifted all these vultures out of the air. Guan Yuan rolled around on the ground several times and ended up on his back, unable to stand up in pain. They Buddhists indulged in lust every day, so how could they be a match for the Taoist people who had a clear mind and practiced day in and day out? Just kidding. The old celestial master did this and even gave a yay to the live camera. The live studio audience went numb. Not. How did the big show they've been waiting for end before it was even on? The old celestial master waved his sleeve robe and the people were gone? Please, please, please old celestial master give us multitudes a reply. High Priest Guan Yuan thought of the task he was given before he left. Deadly clenched teeth. Even though his body was in pain, he still opened his mouth and shouted, because he knew that if he couldn't throw dirty water on the heavenly master's house, what awaited him when he went back was death. And in the heavenly master's mansion, no matter how much of a fuss is made, the old heavenly master won't lay a finger on the killer. Looking at High Priest Guan Yuan's self-sacrificing appearance like that, the crowd thought for a moment that he was doing it for himself. Already, a number of incense guests chimed in. Give us an answer. Give us an answer. Give us an answer. Zhang Jue gazed slightly, his face indifferent. How my heavenly master's house's old ancestor is. We descendants don't know, nor do we deserve to know. In addition, Guang Yuan, your heavenly peak monastery once plagued hundreds of human women. Do you have to give everyone an answer as well? The crowd sniffed. Another bombshell news story breaking? Old heavenly master, as the chief of the righteous sect, you cannot spit blood and slander us. The high priest Guang Yuan immediately changed his face in shock and roared loudly. I've given you an answer. Do you want to give me one? Zhang Yi opened his mouth indifferently. The figure had appeared in front of Guang Yuan at an unknown time. You dare to swear to your real person that you really don't know? Guang Yuan coldly shouted. Sure. Zhang Yui laughed. He really didn't know where the ancestor had gone. Grass. How is that possible? Didn't you say that the ancestor of the heavenly master's house was a zombie? Didn't you say it was 100% true? Pit me. Grass. Guang Yuan roared and cursed in his mind. Now, aren't you going to give me an answer too? If you don't give it, I, the old ancestor of the heavenly master's mansion, don't mind going to all of your Buddhist sects to demand an answer. The corner of Zhang Yi's mouth slowly curved into an arc. 21. Old ancestor to give you a voice call? Not big brother. You didn't fight on your knees. Ancestor? Didn't you say just now that the heavenly master's mansion doesn't have an ancestor? Why is there an old man here? You're kidding me. Say, isn't it time to give an account to the multitudes? Zhang Yi sneered and stomped on Monk Guang Yuan's wrist, breaking it. A scream of misery. It sent shivers down the spine of the surrounding crowd. Scalp numbness. It was as if the pores of his body were pierced by needles. Incredibly painful. Monk Guang Yuan covered his hands, sweating coldly in pain. Carry it away. In the future, if you want to come to my Tianshi mansion for questioning, put on a proper attitude. And I don't want to see a second time of this kind of yelling and screaming like today. Zhang Jue snorted coldly. I thought to myself, I should get through to my oldest ancestor and get him a cell phone so I can voice chat whenever I want. Not to mention, today the Buddhist sect came to the door for no reason. It's just too weird. Half an hour later, when the old celestial master Zhang Yi saw the exploding news, the whole thing was in a daze. The Qingwang temple has been destroyed? What a joke. No wonder Monk Guang Yuan came to the door. Here's why. Grass. The old celestial master's head broke out in a cold sweat, and his back was wet with cold sweat. The old ancestors were cowhide. Hundreds of people were killed in one breath. Even his scalp went numb as he watched. Quickly, transmit the voice to the old ancestor and ask him where he is in a hurry. Zhang Yi shouted in a deep voice. Daoist spirit gold hurriedly brought the heavenly master's order over. Old ancestor, where are you? There's no echo. What? Could it be a mistake? The transmission is not right? Repeat. This is Zhang Yu. Please can you send a message to the old ancestor so that he can call back? That's not true. Forgot. Old Joe. He didn't give me a way to send a message. Grandma's. Zhang Yu was now a bit panicked in his heart. If we can't reach the old man, wouldn't it be cool? In case it turns out that Lao Zu did it. Will the Tenchi mansion be erased outright? Direct physical erasure? Old Joe. Where are you? Sorry, I didn't see it earlier. I'm at Black Bear Ridge right now, and there's something here that I need to take care of. Zhang Daoyi's voice came out from the heavenly master's order. Phew! Upon hearing the voice of the ancestor, Zhang Yi then breathed a long sigh of relief. After a few brief words, Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly. No need to take it to heart. Nothing will happen to the heavenly master's palace, and they won't be able to investigate me, unless I'm too lazy to deal with the details myself and blow my own cover. Even if I'm exposed, no one will be able to touch a single finger of the heavenly master's mansion. His physical body was now immortal and could be revived with a drop of blood. It's like wearing resurrection armor, and it's an infinite resurrection armor, unless you nuke it and just don't give any chance of recovery. Snap! Zhang Daoyi stepped on the withered branches and leaves, and there was a creaking sound under his paws. On Black Bear Ridge, the old trees were dim, the branches and leaves were dense, and the mist was so heavy that the sunlight could not penetrate down, making the place look extraordinarily dim and deep. Every now and then a crow or two would caw. Gah! Gah! Zhang Daoyi gazed slightly. Raise your eyes to the panel. Current mission, destroy the Black Bear Ridge zombies. Reward golden light divine spell. Finally came the jutsu moves. So, Zhang Daoyi said he'd make a trip. Isn't it just to exterminate some zombies? No effort at all. Just ask, which zombie shall not bow down obediently in front of himself? It's a joke. Fingers pinch a flash of aura. A purple and blue electric talisman was outlined in front of him. Sizzling. Miso. Zhang Daoyi's feet were windy. His feet stepped on the wind and thunder. The wind sped, and he flew to the deep ditch of the Black Bear Ridge. Knock! A thunderbolt struck down. A sudden muffled sound came from below the deep ditch. Below the deep gully. A group of zombies are sucking the underground yin chi. Just good practice. Suddenly the body trembled. Eyes have looked up. That. Who is it? Dare to come and disturb the old man's purification. What an abomination. Anger caused their green spots all over their bodies to suddenly erupt in bursts of green necrotic poison. Boom boom boom. Boom boom boom. The boundless and endless green mist, like a giant dragon charging into the sky, killed Zhang Daoyi at the edge of the deep ditch. No wonder I was told to exterminate it. Looks like there's really quite a lot of stuff in the ground. Zhang Daoyi's eyes were indifferent as he looked down into the deep ditch. In a roiling green mist, dozens of blurry zombie shadows emerged from the bottom. Immortal, 5 Thunder Tribune. Wisps of purple-blue thunder-ons were suspended around Zhang Daoyi's body, and as his fingers rotated in the air, they were quickly strung together like small swimming dragons and snakes, gradually converging to form a 5 Thunder Ministry General's talisman. This talisman is the demon-suppressing talisman of the 9 generals under the 5 Thunder Marshal. The incantation on the talisman is composed of 8 invocations. The full text is, "Providence is all mine, and the thunder is silent. All armies obey the order. As I overlap, Dengong Chenwu, listen to the clouds hanging down. Marshal of the 5 Thunders, the 9 departments follow me. Quickly invite the 9 generals under the 5 Thunders Grand Marshal to suppress the demons. Quickly invite the 5 Thunders Grand Marshal to descend to the dust." Ed. Knock. The immortal 5 Thunder Ministry talisman was like the might of an immortal, vast and unfathomable, terrifyingly lingering and murderous. The roiling thunder light, filled with vast righteousness, like a brilliant thunder light thunder sun, suddenly turned into 9 generals, holding swords, spears, axes and halberds, hammers, clubs and sword chapters, and with just a gentle vibration, they blasted away the green necrotoxic poison that permeated within the entire deep ditch. Roar! 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 The green stiffs below were stunned. They stared at each other with wide eyes, and the rotting flesh on their bodies actually melted at a speed visible to the naked eye at this moment. It quickly dissolved into bone water. The air was permeated with 3 or 2 thunderbolts. It's like a deadly poison to them. It's as if Fai had brought out the demon shining mirror. These zombies were instantly wiped clean. It's horrible. Hey, stop hiding and get your ass out here, or I don't mind turning this deep ditch upside down. Zhang Daoyi's gaze fell on the ground below the deep ditch. The seemingly flat ground there was actually a huge deep pit. There were 2 terrifying auras hidden inside. Any random one that came out of the world caused Silver Water City to be destroyed, probably at the level of a black stiff king. Zhang Daoyi gazed slightly. Zombie strength can be completely based on the color of its body to judge. White, green, black, red and purple hair fly. Those green stiffs in the square, just by the 5 Thunders talisman irradiation cannot withstand. Instantly ashes. The strength is weak. No brains yet. But the Black Stiff King was different. The Black Stiff's physical body was already strong enough. If it devoured its companion, it would evolve into another route. The Black Rigid King, with abilities almost as good as the Red Rigid. Flesh is perverted. It's no problem to resist rockets hard. A bullet hitting it is a tickle. The point is, this thing isn't afraid of daylight anymore. Can walk in the hot sun briefly, for a long time. It would naturally result in a huge drop in strength and damage to the physical body. Deep underground, a vast Yin river flowed silently, with wisps of black Yin chi emerging from the river from time to time. A flower that looked like a yellow spring appeared on the river, and it was beautiful. 4 or 5 caves connected together. A cold, biting wind blew from within. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Here comes a furious god. Angry shouts came out from one of the caves. Immediately after, like someone sneezed, a terrifyingly gloomy and deadly cold air suddenly rushed out from the cave. The Yin River raged and roared, like roaring with him. What to do? How the did you even invite the 5 Thunder Generals? Can't beat it. A black figure sprang out of the cave and stood on the frozen Yin River, and on closer inspection, it was a woman. Her flesh was intact and she was dressed in black gauze, and judging by the costume it was probably a 5th-generation Chinese dress from 1,000 years ago, if it wasn't for the fact that she was so thick with corpse fury. Just by looking at its intact, absolutely beautiful and cold face, one would think it was a living person. You have to fight even if you can't. Grass. He can't kill me anyway. Big deal. I'll vanish into the Yin River, turn around and run away. A rumbling like thunderous roar came from the cavern. Immediately after, a huge 3-meter-tall silhouette slowly bowed out of the cave. Every step, the water of the Yin River trembled with it. Those huge feet, like mutated giants, stomping a deep hole in the ground. Oomph, just you? I can't even beat you. Aren't you looking for death if you go? Go ahead and fight if you like. The woman laughed coldly, and 3 bizarre red lines appeared on each side of that pretty face, and a blood-red lotus flower slowly coalesced at the center of her eyebrows. If Zhang Daoyi was here, he would definitely recognize his true identity. This is a 1,000-year-old red stiff. 22. Red stiffs on their knees? Take me in. I want to get better so bad. What a loser. You're just scared to death. Otherwise you wouldn't have just cultivated a red stiff all these years. The black stiff king's mouth was spewing thick black corpse fury chi, and his thick, mountain-like corpse was completely different from the red stiff's wonderful, delicate body that was like a living person. It was covered in all kinds of spots, with holes and pits forming where the rot had set in, and it looked very scary. The large head, like a swollen and fat pig's head soaked in water for dozens of days, was black and white, with crooked teeth that oozed black saliva. What are you doing out here? It stinks. Get your ass back in there. The red stiff lady pinched her nose and waved her hand in disgust. She didn't want to be around this smelly guy, if it wasn't for absorbing the underground yin chi, especially these yellow spring flowers and yin river water in front of them. All of them were treasures that would help her cultivate. Anyone who comes along won't give up. Hundreds of years ago, the two fought over this place. The black stiff king saw that the red stiff lady didn't dare to fight for her life, so he fought to the death. It didn't work out in the end. Both sides are tied. Choose to split this place equally. Humph. Speaking as if you're a cow. After all these years, aren't you still a black stiff? The red stiff nymphette sneered and raised her head to look into the ground, her gaze seemingly penetrating through the 10 or so meters thick layer of the ground and looking at Zhang Daoyi above the deep trench. A slight frown creased her brow. There was a touch of doubt. What's going on? Why do I sense a strong fury from him? It's just like me. It's like the suppression of a bloodline soul. From this Taoist priest, he actually felt the origin aura? Did you feel it too? This guy has necrophilia on him, and there are very many of them. If we kill him and swallow it, we can definitely get stronger. What's more, after all these years, I have indeed improved. The black stiff king coldly smiled, and his two fists blasted into each other, emitting a popping sound that shook up the ripples, flooding layers of waves and seafood, rushing towards the surrounding stone pillars. Boom, boom, boom. The Yin River roars. The yellow spring flowers all shattered and merged into the water of the Yin River. Subsequently, the Yin Chi in the Yin River spread crazily, and all of it converged on his body. Asterisk 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 in hell. You took advantage of the opportunity to take my Yin Chi. Seeing this, the red stiff nymphette hurriedly stepped out to fight for it. Bitch, you know nothing. I'm doing this to kill him, and when the time comes, we'll split the corpse fiend power in his body equally. The black stiff king roared. Good. The red stiff lady's heart made a calculation. This deal is quite good. It can be done. Hey, if you two don't come out, I'm going to blow up the mountain. Zhang Daoyi's cold voice, like a vast heavenly sound, roared down through the ground and penetrated into the 10 meters deep cavern. The red stiff lady covered her ears and felt her delicate body tremble. It was too terrifying. This guy's strength seemed to be stronger than they had imagined. Grandma, die for me. The black stiff king roared, the rich black power of corpse fury on his body. It's like a horrible, horrible night in hell. Suddenly, along with the black stiff king, they left the cave together and killed the deep ditch. Knock knock. The ground rumbled. The rubble is scattered, shooting off in all directions. Zhang Daoyi's eyebrows were turned upside down, coldly facing the crowd, and when he looked closely he actually floated up a terrifying purple-blue electric light. Jabla! The 5 thunder generals suddenly raised their divine weapons in their hands, viciously chopping at the black stiff king. The black stiff king was dumbfounded. How does this guy still have such a powerful thunder spell? The ray method is very pure. It can't be used by non-Taoists. The vast and bright murderous righteousness hidden within it. There's no way a zombie could have used it. But in this guy's body, why was there such a rich corpse power? One time, it's forgotten what it's going to do. Even the red stiff lady said that this guy wasn't very good in the head. Sure enough, it just came out and was blasted into the depths of the earth after merely hearing a sound. Boom! The ground exploded into a deep crater. A huge pit, more than 10 meters deep, ran straight through to the cavern in the ground. Red stiff lady? It's not. Didn't you just go out? How did you get knocked back? Dude, are you here to make a delivery? Me. Ah, this guy's a. The black rigid king's body suffered a heavy blow and couldn't get up at all, and the rotting flesh on his body rapidly festered and rotted and stank under the bombardment of immortal Dharma's thunderbolts. It didn't expect it either. He couldn't even carry a single move himself. The terrifying power coming from that talisman. It couldn't raise a single bit of wariness in its heart. No more fights. I'm rolling. The black stiff king saw that he was going to die here. So why not run away? You're running away. Makoto, it's running away. Hurry up and kill it. The red stiff lady froze and hurriedly shouted out to Zhang Daoyi. The black stiff king was dumbfounded. Muda, UING reported me. Day, dog stuff. Makoto, I'll help you trap it first. With a flick of her thin hand, the red stiff nymphette's countless thin threads, like threads of blood, bound him. Grandma Lee's, let go of me. Get off me. Get off me. Pust. The 8-9 Xian heavenly demon punishing sword descended from the sky. It was as if a sword had fallen from the 9 heavens. straight down. It went through the black stiff king's head, terrifying sword power. Instantly, his flesh was chopped into countless pieces. You have successfully eliminated the zombies in Black Bear Ridge and obtained the Golden Light Divine spell. Buzz. At once, a series of incantations were burned into Zhang Daoi's mind. Sure, the thing itself he understood. It doesn't matter if you give the spell or not. The important thing was to be able to directly enchant the Golden Light Divine spell onto this flying zombie body. A hand of golden light. A handful of flying stiffs. Who's invincible if I'm not invincible? It would be even better if I could return this flesh to the sun later. Now himself, he couldn't eat any human food at all. Not to mention doing something else. If you don't have feelings and desires, you haven't lived a life for nothing. The world of flowers is fascinating. Zhang Daoi, wearing a dragon robe, floated in the air and lightly landed in front of the red stiff lady. The demon execution sword was then drawn. It landed on her brow. Real people, Makoto, don't kill me. The red stiff nymphette kneeled down on both knees, her delicate body covered by a thin veil hidden from view. I've never harmed anyone. I've always hidden here and practiced. What's more, I feel the same origin from you, so if you need it, I can help you cultivate. Said. The red stiff nymphette crawled to Zhang Daoi's feet and tried to hug his thigh in a smooth manner. No need. Zhang Daoi shook his head and was about to chop down the demon execution sword in his hand. No, no, no. Do you want to kill ghosts? I know where they're hiding. Real people don't kill me. I just want to live. I really just want to progress. The red stiff nymphette was crying in pain, and her small appearance was quite endearing. But, what attracted Zhang Daoi was not her pathetic beauty. Rather, it was the message of the stern, zombie spirit in her mouth. Think of it in a different way. Is it possible that I don't even have to wait for the system to release a quest to me? How about more rewards if you take the initiative? Zhang Daoi's heart surged with a few moments of fire. 23. The Lord of the Righteous on one hand, the ancestor of zombies on the other, the head of the mental hospital. Tell me, where is it all hidden? Zhang Daoi's slender 5 fingers pressed the demon Punisher sword into its scabbard. Lady Redstiff hurriedly wiped her tears clean and a smile appeared on her face as she slowly got up. That delicate body. If it wasn't for the power of the corpse fury emanating from its body that was constantly reminding Zhang Daoi that this was a 1,000-year-old zombie, I'm just afraid that Zhang Dao will think she's a living person once he realizes it. Within the city of Silverwater, an evil spirit often enters the hospital for the nervous, and I've heard that it's killed a number of people. These people didn't die by accident, but that evil spirit possessed them and manipulated them to commit suicide. Also, the funeral director of Silverwater City is, in fact, a zombie. This guy rigged the refinery, and instead of cremating the dead, they all became its rations. And, the red stiff lady said a lot in one breath. Zhang Daoi didn't continue to listen, but rushed straight to Silverwater City. This is going back again. The Akiji fiasco hasn't died down yet. Got to kill again. No, to be precise, it's time to cut down the ghosts and get rid of the stiffs again. Makoto, are you a Taoist priest or a zombie? Why do I feel the same aura from you as my origin? If you're not comfortable telling me. The red stiff lady followed along, not expecting Zhang Daoi's speed to be so fast that she could barely keep up. It's just ridiculously fast. The fastest she had ever seen in her life. I've been dead for over 2,000 years. In life, he was the purple-robed heavenly master of the Heavenly Master's Mansion. The 9th generation ancestor, Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi faintly said, I'll rub it in. No wonder the Black Stiff King was gone in a single shot. It's a mess. This Taoist master in front of me is his mom's purple-robed heavenly master. What's the Tianshifu? The evil ghosts, zombies and other evil things are naturally like a thunderclap. When you see someone from the Heavenly Master's office, you have to step aside quickly. These guys, they don't even push more with you. They turn their hand as a ing sword, and they just get killed. It was really abnormal to be able to follow Zhang Daoi around like he was now. It's already burnt. Now I am a corpse into a stiff. No longer human, but a flying stiff. Zhang Daoi faintly said, Fly stiff? Fogweed. The red stiff lady's eyes widened without blinking. Ing flying stiffs. That Black Stiff King didn't die unjustly. Kneeling yourself is well worth it. What's a flying stiff? That's the king of them zombies. Gods on high. It is just like the Taoists' 3 Qing ancestors. God lets you die. You can't live. If Zhang Daoi were to make the red stiff lady kneel down, she wouldn't be able to withstand half of it and would directly explode from the pressure. Honestly, have to get on your knees. You're a purple-robed celestial master and a flying stiff. Can I follow you around all the time? Do anything. The red stiff lady hurriedly hugged this big thick leg tightly. Absolutely no scattering. What is the identity of the purple-robed heavenly master? Commander of the Heavenly Master's house. Taoist chief. The head honcho of the righteous sect. You're saying he's a flying stiff? Excuse me. See this hand of pure five thunder generals Tontian talisman? See this purple robe that contains a sea of stars and silver and nourishes yang energy? Any one of them would be enough to prove his identity. So, you said he's the ancestor of zombies with one hand. With one hand the Lord of Righteousness. In this world, who can kill him? Who dares to touch him? No one. If this is hugged and not let go, he can follow the ascension later. Let's see you behave. Zhang Daoyi glanced at her and faintly said, "Watch me perform." The red stiff lady murmured, her pretty face gradually blushing, slowly lowering her head, her heart apprehensive. She mentally wondered if it was time for a new battle dress. If Zhang Daoyi knew what she had in mind, definitely decapitated her dog's head with a sword. Grass, I want you to catch ghosts and zombies for me. Who told you to change your robe? At this point, Dean's office of the 3rd Psychiatric Hospital. Dean, we have another suicide case in room 501. The patient died in a very strange way. Do you think we should call the police? A female nurse asked worriedly. Crunch, leaning back against the window. Dean crossed his legs and turned slowly to look at the female nurse in front of him. The female nurse crossed her arms and hung in front of her chest. Feeling the Dean turn to look at herself, she cautiously raised her head, and after meeting the pair of eyes that were as brilliant and handsome as peach blossoms, her face swooshed red, and she hurriedly lowered her head, not daring to look away. Grandma, who would have thought that the head psychiatrist would be so handsome? Oh, Xiao Qin, what kind of place are we in? Qin Ziwei cleared his throat and spoke slowly, crossing his arms in front of him. A mental hospital. Koton muttered back. Right, we're a mental hospital. So would you say it's normal for these mentally ill people to commit suicide? Qin Ziwei smiled faintly and pushed down the gold-rimmed glasses perched on the bridge of his nose, leaning his body forward slightly. You are so right. Xiao Qin looked down at her hands, not daring to look up and make conversation. I don't know why, whenever you look at Qin Ziwei, those nice, pretty eyes were like they were trying to suck her soul in. It's horrible. So, for a little thing like this, we just need to contact the family. You hear me? Qin Ziwei crossed his arms and patted them on his chin, revealing what he thought was a handsome crooked smile. If Zhang Daoyi were here, definitely went up for a slap in the face. Straw mud horse, you're called the crooked mouth god of war. After Xiao Qin left, Qin Ziwei took out 2 white gloves from the drawer, put it on, walk over to a bookcase, lightly pressed a book, click it, bookcase rotation. A hidden door that almost blended in with the wall was revealed. He pulled a key-sized shaped button out of his cloth pocket. One press. Snap. The dark door opened quickly. A narrow passageway was revealed. Qin Ziwei skillfully walked through until he came to another iron gate. Open it. What was placed inside was clearly a couple of living, breathing people. They were chained to the ground as if they were wild beasts, their mouths open as they kept growling and roaring at Qin Ziwei. Saliva dripped from between his teeth. By the looks of it, has become a soulless walking corpse. You say you're all in so much pain, why can't you hate me more? Come on, hate me harder, hate me hard. You have to use force, hate me. Ah. Qin Ziwei grabbed the woman on the ground who was crying in pain and whimpering with her mouth open by her hair and said in her ear word by word, hideous demeanor. It's like an evil spirit crawling up from hell, or rather, he was supposed to be the evil spirit. Ow. Qin Ziwei opened his mouth, revealing a pair of long pointed fangs, and a ghostly face actually slowly emerged on his face. Suddenly, it burrowed into the brow of the woman in front of him. Ding. 24. The kill is you. I'm a ing slider. Hissing, the screams of an evil spirit suddenly resounded in the basement. A black light gradually emerged from Qin Ziwei's gaze. Immediately after, the mental patient in front of him, however, instantly had a withered face and a hint of blackness in his seal. Black as ink. The color of death. Gradually it crept over the whole face. The body couldn't stop shaking. Aha. That's great. You have the most grievances. I'm really sucking it up this time. Qin Ziwei opened his mouth, and the luster gradually returned to his dull eyes. A hand released the psychopath in front of him, carried it out like a dead dog, through the cul-de-sac, up the stairs, and threw him off the rooftop. Oh, another one dead. Ah. Qin Ziwei wiped his glasses and put them back on, revealing a faint smile. Think about the beginning. He had a hard time climbing out of hell, in order to be able to come back to earth and kill those who had humiliated him. This body of Qin Ziwei is so good. Mental hospitals, in particular, can be a turn-on. Because of him, itself is an evil spirit that sucks in grievances. Knock. The man crashed to the ground. There was a muffled sound. Soon, a large crowd had gathered downstairs, and Qin Ziwei had long since left and returned to his office. He pulled out a photo. On it is a single man. He used to stand right in the C-suite and be embraced by the crowd. Only, alas, to end up being killed by these brothers in arms. Hold back a little longer, just for a second. Soon, he'll be able to suck up enough resentment, completely transformed into a stern ghost, become the most powerful ghost king in this city. When the time comes, kill those who had betrayed him and ruthlessly humiliate their wives. Qin Ziwei's hand, which was clutching the photo, became harder and harder, and even his eyes gradually turned red. He's not just trying to avenge himself, even more so, he avenged his wife and child. Be sure to kill them. A knock came at the door. Qin Ziwei locked the photo in the cabinet. Come in, Mr. Qin. There are 2 guests looking for you. The female nurse led Zhang Daoyi and the red stiff lady in. These 2 guests would like to see you. Dodge. Revealing a Zhang Daoyi in a purple cloud heavenly robe, carrying a demon punisher sword in his hand and stepping on silver boots. Beside, there was also a red-veiled woman carrying a bundle. She stood very respectfully by Zhang Daoyi's side. It's like a maid of honor. You 2 are. Qin Ziwei pushed his glasses and said lightly. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly as he raised his left hand and pointed his index finger. Buzz, pure heart mantra out, pointed at the nursemaid's forehead. Knock. At once, she fainted. He, if you hadn't killed someone just now and allowed me to capture a wisp of breath, it wouldn't have been easy to determine that it was actually you. Zhang Daoyi looked at the handsome face in front of him, as well as the svelte Qin Ziwei, and revealed a cold smile. Aha, the scent on these 2. Qin Ziwei's face instantly flushed and glanced toward the door. No one. That's good. He then looked at Zhang Daoyi and the red stiff lady. What do you 2 mean by this? He closed the door slowly behind him and unlocked it. His gaze, under the lenses, flickering out cold. My lord means you deserve to die. The red stiff lady nodded slightly and smiled with narrowed eyes. I deserve to die? You 2 aren't even human, and you deserve to say I deserve to die? I think the 2 of you are the damnedest things. Qin Ziwei walked to the window, pushed down his glasses, and laughed out coldly. In that case, you should stop pretending and hurry up and leave from inside him. Wisps of corpse fury drifted out from the red stiff nymphet's body. Like an arrow, it shot towards Qin Ziwei. Zombies, being of the same kind. You 2 are here for trouble? Qin Ziwei stroked his right hand forward, and the ghostly mist transformed into a vortex, engulfing all of the corpse fiends. Exactly. Zhang Daoyi nodded slightly. He took a step and stood in front of the red stiff lady. Zombies fight evil spirits. Not much of an advantage in itself. Even if the red stiff lady wants to kill it, it's also hard. Oh, then it seems that you've got the wrong person. It's just as well. If I swallow the power of your corpse fury, perhaps I become a ghost stiff. Ghosts? The red stiff lady's mind was stunned. This thing, I'm surprised he knows. The so-called ghost stiffs only exist in legends. In the beginning, the 4 great ancestors of the zombies fought against the king of the 100 ghosts at the Ing Dragon Gate in Tentu. The Shogun corpse ancestor ate the 10 ghost kings, and actually possessed the special attributes of both a ghost and a zombie, turned into the only ghostly stiff in this world. It was capable of casting boundless corpse fury as well as transforming a roiling ghostly mist. The flesh is so powerful that it's perverted. There was no fear of the positive light of the thunder law that restrained evil spirits. You guys can walk in broad daylight, so you must be corpses that are already strong enough. Just in time. What I lack is a strong enough physical body like yours. Qin Ziwei laughed out loud and dozens of ghost faces suddenly coalesced on his body. Boom la! The ghost face became bigger, as if it could swallow Zhang Daoyi in one bite. Outside the building, quite a few people were gathered around. It seemed to have sensed the terrifying aura coming out of the building. There were puzzled glances. What's going on here? Why do they feel bad? There's a very eerie, fearful feeling? And why are the curtains in the dean's office drawn? Buzz! Zhang Daoyi raised his hand and outlined a talisman. Isolate this place. All of the sense, all of them, disappeared from the senses of the crowd. Subsequently, there's no bull ********. The demon punisher's sword in his hand was crossed in front of him, and the index finger of his left hand coalesced a little bit of thunder on. Tap on the blade. Bang! 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 Thundermans exploded. The demon punisher's sword instantly burned up a layer of purple-blue thunderfire. Hissing, those ghostly faces screamed and roared in a hideous manner, as if they had met a fearful natural enemy. Afraid of what? I am protected by the power of Fengdu from the underworld. What can a mere thunderfire do to me? Qin Ziwei laughed coldly as an ebony black runic seal appeared in his palm. The rune mark suddenly transformed into countless grievous souls, burrowed into those ghostly faces. You have the power of Fengdu in you. Zhang Daoyi gazed slightly. Fengdu is the metropolis of the netherworld. All ghosts have to go to Fengdu to register. Anyone who enters the hell can obtain the power of Fengdu, and then according to the merits of your life, to determine whether you have to suffer from the doom and gloom. You went to hell and even returned to earth? The red stiff nymphette obviously looked stunned. This ing. It's too shocking. Never heard of anyone going to hell and coming back yet. Oh, I didn't expect that. So today, you will have to die here. Qin Ziwei sneered. Ghostface rushed towards Zhang Daoyi. Boo! There was no imagination of eating Zhang Daoyi in one bite. That demon execution sword, as if it was a protective shield, condensed directly in front of him into an arc-shaped light shield. Ghostface rammed into it. It was instantly blasted apart into nothingness. Zhang Daoyi's body had long been filled with a dense, particle-like golden light. The demon execution sword doesn't know when. It had already pierced Qin Ziwei's chest. Endless lightning, crackling like a creeper, instantly devoured all the ghostly mist. 25. Another murder. Take a trip to hell. Soldiers obey the order. Boom! A silent explosion exploded in an instant. The lenses of Qin Ziwei's golden eyeglasses burst into countless pieces of slag foam. The ghostly face on his body exploded into nothingness as much as it could. The sword in Zhang Daoyi's hand pierced through its chest. Subsequently, wisps of purple-blue thunder fire, like dancing flame sprites, instantly climbed up Qin Ziwei's entire body. No, no, no. The evil spirit inside Qin Ziwei's body wanted to break free of this physical body. Instead, he found the demon execution sword that was lodged in his heart, as if it were nailed to death. It's the same as putting a lid on it. He was furious, snarling, and grimacing, his face incomparably twisted, and his whole body trembled madly with fear. I hear you've been to hell? Then I'll borrow your ghostly spirit to see what the netherworld is like. Zhang Daoyi smiled coldly. A left hand hooked his neck. The demon Punisher's sword held in his right hand was flooded with dots of morose purple and blue lightning. Immortal Tongtian talisman, a psychic talisman. The ghostly spirit snapped miserably. It was being used by Zhang Daoyi to tear open the door to hell. The earth and the hell, originally, are not interchangeable, they are two worlds. This was also the reason why Zhang Daoyi and the Red Stiff Lady were shocked when they heard that Qin Ziwei was actually able to climb up from hell. Not at all. Unless there is some major change or problem in hell. Now, Zhang Daoyi then used a psychic talisman to borrow this guy's ghostly spirit and step into the hell. Generally speaking, trying to travel between hell and earth. There are two ways to do this. One is to hold an oracle, such as the black and white irregulars asking for their lives, the judge of the hellmouth putting down his pen, and the ox-headed horseface observing the lamps. And these are the ones who come to the earth to perform their official duties in order to finalize the reincarnation of the dead in the 6 paths of the world. The other is to be tainted with the 2 realms in order to forcefully step in. And this guy in front of me is clearly the second, tainted with the breath of both worlds. I don't know how special it is to be in this situation. You can't find one in 1,000. Let go, let go, let go. The skin and flesh on Qin Ziwei's face gradually festered, and the hideous ghostly face, which was hidden in iron purple, dripped down blood-red blood. Zhang Daoyi closed his eyes. God's soul flew out, with this ghostly spirit stepping into the hell. More oh hell, with spiky mountains hanging upside down in the sky above, like rows of shark's teeth, and the earth below was black and red, bubbling with eerie black cracks and occasional flows of molten lava. One by one, the ghosts took on a grayish-white color and followed Bullhead and Horseface, with their hands and feet chained. There were hundreds, thousands, of teams like this one, as far as the eye could see. Zhang Daoyi pinched the ghost that was trying to struggle to escape in his hand. So this is the scene in hell. That's interesting. Zhang Daoyi seemed to be smiling, but he realized that someone was looking at him. What a guy! How dare you trespass the 2 realms? After the black and white impermanence sensed the strange aura, a black light steeply glowed in its 4 eyes, locking onto Zhang Daoyi. Asterisk 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 Q. Zhang Daoyi laughed and raised his hand to throw the ghost in his hand. The black and white irregulars caught it in a hurry, but then tried to catch Zhang Daoyi, only to find that the person had disappeared. In itself, this psychic talisman lasted for a short period of time. The effect is lost. The divine soul automatically returns to its place. Not to mention, Zhang Daoyi had still only separated a strand of his divine soul. Even if this wisp of the divine soul was left behind in the netherworld, it didn't matter. Knock. The divine soul enters the body. Zhang Daoyi snapped his eyes open and loosened his palms. Snap. Qin Ziwei slowly paralyzed on the ground. This guy died a long time ago, but he's just a borrowed body. Zhang Daoyi shook his head. This Qin Ziwei fellow was nothing but an unlucky one. So says. Something did go wrong in hell. That's what caused some evil spirits to escape from hell? Phone. He was not ostracized from hell when he stepped into it. As a matter of fact, living souls are not accepted and will be killed by the power of the rules of hell. But Zhang Daoyi waited for half a day without sensing that rule power. And he also found quite a few strange things. Zhang Daoyi retrieved his thoughts, glanced at the red stiff lady standing on the side, and left straight away. Master, don't the security cameras need to be taken away? The red stiff lady was worthy of being a fellow who had stayed on Earth for 1,000 years. And ING know about surveillance. Trouble. Zhang Daoyi waved his hand. He was a man who hated trouble. If any ungrateful person comes to harangue him, it's just a straight-up sword kill. Before arresting yourself. Won't it be investigated? You come here to arrest people with no brains? What is this if not a death wish, I ask you? Awesome. The red stiff lady gulped, her heart and mind trembling. This amounts to blatantly telling the world, I'm invincible. You guys feel free? This is destroying the world. Is there no fear of a devastating blow from a superheated weapon? A nuclear weapon? Regardless of whether Zhang Daoui was afraid or not, the red stiff lady was quite afraid anyway. After all, there was a time when she thought she was invincible, trying to make waves in the world. Don't want to, only to see the big explosion that shook the world. Hurrying with his tail between his legs in gray, he hid in the Inha cave of the Black Bear Ridge. She couldn't figure it out. It had only been 1,000 years, and humanity was like a hanged man, with the technology tree adding up like crazy. It's amazing that you can invent an object like that. It's just too much of an oxymoron. Don't say she's red stiff. Even if a flying stiff came, it would be enough to drink a pot. But this master in front of him doesn't bring any fear at all. Could it be that he had just awakened and didn't know that there were such powerful weapons in the human world? The red stiff lady didn't know what to say. Say maybe. What about the fact that the master is indeed divine? There's a way to fend off that thing, isn't there? Silverwater City Mirror Chasers. Jingle bell, on 'em. Alarm bells are ringing. Hello, this is Mirror Chasers 318. What can I do for you? A male police officer answered the phone and asked politely. Hurry, come on, come on, come on. There are dead people in our mental hospital. A lot of people are dead. Oh my god, that's scary. It's horrible. Dean has killed so many people. Noisy shouting came over the phone. The gleam in the eyes of the male police officer knew immediately that something was wrong. Quickly report back to Luo Huobing. There's been a mass death? Luo Huobing slammed the table, took off her small leather shoes, and quickly changed into long boots. Go! Get everyone and come with me. It suddenly occurred to her that a female nurse had called her 2 days ago and said that there had been a lot of suicides in mental hospitals off and on. She was too tired because she was too tired. Forgot about it. Now that it's happened again, it doesn't come to mind all at once. That place is evil. Luo Huobing had an instant judgment in her heart. Wait, what if there's another one of those weird events from before? Luo Huobing sat in the speeding and whistling car. Suddenly her beautiful eyes condensed. Thinking of this possibility, her heart instantly tightened. But who can they go to for backup now? Dragon Tiger Mountain? No problem at all. No more than 300 miles apart. 2 hours is almost enough to get here. Xiao Yun, quickly call the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house and request the Taoist Master to reinforce us. Also, you telegraph to the Longhu City Mirror Inspectors Division and tell them to arrange for a car to be expedited all the way straight here. Luo Huobing quickly gave the order. Well organized. Thoughtful. Eliminate the recurrence of unexpected situations like the last one. 26. Not for nothing. Not for nothing. There's the old man. The Heavenly Master's mansion. Nomfun listened to the cloud fall. Hanging said, 3 can and 5 li pei and 4. God Ming Jingzhong Qi, is a noble sealing trick. The old Heavenly Master was sitting cross-legged in front of the statue of the real person, meditating on the sutras and sinking his mind. Ta-da-da-da. The 3 spirit gold Taoist masters took a step and flew. Heavenly Master, just now the Mirror Inspection Division called, inviting us to go to Silverwater City to help them with their affairs. Guess I ran into a solid spot. Ha ha ha. Cool. Finally I can move my muscles. How many years has it been? Why do you think no evil spirits have come out of Longhu City? The 3 Taoist masters, Spirit Gold, Spirit Wood, and Spirit Water, were excited. Can't wait to roll down the hill now. They feel like they're rusting away. Look at you guys fooling around. The old celestial teacher recited the sutra with his eyes downcast. Celestial Master. It was also said on the phone that if you are able to go, please do so as well. Taoist Spirit Gold scratched his head. I'm not going. It's enough for you guys to step in and deal with those brats. The old celestial master was unmoved and continued to cultivate. There are traces of the ancestors' presence in Silverwater City, and he helped their Mirror Chasers division cut down the demons before, so there might be clues left behind by the ancestor. The spiritual waterway chief explained. What? Old ancestor is still in Silverwater City? Misty grass. Quickly, quickly, take me there. Tell Spirit Fire and the others to guard the home well so it doesn't get stolen. Zhang Yi immediately jumped up. Something can happen to anyone. The only one who can't have anything happen is the old ancestor. How can one learn the law when something has happened to the old ancestor? The 3 Spirit Gold Taoist masters were speechless for a moment. Well. Now the Heavenly Master's mansion is also far less important than the old ancestor in your eyes chant. Psychiatric hospitals. The moment. All patients were placed in isolation rooms. The entire building is on full lockdown. Many female nurses were trembling and scared to death. They were so frightened that they vomited wildly after seeing the scene of Qin Ziwei's body rotting all over, directly leaving a psychological shadow. Especially that female nurse who brought Zhang Daoyi and the red stiff lady into the room was the first to notice. The direct man was nearly stunned. Good thing it took some resuscitation to not go crazy. After all, this is a psychiatric hospital that specializes in treating mental illness. What the hell is going on here? It's scary. Yeah, how did I end up in this hole in the first place? Woo-hoo-hoo. It's so disgusting. I can't even close my eyes now. When I do, those scenes appear. Is Dean Chin a murderer? He really killed a lot of people. Ha! Luo Huobing walked straight into the building with her two slender thighs. A couple of the junior officers around him shivered. I say, team leader, can we wait for the Taoist masters from Longhu Mountain to arrive before we go in? Yes, this place is too damn evil. In case a ghost comes out. How scary. Yeah, what if we run into that horrible thing again and a few of our little lives are in jeopardy? The junior constables were talking, whispering, not daring to speak too loudly for fear of waking anyone. Shut up and be careful. Luo Huobing was very bold, tightly gripping the police gun in her hand, her nerves taut, always ready to kill the evil spirits and zombies that popped up. After one experience, she realized that the world was not what she thought it was. It turns out that ghosts and spirits are real. She is not a cutie. Quickly learn about the world. This is it. The smell of blood coming from. Luo Huobing sniffed his nose. It was stinky, especially stinky, like the smell of meat that had been soaked in a stinky gutter and then cooked for 3 days and 3 nights to cool down. Vomit. The junior constables kept dry heaving. Almost threw up the contents of my stomach. Don't look. Luo Huobing kicked open the door, and after seeing the puddle of pus and blood on the ground, her heart and mind violently trembled, and she only felt that her brain had received a shock in general. Duong. The buzz of not working. She swore that in 26 years, she'd never seen anything like it, and it was disgusting, even when they went down for the body in the first place. Giant's View isn't even that disgusting. The top is actually still crawling with all kinds of strange and weird insects, but trained as she was, she didn't dry heave, she just held her breath. Grass. A small constable disobeyed, opened his eyes, instantly turned pale, shrieked, and kept rolling on the ground. He's obsessed. There is evil entering the body. Quick, get him out of here. Luo Huobing shouted. If we stay here, only to suffer more. Da. There were footsteps at the stairs. There is evil. Quickly suppress. Daoist spirit gold arrived in time and had already sensed the evil aura that remained in Qin Ziwei's body. This stuff is very scary for the average person, but to the people of the Taoist sect, it was simply thin enough not to be taken seriously at all. Therefore, Zhang Daoyi didn't care at all and didn't deal with it. But this wisp of evil qi, but will make ordinary people fascinated. Lost soul, as if bewitched, crazy, very terrible. Snap. Daoist spirit gold's palm slammed down on the officer's forehead. There was a golden spot of light in the center of his palm. As if it was a bright golden flower, it gradually bloomed open, wrapping its entire body. Fizzle. Evil energy was swallowed and incinerated. The young constable gradually came to his senses, and a flush came over his face. Ha! The scent that lingers here is so familiar. The spirit water Taoist leader raised his eyebrows slightly, as if he had caught a strand of something familiar. Old celestial master. I think I've come across it somewhere? Taoist spirit would nodded and looked back at Zhang Yi. Thank you, Tao masters. I wonder what you mean when you say that there is a familiar aura here. You guys seen this guy? Luo Huobing asked respectfully. It's not him, he died a long time ago. It's the possession of an evil spirit that has kept him alive for so long. Why else would the evil spirit die in his body decay like this? Taoist spirit gold returned her words so as not to disturb the old heavenly master's process of sensing his breath. Found it. Zhang Yi tapped his head. Both eyes bloomed with bright golden light. Incredibly excited, he rubbed his hands together and hemmed and hawed. It's the old ancestor. It's the 9th ancestor. Ah! Taoist spirit gold and their gazes stared. Ancestor exterminated the entire Qingguang temple, and instead of leaving, he even stayed here? He's got a lot of nerve. Aren't you afraid the mirror police will arrest him? 9th generation ancestor? Old heavenly master. Dare I ask, is your 9th generation ancestor still alive now? Luo Huobing asked suspiciously. How many years ago was this character? It's been at least 2,000 years, hasn't it? How is it possible to be alive? Nope. Wait. The lull. Luo Huobing's eyes stared, flowing with shocked water waves, covering her small mouth in shock. Zhang Daoyi. Can't it be that Zhang Daoyi is the 9th generation ancestor? Daoist spirit gold and the others heard Luo Huobing exclaim in a small voice. Turn around in a hurry. Female doll, have you seen my ancestor or not? The old celestial master's gaze fell on her. 27. Another murder. The funeral director is a zombie? Indeed. Did see. Luo Huobing didn't expect the old heavenly master to be so excited and was startled, rushing to say, when we were dealing with the case before, we encountered an evil ghost and a zombie. if it wasn't for the Taoist master. No, the Taoist ancestor. If it weren't for his help, I'm afraid our small group would have been wiped out. Dao Yi ancestor old powerful, handsome, just lightly drink, that zombie will be. After listening to Luo Huobing's description, the old celestial master and the others were very much confirmed. This is Zhang Daoyi. It can bring a zombie to its knees to die. Who else can do it but the flying stiff? The ancestor of the zombies? Can't we just watch the surveillance? Luo Huobing glanced at the surveillance in the corner and snapped her fingers. Zhang Yi frowned. The old man didn't even destroy the surveillance before he left? So inconsiderate? It's not like old man style. But, soon he figured out that it wasn't that the old ancestor he didn't destroy the surveillance. It was that he didn't see the point of destroying it. Old ancestor he didn't care what anyone thought. That's what makes it the 9th generation of ancestors. Zhang Ziyi's heart was so hot that he only felt that he had lived these 100 years in vain. How can you be as dashing as the old man? What kind of old man is unruly? Wantonness, cocky sprinkles, cut down all the injustice in the world. That's the true essence of Taoist mindfulness. Rule by doing nothing. Go with the flow. Celestials. Zhang Ji was enlightened at this moment, and his realm was refined by a few points. It's really Grandmaster Daoyi. Luo Huobing was more or less stunned after watching the surveillance and realizing that Zhang Daoyi had actually entered side by side with a woman in red. The other day, Grandmaster Daoyi is still all alone. How come it's a two-person trip today? Luo Huobing had a lot of thoughts in her mind. One is that Zhang Daoyi is the 9th ancestor of the Heavenly Master's mansion, a figure from thousands of years ago who is still alive. Is that ing human? It really is just zombies, isn't it? Another one is that this guy is in love? How dare he find a woman to keep him company? I don't know why. Luo Huobing was a bit afflicted in her heart. Neither was it that he had fallen in love with Zhang Daoyi. Thousands of years ago. How many years apart? How can it be right? But I just think Zhang Daoyi is handsome and awesome. This ancestor of the Heavenly Master's mansion has killed someone. Team Luo, are we going to issue a wanted notice? A small police officer stood behind him and asked cautiously, looking at the old celestial master's face as he did so. Ha! The 3 spirit gold Taoist masters snapped their eyes to the young constable. Seems, and it doesn't seem too necessary, haha. The young constable scratched his head and scowled. Old celestial master, what do you think should be done about this matter? Luo Huobing threw the dilemma to the old celestial master and the others. Posting a wanted notice goes against her heart. Failure to issue a wanted notice is contrary to the laws of social order. So, Luo Huobing chose to remain silent. Did the ancestor kill someone? The old celestial master just said one sentence and turned around to leave. Luo Huobing first froze, then her beautiful eyes lit up with realization. Yeah, it wasn't a human being that Master Daoyi killed. It was a ghost. Who the puts out wanted posters for ghosts? The Heavenly Master's office came forward to identify Qin Ziwei as an evil spirit possessed by an evil spirit, and his real body had long been dead. That Grandmaster Daoyi is a hero to all beings in the world. It is a true act of justice for God. Who dares to be displeased with Grandmaster Daoyi? Luo Huobing revealed a faint smile, very satisfied with the outcome of this treatment. The rest of the junior police officers only saw Luo Huobing smile, but they didn't understand what she was smiling about, and they didn't dare to ask, so they could only wait for the order fearfully. Don't be in a hurry to leave first. In the dean's office, there is still a trace of evil that remains, and there is a great deal of resentment. Let's go and have a look first, so as not to give birth to a disaster. The old Heavenly Master's eyebrows jumped coldly, and the golden light in his body vibrated on its own, sensing the evil spirit's resentment. There is nothing left in the office. Just now we have also seen it all. How can? The dark room. It's a dark room. Luo Huobing instantly understood. Immediately the pager called for a team to come up and open the dark room. If you can't find the organ here, just smash it. The old celestial master wandered around the house. His cloudy old eyes landed on a bookcase in front of him, and the golden light on his fingers converged into a droplet that deflected into the wall as if it had been attracted there. Get this off, Luo Huobing ordered, and the demolition team immediately moved forward as everyone backed up. With a loud bang, the bookcases, the walls, they all exploded. A cul-de-sac was revealed. Go inside and check it out. All be careful. Luo Huobing was just about to step forward when the old celestial master held him down from behind. Girl doll, you've got a lot of guts, but measure your strength and let us go first. Zhang Ji smiled at her. Someone who could make the 9th-generation ancestor help must have a deep previous karma and have a great affinity with the ancestor. We can't watch her in danger. What a dense resentment. What's in here? Zhang Ziyi and the others came to a door and felt their hearts startled, only to feel cold, as if they had entered a -20-degree freezer. But it wasn't a physical cold. It was a soulful, bone-marrow-chilling cold. Goosebumps, layer upon layer erected. Luo Huobing and the others kept shivering. Boom! An explosion went off. The iron door in front of him exploded. A ghostly face-shaped baleful aura suddenly rushed towards Zhang Yu and the others. Scatter! The old celestial master raised his hand. The golden light in the sky transformed into a barrier and dispersed the resentful ghost face. It stinks! The junior constables were already pinching their noses. Although it wasn't as powerful as the stench of Qin Ziwei's rotting corpse, it was still enough to make people nauseous, like a spoiled piece of meat that had been rancid in the refrigerator for a long time, and was taken out and left in the sun for several days. The reason they don't spit, it's because it's just been through something far more horrific than this. Immunized long ago. That's sick. Dumbfounded, Daiwa's spirit gold looked at the disgusting scene in front of him with anger and nausea in his heart. Luo Huabing and the others poked out a head to look. Only seen a dozen people in psychiatric suits, shackled hands and feet, tied to walls, posts, chairs, kneeling, lying on beds, soaking in water, oddly shaped, with distorted faces and lifeless eyes, almost like the Walking Dead. South 3rd Street, the outskirts of Silverwater City. It is an hour's drive away. Behind a thick grove of trees stood a funeral parlor. The hearse is lined up and is transporting bodies inside. Hey, don't you cut in line. Grass. I've never seen anyone in such a hurry to get reincarnated. So damn unqualified. We should let Yama teach these unqualified people a lesson. That's not right. These two aren't transporting a body. What are they doing in this place? The drivers had a look of dismay. I don't know why the young man in the purple Grand Chien robe in front of me, as well as the woman in red, were in such a hurry to rush inside the funeral parlor, but seeing them dressed so oddly, and they didn't dare say anything more. After all, in their line of work, I've seen it all, especially when you meet someone who dresses like this and has a strange whereabouts. Try not to mess with it if you can. No one knows what their true identity really is. 28. Even when the king of hell comes, he has to line up. Red stiffs count for nothing. This is it. The red stigmata looked up and stood at the gate, looking around to make sure the place was right. Hey, what are you two meddling with? Do you have an appointment? If you don't have an appointment, make one first or you will not be allowed in at all. Before Zhang Daoui could speak, two staff members in suits walked right up to them. They wore glasses, work tags on their chests, and special suits that were fireproof, dustproof, and waterproof, and had been soaked in a special drug that protected them from the yin qi. Only, externally they don't talk about that at all. After all, in a scientific society, there are no ghosts anymore. These things are subject to sign confidentiality agreements. We're not here to cremate the remains, the red stiff lady said. So what are you guys doing here? Come to play? One looked up and down at the red stiff nymphette with a speechless face, and then looked at the youth standing behind him, only to feel that they were playing with real flowers as a couple. Damn, how bored are you guys to come to a funeral parlor for excitement? Crazy as hell. You know what this place is? The gates of hell. It's possible to just come and visit. Even they, the staff, will have to lose their lives for more than a decade. Get out of here and get out of here. We don't have time to fool around with you guys. If you don't leave, I'll call for you to be thrown out. Another person pushed Zhang Daoui and tried to drive him out of the door. We're here to find someone. Zhang Daoui raised his eyes slightly, his gaze like a sea of stars, blossoming with a brilliant light. Buzz. The two staff members only felt a jolt in their minds as their bodies uncontrollably followed Zhang Daoi's commands to make movements. Say, where's your funeral director? Take me there. Zhang Daoui lifted his chin. The two immediately made a respectful invitation pose. The red stiff lady only felt that Zhang Daoi's methods were mysterious and unpredictable. How can you even manipulate the human body? Awesome. Zhang Daoui had also just practiced the art of asking for the heart mantra. Now, with the golden light divine mantra, he was able to cultivate a little bit of spiritual power. The Nine Deaths' great sun indestructible body was like a furnace, helping him refine the power of the corpse fiend and absorb the spiritual power of heaven and earth. But where there is psychic power, he would be able to practice the spells and forbidden spells he learned in life, based on his memories. These things are very simple for him. Muscle memory is formed early. It only takes a few minutes to learn. Arrived. Two staff members led Zhang Daoui to the door of the curator's office. Go about your business. Zhang Daoui made a wink and the two left obediently, waiting to walk away. The two of them regained their senses and stood still, glancing at each other, both of them seeing the bewilderment and doubt in each other's eyes. It's not. What are we doing here? Didn't we just see a young man in a purple robe and a woman in red? Where are the people? Duck 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 duck. Zhang Daoui knocked on the door. He was very polite and a well-mannered man. Come in. An emotionless, cold voice came from behind the door. What's the matter with you two? The middle-aged man who was burying his head in the paper, with a majestic air, solemn tone, and dignified demeanor, wearing a suit, with cold eyes and gray sideburns, looks like a workaholic. You're the curator? We would like to ask if the cremated remains at your funeral home are real? The red stiff lady had her hands in her sleeves and laughed, her body radiating an aura if nothing else. The document in the middle-aged man's hand stopped abruptly, and his eyes then focused, empty and dull, before slowly moving upward and landing on the red stiff lady. He smelled a kindred spirit. I'm not sure what you're talking about, Han Feng Yuan coldly said, slowly getting up, with a fierce light flickering in his eyes. His thick frame, bursting out of his suit, was porous and looked like he hadn't worked out much. It's okay, you'll be clear in a minute. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. The demon Punisher's sword in his hand let out a shudder. A layer of purple-blue flame was instantly attached to it. Hula! The fire burns. The intense heat instantly dissipated through the house, permeating the corridor. Many of the staff sensed it and rushed over. What's the situation? A stranger has come to make trouble? A fire in the curator's office? Get the fire extinguisher. Call the police. Someone is coming to make trouble. Call the police directly. The staff member quickly pushed open the door to the office machine. Instead, they saw the scene where Zhang Daoi and the red stiff lady confronted Han Feng Yuan, especially after seeing Zhang Daoi's hand devil extermination sword is actually burning a bare purple and blue flame. All of them were dumbfounded and covered their faces in shock. Fogweed. This immortal? The sword will be on fire? What a joke. Shooting a TV show this is? It's not special effects. This is real. I'm going to. This guy can't be a purple-robed heavenly master? Han Feng Yuan's eyes stared coldly at Zhang Daoi. Purple-robed heavenly master? What are you doing here looking for me? You should go kill those evil spirits. Yeah, isn't that why I'm here to kill you? Zhang Daoi smiled faintly as his figure instantly disappeared in place, and the demon execution sword suddenly appeared in front of Han Feng Yuan. Knock! Above the blade of the sword, purple and blue lightning exploded, piercing through Han Feng Yuan's arms and severing both of his arms. Thunder fire rises. It spread to his body. It had the intention of devouring and burning it into nothingness. How? I hit it so well. Why did you still manage to find me? Han Feng Yuan didn't roar in pain. Or rather, it didn't hurt at all. Instead, the staffers wailed. Murder! Murder! Hands are chopped off. Call the police. Call the police. Is this guy crazy? Dare to rush in and kill someone. Security. Where's the security? Hurry up and protect the curator. Hurry up. What are you waiting for? Grass. Why don't you get on? These people would only yell and scream at the back. They didn't dare to rush up at all. They had long been scared out of their wits by Zhang Daoi. We are all of the same kind. Why did you betray me? Han Feng Yuan clenched his teeth in death, glaring at the red stiffness nymphette who stood to the side and roared loudly. Boo! Boo! He struggled hard with his arms, and the arms that were flowing with black blood. The flesh pieces wriggled and grew a little bit, and even gradually grew into 2 complete arms. Asterisk. The staff was alarmed. How come the curator is so powerful too? He's not human? A mere black stiff is worthy of clamoring in front of us? On your knees. The red stiff lady's phoenix eyes glared, trying to use natural rank suppression to get him on his knees and lead him to his death. Since you want to die. Han Feng Yuan eyes bared, the corners of the eyes gradually tearing, actually opened to the back of the ears. The whites of the eyes instantly dyed ink, generally dark and incomparable. The mouth opened, revealing rows of long, sharp fangs that spewed out a fishy odor. Then it's not my fault. Knock! His body quickly colored a light red, which turned into a blood red, until it solidified into a purplish red. Half of his face was even more rotted and exposed with white bones. The suit on his body directly burst. A little red stiff. What a thing! I have operated in this place for many years and have eaten countless corpses. Is it something that a tiny red stiff like you can order? You, kneel down for me. Han Feng Yuan's eyes glared. Knock. 29. You have to talk about the background when you come out. The zombie army is nothing. Get on your knees. Han Feng Yuan's hands trembled and slowly opened, as if he were the demon lord of hell, towering majestically, his body diffusing a great aura of terror, causing everyone present to feel terrified. All the staff behind them were scared to death. Their bodies could not withstand the pressure, and they wanted to fall to their knees. The red stiff nymphette's delicate body trembled. A trace of shock surged in her beautiful eyes, and her body uncontrollably wanted to fall to the ground. She couldn't imagine how this guy in front of her, how did he suddenly rank higher than herself? What a joke! She could never kneel. Can't be humiliated by this. Roll. A word of calm spit out from Zhang Dao's mouth, between the red lips and white teeth. It was as if it contained thousands of troops and horses, with a murderous aura that instantly dispersed the breath pressure on Han Feng Yuan into nothingness. Zhang Daoi's gaze held a hint of indifference as he leisurely looked at Han Feng Yuan, who had a face that was unimaginable and gradually became terrified. You're not a Taoist priest. Han Feng Yuan had sensed the power of the corpse fiend lurking within Zhang Daoi's body during that instant just now. Far more eloquent than even his by hundreds, 10,000 times. You're a zombie too. Flying stiff. Han Feng Yuan only felt that there was no other than a flying stiff that could make him feel the aura of an abyss like the sea. Flying stiff. It hasn't come up in a thousand years. Now, it's popping up? It felt like God had played a joke on him. What's more, this flying stiff in front of him actually knows lightning magic. Han Feng Yuan has a mouthful of old grooves and doesn't know where to spit them out. If he could curse, he would only be able to curse for a day. Asterisk 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 asterisk, that's a little too much reversal coming, isn't it? This Taoist priest is even a zombie? Walk, walk, walk. After all that, they're not human. Have you called the police yet? Grab the police. Scared the hell out of me. I almost peed myself. The timid staff had fled, leaving only the bold ones who dared to gather here. They looked at the plump and handsome Zhang Daoyi, an unmistakable sigh of regret. Who the hell would have thought that someone so handsome would be a zombie in the end? People who work in funeral homes all year round are extremely accepting of the fact that there are such things as zombies and ghosts. Totally makes sense. So, now won't you kneel? Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly, not waiting for Han Feng Yuan to speak. Knock! His knees snapped to the ground, and his body bowed suddenly as if a jackhammer had been pressed against it. Grass! He gritted his teeth in death, trying to resist. However, the aura on Zhang Daoyi's body made it impossible for him to resist. Between the same kind, the absolute rank suppression made him not even think of resisting. One could only bear the pressure on his body in silence, but he doesn't want to die here. He couldn't resist. However, he was able to get the zombie army he had formed to pose a threat to Zhang Daoyi. So what if you're a flying stiff? You're facing dozens, hundreds of zombies. I don't believe you won't be distracted. As long as you're distracted, I can find a chance to kill you. Sucked up your necrophilia. I'll be able to step into the position of flying stiff. At that time, not to mention Silver Water City, even the entire Dongshan County and Tianhai County will be in my palm. Degemo cry scene many pages. Moro Dayak hot dance and West Big La Crow no bitter if you wipe. Mud film yo South Ditch Tenji. Han Feng Yuan's mouth recited a spell like a magic sound that echoed through the office. The staff member stared slightly, only to feel a huge shock to his five senses. Non-stop head shaking. Retreat from irrelevant people. Zhang Daoyi flung his sleeve robe, and the golden light transformed into a roiling rain that fell on the bodies of the people, covering them with a golden veil. It's the ancient language of the Dryads. The red stiff lady's pretty face was horrified, and she only felt the power in her body fading. A tiny black stiff, yet he knows the ancient language of the dry drought demons? Zhang Daoyi's eyes were slightly flabbergasted, feeling immensely confused. It seems that the chances gained before were great. Drought demon, the ancestor of the four zombies, whose ability is to manipulate and divide zombies. Han Feng Yuan had gotten the ability from somewhere. He actually let him refine it. Knock, knock, knock. There was a muffled sound in the ground. It was like someone had taken a million hammerheads and was pounding on the floor. Did this guy raise a bunch of zombies underground? The red stiff lady was slightly startled, and her gaze fell on the shaking floor. Next moment, boom, the floor caved in. They actually plummeted as if they were falling into an abyss, into endless darkness. A huge hole appeared in the ground. This caused the staff, who were present on the sidelines, to gasp out in shock. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How did a deep pit appear under this guy's office? Those two fell too. Hasn't the mirror chasers come yet? Gotta go down and get them up first, right? Grass. Aren't those two zombies too? You're crazy to save them. I really didn't expect that there would be zombies that know lightning. I've got no long view, and I'll be sending out to Jinshi in a while. Fans can rise again. The crowd murmured and stood outside the deep pit, poking their heads down to see only a glimmer of purple-blue light. However, the wisp of violet-blue thunder light suddenly enlarged, and in an instant, it lit up the deep pit below. It was then that the crowd got a good look at what was going on down there. Hundreds of zombies, from the caves in all directions, slowly came out, and looking at the clothes they were wearing, they were all modern clothes. Instructions, all come here to cremate the remains. But he switched them. These zombies were haunted by black dead chi, drilling through space like small snakes, constantly bombarding the corpse, bearing more and more impact capacity, their flesh rotting but rapidly healing. The ancient language of the dry drought demons is really a good ability. I was thinking of meeting out one, and when I build 1,000 zombies, I'll engulf the whole of Silverwater City in one fell swoop. But for now, it will have to start early. Even if you are a flying stiff, dealing with these hundreds of black stiffs at the same time, I'm afraid it's only not that easy, right? Han Feng Yuan slowly stood up from the ground and stretched out his right hand, black and red sticky blood dripping from his hand. The corners of his mouth slowly arched in a grin. Come on, go kill them for me. Han Feng Yuan waved his finger. Roar, roar, roar. These hundreds of black stiffs, any one of them placed outside would be enough to slaughter a city. The moment. But they all gathered in this 100-meter deep pit. The red stiff lady covered her small mouth in disbelief. As a red stiff, she understood very well how difficult it was for a zombie to cultivate to the level of a black stiff. It's hard, very hard. Let's just single her out. It took almost 700 or 800 years. And that's if there's a big chance. Results. You're telling me that these guys became black stiffs in just a few short years. The huge drop-off made her feel bad. The feng shui layout of this place is a naturally heavenly cave, specializing in absorbing the yin qi between heaven and earth and raising corpse demons, especially this 8 gates and 7 underworlds cave, with the sculpture of Feng Tianshuandu Chun Yin corpse god placed at the mouth of the cave, which is totally a corpse-raising coffin. Add to that his use of the ancient language of the dryads and the steady stream of bodies in the funeral parlor. Zhang Daoi's face was slightly austere as he coldly looked at Han Feng Yuan, who was gradually melting into the darkness. Never let him get away. Jab. The demon execution sword was crossed in front of his eyes, and the blade, as smooth and clear as a mirror, reflected Zhang Daoi's handsome, cool face and cold, frosty black eyes. A wisp of violet-blue mist rose from the sides of his dark eyes. Zah! The demon execution sword suddenly surfaced with an arcane and obscure rune. 3 days, 3 gods, 9 mysteries, 9 questions. Hindu is empty, and the ghosts of the decapitated souls have passed. 1 invites the Gen Knight and does not hear the body and mind. 2nd invocation of the gods. 6 can dry sinks. 3 please blame the young. Water pays should thunder. 4 please zephyr grasshoppers. Long drought. 5 invitations to Tendu. Unable to disrespect. Finally, please great thunderless Xuandu heavenly grand venerable. Great general Fengdu heavenly. Great marshal Gulu Oe. The 4 sections of Zhang Bing. Punish the ghosts and destroy the immortals. In Zhang Daoi's eyes, the Taiji Yin-Yang diagram suddenly appeared, with runes rotating within it. Shasta. The entire person was suffused with a layer of lightning talismans. The demon Punisher's sword violently penetrated the darkness, blow up a long path of light. Dangling, pinned Han Feng Yuan to the wall. Grass. When Han Feng Yuan made a break, he directly removed his right leg and quickly grew his right leg. Then he wanted to turn around and escape from this place. Dangling. The demon execution sword was as if it was controlling itself, not giving him any chance at all. The blade flashed, nailed his head directly to the wall. Han Feng Yuan's head exploded instantly, turning into a puddle of pus that sickened the heart. And the next moment, the talisman on Zhang Daoi's body that flickered with lightning and emitted a crackling boom. It directly illuminated the entire deep pit. It turned into countless thunderbolts and ruthlessly struck at the bodies of these black stiffs. A mere piece of trash that borrowed a corpse fury to become a black stiff deserves to be treated as a black stiff? Zhang Daoi laughed. 1 step forward. The right hand was stretched out toward the front in a distant manner. The demon Punisher's sword was violently gripped in his hand, spinning itself 270 degrees. The lightning light attached to the blade and slashed violently in the air. An arc of lightning and fire like a dragon was suddenly traced out. 30. The whole network is sensational. This is a fairy, right? No, it's a zombie. I go to. The crowd that was guarding the outside and was taking videos with their cell phones were dumbfounded as if they were wooden chickens when they saw that Zhang Daoi had actually slashed out a purple-blue thunder dragon with his sword. God. Goddess? It's not. It's scary enough that you know Thunderbolt. This ing random summoning of 10,000 Thunderbolts? What the hell? What a joke. No way. Absolutely not. Someone has already posted the video. It's instantly skyrocketed to millions of plays. This kind of weird and wacky stuff just steps on the G-spot in the hearts of the crowd. Fun. Good looking. The traffic is clamoring. Platforms also love to push. So, after these videos circulated online, it quickly burst into flames. Special effects? How come there are still people who know thunder magic? A fairy this is. It's an immortal at first sight. Ha 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 ha. Don't tell those guys they're zombies. I suspect this is an early preview promotion for whichever movie is coming out. This can't be real, can it? It looks so real. There can't really be zombies and fairies, right? The comments section was full of foxes. After all, growing up under the gleam of the new era since childhood, one simply doesn't believe that there are strange things in this world. Isn't that all fiction? Plus, nowadays, the internet is nothing if not strange. Don't say you know how to fight zombies with lightning. Even if you turn into a zombie, it's not uncommon to perform zombies versus Tritons. Soon, a topic appeared on the Douyin hometown hot list. Hashtag zombies and Nere dogs in a funeral home hashtag. The heat is on. There are tens of millions of online views. There are even people who have already made reservations for the funeral home and are driving this way without a care in the world. Some are for traffic. Some are for curiosity. One moment. The road to the funeral home is blocked. Phew. Zhang Daoi retrieved the demon Punisher sword, and with his long and powerful 5 fingers, he pressed the sword back into its sheath. He gazed languidly at the black stiff on the ground, gradually festering into a puddle of black and red blood, and shook his head. Crooked. It's never going to make it to the top, let alone glorify it? You still want to manipulate the zombie army and devour the entire Silverwater City? Big brother, wake up! What era is this? Don't say you're a bunch of black stiffs, even if it's a bunch of hairy stiffs coming. All beings are equal before the nuclear plane, okay? This guy, more or less, has a bad brain. You have successfully decapitated funeral director Han Feng Yuan and overthrown his army of zombies, earning you the Five Thunders. Five Thunders to start with. Then the 5 thunders of righteousness are complete. With one hand the 5 thunders and the other the young 5 thunders. The king of hell has to call his father when he comes. Buzz. As the 5 thunders orthodox method slowly bloomed with thunderous light within Zhang Daoi's body, strong and unrivaled spiritual power fluctuations, suddenly bursting out of the body. That's nice. It's been a long time in the works. Finally, I can cultivate spiritual power. Zhang Daoi suppressed the surprise in his heart. The great sun indestructible body was under the 5 thunders positive law. It was gradually tinted with a hint of lightning attributes. All one needs to do is to find the night of thunder, endure the thunder and lightning of the heavens and earth, and absorb the power therein, and they will be able to quench out the thunder treasure body. Indestructible body plus thunderbolt body. Zhang Daoi's physical body was strong enough. Even in front of the nuclear plane, there might be a hint of resistance. Not enough is not enough. Keep working. Zhang Daoi exhaled a mouthful of turbid air. I only felt that this flying zombie body, under the nourishment of the 5 thunder positive law, gradually recovered, vaguely showing signs of advancing into the ancestor of zombies. In time, this nuclear leveling thing really isn't quite powerful enough when it comes to him. Whoosh, whoosh, Zhang Daoi regains ground, saw a group of people taking pictures of themselves with their cell phones, a slight shake of the head. There is a problem with your refining furnace. All work is currently suspended for a quick overhaul. Zhang Daoi left behind a sentence and drifted away with the red stiff lady. Problems? The staff members left behind were dumbfounded and didn't know whether to believe it or not. Psychiatric hospitals. Luo Huobing and the others had just finished everything in their hands. The call came again. What? Something happened to the funeral parlor? The director is a zombie? Give me your cell phone. I'll take a look at the same city's hot list. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Luo Huobing couldn't help but burst out. Her beautiful eyes widened as she placed the picture and instantly lifted her heart. On that picture, it was clearly Zhang Daoi and the woman in red beside him. What a joke. He's planning to poke a hole in the sky. Luo Huobing's face was shocked and shuddered. Zhang Daoi is to kill whoever he sees. All evil ghosts and zombies. All will not be spared. It's just that he did so without taking into account the social implications. What a headache. Ancestor went to the funeral parlor? The battle is probably all over, right? Ask the ancestor where he is. Let's go find him. Hey, ancestor, where are you? We're looking for you for dinner. Eat your head eat. Ancestor is a zombie. Can he eat? Hey, ancestor, where are you? I am spirit gold small gold we look for you to go to kill people. Bah, kill ghosts to go No response came from the divine master's order. Then wait here? The ancestor will show up sooner or later anyway. The old heavenly master Zhang Yi was holding a dog's tail grass in his mouth, his hands behind his back, and he raised one eyebrow, wanting to find the ancestor and follow by his side more and more closely. It seems like you're breaking into the world with your ancestor. Spirit Earth called. Hey, what the Buddhists are at it again? Daoist Spirit Gold's face was ugly. No, this Buddhist sect is a real thief. Again and again, they come looking for trouble. You don't want to live, do you? I wish the ancestor would kill them all. Daoist Spirit Gold and the others cursed in exasperation. Luo Huobing and the others, on the other hand, quickly rushed to the funeral parlor. The old celestial master did not accompany them as they prepared to look for Zhang Daoi's traces. Call us if there's an emergency situation. Definitely don't just go on. Now that these evil spirits have revived, you ordinary people can't deal with them at all. The old celestial master barked out a sentence and felt that it wasn't enough, so he gave Luo Huobing 3 talismans. The other side. I don't know if the mouths of Taoist Master Ling Jin and the others are open. Zhang Daoi really ran into a group of bald asses. Amitabha Buddha. Monks, may I ask where the 2 of you are going? More than 30 monks. All of them stopped and stood. The head of the big monk wearing a robe and precious clothes, broad and fat, tall and powerful, stood in front of Zhang Daoi, like a small mountain, shrouding him under the shadow. There was something oozy about that face with the smile on it, any way you looked at it. What business is it of yours where we go? There was no need for Zhang Daoi to strike up a conversation. The red stiff nymphette on the side coldly grunted and bristled with disdain. Not even a zombie is a good idea for these vultures. Predictable. How obnoxious they are. How is it none of our business? The Buddha says that meeting is fate, and you and I meeting here is fate. Why don't you follow us back? A piercing halo of light flickered from the robe's precious coat. like a hypnotizing glow that made the mind and heart spin heavenward. The big monk's white fat face, like a noodle cake hanging two black sesame seeds, curved hooked corners of the mouth, as if to eat people's ferocious beast. He bent down, his aura like the sun and moon falling, pressing down on Zhang Daoi's body. This is the frame. It is like if you don't leave, I will press you to leave, before I get mad. Zhang Daoi walked straight ahead as if there was no one else, as if he did not see these monks in front of him. The demon Punisher's sword in his hand gently angled outwards. Get the hell out of here. 31. Monk, didn't your Buddha teach you to clear your mind? Who dare to criticize the Heavenly Master's office? Who dares? 5 seconds. Roll or die. Zhang Daoi walked forward on his own. The demon execution sword in his hand has gradually climbed up a strand of demonic purple and blue electric light. Thunder explodes. Crackle. It made the faces of these monks present stare, as if they felt a hint of foreboding. It's not good. That's a bit of a solid idea. Schizo, we haven't finished talking yet. The big monk turned around and put his hands together with a kind smile. 5, 4. Zhang Daoi walked forward gracefully, counting silently, and the demon execution sword in his hand began to tremble. Scholar, you slaughtered hundreds of people from my Qingguang temple. Don't you still want to make a move? The big monk's face sank like water, finally unable to pretend anymore, spilling Buddha beads in his hands and roaring angrily. 1. Zhang Daoi slightly raised his head, revealing a harmless smile as his right hand jabbed forward. The blade of the sword pierced through the chest of the monk in front of him. Pust. The blood flower breaks at first. Lines of blood sword. Zhang Daoi did not stop. After drawing his sword, he continued to stab. In just a second, he had already stabbed a dozen swords. This monk in front of him had his chest thinned out and his obese body fell to the ground with a loud bang, spewing blood non-stop and scattering chunks of meat all over the place. The rest of the monks didn't even react, until after the boom of the landing was heard. It was only then that he violently became furious, and the Buddha beads in his hands were smashing into Zhang Daoi. You seek death. The big monk clad in the robe and precious clothes shouted sternly, and he rushed closer, wanting to capture Zhang Daoi. Scholar, I wanted to advise you to put down the butcher's knife and become a Buddha. Now it seems impossible for you to hang back and turn around. Since that's the case, then Sprinkler will have no choice but to disassemble you and sacrifice your blood to your fellow disciples. The big monk's big foot stomped the ground, and his obese body shook the ground. Knock knock, knock knock. The rest of the monks were sitting on the ground, surrounding Zhang Daoi in the center. All of them took out their machetes and placed them in front of them. The blade cut through the palm of his hand. The blood flowed to the ground. From all directions, they rushed towards Zhang Daoi. Subsequently, they were chanting Buddhist scriptures. Their faces were distorted, and they were shaking their heads as if they wanted to ascend to heaven. The scripture of deity? Zhang Daoi gazed slightly, and it was as if there was something within his 5 senses that was attached to it, pulsing madly, like there was a small person stomping on the piano keys, playing notes. But these things are useless to him, because he's not a human being, not to mention the red stiff lady. A-ing zombie, you're giving me the sutra? Funny, spare a thought. The deep incantation power in Buddha's light of the Buddhist family still made the red stiff lady feel uncomfortable, her delicate body trembling and twitching. What a way to put down the butcher's knife. Zhang Daoi cheerfully laughed, and was given a whole lot of laughs by the scene in front of him. For s sake, what these monks call putting down the butcher's knife is actually picking up a machete. Ha 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 ha. Prickly prongs. Zhang Daoi threw his head back and laughed. The demon Punisher's sword in his hand suddenly flung towards the chest of the charging great monk. Pust. Exterminate the devil and subdue the 10,000 stiffs. Exterminate the devil and decapitate the Buddha. The terrifying as hell thunder and lightning power cut through a vacuum band in the air, and there were actually arcs of electricity remaining in the air. Jabla. Jab. Jab. The machete in the big monk's hand was shattered by the thunder on with a bang. The obese body, halted in place, incredulously looked down at the demon execution sword that was rooted in his chest. Wisps of blood flowed from the corners of his mouth. You, why are you out of control? The great monk did not expect Zhang Daoi to not only be unaffected, but instead, he swung such a terrifying and overwhelming sword as if he was fine, so fast that he couldn't even react, and the aura on the sword made him feel incomparably alarmed. He and Zhang Daoi weren't even on the same level, so who the hell, in the world, is this guy? Put. The great monk opened his mouth violently and spewed out a line of blood as his entire body staggered. It finally landed with a thud. Knock. And let's not talk about it. You guys copied this deity scripture from my Taoist family. You take my Taoist incantations and use them against the chief of Taoist orthodoxy? Oh, what's more, I'm not a human being myself, so how can you degree me? Zhang Daoi smiled faintly, and the demon execution sword chopped down viciously from top to bottom. Pust. The big fat monk's head rolled out. The precious robe on his body was stained with crimson blood, Master, can I suck their blood? Along the way, the red stiff lady held back from making trouble and touching ordinary people, but these bald asses in front of them were all enemies of Zhang Daoyi. All killed. I'm sure sucking their blood shouldn't make the master angry. Whatever. Zhang Daoyi smiled coldly. He disliked the dirty blood of these guys, and if there was some stunning beauty, it wasn't like he couldn't commiserate a bit. It was like Yuan Tiangang, who had lived for 300 years, needed to harvest yin and replenish yuan to enhance his power. Zhang Daoyi didn't mind trying to see how effective it was. Run! Already a monk reacted and shouted, but it's too late. Zhang Daoyi was like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. His sword moved with his body, lightning filled the sky, purple aura flashed madly, crackling and penetrating the chests of several people. The bloody hole exploded. Blood and flesh splattered. These monks struggled miserably, trying to escape from this place. Zhang Daoyi didn't give a chance at all. A few short breaths later, all that was left of the grounds was a pile of bald corpses. The red stigmata laughed heartily. Cool. Following the master for so many days. Finally, you can have a full meal. After sucking up to these guys, she was even whiter, more enchanting and charming, and her power had even been enhanced. Master, don't you want it? The red stiff lady forgot to leave a few for Zhang Daoyi and timidly asked. Don't. Zhang Daoyi shook his head, mentally searching. How did these guys know that they had destroyed the Qingguang temple, and how did they find themselves? Could it be that they used that treasure in the Great Thunder Sound Temple? Zhang Daoyi gazed slightly, and could only explain it like this. This thing, the echoing light treasure, is indeed a bit perverted, and I don't know how the old Buddhist ancestors got it in the first place. But, compared to the Taoists' greatest treasure, it's still a bit underwhelming. Your Buddhist echoing light treasure, which can only trace back a certain amount of time, can only see silhouettes unable to trace the breath. But I'm Taoist. Zhang Daoyi doesn't continue to think about it. There's no need for that. He didn't have a Taoist supreme treasure now anyway. Let's wait until we get it later. Current quest, destroy the Bloodbane formation in Silverwater City and save the people of the city. Reward air body source stream. Reward 10,000 corpses rising. The source and flow of the air body, heaven and earth are one and the same. And the air is the first one. Manipulate the changes of the air body. Change the route of the air body. Control the air body of all the world's laws. And prove my divine power. 10,000 corpses rising, the ancient spell of the Hui Tian clan, the origin of the corpse-catching clan, can order 10,000 corpses in the world to come out of the earth and be used for themselves. It's very bossy. Zhang Daoyi was slightly stunned. Such a powerful technique was not available in the Taoist family before. These two, they're totally made for themselves. The Heavenly Master's mansion. In front of the main hall, Monk Guan Yuan, who had his arms and legs stomped off by the old Celestial Master before, was back, only to be carried over. He didn't want to come at first. It's so humiliating. But there's no way. It's out of your hands. You have to come even if you don't. Otherwise, how can we salvage the reputation of Buddhism? Not to throw dirt on Taoism, the Buddhists will never be able to live in peace. These days, as a result of the incident at the Qingguang temple, Buddhist incense everywhere plummeted to the bottom. And let's not talk about the dignitaries who don't show up at the door. It's the poor people who don't have two pussies in their pockets who don't come to burn incense and pray. Pathetic. The Buddhist sect fell away. They can cry themselves to death. No way. Aren't you Taoists messing with me? Yeah, then I'll screw you Taoists. None of us are going to be okay. 32. The danger within Silverwater City. Old Tianshi can't even see through it. Qimen Dunjia. Open. Silverwater City is in turmoil. Connections appear to be large-scale emergencies. It's already ruling the Douyin Homo hot list. The top 5 hot topics are all about zombies and ghosts. Can't even press it down. I was thinking of hiding it, but paper can't hold fire. No chance at all. The power of the masses is terrifying. We will invite the Heavenly Master's Palace, the Zhangyi sect, the Maoshan sect, and other righteous sects and righteous men to come to Silverwater City to cut down the demons and eliminate the devils, returning a peaceful blue sky to everyone. Luo Huabing faced the major cameras, pinched the speech in his hand, and said with a solemn expression, "These days, first the evil spirits invaded, then the zombies awakened, followed by the massacre of the Qingguang temple, the director of the psychiatric hospital possessed by evil spirits, brutally murdering the patients, the funeral parlor director stealing and replacing the corpses, raising an army of zombies. The last thing was that outside of Silverwater City, dozens of monks' corpses appeared again. Upon confirmation, it was discovered that this was Monk Tong Shen, one of the 8 Vidra of the Little Lei temple, died a horrible death. The senior monks of the Little Lei temple, but no one came to claim the body. It's really bizarre. Or rather, they are simply afraid to claim it, because these monks died with a butcher knife in their hands. As soon as the photo was posted online, it was an instant sensation. The Buddha's persona of being kind and compassionate has completely collapsed. Straight up wasted. The incense instantly plummeted. The door is open. No one dares to pay a visit anymore. The monks who had gone to the Tianshi mansion to cause trouble left in ashes, not even daring to scream. Monk Guang Yuan, lying on the stretcher, felt like he had died another social death. Only, last time it was the body that died, this time it was the soul. On the way down, they ran too fast and even bumped Monk Guang Yuan down, breaking several more ribs. It's really too bad. Little Thunderbolt Temple quickly clarified, declaring that those dead monks, especially Monk Tong Xian, had nothing to do with their Little Thunder Sound Temple. Please believe in Buddha. Sure, there are still quite a few brainwashed fans who are unwavering advocates of Buddhism. This gave the Buddhist sect a chance to live on. They knew that they had to make a change, find Zhang Daoyi, and prove to the world that the Tianshi mansion was harboring zombies, doing no evil, and killing people at will. The remaining 7 great Vajra of the Little Thunder Sound Temple all came out. The purpose was simple, to capture Zhang Daoyi. At the same time, the other sects of the Taoist sect have come down from the mountain. At the invitation of the Mirror Inspector Division of Silverwater City, he has come here to sit in on a special occasion. Luo Huabing was worried that they would discover Zhang Daoyi's secret. In fact, she was already 9% sure in her heart. Zhang Daoyi is the zombie. Just still lying to myself, don't want to believe it's true. After all, it would be a shame for such a handsome man to be a zombie. Elder Celestial Master, I feel much more at ease with you here. Luo Huabing took a deep breath and looked towards Zhang Yi, who was sitting on the boulder to meditate and cultivate, and the mixed emotions in her heart settled down a lot. Don't worry, no one can touch my family's ancestor. Besides, little girl doll, you don't need to worry. The ancestor beating them is just like an elephant stepping on an ant. It's effortless, right? Zhang Ji stroked his white beard, his demeanor pleasantly relaxed. That's what they say, but people talk. I'm worried that it might involve the Heavenly Master's office, or even get the relevant authorities to step in. Luo Huabing's background is extraordinary. Naturally, he has already inquired about some of the wind. Under the sky, the one who can make my Heavenly Master's palace bow down has yet to appear. Zhang Ji laughed out loud, incredibly confident. Think about the beginning. Who is secretly driving away the strange men and women of other countries? Naturally, it was the Heavenly Master's office that led the various righteous sects. Guard this great river and mountains. Otherwise, you can't kill those strange people with just some airplanes and cannons. Tianshifu, that inheritance of thousands of years of plaque, can have the personal seal of successive emperors, mountain and river state seal. Who dares to move around freely? Their town is the tranquility of these 9 million miles of mountains, rivers, grasses and trees. Sure, Luo Huabing naturally didn't know this. Zhang Yi wasn't going to talk to her about useless things either. I sense that within this silver water city, it seems to be condensing some kind of strange aura. It's odd, but I can't tell. Zhang Yi frowned slightly as he opened his mouth to Luo Huabing. The 3 spirit gold Taoist masters, on the other hand, raised an eyebrow, an aura that could make even the old Heavenly Master feel odd. Could it be that there was some sort of terrifying ghost king lurking within Silverwater City? A zombie king? You are an old celestial master, invincible in the world, but you can't sense it? Luo Huabing wondered. Who's Zhang Yong? Myth, legend. If it wasn't for finding the 9th ancestor, there's no way he's going down. But nowadays, the danger's lurking within Silverwater City, and yet, he couldn't even see through it. When it's really scary, Luo Huabing's heart fell a little wary. The delicate and beautiful eyes surged with a few moments of worry. If the masters of all the great sects had come, would not the difficulty have been solved? Luo Huabing asked. The moment. Sects such as Mao Shan, Shanqing, and Jingyi all quickly rushed to this place. They came here, one because they were invited, and the other because they wanted to catch Zhang Daoyi and seize the pigtails of the Heavenly Master's office. You can't keep them from coming, can you? The old Celestial Master is no more powerful, nor dare they defy the official voice. Also, if you show that you don't want them to come, it rather feels like you're in the middle of nowhere. It's sure to make hearts grow fonder. Who knows? If even I can't do it, it's useless even if they come with more people. Zhang Yi shook his head and smiled faintly. It's not that he blows awesome. Young, he himself had beaten up all of his righteous clan peers. One hand could weigh them down so much they couldn't breathe. Now decades have passed. Likewise, even he couldn't see through the dangers lurking within Silverwater City if he was. Others have counted for. And again, the one who came wasn't necessarily the sect leader. It was most likely just an elder or something like that. It's even more trashy. Above Silverwater City, dark clouds rolled over, sometimes in cloudy showers, sometimes clear and sunny. The weather is treacherous and unusual. Changeable weather. It also makes for a changeable mood. Very fickle. Master, where are we going now? The red stiff lady asked. Go dig out the formation underneath the ground of Silverwater City, Zhang Daoyi faintly said. He took 2 bites of human food, finding that there is still a feeling of nausea, wanting to vomit. wanting to vomit out the visceral unpleasantness. The red stiff lady handed him the blood bag. Zhang Daoi shook his head. He was equally disgusted by the blood of these humans. Master, why don't I go grab you two beautiful girls? The red stiff lady was like a roundworm in Zhang Daoi's stomach as she hemmed and hawed. Zhang Daoi silently withdrew his eyes and grunted through his nostrils. Spin. The mind sank into the Qi Men Dun Jia. Buzz. He made a seal with his right hand and choked to open the odd door. In an instant, the 8 trigrams array disc, the flying palace and the 9 stars, lined up across heaven and earth. The zodiac star charts are suspended from the 8 trigrams of heaven. The 8 trigrams of the latter-day turn, reflecting the 7 stars of the Big Dipper, and the double star is hidden. The 6 Nongs and 6 armors, the 6 stings of Tai, and the 8 gates of life and death all turn slowly. Zhang Daoi slowly opened his eyes, looking to the bottom of his feet, this huge as a heavenly palace of strange gates. The palms of his feet suddenly stepped forward. Knock. 13 positions in the Jingmen, and the northwestern fall of the greedy wolf. Open. 33. Finally, I was able to find that glimmer of air. Zhang Daoi pinched his fingers and deduced the heavenly chances, at the same time using himself as the center of the Qi, pouring the power of heaven and earth into the Qi Men Dun Jia, projecting the good and bad fortune in the city of Silverwater. Jingmen open half away. Can position in the center, water and fire 13 hanging, incompatible with the incompatibility. This is a sign of great good fortune. However, any one of these feng shui layout changes will be able to turn this great luck of the millennium trigrams into a great evil omen. Death without burial place in purgatory. I have slain evil spirits and fallen true blood in the southeast and northwest of Silver Water City respectively. Bailey out of the wind, and Han Feng Yuan in the death of Huimin, made a loophole in the formation on the north side of Silver Water City, destroying the heavenly star in it. Qin Ziwei in the south, is the 5 harmonies of dry fire, on the 9 stars flying cloud hanging, the death of 48 people, is the sign of great evil, will be the south of the feng shui layout as much as possible stained with blood. Not to mention, I decapitated the evil spirits and zombies outside the eastern part of the city as soon as I came to Silver Water City in the first place. Slaughtered Akiji again in the west. All the feng shui layouts were destroyed, soaked in blood, and completely turned into a great evil formation. If the person who set up the formation had wanted to turn this formation into a great evil blood formation, then wouldn't all the steps behind this one have projected that I would do so? One who has such power of warping the heavens and the earth, who can peer into the heavens, has a terrifying ability. How can such a person still exist in this world? Zhang Daoi didn't believe it, or rather, he didn't think that there could be such a godly person in this already withering latter-day world. But if we say that everything is a coincidence, and that the person who set up this formation was meant to coalesce the Qi of Silver Water City and help it prosper, then why set up such a great evil and auspicious formation? There are so many powerful formations that aren't set up, and you choose one that is so also righteous and evil? Who would believe it? He didn't believe it anyway. It was impossible for someone to set up this kind of ghost formation simply to help Silver Water City gather its Qi. Someone definitely did this on purpose. Then wouldn't the person behind this be a bit scary? It was actually hiding in the shadows, using all these people as pawns to game and push. Maybe it's a 1,000-year-old demon too. Not live 1,000 years. There is no way it could have been so capable and so well thought out. It's a big picture. Zhang Daoi wanted to see the formations underneath this city with the help of Qi Men Dun Jia. Which is it exactly? Buzz, buzz, buzz. Wisps of crystal blue, clear light rays sprang out of the 8 gates, pierced through the void, and shot out in all directions of Silver Water City, drilling into the ground. Zhang Daoi's divine soul, along with these Qi, saw Zhang Yi and others, the anchor who was broadcasting live, and the stall owner who was making buns. It was as if he had transformed into 1,000 selves, drilled deep into the underground of Silver Water City, suddenly sensing a terrifyingly monstrous blood aura, only to see, hovering in a cave dozens of meters deep underground, a blurry silhouette, shrouded in black robes, with strands of blood Qi that turned into swimming dragons lingering around the entire person. A huge formation. It pierced through the underground stone pillars, caves, and blossomed into a bright and piercing bloodlight. Array on, inscribed with arcane and obscure runes. These characters, which Zhang Daoi did not recognize, did not belong to the pre-Qin script, somewhat like the later small seal script, clerical script. It's a post-apocalyptic text anyway. Wisps of blood-red wandering threads, densely packed, like hair, drilled out of the formation and extended into nothingness. Sense carefully. There is human anger attached to it. Pure life. In other words, this formation was absorbing the vitality of millions of people in Silverwater City. It's all been absorbed for I don't know how many years. What the hell does this guy want? Zhang Daoi gazed slightly. He couldn't stop here for long. In itself, this was just a place he had found blindly through the Qi of Qi Men Dun Jia, staying for only a few short breaths. Boo! The lull. The figure sitting on the formation moved, Zhang Daoi stared violently. A skeleton face suddenly appeared in front of him. The black robe unfolded, and underneath was actually a set of white bones? Next moment, he then dissipated into thin air. Good, captured your chi. Oh, then I'll be polite and go straight over to kill you. Zhang Daoi smiled coldly. He threw the wisp of breath into the chimera. The pinch catalyzed the rolling and blazing inner landscape art gate. 8 doors turn. The 9 stars roar. The lines on the zodiac star map gradually lit up, outlining a pattern. It was like showing Zhang Daoi the way. Oh, come on. It's time to go collect his body. Zhang Daoi dispersed the Qi Man Dunjia and looked at the wisp of Qi in his hand. Sometimes blazing, sometimes weak, guiding the way. Snapping his fingers at the red stiff lady, he turned and walked away. The moment, the elders of all the great sects rushed to Silver Water City. I ran into all of them on the road. Gu, Master Gongsun of the Shangqing sect, what brings you here? Oh, didn't you come too? It can't be helped. Who let people invite you so graciously? Immeasurable Heavenly Father. Evil ghosts and zombies have repeatedly appeared in Silver Water City. It's estimated that some horrible evil spirits have come out. We must eradicate them. It's also Elder Gu from Taimen. With you here, the problems of Silver Water City will surely be solved. My Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's real person said that this matter is very fierce, so I hope that all of you will be careful and do not draw fire to yourselves. You guys, what's going on with Silver Water City? Is it hard to believe that someone is laying out a plan to attack Longhu Mountain through Silver Water City? These clan elders gathered together for a small meeting, whispering and discussing their speculations. Anyway, never mind what it is. Since we were invited over to solve the problem, we still have to give face. If it involves the Heavenly Master, then I don't think there's any need to deal with the follow-up issues for them. Anyway, the Celestial Master's mansion has an old Celestial Master sitting in it. It's so powerful that it seems more or less ridiculous for us to make a move. The person who spoke was dressed in a white cloud Taoist robe, which was embroidered with a round of white sun rising, with a big bird crossing the river. In a marvelous mood, this is the head of the Tianyi sect elders, Taoist Master Tianhong. Out of all these people, he is the highest in Taoism, the most senior and the most senior. Now that Taoist Master Tianhong has spoken, there was no rebuttal from the crowd, a very approving nod. After all, they thought so inwardly. It's just that it's too much of a hindrance to say it. Dao Lord Tianhong, I think that when we get there, we can perhaps hold off for now. I heard that the old Heavenly Master is there. He could have made a move to help Silver Water City. If he can't, let's have another go at it. A man stroked his beard and laughed. The others echoed with big smiles and nodded their heads in agreement. Subsequently, the group quickly ran towards Silver Water City. The old Heavenly Master was sitting in Silver Water City, escorted by the 3 Lingjin Taoist Masters, performing the Heaven, Earth, and Human 3 Talents formation, trying to find the lurking danger. Though lol, he opened his golden eyes, revealing a hint of excitement. Found it! Finally I found a trace of Qi. 34. My name is Zheng Yizhen Wuzhao Tian Qi. Hey, bro, are you a ING zombie? The moment, Zhang Daoi was running along the southwest avenue of Silverwater City, 150 miles south, into the Silver Company Mountains, across the Old Sao River. You can see the natural cave at the bottom of that mountain. That cave, it should have penetrated the ground and seeped deep into the ground of Silverwater City. Master, it is possible to create a New Year's Eve formation under the Silverwater City and still conceal it from outsiders. The person behind this, will he be very strong? The red stiff lady asked in a deep voice. Nature is strong, she's very clear, but what she cared about was whether or not there was a strong Zhang Daoi. After all, she did not believe that there could be a guy in this world who was stronger than Zhang Daoi, whether it's a zombie, or a ghost, or a person. But little Doyle, Zhang Daoi shook his head. That guy is scary, not to mention being able to silently set up a huge heaven-sacrificing blood formation in Silverwater City. Let's just say that this guy can calculate that someone can destroy the surrounding feng shui layout, which in turn allows the formation to instantly reverse the signs of good and bad fortune. It's far from human. Perhaps this guy's magical power was low, but the artistic character Dao was extremely strong. Jutsu, not a single formation. Rather, it consists of arts and spells. There are thousands of variations and types of arts, which can kill people, save people, take the life of heaven, and know heaven's secrets. Not a means of offense, it's more for assistance. And the law main attack killing, has incomparable power of killing. Thunder Gaba, the main fight is a kill. All kinds of laws, just to take on the enemy and kill them. Someone's coming? The red stiff nymphette frowned, seemingly sensing a bad vibe, and glanced at her eyebrows in disgust. Zhang Daoi saw a young man in a light green Taoist robe rushing over in front of him with a large Zheng character written on his body. Positively one door. Hey, dogs, you guys are here to help too. Ha! The youth who came face to face. Zhao Tianqi stretched out his collection and smiled faintly, but after getting close, his eyes steepened as he stared at the red stiff nymphette, looking up and down, and the demon-invoking bell, which he held tightly in his hand, had begun to shake. Buzz, 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 something's weird, this red pussy is not a good silver. Fellow Daoist, why don't you step in and accept this demon? Zhao Tianqi shouted out loud as the staff in his hand blossomed with a glowing blue light, and a faint circle of blue light appeared on it. It's like lightning and thunder. The runes are born. It instantly exuded an inexplicable might. Then you do it. Zhang Daoyi looked at him with a smirk. The eyes are like looking at a little cutie. Evil spirit. She's an evil spirit. Fellow Daoist, if you don't make a move, I'll go on. Zhao Tianqi's eyes were slightly austere, his Taoist robes hunting and sounding, and the spells in his hands coalesced into a halo in his face, striking at the red stiffness nymphette. Asterisk 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 off to the side. The red stiff lady just spat out a word and sent Zhao Tianqi flying. A zombie can stand up to my Zhang Yisek's Hao Ran Qi? Zhao Tianqi's eyes bulged out and blood spurted out of his mouth, thinking that he had made a wrong move and it had backfired on himself. He always thought he was okay at monasticism. How come you can't even deal with zombies? She's a red stiff. You can't deal with that. Zhang Daoyi laughed and left straight away. Mazamichi was really relieved to let such an apprentice come to Silverwater City. Aren't you afraid that a 1,000-year-old stiff will come and swallow him in one gulp? What? A red stiff? Fogweed. Let me see. There are even red stiffs in this world? That powerful? No wonder you're not afraid of me then. Zhao Tianqi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and quickly followed, his eyes filled with curiosity and amazement, just like a heel, turning around Zhang Daoyi and the red stiff lady. Hey, little fly. I said, are you annoying? The red stiff lady was annoyed and glared at him angrily. It was clear that he and his master were well on their way, a gesture of talent and beauty. You stirrers come out to fool around. It straight up screwed us out of this mood. What a pain in the ass. Sorry, I'm just too excited to see a red stiff. All I've killed before are white stiffs, green stiffs, I've never even seen a black stiff. But then again, from what I've read in the ancient texts, shouldn't a red stiff be red? That's just your clothes that are red, and your body isn't red either. Zhao Tianqi grasped his chin and mumbled as he leisurely followed behind. The red stiff lady really wanted to slap him to death. However, doing so would cause the wrath of dozens of righteous sects in Silverwater City. She can't afford it. It will also involve the master. Oh, so tell me what a flying stiff looks like. Zhang Daoyi stopped and inclined his head to give Zhao Tianqi a gentle smile. Flying stiffs? Isn't that ing legendary? It can't be. The flying stiffs can fly, can they? Zhao Tianqi shouted out of breath. No, boy, he's right in front of you. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly. Suddenly, his face violently grimaced down. His head rotated 360 degrees, opening his large mouth with sharp teeth, blood-red saliva dripping down from between his teeth. I'll just fly stiff. Boom! The power of the invisible corpse. It wrapped Zhao Tianqi inside instantly, freezing him into an ice sculpture. Zhao Tianqi's frozen face was purple and he couldn't move, so he could only look at Zhang Daoyi and the red stiff lady through the corpse fiend ice sculpture. So they really are zombies. But you look like a member of my generation. Sure enough, the master said that feelings are deceiving. Jab! Zhang Daoyi casually flung his hand and thunder struck down, thawing Zhao Tianqi. You still. No thunder magic. Zhao Tianqi was trembling and shivering, his gaze terrified. Mom, what the hell did you run into? Don't follow us or die without knowing how. Zhang Daoyi flexed his fingers. The invisible power of the corpse fury blasted it away. At the same time, Taoist Master Tianhong and the others who were running away in a hurry. A sudden frown creased his brow. The face changed in shock. Misty grass. What a dense corpse fury power. Someone exclaimed in shock. What the hell is going on in Silverwater? It's such a horrible necromancy. Who the would dare venture in there? Boy, this is much more powerful than any of the black stiffs I've encountered before. A man shouted, his face slightly alarmed. The corpse fury has disappeared? Hey, what's with the thunder and lightning? Fighting. Suddenly, the thunder struck down, and the power of the corpse fiend disappeared cleanly, and the vast and pure thunder might made everyone present lick their dry lips. Everyone is passed down from one genre to the next. Thunder method all the way. However, the only one who truly controlled the essence of lightning and could draw pure heavenly thunder was the Longhu Mountain Heavenly Master's house. Since we are all connoisseurs of playing with thunder, naturally, he was able to distinguish the aura in the lightning method. Isn't this the same as the purple-robed Heavenly Master? Now, the only purple-robed celestial master in the world is not just that old man, Zhang Yi. The old Heavenly Master is indeed here. Then we can rest assured. Already there were a few smiles. With his head held high, he stepped into Silverwater City. 35. The Four Directions Blood Fury is now in the world. Do you deserve to be called the ancestor of 10,000 corpses? Outside of Silverwater City, dozens of meters under the ground, the huge blood formation slowly rotated, and the rich blood fury power on it was shocking to the eyes. The black-clad figure sitting on a stone pillar, a bloody light lingered all over his body. After decades of planning, I'm finally going to fulfill my dream at this moment. He slowly raised his head, revealing a dry and aged face with a white beard, white eyebrows drooping, and a face as white as blood, as if it had been eaten with blood. He sat here for decades. No food, no drink, only to sacrifice an entire city, millions of people, to help himself ascend. Perhaps no one could have imagined that I could lay out this formation with just a few decades, with monstrous strength. I really should thank that Lord. If it wasn't for him, I'm afraid I'd still be muddled as an ordinary person. His voice was raspy, as if a sandworm had burrowed through his throat, fraying the nerves and causing goosebumps to explode in layers. There are always disgusting bugs to ruin my plans. Damn it! He saw Zhang Daoyi, who was flying through Silver Water City, the old heavenly master, and a line of Dao sect elders through the blood-bane formation. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. The look was violent and hideous. Damn it! Why is it that people are always so that they have to come out and mind their own business? I have my way. You practice yours. We don't interfere with each other. No good? Do you have to die? Good. Instead of anger, he laughed and laughed hideously up at the sky. Even the blood fiend grand formation shook. Boom! An earthquake-like fluctuation appeared in the ground of Silverwater City. Terrifying energy fluctuations instantly penetrated the surface of the ground and spread in all directions, rippling throughout Silverwater City. It didn't matter that he was now no longer going to hide his head and expose his identity, because the formation is complete. The hour has come. The positions of the four evil spirits of East, West, South, North and South have been completely formed. Even if the gods come, and don't even think about destroying his bloodbath formation. Ha. Today, I will be immortalized. The caracal laughter resounded throughout the world, as if it was a heavenly sound falling from the 9 heavens, rumbling and exploding, echoing in the ears of the crowd. One time, on all sides of Silverwater City, more than 8 million people, all of their faces were horrified. City Lord Tangdashan quickly led his men to old Tianshur. What's happening, old Sky Master? His face was horrified and his mind trembled. Even if he is the lord of a city, but ultimately, they are mortal. Facing this energy that was like a heavenly might, what can the name of a city lord actually stand up to? Someone tried to blood sacrifice the entire Silverwater City. The formation is about to break out of the ground. The old celestial master looked at the bottom of his feet, and deep underground, an arc of energy fluctuated, rapidly rushing upwards. The ground is rapidly cracking. A crack appeared. Run! Asterisk. Earthquake! Grandma! So scary! Help! What the hell is this? Why is there a red glow under the ground? Iron Suns, have you seen the change in our Silverwater City? Hurry up and reward and brush up. The anchor doesn't even want to die now. You guys still don't. A spacious avenue that is rapidly sinking, pipes buried in the ground, bursting as much as they could, sewage spewing, tap water shooting up. The high-voltage electricity all collapsed onto the ground, and the terrifying high-voltage electricity leaked out, instantly scorching the ground, and no one dared to go over. Just a few breaths. A small portion of Silverwater City was already in a state of chaos. People were scrambling and running away, immensely frightened, their faces as white as snow, as if they had seen something terrible. There were already many people lying on the ground, a body lined up horizontally, their eyes white and bloodless, as if they had been drained of blood. What? There's been a mass death in Tongan District? Good. Keep me in touch. The ground has collapsed in Dafeng District? Quickly. Save people. Help. Seek support. Get support from the Wind Chime Warzone. Make them send out fighters. City Lord Tangdashan was already going crazy. The phones are going to be ringing off the hook. What? A monster has appeared in the north? What monster? I asked you what monster? Tangdashan roared. How did he get so unlucky? It favored him with this kind of thing. The people from the Dao sect aren't coming yet? Evil spirits have already appeared in the north. So if it's not possible, Spirit Gold, the three of you will go sit in the north and kill the evil spirits. The heavenly master narrowed his eyes slightly as he sensed the terrifying aura coming from the north. The dense blood fury seemed to have devoured the blood chi of tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of people, and coalesced into an evil spirit. It's strong. The 3 Spirit Gold Taoist Masters should be able to deal with it. Yes, the 3 Spirit Gold Taoist Masters quickly left. Huff, puff, puff. Soon, the Taoists are coming. When the crowd of Taoist Master Tianhong saw Zhang Yi, they only slightly nodded and saluted, and did not look solemn, even if he was afraid of the old Heavenly Master's strength. But still, they don't want to bow down to the Heavenly Master. They all believed that their clans were the three Qing orthodoxies. Evil spirits have appeared in the east, and in the west. All of you Taoist masters, please take action. Otherwise, Silverwater City is unthinkable. Tang Dashan looked like he had seen his savior and rushed forward, holding Taoist Master Tianhong's hand and saying excitedly, "Good, the Heavenly Master and I will sit here, while the rest of you go to the four directions to provide support." Taoist Master Tianhong nodded slightly. "I don't know, thought he was the leader of the righteous sect." The old celestial master didn't even give his word. "You just licked your own face?" Zhang Yi didn't bother to say anything and stood silently, waiting for something. "Ha, this guy is sulking? Still taking the initiative?" Zhang Daoi's gaze was quiet and faintly smiled as he looked toward the rising blood-devouring red light in the distance. That bloodbath grand formation had emerged from the ground. Knock! A muffled sound appeared in front of Zhang Daoi. In the mist, there was a blurry figure. The block is huge, thick limbs. Gradually a head emerges, like a dozen heads screwed together and put in a freezer to freeze. Oddly shaped. "It's scary. You've been looking for me? Now that I'm here, are you ready to die?" Cold, ghostly teasing voice. It came out from the roiling mist. Zhang Daoi's eyes were slightly austere, and there was a trace of disdainful sneer at the corner of his mouth. Unmoved, calm and bland. "You're not afraid? Shouldn't you be showing fear?" He doesn't understand. It didn't matter to him, though. He just kills people. Just as well. "An ant like you can never understand what I do. Go to hell." 3 words fell. Boo! At once, the mountain-like zombie warrior rushed towards Zhang Daoi. The red stiff Nyang raised her hand, and countless blood-red silk threads, like arrows, shot towards the zombie warrior that was 3 meters tall. "You think you're cool when you talk a bunch of crap before you figure out your opponent?" The red stiff lady is going to die laughing. These villains, they're so stupid. Not at all like she'd be able to judge the situation and know what's going on. Garbage should go in the trash. Whoosh search. Whoosh. The sky was filled with necromantic arrows that pierced through the zombie warriors. It did not fall. Instead, after taking a deep breath of the mist in the air, the body changed again. The color changes as well. It went from grayish-white to a fine iron black. Black stiffs? What's going on? The red stiff lady's eyes glazed over. Just by inhaling a mouthful of airborne mist, she turned into a black stiff? That's a lot of ing evolution, isn't it? I'll try that too. She wondered if she could turn into a purple stiff after taking a puff. Results: grossly useless. These mists are the origin in the bloodbath grand formation, specifically used to cultivate these undead warriors. It's useless for you to absorb it, but they absorb it, but they are able to evolve by leaps and bounds. And the attacks you just struck it with have all become aids for it to become stronger. Zhang Daoi saw through the nature of this thing. Well, you guys look plain and ordinary, but I didn't expect to have 2 skills. But that's all. Let this guy play with you guys. When I swallow the whole Silver Water City, I'll be the only immortal in this world. He gave a sardonic laugh and disappeared. The ground was already lit up with a blood-red vein. This means that the bloodbath formation has been activated. The people within Silver Water City were simply unable to resist these bloodbath forces. There will definitely be a lot of deaths. They'll all be dead by then. The bloodbath formation would become more and more terrifying. Jabla dash. Zhang Daoi raised the demon execution sword in his hand and aimed it at the zombie warrior in front of him. Really? Why do you always run into such stupid, arrogant people? Can't you wait for me for a second? The blade was aimed at the zombie warrior. Zhang Daoi's mouth slowly spat out 2 words. On your knees. Dang. Next moment, the mountain-like zombie warrior in front of him suddenly knelt down in front of Zhang Daoi, smashing the ground out of a huge deep pit. 36. Can't do anything about it? Bloodshed Ascension Formation. It's too late. It's finished. It's too late now even to call for help. The city lord, Tang Dashan, was being escorted by a group of bodyguards, calling the relevant departments with trepidation. Assistance can take as little as 3 hours. If the fire covers it, 8 million people will be damaged. After all, the formation permeated the entire city. The only way to destroy it is to attack it indiscriminately. It's something no one would dare dip their hands in. So, the only way was to send someone to Silverwater City and destroy the formation. The relevant authorities have deployed the alter ego, but it took too long. The dead are growing. The bloodbath formation then grew stronger and stronger. In time, anyone who enters this place, all must die. All of them would melt into a puddle of blood and water, becoming the nutrients for the grand formation. The doo-wop, the wee-wop, and the hot surge have all exploded. Hashtag a sudden massive earthquake in Silverwater City is suspected to be the revival of an evil spirit. Hashtag are there really ghosts and demons in the world? Hashtag Silverwater City is in a state of first-degree readiness. Hashtag already an anchor has been lost in Silverwater. Hashtag formations have appeared in the ground of Silverwater City. Hashtag one topic at a time. There are tens of millions and hundreds of millions of dollars being discussed at every turn. In the past, the calm, peaceful and serene atmosphere was all shattered. People just snapped out of it. It turns out that there really are demons and monsters in the world. Both curious and excited. Even many anchors tried to rub it in. Drive to Silverwater City. You can't die without making a mistake. They obviously live too long a life. Ha 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 ha. A mere human only has a short lifespan of a few decades, even if you are powerful in the world. So what? Doesn't the same die in a shovelful of dirt? Yet I can live forever. Rule over you ruminants forever. A cry of laughter, ghostly, emerged from the ground and echoed in the sky above Silverwater City. The old celestial master's face was slightly condensed, and the golden light divine incantation on his body suddenly emerged and rose up, burning around his body, playing God. Phew! Zhang Ji was very fast. His figure was like a shocking arrow, shooting towards a ball of red light suspended in the air. Boo! The red light exploded. A figure was revealed inside. He, Zhang Yi, your cultivation is invincible, but it's impossible to kill me, because I've become one with this formation. He laughed out loud, even though the body was pierced by the old celestial master's punch, but soon recovered. You are. Zhang Ji suddenly furrowed his brows as a familiar face appeared in his mind. Where have you seen it before? A long time ago. Haven't you thought of it yet? 40 years ago, there was a zombie murder within Silverwater City. At that time, my parents, wife and children died tragically. No one to lend a helping hand. After you people came, but only killed the zombies. But my parents, wife and children, but never come back. I swear, I must cultivate. I want this power too, but your heavenly master's mansion looks down on me. You don't want me. His eyes were scarlet, as if they were engorged with blood, and his eyeballs had actually turned blood red. A pair of bloodshot eyes gazed coldly at Zhang Yu. I've searched all the major righteous sects, and none of them want me. They all say I'm not right-minded. I'm trying to cultivate my way to immortality. So who am I to say that I have a bad heart? You guys just don't want me to learn. Just don't want me, a commoner, to step into the Taoist sect. You're a bunch of disgusting hypocritical trash. He opened his hands wide, and in an instant, the boundless and endless blood fiend grand formation erupted with a shocking red light. Boom, boom. A zombie emerged from the ground. You were originally ill-intentioned, exterminating humanity for your own selfish desires, wanting to slaughter the entire Silverwater City. You're crazy. Zhang Ziyi drank softly in a deep voice. He quickly calculated in his mind how to destroy the Bloodbath Grand Formation. This thing is just bizarre. The Bloodbath Grand Formation has settled down after so many years. It's hard to find a break. Not to mention, this guy has become one with the Bloodbath Formation. It's unkillable. Roar, roar, roar. A head of zombies emerged from the ground as if they were an army of zombies, rushing to various places and biting people when they saw them. The blood chi surged crazily. Gradually, the sky over Silverwater City turned the color of blood. This many zombies? Mirror chasers, Warzone have swept, but there were too many zombies emerging from the ground, and quite a few of them still produce intelligence and are very powerful. This is the result of decades of silence on my part. It is not something you can eliminate in just a few minutes. Han Tongshang, suspended on the countless threads of blood, revealed a sardonic smile, his crooked teeth, all black and yellow stains. Boom, boom, boom. Loud noises erupted from the east, west, south, north and south. Obviously, terrifying attacks appeared in all directions of the bloodbath. Fear and shock were written all over Taoist Master Tianhong's face. I should have known to bring more people. He was filled with rage, hating himself for not being powerful enough. Right now, one is simply useless on one's own. Only an old celestial master can deal with this monster. He's a piece of. Standing around shouting 666 is annoying. Feel good about the few hours you have. Old celestial master. No matter how powerful you are, facing this zombie army will still take some strength, right? I just can't believe that you're not a human being with an endless amount of spiritual energy in your body. I'll play you with the lives of millions of these people. Let's see how you win me over. Han Tongsheng roared, his body suddenly crumbling into pieces of flesh and blood, bones drilling out of his body, and a blood lotus blooming all around him. In an instant, the bloodbath formation crazily absorbed the blood chi of the civilian population. Buzz off! A strand of blood chi was as if it was caught in a whirlpool. A sea of churning and surging blood coalesced in the sky above. Asterisk. Zhang Ji's eyes were bared. Each strand of blood was a human life. Just a few minutes. There's already no telling how many people have died. It's a massacre. This is extinction. Surprisingly, we didn't even notice that someone had set up this kind of formation underneath Silverwater City. It's just that I've been so comfortable for so long that I've forgotten how to scout for danger. Zhang Ziyi intended to dissipate all the golden light in his body and overpower Han Tongsheng. The cost is great though, but this is the only chance. Daoist Master Tianhong was sincerely terrified, which still had the same arrogant and disdainful face from before. The moment he hid away, his body trembling like a frightened old hen. What? Are you going to die with me? Han Tongsheng laughed hideously, contempt in his eyes. You're not worthy. You think this formation is humanly possible to break? To tell you the truth, this formation was given to me by a real person, and when it was set up, thousands of corpses and blood were used to pile it up, nourished deep in the ground, absorbing decades of yin qi. You want to break it with your human power? Die for me. With a big wave of his hand, he wanted to grab the old heavenly master and help him cultivate golden light divine general. The old heavenly master pinched his hands, and his body was covered in golden light like a tornado storm, sweeping around his body, suddenly condensing into a golden light divine general several zhang high. Woohoo! See this scene. The crowds of onlookers all around them shrieked out in shock. 37. When I raise my hand, 10,000 stiffs fall to the ground and a million soldiers submit. The golden light divine general is the most powerful body protection technique of the Taoist family. A small golden man about 10 feet tall, holding an 8-foot mirror in his hand, he stood behind Zhang Ji, hands up. Zhang Ji wanted to rush to the center of the bloodshed formation with the golden light divine general and decapitate Han Tongsheng there. Stop him. Han Tongsheng did not panic in the slightest, his right hand raised. Hundreds of zombies emerged from the ground. Look around. It's black. You can't see the end of it at a glance. White stiffs, green stiffs, and even black stiffs. These zombies, with their bodies entwined with blood chi like swimming dragons, not only were their fleshly bodies strong and incomparable, but they were also able to unleash spells with the power of the blood fiend. Grass. With a clench of his teeth, Daoist Master Tianhong rushed into the zombie army with a sharp sword in hand. Grandma, I don't believe you guys can really swallow the entire Silver Water City. Dit-da-da-da, dit-da-da-da. The sound of strafing in the distance was unrelenting, but it didn't work at all. These zombies were still able to recover very quickly even after their bodies were smashed, and they were even stronger after absorbing the energy from the bullets, until the sound of the bullets faded, probably ran out of ammo. No way. It's not like this is a war zone here in Silverwater. It is impossible to keep thousands of tons of ammunition on hand at all times. Rockets, bullets, conventional anti-personnel thermal weapons, that's about it. Use it on the zombie hordes. It simply won't work. Unless this time, from out of the sky, comes a little boy, directly and indiscriminately wipe out all living beings here. But surely not. So, it can only be stacked with conventional kill weapons. Running out of ammo. It was a message of silence. It's desperate. Bullets can still stop zombies for a while. Once out of bullets, wouldn't it be totally cool? A chill crept over their hearts and minds. Even the sky was clouded. Panic is spreading. Luckily, they were well trained and did not get disorganized. Let alone panic. They intend to fill it with manpower. After all, they are guarding the lights of this land of thousands behind them. One by one, the civilian population of Silverwater died. Blood rushes to the sky. The bloodbath formation was already affecting the hearts and minds of the people of Longhu City. They raised their heads in horror and looked towards Silverwater City, which was 100 miles away. There, blood and light filled the sky, shielding everything. Any video was cut off and couldn't be transmitted. The hot search on Weebly. All are praying for Silverwater City. I hope everyone survived safely. Only, it's no use just praying. Gotta take action. Tens of thousands of zombie armies, like a tsunami, flooded the entire Silverwater City. That's exciting. These people of the Dao sect only felt that, upon their emergence, they had encountered such a horrifying scene. If I go back alive later, I won't be able to sleep. The scariest part is, dead zombies become food for other zombies, to the extent that, after they eat each other, it's gotten stronger. There has even been a black stiffy king that has appeared. A venerable body was filled with corpse fury. His body turned black, and his iron fist bombarded the ground and stone pillars, all leaving deep marks. Knock, knock, knock. The ground shook. Tree shocker. A black stiff that crawled out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, with a terrifying body, covered in adamantine. Fighting with humans was like killing chickens. Luo Huabing's comrades in front of him died tragically and fell to the ground. The golden light divine general behind the old heavenly master was killing the zombie horde indiscriminately. With one step, he could slaughter hundreds of zombies. It was just that the zombies looked like they could never be killed, healing like crazy and emerging from the ground like crazy. Zhang Ji's face was grim as he killed directly into the air. A palm slapped hard on Han Tongxing's body. The countless golden lights on his body were like tentacles that sucked Han Tongxing to death, wanting to melt him into the golden light. Ha 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 ha, want me to die? Impossible. I am now one with the entire Silverwater City. Everyone can be me. Is it hard to believe that you're going to kill everyone? Having said that, Han Tongsheng then turned into a cloud of blood mist with a bang, not waiting for the old celestial master's heart to be stunned. Next moment, inside Silverwater City, gloomy laughter came from all directions. I'm here, come kill me. Countless civilians, as if they had no sanity, stared blankly, drooled and walked like walking corpses, muttering under their breath. Damn, he actually utilized the formation and has long been tied to millions of people in Silverwater City. Those blood-red threads were the origin. His own origin integrated into the formation and invaded everyone's body. Kill. Today, no one can stop me from ascending. Han Tongsheng roared. His voice roared from the mouths of countless civilians. Shasta. It echoed in the sky, shaking the world. Ah. Luo Huabing's teammates died out, sprawled around her. She stood there warily with her knife in both hands, swinging and slashing. Until now, the hands were numb and the arms were no longer felt. Only the last vestige of her intention was supporting her to kill the enemy. Finally, she used up all her strength. Standing there, with his hands on his long sword, he kept struggling to get up. Countless zombies were already coming up all around. The rich corpse bane on their bodies was already making Luo Huabing's sanity blurry, dizzy, and soon to pass out. Damn, not going to die here. I'm not happy about it. Luo Huabing still wants to be number one in the country and to get the top spot in the Mirror Chasers World Contest. Now, good intentions will eventually come to naught. Life regrets leaving the field, when really it's so sad. Snap, just as her eyes blurred, her body fell backward and her consciousness was about to fall into darkness. A touch of warmth landed on her back. Big strong hands, broad as a mountain, holding her up as she was about to fall. A trace of cool air flow from the back into the limbs and bones, and finally rushed into the brain, instantly let her awake. Essence all restored. The body seemed to have inexhaustible strength again. So amazing. Who is it? Who saved me? Luo Huabing hurriedly turned her head to look back. Zhang Daoi's faintly cold face was reflected in front of his eyes. I'm coming. He smiled faintly, retracting the palm of his hand that was holding Luo Huabing. Dark eyes fell distantly on the charging zombie. These zombies with rotting skulls, decaying and festering bodies, and white bones. The fishy stench was overwhelming. Zhang Daoi shook his head, only to feel that it wasn't nice at all. Even if you're a zombie, you should be nice. Take the red stiff lady, for example. Another example is yourself. Snap. Zhang Daoi raised his right hand toward the air, snapped his fingers. A soft, gentle voice, like a calm and silent water wave. It spread in all directions, almost instantly, spreading to hundreds of miles in the square of Silverwater City. An army of hissing, fighting, snarling, gnawing zombies was about to make the next move. Suddenly, the sound of the ringing fingers, like waves of water, fell on their ears. Next moment, their bodies suddenly stiffened and stagnated in place, like sculptures, not daring to move the slightest bit. 38. Purple-robed flying stiff. Worship the dragon and tiger ancestors. Ta-da! Zhang Daoi lightly snapped his fingers. Sound waves like water waves suddenly swept through the entire Silverwater City. 800 miles of Silverwater City in the sky instantly fell into a dead silence. No wind and no sound, as if everything had come to a standstill. All the zombies, like being stuck in a quagmire, hanging in the air, all the movements in their hands, all stiffened in place. It was as if a command had appeared within their bodies, manipulating them to be unable to move. What's going on? What's going on here? Han Tongsheng, who transformed into thousands of commoners. The mind is amazed. He looked at the image in front of him as if it were frozen in time. An angry hiss. Wisps of blood drilled out of the people's bodies, suspended in the air, recoalescing into Han Tongsheng's appearance. Kill me! Kill me! What are you all doing? Kill me! Han Tongsheng roared loudly and quickly condensed his magic seals to catalyze the bloodbath formation, controlling the zombies to slaughter the people and refine the blood chi. Why should they listen to you? Zhang Daoi smiled faintly and looked up high into the sky, slowly opening his arms. They're obviously my kind. The laughter suddenly amplified, as if caracal. Jia jia jia. Boom! Next moment, the tens of thousands of zombie armies actually fell to their knees in unison, facing Zhang Daoi, and bowed their heads with incomparable devotion and holiness. Abba Abba, the black stiff king who was unbeatable and arrogant a second ago. It was about to slap the warrior in front of it into a meatloaf with one claw. The warriors were panicked, trembling with fear, fighting to the death, and were planning to lay down their lives. Didn't realize. Next, the zombie army that surrounded in front of them, however, all of a sudden knelt on the ground. Knock, knock, knock. Luo Huabing slowly opened her eyes and saw a black pressurized piece of zombies in front of her, kneeling on the ground. Her heart and soul couldn't stop trembling and marveling. All she could think was that, in all her life, she had never seen such a shocking scene in her life. Tao, one day master. She turned her head tremblingly and saw Zhang Daoi slowly pressing down palm as if she was looking at a god. Flip your hand for the clouds. Overhandness is rain. The entire human world is in his hands. Close your eyes. It might be gross later. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. This smile fell in Luo Huabing's eyes, as if a heavenly immortal had descended to earth. Extremely ascetic, very sexual tension, deeply imprinted in the heart. I'm afraid that if I meet any man in the future, I won't be able to surpass Zhang Daoi. Luo Huangbing closed her eyes, heart slightly apprehensive. Even she, in the moment of closing her eyes, will not be able to help but think, Dao Di Dianshi will be the next second to kiss on their red lips. She's a woman after all, can't break free of natural ideas. If Zhang Daoi knew about it. 3 words, downhead girl. Ha! The old heavenly master dispersed his golden light and looked at Zhang Daoi, so excited that he rolled and crawled to Zhang Daoi. While running, he shouted, Ancestor! Ancestor! I'm Xiao Wei Ah! You have finally come! I've searched so hard for you, Taoist Master Tianhong? The rest of the dogs. Are you kidding me, old master? This mother asterisk. It's not. And so on. Grand Master? There really is an ancestor in the Tenchiho. The rumors can't be true, can they? This ancestor is a zombie that popped out of a coffin. Think about it. Tianhong Daolord and the others' faces changed drastically. Even though Zhang Dao was repeatedly how powerful he was and was able to save the day, he could not withstand the accusations of the world. After all, no one would dare let a zombie run rampant on Earth. This thing is a ticking time bomb. After today, the word is out. It is bound to cause great waves in the world. Buzz. In the moment Luo Huabing closed his eyes. Boo! Zhang Daoyi's hand across Luo Huabing's ear was gently held. The one zombie behind them, their bodies trembled uncontrollably, a crack like a spider web quickly crawling up their bodies. After trembling for just 2 seconds, boom, 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 tens of thousands of zombies, one after another burst open. Flesh and blood splattered, corpse blood flying, converging into a river of blood on the ground. The stench was incomparable. Countless people vomited out in disgust. The intense necrotic poison enveloped the sky over Silverwater City in no time. Formation. After seeing Zhang Daoi cast a glance, the old celestial master immediately understood in seconds, and with a light gulp, he immediately made a seal, condensing a spell formation to dispel the corpse poison. Otherwise, the entire Silverwater City, millions of people will be corrupted by these corpse poisons. In time, it wouldn't just be an army of tens of thousands of zombies. Instead, it's millions. It's straight up crazy. Mom, of. Han Tongxing's eyes bared their sockets, his eyes scarlet, and he roared and growled in anger as if he was almost about to collapse. I'll see how you can purify these corpse poisons. Kill them all. He immediately wanted to catalyze the formation, using the bloodbath formation, to spread the necrotic poison and invade everyone's body, causing them to die in a short period of time. Golden light heavenly prison. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly and flicked his index finger toward the sky. Phew! A strand of golden light as thin as a swimming thread transformed into a golden dragon as thick as an arm, trapping Han Tongxing within it in just an instant. Han Tongxing was dumbfounded. He's just moved his hand here. Just imprisoned? You're a zombie too. You are also a zombie. Do you think humans will accept you? Ridiculous to the core. Han Tongxing roared as he sensed that these golden lights were eroding his body and would soon refine him into nothingness. Take it or leave it, I don't care. I do as I please and am not bound by anyone. Not even if the King of Heaven comes. Zhang Daoi faintly said. The calm tone was as firm and indestructible as a sea-pin. He only does what he wants to do. It won't be bound by anything. He kills when he wants to. He saves people when he wants to. It's that simple. No ideas. No one is good enough to control him. After Luo Huabing heard this, her delicate body trembled slightly, as if she felt that her worldview had been shocked. Especially the soldiers, the police officers, had mixed feelings, even though Zhang Daoi saved them. But if he is disrupting the social order, there is no way he can't arrest him himself. Here's the problem. And who caught Zhang Daoi? Damn it. Why did the heavens let me run into this purple-robed flying stiff? If it weren't for you, I would have accomplished a great deal. I would have been able to achieve ascension. Han Tong stomped his feet in anger, bleeding from his 7 orifices, and his body gradually dyed a golden color. After I inadvertently completed the 4 directions bloodbath formation for you, you should have been very happy. But alas, I, for one, hate it when someone takes advantage of me. And don't reincarnate in your next life. The netherworld is not welcoming to your kind. Zhang Daoi laughed. A ball of lightning appeared out of thin air in his left hand. Piercing, thunder fire rose, wrapped Han Tongxing inside, quickly burned into nothingness. Miserable, stern cries came from inside, but it leaves no room for pity or horror. Instead, they were thrilled and excited and clapped their hands. The clouds are lifted and the sun is seen. The earth is bright again. The bloodbath grand formation gradually evaporated and disappeared. The corpse poison in the air gradually disappeared under the refining of the Dao sect elder. The people of Piming are once again restored to clarity. Silverwater City fell into a brief silence after. There was a flurry of kneeling. Dang, we pay homage to Ancestor Longhu. 39. Public opinion is exploding. Absolutely cannot keep him. The more against me the more it shows that I am invincible. Dragon and Tiger Ancestors. The moment. Zhang Daoi's purple robe had imprinted these 4 big words into the depths of the bloodline of millions of people in Silverwater City. It was Ancestor Longhu who saved them. Otherwise, a whole city of people are going to die. At the same time, the major anchors who had already arrived at Silverwater City were shocked after seeing the thousands of zombies and the scene of broken walls. It's the same ING thing as if there was a flood and earthquake catastrophe. It's scary to look at. Iron Juice guys, now I'm in the city of Silverwater. Come on, look at the scene. Emma, not me. Full of zombies, and only I have the guts to rush to. Family members, I'm so scared. Quickly brush a rocket. I'll take you to visit Silverwater City. The anchor is risking his life. The gift brushes up. The anchor is even more courageous. Just now I inquired. Said that the ancestor of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain are out. Now we will go to explore the truth. To see this legendary ancestor of the Dragon and Tiger Mountain in the end what looks like. Hey, I found the Dragon Tiger ancestor. He's right there. Brothers, I'm the first to find the Dragon Tiger ancestor. You mustn't give me any motivation. So, swipe 100 rockets, and I'll take you to talk in front of the Dragon Tiger ancestor. After the Great War, these anchors quickly poured in, attracting traffic in droves, with all sorts of gimmicks and touchy-feely gimmicks. It's more disgusting than a ING zombie. Zhang Daoi glanced at the anchor who leaned over and raised the demon execution sword in his hand in disgust. The blade pointed in front of the screen. The frightened anchor immediately shouted, Iron Juice guys, the Dragon Tiger ancestor is going to make a move on us. Mother asterisk. No wonder they say this guy is a zombie. It's too scary. Who are you to keep us away? We're filming you to give you face, to show everyone a good look at you. Without us, without your fans, you're nothing. That's right, win the zombie to pretend up still. Not all of us hold you. You really think you can do it? Several anchors were very angry when they saw that Zhang Daoi didn't give them a chance to shoot, and all sorts of words came out of their mouths without thinking at all. After all, in the past, they went out. Who did not treat them as if they were their own father to provide, especially those friendly businessmen, like what respect them, afraid that these anchors do not give publicity. Now, they came forward to advertise LWS. This guy is pushing himself out? The old heavenly master and the others stood aside, their hearts trembling as they cautiously raised their eyes to Zhang Daoi. Zhang Dao's line doesn't work. They don't know, but these anchors are definitely not going to work right away. Tell me, who do you fools have to mess with but me, the ancestor of Lung Fu Shan? The Lung Fu Shan Heavenly Master's office uses you guys for publicity. You guys are chicken necks. At first glance, it just looks like it's usually floating out of control. Thinks he's hung. I don't know. It's a piece of. In Zhang Dao at a glance. Pust. The Demon Punisher's sword suddenly cut through the air with a white light, bringing up a trail of blood beads. Splash in the air. The small-mouthed blathering male anchor in front of him. His face was shocked, as if he had felt the coolness coming from his neck. Reach out and wipe. Snap. The head dropped to the floor instantly. Those 7 or 8 anchors instantly quieted down, their eyes looking at the heads rolling out on the ground like a leather ball in terror, their hearts fluttering and rapidly beating wildly. Dang! In the moment of a mental breakdown. Murder! Murder! They suddenly shrieked and wailed like cats whose tails had been stepped on. Luo Huobing, the old celestial master, and all the mirror chasers, warriors, and city lord Tang Dashan behind him, their faces steeped in shock. Fogweed. The Dragon and Tiger ancestors kill people. They didn't even have time to hold a commendation meeting for Zhang Daoi. Just kill a regular guy. Noisy. Zhang Daoi's eyebrows were icy cold. He didn't even look at Luo Huobing, Tang Dashan and the others. And the Demon Punisher's sword in his hand was buzzing, seemingly with no intention of stopping. Phew. 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 The sword light was like a bullet, landing at the necks of the remaining few anchors. A column of blood sprayed. It nourished Luo Huobing and the others. The change in the lightning bolt left no one reacting. Misty grass. Say kill. What a ING killjoy. The field was dead silent. The old celestial master's mouth was wide open. ABA. And the thoughts in his mind were confused, like a thread twisting wildly. It's a bit of a mess. Hey. Wait a minute. My ancestor killed someone? This. Luo Huobing's eyes were stagnant, pointing at Zhang Daoi, her mind like a frightened bunny, beating frantically. Done. What about this? City Lord Tang Dashan is still here watching. How can you kill someone? The point is that these are still anchors with millions. if not tens of millions of followers. The internet would have been set off in an instant. Tang Dashan and the others had been blinded, scared silly, like a silly chicken, staying in place, not daring to breathe, looking at the figure in front of him with a dull expression, about to suffocate. In the meantime, doing on, public opinion is boiling over. The various hot searches went wildly upward. Hashtag the dragon tiger ancestor is a 1,000-year-old zombie. Hashtag the dragon and tiger ancestors kill indiscriminately. Hashtag how can there be zombies in a righteous clan? Hashtag murder pays for murder. And the purple-robed celestial masters are no exception. Hashtag converting to Buddha is the right way on earth. Hashtag. A topic that exploded with heat, with comments and likes below, casually surpassing 100,000 plus. Misty Grass, the purple-robed heavenly master is actually a zombie? Murder. This guy is too much. He even killed the anchor directly. Not even if you saved Silverwater. You killed someone. Looking for death. It's really too much. Asterisk. Definitely can't let this go. He's so arrogant to kill so many anchors. Grass, do you guys have any humanity? The purple-robed heavenly master saved millions of people just now. That's right. Those masters deserved it for broadcasting words of mockery. I'd kill them too. Asterisk. You guys upstairs have no morals at all. Anchors deserve to die. Anchors deserve to be killed. What would their families think? The internet is lopsided in its desire to arrest Zhang Daoyi. Let him be questioned about the crime. There was no regard for his previous feat of saving millions of people in Silverwater City. That's how people are. Ridiculous, isn't it? For these opinions on the internet, they soon reached the ears of City Lord Tang Dashan. He didn't dare to do anything rash at all. That's a tough guy. Who dares to go on, get it wrong and kill yourself again? Law? To a superpower like Zhang Daoyi who had jumped out of the 5 elements and was not in the 3 realms, equivalent to invisible. Big deal to turn the whole world upside down. A person of his level was simply not qualified to converse with Zhang Daoyi. You have successfully saved Silverwater City and gained the air body source stream. 10,000 corpses rising. Reward distribution. Zhang Daoyi felt that the great sun indestructible body was like a blazing fiery red sun, slowly glowing as a stream of warmth drilled through his limbs and bones, ultimately converging on top of the divine platform at the center of his brow. Knock. He opened his arms. A circle of bright yellow light waves exploded around his body. It directly sent Tang Dashan and the others flying out. 40. Appease me? I don't need to explain to you what I've done in my life. I'll protect the Tiancher mansion. Boom. The slowly floating corpse fury behind Zhang Daoyi transformed into an ancestor of zombies that was several meters tall, copper-green flesh and blood, as if it was like a god's corpse buried in the ground from the ancient Manhwa era. After thousands of years of refining and living, it gradually evolved into a decaying copper-green flavor. A line of veins was imprinted on that zombie ancestor's body, outlining arcane and inexplicable formation patterns. One look and it was as if the soul was being sucked in, an instant vacuum in the mind and a frantic, sharp jerk of the breath. This ghost, as if it were a monster in the underworld, not only had the fury of a zombie, but also had the ghostly aura of hell, able to connect to the underworld of hell. Knock knock. Zhang Daoyi arched his back as if he was sitting in oblivion, and his right eye gradually turned into a black hole as black as ink, and he could not see any whites of his eyes at all. He turned his right hand into a claw and slowly gripped it, and there was black light flashing in his palm. An endless death intent was crazily wreaking havoc on the surrounding space. The corpse fury takes shape, coalesce into an elixir. Zhang Daoyi was trying to enter the devil with a single thought and form a corpse demon Dan. It's safe to say, with just the power of a corpse fiend, it was enough to sweep the world. Invincible. But, he was far from stopping. Knock. A big fiery red blazing sun suddenly hovered behind him. The faces of the people present were horrified, and they thought that Zhang Daoyi had captured the sun in the sky. Look closely. There were actually 2 great suns in this heaven and earth at the same time. Zhang Daoyi's left eye instantly turned golden red. A wisp of light mist escaping from the corner of his eye, and the skin of his left arm turned purple red, filled with a terrifying explosive power. The hot, blazing skin was like a scorching sun, the temperature rising dramatically and baking on the faces of all the people around them. Ancestor, this is too. Zhang Yi rolled his throat, unable to believe what he was seeing. He had never seen that 2 extreme powers could exist within a person at the same time. Sacred and dark, killing and mercy. Zhang Daoyi was like a demonic angel, half light and half dark. The power of the holy devil ran through his body at the same time, like a rushing river and sea, blasting through his body. He felt like he could blow up this building in front of him with one punch. Yes, it really can. Zhang Daoyi held his palm towards the distant utility pole remotely. Boo! the steel-made pole was crushed and exploded into countless iron powder by the invisible claw wind out of nowhere. Gobble. The heart is appalled. Horrified. Luo Huabing and the others stood dumbfounded, not daring to move, only feeling that everything they saw in front of them was unrealistic. What kind of pervert is this? It's too strong. Is it true that none of the missiles can do any damage to Zhang Daoui? Is this still human? It's beyond human. Boo, boo, boo. Hundreds of miles away in a deep hole in the ground, a black shadow gradually revived, as if it had sensed something, and the blood scabs on its body kept falling off. A rustling noise, a rustling noise. A bloody scab fell to the ground. It was as if the solidified cement was falling off. Two cold white lights burst out of the darkness abruptly. Prickly prong dash. White light exploded. It pierced through the stone pillar in front of him, leaving small white dots on the stone wall 100 meters away at a glance. It slowly shook the bloody scabs from its body. Hundreds of bloody scabs came off his body with every movement. Soon, and it revealed itself. Twisted and screwed together features, with an eye in the center that looked like it was sewn onto the face, were very frightening. The arms were as if they were swollen and covered with layers of horns, as if they were bull horns, poking and prodding at the tips. The body was as bloody as if it had been sewn together with a needle and thread. Piece by piece, there was actually a big hole at the heart. No heart. After sleeping for 800 years, I finally smelled it. It's time to get out and move around, and I wonder what it's like on Earth. Now, it has been sitting here for more than 800 years, and in its lifetime it was a human executioner who beheaded many people in the vegetable market. A body of flesh and blood had long been stained by evil, especially the large sword stuck in its side, which was not covered in copper and green, but instead was unusually bright, reflecting the light of the eerie blood. That crimson blood red was like the red of a crane's head, causing the heart and soul to tremble, as the great sword that once accompanied it in beheading thousands, if not tens of thousands, of people. It had long since been soaked in blood and refined into a treasure blade of supreme evil. Dangling, it jerked its greatsword from the ground and slung it over its shoulder. It's fortunate that I met an immortal back then, otherwise I wouldn't have survived until now. That wisp of breath from the party, I can smell it. It smells good. If I eat it, I can completely become a real human being. I'll be able to become a flying stiff for good. That's right, this guy has been practicing for 800 years, plus the Dharma used, already stepping into the ranks of the hairy stiffs. That cuticle, as well as the hollow heart, is proof of the hairy stiffness. It wanted to devour Zhang Daoui, step into the ranks of the flying stiffs. If he was lucky, he might even be able to become the ancestor of 10,000 stiffs. In time, countless zombies will be under its command. One only needed a look to command countless zombies to work for him. At that time, even the unification of the world would not be impossible. With that thought, it took a step out of the cave. Zhang Daoui wants to leave. No one dared to keep him. Tang Dashan and the others even trembled in respect. The old Tiancher wanted to keep Zhang Daoui, hoping that he would not leave and stay in the Tiancher mansion to sit on the throne. But Zhang Daoui shook his head no. He's used to being lazy. Don't want to stay in one place all the time. What's more, how can you collect the rewards if you stay in the Heavenly Master's mansion all the time? He still has to cultivate immortality and ascend. The Heavenly Master's mansion will surely become a thorn in everyone's side. If you can't withstand the pressure, then send a message to me and I'll kill them all. The words Zhang Daoui left for old Tiancher were simple and crude, so much so that the old celestial master was frozen in place for a long time, not reacting for a long time. Can we still do this? He felt that he had cultivated the wrong way for 100 years. Obviously, one should be like the old ancestor, so arrogant and unrestrained, not subject to any constraints. If someone really dares to target the Heavenly Master, then kill. Kill until no one in this world dares to oppose us, since it doesn't solve the problem. Well, that's the source of the problem. Smart. It's still old Joe who's taller. The old Heavenly Master made up his mind in his heart that he must learn from his old ancestors' ruthlessness in the future. And things quickly got serious. As the crowd thought, online opinion exploded. There have been calls for the execution of Zhang Daoui. And it is also necessary to make the Heavenly Master's house close down and cease business, so that this kind of crookedness will definitely not be allowed in the world. In this, there is no lack of push and pull from the Buddhist sect. The Little Thunder Sound Temple, the Great Thunder Sound Temple, and the other 18 Buddhist temples were overjoyed, and they were going to stir up a furious storm in the shadows, and they were going to take advantage of this opportunity to directly snap the neck of the Heavenly Master's office, and to take the life of the Taoist sect. Only the doors are all dead. It is only then that they, the Buddhists, can come on the scene again, rise up in full blood and become the only ones for the people. The so-called Buddhist benevolence is but a superficial disguise, just a bunch of vultures. It's not like it's a real Buddha. After a few days of reciting sutras and saying a few nonsense words, do you really think you are a Buddha with pure ears and empty desires? Just kidding, they are ultimately mortals with desires. They are ultimately mortals with evil hearts. It's time for hashtag Doorsgate to get fixed. Hashtag the Tennessee must be closed. Hashtag bloodletters begging for Dawngate to disappear. Hashtag wrongly blaming the Buddhists. Hashtag one hot topic made it to the Shakeology charts. It ignited a crowd of naysayers. The chatter was unprecedented. Heat explosion. Just a few days. It just festered into a big discussion with hundreds of millions of people. For a time, the house of the Heavenly Master was under siege. It used to be that all the people who came every day were incense burners invoking the gods. Now it's all about the ing trouble. Not only the Heavenly Master's mansion, but also other Taoist sects were affected. And so, the Heavenly Master's office was completely offended. Mao Shan, Shanqing, Sanbao, Tai Ching, and a host of other Taoist sects made a collective statement declaring that they would deprive the Tianqifu of its qualifications as a Taoist sect, and kick the Tianqifu out of the Taoist sect. And it's been emphasized over and over again. The Heavenly Master's House of Lung Fu Shan is not an orthodox Taoist sect. The true orthodoxy of the Taoist sect is the Shanqing sect. Now, the Heavenly Master's office had completely turned into a rat that everyone was shouting at. The herd is rising up and attacking. Grandma, what a ing loser. Grr, what the hell kind of dogs are hacking me? Outrageous. I'll go out and fight them. Even if the Buddhist sect is secretly harming me, the Taoist sect's people are also looking at us as a joke. So let's fight. Taoist Master Ling Jin was filled with righteous indignation. Getting flushed all the time is not an option. Gotta find a way to break the ice. It seems that we can only send a voice message to the ancestor to see what his old man can do. The old celestial master sighed. It really can't. It'll just have to kill the rumor mongers. These foolish populace. If it weren't for me, the Heavenly Master's palace, suppressing the 10,000 demons, where would they be able to live in peace and tranquility? It is. Still swiping videos to order takeout? Don't even think about it. If I'm pissed off, I'll tear the seal of the devil suppressing hall and release those severe ghosts and evil demons. Spirit Water, Spirit Cloud Taoist Master are both grumpy. It's been a hard enough 2 days as it is. Let them be scolded by these populace all day long, and their hearts will be suffocated. The reason why the Heavenly Master's mansion is situated in Longhu Mountain. It is only because Longhu Mountain is the place where the Heavenly Immortals fell 10,000 years ago. Possessing the Immortal Dojo, it can suppress evil spirits in the world. For thousands of years, the most terrifying evil spirits in the world have been imprisoned in the Demon Suppression Hall. Some evil demons cannot be refined and can only be imprisoned here. If it is released, there will surely be destruction of life. After all, the earth is now long past its former power, except for the Tianqifu, which is still somewhat strong. The rest is all fancy. There is no battle, but the world doesn't even know. How dare you want the Heavenly Master's office to go out of business? More or less ridiculous. Taoist Spirit Gold and the others were eager to see how these people's faces would look after the Demon Suppressor Hall was brought down. I know. Only 4 simple words came from the Heavenly Master's order. Subsequently, then there was no sound. Zhang Yi's heart was thumping wildly, not knowing what Zhang Daoi he wanted to do. However, since the ancestor had already given his word, he did not need to worry about anything. Just wait quietly. Oops, why didn't the Grandmaster let me help? Should I ask again? The old celestial master scratched his chin, and after asking, he didn't reply directly. The other side, Zhang Daoi went all the way south, straight to the little Thunderbolt Temple. Who is the visitor? The little laying temple guard touched his bald head, crossed his baguette in his hand in front of him, his eyes widened angrily as he scolded Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi, the red stiff lady. The two men gave their names in succession. The red stiff lady took a step backward and smiled awkwardly. I'm not really relevant. What hook 8? Never heard of it. Get lost quickly. We don't want anyone to set foot in the temple now. The two monks grunted with disdain and drove away Zhang Daoi and the red stiff lady. Don't disturb their purity. So it looks like you two have a death wish? Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. The demon Punisher sword in his hand made a soft sound. Prickly prongs. The blade rises with the wind. The wind stops the sword from killing. Pust, pust. The two bald monks, their necks steeped out in a line of blood. Lines of blood sword. It nourished the red stiff lady all over. That's disgusting. The red stiff lady thinks their blood is dirty. You dare to kill. Snap. Zhang Daoi slapped the two men's faces and slid his palm down to choke their necks. Carry them forward. The bladeless ink blade chopped at the gate. Boom! The vermilion temple doors burst into pieces. Muffled sounds exploded inside the temple. The sky was filled with vermilion wood shavings. Zhang Daoi stepped in with a calm gaze, carrying the two bald corpses in one hand and the demon execution sword in the other, and slowly walked to the most majestic treasure hall in front of him. This place, it's so tiresome, so it's better to destroy it. Zhang Daoi shook his head and his eyes signaled the red stiff lady next to him. Yes, master. The red stiff lady nodded slightly. Put down the baggage in your hands. With her slender hands, she suddenly shot out countless blood-red threads and violently rushed towards the pagoda hall in front of her. Seek death. A majestic and furious voice suddenly burst out from within. Next moment, pagoda windows opened one after the other. A silhouette flew out from inside, holding a stick and staff, fierce and vicious, with the Buddha's light on his body like the Western Abyss Twilight version of a yo-yo jade pendant, slightly dim. How dare you disrespect my little Thunder Sound temple? You seek death. The bald monk had a real dragon tattooed on his chest, with its mouth facing upwards, the heaven-facing dragon of the zodiacal astrological signs, overbearingly rigid. This is the true dragon Lohan? It was Zhang Daoyi who didn't care if it was a real dragon Luohan or a fake dragon Luohan. In the end, it would all turn out to be a dead man. Boom! The 18 Luohan in front of him came out in unison, coming down from the sky, the stick in his hand. He smashed into Zhang Daoyi on the ground. The Buddhist light on the staff gleamed and emitted a flood of Buddhist sounds, which seemed to be trying to disturb Zhang Daoyi's mind. At the same time, the Buddha's might on it is vast. Dharma boom. It shook the side of the earth down and dented it several inches deep. After thousands of years, you bald asses, you still haven't grown. Zhang Daoyi shook his head with great disappointment, and held one hand toward the air. Dang! 18 clubs blocked the air. These Luohan's eyes pupils shrunk in shock and their hearts trembled. Fogweed. This guy blocked our combined attacks with one hand? What a joke! They had no time to think. Zhang Daoyi's arm slightly exerted force. The great sun indestructible body was unleashed, and a terrifyingly huge force exploded out like the sky collapsing into the earth, viciously blowing everyone away. Put! They all landed on the ground, spitting blood from the mouth. Couldn't get up. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly. His Xian robe swung lightly with the wind, and the blade of the sword in his hand was like cutting leeks, streams of light slicing through their necks. Lines of blood soared. A bloody flower exploded in the air. Tell me about you guys. You have to die for a good reason. The Buddhist sect is originally a Taoist sect, so why do you have to think about getting my Tianshifu killed? Do you guys think I'm right? Zhang Daoyi looked up at the several old monks standing in the shadows inside the little Lei temple. They were of different heights, fat and thin, and stood in the shadows, wearing yellow monk robes and staring eerily at Zhang Daoyi. Hate to drink his blood in pain. By the looks of it, it's very inviting to hate yourself. Zhang Daoyi smiled, and in the next moment, his figure disappeared into thin air. The red stiff lady always remembered her mission. Destroy this precious temple before you. Don't you dare. An old monk saw the red stiff lady trying to destroy the treasure pavilion and angrily shouted, wanting to strike. But Zhang Daoyi's sword blade had already come. Phew! Pust! The sword blade was like a shadowless stream of light, directly stabbing through the old monk and stabbing him into a sieve. Numerous bloody holes made his body turn into thin air and he died instantly. The rest of the old monks didn't say anything and directly struck out. I'm in a hurry, so let's just hurry up and send you all to your reincarnation. Zhang Daoyi faintly said. Footsteps illusion. The figure is like light. Light and shadows streaked and swished, transforming into several silhouettes, stabbing them in the back with a sword and stabbing them through the heart. You shall not die. Buddha will not forgive you. I, Great Thunder Sound Temple, will eventually suppress you, an evil spirit, under the 5 Elements mountain. Before these old monks died, they condensed strange Buddhist seals in their hands and struck Zhang Daoyi in unison. The Buddhist seal enters the body, but it was instantly swallowed up by the power of the corpse fury. No. An old monk saw this and was so angry that he vomited blood and died. It was a ing spell-killing power that had united a few of their lifelong efforts. And the result? Hitting Zhang Daoyi's body. No. Grandmas. What a hook 8 he is. Hey, so far you guys don't know who I am? I'm a ing flying stiff. Zhang Daoyi laughed sardonically. His neck instantly twisted into a twist, stretching tens of meters, and biting down on the head of an old monk. Pust. Heads blossom. Blood and flesh splattered. Zhang Daoyi spat out the blood and flesh in his mouth and grinned at the others, revealing sharp teeth. These monks were so scared that their livers and guts were shattered. Their feces and urine flowed in unison. Their heads tilted, and they vomited blood and died. Boring. Come on, let's go to the next location. Thunder Peak Tower? This place works. Check it out. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly and stepped out of the little Lei temple where a body lay behind him. Soon, the news of the extermination of the little Lei temple spread all over the internet and could not be suppressed. There are even live pictures floating around. The entire internet is appalled. Who the hell is this? What kind of deranged person did this? How dare you kill people like chickens and dogs and wipe out the entire little Lei temple? Is it possible that it's Zhang Daoyi, ancestor of the Heavenly Master's house? But, strangely enough, no one dared to issue a wanted notice for Zhang Daoyi's capture. It is just a declaration that the culprits will be severely punished and will not be tolerated. Tada! Leifeng Pagoda. The temple door was knocked on in the early morning. Two men stood outside the door, a man and a woman. The male wore a xian robe and held a long sword, his gaze indifferent. The female was dressed in red, as if she were a female ghost, with a stunningly beautiful face and an oozing smile on her face. When the watchman monk saw this, he was so scared lest that he didn't even dare to say a ing word, spread his legs and ran to the temple. The one that ran and shouted at the top of his lungs, "The exterminator is coming! Run quickly! Killing people ah! Help!" 41. Overthrow of the Buddhist sect. Zhang Daoyi is a god of killing. The Taoist sect is on the rise? Boom! The temple door burst into pieces. Zhang Daoyi stepped in. The demon execution sword in his hand was as if it had grown eyes, killing people on sight. On Zhang Daoyi's hands, the two forces of the corpse fiend's power and the great sun indestructible body converged to form Taiji Yin Yang. Paws on the ground. The chimera is wide open. The feng shui pattern was instantly apparent. The Taiji Yin Yang diagram suddenly hit the ground. Boom! Around the Thunder Peak Pagoda, the earth suddenly uprooted, and a thick wall of earth emerged from the ground, rapidly covering the sky, shrouding the entire temple in shadow. The tourists visiting the surrounding area for fun lost their voices in shock after seeing this scene. They don't know what's going on. How come the Leifeng Pagoda, this attraction, suddenly had such a strange change? One by one, they opened their cell phones and filmed the doujinshi to upload it, and screamed as they did so. Ouch! It's awesome. Is this ING-TV? Special effects? Look, the ground is actually really moving. Yeah, fogweed. All these walls of dirt are coming out of the ground. Cowhide. Cowhide. Is this ING high-tech, or special effects? It's amazing. This is such a magical place. I'm going to send it to the world to see. Handsome yeah. Hey, 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 hey. This trip wasn't for nothing. Oh my god. Why do these walls still turn? One by one, the people standing outside on the sidelines shouted out in unbridled amazement. It was like seeing the most amazing thing in the world. Actually, that's the most amazing thing they couldn't have imagined. What is going on inside the temple? It's a massacre. It's a massacre. Jimen Dunjia has changed the feng shui pattern of this place. The three trigrams, Sun Wind and Tue Shang, shield the surrounding wind and the sound of words. The sound of everyone shouting doesn't even get out. Tohika. Zhang Daoyi finally made his move to use the power of the artistic character one. Letter writer. It will overthrow the Thunder Peak Tower in minutes. Boom. The four-sided earth wall suddenly bent to 90 degrees. Wrapping the Leifeng Pagoda in it was like putting it in a cage. The light of day is obscured. Darkness enveloped the heads of hundreds of monks. Frightened, they panicked and kept screaming and running around, but to no avail. There are walls of earth in all directions. Where are you running, Master? How do we go? The red stiff lady was a bit baffled. It's not, is it? We're locked in. There are natural ways. Zhang Daoyi laughed. His gaze indifferently swept the monks in front of him. His right foot moved towards the life gate, and he grabbed the red stiff lady's arm. The transported man. Brush. The two of them actually plunged into the ground a little bit and completely disappeared in place. A few seconds later, the Leifeng Pagoda collapsed. The entire temple was buried deep in the earth by walls of earth. And after the onlookers shooting the video finally reacted that something was wrong, it is too late. Under the ruins, these monks had long been bloodied and completely turned into blood foam. Phew. Standing in the distance, the red stiff nymphette saw many people saving the Leifeng Pagoda. Excavators, bulldozers, and a cadre of mirror chasers were all here, only to find it exciting. Let's go to the next stop, Zhang Daoyi said indifferently and turned around to leave. The news, once again, has set the internet ablaze. The Leifeng Pagoda has been overthrown again. Have these temples offended the gods? The means of this overthrow was so arcane that it was directly crushed by the earth. It's the wrath of God. The Buddha has manifested himself. It means the Buddhist sect isn't clean either. It's ing scary. At the time I was still shooting video, thinking it was some game they were getting up to. Who would have thought it was extermination? People were at the scene, and the bodies that were dug up were in pieces, crushed right into the ground. Inhuman. Online opinion exploded. They all mistook this time for the Buddha punishing the temple. Only the Buddhists know that this is the work of the ing Taoists. Jutsu. This is something that only the artistic character sect can do. Asterisk 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 asterisk. The artistic character sect. What old are they? The Wind Queen clan? The Zhuge clan? Or the Taishan clan? Why couldn't it have been Zhang Daoyi? A monk's gaze was grim and his tone was unkind as he said in a deep voice. Right. Why can't it be him? This guy is the 9th generation of the Heavenly Master's house's ancestor. At the end of his arts, no one can beat him. Now that he has been resurrected, he naturally knows the same arts as before. This kind of thing, he, Zhang Daoyi, is a master of it. A big fat monk hemmed and hawed. What's his purpose in doing this? To kill us all? Destroy our Buddhist sect? A short monk droned in a deep voice. Isn't it too late to return to secularism? It really can't. I hid in the deep woods where no one could find me. Wait for Zhang Daoyi to pass this wind. I'll come out again. If you can't play with women, you can't play with women. Life is most important. What do you think? He's already destroyed several Buddhist temples along the way and killed the previous monks. I guess he's still killing people now. He just wants to destroy our Buddhist sect. A monk cursed angrily, his voice shrill. Grass. I can't. I'll fight them. Fight. This son of a, we can't let him get away with this. What good would it do to their Taoist sect to destroy our Buddhist sect? What good would it do to the above? Some people whispered in anger and defiance. Why did the relevant authorities not take action and arrest Zhang Daoyi? On the basis of what? He killed so many people in public. Should have sent a man to hunt him down and kill him long ago. Foolishness. They've definitely discovered the secrets of this great world. And with the impending revival of spiritual power and the revival of evil demons, they need exceptionally strong battle forces to guard their rule. Apparently, Zhang Daoyi became their choice. People like us, who have no combat power and only know how to eat, drink and fool the people, are worthless in their eyes, so death is death. A monk sneered and laughed. That's true. No one uttered a rebuttal. In comparison, their Buddhist battle power was too weak. There is no use for it. Flipping out with Zhang Daoyi for them? Flipping out with the Heavenly Master's office? Only an idiot would make such a decision. Are we just going to wait to die? Someone's voice trembled in resignation. He doesn't want to die. So much wealth, so many little beauties, all waiting for him to enjoy. Cutting leeks for so many years. Haven't enjoyed it enough. How can you die? Absolutely not. Not allowed. They growled and roared in their minds. Swear you must survive. Whatever it takes. Run. One word. It came out of the mouth of the old monk sitting on the high seat. Must moisten. There is absolutely no way to remain here now. Otherwise, what will greet them will be annihilation. If Run goes out, there is still a chance to continue to live and even continue to enjoy himself. But if you continue to stay here, then it's over. Nothing. Alright, cut the crap. I'll go back and get ready now. One left the room quickly, not wanting to delay a second longer. A second more delay is a second more danger. He can't wait to transfer the money now and walk away, as soon as possible. The old monk said with a cold gaze as he toyed with the little beauty beside him. He'll have to find a way to move the money. 2. Connect for 3 days. Fighting sound, meager, as much as possible, is the news of the overthrow of the Buddhist sect, and there is also news of many Buddhist temples closing and presidents running out. But soon, a message that shook things up. Buddhist monks who want to run out. All stopped. It's hard to fly with wings. They have no way out. Want to take your money and go out and enjoy yourself? How is that possible? The door is not even open. Okay. Finished. It's completely over. It's over. There are monks crying in pain. This is not cold? Can't get out. You can only wait to die at home. It seems like the relevant departments are trying to sell Zhang Daoyi a favor by taking the initiative to seek cooperation with him. A monk analyzed, sighing helplessly. They were treated as outcasts. Consider it a cooperative deal with Zhang Daoyi. It is really sad. Someone suggested trying to hide in the deep woods. Many people echoed their approval, but some were silent, because, once they hid in the deep forests, it meant that if they wanted to come out in this life, it was far away, and they didn't know when it would be. It's quite possible to die of old age in there without anyone knowing. For monks who spent the first half of their lives enjoying the ultimate pleasures of the earth, it is simply not possible for them to adapt to such a life of poverty and misery again. It is easy to go from frugality to luxury. It's hard to go from luxury to frugality, but there's only one life. There's no choice but to hide. Zhang Daoyi destroyed hundreds of Buddhist temples along the way, large and small, killing a total of more than 500 people, 10,000 slaughters. He had no waves of emotion, as if killing a chicken and slaughtering a dog, calm as one. These guys, they should have died a long time ago, and it's God's mercy on them that they've survived until now. Next stop, Awakuji. Zhang Daoyi glanced at the map. The journey was not short and would take a day. Even though he was in the body of a flying stiff and wouldn't feel tired at all when rushing, it would still take a day to run hundreds of kilometers. Master, I sense a trace of an unsettling aura. Followed us for a long time. The red stiff lady took advantage of the break to whisper to Zhang Daoyi, her body tense and alert, staring at the people in the back. The wisp of breath was well hidden, and very scary. At least, she didn't think she was a match. Can't it be that a zombie more powerful than her has popped up? I know. Just wait for it to strike. A little hairy stiff, still dare to follow us, really don't know how to die. Zhang Daoyi had long since secretly utilized the Chi Men Dunjia to lock onto that wisp of breath and deduced its pass through the 6 nonpareil heavenly character technique. A human butcher's executioner. I wonder how it compares to my own self who was about to be slaughtered in mass. Who's the bigger killer? Zhang Daoi smiled coldly as the Chi Mandunya automatically bloomed open. As he walked, he catalyzed the layout. The King's Gate is empty and the killing game is out. A wind blade appeared out of nowhere, cutting the black robe on his body into pieces. Moment. It was exposed. Frightened, the surrounding people shrieked, wailing and scattering their feet and fleeing out. Monster! There's a monster! Help! Fogweed! This guy is not human! Not a human! Ultraman, come save me! Ah! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Get out of here! You guys are blocking here to do eat? You guys! On the streets, the screams, roars, and curses instantly resounded endlessly. Grandmas! How the hell did such a ghostly thing pop up in broad daylight? Ha 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 ha! Well, to have discovered me, then don't blame me for the massacre. The strange man roared, grabbing the crowd around him and shoving them into his mouth. The twisted features actually opened a crack, and the bloody mouth was smeared with foul-smelling slime like a cesspool, biting off the human head. The blood rises, madly growing cultivation. It's scary, very scary. The demon execution sword in Zhang Daoi's hand, as if it had a spirit, directly stormed towards the hairy stiff. What a terrifying power. This is the aura of the righteous sect. Why do you have the aura of the righteous sect? Who the hell are you? The human slaughter executioner's one eye glared angrily, his eye socket bared and blood red. His hands clamped down on the demon execution sword, the cuticle on his arm growing wildly, wanting to break this demon execution sword, but the hands had already been refined by the demon punisher sword. A violent corpse stench was emitted. Gradual ablation. Aren't you a zombie? How could you possibly have such tactics? Lead to death quickly. A gust of white mist erupted from the human slaughter executioner's body, and countless white hairs were born from his body, instantly transforming into a snowy mountain savage-like appearance. Countless white hairs shot through the air, wanting to devour Zhang Daoi in them. The reason why hairy stiffs are called hairy stiffs, just because it's covered in long hair. There is also a hierarchy of hair stiffs, with white hairs being the least, followed by green hairs, black hairs, red hairs, purple hairs, and golden hairs. Then came the flying stiffs, a mere white-haired stiff. How dare you clamor in front of me? Get on your knees. Zhang Daoi's eyes were cold and instantly turned into a rich black death color. Ah! The white-haired stiff's eye pupils burst into pieces, and his distorted features instantly turned into a puddle of blood, kneeling on both knees and screaming unceasingly in a ghostly manner. Flying stiff. No, you're the ancestor of 10,000 stiffs. The ancestor of 10,000 stiffs. 42. The person who secretly lays out a plan. Let's pay our respects at the Little Thunder Sound Temple. The flying stiffs have personally come to the door. Are you touched? Boom! The white-haired stiff's body burst into pieces. Under Zhang Daoi's pressure, it turned into a puddle of blood. The red stiff lady couldn't wait to absorb and refine its blood water, seizing all of its power. The white-haired stiff's cultivation for so many years was all devoured by the red stiff nymphette, and his body rapidly mutated, his cultivation insanely rising. Bang! 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 Just a few seconds. Purple lines appeared on the red stiff lady's face. Purple stiff. Strength is 100 times higher than before. Soon, her hair rapidly grew longer, and in just a few home breaths, the long hair wrapped around her body, encasing it completely. Fizzle. Long hair exploded. It turned into a steel needle and shot into the surrounding walls. Many pedestrians had a close call. However, it was fortunate that Zhang Daoi released the Golden Light Divine spell in advance. Isolate the surrounding area. The main purpose was to keep the red stiff lady's breath from leaking out. Speaking up, the red stiff lady can no longer be called that. People are now hairy stiffs. Hairy stiffs turn out to be so strong. The red stigmata still liked her title. Why does it sound so awkward? Maiden of the hairy stiffy? She shook her hand, only to feel that the person she was now could easily crush the person she was before. If Zhang Daoi wasn't the ancestor of 10,000 stiffs, even if the old celestial master came and tried to deal with this white-haired stiff, he might not be able to solve it easily. Its perverted physical strength alone, it's enough to make one's head hurt. The red stiff lady felt like she could hit a building. You can try, but that would kill a lot of people. Better to try it later when it's more powerful. After following Zhang Daoi, she was getting more and more uninhibited, doing as she pleased, though she wouldn't think of actively killing anyone. It was only when ungrateful flies, who actively leaned over to annoy her, that her heart was set on killing. Not bad, the power of the white-furred stiff. You have absorbed 90% of it. Stepping into the ranks of the furred stiffs is just the beginning. From now on, the power of heaven and earth will never be able to harm you in the slightest. But what you're most afraid of is still the three pure and positive chi of the righteous sect. Zhang Daoi squinted at her. The golden light divine incantation in her hand pointed at her body. Ah! At once, as if she was possessed, the red stiff lady hissed miserably and screamed miserably from her spot. Bear with me, I'm helping you to condense the power of the corpse fury of your stiff body. and plant a golden light divine tree in the corpse fury, assimilating your corpse so that it won't be eroded by the Zheng Yi Qi. Zheng Dao tapped a finger on her head. Make it stop screaming. If the uninformed were to hear it, I'm afraid I'll just blush and think how the red stiff lady is being treated. Sorry, haven't called it in the last 1,000 years, not very skilled. The red stiff lady knew that Zhang Daoi wouldn't harm her and was just playing along with the show. Vibrant and active atmosphere. Zhang Daoi covered his forehead helplessly. The two of them refined the golden light divine mantra as they walked, assimilating the body of the corpse fiend to create an adamantine invulnerable Dao body, so that no one who came at that time would be able to injure the red stiff Niang Yang in the slightest. Dozens of Buddhist temples were destroyed in connection. Zhang Daoi was like an executioner without feelings, killed tens of thousands of people. The bases are so white that they could almost cast a pagoda. To this, he wasn't satisfied, because there is only one place in the world where the Buddhists have not been exterminated cleanly. Then the spring breeze blows again and again. It is a very quick thing. The grass must be cut and the roots removed, otherwise useless. The air body source flow catalyzed Zhang Daoi's body, gradually having an ethereal feeling. He felt some kind of barrier break inside him. There's a world of difference from what was there before. Like moving from the chi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage? The corpse fiend Dan condensed in his body was gradually tinted with a layer of golden veins, and actually showed signs of separating into two precious dawn. The great sun indestructible body kept on deriving pure and vast lightning might, instilling it into the precious Dan. Immortals and demons in one? Zhang Daoi felt a bit mysterious, but, with the added power of the air body source flow, his observations of the world are much more nuanced. Chimera mastery is much more comfortable, as if the ability to comprehend is superb and has become stronger. This thing could not only produce huge chi, but possessed a power that far surpassed that of the righteous sects. More than that, I am able to understand all the laws, diffuse all the laws. It's really scary. Zhang Daoi felt that soon he would be able to ascend to the immortal world. Just practice hard enough. Relevant sectors. After checking, confirming, and witnesses testifying, the originator of the extermination of the Buddhist sect is indeed the ninth ancestor of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Daoi, a dead person is actually resurrected? And someone who died 2,000 years ago. Unbelievable. Looks like he's a zombie on the board. Whether he's a zombie or not, right now we need his power. And this outcast from the Buddhist sect is our gift to him. How good do you think it is? Those vultures of the Buddhist sect, I've long been looking at them with displeasure. This time, not only did I do a personal favor by going along with it, but I also exterminated these vultures. It's really refreshing. Evil spirits revive. Aura regenerates. Heaven and earth change. Perhaps Zhang Daoi was resurrected to help us. I've heard that there have been thousands of incidents of evil ghosts eating people, as well as deaths of Yin and Yang masters over at the Great Shadow Flower, and the impact has been extremely bad. Oh, our situation is just as bad, and so is each other. So yeah, it's all the more necessary to bring in people from the Taoist sect, especially the strongest fighting force in the current world, the Heavenly Master's house. If they don't come, we're at our wits' end. 10 people sitting cross-legged in front of a large round table. It is the leader of this resolution of the paranormal event, the recovery event. Each of them had a very large background, with a heavenly origin and terrifying means, and they were definitely existences that shook the earth 3 times when they stomped their feet. At this point, they became helpless and desperate for the revived evil spirits. One can only pin one's hopes on the Heavenly Master's house. It was also their decision to destroy the Buddhist sect, and it was also a pitch for them to give the Heavenly Master as the strongest place in the present battlefield. The Heavenly Master's house deserves such solemn treatment from them. I'm going to call the Tennessean now and hopefully they'll pick up where we left off and offer to help. I don't think so. This kind of thing must be carried out secretly. Nowadays, the Heavenly Master's house in the eyes of the world is a thorn in the flesh. The reputation stinks very much. If we take the risk of just calling over the right, what if it might cause public anger and spark a bigger panic by then? If it's not possible, I'll go to Lung Fushan myself. Grandma, it's really hard to do. A tall, middle-aged man sighed, the white gloves on his hands standing out. No, one of the 10 trials, code name, White Glove, the earliest of the altered ones, possesses a pair of magical hands that can replicate the abilities of everything it touches and use them. The cooldown is almost non-existent. So, he wore these touch-isolating white gloves all year round. The purpose is the fear of not being able to control it, thus making the powers go out of control. What a damn thing. If our abilities weren't crippled, we might have been able to rival the ancient martial artists and the ancient lawgiver. Alas, a man pounded the table inside. His tone of voice had a disappointment and helplessness that was hard to hide. After all, in the beginning, they were super-powerful human warriors born to suppress the ancient martial artists and inhibit the ancient lawgiver. Even they didn't expect it. Self-competence is crippling. To put it simply, It is extremely unstable, sometimes strong, sometimes weak, and not easy to control, and when it goes berserk, the sanity will follow. But the reason why they can now serve as a solution to the problem of aura recovery, it's because they all have a chip embedded in their heads. This chip controls their lives. Once it goes berserk and uncontrolled, the chip will automatically sense it and trigger the self-destruct device, killing it outright. It's not like they haven't thought about taking out such chips, only, the moment the chip left their bodies, they would likewise burst into flames. Don't ask how they know. The ask is that someone has already tried it that way, and there's more than one. Little Thunderbird Temple. Zhang Daoyi destroyed 436 Buddhist sects along the way, 133,476 killed. Buddhist monks stained with blood, no longer see the golden body of the Buddha of compassion. There is only a sea of blood human butcher Buddha. The Buddha was dyed the color of blood. Where's the ing mercy in that? Where's the ing love? It's all fake. Duck 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 duck. Duck 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 duck. Zhang Daoyi was winded, and with the red stiff lady, they finally arrived at the entrance of the Little Thunder Sound Temple. Stand outside the door. He quietly admired the plaque on the temple door. This thing hasn't decayed in thousands of years. It is still inscribed by the ancient Xia Emperor, Pu Du Tsong Sheng. For big words, the gilt is brilliant. Glitter. Little Layin Temple has since become the place of origin of Buddhism in this area, and over the past thousands of years, countless Buddhist monks have come out of this place and stepped into the great world, abducting and deceiving people, doing no evil. Then today, it's time to destroy it. Who is it? Don't you know that Little Layin Temple is closed indefinitely? In the future, if you want to go to the incense, you have to make an appointment in advance. Inside the door, a cursing voice came, but opened it anyway, as if it meant to see who the visitor was. The little monk poked his head out and scanned the parking spaces outside with a furtive eye. There's no awesome car either. Then it looks like there's no need to pick up the slack. Just tell him to off straight away. Hey, the two of us are here. What are you looking at? Two threads of blood suddenly shot out from the red stiff lady's hands, whooshing and twisting the little monk into a twist. The frightened little monk stammered and cried out, "Help! Don't kill me. I'm just a gatekeeper. Who are you guys? Why are you kidnapping me?" He pissed his pants in fear. The red stiff lady was disgusted and directly flung it hundreds of meters away, smashing it heavily into the ground, alive or dead. After all, it fell from high in the sky. It wasn't like the body was as tough as hers and Zhang Daoyi's. I'm sure it's impossible to not die. This tie door, it's a real pain in the ass. Zhang Daoyi looked up and down at the vermilion red gate that had stood for thousands of years. The red stigmata nymphets understood and slapped the top of it. This gate made from the South China Sea's great red Tianlong wood. And just like that a crack appeared. A final boom. Blow up straight away. The explosions echoed over the city. It attracted countless spectators. Zhang Daoyi stepped into it leisurely, not caring about the growing number of spectators gathering behind him. What they think is none of their business. Do what you want anyway. Follow your heart. Don't care about anything at all. Say extinguish the Buddhist sect. You see, the Little Layin Temple is not the last Pure Land. What do you mean by purification? It's just clean, dry land. There's nothing on it. Not even a building. Not to mention these dirty, ugly vultures. Zhang Daoyi laughed and met the hundreds of martial arts monks that poured out of the Little Thunder Sound Temple. Their faces were murderous. Their gazes were cold as they stared at Zhang Daoyi, and the baguettes in their hands were pointing at Zhang Daoyi in unison. Their aura was not weak. At least, Zhang Daoyi sensed the level of the 4th or 5th level of qi refining from them. It's really worthy of being the first Buddhist temple. Hundreds of disciples were able to have the 2nd or 3rd level of qi refining. Outside, it's enough to hang all kinds of special forces kings, similar to those guys from Maoshan. But it's not even close to the Heavenly Master's mansion. The Spirit Gold Taoist Master alone is a top expert, a perfect refiner, or a foundation builder. It's all very possible. Zhang Daoyi felt that he shouldn't be a foundation builder. He couldn't be this weak. Maybe he was a Jedan. You are the one who recently destroyed my Buddhist sect? An old monk clad in a purple and gold robe stood out. His gaze lowered, and he droned in a deep voice. Right. Zhang Daoyi nodded his head slightly. There was nothing not to recognize. After all, it's a very honorable thing to do. It's important to be brave enough to admit it. Good for you. I've heard that you're the 9th generation of Tianqifu's ancestor. Is this the kind of robber and bandit behavior that your Taoist sect is known for? A monk mouthed Buddhist scriptures, kept Amitabha Buddha, twirling his beads, with a compassionate face, looking like a real Buddha. I didn't say I was a dawn guard. In such a hurry to buckle down on? Zhang Daoyi laughed and put away the demon punisher sword in his hand. So you're, a monk asked in disbelief. I am the ancestor of all stiffs, and have come to eat you. You've done so much evil that, frankly, even the zombies can't look at you anymore. So you've come to what you've done on purpose. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly and snapped his right hand 3 times, then violently opened his claws. And boom! It was like sparkling fireworks exploding. Next moment, the ground of the Little Thunder Sound Temple was actually gradually cracking, and a palm with white hair, black bubbles, and green spots poked out from the ground. Roar! Hissing! Roar! A zombie crawled out of the ground, their stiff necks twisted, their bodies twitching and oddly shaped, and their mouths hissing like wild beasts. From a distance, it looked like a zombie, but far stronger, because zombies are psychic and know how to attack humans. They rush madly at the monk. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Zombies. It's a zombie. Is this guy really the ancestor of 10,000 stiffs? He's crazy. The 9th generation ancestor of Longhu Mountain is a zombie, and he's not afraid of being verbally abused when he spreads the word. You wait to die. The people outside will crush you with public opinion. Some of the monks could no longer resist, being given a mouthful of flesh and blood to rip off by the zombies, chewing in big bites, growing by leaps and bounds. Cultivation improvement. The red stiff lady's fingers pointed, and her long hair directly turned into an invisible cage, enveloping the entire Little Thunder Sound Temple. Brush, brush, brush. Some of the monks tried to run, instantly entangled in his long hair. He took off back and threw himself into the tide of zombies. These zombies were only one of the 9 cows controlled by Zhang Daoi. The 10,000 corpses starting cow is a cow in that it can summon corpses that are extremely far away, and turn them into zombies in a flash. 43. So much for the Taoist sect. Ma Shan wants to die? I can fulfill him. Boom, boom, boom. Countless channels of zombies crawled out of the ground. One moment, the entire Little Layin Temple was as if it had turned into a hell on earth. Harsh screams and hisses came from inside. People gathered outside took out their cell phones to take video. Little Layin Temple has been poisoned again. That Zhang Daoi has come to destroy the sect. Cool. Kill these bald asses. Good job, Daoi warrior. Ha 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 ha. Happy. These bald asses are looking for fun all day long. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. But they are having a better time than us. Deserve to be killed. I would like to say that Master Doyen is my idol. He did what I didn't dare to do. If the Buddhist sect hadn't made a very serious mistake, how could the higher-ups have let Master Daoi go and destroy their Buddhist sect? Ha ha. To the point, it's obvious that everything behind this is driven by the relevant authorities. People yakking away at the discussion outside. They knew that no matter how grueling the battle inside the temple was, it will never reach them ordinary people. The bottom line for the Taoist First Division is here. This is why Zhang Daoi has a group of loyal fans. As long as it's not the kind of fly that annoys him, all will be protected. People gradually became familiar with Zhang Daoi's personal style. It's a total seizure, but it is a mentally normal seizure. That is, do whatever you want, without fear or restraint. One moment, Zhang Daoi then caught fire online. They felt that the Taoist Day Master was 10,000 years ahead of them in spirituality. Modern-day social animals. They're coy at work, and they're still coy after work, worrying and dying for those thousands of dollars every month and not daring to whine. Want to go on a trip? No money. Want to buy a bag? Lipstick? No money. Want to buy a big toy? No money. Want to play with a girl? No money. Always verbalizing promises. When I make money, I will be so and so, and painting myself crazy. But what happened? Painting the big picture for the rest of my life. I didn't even eat before I died. Is it suffocating? Holding back. Is it hard? It's hard to bear. Does it hurt? Agony. They felt that Zhang Daoi was the one who had lived a true life. They also need to learn from Zhang Daoi's wantonness to do as he pleases and do whatever he wants. Brothers, look, Master Daoi has come to destroy the last Buddhist sect. It's awesome. If I didn't dare to look inside, I'd have gone in long ago. Rocket brushes up. I'll risk my life to show you what's going on inside, okay? Old Iron Men, don't freeze. Let's go straight to the punch. Let's go. There were already quite a few anchors, like sharks that smelled blood, quickly swimming over and rushing towards the Little Thunderbolt Temple. Don't want life, just money. Even if you get slaughtered by zombies, you still want to make money live. All one can say is awesome. A few anchors stepped into it afterward, instantly gnawed and devoured by zombies. But there are still anchors who go forward and don't want to die, as if the inside of the Little Thunderbolt Temple wasn't a place of solace. Instead, it's a pot of gold. Jump in and be instantly transformed into a god of wealth. Zhang Daoi, the Buddhist sect and the Taoist sect have coexisted for thousands of years. Aren't you afraid of heaven's wrath if you destroy my Buddhist sect? I tell you, even if I turn into a stern ghost, I will curse you in hell for eternity. Small Layin Temple presided over. The empty master. White eyebrows have been broken. Heart chi has died. Vitality is gone. Zhang Daoi's pair of claws had already pierced his chest and pulled out the beating heart. Oh, since you're going to hell to damn me, I think it's better if you don't go to hell. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. Immediately, His right hand condensed a magic seal. Phew, phew, phew. The Dharma seal drops down. The ghost gate is wide open. Countless undead ghosts whimpered from it. Zhang Daoi grabbed the dead Master Daikong by the neck with one hand and probed into the ghost gate with the other hand, reciting words with his mouth as the two colors of life and death flowed out of his body. Your soul, I'll break it up for you. He grimaced. A fierce grip. The soul instantly turned into nothingness. Under the golden light, they directly burst apart. Their forms and gods were destroyed. Their souls flew away, and there was no possibility of reincarnation ever. A silent, angry roar seemed to come from the void. Zhang Daoi turned around and left. With a single step of his foot, the Qi Men Dunya instantly wrapped around the entire little Lei Yin temple. The ground collapsed down into a huge pit tens of meters deep. Countless grains of earth, stone and sand, all collapsed and buried in the ground. Huge craters emerge. The crowd of onlookers cautiously stepped forward, intuiting the ground shaking and nearly falling into the giant pit, breaking out in a cold sweat. With the Buddhist sect completely wiped clean, I guess no one will dare to look for our business in the future. Zhang Daoi opened his mouth. That's not necessarily true. I've heard that Ma Shan and a few other major sects have drawn a line in the sand with the Heavenly Master's mansion. He even secretly threw dirty water and slandered the Heavenly Master's office, claiming that he was the orthodoxy of the Taoist sect. The red stiff lady does a lot of surfing on the internet. It is natural to know what is going on. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly. What do you mean? After the destruction of the Buddhist sect, another Taoist sect has sprung up, right? Just not honest, is it? Good. Then I'll beat you until you're convinced. Zhang Daoi's mind moved, and he found the location of Ma Shan. With the help of Qi Men Dun Jia's Qi divination, he was able to directly lock the location of Ma Shan just based on the experience he had traveled to Ma Shan thousands of years ago as well as the scent that was left behind. Master, you're not thinking of going to destroy Ma Shan, are you? The red stiff lady wondered if she should recuse herself. Ma Shan is specialized in catching ghosts and suppressing stiffs. The tactics are far more brutal and far more numerous than even the ING Heavenly Masters. If I don't recuse myself, isn't it going to make things difficult for the master? She thought so. The two were already in the city where Ma Shan was located. This place, Ma Shan, always wanted to be the leader of the righteous sect. Don't have that life and think exclusively about that. Knock on Ma Shan. If they are unrepentant, I don't mind destroying them, even if they are of the Taoist lineage. Zhang Daoi faintly said. He smelled the old duck soup sold on the street. Surprisingly, my stomach grumbled. Could he or she be able to eat human food? This stuff, am I not allowed to eat it? The red stiff nymphette stared slightly, pointing at the old duck soup on the table. The few pieces of duck blood floating on top of it were quite enticing. Others, fogweed, isn't the master the ancestor of all stiffs? Why did you drink 3 bowls in one go? The red stiff nymphette was shocked in her heart. It was unimaginable that her master was fine with eating human food. You taste it, it's quite good. Zhang Daoi smiled. Sure enough, after fusing the Great Sun indestructible body, as well as the air body source stream, one is perfectly capable of adapting to life in a human body. That means, he gets to experience things other than zombies. Cool. Zhang Daoi laughed in his heart. Just then, outside the door walked in 3 head wearing a bucket hat, wearing a fishing suit of straw raincoat felt clothed people. The aura on their bodies caused Zhang Dao's pupil to instantly shrink into a needle-like shape, and the old duck soup in his hand slowly clenched. 44. Who says wild Ma Shan is not Ma Shan? Clearing the door? Knock. 3 Taoist masters dressed in gray and yellow vests, embroidered with thatched grass and green clouds. A clear-eyed person will know at a glance that this is the Taoist masters of the Ma Shan school. These 3 people don't have the right aura on them. The red stiff lady had also dealt with people from Ma Shan. Those stinking Taoist priests had an air of brightness about them, hiding in the shadows, like a hunting lion and tiger that could rise up at any moment. But the fluctuations radiating from these 3 people in front of us, and yet, it was uncomfortable. There was a ghostly hellish chill and eeriness. The energy in his body was all wrong. I heard there's some kind of heavenly master's ancestor recently? One of them, a bearded man, sat there with a big horse, pouring wine one mouthful at a time, drinking his water. The beard was stained with liquor. The internet is crazy about him exterminating the entire Buddhist sect by himself. I just wonder, is he a god? And one person exterminating the entire Buddhist sect. A man, thin as a telephone pole, hemmed and hawed and laughed strangely, shaped like a monkey, with odd yellowing lines on his hands. The demeanor is strange and the look is different. Looks, rather like an evil Taoist priest who has gone off the deep end. If you ask me, he just didn't touch us 3. Otherwise, a slap directly into the ground. What does he take to play? The middle-aged man at the end, who was quite cultivated, spoke slowly and in a gentle tone, but the words that came out were uncomplimentary. When the red stiff lady heard this, she only found it funny. How unlucky these 3 are. Surprisingly, I bumped into the honored one they were talking about. The rest of the guests, all of them were whispering, seemingly not daring to speak too loudly so as not to be heard by these three Taoist priests. Though lull, snap, the sound of someone's bowl falling to the floor. It exploded violently. The crowd around them looked around in shock. Instead, he saw a man who was trembling and holding up his chopsticks, his teeth shivering unceasingly, his gaze fixed on a dark shadow. Zhang Daoyi leisurely drank millet porridge, ate the fragrant leaf cake, and picked up a piece of chili pepper fried meat, fat pork flowing oil, very fragrant. What are you doing? You don't eat well and you have to pay for the bowl. The man who was eating with him at the same table wondered, but it was after seeing Zhang Daoyi's face clearly. Equally shivering, he dropped the chopsticks in his hand to the floor. Mistweed, it's him, right, it's Zhang Daoyi. He lost his voice and cried out, panicked and confused, pointing at Zhang Daoyi's back. At once, the scream was like a blast of cool water. It directly triggered the atmosphere in the store. All of them all stared at Zhang Daoyi who was eating in unison, scrutinizing carefully, and after comparing them, they instantly didn't dare to breathe a single breath and cowered into a ball. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Already people were fleeing out of the store. Zhang Daoyi, it's really him, it's really Zhang Daoyi. Ah. Run, the demon god who kills without blinking. What bad luck, how did I meet such a god of death today? Hey, run away while you can, don't have to pay. Cool, laughing my ass off, those three Taoist priests just threatened to blow up Zhang Daoyi's head. Don't get eaten later. Rumor has it that the old ancestor of the Heavenly Master's mansion is a flying stiff. I don't know if it's true or not. We'll have a good show to watch later. Ha 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 ha. I can't wait for my cell phone. The crowd of onlookers grew larger and louder. Everyone has been eagerly awaiting it. Expect a big fight to ensue. Honestly, people read too much online these days. Doesn't feel any fear, especially in a place like Maoshan City where Taoist priests have been rampant since ancient times. More than that, he wasn't too scared of this Taoist stuff. Instead, he was unusually excited. It's finally fun to see. Watching it on the internet is not as good as experiencing it in person. Otherwise no one would have said anything just to experience a moment of beauty. Master, if it's too noisy for you, I'll kill them all. The red stiff lady stared. Not bad. Zhang Daoyi ate unhurriedly. Instead, the three Taoist priests beside him couldn't sit still. The middle-aged man's eyes were slightly austere, coldly gazing at Zhang Daoyi, and after carefully comparing the photos on his cell phone, there was a touch of joy on his face. It's really God's mercy on us, actually letting me really run into this guy. He laughed and stroked his beard. Needless to say, he couldn't be happier. After all, if we behead Zhang Daoyi, he can then claim his reward from the whole world. Not to mention that Maoshan needed to treat him as a guest of honor. Even the Taoist sect would have to kneel and worship him in unison. Whether or not the three brothers can accomplish everything today, kill Zhang Daoyi, and become the Taoist sect's leader, depends on today. What's with the bull ********? Just him and be done with it. Boom, boom. That thin Taoist priest didn't say much nonsense and directly overturned the table where he was eating out. A black arrow suddenly shot out from his sleeve, with multicolored poisonous light flashing out of it. Bright and brilliant and blinding. People from Maoshan, when do they still play such underhanded tactics? Someone cried out in alarm, apparently seeing the poison on the arrow. Oomph. The red stiff nymphet's beautiful eyes were aghast. Her mind steeply sank, and with a fling of her chopsticks, she hit the arrow, but the chopsticks snapped, and the arrow continued to kill Zhang Daoyi in a straight line. Snap! As the red stiff lady prepared to strike a second time, Zhang Daoyi raised his right hand, and his chopsticks caught the arrow flying in the air and snapped it onto the table. Knock! The arrow shot into the wooden table, instantly splitting it in pieces. What a death wish! You won't let me eat in peace, will you? Good. I'll send you to the afterlife. Repaying grudges with grudges. No one is as kind as I am, are they? Zhang Daoyi shook his head slightly. The chopsticks in his hand instantly shot towards the skinny Taoist priest. Poof! So fast that it pierced through his chest in just the blink of an eye. Grandma! He spat out a mouthful of blood, but the color of the blood was surprisingly black. Sticky, as if it were oozing pus. It was disgusting. Grass! This guy isn't human, is he? The red stiff nymphette was filled with disgust as she flung the red silk in her hand. Zhang Daoyi was speechless. You are at least a zombie, right? You don't even have the mental capacity? But, the three Maoshan Taoist priests in front of me were obviously imposters. Not really a Maoshan sect, but not another evil spirit. It's real people. Evil kung fu. Zhang Daoyi shook his head slightly. These people had obviously practiced evil gongs and gone off the deep end, becoming crooked, but still wearing the skin of Maoshan on his body. Under the guise of Maoshan, he goes around doing evil. It is truly disgraceful. Damn, big brother, it's time to show him the ropes. This guy The thin Taoist priest pulled out the chopsticks that were stuck into his abdomen. Black blood soared, but he didn't feel the pain like that. He smiled coldly, and with a hideous face, he tore the Taoist robes on his body as much as he could. It's a little strong. Bang, bang, bang. A mass of black death aura suddenly erupted from his body. Between the surges of air, it directly colored its entire being black. The upper half of the flesh, actually like maggots slowly wriggling up, gradually turned into a human face ghosts. Eat him. He smells so good. This guy isn't human. He's just like us. Ha 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 ha. What fun. I can't believe I came across such a fun thing. I want to play. Don't rush to kill him yet. Just take your time with the torture, okay? 9 Square Ghostbusters. Zhang Daoyi narrowed his eyes slightly, wiped the grease stains at the corner of his mouth, got up and threw the handkerchief he had finished wiping his hands on the ground. It's been a long time since I've seen you in the wild mausoleum. The 3 words he spat out. It instantly caused consternation among all in the room. Nomeo Mountain? That's what it is. Never heard of it. What's a wild thatch? Literally, something outside of Maoshan. A bunch of junk. I guess it's a Taoist priest who can't join Maoshan and is waving the banner of Maoshan. Oh, so that's how it is. I said how these 3 are different from the Maoshan Taoist masters. That person has 9 human faces growing on his body. It's really weird. It looks like an evil modification. Asterisk 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 may be more evil than the Taoist first master. Taoist one-day master at least kills those vultures who pretend to be benevolent and righteous. The crowd of onlookers murmured, noisy as an abrasive wheel polishing metal, making that 9 Square Ghostbusters wild Maoshan Taoist priest, his face grimacing, his body twisting. Noisy, go to hell. He struck without warning, and even directly struck a ghost face at the crowd, swallowing several people in one bite, bending them across the waist, and killing them with a direct strike. Pus, blood splattered everywhere. The eyes of the crowd standing on the sidelines instantly widened, not daring to breathe, as if they were suffocating, their eyes hollow, scared. Their hearts stopped beating in that moment. Ah! Murder! Murder! Run for it! I'm not spectating. There's still half of this, half of the body. That son of a, I'll kill you. Aha! I'll kill you. Wild Maoshan is bloodthirsty and really crooked. This kind of devil is simply the garbage of heaven's wrath. They should all be exterminated. Please, Taoist First Master, kill the evil spirits. Please ask Taoist First Master to kill this Fong. The crowd of onlookers present instantly fell to their knees, asking Zhang Daoyi to step in and kill this randomly murderous wild Maoshan. In comparison, Zhang Daoyi was considered a super nice person in all their eyes. Don't freeze. Go on, kill Zhang Daoyi. Under a roar, the remaining 2 were both holding Pichwa Truvadra swords and chopped at Zhang Daoyi, the 9 Square Ghost Fiend. Its ghostly face, huge as if it wanted to swallow this tavern, violently opened its bloody mouth and let out a ghostly cry. 45. How can you call yourself a ghost general? How can a Taoist monk be called a real person? Boo! Boo! Zhang Daoyi raised his right hand, and the dragon-like ghost fury power instantly twisted 360 degrees, charging in the opposite direction towards the thin Taoist priest. The 9 Square Ghost Fiend's hideous and terrifying face instantly turned into a timid quail. Damn! This guy is so damn evil. He can even affect my ghost fury power. The 9 Square Ghost Fiends have also met their match. It's really hell. The skinny Taoist roared, and another mouth actually grew out of his face, with sharp teeth that had an air of wanting to pierce through everything. The air in front of him trembled. The crowd of onlookers, clapping and wailing, took to their cell phones to record video. Doing on. One video after another was sent out. Retweets, comments, likes, tens of thousands in seconds, hundreds of thousands plus. High traffic batch. There are tens of millions of people watching. Zhang Daoyi appeared, the Taoist priest of the power of ghosts and demons. Maoshan supernumerary. All hot words. Any one of these is enough to ignite public opinion. It's all working now. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare Zhang Daoyi eat when he showed up? No, isn't he a zombie? How can he still eat? Just kidding. Is there a possibility that he's not a zombie, but a real purple-robed celestial master? Holy, doesn't that mean we've all been tricked? People aren't zombies at all. It's the news report that reported it wrong. I told you. How can someone so handsome be a zombie? I'll be damned. Someone from Maoshan would still have the power of ghosts and monsters. How perverted. Brothers, take the lead in flushing out Maoshan's marketing numbers. These mother asterisk 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 airs are just disgusting. Ha 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 ha. Grandma, without saying anything, I'll give Maoshan a backhanded slap in the face, so they can't open the door. Don't want the incense. Everyone thought the 3 men were Taoist priests from Maoshan. It was abominable that a Taoist priest from Maoshan should be practicing the power of ghosts and monsters. So, Maoshan Devil Suppressor Pavilion. Below the Douyin. Suddenly there is an army of networks. The comments instantly skyrocketed inside the hundreds of thousands. Grass. After all this, it's you Maoshan who messed up, causing me to wrongly blame someone else for being a Dragon Tiger Heavenly Master. Excessive. It's really too much. You Maoshan Taoist priests are practicing evil techniques. Damn you. Kill them all. Brothers, for every cent of incense you give them, close the door. Close the door. Whoever visits Maoshan again is a ing. Maoshan Taoist priests maliciously kill people. There are pictures and the truth. How else do you want to wash all washing dogs? Piss me off. Those 3 Maoshan Taoist priests were only 0.01 point away from me at that time. Damn it. The bottom comment exploded straight away. It's over. The person who managed the account in Maoshan was startled when his cell phone suddenly dinged and dinged wildly. Open it. Straight up gross. Their Douyo account was flushed. All of them are putting them out of business. The comments are all in the hundreds of thousands. Scared in a cold sweat. Quickly find the head of Maoshan, the elders, and discuss how to go about it. After all, there is too much public anger. If it's not resolved well, it's likely to affect their survival, in case it gets attention from above. And then they shut down Maoshan for good. How the hell are we supposed to eat? It's not like they're the monk kind who pwns. Grandma, where did these 3 come from? Why are they wearing our Maoshan's Taoist robes? Grass. Ghosts no. There are more than enough of us wearing our Maoshan Taoist robes. Anyone can do this stuff. The problem is that they also know Taoist magic. Now there are 100 mouths that can't even defend. When did we, Maoshan, do such unconscionable things? Excessive. It's really excessive. Quickly issue a statement, solemnly protesting that this is definitely not our Maoshan Taoist priests. They are wild Maoshan. It's wild Maoshan. Don't worry. The Heavenly Master Dawi ancestor is a zombie. Even public opinion like him being a zombie can be calmed down. We Maoshan will have a load of trouble. No panic at all. The Maoshan elders were talking and discussing. Send someone down to the mountains to assist the Taoist First Master in eradicating wild Maoshan, and return the world to a clear sky. Although there is discord within our Taoist sect, these damn things must be eradicated as well. Maoshan sect leader Li Han flung his sleeve robe once, and the air hunted and rumbled. As one of the strongest few Taoist sects in the current world, Li Han Yi's strength was naturally unquestionable, though nowhere near as good as the old Heavenly Master. But it was also not something that Taoist Spirit Gold and the others could touch. The Taoist masters of Maoshan were first stunned, then moved, all out, and rushed down the hill. See this scene. The people present silently prayed in their hearts. Incense for those 3 guys. It's only right that you should do evil in my Maoshan sign district. It fell into my Maoshan's hands. There are 100 ways to make your life worse than death. Knock. White mist gusted and floated in the air. Zhang Daoichi stomped on the thin Taoist priest's face, stomped its head into the depths of the earth. The 9 square ghostbusters are broken. The power of the ghost fury frantically recoiled, tearing into the thin Taoist's flesh. Wisps of grayish-black liquid, like pus, flowed out of the thin Taoist's body. That's disgusting. With a wave of her hand, the red stiff nymphette floated down a wisp of black snowflakes in the air. Black snowflakes flashed before the eyes of those 2 Taoist priests. Though lol, the snowflakes instantly exploded into countless hairs, binding the 2 Taoist priests together and strangling them to death. Zombie. Your hallowed Heavenly Master is followed by a zombie. You seek death. Who says wild Maoshan is not Maoshan? The 3 of US brothers used to be the protectors of Maoshan. If they hadn't not passed on my Maoshan mind, would we have mutinied? The 2 Taoist priests grunted coldly. Subsequently, no more hiding strength. The body burned up with a morose black mist. The black gas was like a fiery flame, emerging from their bodies and burning. The upper half of his clothing was instantly reduced to ashes. Flaming. Boo! The muscles on the 2 men exploded, surging madly, towering, stacking one on top of the other, and their heights grew rapidly, becoming like little giants. It was 2 or 3 meters high. They gently wiggled their arms down and directly broke the red stiff lady's corpse rope free. The ghosts of the 6 directions will help me plumb Mountain Dharma head. That middle-aged Taoist priest stared coldly at the red stiff nymphette as a black and gold bird and beast phantom flared up on his body. The bird beast was hideous, like some sort of ancient ferocious beast, but its true appearance was not recognizable at all. The brats of the 8 directions listened to my orders. The white ape of the 7 monsters of Plum Mountain swallows the moon. The heavenly ring falls to the ground, and the Een general sinks into the water. Listen to my orders quickly. Boom, boom, boom. Shasta. The bird and beast silhouettes instantly turned into hundreds of Een soldiers, holding flags, stepping on 3-eyed Een horses, and holding halberds. Their faces were covered by armor, and their bodies carried rolling Een chi, setting off horrifyingly lurid waves. The surrounding crowd only felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The body bones felt an unusual chill. Very difficult. But they couldn't see these shadowy soldiers. They only felt as if there was some kind of weird and horrible power encroaching around them. Some people who are not physically fit, who are not in good health, fainted instantly. A head of several meters tall Een soldiers and Een generals killed the red stiff nymphette, with a monstrous aura and a hideous warhorse. Even the air froze in an instant. 46. You call me a zombie? Sorry, I'm still an evil spirit. Een soldiers bow down. Een generals listen to the order. Kill. Boom. Thousands of troops and horses. The momentum of the heavens, the war drum's hideous sound. The cloudy sky like a black city fell. The cloudy wind into a whirlwind rolled up thousands of hostile chi. Kill to the red stiff lady. Since ancient times, evil spirits and zombies are two species that do not get along. It's perfectly normal to fight. Right now, Undertaker meets zombie. It's like two rats grabbing for food. Haters gonna hate each other. It feels like there's a bonus to all of the battles. The red stiff nymphette directly ascended in place. Her body grew taller, reaching 3 meters, her hair flew and soared, like a tempest vine, frantically lashing out at the hundreds of Een soldiers. Kill! Silent hisses emanated from the mouths of the Een soldiers and Een generals. The eerie Een chi turned the temperature of this place into a few degrees below zero. Before the onlookers had a chance to feel it, they froze and caught a cold all of a sudden, their hands and feet tingling, and they almost froze to death. They are unknown. A bewildered look on his face. This weather is clearly clear. There's still a big sun hanging. How come it's suddenly a few degrees below zero? Frozen hands and feet are purple. Misty capital hidden killing. Ghost chi square circle. Heaven and earth sinking. 4 directions hearing Shen. Plum mountain do not use. Swire spectre heaven. Fierce spirit cutting himself. Blood beheading heaven. A blood-red incantation surfaced on those 2 Taoist priests, with clear lines, as if they were branded by a ghost immortal, and the blood-red light was incomparably blinding, making it impossible to open one's eyes. One look and it's as if your soul is being sucked in. If one were to look at it for a few more moments, one would only fear that their body would explode and turn into countless mists of blood. Ghostly words. Plum Mountain Ghost Order. Zhang Daoi gazed slightly and saw that the red stiff lady struck true fire and fought against the Een soldiers and Een generals, directly turning into a real zombie body that was several meters tall. Below them stood 2 wild Ma Shan, fused as one, streams of blood-red light appearing around them, entwining them together in some sort of strange formation. It's weird. It's scary. Of the so-called crooked 36 heavenly deities, at least the top 5 could be ranked. Heaven and earth are great. There is not only the law of righteousness. After 10,000 years of derivation, gradually, evil feats appeared. This one, there were a lot of evil cultivators, as thunderous as they were chilling. The 7 monsters of Plum Mountain are just terrifying. According to legend, the 7 monsters were once birds and beasts, and then cultivated into adults, and helped the hierarchy to kill Jiang Taigong and other gods and goddesses in the war to seal the gods. The 7 monstrous gods possess 7 bizarre abilities. All of them are capable of targeting the Taoist sect's trickery. One of them was the psychic spell that these 2 Taoist priests had performed, calling in Een soldiers and Een generals from hell, and even calling in ancient ferocious spirits from the ancient ghostly heavens to be used to kill the enemy. But, by the looks of it, the 2 of them are just half-assed, not to mention the ancient fierce spirits, not even if it's an ancient evil creature. It's trashy, totally a mole. Just as he was thinking about it, the 2 Taoist priests' bodies suddenly turned blood red, with crimson blood oozing out of their bodies. Their flesh and blood exploded, and a bloody hole appeared. The crowd of onlookers gasped out in shock and nearly ran out of steam. But there are still people who live upstairs, holding up their cell phones, taking pictures and uploading them to the internet. This scene is just too unbelievable. It's far beyond human perception. Worldviews all fall apart. It's horrible. First time I've seen this kind of magical dowsing, ghost fighting, that arcane and mysterious formation. Geez, it's almost suffocating. A lot of people are hot under the collar, surge like an oceanic tsunami, hate to fight 1,000 waves with one blow. It's so hot. I'm just asking if I can learn this, coach. Coach, you. I haven't even learned yet. Do you have the talent to learn Taoism? I think it's better for you to become a zombie. No, is the Taoist Day Master a zombie or not? I'm curious. Right, up to now, the officials don't give an explanation, and the Heavenly Master's office doesn't come forward to refute it. Is it disdain, or is it acquiescence? People from Ma Shan have at least come out and declared that these 3 are not Ma Shan. They are wild Ma Shan, and have sent people down to deal with them. I heard that Ma Shan sent all the Taoist masters to deal with this matter. The online comments are hilarious, make people laugh. The truth is that it is impossible not to think deeply about the real vortex behind it. The world, gradually, is changing dramatically. Dang, a huge blood-red palm was actually sticking out from under the soles of the 2 Taoist priests' feet. A finger, are as high as several meters, let alone a whole palm. Enough than a whole building are high. dozens of meters of huge. The ground collapsed in an instant. A building was instantly shattered into pieces. Thousands of people were crushed and smashed to death, fleeing in panic. Fogweed. What the hell is this? What do they want? Are they crazy? Run! Hurry up and soak! They're trying to exterminate us. These dog Taoist priests. They only know how to fight. They don't care about our lives. It's simply ridiculous. We are like ants in his eyes. The people reacted and understood the importance of strength. Nowadays, it's long past the peaceful and tranquil calm of the past. Rather, the power is unique. Strength reigns supreme. Zhang Daoyi, you zombie. You also have the face to act for heaven and say you are a heavenly master. Give us death. The two Taoist priests shouted coldly in unison, and as they spoke, the blood-red silk threads on their fingers struck the blood-red arm as if it was their arm, and grabbed fiercely towards Zhang Daoyi. Ancient fierce spirit. Blood hand slaughter. Boom! Above the bloody hand, 10,000 eyes blossomed, blinking like ghosts and monsters from the underworld of hell, instantly engulfing the sky. The claws of his hands fiercely grabbed at Zhang Daoyi. A terrifying suction force was released from those eyes. There was a feeling that it was going to suck the soul out of you. Pity. The golden light divine spell on Zhang Daoyi's body washed all these suction forces, refining them all into nothingness. You wild Maoshan. You really do give surprises. If I swallow this, is it true that the power of the ghost fury in my body will skyrocket? Zhang Daoyi laughed. Subsequently, the body suddenly grew larger. His body instantly turned the color of iron and copper. A rope like blood and flesh appeared on both arms, transforming into countless zombie villains to harden against this blood handslaughter. Boom! Zhang Dao opened his bloody mouth, and his teeth suddenly turned into terrifyingly sharp tools that were as sharp as iron pillars. Flying stiffs, the ancestor of all stiffs. This body is at its strongest state. In this moment, it was utilized by Zhang Daoyi to the fullest. A bite on top of the bloody handslaughter. Swallowed straight away. What? The two Taoists below roared out in shock. Fogweed. This thing was summoned by us from the realm of the ancient fierce spirits, and Nima swallowed it? Ah, what a firstborn Dongshi. The evening intentions of Pasang. There's a dog. How is this supposed to work? The two Taoist priests were directly revolted. Their blood wowed and spat out, and their entire body lay on the ground in violent convulsions. The flesh and blood on his body was even directly melted by the formation on the ground. It was used to pay tribute to the murderous spirits of ancient times. After all, one of the Taiku fierce spirits' hands was eaten by Zhang Daoyi. You don't have to eat two people to make up for it? Zhang Daoyi's hands condensed magic seals. The air body source flow in his body scurried, and countless primordial air currents were like razor blades, slicing up the great hand of the ancient ferocious spirit, and then the golden light divine mantra sealed it and quickly refined it. The corpse fiend power split into strands of power, absorbing the corpse fiend power of the ancient fiend spirit. Boo! Zhang Daoyi rejoined his body and returned to normal, and a tsunami-like wave of qi suddenly erupted from his body. Several buildings were shaken by the wave of air. The elders of the Maoshan sect who just arrived couldn't resist at all. It was directly blown away. It's not. We just got here. How did it fly back again? 47. Maoshan is nothing more than that. With this glance, I can burn through the ancient realm of Maoshan. Boom! 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 Berserk muffled sounds exploded between heaven and earth. The city's skyscrapers crazily shook and trembled, and the people were even more unable to withstand the airwaves, their bodies trembling. It's like being subjected to a 12-step typhoon. Almost got swept away. Asterisk. Ah. The owner of the tavern was helpless, cursing and crying angrily in the wind. This dam, the tavern that had invested more than $10 million was just destroyed. He's got nowhere to cry. We can't go to the rooftop and drink, can we? Zhang Daoyi compressed the overflowing Jin Qi in his body, and only felt that his body felt like it had sublimated, and his senses of heaven and earth became sharper. The palms of the ancient ferocious spirits, after all, belonged to the ancient evil things, possessing terrifying energies, and even more penetration of the rules of heaven and earth as well as their senses. It wasn't a wasted trip. Zhang Daoyi felt comfortable. There is much to be gained. As for the tragic deaths of many city residents, the buildings in the city have been destroyed. Let them all be left to the relevant departments to make good. The heavens and the earth are changing. Evil spirits are frequent. It is impossible to preserve the interests of the majority without sacrificing the interests of a small minority. If you can't even afford this, then it's better to catch the destruction. Humans also have no reason to exist. The Maoshan people are here? Zhang Daoyi's gaze fell on the distant Maoshan elder who was lying on the ground, fainting, and gently shook his head. They're too weak. What's the point of coming? Against a wild Maoshan? Against a summoned ancient fierce spirit palm is estimated to be difficult. In that case, how could one deal with the evil spirits in this world? Not at all. Where is the demon to escape? A stern voice came from under the pile, only to see a Maoshan elder holding a Tiangon pen. stabbing at the red stiff lady. Zombie. She is a zombie. She must be killed quickly. Don't sleep. Wake up. There are zombies here. Just. His shouts did not make the Mashan elders who had come along awake, but instead continued to faint. Yes. You can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. They weren't fainting at all. They were pretending to be dead. After seeing Zhang Daoi's power with his own eyes, don't dare wake up at all. If this damn thing offends the Taoist first master, turn around and exterminate me, Mao Shan. Where can I cry? It's hard not to all run to the rooftop and drink. Well, got together with the tavern keeper. It was thought that they would be able to dodge a bullet by playing dead. I didn't realize, Grandma, that some dumbass had jumped the gun. Grass, would you stop being a conspicuous bag? Someone whispered an angry curse and continued to play dead. Boo! Zhang Daoi threw a slap at him. It directly sent that old Taoist from Maoshan flying out. Hey, he couldn't even flash. Cover your face. Blood holla poorly. Half of his face was swollen high and turned purple and blue, and the bones were broken. Thanks to his decades of practicing kung fu. If it were an ordinary person, a direct slap to the head. Can't even speak properly. Sneak attack. Me, my 69-year-old comrade. He was lying on the ground. His eyes were golden stars, and he felt that he was going to ascend to heaven. And this taste was more confusing than when he drank the ancient tea of Maoshan Jinpai. Heaven and earth are spinning. The whole thing floated up feeling. Consciousness fell into darkness with it. There's no need to find me in such a hurry. I'll naturally go to Maoshan to get a statement. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. These Taoist sects are bullying my heavenly master's house, one by one creating rumors. Do you really think he doesn't know? Although I don't know how Zhang Yi and the others are in their current situation. It doesn't sound like it's going to be very good though. As it is, why don't we just exterminate Maoshan and make an example of you to deter the rest of the Taoist sects? Sounds reasonable, doesn't it? The master of Maoshan was burning incense and praying to heaven in the main hall. Suddenly, both eyelids fluttered inexplicably. Oops, how do you still jump faster and faster? I'm pressed. Can't press it. These eyelids are still fighting. What is it? It doesn't feel good. The Maoshan sect leader quickly calmed his mind and turned to the spirit flame offering hall to check the soul flames of the elders. Hey, it's burning. It's not going out. Why are my eyelids fluttering? Was searching and puzzled when there was a sudden pop from outside the door. A purple-robed silhouette swayed in the dust, emitting monstrous and terrifying corpse fiend power. Like a tsunami, rumbling and suddenly sweeping in from the four directions of heaven and earth. It had the intention of crushing and exploding the Maoshan ancestral land. Knock knock. The war drums thundered. Zhang Daoi's body generated 1,000 army-like Yin soldiers crossing the border out of thin air. The Yin Qi is all over the place. Instantly, the surrounding area was turned into a morose scene like hell. Countless dark brown blood dripped down from all around, and red devil flames erupted from the ground, burning everything with a weird and treacherous explosion. Zhang Daoi took every step. A skeletal arm appeared out of the ground. An army of undead soon appeared behind him. Swinging, struggling, hissing and roaring, he charged at the Maoshan sect without regard. Fogweed. The Maoshan sect leader was directly stunned. Is this the king of hell coming to the Yonsei? Why do I feel a little horrible? No, not some. It's horrible. No, Haldi is wearing a purple robe, a handful of ghost spells. Said he was a zombie. The Maoshan sect leader had a horrified look on his face, as if he had seen a real ghost or monster and felt his heart trembling. Grandmas, it's an anticlimax. Say yes to zombies and you give me the ghost method. How do you expect me to fight? Although Maoshan holds the strongest method of killing ghosts, even the Heavenly Master's office is ashamed of itself. But he's dealing with the ghosts of common sense. This incarnate zombie, purple-robed ghostly creature is a tiny bit too scared to kill. Can't kill it at all. Grass, who the hell are you? The Maoshan sect leader hissed angrily in his heart and hurriedly swung the Maoshan seal in his hand, wanting to smash into the illusion in front of him. The gigantic seal, which was instantly transformed into a boundless and endless great heavenly Dharma seal, with countless Zhangyi Haoqi entwined around it, like a purple and gold dragon, frantically trampling and collapsing the illusory realm. Bang, 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 the illusion burst into pieces. The whole heaven and earth were in a moment a room. Countless power of incense suddenly appeared in the incense hall of Maoshan. This is the divine power that has coalesced over thousands of years of offerings. Master Daoi, what do you want? Do you want to destroy my Maoshan sect? The Maoshan sect leader shouted angrily, clenching his teeth in death, crimson blood oozing from his gums, and bleeding from all 7 of his orifices. He's not happy about it. Maoshan won't be cut off in his hands, will it? You're a purple-robed celestial master, but you're using ghost and zombie tactics. It's simply shameful. The Maoshan sect leader's face was livid, and his entire face gradually appeared a crack as if it was about to be smashed apart in the huge and terrifying energy The robes on his body exploded piece by piece. Countless amounts of blood seeped out of his body and flowed onto the ground. Zhang Daoyi walked on the netherworld avenue of skeletons and white bones. A handful of thunderbolts. A handful of ghosts. Two naturally opposing forces. In his hands it was fused into one. Wisps of black and white mist escaped from the corners of both eyes. I'm going to destroy your Mao Shan. Who dares to say a word? 48. Submission? Guard the tomb of my heavenly master for 10,000 years. Liquidate one by one. The movement coming out of the Mao Shan sect. It alarmed the towns in all directions. The gazes of millions of people all converged on the place that was covered in emerald green cypress, with peaks like seals. Mao Shan sect, with dozens of palaces and pavilions densely packed, and the back is even lined with an ancient hall that is tens of meters high. However, a large portion of them were all caught in the blast between Zhang Daoyi and the Mao Shan sect leader. Even though it didn't collapse, it was shaky and many of the ancient halls were damaged. I, Qiu Tianguang, ask myself, I, Mao Shan, have never done anything to harm heaven and earth. Why is it that I, Mao Shan, am still in such a state today? I thought that my Mao Shan would resist the revival of the evil spirits and be tragically exterminated, but I didn't want to be exterminated by my own side first. Simply the most ridiculous joke in the world. Joke, he shouted angrily, as if he was disliked by the heavens and abhorred the injustice of fate. On what grounds? Why did a zombie destroy their whole family? And yet no power is after him. It's just so unfair. Where is there absolute fairness in this world? What did you guys do to the heavenly master before? Forget? Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly as the two forces in his hand merged together, converging into a terrifying torrent of artistry. Yin and Yang, send you to hell. The power of the ghost fiend was sprayed out from his hands in a steady stream. That pure black and dead color, like some kind of marvelous esoteric energy fluctuation, made people's minds numb and their scalps explode. No, no, no. 231 people from Mao Shan are willing to bow down. Bow down. The Mao Shan sect master raised one hand and roared up to the sky. He didn't doubt for a second that Zhang Daoyi was trying to exterminate their Mao Shan's entire clan. When rumors circulated on the internet earlier that he had exterminated the Buddhist sect, everyone thought it was a joke. Until today. Until now. He realized that it wasn't strong. It's pretty strong. Good. Zhang Daoyi nodded slightly as the energy in his hand dissipated, then landed beside the Mao Shan sect leader and picked him up. Now go and guard the tomb of the heavenly master for 10,000 years for me. The Mao Shan sect leader looked back at the shivering, terrified Mao Shan disciples. It must be answered, no matter how humiliating it may be. Otherwise, all of them would be dead. We do. You have to be willing even if you don't. No choice. Then get lost. Also, all of Mao Shan's stuff should be transported to the heavenly master's mansion. As for those ancient halls in the back, they will have their own use in the future. Zhang Daoyi looked up at the deepest towering ancient hall. There are many ghostly spirits imprisoned there. That's evil to outsiders. But to myself, that's a great tonic. You're going there? The Mao Shan sect leader's heart was pounding. Isn't this a death wish? Oh, maybe I can make them listen to me? Zhang Daoyi laughed sarcastically and his body instantly turned into a black mist. After absorbing the power of the ancient fierce spirit, he knew that many powerful and terrifying forces still existed in this heaven and earth. It was too difficult to deal with those guys with just his current power. So, more corpse fury, ghost fury power must be absorbed. Mao Shan Devil Suppressor Temple. It is a very good place. The little ghosts suppressed in here are the weaker guys. Refining and absorbing it is completely at your fingertips. Hurry up. Don't upset your master. The red stiff lady was on the sidelines personally supervising the Mao Shan crowd as they traveled to Longhu Mountain. Old Tianzhi received a message from Zhang Daoyi through the Tianzhi order, happily bouncing in place. I'll go. Worthy of an ancestor. In doing what he was afraid to do. Straight away, Mao Shan was beaten into submission. Almost slaughtered their entire family. Awesome. What a damn relief. Before these guys were hacking us one after another. Now they're finally honest. Right? Ha 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 ha. Guard the tomb for 10,000 years. My ass. Who the hell can live for 10,000 years? Doesn't this mean that the Mao Shan sect will become the vassal of my heavenly master's mansion in the future? Laughing my ass off. It was awesome. It's just too good. All I can say is that this is such a relief. Anyone else? I look forward to the day when the ancestor master reigns over the world and destroys all the Taoist sects, with only my heavenly master's house reigning supreme. That's a bit of a dangerous statement. It's better to be careful and be careful with what you say. Still scared less. Can't you see that the relevant authorities don't dare to fart now? What does that mean? They need our power and that this great world is changing. The various Taoist leaders were jumping up and down with excitement, unable to stop themselves from having a good time. Indeed, recently when I practiced, I noticed that the aura between heaven and earth has become thicker again, no longer thin. and it's easier to sense. It is natural that the old celestial master is right in his words. He said yes, definitely it is. After all, the cultivation was there. It's awesome. Zhang Ziyi felt like a thin membrane inside his body had been pierced through, and he was about to cross over to another level. Hey. Online public opinion exploded. Old ancestor is really invincible. Invincible. Daiwa's Spirit Gold looked at the news on his cell phone and laughed and wailed. The ninth ancestor of Tianqifu actually destroyed the Maoshan sect? Brothers in arms? Brother against brother? One-sided fight. Crushing like fight. Zhang Dui's flat stream review. Is he a celestial master? Or a zombie? Or an evil spirit? He's really a mysterious man. I'm the only one who can ask who can bow down to me. Only I, Jiuxian Taishang Daoi Zhenjin, have to say. It's a shame these marketing numbers don't write novels. They don't understand it at all, but they're writing blindly a few times. It's biased that people like what the blind few writes. It feels cool. Reprints exploded. It's hundreds of thousands of likes and hundreds of thousands of comments every minute. I heard that Mao Shan tried to steal the Tianqifu's position before. And all sorts of slander? Ancestor Daoi is really Mang. It doesn't matter whoever you are. I'll just kill. It's true that the world has changed so much that even people's hearts have changed. Everyone worships the strong. Invincible. I have a feeling that Grandmaster Daoi will continue to slaughter. Kill. Kill them all for me. I want to be a bull like Grandmaster Daoi too. Zhang Daoi didn't even know. Invisibly, he himself has harvested countless fans. After all, living for long periods of time and depressing, numbing emotions. Day after day there is only negative energy like studying, going to work, working. Don't suffer from the criticism of leaders, the oppression of capital and the brainwashing of public opinion all the time. Everyone has long been tired of this walking corpse, like a mechanical life. They've wanted to live differently for a long time. Grandmas, this disgusting world is long overdue for an overthrow. They envied Zhang Daoi's freedom to kill as he pleased without restraint. Do what you want. There is simply no need to worry about not working and not having money. No need to worry about being scolded for failing to complete a task. They just want to live like Zhang Daoi. Piss me off. A sword cuts it off. Boom dash. The ancient hall of the Maoshan sect, which had been guarded for thousands of years, emitted an earth-shattering roar, only to see that above the ancient hall, a black and red lines, like a creeper, like a spider web, like a dense locust. It suddenly spread over the entire ancient hall. The Maoshan sect leader turned around and saw this scene. The pupils of his eyes abruptly shrunk in shock, and he lost his voice and exclaimed, "Not good." 49. Ghost Monarch of the Extreme Dao? It's nothing but a curmudgeon. Beheading 180,000 ghosts. I've been a bit out of it lately, sorry, have quickly adjusted and fired up. A deafening boom resounded through the heavens and earth. The one in the distance was eerie like the temple of Morrow ghosts in the underworld. A shocking ghostly fury suddenly erupted. Countless black and red veins exploded out from all around the palace. Swoosh, swoosh, transforming into a sky full of blood rain, shooting into the surrounding soil, instantly incinerating large swaths of black death mist. The grass and trees within a radius of several hundred meters were all destroyed. Onlookers from afar took out their distant cell phones to take pictures. Bizarre. It's so metaphysical. They had never seen a palace in this condition before. What is the black and red mist that lingers outside? How do you still have corrosion? How do you still have corrosion? Is it hard to believe that some kind of chemical is leaking? Or legendary ghostly powers? Everyone was naturally shocked and scared, but they still couldn't resist the curiosity in their hearts and stood at a distance to watch. Move! Get out of here! That place is gonna blow up! The Maoshan sect leader roared. The disciples of the Maoshan sect were shocked. The Maoshan demon suppressing hall that they had been guarding was going to blow up? What a joke! There are many evil spirits sealed in there. If it blows up, isn't the human race finished? That guy is really crazy. How dare he open the seal of the devil suppressing hall? Even if you are as powerful as you are, can you be as powerful as the generations of Taoist ancestors of my Maoshan? Don't want to die. You want to die yourself. Don't drag us down. Just wait. You're cocky now. Wait to cry later. The faces of the Maoshan sect's people were unsightly, and they shouted in incomparable horror and unease. He couldn't wait to strangle Zhang Daoi to death right now. Grandmas, don't take us with you. We still want to live. But on the other hand, if Zhang Daoi died in the demon suppression hall, is it that they wouldn't have to guard the tomb in the heavenly master's mansion? Hey, that's pretty good. Ha! At once. They were still more or less expecting Zhang Daoi to hurry up and open the devil suppressing hall. Knock, knock, knock. It was like the abyss of doom was beating a drum, making a boom that shook the earth, as if 1,000 armies were rushing to attack. That ancient hall emitted a piercing black and red halo. A terrifying aura suddenly escaped from inside. A ghost king descended like a ghost king. A vast and unfathomable heavenly might was suddenly set off. This aura is too strong, isn't it? Could it be that Ancestor Dowie didn't use his full power just now? This power is already comparable to a Ghost King, the Maoshan sect leader exclaimed in shock. The pupils of his eyes filled with dismay and trembling, and his heart and mind were trembling along with him. Is the master's skill something you can't know? This is just the tip of the iceberg. The red stiff lady sneered and stood there watching, clutching her chest. She waited for Zhang Dao to evolve again and raise his realm. This great hall of 10,000 demons is said to seal hundreds of severe ghosts. Each one possessed the power of a ghost king. Even after being sealed for thousands of years, the power gradually faded, and when brought together, it was still a terrifying power. Boom! Zhang Daoi's body blossomed with a bright and brilliant golden light. A golden lotus, like a special effect inside a movie, hovered around him, releasing a single petal. It's beautiful, it's pretty, but it was filled with an air of extreme danger. In the great hall, boundless darkness, forming a substantial mist, filled the great hall. The black fog gradually dispersed in all directions. A hideous ghostly face was revealed. You little brat, trying to let us out? The evil ghost's gaze was grim as it coldly gazed at Zhang Daoi, revealing that terrifyingly stern body. A few meters high, a cold, ghostly fire burned on his body. Flashes of black and blue. It was like a holy fire in the darkness of the night, in the midst of blossoming a terrifying might. Its tall body was like a god of death walking in the dark night, with countless torches surrounding it. Hideous and eerie. The horror is overwhelming. There was a great feeling of swallowing the entire heaven and earth. Zhang Daoi was not the least bit flustered. Heads up. Silently, he gazed at the Ghost King in front of him. The tone was chilling, with a hint of disdain. After being sealed for so many years, I'm sure you've long been much less powerful than you used to be, right? Can it be a tenth of its peak? Or maybe it's 1%? Rather, it would be better to help me ascend to the peak and achieve the invincible true body. Zhang Daoi smiled coldly and waved his palm out. A ghost face instantly coalesced in front of him and opened his mouth to swallow it. And you swallow me? You're not afraid of flashing your back. Ghost Chi Cold Sky. Knock knock. Ghost King Mingzun made a move to strike. His large hand rumbled down. Black mist converged into ghostly shadows and suddenly killed Zhang Daoi. Stubborn. Then I will directly refine your soul suppression. Zhang Daoban was expressionless as he waved his palm. Miso. A huge talisman several meters high actually appeared in front of him. Gold glitter. Radiant holy radiance. A terrifying might erupted. Boom! The talisman bloomed with a strong and incomparable spiritual light. These spiritual lights seem to come from the depths of the vast and borderless universe, carrying an energy that makes the soul tremble. Zhang Daoi pointed his finger at the void in front of him. Invisible energy fluctuations, instantly like water waves, like ripples, rushed into the distance. Ghost King Mingzun's face changed in shock and he suddenly shrieked. You're not a ghost. You're a Taoist priest. Yes, purple robe. You're a celestial master. You're the dragon tiger heavenly master. It clutched its head and roared in terror. Once it was defeated under the purple-robed heavenly master. It's just too much. Nowadays, how come the purple-robed heavenly master is getting stronger? It shouldn't. The heavens and the earth are changing. The aura is long gone. Not to mention the cultivation and molding and realm enhancement. Don't even think about it. The decline of Taoism is inevitable. But how come this guy in front of me has such a powerful Tao? Just kidding. No. Nope. This guy clearly exerted the terrifying power of the Ghostbusters just now. What's with the thunder method again? Grass. Who the hell is he? Grandma, I'm really seeing ghosts. Ghost King Mingzun was confused. It seemed like he was the ghost, right? How did you make Zhang Daoi so scary? Oh, bring it on you. I'll be 1 point stronger if I eat your origin. Zhang Daoi faintly said. Subsequently, open your mouth and suck. A radiant suction force instantly erupted within his body, directly sucking Ghost King Mingzun into his body. The three forces, like wildly throbbing and burning flames, instantly refined the ghost of Ghost King Mingzun into pure energy. Third level of foundation building. Cool. Zhang Daoi was overjoyed as he felt the abundant power in his body. Devouring just one Ghost King Mingzun was enough to raise a layer of realm. If the entire demon suppression hall is swallowed, wouldn't it become beyond Tsukiji? Come out all of you. Don't watch the show. I'm going to beat 10 of them one by one. Zhang Daoi hammed and hawed. The demon execution sword in his hand suddenly bloomed with a pillar of fire-like light. It was like a torch reflecting the entire dark hall into daylight. Shasta. Countless miserable screams rang out from the great hall. A ghost surfaced in its true form, oddly shaped, with all kinds of horrible and terrifying faces. Green fangs, twisted faces, hideous and morose. It's scary just to look at it. Instead, Zhang Daoi became more excited. A fling of the demon Punisher's sword in the hand. The blade of the sword flowed with light like a long rainbow of radiant holy glory, cutting a cold light through the entire hall. The light seemed to cut through the entire darkness. Boom! Zhang Daoyi's figure instantly transformed into thousands of residual shadows, directly decapitating dozens of night ghosts. Several ghost kings couldn't sit still, wailing and shouting, and their breath couldn't be controlled as they trembled madly. You dare to kill me? Seek death. Curmudgeon, kill for me. Even if we've been sealed for thousands of years and our strength is not what it used to be, we won't allow this kid of yours to kill us. These 4 ghost kings roared in anger and each of them performed a stance. 3 heads and 6 arms. 6 heads and 9 arms. 3 eyes looking at God. 9 eyes looking at the yellow springs. The entire ancient hall began to tremble, almost on the verge of bursting open. That is, they are far less powerful than they used to be. Long gone is a tenth of what it once was. Otherwise, the ancient temple will be blown up in minutes. A bunch of rabble-rousers. Old darkness, do you still recognize me? Zhang Daoyi smiled coldly and appeared in front of a ghostly monster with a body as black as ink, inlaid with pieces of iron. Fierce and vicious, with 3 eyes and 6 arms. The old black degree ghost's eyes were startled. Misty grass, you're Daoyi Zhang, Dao One Master. Grandma, how the are you still alive? It snapped in horror. 1,000 years ago, it was Zhang Daoyi who locked it in the Devil Suppressor Hall. Nowadays, after thousands of years, it's still him. It's ing karma. Why do I always have to meet him? The old ghost of blackness cried out in pain in its heart. It couldn't wait to cut itself on the spot. It really didn't want to suffer another blow. Think of the year. Zhang Daoyi almost didn't give it a stupid wave one punch. It almost took on human form. Grandmas, the old black degree ghost just stopped fighting. Bye-bye. The old man dutifully rolled back into the can and never came out. Bye. No, never again. The old black degree ghost wanted to hurry back. It didn't want to die. After seeing Zhang Daoyi in this state now, the mind is very certain. Zhang Daoyi isn't even human anymore. Most likely dead and stiff. And it possessed the terrifying power of the Ghostbusters. This mother asterisk is the sickest of the sick. Another thunderbolt, another corpse fury, another ghost fury. 3 in 1. Mighty explosion. It's not a human being. Why does God always take pity on such dogs? Why don't you let me be awesome? The old black degree ghost wailed and spread his legs. However, there was a terrifying suction force coming from behind him. Phew, phew, phew. Zhang Daoyi's palm made a move towards them, and a matchless suction force sucked them directly into the vortex. Grass. I should have known to hurry up and kneel. So powerful? My moves are useless against him. He turned out to be a ghost and monster as well. Lying to my old man. These ghost kings were screaming in indignation, but cursing doesn't help. They all became Zhang Daoyi's sustenance. After absorbing the energy of these night tricksters, a bizarre, weird pattern appeared on Zhang Daoyi's body. The ghostly black and bizarre lines that extended from the legs to the neck. The whole person was filled with unrivaled power in an instant. It was really scary to the extreme. He opened those ethereal eyes. A terrifying light erupted from his eyes. It pierced through the ancient hall. Blow up a big mountain straight away. The Maoshan sect's headmaster and the others were stunned. The ghostly aura of our demonic temple has disappeared. It's all been refined by this guy? No way. Did he really absorb all the energy of these evil spirits? I can't believe this is real. Zhang Daoyi's figure floated down, appeared before the crowd. Brush, brush, brush. The invisible ghostly aura transformed into autumn waves and spread out in all directions. Finally, it suddenly converged into Zhang Daoyi's body. The lightning that flooded the air, flickering and flashing madly, like stars, opened its eyes and gave off a destructive aura. Congratulations, Master, on your divine achievement. The red stiff lady was very good at licking her chops, and did not spare her beauty and gestures as she bent her head in congratulations. She didn't know what to say. That's how it plays out when you watch TV anyway. Something's coming, so get your asses out of here. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly and flung his sleeve robe, pushing them to great distances. The moment. Land of the unknown. A sleeping ghost king suddenly opened his eyes, and his figure instantaneously appeared thousands of meters away. Its eyes were fierce with a hint of excitement and thrill, bloodthirsty and berserk, as if it was a ferocious vicious wolf staring at the flavorful pieces of meat. Good. I didn't expect that after sleeping for 100 years, in the end, there would be such a sweet and savory little monster. Yes, it grimly bellowed and raised its head to the sky, incomparably agitated. Subsequently, turning into a wisp of rolling black mist that covered the sky, he quickly killed Zhang Daoyi's position. Now for the evil spirits. Zhang Daoyi is the sweet and savory fruit. Hate to swallow it in one bite. It's awesome. Strength will increase dramatically. So, evil spirits revived in all directions, staring at Zhang Daoyi here. Well. One time, Zhang Daoyi became a target. All the evil spirits ran to him. Devouring one's own kind is the only way to urgently improve one's strength. Therefore, Zhang Daoyi was like a supreme elixir to them, as if they could live forever if they ate it. It's like a moth to a flame, knowing that pouncing on it will kill you. still have to try. It's one of the most poisonous evils on earth. Whoever eats it dies. The Maoshan master and the others had long since been pulled away. Only Zhang Daoi was left standing alone at the old site of the Maoshan sect, waiting for the imminent arrival of the absolute ferocious ghost. What's wrong with Taoist First Master? Why isn't he moving? It's really strange. This Zhang Daoi fellow is feeling a bit changed, isn't he? Those purple and black lines on his face, flashing with a demonic light, are strange. It's more or less awesome. Is he waiting for something to come? It looks like it. The online sound waves were so loud that they shook everything, as if they were in fear of some kind of creature, and they were all in a state of trepidation. Boom! The moment. On Maoshan, a ghostly figure with black demonic flames wrapped around its body, stepping on top of the mountain. A black mist suddenly appeared on the ground. Within 1,000 meters, countless demonic flames instantly appeared, and clatter, clatter, clatter. The power of the Ghostbusters flowed onto the ground like liquid. In an instant, he had already surrounded Zhang Daoi. In my name, the Ghost King of the Underworld Night, you may not recognize me, but that's okay, because soon you'll be a part of me. The Underworld Night Ghost King brought up a black knight, sweeping in like a tsunami and suddenly bombarding the ground. The earth trembled. Zhang Daoyi's eyes were indifferent, doesn't really care. Instead, a flash of intense interest surged. It's nice, very nice, just love that kind of opponent. You think you're strong? Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. I'm strong, so you need not feel sad about your life if I swallow you. After all, the weak should be devoured by the strong. The Underworld Night Ghost King laughed up into the sky. He felt that Zhang Daoi was just a fruit. Even if it's great, how great can it be? Next moment, a sudden whiteness appeared before him. It was a whiteness that fell from the sky and tore through the entire blackness behind him. 50. Pressure from the Dao Sect Alliance? Good. Then I'll slaughter all of you. This Ghost King is far more powerful than those sealed for thousands of years. After Zhang Daoi refined it, the surface of his body glowed with a hint of blood red, and his own chi and blood were condensing, as if they had self-awareness and were alive, writhing non-stop. Boo! A ripple exploded from his body. A strand of branding appeared in the center of his brow, in the shape of a blood lotus, which was blinding and blossomed with 10,000 feet of red light, illuminating half of the sky. Brush! A silhouette emerged from the blood mist on his body. Look closely. This shadowy figure was actually exactly the same as Zhang Dao. Just like the body, it gradually solidifies and becomes a real person. It still doesn't work. The wind is blowing. The silhouette suddenly dissipated. Zhang Daoi shook his head helplessly. The red light in his hands dissipated, and the ghosts and demons that surrounded his body were also rapidly rolling over like ink, gradually shrinking back into his body. The ancient method of Taoism is inherited from the three Qing masters. The so-called three purities are collectively referred to as the void natural Dala three purities, three realms and three treasures of heaven. It is the venerable god condensed by Lao Zi, who went out of Hango Pass in the west. The red earth was 3,000 li, and the purple qi came from the east for 30,000 li in the ancient times, and who transformed the three Qing into one qi, Taoism's supreme treasures, the Tao Te Ching, which is recorded. Tao begets 1, 1 begets 2, 2 begets 3, 3 begets 10,000 things, all things negative yin and embrace the yang, and the impulse of qi is harmony. It was the scriptural axioms recorded by Lao Zi after he had first realized the ancient method of transforming the three purities into one qi. Zhang Daoi was a descendant of Zhang Daoling, a direct descendant of the Taoist orthodoxy, after the post-apocalyptic era of ascended immortals. How can you not be familiar with this Taoist scripture? So, he wanted to be like Lao Zi, imitating him and chopping off the three corpses and achieving the realm of no one supreme. From there, they finally merge into the Tao and ascend. Those Buddhist vultures preach greed and anger, all ing copied from the Taoists. This stuff first came out of the Taoist mind. Greed, lust, evil thoughts. The corpse fury is lust, the ghost fury is evil, and greed is one's own desire for ascension. Zhang Daoi gazed slightly, and on the Foundation Establishment bright platform, a shadowy villain sat cross-legged, seemingly chanting sutras. This is his genesis. After all these days of containment, finally a hint of a rough outline. Now, it was more or less difficult for him to behead three corpses. Then we can only continue to chop and devour them. Zhang Daoi got up and stood up. The red stiff lady beside him had a tremor in her heart and mind, worthy of being his master, ambitious, but he even wanted to continue hunting ghosts and zombies. After a big battle, the ancestral land of the Maoshan sect has been completely destroyed. Many onlookers came up to take pictures. The internet is abuzz. Public opinion has long since exploded. The talk of ghosts and spirits is like the wind being poured into the windows of every house. Overnight, it's all known. There are billions of people who are not discussing this matter. Sure, the most discussed topic is still related to Zhang Daoi. Hashtag Tianqifu's ancestors destroyed the Maoshan sect. and the Taoist sect imploded. Hashtag Zhang Daoyi is really a zombie, and possibly a poltergeist. Hashtag we're protected by a zombie? Hashtag what's Zhang Daoyi going to do next? Hashtag. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Zhang Daoyi at all times, wanting to know if he would be a threat to people's lives. Now, public opinion is divided. A portion of them threatened that they needed Zhang Daoyi's protection. After all, such a courageous general of the ministry was rare. Right now, who knows what ghosts and goblins are going to pop up? Previously, there was an existence known as the Ghost King that came to trouble Zhang Daoyi, but they were all easily resolved. Obviously, he's very strong, enough to eradicate all the evil spirits that threaten people. The other part of the group thought that Zhang Daoyi was in extreme danger, emotionally unstable, and that it would be a matter of minutes before he would rise up and kill someone. And it wasn't like there hadn't been any precedents before. Kill the anchor with a blink of an eye. The relevant authorities have not come forward to respond since the beginning. They're all busy as hell. Countless letters, like snowflakes, poured in, almost on the verge of suffocating them. An evil spirit appeared in Royal Dragon City, killing 700 people in a row. Nightly ghosts appeared in the city of Chang'an. 300 people died tragically in one night. Requesting support. Luoyun City is about to fall. 6 evil spirits and 3 zombies have appeared. It's impossible to resist. The people are panicking. The city has fallen, and there has been a standstill in my great Feng City. Please send help immediately. There are tens, hundreds of thousands of such messages. A lot of videos of stern ghosts killing people and zombies eating people have appeared on the internet. Very scary. It's mind-blowing. The populace then realized that they might be in real danger of dying. If no one ever comes to the rescue, I am only afraid that I will soon be buried in the evil spirits that are gradually reviving. After all, they were just ordinary people, not Taoist priests who knew Taoism and spells. The Taoist sect did not come forward. They secretly plotted and discussed, wanting to deal with Zhang Daoyi first, finish it off, then stand up and save the people. After all, the Heavenly Master's mansion is already dazzling enough. They didn't want to be silenced in the light of the Heavenly Master's house forever. Not to mention the Tianqifu after having Zhang Daoyi. It would be unprecedented in its growth. Quite possibly, Taoism returns to the state of great unity that existed thousands of years ago. Mao Shan is already back in the arms of the Heavenly Master. It's 10,000 years to guard the tomb, and play the hell out of it. If they didn't take the initiative, they would only be the second Mao Shan. My Shangqing sect has already unsealed the secret method and taken out the divine weapon. I don't believe that Zhang Daoyi isn't afraid. As the Shangqing sect with the strongest heritage and the longest history, the number of people was sparse, but the Taoist lineage was pure, and as the direct descendant of the Taoist sect, it naturally possessed the strongest secret techniques and artifacts that the Taoist sect had ever had. Only, later, the Heavenly Masters fought 3 great battles and made a name for themselves. What's more, there was a first-generation ancestor who ascended to the immortal world during the age of the last Dharma, helping the Heavenly Master's mansion's fortune to increase greatly, and condensing immortal power for it, which could enhance its enlightenment and battle power. That's what left the Shangqing sect behind. Nowadays, a battle to defend the fate of the clan. It must be fought and won. Now, the evil spirits are back, which means that heaven and earth are about to change drastically. Yin and yang harmonization. Then aura, chi and such subtle things will certainly be gradually restored. So much for that. Ascending to immortality was no longer a legend, much less something out of reach. If the head continues to be pressed by the Tianqifu, I'm just afraid they'll never make it. Daybreak? When it really becomes a daydream. So, he must get rid of Zhang Daoyi, topple the Heavenly Master's mansion, take away the world's chi and incense, gather spiritual power, and ascend to the immortal world. The crime is in the present time and the benefit is in the future. The rest of the Taoist sect wanted to fight in this chaotic world. The 3 Qing sect can grant you the method of transforming the 3 Qing into 1 Qi, and in addition to that, the 3 Dharma edicts sealed by our sect will also be unsealed and used against Zhang Daoyi. 3 Qing Master, immortal style, body diffused with immortal light, dense as the firstborn of the east sun, peaceful and tranquil, there is a feeling of the rising sun, very subtle. The hearts of the rest of the Dao sects were overjoyed, worthy of being the 3 Qing sect. Its secret methods were truly mysterious. The means of Ma Shan can't deal with Zhang Daoyi, which means that this guy isn't afraid of the treasures that quell the severe ghosts and zombies. We could have exorcised the ghosts and zombies to deal with him. The corpse-catching clan, known for their great cleverness, stepped forward to propose. Boo! All the people of the Dao sect raised their feet together and stepped him into the ground, a face of speechlessness and disgust. No wonder your corpse-catching clan is in decline. We found the reason. It's not a good idea. Zhang Daoyi's body is a zombie, and he even possesses the power of ghosts and demons, and you rush to give him zombies and ghosts. Let him devour and refine it. and then completely end us in one fell swoop, right? 51. 5,000 years later, the Taoist sect is unified. When the Ghost King travels, everything avoids him. Kill the Yin Mang, Sanqing, Shanqing, Zhenyi, Zhenwu. The 36 heavenly deities of the Taoist sect are the 36 sects of the Tao. Nowadays, throw in Mao Shan and Tianshifu. Of the remaining 34 sects, 12 joined forces and killed the Heavenly Master's palace. The 3 Qing sect leader, Xiao Feng Bo, held a folding fan, on which was imprinted the spirit diagram of the 3 Chang Dao, which was an ancient diagram of enlightenment left behind by the 3 real people after they had ascended. Now there was only one corner left, which had been imprinted into this folding fan through the hands of the successive sect masters of the 3 purities, and the power exerted was incomparably powerful and palpable. Their true artifacts were the decrees that the 3 gods had once written. There were Taoist rhythms flowing on it, and even more immortal qi hidden in the killing moves. Once unfolded, I'm sure Zhang Daoyi will be left without a corpse, because the power was too strong. They didn't dare to unseal the whole thing, after all. But we haven't found Zhang Daoyi yet. In case there were accidents along the way, and someone accidentally unsealed the seal, the spell would destroy their own people before they could kill the enemy. More or less not so good looking, the headmaster of Shanqing, Han Shangyun, has a hairband in the shape of a vase on his head, which is rumored to be worn by the Supreme Lord, Laozi, and possesses a wisp of the immortal's qi, which can help one cultivate and enhance one's strength in battle. He was holding the golden autumn year's fan, which was a treasure weapon of the Supreme Qing dynasty, and its invincible power was incomparably terrifying. The radiant aura that flowed from it made people extremely fearful and restless. It was as if there was a true immortal standing in front of him. Oppressive. This object, if wielded, will surely cause the world to drink blood, the living to be cold, and the boom to be destroyed. Han Shangyun faintly said, only hope. This treasure can Zhang Daoyi form and God will be destroyed. So much for that. In the future generations, the incense can all be gathered at the Sanqing gate. He died without regret. For the welfare of future generations. Only today, I, True One, also have a divine weapon. The heaven drawing brush. This brush can draw people, hearts, skins, bones, and heaven and earth. At that time, I will only need to sacrifice my essence blood to activate this pen, and I will surely behead Zhang Daoyi under the pen. True One sect master, Mao Yisheng, in his hand took out the painting heavenly brush, which blossomed with glittering light, and a grain of light crystal attached to the top of the brush, lingering around, like swimming dragons and small snakes roaming around. Since that's the case, then we won't use our divine weapons. The true martial sect leader smiled faintly and put back the artifact he was about to take out. The 3 great Dao sect masters, their faces changed as they all turned their heads to look at him. Hello? More or less over the top. That's no way to play. Isn't it too bad that we're taking it back now? Xiao Fenghua and the others looked at each other, exasperated and somewhat helpless. Grandmas, pid us. Believe it or not, after going there in a while, we turned around and surrendered. The rest of the Dao sect leaders, upon seeing these 3 sect leaders looking at them, smiled awkwardly and dodged their eyes. Obviously, these guys were also going to hide in the back and wait for a ready meal, desperately bleeding to live. Surely we should let those who can afford it go first. It's the same thing as working in a flat. Everyone gets the same ing paycheck. If you work smart and fast, leaders must think you are idle and have good abilities, so they assign you more work. Your co-workers will also give you the benefit of the doubt that the leaders value you and that you can do as much as you can, or some such bull asterisk. And you're still basking in the beauty of the cudgels. In order to save face, you have to stay up all night and work as hard as you can. People are out playing ball and singing karaoke. You're still slaving away overtime. In the end, the paycheck is still a dime a dozen. The body is still ing broken. Is it a loss? Loss. It's a ing loss. Therefore, these Taoist sects know the truth. One touted Shanqing, Sanqing, Zhenyi and other sects, blowing them out of their minds, heads, and oblivion. Good. Then the blood and tears of the fight. You'll have to be at the front of the line. Hey, don't ask why we don't go on. The reason is very simple. We can't. Not strong enough. Grass. Chobois. Han Shangyun and the 3 of them secretly cursed and rolled their eyes in anger. But right now, since they were forming an alliance, they absolutely couldn't dissolve it or they would be halfway there. It took one drum to kill Zhang Daoyi, taking away the qi of the Heavenly Master's mansion for the next 100 years. Zhang Daoyi sat cross-legged on the land of Mao Shan's old site. The ancient hall that stood on the mountain had long since become a broken wall. Just one day, the once glorious and powerful Mao Shan sect was reduced to a pile of ruins. The world is lamenting the rapidity with which everything changes in this heaven and earth. There were already quite a few people who had rushed towards the Heavenly Master's house, begging the old celestial masters to teach them the Tao and cultivate the arts to use for self-protection. To this, 2 days ago it was a cold and uninviting Heavenly Master's mansion. It's still more than a little disconcerting to have such a huge wave of traffic suddenly come out of nowhere. I'm begging the Heavenly Master to take on an apprentice. I have money. There's plenty of money. As long as Heavenly Master is willing to accept me, I'll renovate the Heavenly Master's mansion in minutes. More than money, right? Good. Come on. This is my bank card balance. Count a few zeros. See how many of my industries. Then compare money. I've been on my knees all afternoon, but the Heavenly Master hasn't shown up at all. It must be because we went too far before, all claiming the Heavenly Master's palace and chilling the Taoist Master and the others. Yes, if it were me, I definitely wouldn't have admitted us. The so-called living beings of the world are nothing more than ants, and in the eyes of these immortals, we are no more than shovelfuls of earth even if we are powerful and rich. I'm not convinced. Why didn't I come to the Heavenly Master's palace as a Taoist child earlier? Hateful. What a hateful thing. Wail after wail resounded in front of the gate of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Old Celestial Master, what should we do? They're blocking the doorway. We can't get out. Yes. How many days has it been? It's going to be difficult to make purchases down the mountain in the future. It's really annoying, these people. You said that they vilified us one after another before and none of them came. But now it's good. After knowing that the evil spirit has revived, they come in droves to seek the law. It's just ridiculous. One by one, the dogs spat and raged with indignation. It's hateful. Think about the attitude before and now. How can one not call out how disgusting snobs are? It's all just for their own selfish desires. Since they all like kneeling so much, let them do it. We do what we have to do and just pretend they don't exist. Zhang Yi slowly opened his eyes. He felt that the layer of barrier in his body had completely shattered, and the majestic spiritual energy that was as abundant as the waves of the sea, swimming in his body, was very strong, far stronger than before. Could this be the legendary immortal cultivation realm? I should ask the 9 grandmasters someday. As for those mole crickets outside, life and death had nothing to do with him, and teaching the Tao? Not to mention whether or not they are qualified to practice now. The mere fact that no one had lent a helping hand when the Heavenly Master's mansion was in distress before had severed their relationship with the 3 Qing Taoist ancestors. Even though evil spirits are messing with the world, they, the Heavenly Master's office, will step in to cut down the demons and evils, but saved, not by them, the multitudes, but by this vast world. Though lull, a shout came from outside. Old Celestial Master, the 12 sects of the Taoist sect, have killed their way up to the mountain gate. 52. The 3,000 ghostly lands are spread out across the world, taking the flowers of the underworld and raising the ghostly birds of the beginning of the world. The Taoist sect is scared off. These Taoist sects, how dare they come to the Heavenly Master's palace? Zhang Daoyi traveled all the way west, following the source of the corpse fury's power to find a ghost land. Don't want to. Halfway, the Celestial Master's order suddenly buzzed. A message was sent from within it. It was sent by this guy, Zhang Yi, who said that the 12 Taoist sects are joining forces to come to the Heavenly Master's house, blocking the doorway of the house, and no one dares to go out. Zhang Daoyi shook his head. Some small fry. They don't even have spiritual power and they still want to destroy the Heavenly Master's mansion? Even if we invited the successive generations of the sect's divine artifacts, what should we do? You still can't beat Zhang Yi? Nope. Zhang Yang can beat them. Why did he send me a message? Is it hard to believe that there's been a change of heart? He looked along the way and happened to pass by the Shanqing Gate. Wouldn't mind a siege. Knock. The Shanqing Gate stood on the hill of Donghai City, backed by the Tianyun East Sea, facing heaven and earth. A palace blooming with radiant light, as if sprinkled by the afterglow of an immortal's fall, glittered like a fairyland. Successive generations of Shanqing sect masters reinforced the formation, used up all the heaven and earth spiritual treasures piled up the Shanqing Heavenly Gate formation, which can ensure that the Shanqing sect will not deteriorate for 10,000 years. It possessed dozens of small formations within it, which could gather spiritual qi, disperse obscured qi, enhance essence, and enhance cultivation enlightenment. Even so, in the post-apocalyptic era, the heaven and earth were barren of spiritual qi, and it was difficult for non-excellent geniuses similar to the kind of old celestial masters to absorb spiritual qi from the heaven and earth. So, what's the point of having these formations? Is there one in the Tianshi mansion? No. However, my Heavenly Master's mansion still possesses top-notch battle power, and even Daoist spirit gold and the others are far stronger than the ordinary elders of these sects. Zhang Daoyi came to the door. Take out the order of the Heavenly Master. Tell the Shanqing sect that this place of theirs is very nice, and that I, the Heavenly Master's mansion, will take it. Zhang Daoyi instantly resounded over both the Heavenly Master's mansion and the Shanqing sect through his voice transmission. An empty voice reached the ears of the sect master of the Shanqing sect. Asterisk. What the hell? Yeah, he went and stole my house? The head of the Shanqing sect was stunned. Is that so disgusting? In hell. I can't believe they're even doing the home stealing piece. Grandma, is your heart that dirty? He hated to be mad. Long knife too. Bear Seymour speechless, blood tears slow crazy, behind the various sects of the Taoist sects, heart trembling, muttering in his heart, this guy will not want to defect, right? He's running away from the battlefield, isn't he? Quite possibly. Very likely. The next moment, it verified the suspicions in their hearts. The sect master of the Shangqing sect raised his hand and threw the sect suppressor artifact in his hand, to the heavenly master. We surrender and let Ancestor Daoyi release the Dao congregation of the Shangqing sect. He was so dry and sharp that he immediately led the crowd of the Shangqing sect and submitted to the feet of the heavenly master. This wave of maneuvering gave the others a dumbfounded look. You don't have to be so mean, especially the True One sect, the Sanqing sect. They are gambling on their lives, on the divine artifacts, and on the fate of the entire sect. Results, halfway through, someone dropped out. There would have been no bottom for the small number of people. Now also quit one. It's a ING game. How? The True One sect leader said in a deep voice to the Three Clear sect leader. How to say? Do you dare to do it? You and me? The sect master of the Three Clear sect said angrily. But we have the artifact in our hands. The True One sect master said in a deep voice. Right. You have a divine weapon in your hands. What are you afraid of? The True Martial sect master spoke sharply and looked solemn as he shouted angrily. Go on. Charge. Kill. Don't be afraid. You have us behind you. If we destroy the Heavenly Master's mansion, the Chi-Luck will be all ours for centuries to come. Wahahaha, my hot blood has burned and boiled up. Hasn't the hot blood of your two great sects boiled up yet? Kill ah. Those people from the Dao sect behind him were screaming louder than one another. The crowd of Heavenly Masters standing at the entrance looked at each other, not knowing what they were doing. Zhang Ji weighed the 3 legal orders in his hand, which are all treasures of the Shangqing sect. Just like that, the headmaster of the Shangqing sect led his people to submit to the Heavenly Master. We are willing to sweep the ground for the Heavenly Master for 10,000 years and follow orders. Zhang Daoyi pressed on in front of their sect. Who dares to make a move? If they dare to break a piece of rubble of the Heavenly Master's house, I'm only afraid that the next moment will cause an instant backlash. Zhang Daoyi directly found a suitable excuse to exterminate the Shangqing sect. The treasures of their sect are all gone. Of the Tenshifu, honestly, the sect master of the Shangqing sect did not think, from the beginning, that they could deal with the Heavenly Master's palace. You think you have a magic weapon in your hands? There's no Tenshiho? You're kidding, but there was also an ascended immortal later on. It's better than you guys don't know. Unless the Dao sect could fuse all the divine weapons and secret techniques together, recreate the Taoist sect of 10,000 years ago, it might even be possible to destroy the Heavenly Master's mansion. As of right now, with just their 3 sect-suppressing artifacts, play ball, old Heavenly Master. Don't worry, they can't fight. They're so timid, they definitely don't dare to go on. The sect leader of the Shangqing sect had long since seen through the human nature of these people of theirs. Bunch of rabble. Daoist Spirit Gold snorted coldly, and glanced at the sect leader of the Shangqing sect in between his words, with a rather disdainful look in his eyes. If it wasn't for the Taoist ancestor I threatening in front of their sect, I'm just afraid the old boy won't be able to pitch so fast. Still think you're a good thing? Grandmas, give you face? You really think you're somebody? The sect master of the Divine Clarity sect only treated it as if he hadn't heard it. He lived so many years. What storms have not seen? Can become the head teacher. All ING only rely on the same thing. That's cheeky enough. I say both of you. I suggest that you two put down your weapons now and seize the time to surrender. Don't be too late to regret it when Ancestor Dao Yi destroys your sect. The sect master of the Shangqing sect exited and shouted, being a persuader of surrender still. The rest of the people of the Taoist sects, their faces were ugly, and they cursed in their hearts. Grandma, you surrendered yourself even if it's not enough, but you still dragged me along to get into this mess? Still, it made sense when he said it. No way, we absolutely cannot surrender. Can't surrender. If we don't destroy the Heavenly Master's mansion today, in the future, they will all crush us to death. Asterisk. Let's go. Both of your sects have ING taken the sect suppressor, so what are you afraid of? I'm asking you what you're afraid of. Grass. Don't just stand there. Get on with it. We'll cheer you on from the back when you're done. Asterisk off. Why don't you guys get the on and tell us to charge? You want us to die and take advantage of the situation? Fine. We'll just throw in the towel. You, the people of the True One sect directly don't push much. Racking up the patriarch, he walked straight toward the Heavenly Master's mansion, bowing and bending down, offering the divine artifact of suppressing teachings. Voted. The remaining sects of the Dao sect bared their teeth. Fogweed. You can still play like that? The remaining sect masters of the 3 purities looked this way and that way, only feeling a cold chill on their backs. When he came before, he was still very confident in his heart, feeling that he could directly destroy the Heavenly Master's house with a single fan. Now, that, old Celestial Master, do you believe me when I say we're here to deliver the treasure? The sect master of the Three Clear Sect smiled sarcastically and handed over the ancient fan in his hand. Zhang Yi, the Tianshi house crowd grinned. The few remaining Taoist sects, their faces were terrified, their hands were at their wits' end, and they were panicking. Hey, 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 the three main sects that took the artifacts, in just one incense stick, all of them submitted to the Heavenly Master's office. The rest of their bull play with a hammer. The rest of the Taoist sect masters, you looked at me and I looked at you, embarrassed in wishing to find a crack in the ground. There was only one thought on his mind. Can't see me, can't see me, can't see me. As for the disciples of the Taoist sect, they were even more baffled. We're all hot and ready to throw our heads in the sand, and now we're surrendering without a fight? Holy cow! They were very skeptical that it was the Three Qing sect, the Shanqing sect, and the True One sect, who had joined forces with the Heavenly Master's office to make a setup to pit them. Honestly, gentlemen, the sect master of the Three Clear Sect lightly coughed his throat. The three of us, we really didn't mean to screw you guys over. Truly, truly helpless. The field was dead silent. Zhang Daoyi had long since exterminated the Shanqing sect. Anyone who dares to stop him from entering, kill them all. There's no bull all right. Those who were left alive were all subordinated to him. Some look up to him, some are submissive, some are worshipful. After Zhang Daoyi took away all the pills from the Shanqing sect, he asked the red stiff lady to watch over them and pack them up to be transported to the Heavenly Master's mansion. Anyway, the mausoleum behind the Heavenly Master's palace. The palace needs a lot of people to guard it. Just the thing to get them all going. Do everything. Zhang Daoyi did not stay idle and went straight to a heavenly burial graveyard that was 400 miles away from this place. There are said to be graveyards there left over from thousands of years. In later life, when they wanted to eradicate that area and build a high-rise, they encountered scary and horrific events before construction, straight up stopping work on the spot. A lot of people are said to have died. Until now, the abandoned works are still there, mossy and crawling with vines, the walls ragged and yellowed, weathered for a long time, especially if you go at night. It's empty, like a hell on earth that stands there, and it's beyond scary. Zhang Daoyi knows there. Thousands of years ago, Great Qin had fought with the land of Baiyue. That battle was fought in the darkness of the sky. Blood stained the sky. Blood flowed into rivers, mountains of corpses and seas of blood. More than 100,000 people died, all buried deep underground. Since then, there it became an ancient burial mound, a place where evil spirits and demons gather. 53. Sucking in 1,000 years of ghostly grudges and refining 10,000 years of bloodshed. Whistling, the night wind blew coldly. Heaven and earth were plunged into the realm of no light. All the light looked like it had been swallowed by an invisible mouth. Scary as hell. In front of the Heavenly Master's mansion, dozens of corpses lay, blood gurgling out and gathering into a stream. The smell of blood was unmistakable. It was diffused between heaven and earth. Zhang Ji's eyes were cold and blossomed with a ghostly deep blue color, and the moonlight behind him was like a morose hell hanging over him. On his hands, he was stained with blood and flesh. His robes, and his white beard, were all covered in crimson blood. Terrible. Scary. It was the first time the old Celestial Master had opened his eyes in over 10 years. If you don't submit to my Heavenly Master's palace, you'll only die. It's a fight to the death. It's not good enough for anyone. Zhang Ji spoke slowly, his gaze falling on the crowd of onlookers, as well as the rushing mirror chasers. The meaning of the words was clear enough. This is an internal matter of my Taoist sect. No one can intervene. Otherwise, don't mind letting you guys die too. The Mirror Investigation Division crowd trembled. It was the first time they had seen the old Heavenly Master in such a state. Their hearts and minds collapsed as if they were frozen in place for a while, unable to speak. It's horrible. It's just horrible. Killed 20 or 30 people. In the eyes of the old Heavenly Master, it was like grass. If you want to destroy my Heavenly Master's mansion, you don't have to ask me if I'll answer. Do you really think that I, the Heavenly Master, am dead if I don't speak up? Zhang Ji shouted, his cold voice rolling out like thunder, echoing between heaven and earth. The frightened crowd turned pale. However, there were many people whose blood was boiling, and a look of admiration and worship appeared on their faces. Evil spirits revive. The heavens and the earth have changed. All laws will become weak and strong. What the money? What kind of order is that? It's all useless. Power alone is the eternal truth. They were frenzied, seething, and restless, wanting to enter the house of the Heavenly Master and practice the true Tao. Zhang Yi indifferently swept a glance at them, and the rich murderous aura that permeated his body directly caused them to fall into an ice cellar, shivering in fear and not daring to speak. Get out of here before I get mad at you all. He slightly inclined his head and squinted at the crowd behind him. his cold light and ghostly blue eyes, like ghostly fires in the darkness of the night, flickering with an incomparable light that was very intimidating. The crowd rushed their asses off. The Mirror Inspector's division responded quickly to the scene. They looked at each other in dismay, thinking, is the Heavenly Master's office this powerful now? Is it already above the order? It doesn't matter if you kill someone? Nature. Until now, in all major cities, there are serious deaths and injuries, and the relevant authorities have not been able to respond in a timely manner. They tried to contact the Taoist sect, but no one's talking to them, because they were all too busy dealing with the Heavenly Master. Now, Tenchi's house is on a killing spree. Shock and awe. Let the doctors bow down. I don't think there will be any more half-heartedness to dare to deal with the Heavenly Master's palace. In the end, making an example of someone is a necessary tool. The red stiff nymphette drove the people of the Shangqing sect to the gate of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Zhang Yi accepted them and allowed them to sweep the graves, just like the Maoshan crowd. But then comes the question. The Tenchi house needs to be expanded. With their financial resources, it was easy to expand the Heavenly Master's house several times over. Ancient burial tomb. This is a forbidden place. Even news reporters, extreme enthusiasts, and adventurers are afraid to set foot here. It's like a no-life zone. Come in and die for sure. But in the world, there are no wonders, and neither are people. Billions of people. There will always be the kind that isn't afraid to die. After Zhang Daoi stepped into this place, he already found dozens of corpses lying on the ground. Looking at the way they were dressed, and the state they were in after death, it was no more than 2 months. Don't know what you're doing. Zhang Daoi shook his head, but suddenly his ears twitched and he heard a sound coming from the distance. There was a faint bright light. A grave robber? He thought so. After all, those who stepped into this place were all aiming to get rich. It's a person who knows. Hundreds of thousands of warriors from 2,000 years ago are buried here. Digging up a random bronze artifact would be enough to clothe and feed them for the rest of their lives. But he still guessed wrong. Only the sound of self-talk could be heard intermittently in the distance. Like, anchors? Another anchor. Zhang Daoi was already feeling very disgusted with this kind of guy. After all, these guys just never made a good impression on him. Except for the claptrap, or the attention. There is no other use for it. He walked straight over. Already is heard from the distance double-click 666. Attention to send red packets. Old iron people gift brush up and so on familiar words. It's none other than the biggest anchor in Windy City. God Witch 66. He was holding up a cell phone with a searchlight on his head and a searchlight in his hand that illuminated 100 meters in every direction. Moving in small, broken steps, not daring to go faster yet. As he walked, he looked out in all directions and shouted at the top of his lungs, as if doing so would dispel the fear. Charge. 6 families. Charge the list. Cut the crap. 10 rockets and I'll show you guys the crappy building in front of you. Asterisk. Just say real or not? When I came in just now, I've already seen dozens of dead people, so you guys just tell me if it's awesome. Well. New fans who come in, point to the upper left corner of the attention, to receive a light license plate later the anchor draw. You will be able to receive the Duck Pair 18 Pro Max Hurry up, brothers, swipe 10 more rockets. Seriously, this is the last wave. The ones you brushed just now were to give the anchor courage. Now is the time to be able to pry open the anchor's legs. God Witch Rokuroku was a yellow-haired mental boy who didn't look too old, but managed to work his way up to a big anchor with millions of followers. It's all about a flower shaker, and a social shaker. At an age when people are reading, he came out to put together the Ferrari pieces. A direct wave takes off across the class, now in a bottleneck due to the inability to rise in followers. They came up with a strange idea and boldly came up with a wilderness adventure. 100,000 plus people in minutes. The heat is super high. Fans skyrocketed another 5 million at one point. The main theme is one of truth. Now, he came here and was afraid, even keeping in touch with the people outside at all times. There were also a number of partners waiting for him inside ahead of time. One is so that he doesn't have an accident. The other was that if something happened to the people inside, he could make a run for it. Now, the people inside were slow to pass out movement. All kept signaling that everything was okay after. He only dared to say that to the live viewers. Otherwise, he's been scared silly for a long time. After coming in just now and seeing dozens of dead people lying all the way on the ground, legs are weak, non-stop vomiting, almost scared. The good thing is, when you see the frenzy of gift swipes, you forget about the fear. Just as he was shouting, suddenly, a cool, cold wind came through the air. A silhouette, as if floating in the distance, shimmered with dots of white light. Fogweed, ghosts. God Witch Rokuroku rubbed his eyes, and after looking carefully twice, he realized that the white silhouette was rushing towards him, getting closer and closer, and wailed in fear, spreading his feet and running blindly a few times. 54. the ghost bird of the beginning appears. The Taoist sect is unified. Only I, the heavenly master's mansion, am the only one to be honored. There's a ghost. A ghost. There's a ghost. The divine witch 66 let out a cry of shock, her face as white as snow, as white as a sheet of paper, and instantly ran out of blood. He had naturally seen the recent news of the evil sneak speed. You're not going to see a ghost, are you? Done. Done. Now that's a real self-inflicted death. The live audience laughed. Don't panic, sixth brother, whether he's a ghost or a man. Let's get on with it first. Sixth brother is going to die. We can inherit his will. Ha 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 ha, I'm laughing my ass off. Aren't you afraid of nothing? 6. You're not going to witness the sixth brother's version of Sinister Soul today, are you? Laughing my ass off. Sixth brother was just like a monkey. Ha ha ha, laughed me to death. The pop-ups flew by. God, which Rokuroku didn't have half a mind to look at it. He's all freaked out right now. Knock. The white silhouette instantly floated down in front of him. He was scared and his legs went weak. It went straight to the ground. No, don't eat me. God, which Rokuroku didn't even have time to signal from his hand. Zhang Daoi stood in front of him, his face cold. Here, you're not afraid of death? You're human? God, which 66 carefully stood up, patted off the dirt on his body, and poked Zhang Daoi with his hand. But the next moment, Zhang Daoi disappeared in front of him, like an instantaneous movement, appearing 10 meters away in the distance. Fogweed, gods and fairies, the fairies, brothers, this guy looks kind of familiar. As soon as Divine Witch Lulu saw that it was a human being, she was not afraid anymore. Instead, she wanted to chase after him, trying to figure out Zhang Daoi's identity, but Zhang Daoi didn't give him a chance at all. A few breaths, it just disappeared completely. Asterisk. Guys, this guy is really fast. I can't catch up at all. Hey, I remember. He's the ancestor of the Heavenly Master's mansion. Ancestor Daoi. God, which Rokuroku cried out in shock. Why did he come here? Could it be that they're here to find zombies? To find the knights? Asterisk. It's scary. Guys, I think we'll just explore to the crappy end. After all, you guys don't want me to get killed, do you? Results. The pop-up piece rushed to send his life, giving him a whole speechless. Though lol, there was a soft thud in the distance. In this empty wilderness, dead silent under the dark night, a soft sound like thunder exploded in his ears. Very scary. Liver and gallbladder. Divine Witch Rokuroku rushed to protect himself, only to realize that there was a signal fluctuation in the intercom. A silky sound came out. Help! 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 There are ghosts. Too scary. What's going on? Our squad is screaming for help? You're kidding. Is it hard to believe that there's something really ed up in there? Divine Witch Rokuroku wanted to run, but realized that, with a cold neck, a flash of red light suddenly appeared behind him. It was a pair of blood-red eyes. It was as if a ferocious beast was staring at a human being. Very scary, but it looked like a silhouette. Is it another person? God, which Rokuroku thought this in his heart, wanting to go up and check it out, and laughed in a very relaxed manner. Don't play God. Everyone is here to explore. Just do what you have to do. He went up and tried to tap the guy on the shoulder. Don't want to. Reaching out his hand was all of a sudden caught in something full of sticky liquid. What the hell? Ah! The Divine Witch Rokuroku lost his voice in shock and trembled as he quickly tried to pull out his hand. The red light in front of him trembled steeply, revealing his true appearance. It was a red zombie, with white bones appearing all over its rotting body, full of maggots and dripping down black and red sticky blood. It's disgusting. The moment it was opening its bloody mouth, spitting out its long, black tongue, and licking God Witch Lulu's hand as if it was licking a piece of meat. God Witch Rokuroku didn't dare to move at all. Pust! Those sharp teeth snapped down. God Witch Rokuroku's hand broke instantly. Lines of blood soared. He screamed in agony, giving the live viewers a fright. The red zombie's face, reflected in their eyes, was like watching a horror movie. No! God Witch Rokuroku screamed in horror. The intense pain made him almost faint, and hurriedly lit the signal light, trying to find someone to save him. But at the same time, those companions, however, let out the same cries of horror. Ah! Help! Help! Asterisk. Ah! There really are ghosts. Mother! Don't kill me! Don't kill me! Asterisk. Ah! Miserable screams echoed in the sky above the ancient burial heavily tomb. Zhang Daoi looked back and shook his head helplessly. These people made their own deaths, so they could not blame others for being cold. Kind of a long lesson. Don't just walk around in the future. Any of the creatures are all red stiffs, at the level of a stern ghost. Even I wouldn't dare to go too deep. Think about the beginning. 2,000 years ago, this place was transformed into a shocking grave. More than 100,000 warrior ghosts, flesh and blood, all buried here. It rained blood for 10 days in a row. At the time, I thought it was a manifestation of the gods. The people were too scared to go out. The emperor of Great Qin even cut his hair and sacrificed it to heaven, and issued an edict of sin. Only later did the rain of blood stop, but from then on, a haze was cast over the place, and it became a forbidden place. It is the most chaotic world, and no one has ever dared to come and dig for underground treasures. Now, he hadn't yet recovered his strength to his full strength, so naturally, he didn't dare to go in, lest he be crushed and exploded by the power of the Ghostbusters. That's thousands of years of accumulated ghostly power. Even the Ghost King was far inferior, but he was to do one thing: find an egg. Once I saved a bird from this place. I wonder if it survives now. If it survives, it might be able to tell me more. Zhang Daoyi walked away. The ghost fiend power and corpse fiend power on his body were like torches lit in the dark night, incomparably eye-catching. One moment, many stern ghosts and zombies leaned over around them. Jia jia jia. Humans actually have the power of ghosts and demons. This is the Underworlder? It's really to my liking. Not only Ghostbusters, but Corpse Busters, zombies, the living dead? Never seen anyone like this before. What do you care? Just swallow it alive. I feel that the corpse fury and ghost fury in his body are very dense. Indeed, it's comparable to what we've accumulated over thousands of years. They surged out in unison, wanting to kill Zhang Daoyi. The tomes. Zhang Daoyi slowly raised his hand. His fingers became a pen, and he quickly scratched out a talismanic text that blossomed with a brilliant blue light in the air. The 12 formations of killing heaven. Knock. Suddenly, a rune went straight up to the sky from the soles of his feet, wrapping Zhang Daoyi within. The talisman hummed, trembled incessantly, and spun 100 meters in a circle. In this moment, as if it were day, those stern ghosts lost their voices in terror and screamed loudly. Run! It's the Taoist priest. It's a Taoist priest. Taoist priests dare to step into this place, looking for death. Asterisk 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 asterisk. How dare you fool us? Let's see if we don't tear you into pieces. Fogweed. I was wrong. I was wrong. I won't rip you. It's over. It's too late to run. Boom. When Zhang Daoyi raised his hand, countless talismans transformed into 12 formations, blasting the severe ghosts and zombies in front of him. The ghost fiend and corpse fiend and their bodies were all sucked into Zhang Daoyi's body. Not bad. Very nice. Zhang Daoyi's mind was elated, and in the next moment, he had already found the wisp of breath hidden deep in the ground. It doesn't seem right. The wisp of breath gradually grew stronger, became corrupted, and became as empty as the vast universe, encompassing everything in this world. What's going on? Zhang Daoyi's eyes narrowed slightly, unable to believe the scene he saw. Just see, a huge ghostly bird with countless undead skeletons and white bones clambering over it as if it were a necklace hanging from it. It blasted out of the abyss below and hovered beneath the night sky. Those cold, red-emitting eyes. It's unnerving. Just feel the next moment. The soul is going to be absorbed into it. The primordial ghost bird. Didn't expect that in this 1,000 years, you have absorbed tens of thousands of undead and evolved into a primordial ghost bird. Zhang Daoyi's mind trembled, and in the next moment, a line of blood soared out from his finger and shot towards the Taichu ghost bird. 55. Should the Forbidden Land be nuked and leveled? An army of undead? All under my command. Roar! The primordial ghost bird roared up to the sky, its shrill bird call sounding like a 24-magnitude typhoon crashing into a mountain, emitting a violent and terrifying friction-piercing effect. Zhang Daoyi's mind moved. The golden light divine mantra protected his body. The great sun indestructible body rapidly rotated, and the spiritual energy on his body swam like a dragon, resisting its sonic attack. This thing has sucked the ghosts and necromancy of tens of thousands of undead. It also ate the Yin dragon vein in the ground. If it doesn't evolve into something awesome again, Zhang Daoyi would have found it useless. It feels like this guy has the potential to evolve into a Yin dragon in the future. According to the ancient texts, just by swallowing the dragon pearl fruit, one would be able to take the form of a dragon, and then by swallowing the prana condensing grass, one would be able to achieve a true dragon-shaped creature. The dragon pearl fruit is rumored to grow on the Dragon Vein Divine Mountain. The dragon vein in the sky comes out of Kunlun. The so-called Dragon Vein Divine Mountain is naturally the Kunlun heavenly burial place where the 100,000 dragons sleep. As for the congealing grass, this thing was harder to find. It is rumored to grow on the tail of the Yin dragon vein. He hadn't even seen the Yin dragon vein a few times. You also have to find it in the tail to get it. To know, the Yin dragon vein was already somewhat intelligent, the closest thing to a dragon. If there is a spirit, that's a real ing dragon. One accidentally woke it up. It's easy for the Yin dragon vein to just disappear and become invisible. Trying to find it again, I don't know how long it will take. It's very much a matter of luck. But, Zhang Daoyi thought to himself that he would definitely have to find it again, allowing the Taichu ghost bird to evolve into the Taichu Stygian dragon. Phew, Lines of blood soared out of his fingers. Zhang Daoi raised his head to look at the Taichu ghost bird suspended in the air, and seeing the doubtful, confused thoughts in its eyes, he obviously knew what was going on in its heart. Yes, that's right. I'm the one who once hand-fed you and saved your life. Now I need you. Will you come back? Like it or not? Zhang Daoi had to make a connection with it all. Bloodline sensing. The restraints placed in its body thousands of years ago. Now it comes in handy. After the line of blood hit the body of the Taichu ghost bird, buzz! A round of halo-like forbidden formations suddenly emerged from its body. Brush up! The formation turned. The ban is on. Zhang Dao chanted an incantation and pinched his fingers as his figure exploded toward the Taichu ghost bird and pressed his palm on top of its head. Hissing! A scene from thousands of years ago appeared before the eyes of the primordial ghost bird. The sanity that was suppressed within his body instantly took over all places. Hissing happily and rubbing against Zhang Daoi's palm. I didn't realize you were so strong now. Zhang Daoi rubbed its head. I will let you evolve into a Stygian dragon, and at that time, you will be the strongest beast spirit under the sky. No one can stop you. The Taichu ghost bird hurriedly rubbed against Zhang Daoi's palm again, as if thanking him. Go. We're going to go out and kill our way through this chaos of evil spirits reviving. Zhang Daoi slightly stared at his voice. Hissing, the primordial ghost bird didn't move. Its gaze fell into the abyss below, and it let out a long cry. Zhang Daoi gazed to see and wondered why this guy didn't follow him. Immediately, he saw a huge bird's egg set on a deadwood branch on the deepest cliff face. The bird's egg was covered in eerie, treacherous patterns. Zhang Daoi nodded his head slightly. Sure enough, it was as good as what he had deduced. There really was a bird egg. The body contained an extremely strong power of ghost fury and corpse fury. If one absorbs and refines it, it must be able to coalesce to transform the three purities in one breath and cut down the three corpses. But, seeing the life fluctuations within its body was very violent. It must be that life has survived. In any case, this is the child of the Taichu ghost bird. And, when it hatches out in the future, it will surely be another supreme powerhouse. A tremendous helper. Zhang Daoi was very excited. Don't worry, just let it incubate well here while we get out. I'll set up a layer of formations for this place that can isolate its aura, and no one who comes will be able to find this place. Even the deepest of the ancient burial heavenly tombs stern ghosts can't find it. Zhang Daoi patted its head. Aha! The Taichu ghost bird was actually able to speak, emitting two-word sounds unique to humans. Zhang Daoi quickly set up an array. 18 layers of seals, isolating the breath of this egg, and dripping blood seals, locking it completely, no matter how far away it is. You can see its current situation through the Qi Men Dunjia. Moreover, when it grew up, it would also become Zhang Daoi's mount. Boom! Zhang Daoi sat on the body of the Taichu ghost bird and suddenly soared into the sky from the ancient burial heavenly tomb. Inside the penalty box, countless undead were writhing, running, and roaring. Some of them wanted to jump up and kill Zhang Daoi. After all, Zhang Daoi disturbed their good dreams. How dare you be so arrogant and cocky and loud in the restricted area? Zhang Daoi felt that he was kind and benevolent. Gifts should be returned. Backhandedly, he also gave them an 8 gods descending talisman. Boom, boom, boom. The 8 gods, as it were invited down to the mortal world. From the sky, handheld weapons, thunderons wrapped around his body. The curmudgeons in the burial ground were killed and reduced to pieces. The great seismic fracture. Countless amounts of crimson lava erupted from the ground. Surge up to the sky. The ghosts hissed and the zombies roared, but all of them were cut down by the 8 gods. Deep within the ancient burial heavenly tomb, finally an ancient and terrifying aura appeared. A ghostly energy shot out from it, manifesting all sorts of terrifying Moro-infernal images in the sky. Zhang Daoi's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring as he sensed how powerful and terrifying the interior was. Good. I didn't make the trip for nothing. Already know how strong you guys are. In the square, he was trying to lure these ancient severe ghosts into action. Thousands of Yin soldiers and Yin generals, skeletons and undead suddenly erupted from the Taichu ghost bird's body, rushing towards the ghost fiend death statue that surrounded it on all sides. The demon execution sword in Zhang Daoi's hand directly turned into a 10 million sword formation. Prickly prongs. It was as if it was going to chop a hole through heaven and earth. Thunder and lightning roared on it, and the talisman rose as it slowly moved away with his left hand. The strongest strike coalesced on the bladeless sword blade. Jab! Zhang Daoi swung forward violently. The heavens and the earth were suddenly wide open. Boom! Everything was drowned in silence. Thunder mantle is like the source of all things, turning into the most terrifying force in heaven and earth. A loud rumbling noise suddenly erupted, blasting all of Morrow hell into nothingness. Knock knock. Heaven and earth beat the drum. Angry growls emanated from the penalty area. Zhang Daoi thought to himself, do I count this as waking them up early? Quite possibly. Subsequently, he then rushed out of the place. Sooner or later you're going to wake up anyway. Wake up now. Wake up later. and mankind will suffer. He doesn't know yet. What an outburst of opinion on the internet at the moment. After the death of the great host god Wichrokuroku, that zombie ghost face is all taped. The whole internet blew up. The first time a human has seen a real zombie. Meet the real evil spirits. It's just too scary. What to do? Are we humans going to be cool? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I don't believe it. Who can come and save me? Who will come to protect me? I have only one idea, and that is to become the strongest in this world. The Cthulhu heaven is dead. The yellow heaven is in power. The year is in the first year, and the world is in good luck. Ha 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 ha. You guys, do you think I can resist this chaos if I dig up all the Taoist ancestors? Good idea. Fogweed. It does work. Various reviews are available online. Pegasus. No wonder. Zhang Daoyi didn't read it or he would have clicked on it. Subsequently, he went straight to the rest of the major sects of the Taoist sect. Knock. The primordial ghost bird descended on the Trinity sect. After the children within the gate saw this terrifying and morose bird and beast, scared less. The primordial ghost bird actually even laughed out loud. The headmaster himself, after seeing Zhang Daoyi, he was scared. Is the real person planning to destroy me? Choose one. Submit to the Heavenly Master's office, or have your entire family destroyed. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly. The smile was harmless, very mild, like pomegranates blooming in June, pleasing to the eye. But what was said was a little scary. Exterminate people full of family, this kind of thing, can say so lightly, or personal. May the Heavenly Master be the head of the Taoist sect. The Trinity sect master's eyes were desperate as he bent his head to the ground. Okay, pack up your stuff and get the hell out of there to the Heavenly Master. After Zhang Daoyi finished speaking, he slapped the Taichu ghost bird and directly ejected a terrifying fiend power, destroying the Great Hall. Grass, bandits. The Trinity sect crowd cursed angrily in their hearts, but did not dare to show the slightest. Can only silently pack up things, and go forward to the Tiancher house. Next stop, find out which lucky winner. 56. 10 years of cultivation. One thought becomes a devil. Evil sneaks revive, and the world of chaos rises. All the sects of the Taoist sect bowed down. After 10,000 years, the Taoist sect is once again unified. At the same time, the authorities finally came to the door. They requested the Heavenly Master to lead the Taoist sect and kill the evil spirits. Zhang Yi refused to do so. 10,000 people knelt before the Heavenly Master's office, begging in blood for its help against the evil spirits. Hello Daga, this is Kowloon TV. The news we're relaying for you is that tens of thousands of people are kneeling in front of the Tiancher mansion, begging for the mansion to step in and help them fight against this chaotic world together. A sexy beauty with a wavy perm is smiling at the camera in front of her. The host of Kowloon TV is publicizing this to the world. Bizarre killings of varying degrees have been reported in various countries. Right now, we have no recourse but to pray that the Taoist masters of the Heavenly Master's house will come forward and protect us. The Heavenly Master's house has unified the Taoist sect, and now the 36 heavenly deities of the Taoist sect, tens of thousands of Taoist congregations, all bow down and take the Heavenly Master's house as their honor. As long as the Heavenly Master's office gives the order, that evil spirit that just erupted will definitely be suppressed immediately. A short-haired, beautiful host, with her head down and toes missing, wailed right into the microphone. Hello everyone, this is Mango. Hello everyone, this is Kiwi Video. This is Penguin Video live for you at. Hundreds of reporters gathered at the entrance, carrying long guns and short cannons, all aimed at the closed door of the Heavenly Master's mansion. They are waiting to see if the Heavenly Master will open the door to save the living. Suddenly, birds and animals cried in the distant sky. Immediately afterward, the invisible power of the Ghostbusters swept over everyone as if they were shocking waves, blowing them all to the ground. Flutter, flutter, two giant wings, flapping in the air, like two ghosts and monsters, hideous and morose, transmitting the slightest hint of a terrifying aura. The tens of thousands of people kneeling on the ground were all lifted off the ground. Body staggers, looking up toward the sky in fear, only saw a big bird that covered the sky, covered with hanging skeletons, inserted with white bones, rotten flesh falling, with a strong stench, gray and black ghosts and demons, spinning crazily, seeming to devour these people horribly. You are now here to beg my Heavenly Master to save the world? Zhang Daoyi poked out his body and slowly appeared in front of the crowd, stepping on the head of the bird and beast with one foot, quietly looking down at the crowd below. Are you worthy? For simple words, and yet, like a cold and incomparably sharp knife, it was ruthlessly plunged into the hearts of the crowd. Match? Do they deserve it? Yeah. Why didn't they think at first that they would have to ask for help from the Heavenly Master's mansion and from Zhang Daoyi in the future? I am the ancestor of all stiffnesses. What do you say? Am I an evil spirit, or a Taoist priest? Zhang Daoyi revealed his hideous and morose teeth and smiled coldly. The field was dead silent, soundless. Everyone was afraid to breathe. Couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. It's really a shame. Some people quickly ran backwards, trying to escape the place. The gate of the Heavenly Master's residence slowly opened. Zhang Ji came out from inside and led the crowd of the Dao sect, kneeling down to Zhang Daoyi in unison. This is the 9th generation of the Heavenly Master. Whether it's age, seniority, generation, or ability, they are all above everyone else in the world. Who dares not worship? Rise up all of you. It is not the world's living beings that I, the Taoist sect, protect, but this earth. There is no need to come back to me in the future. No one is to be seen. Zhang Daoyi made it very clear. It is this land of the 9 states that they, the Taoist sect, shelter. Instead of you, the people. Your lives and deaths have nothing to do with us. Only, evil spirits have invaded this place. We're trying to keep the incense burning in Kyushu. It is bound to decapitate the evil spirits. But as for when to strike, it all depends on my mood. Hear this. The crowd was as if they had fallen into a freezing cellar. Lost in thought, he left the gate of the Heavenly Master's house, like a walking corpse, hearing the bad news of the world. Disobedience. We disobey. We protest. That's right. Why wouldn't the Heavenly Master's office help us? They were supposed to protect us. Grass. Are these people out of their minds? They're looking for death, aren't they? It's abominable. It is truly abominable. We sternly condemn the Heavenly Master's office. Damn. Isn't it just an evil spirit? Let's just come to Nucleus Flat to solve it. We don't need the Heavenly Master's office. They really think they're a dish, and they won't turn around if they leave them. So what? If you ask me, these guys don't deserve to be human. Just go straight to nuclear leveling and wipe them out. What's the point of talking? Shame on you. Kneeling in front of your house for half a day, and people don't even care about you. Garbage. Online opinion exploded. Just a few minutes. The heat just dried up into the hundreds of millions. National discussion. Billions of people, nearly a large chunk of them, are buzzing about this topic. After all, their lives are now under constant threat. Maybe it's whoever dies next. And how many people will die next? Hashtag soundly denouncing the Heavenly Master's office. The crime is great. Hashtag. Heck, it's the #1 hot search. There was immense anger and fear at Zhang Daoyi's threat of not coming to their rescue. In the perception of the crowd, we are ordinary people. We are commoners. You Taoist masters, you have to save us. You have to protect us. Even if you die, we can't die. For this perception, Zhang Daoyi felt ridiculous at the same time. Not much pussy at all. Straight backhandedly give them a self-destruction reward card. Play with yourself. What other bikes do you want bikes for? What do I care if you live or die? I'm not ing human. Ancestor, are we really not going to come to the rescue? Zhang Jue stared at him. As a disciple of the Tao, the moment he entered the sect, he practiced the rules of purity. That is, to save the people in times of chaos, and to hide in the mountains in times of prosperity. There are difficulties in the human world. The disciples of the Taoist sect must do everything in their power to save it. Definitely not to stand around and watch in the cold. These are the words of the 3 clear ancestors written into ancient history. Nowadays, is the 9th Grand Master going to overthrow it? The rest of the Taoist sect masters cautiously looked up at Zhang Daoyi. They sensed the strong and terrifying power within its body. It just felt like I was facing a shocking wave. Himself as a small boat, not even daring to look up at that amazing wave. A wave hits down. They'd have to play along. To save or not to save, it all depends on our mood. From now on, the Taoist ancestral teachings will have to be changed. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly. Why should we Taoist disciples lay down our lives to save those commoners? If they accept our favor, so be it. Saved and saved. But the problem is, they never appreciate it. Instead, they're still a white wolf that bites you back when you're down and out. Is it funny? Zhang Daoyi didn't want to spoil them anymore. Once upon a time myself, do miss once. Now, there is no room for a second mistake. The lives of my Taoist disciples are also lives. Zhang Daoyi looked toward them. In a split second, all the Taoist sect masters had tears in their eyes as they suddenly realized why Zhang Daoyi wanted to unify the Taoist sects. It's not exterminating them. Rather, they are saving them. Chaos is coming. Evil spirits rise in all directions. As people of the Taoist sect, they must come to the rescue of the world's living beings, or else they would be violating their ancestral teachings. But the evil spirit's power is obvious to all. They are as weak as a chicken cub. Go up and still not be the evil spirit 3 slaps and 2 feet to dry down? Now, Zhang Daoyi is in charge of the Taoist sect. Anyone who is a member of the Taoist sect must follow his orders. He does what he's told to do. Naturally, no one asked the rest of the Taoist sects to help out and pacify the chaos. Wonderful. For the first time, all the Taoist sect masters felt the crushing power from Zhang Daoyi's intellect. From the beginning, the little black guy didn't understand, to the point where he now hated the impulse to kneel down to him and consider him a righteous father. His eyes were filled with admiration and respect. From here on out, there is only one voice at the door. That was Zhang Daoi's voice. Practice well, and let the old celestial master impart to you his mind and experience. The heavens and earth will change and the aura will gradually thicken. You must seize these opportunities in order to survive the demonic chaos to come. Don't think that you can rest on your laurels after entering the heavenly master's mansion. In fact, the level of danger has increased considerably since coming here, because the heavenly master's mansion suppresses evil demons underneath the ground. It's the biggest demon-suppressing prison in heaven and earth. The power released by the evil demon is like a light in the dark night, attracting countless moths, those severe ghosts and zombies. The evil demon will rush madly towards the heavenly master's mansion. Even once the devil-suppressing hall shatters, the evil demons imprisoned inside will instantly bring heaven and earth to a dead silence. Zhang Daoi is not an alarmist. Inside the heavenly master's mansion, there are evil demons that have been taken into custody by successive heavenly masters. Think about the fighting power of the former heavenly masters. Think about the fighting power of the former red-robed Taoist masters. And you think about the present. Not at all in the same league, alright? Once these evil spirits have boosted their strength, I'm just afraid it's harder to deal with them at their current level. Is there any news from the demon suppression hall? Zhang Daoi stood at the top of the mountain with his hands behind his back and asked quietly. Not yet. I've been there once yesterday, and I found that the evil spirit's aura inside is even weaker. Zhang Yi hurriedly returned. I'm going to think of a way to do this. I need to get a hold of this thing and put it out of its misery, or else there will be endless trouble. In the beginning, successive generations of ancestors have not found a way to restrain and refine the evil spirits. Now, difficulties and pressure were given to Zhang Daoi. If he doesn't make a move, I'm only afraid that the Devil Suppressor Hall will bring about many changes. Ancestor, is it possible to use the Dao sect's divine weapons? Perhaps we can find a way to refine these evil spirits, Zhang Yi said in a deep voice. The various sects of the Dao sect had brought all their divine weapons with them. As long as Zhang Daoi gave the order, they could all be unleashed with power. Kill the evil spirits in the Hall of Devil Suppression. Maybe it really can be done. Save it for later to deal with other evil spirits. These evil spirits suppressed in the temple have long since ceased to be as powerful as they used to be. It's too much of a waste. I do have an idea, but it will take some time. Zhang Daoi wanted to use the Great Sun's indestructible body to cultivate substantial immortal light, and while exterminating these evil spirits, he released the power of Ghost Fury, Corpse Fury, and absorbed it onto the bodies of these evil spirits, crazily absorbing their energy. You can try. He quickly moved to the Devil Suppressor Hall. Buzz! The Great Sun's indestructible body suddenly emerged. The surface of the body instantly turned into a bright golden light, as scorching and piercing as the blazing sun, blasting the entire Jin Demon Hall as if it were daytime. The wheel of light rises behind it. Zhang Daoi's body emitted divine and pure immortal light. Lightning possession. 5 thunders positive. Call the 5 thunders to come. Knock knock. Then call the 8 ministries from the white gods to come. Brush up. Zhang Dao chanted an incantation under his breath, and 13 spirits of true gods stood in front of him. What is this going to do? To refine us? Joke. Ha ha ha. If it were possible to refine us so easily, your heavenly master's palace's literal heavenly master would have already stepped in long ago. Wait, your scent is a bit familiar. Like I've seen it somewhere before. You are the 9th generation of heavenly master Zhang Daoi. Good. You're actually still alive. No, you're a corpse returning to the living dead. But you even know thunder magic. It's not fair. Why is it that we are evil spirits, but you, a zombie returning to the soul, can refine us and become decent people in an honorable manner? We are not convinced. Even if you come back to life now, you couldn't refine me before. Zhang Daoi, you still can't refine me now. You're ultimately my underdog. A hideous sneer emanated from the ghostly blackness. Wait for the light to illuminate, revealing them. The mouth and face that was like a greedy wolf looked like an ancient beast, but with a few more bizarre twists, as if it had mutated. Zhang Daoi nodded slightly and did not say anything, only that his hands continued to move. A spirit of a true god escorted the evil spirit to Zhang Daoi, only to see that above his hands, 2 terrifying powers suddenly emerged, eerie and eerie, with a diametrically opposite and completely contradictory power to the previous Great Sun. What's going on? How could he still have Corpse Fury power? Ghost Fury power? These 8 evil devils showed horror in their eyes. The body, hidden in the black mist, trembled and shuddered. Ben had been imprisoned for 1,000 years and had long since run out of gas, unable to maintain a full body state for any length of time. Now they are restored to their original form, revealing the real thing. Some are a skeleton, some are a stick, some are a human skin, some are a piece of chain. They are ontologically so. Zhang Daoi was shocked. He also didn't expect that these guys, the horrors that plague the human world, would be these in their original form. It's really shocking. I didn't expect that. I really didn't expect that. Zhang Daoi pinched his fingers, and the ghost fiend and corpse fiend invaded their bodies, crazily sucking their power. Just a moment. It is to make them completely lose their origin. Subsequently, the lightning fell and turned into a cage. The great sun turned and shone its immortal light. Jab, jab, between the flames rising. These evil spirits were gradually incinerated into nothingness. Not even a crumb remained. So it seems that the refining process is quite simple and not much more difficult. It's just that takes time. Zhang Daoi simply sat down on his knees, his fingers sketching the Tongtian talisman in front of the empty space, quickly inviting the god to descend to the earth and help himself in the dust. Buzz off! In the great hall, there were instantly dozens of more true god spirits, responsible for imprisoning evil spirits. Instead, he frantically absorbed and refined the evil spirit's spiritual energy. That was awesome. I feel I can perform the one breath transforms 3 purities. Having said that, Zhang Daoyi's eyes were tightly closed, and 3 power light clusters suddenly appeared on his body. A golden red color, suspended above his head. A purple black mass that hangs over the left shoulder. A blood red mass, hanging over his right shoulder. As Zhang Daoi pinched his fingers, his body then trembled. 57. A true evil ghost level evil spirit is introduced. A strange movement in the morgue. While Zhang Daoi was absorbing and refining the power of the evil spirits in the devil suppressing hall, a terrifying sound that shook the heavens and the earth had already appeared in the outside world. Evil spirits roamed the sky. A ghost king revived from the boundless darkness. The ground rolls over. A thing shaped like a skeleton hand violently grasped the dirt on the ground, trying to do its best and struggled to climb up. A ragged gasp echoed suddenly, like the beating of a drum that opened the sky and cracked the earth. They were all zombies with red, black and green hairs. With the great change in heaven and earth, evil will quickly invade these undead things. Then these corpses buried in the ground would grow at an extremely fast rate until they climbed to their strongest state. Almost skipped the white, green, black, red, purple state. All of them became the most horrible hairy stiffs, especially since they keep eating people and drinking their blood and just act like a machine, growing like crazy. There were varying degrees of death and injury everywhere. Grand Canal City. A ghost king that was several meters tall, with a cold ghostly light flickering all over his body, coalesced into a terrifying and morosine fury power around his body. Holding a huge axe, it sprang out of the black mist and was ravaging the city in a frenzy, abusing humans. Help! Help! What the is this? Why is this happening? Crazy! It's really crazy! Is it going to kill us all? Damn! I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Grandma, help! Somebody help me! What the hell is this? But no one even hears these, as if they were mole crickets trying to save their lives. It's as if the ants under your feet are screaming for help. Who's listening? Will you listen? Not only will you not listen. Instead, the feeling was treated as sadistic pleasure. The killing got even more intense. As they say, the more you scream, the more full of energy you are. This ghost king looked up to the sky, and the blood and flesh of hundreds of thousands of people instantly burrowed into its body. Rapid refining. The blood mist that surrounded his body directly burst apart layer by layer, bursting out with a terrifying, hideous roar. Inside, dozens and millions of dead souls were gathered, shrieking in a gloomy and miserable manner, and burning with eerie ghostly flames. It opened its arms with great enjoyment. 3 ghostly flames emerged from his shoulders, ghostly blue like the blooming flowers of the other side of hell. Brush, brush, brush. The petals fell to the ground, sending ripples through the layers. Shasta. The ground was transformed into a sea of blood like a bone-crushing netherworld pool. Countless buildings, streets, cars, and structures were engulfed in this sea of blood. Mirror Chasers is no match at all. A column of warriors, carrying long guns and short cannons, which were real long guns and short cannons, blasted at the distant Ghost King. You little worms, do you want to die? The Blood Underworld Ghost King laughed sardonically, slowly turning that twisted and sinister ghostly face, hanging on with a sinister smile. It was in the middle of killing, when someone came to mess up, more or less making the heart angry and very upset. In hell, Blood Sea Burial, it violently opened its hands, and a layer of large, pimple-like packets exploded from it, plummeting to the ground. Hundreds of weird little bugs hatch from it. These death bugs carry a terrifying ghostly fury on their bodies. Touch it and you will die. Ordinary people can't resist it at all. Even Mirror Chasers, these warriors, were pushed flat without a fight. The city of Grand Canal fell in a matter of minutes. Tens of millions of city folk, panicked and frantic, fled. The Blood Underworld Ghost King was very smart, and after sweeping from one human gathering point, he went straight to the next one. Wisdom is high. The 1,000-year Ghost King really isn't retarded. It exploded all the way to kill, devouring humans in a frenzy. The terrifying and incomparable, monstrous and roiling ghost fury power had already caused the sky above the great Yunqing city to coalesce with dark clouds as thick as mountains. It was overcast and rainy. It's real rainy. Every drop of rainwater harbored the power of Yin fury and bloomed in a blood-red color. And from afar, it looked like it was raining blood. The earth was soon drenched in a rain of blood. It pooled into blood and flooded the city. The survivors did not dare to make a sound and allowed themselves to be immersed in the blood. And soon they became evil spirits, with ghostly hair growing out of their bodies, their hands and feet appearing to be mutated, and even their faces began to be distorted, so that people did not look like people and ghosts did not look like ghosts. Kill, kill, kill. They have become walking corpses without any feelings. The only thing on his mind was the instinct to hunt and kill. The rapid destruction of the city of Grand Canal brought with it the consequence that neighboring cities suffered the same calamity. The relevant authorities have sent the alien warriors they created. These alien fighters were insignificant under the Blood Underworld Ghost King, as well as tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of bizarre armies. News of the total loss of the army came quickly. Finally, the relevant authorities have decided. The intention is to settle for a direct, nuclear leveling of places such as Grand Canal City. Definitely can't let these evil spirits leave here and plague other places. Once the nuclear leveling is done, then the radiation will spread and the consequences will be little better than being killed. So, they pondered and pondered, trying to decide whether or not to drop the nukes, over and over again for days, without deliberating. Finally, after seeing that there is really no way out, decided to drop the nuke. Soon, a city destroyed. The impact is not significant. It was a good thing that the Blood Underworld Ghost King went up in smoke and turned into nothingness in the mushroom cloud that rose up, along with the hundreds of thousands of undead. They were all buried. The news shook the world. The great shadow flower side opens with a taunt, threatening that Kyushu won't work, going so far as to nuke the leveling to solve such problems. Unlike us, with the Yin-Yang shrine in place, the Yin-Yang masters are perfectly capable of taking care of these brats. To this, Kyushu is not responding. Big Shadowflower herself was not much better. Several places have already been overrun. They were only strong now, and it was rumored that even the Undertaker had died a number of times. How dare you mock Kyushu? It's simply ridiculous. But, the speed at which the evil spirits wreaked havoc far exceeded their imagination. Good on. There are already corresponding altars across the board. It was able to block the evil spirit's revived frame. It's not so bad. And the Heavenly Master's mansion has kept its doors closed since the beginning. Not out. No questions asked. Don't look. No save. Zhang Daoui had guarded Longhu City on his own, and no evil spirits dared to wreak havoc in the city. The people are living in peace. The other towns, Silver Ring City and other places, were already terrified by the appearance of large and small evil spirits. So many people. If you die, you die. Zhang Daoui didn't care, because he was waiting for these evil spirits to find their way to Lungfu Shan. After all, the Devil Suppressor Hall was a legendary place where countless evil spirits were imprisoned. Below that, there was even a king-level evil spirit imprisoned. These guys are bound to want to get him out. So, Zhang Daoui stayed here and didn't worry about not being able to kill the evil spirits at all. Knock. Deafening muffled sound. Steep Dragon Tiger Mountain exploded. Immediately after, the earth trembled as if countless undead were crawling out. Zhang Daoi's eyebrows were slightly condensed as he slowly opened his eyes, a touch of anticipation in his eyes. Finally, is coming. 58. The 12 evil moons landed on Longhu Mountain. 10,000 ghosts fall to the ground, bowing and kneeling. Here we go. Finally, Zhang Daoui slowly got up and silently looked down the mountain, where a deafening boom erupted. An evil spirit with a black death aura wrapped around its body stepped on the mountain and headed straight for the Heavenly Master's mansion. Facing the incoming killing aura, Zhang Daoi's mind sank. Above his hands, strands of bizarre golden light patterns suddenly emerged. Soon, these Dao lines then filled the body. Brush, brush, brush. Zhang Daoui looked like he had rendered a golden color, gleaming, clothed in a golden veil of sacrosanct inviolability, fairy air, so like a true immortal on earth. Zhang Daoi's gaze condensed as his feet stomped on the ground and his body rushed into the air, suspended in mid-air. Zhang Yu and the others immediately poured out. They naturally sensed the terrifying aura coming from under the mountain. Lungfu City was robbed. No way. They must never be allowed to cross the gates of LW. It's time to do it. Zhang Daoui narrowed his eyes slightly, and his body exploded with waves of light, as if he was a murderous devil who had unscrewed his skull and filled it with scarlet light. At once, he was like a great thunder general bathed in bloodlight. His body flickered with thunder ons, his feet stepped into the air, and a pattern of thunder ons appeared in the air like a spiritual flower. You guys go chop up the brats. I'll kill these 12 evil moons. Zhang Daoui looked up into the air. There, already, 12 moonflower-like shadows had appeared. It was as if 12 great moons were in the air, except that they were black and shiny, like the most frightening squid ink. It's horrible. It's just horrible. Zhang Daoui took a step out, and the light in his hand flashed like a shocking spear, stabbing straight into the sky. Moment. A light streaked across the sky. The white light ripped through the color of blood, eclipses all blood moons. Is this the strongest person in the present world? Nothing more than that. A cold laughter came from an evil moon. Very contemptuous. Disdain. It didn't seem to put Zhang Daoyi in his eyes. There's something familiar about this guy's scent. There were a few more moments of contemplation in the one evil moon. And then, violently, he laughed out loud. So it's an old friend. It's Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Dui? It was then that the silhouettes in the 12 evil moons snapped to mind this ancient name. Dao Yi ancestor. The ninth ancestor of the Taoist sect. Once the strongest man on earth. Now, it is reduced to such a state. People are not people. Ghosts are not ghosts. Ha 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 ha. They were amused. Think about the beginning. He himself tried his best to invite Zhang Daoyi to join the evil spirits. We'll have the supreme Tao. It even has an immortal physique. But he remained unmoved. He even ended up leading the people of the Taoist sect to eliminate the last evil spirits that existed in the world. And now, this guy is actually the god of zombies. Demonic possession. Human body returning to the sun. When really, it's a four-way street. What the hell do you know? Zhang Daoyi laughed. One cultivates the law of the supreme way. It is not for the likes of them to pry into. Garbage should be thrown in the trash can. They all deserve to die. Evil spirits are not supposed to exist here. Off back to their land. Do you still think you're the same person now as you were then? Ridiculous. The current you is nothing but a mole. A mole cricket. Such a terrifying wave of chi suddenly emerged from the 12 evil moons. Rumbling and thundering, it was truly as if the heavens and earth were trembling. They didn't think. Why? Why did this end up happening? It's simply disgraceful. You deserve to die. You deserve to die a long time ago. The way you are now is heaven's retribution for you. Ha 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 ha. The blood seeming Zuan blossomed into a figure that was terrifying as he was clad in an arcane robe, with a rhinoceros horn on his head and 6 eyes, like a monster into a doll-like creature. Today, I will relieve you of this pain, let you be comfortable and have no more worries from now on, he yelled, and beams of light that pumped wildly like electric drills drilled out from under his palms. Brush, brush, brush. A circle of spiraling light, like a spinning tool, was unbelievable. Massacre madness. Slaughter, like there were countless people in it screaming and whimpering, as they wreaked havoc on their bodies in a frenzy, as if they were the most terrified masks ever put on their faces. Boom! The earth is sinking. The ground is caving in. People screamed frantically, not daring to close their eyes as they looked towards the Dragon Tiger Mountain. In this moment, they all want to die. The wild fluctuations of the earthquake shook their minds and buzzed them, and a few of them danced around like perverts. People were shouting like crazy. Ouch! It's like a wild animal. This is the power of evil spirits. The force field released would instantly affect the sanity of millions of people. Seething and going mad, shaped like wild beasts, lost the sanity that belongs to human beings. Snap! Zhang Daoyi lightly snapped his fingers. The heavens and earth were instantly quiet. Layers of light waves with blood-red ripples suddenly contracted back from the distance. The scene was as if time had stopped, as if across time and space. Incredibly bizarre. Strange doors all open. Zhang Daoyi said indifferently and took a step out, and in an instant, the bucket shifted, the sun and moon changed, and the sea changed. All 12 evil moons landed in the 6 lines of the Chi-Men Dunjia's empty formation. So that's what you've been doing all this time by being silent just now. A cold voice came out from the 12 evil moons. They were careless, didn't realize. Zhang Daoyi actually used the art. And, this kind of art that can go back in time is already unrivaled, and above the earth. It is already close to being immortal. Even an immortal may not be able to do it. Geez, why is this guy so strong? What's this for? I can't believe it. I really can't believe it. The art word Tao is the most profound and esoteric dharma. This guy can even penetrate it? You've got to be kidding me. They don't believe it. Don't believe it at all. I can't wait to peek into the hidden secrets myself. Just, since he was already trapped in the formation, there would be no way to deprive it of its mysteries. When Zhang Daoyi raised his hand, wind, rain and thunder roared, all of which struck down on the 12 evil moons. Chop 3 corpses. He draws on the power of the strange gate and the power of the recluse against all odds, forcefully altering the force field. Then the 12 evil moons were a great favor to him. The sky is obscured. A small Chi-Men Dunjia, at best, is against the sky, but cannot cut the sky, much less stab the sky through a hole. However, Zhang Daoyi realized that if he wanted to cut off the 3 corpses and refine them into one chi to transform the 3 purities, he would have to fight against the heavens, against the way of heaven. No one in this world can go against the way of heaven, not to mention going against the way of heaven, unless you don't want to live. Since Zhang Daoyi was already a zombie body and a ghost fiend spirit body, coupled with the great sun indestructible body, enough to give people the most powerful and fearful power, which is the invisible light power, the way of the divine. Zhang Daoyi had a chill in his heart and knew that no matter what, He absolutely could not and must not die. So, he then set up a situation so that the evil spirits would enter the pit, and thus fall into the Chiman Dunya, and with the help of its power, cover up the sky. 59. 1 Chi transforms the 3 purities. 3 corpses to prove the way. Ask the world who can stop me. Chopping up 3 corpses? Shouts of terror suddenly erupted from the 12 evil moons. Ancient names. Ancient dogs. People nowadays may not know what it means to behead 3 corpses, but they know perfectly well. Even if it was placed thousands of years ago, beheading the 3 corpses, becoming an immortal Tao, and transforming into a Tao ancestor were all extremely thrilling events. It's just horrible. It's too strong. No one could imagine how terrifying it was to behead 3 corpses. Nowadays, Zhang Daoyi wanted to behead the 3 corpses, certify to immortality, and soar beyond the heavens. It's really a thing to think about. More or less mind-numbing. Don't worry, he can't possibly succeed because something is wrong with this heaven and earth. A pale voice of words came out from the 12 evil moons. Obviously, this person is very senior, otherwise the others wouldn't have gone to see him. As soon as he opened his mouth to speak, the rest of the evil moon venerables immediately stopped. The generation is extremely high. The status is extremely high. What he said was like something that could soothe the hearts of people, like a spring breeze, soothing the grumpiness in everyone's hearts. The rest of the evil moon venerables were all in admiration. As the most initial evil spirit of the evil spirits, the Guyuan evil sovereign knew enough about this heaven and earth. When he says it can't work, it can't work. If there were no problems in this heaven and earth, it would be impossible for us to invade here and devour living beings, the Guyuan evil sovereign faintly said. He coldly acted as an onlooker, quietly watching Zhang Daoyi chopping off 3 corpses and sending one attack wave after another at them. It's really strong, but alas, that's all. Even if you are strong, you still can't transcend the origin rules of this world. Still have to be honest about it. Instead of traveling to and from the 2 worlds, as we do, we are not bound by this heaven and earth. You've borrowed our power to hoodwink the heavenly Tao. All I can say is that you're smart. Very smart indeed. It's just a shame that you're so stupid. You borrowed our power without realizing that it would backfire on you as well. Have you ever heard of the ancient realm of No? That's where we originated from. And once the ascended masters of the celestial master's house even visited us there. Unfortunately, he ended up dead. If I remember correctly, his name is Zhang Daoling, right? The Guyuan evil sovereign said with a smile, gradually revealing its figure, which was a 4 unimaginable thing, with a human face and a horse body, ox horns and snake tails, and lingering on its body with a wisp of invisible, blood-colored radiance. It looked like some kind of creature that had come out of the depths of the bloody sea. Creepy, treacherous, Samsonite. It looks like it gives you the urge to vomit. Zhang Daoyi gazed slightly. The evil spirits that appeared thousands of years ago could be far from this person. It's hard not to. Wasn't the evil spirit that appeared at that time the strongest? Surprised? In the Holy Spirit's revival 1,000 years ago, we didn't use our full strength at all. We just sent some cannon fodder to explore the way first. After all, you know, we don't care about things like victory. We care about souls, living beings, blood souls. Whatever makes us strong enough is good. The purpose is simple, to disturb the rules of this world. The Guyuan evil sovereign laughed, and something like a bubble emerged from his body, rushing towards Zhang Daoyi as if he wanted to squeeze him. Let's put it this way, after thousands of years of change, the rules of this world, now, have completely changed. Why else would the ghosts and zombies show signs of revival? Here's why. He laughed out loud, and all of a sudden, the heavens and earth trembled. Zhang Daoyi's eyes abruptly tightened. A look of horror crawled across his face. Yeah, it was a question he'd thought about before. Why is there a change in heaven and earth? It wasn't like he hadn't been to the netherworld to walk around before. Facts. The same problem has arisen in the netherworld. He just couldn't get out of the way to fix it. Since there is a problem in the netherworld, there is a problem in the heavenly way. This means that this side of the world has completely collapsed. It's not even true that the 3 corpses are chopped up. When you become an immortal and ascend, you don't even necessarily ascend for real. Everything is fake. The world got hysterical. After Zhang Daoyi thought of this possibility, a cold sweat was born behind his back, and the decree of chopping 3 corpses in his hand continued and did not stop. Soon he felt that the power in his body seemed to be gradually draining away. What's going on here? Why is he weakening rapidly? No, my power. Zhang Daoyi was shocked in his heart and quickly retreated from Chi Men Dunya. He absolutely could not let these guys succeed. They want to kill themselves? Then we'll see if they have the strength. Knock. Zhang Daoyi gave up chopping up the 3 corpses, because he felt something had gone wrong. This problem needed to be solved after he went to the netherworld. It's only then that you can get the true power of the Ghostbusters. After all, the Ghostbusters in his body are poisonous. Poisonous indeed. It was more like a toxin that targeted people like him who practiced the Tao. Trying to cross that heavenly gate, one would have visions of severe pain all over one's body as if there were ants crawling. Unimaginable. What the hell is going on here? There was definitely a problem with the power of the Ghostbusters. To tell you the truth, the Ghost Fury power you control, the Corpse Fury power, is all given by me. The Guyuan evil sovereign smiled coldly and slowly opened his arms, behind which a netherworld actually emerged. If you chop off 3 corpses, you will completely fall into my trap, and I will be able to control you better. I'll be able to kill you better. Knock! He slammed his palm down. At once, the endless ghostly deadly chi transformed into a terrifying and morose Ghost King and Ghost General, ruthlessly rushing towards Zhang Daoyi, with the intention of wearing him out, which was very frightening. The power within Zhang Daoyi's body leaked out crazily. The zombie body even collapsed directly, emitting a gust of putrid odor. The ghostly power in his body directly exploded and was sucked away. All of his power instantly dissipated into nothing. Incredibly amazing. Well, that's how it plays out, isn't it? Zhang Daoyi sneered. The crowd around them exclaimed. Misty grass, the old ancestor's power has been sucked away. What should I do? Old ancestor won't die, will he? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Old ancestor is so powerful and wise, how could anything happen to him? Don't brag about being awesome. I'm only making one point. Never let these old Bidens scourge the earth. Kill, 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 kill and be done with it. Charge. The crowd from the Dao sect surged out, like locusts crossing the border, frantically rushing into the army of evil spirits. The aura on Zhang Daoyi's body as he took a single step increased exponentially. Knock knock, crazy messy quivering. The earth was shaking and rocking. A beam of lightning fell from the sky, transforming into an endless purgatory with shadowy flashes. Boom boom boom. The thunder dragon exploded. Thousands of feet thick thunder dragons were actually pouring down from the dark clouds. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly and reached out to shake his hand from afar. The thunder dragon transformed into a roiling thunderstorm, which was like a bullet, striking the ground crazily. Shasta, heaven and earth roared. All things are silent. Zhang Daoyi was like a god standing in the sea of thunder. Descend upon this realm. 58. Entering hell again. What is the king of the 10 temples of hell? Kill through the hell? With the corpse fury, the power of the ghost fury, all of it dissipated into thin air. Zhang Daoyi became a true human at this moment. The divine soul is united with the physical body. No more zombie body. All over his body, he was bathed in thunder light. Thunder and fire roared, releasing terrifying explosive sound waves. Bang, bang, bang. The heavens and the earth are in a state of shock. Countless people looked towards the heavenly master's mansion in shock and disbelief. Thunder clouds roiled in the sky, and a huge mountain condensed into a thunder mane suddenly blasted down, carrying an unrivaled aura. Terrible. Terror. Samsonite. Between the thunderous booms and explosions, a piercing and shrill sound appeared, as if a sharp instrument was stuck on a piece of iron, piercing the eardrums. Incredibly scary. Thunderous sound waves instantly swept across the heavens and earth, shaking those 12 evil moons out. Their faces changed in shock. What's going on? Why was Zhang Daoyi stronger instead after he detached himself from the power of the ghost fiend and corpse fiend? What a hell. Hell no. Everyone roared in disbelief. They couldn't believe it was real. How did Zhang Daoyi manage to suddenly become stronger? Actually, the thunder law that he had suppressed within his body would explode with the strongest power ever after it was completely returned to the sun, completely restored to its peak level, and even beyond that by a hair. From now on, Zhang Daoyi is the most powerful person in this human world, bar none. Yes, the strongest man, the only one of its kind, the only one in the world. Zhang Daoyi's heart and mind trembled as his body erupted with a radiance as bright as the red sun. Countless undead wailed. They run wild and destroy themselves. Zhang Daoyi destroyed the beginning of heaven and earth with one hand. For all eternity, all will drown in nothingness. The way of the supreme being of Taiku. In the end there is simply where it all began. As he took one step, the void trembled, and the thunderons transformed into thousands of birds and beasts that rushed towards the heavens and earth, blossoming into a life-killing grand formation. An endless murderous aura spread. From the sky it turned into a piece of law in the void of heaven and earth. Kill! He held thunder and lightning in his hands. His feet stepped out, and his own thunderons flickered, and behind him, it was as if he was reflecting a great world of the heavens, the wonders of the world. Amazing view. The 12 evil Moon King Zuns looked slightly aghast, and the bloodlight on their bodies broke at first, as if they had been startled by the one of all things. They were very frightened. It's too scary. It's just too scary. How did Zhang Daoyi's body erupt with such a terrifying aura? Their mouths were wide open, unable to utter an exclamation, and they kept inhaling as if they were choking. Zhang Daoyi laughed sardonically. His face transformed into a green-faced and fanged evil ghost under the reflection of the thunderons, which was terrifying. Boom! The lightning exploded. A blazing sun-like thunderbolt fell instantly, as if the great Tao had exploded, collapsed, and worn away into nothingness. It's so cool. The heavens and earth trembled with the fight. All things prostrate themselves in Zen reason and are frightened. Zhang Daoyi was like a ferocious beast in the sea of thunder, ancient and ferocious, killing people's scalps and panicking without misery. Knock! People's hearts and minds were trembling and their teeth were chattering. This battle is destined to go down in the history books. No one can stop it. Dare not look forward to it. Zhang Daoyi was clad in a lightning green robe, thunder and lightning wrapped around his shoulders, with a thunder staff in his hand and a crown of thunder on his head. His gaze swept like electricity in a majestic manner. 12 evil sneaky kings, each with their own magical abilities and skills. It pressed towards Zhang Daoyi from all directions. Seek death. Zhang Daoyi lightly drank. The thunderstaff transformed into a silver snake. Electric on shot out in all directions. This is a thunderbolt that strikes at evil spirits. The evil spirits and kings each exerted their magical powers. Some summoned the ghostly flames of the underworld from within their bodies. Some opened their bloody mouths and spewed out corrosive liquid. Some brandished their dark magic blades in an attempt to block the thunderous strike. Break! Zhang Daoyi shouted angrily. The power of thunder swept through like an ocean. The thunderstaff transformed into a giant hammer of thunder and fell with a loud bang. The 12 evil sneaky kings could not avoid being struck by that overwhelming might. Thunder God descends. As Zhang Daoyi waved his hand, the thunder and lightning transformed into countless shadows of the Thunder God. Thunder God Fist, Thunder God Sword, Thunder God Arrow. Each move was like a Thunder God descending into the world, with boundless pressure that shook the evil sneaky king to the core. The evil sneaky kings weren't willing to show weakness either, joining forces to send out the sea of underworld blood. Only waves of blood rolled and black gas overflowed, wanting to drown Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi snorted coldly and shook his thunderstaff. Wow! Moment! The power of thunder transformed into a ray of light that shot straight into the sea of blood. Thunder and light collided with the underworld blood sea, emitting a deafening roar. Zhang Daoyi waved his sword and stood, and all 12 evil sneaky kings were killed, and the power of thunder dissipated into the air. He stood in the air like a thunder god, shocking the 4 directions. Reach out and shake. Only then did he realize that these 12 evil Moon King sovereigns were actually shadows. It's projection. The main body didn't come. Ha 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 ha. Zhang Daoyi, you didn't expect it, did you? We're smart. The next time we meet, it will be your death. Just now, you used this power and put too much load on your body, right? Our origin has also eroded into your body. If you can't find the life-extinguishing flower within 7 days, just wait for death. We expect you to die again. Caracal laughter echoed through the heavens and earth. Buzz off. Zhang Daoyi felt dizzy, and there seemed to be some kind of strange power in his body that was eroding his internal organs. These guys are so tactical and invisible. He was so on guard and still got hit. Instead of being hit, rather, it is better to say that they are bound by this heaven and earth. Zhang Daoyi's eyes were slightly awe-inspiring as he slowly clenched his hands, his body's lightning aura flickering crazily. The breath is calm. He took a deep breath, eyes cast into the distance. The fight is all but over. He's going to hell again. He's going to catch a stern ghost, make a trip to the netherworld, and find the life-extinguishing flower. By the way, it solves the problem within the netherworld. Zhang Daoyi's complexion was slightly austere as he quickly rushed towards the distance. The thunder aura on his body transformed into thousands of silver dragons, exploding and killing all of these zombies and severe ghosts. Abuse. Bang, bang, bang. These evil things are nothing but the means of evil spirits. Completely useless. Zhang Daoyi's gaze fell on the distant city. There was a ghost king there. He needs it badly, especially the next town over. Silver Circle City. Luo Huabing was leading people to fend off the evil spirits at the moment, but it was simply useless. There were too many evil spirits to kill. Not good. Help! I'm dying. Dying. Help me. Help me. What an abomination. It's an abomination. Why did God do this to us? Why? We deserve it. We deserve it because we're weak. The crowd roared, hissed, and growled, but it still doesn't change the fact of death. Soon, evil spirits kill. Luo Huabing closed her eyes and waited for the judgment of doom. At this point, a hand fell down. As always, press hard. Boom. Moment. The countless evil spirits in front of him fell to the ground. Subsequently, Zhang Daoyi violently clenched his palm and all the evil spirits exploded and killed them. Turned into nothingness. 59. Killing the heavens and entering the earth. I am the supreme being of hell. The night is like ink. Zhang Daoyi condensed his chi into a sword. The tip of the sword points to the ground. The body is like the wind. The evil spirit roared and pounced on Zhang Daoyi. Its sharp claws were like iron hooks, bringing up a gust of wind. Underworld Ghost Claw. Zhang Daoyi lightly shouted and flickered his body to avoid the evil ghost's attack. The long sword in his hand transformed into dots of cold light, like stars, and each sword light contained the momentum of breaking through the air. Starfall 9 Heavens Technique. Zhang Dao swung his sword. The sword aura penetrated through the void, and the sword chi was like a dragon, striking the evil spirits directly. The evil spirit couldn't dodge and was struck by the sword chi. His body was torn into pieces. The fragments dissipated in the air, turning into black smoke. The crowd cheered as they witnessed a battle between good and evil. Zhang Daoi stood in place, gasping for breath, his clothes having been torn by the fighting chi. He looked at the crowd around him, a flicker of relief in his eyes. Zhang Daoi, our guardian, someone in the crowd shouted, and the crowd chimed in, their voices coming in like a tidal wave, causing Zhang Daoi to feel a wave of warmth surging through his heart. It is the responsibility of each and every one of us to kill evil spirits. Zhang Daoi turned around and faced the crowd, his voice filled with determination. The evil spirits have been removed, but the darkness has not yet dissipated. We must always be on guard to keep evil from striking again. The crowd fell silent as they realized that Zhang Daoyi's words were the truth. They have to guard their home from any form of evil. They were willing to fight alongside Zhang Daoi. Kill! Zhang Daoyi's figure fluttered. In the ghastly hell, the power of the evil spirits in his hands made every step he took as if he were stepping on the edge of life and death. Under the dark sky, dark clouds rolled in, and sometimes there were cries of ghosts, and sometimes there were cries of ghosts and wolves, which made people's minds uneasy. The moment Zhang Dao stepped into the hell, the scenery around him began to change with the fluctuation of his internal energy. The originally gloomy sky gradually glowed with an eerie blue color, and further away, there seemed to be a glimmer of white light, which was the place of hope leading to the Yang realm. He meets the black and white. Two ghostbusters dressed in black and white. The chains and lanterns in their hands stood out in the dimly lit hell. Zhang Daoi secretly utilized the power of the evil ghost and prepared to fight with these two guardians of hell. Daring, this place is not for strangers to enter. The black impermanence among the black and white impermanence shouted angrily, and the iron chain was like a scaly dragon coming out of the sea, carrying an insidious and cold force towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoyi's eyes flashed. With the strength of an evil spirit, he took the chain hard and tore it into countless pieces. Seeing this, white impermanence shook his lantern, and the light seemed to hide endless killing opportunities as he lunged towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged, and as his inner chi flowed, the power of the evil ghost reached its peak, transforming into a black whirlwind that dissolved the attacks of white impermanence one by one. The black and white irregulars were ferocious at the sight, and they realized that they were actually no match for Zhang Daoi. The surrounding ghost people were shocked at the sight. They had thought that hell was their refuge, but I didn't realize that there were still living people who dared to break into this place. Zhang Daoi's figure grew taller and taller in the eyes of the ghosts. It's like a being that challenges the authority of hell. The battle lasted a few moments. The black and white irregulars were defeated before the mighty power of Zhang Daoi. One could only watch as he took a step into the depths of hell to find what he wanted. The shock and fear of the ghost people became clearer and clearer in this gloomy hell. Keep killing. Whoever stops him will be killed. The great sun indestructible body was like the brightest and most dazzling red sun in the dark night, illuminating the entire netherworld. Very scary. All the ghosts were like avoiding snakes and scorpions, quickly hiding, especially the officials of the hell. They were even more terrified and scared. Some have gone into hiding, frantic shouting, but more than that, it's admiration, respect, kill. A stern ghost, a lone soul, a wild spirit, rushed forward. When Tianchi Zhang Daoi faced the stern ghosts, he clenched his magic sword with both hands and recited incantations under his breath. Use the demon subduing sword technique. The sword light was like a rainbow, slashing straight through the night ghost. The ghost meets the battle with gloomy wind soulbreaker, and the wind rises in all directions. However, it was broken by Zhang Daoyi's palm lightning. The evil spirit swooped into hell, with Zhang Daoi following close behind. Perform the misty footsteps of hell. Engage in a fierce battle with black and white and bullhead and horseface. It's black and white again. That. Zhang Daoi's heart was irritated, and the demon Punisher's sword in his hand was like a mad class, trembling madly, with thunder roaring above it. The black and white invincibles cast yin and yang double pupils, trying to see through Zhang Daoi. However, he was mesmerized by the underworld steps and fell into an illusion. Bullhead and Horseface shouted angrily in unison. Together they cut out the roiling night of the underworld. The bull demon flips the river. Horseface broken you. 2 moves. Zhang Daoi, however, resolved it with the 9 Spectres Ice Seal technique. A backhanded blow knocked Bullseye back. After 18 layers of bitter battles, Zhang Daoi finally arrived at the Yama Temple. In front of the Temple of Hades, the 8 Kings Palace Yama walked out. He was clad in a Xian robe, and he was covered in a watery ghostly power that was like a swamp, causing people's hearts and minds to tremble. Knock knock. It rumbles like a war drum. Zhang Daoi faced the 8 Kings Hall Yama and was completely unperturbed. His face did not change, his heart did not skip a beat, and he even had a hint of sarcasm. Yen Lo moves viciously. As the Eight Kings Hall, his strength was extraordinary and naturally made people's hearts tremble. The power of ghosts and demons was incomparably thick all over his body, as if the most terrified ghosts were trembling. Boom, 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 like a demon in hell. The yellow spring blade in his hand flashed rapidly. It cut through the air with a mournful whine. Zhang Daoyi, on the other hand, was as athletic and agile as a cheetah. During the fight, Yen Lo kept using various moves to try to break through Zhang Daoyi's defense, and Zhang Daoyi avoided the attack with the ease of a walker. And from time to time, it's a comeback, sometimes mocking. On the Demon Punisher's sword in his hand, the thunder aura flashed non-stop, like it was erupting into an extremely terrifying aura. The surrounding ghosts and the black and white invincibles were in awe. They couldn't imagine that this mortal was actually able to fight the strongest man in hell. Zhang Daoyi finally seized the moment and utilized his short blade to jam Yen Luo's yellow spring blade. On the yellow spring blade, yellow and black flames, ghostly flames were burning rapidly, like a curtain wall, blocking the heaven and earth. Hades is shaking. It was almost like it was going to explode. Very scary. Zhang Daoyi sneered and thought in his heart, these little trash, I can destroy them with my hands. 5 thunders of justice. The form and the spirit are all gone. Quickly invite God to come down. Boom. Moment. The 8 ghost generals came out of the void. A shadow, like the most terrifying light in heaven and earth. Kill. Zhang Daoyi waved his finger. Moment. The breath of silence poured out. Zhang Daoyi used his specialty, burning out heaven and earth. Burn Yama to a cinder. After the battle, Zhang Daoyi glanced back at the ghosts and the black and white irregulars and let out a cold smile. Don't be afraid to fight if you dare to come to hell for countless severe ghosts. He looked into the deepest part of hell. There is hidden the king of the 10 temples of hell. King Luo Fong had merely killed an 8 Kings Hall. This is just the weakest being. The rest of Yama is the most powerful. But he wasn't the least bit afraid. It was because Zhang Daoyi realized that there was a great problem in the hell. Very serious. The rules are missing. These guys have long since lost their souls, much less their spirit. It's only a matter of time before we kill them. Zhang Daoyi let out a stern cry. The Lord Demon Punisher's sword in his hand enlarged countless times, and the Thunder Dragon hissed as if the Thunderons had transformed into a sky-swallowing python, wanting to break through everything in this world. Miso. A blinding light erupted from the darkness. King Qin Guang. He was dressed in a large red and purple robe, with Xianxing Douling boots, a rainbow vermilion belt on his head, and a 7-star Yen Luo sword on his waist. This is a top 3 ranked expert in the Yama Temple. There is no one to beat. What are you doing here? Looking for death? King Qin Guang shouted angrily. His form was furious and very angry. He saw that Zhang Daoyi's sword was stained with blood, and there were countless traces of blood drifting down from his body. His demeanor was furious. As the king of Yama's palace, he didn't even know about this guy's invasion. It was really hateful. Otherwise, he will not tolerate him in such a reckless manner. Damn! Zhang Daoyi smiled coldly and waved his finger. He, you puppets, you are worthy of clamoring in front of me. Now I am just going to poke a hole in hell. What can you do to me? He wasn't afraid at all. Now he dared to kill one even if an immortal came. All sorts of jutsu moves, all of them came back. After all, 2,000 years ago, Zhang Daoyi was the head of the Taoist sect, at the half-step immortal realm, an invincible existence. Random moves, at your fingertips. Zhang Daoyi's eyes stared intently, and the long sword in his hand appeared as if it was a swimming dragon, swiftly and incomparably chopped towards King Qin Guang. King Qin Guang let out a roar. A fierce palm slammed into Zhang Daoyi's sword blade. The 2 men gave up their lives to fight. One sword in one palm. Each strike caused the surrounding air currents to ripple. Zhang Daoyi suddenly leapt up after a burst of moves. Slash a heavenly thunder slash at King Qin Guang. There was a flash of electricity. In a flash, King Qin Guang was enveloped in sword light. King Qin Guang's face changed drastically and he hastily retreated a few steps. Zhang Daoyi did not wait for King Qin Guang to get up and attacked again. Flying and rushing towards King Qin Guang, a ferocious gale swept through. The light of the blade hanging high in the air glinted in the sunlight. The light is blinding. Zhang Daoyi was holding a long sword. Within the square of the sword, even if King Qin Guang is more powerful, nor could he block his round of bulletproof sword strikes. Sword dance of the 9 heavens. Zhang Daoyi's eyes were splendidly gorgeous. Hands draped over the peach branch-like longsword. A supreme longsword pedaled in his hand, straight up and down, like floating worms dancing through the universe. It caused King Qin Guang to be shocked. King Qin Guang rolled out of thin air. It flew up from under Zhang Daoyi's feet, avoiding Zhang Daoyi's sword. Suddenly, the ghosts and fish monsters were generally quickly circling around Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi knew it in his heart. His long sword stopped in mid-air at first. Bucket! The big knife sweeps in. The powerful aura and tyrannical killing aura flew out at once. This time if not for Zhang Daoyi launching that baffling move in time, really don't know how it's going to be. Finally, Zhang Daoi became the master on the hall. His power and skill completely destroyed King Qin Guang. The crowd was fidgeting. But what was desirable was an amazing cheer-in. Zhang Daoi rounded out the victory, and King Qin Guang also fell to the ground. There was an uproar as the crowd expressed their admiration for Zhang Daoi. Also send warm applause and best wishes. Awesome! Awesome! That's what makes a invincible powerhouse. With a mortal body, he directly picked over the 10 temples of Hades. The ghosts applauded wildly, waved frantically, wailed, and cheered loudly with excitement and thrill. But soon, their happy voices came to a screeching halt. A tall figure with a thick black mist emanating from his body slowly walked out from the depths. Under their thick eyebrows, a pair of deep eyes penetrated with the determination of defying power and the clarity of impartiality. The Wheel King, ranked second in the 10 temples of Hades. His cheeks were broad, his forehead etched with age, but no less handsome. He wore a black brocade robe with a jade pendant around his waist and an iron chopstick in his hand. Samson's guts. Incredibly scary, as if it were a viper staring at a man in the dark of night. However, the king of Yinluo, who walked out immediately afterward, was even more noticeable and shocking. His eyebrows were as sharp as swords, and his eyes were as cool as cold, chilling stars. Handsome looking, but the scars on his face make him look tougher. A black brocade robe, a sharp short sword worn at his waist, and an iron tooth in his hand. This is the King of Equality. The King of Equality surprisingly came out. That's outrageous. It's outrageous. This is one of the strongest Yama kings. Knock. Suddenly, one step forward, there was a muffled thud on the ground. Zhang Daoi's complexion suddenly became heavy. His heart and mind trembled, and there was a touch of gloom on his face. Damn! Really damn! Zhang Daoi had a pair of deep eyes under his thick eyebrows that were so majestic and cold that people didn't dare to look directly at them. Knock! He was handsome, but the vicissitudes of age were etched on his face. He wore a black brocade robe and wore a jade pendant around his waist. The jade pendant was in the shape of a dragon, and it seemed like some kind of ancient beast, and it was covered with a black death mist, which was very frightening, as if it was going to corrode the air around it. Click! The stone pillars of the great hall in front of them condensed with a layer of solidity. Gray ice crystals, buring, glittered with a dazzling and piercing light. He had thick eyebrows and deep eyes that made you want to explore their secrets. Handsome looking, but the scars on his face make him look even more imposing. The black brocade robes fluttered in the wind, as if they had knives on them. A string of crystal ornaments is worn around the waist. It made a boing 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 boing. In his hand, he held a heaven-slashing sword. The King of Chu Kong, Emperor Song, King of the Five Officials, King Biansheng, King Tarzan. It's all coming. King Tarzan, who appeared in the finale, was full of aura and dominance. Dang! The pair of eyes under his thick eyebrows shot out an unruffled and intimidating aura. A terrifying might permeated around his body. It was as if it was going to collapse this hell. The aura is appalling. Kill. Anyone who violates my hell will be killed. No need for nonsense. Just let him die directly. Asterisk 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 him. Evil kill. Each of the 10 temples of hell performs a stunt. The 1,000 souls and 10,000 ghosts formation of the 10 temples of Hades formed a fog. Zhang Daoi, however, used his 9 revolutions of Xiangong to penetrate the fog, fight back with the 3 stones of life, defeated the 10 temples of hell one by one. In the Hall of Yama, Zhang Daoi faces the king of Yama's Yama reincarnation. The way of the beginning is the way to break it. It makes it impossible for Yama to reincarnate. One must face one's own lifetime of good and evil. Sooner or later, you'll die without a burial. Kill, 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 kill. Zhang Daoi had gone crazy, just like a ferocious beast that had gone crazy. The killing intent in his hands surged madly, never stopping, like a perpetual motion machine, quickly killing up, stabbing, stabbing, stabbing. A bloodshot light radiated from his gaze, an endless mist of blood that spread out in front of him. However, the thunder law around Zhang Daoi was like a sea of ocean, which instantly transformed into the clear wind of heaven and earth. Boom! Zhang Daoi's hands were drenched in lightning as he faced the 5 Yama kings with a calm demeanor. Yama roared and rushed towards Zhang Daoi. As Zhang Daoi waved his hand, a Tongtian talisman descended from the sky, transformed into countless runes, and wrapped around King Yama's body. Yama tries to resist. However, the power of the Tongtian talisman was very strong, instantly trapping it. Zhang Daoi looked at the bound Yama king with cold eyes. With a flip of his palm, lightning erupted in the air, transforming into a lightning sword that stabbed towards King Yama. Yama growled in horror. However, his body was already unable to move under the binding of the Tongtian talisman. Then, Zhang Daoi flicked his finger, and a lightning energy popped out, directly hitting King Yama. Yama roared in pain, but his power was already getting weaker. Zhang Daoi waved his hand once again, and the lightning energy converged and transformed into an even more powerful lightning sword. directly chopping Yama King in half. The remaining 4 Yama Kings saw their companions chopped in half and retreated in horror. However, Zhang Daoi had already chased after them, and the thunder and lightning in his hands dazzled and transformed into a ray of lightning energy, directly chopping the 4 Yama Kings into pieces. Anger burned in Zhang Dao's eyes as he coldly looked at the fragmented King of Hell, sneering in his heart. It just felt very painful. The entire Hellmouth was collapsing and destroying at this moment, directly and completely collapsing into a ruin. But the next moment, a beam of light burst violently out of the ground. 60. The real King of Hell, punching through hell. Mend the laws. 18 layers of hell. The netherworld. It's eerie and fishy, and the ghosts cry on the way to the Yellow Springs. Evil ghosts, stern ghosts, lone souls, ghosts of the underworld. The wind was bitterly cold. In the darkness, only the cries of ghosts and wolves could be heard, miserable to the extreme. The king of the underworld, Yama, was sitting on top of the high hall, with a huge ghost streamer hanging behind him, embroidered with the 4 big words underworld, which made people feel a chill. The walls around them were covered with portraits of prison guards with chains and steel forks in their hands, their faces grim and ghastly. The entire hell was filled with a heavy yin-chi and the smell of blood, making people shiver. King Yan stepped out into the void with a steady gait, his iron boots crushing the ground with a dull ringing sound. The whole scene is plunged into an aura of darkness. The crowd watched in horror at the appearance of this Earth Lord. King Yama wore a long black robe and a golden crown, his expression cold and solemn. Standing over a foot tall, he exuded a powerful aura that sent shivers down his spine. In the visionary image, the ground instantly cracked and countless ghosts flew out of the hell. At the same time, dark red clouds appeared in the sky, shimmering with a dizzying light. The image sent shivers down the spine of the crowd and filled their hearts with fear. This Lord of Hell is named Yama, who comes from the underworld and is the deity in charge of life and death. Legend has it that the King of Hell was once sealed by the Heavenly Emperor and was only released thousands of years later. Since then, he has ruled the underworld, taking charge of yin and yang, life and death. It is said that the power of the King of Hell is exceptionally strong, enough to threaten the entire 3 realms. When the crowd saw the appearance of King Yan, they all involuntarily winced and fell to their knees, kowtowing. King Yan's gaze was like electricity, looking through the crowd's bodies and directly into their hearts, suffocating them. His ice-cold voice echoed in the ears of the crowd. You have violated the rules of the underworld. There is only one ending now, death. At those words, the crowd was instantly terrified to the extreme, not daring to put up any resistance. They can only accept the fate of death in silence and face the judgment of Hades. The King of Hell looked at the crowd calmly, his gaze like a knife, and his voice was low as he said, there is a destiny in life and death, and there is a time in the afterlife. Your fates have been sealed. Send you on your way. After saying that, Yan Wang stretched out his hand, and the crowd instantly turned into ashes and dissipated into the void. The scene was scandalous. Such a powerful Yama is intimidating. His presence is a reminder of one's own limited lifespan and the fragility of the world. The sky was overcast, and suddenly there was a sound of explosive thunder. Zhang Daoi took out the amulet and walked slowly forward, and when he reached a wasteland, he saw a spiritual official who was guarded by a flying dragon. Zhang Daoi, what is the reason for coming to see me? Yan Wang asked as he stood up. I want to ask for one thing. I want to collect the underground yin chi. Zhang Daoi's attitude was resolute. For yin chi, it is you who knows it better than I. If I were to search for it on my own, not only would it be dangerous, but it would also be difficult to reach the inside. Yin never belonged to your people. Yama roared in agitation. This is a dispute involving you mortals, and I'm not going to accept it. Zhang Daoi upholding the noble part of the Heavenly Master. Early preparation. Lord Yan Wang, now the situation is urgent. If you can help, after the completion of the matter, the token here to compensate for not literally thank you. The laws of the immortal world cannot be broken. Yama's ears were parched, like a million masked demons were roaring. Go ask around again to see if there's a smarter way to do it. The Earth Realm Queen praises you as an eightfold immortal, doesn't she? Man, you have a big mouth. I may be from a bad background, but I'm educated. Shouldn't you be a little educated too? Zhang Daoi was filled with confusion. We had a good discussion. Why are we suddenly yelling? You, this little heavenly master, are really quite obnoxious. You should know that all of you humanoids are all mole crickets. The King of Hell shouted angrily, doing things so cunningly as well, even deceiving the dead souls of the netherworld. Zhang Daoi's thick eyebrows were tightly locked, and not only did he not flinch in the face of Yan's multitude of anger, but he instead showed perseverance and boldness. Everything I do is for the sake of saving all beings. Only when the hell and human realms coexist in harmony can they develop and prosper. The scene was at a stalemate, and the aura of heaven and earth flowed. A stance of war was about to descend. Zhang Daoi took a deep breath and recited a few words in his heart. Spring breeze blows and grows again. This is the mystery of everything. The power of nature will eventually correct everything. Turning violently, Zhang Daoi suddenly appeared in front of King Yama. Yan Wang's eyes were unusually fierce at this time, and the many troops of the river Styx were waiting in silence not far away. Boo! Zhang Daoi was no nonsense. A slap in the face. Instantly, the ground of hell cracked. The earth and rocks tumbled and erupted like bullets. You seek death, rushing to hell to pick a fight. Yama roared. He created an illusion to blind the heaven, but he didn't want Zhang Daoi to break that illusion. This has caused a great crisis in his hell. Now, how dare you make a move? Zhang Daoi's body was athletic and his stance was as erratic as a swimming dragon. The palm shadow of the Yama fist was as heavy as a mountain, and the palm wind carried a hint of thunder. Zhang Daoi's footsteps were light and his body was like the wind as he circled around the field, looking for a break in Yan Wangquan. The Yama fist presses towards Zhang Daoi with the Yama king falls into prison palm stance. Zhang Daoi dodged violently, avoiding the fatal blow. His boxing method is called spirit snake out of the hole, punching like a snake out of its hole as quickly as possible. His punches are soft but strong, striking at Yan Wangquan's chest. Yama's fist shook slightly as he took a step back. Yama's fist was not willing to show weakness. The fist changed and smashed at Zhang Daoi with the momentum of Yama breaking the mountain. Zhang Daoi, however, dodged lightly with the footwork of swimming dragon playing in the water, and at the same time counterattacked with the palm of swimming dragon playing with pearls, with the palm wind pointing directly at the waist of Yan Wangquan. Yan Wangfan frowned and hastily backed away. The two exchanged several moves in an intense scene. Zhang Daoi's punches were as smooth as a river, his footwork as agile as a swimming dragon, while the palm of Yama's fist was as heavy as a mountain. Each of their exchanges was accompanied by the sound of wind and the tearing of air currents. Zhang Daoi attacked Yama's fist's chest with the palm of swimming dragon playing with pearls, while Yama's fist met it with the fist of Yama's king breaking mountain, and the two forces collided in the air, emitting a deafening sound. Zhang Dao had a flash of light in his eyes and took the opportunity to use the snake out of the hole boxing technique to attack Yan Wangquan's armpit. Yan Wangquan was caught off guard and was struck by Zhang Daoi. His body swayed and nearly fell. The battle continued, the two of them going back and forth. Their moves were exquisite. The scene was thrilling. Every exchange between Zhang Daoi and Yan Wangfan was like the most intense strike between heaven and earth. Dazzling people. Thrilling. Both of them had flexible body techniques and vicious moves, punching to the flesh and kicking to the wind. Ghost shadow palm and ox head chop, thunderclap fist and blazing sun fire dance. Every move made the crowd present tremble with fear. Zhang Dao mouthed the words in his mouth, and the light of the technique shot out in all directions. Yama, not to be outdone, pulled out a ghost book from his sleeve and recited an incantation. The ghastly wind whistled and the stern ghosts howled. The fight between the two grew more and more intense. The fluctuations stirred, and the entire palace began to tremble. The glazed tiles splattered, and the golden pillars toppled. Boom! The thunderous fist struck Yama, and his entire body was sent flying, directly hitting the wall. Yama's ghost shadow palm was also burned away by the celestial master's blazing sun fire dance. The surrounding crowd looked dumbfounded, and when they came back to their senses, they were already applauding. Sure enough, you're the real Yama. Zhang Daoi looked up to the sky and laughed in a good way, as if he had returned to the time thousands of years ago all of a sudden. Battle the heavens and the earth and the gods. Immortals have to give 2s when they come, not to mention Hades. Cool. Boom boom boom. Zhang Daoi and Yan King were in a fierce battle. A blue light suddenly lit up in his hand. He mouthed the words and performed the 5 thunderbolts move. This was a Taoist technique that originated from the power of the Big Dipper's 5 thunderbolts, and its power should not be underestimated. A huge thunder dragon erupted from Zhang Daoi's hand and directly pounced at Yan. Yama wasn't weak either, as he struck out with his palm and slammed into the thunder dragon. With a loud sound, the palms of the thunder dragon and Yan King instantly exploded, splattering debris everywhere. This is the Ghost Dao technique, Ghost Hand of the Underworld, derived from the power of the evil spirits of hell, despite possessing an extremely high attack power. However, using it reduces the caster's ghost soldiers by half. Then, Zhang Daoi's figure flashed and his hands transformed into 2 flames, forming a powerful fire dragon flame. This was a Taoist technique that originated from the red dragon's fire, which had an extremely wide burning range and could easily burn down all obstacles. Yan Wang's heart was slightly cold, knowing that this was his carelessness. But it was too late. The fire dragon blaze had pounced on him. He had no choice but to use his masterstroke, the art of recruiting souls. This is a Ghost Dao technique, derived from the divine power of the recruiter of souls in hell, which can summon legions of undead. However, the caster's soul will suffer a backlash after use, resulting in a temporary feeling of weakness. Yama's invocation technique was successful. A large group of undead surged out of the gate of hell and pounced on Zhang Daoi like a tidal wave. Zhang Daoi calmly looked at the undead, made seals with both hands, and whispered like thunder under his breath. Tong Tian descending magic. A light fell from the sky, shaking the earth, and all the undead disappeared in that instant. This is a Shinto technique, derived from the power of the supreme god of heaven descending heavenly thunder to subdue demons. The power is unspeakable. However, its use weakens the caster's psychic powers. Faint traces of blood had begun to appear on Zhang Daoi's body, and he knew that he had to deliver a heavy blow to Yen in his final move. He flew up, and a long silver sword suddenly appeared in his hand, which was the highest-ranking Taoist technique, Heavenly Sword. Originating from Tianxuan's sword, the attack power was extremely terrifying, but not only does it mentally exhaust the caster after use, moreover, casting the spell for a long period of time will cause more damage to the caster's body. Zhang Dao held the Heavenly Sword in his hand and chopped at Yen Wang. Yen quickly dodged, but was still cut with a deep wound by the sword chi. At this time, Zhang Daoi transformed into a stream of flying light, and the Heavenly Sword flashed continuously along with his form, forming a recluse. This is the Taoist martial art of meteor dance, sourced from the power of the flying sword of the Big Dipper. Extremely high level of martial arts. The power is amazing. However, its use weakens the caster's stamina to extremes, and it requires long-term practice to reach a high level of mastery. Yama can barely hold it together anymore. He knew he had lost, but he doesn't give up. He concentrated all of his strength on the Yellow Spring Road. This is a Ghost Dao technique, derived from the power of the Yellow Springs underworld. It can send the caster and target into the Yellow Springs gate together. Zhang Daoi understood that this was a deadly jutsu. He decided to use his last move to defeat Yama, 10,000 Sword Slash. This is the ultimate Taoist martial art, derived from the power of the 100,000 gods in heaven. You can summon countless swords to help you. The attacks are astounding. However, it requires a large amount of gathered yang energy to perform it. Shasta, the 10,000 sword chop fell. Sword lights like raindrops densely covered the entire sandfield. Zah! Yama roared in disgust with the sky and tried to resist, but he still fell. Boo! In a moment Yama was reduced to ashes, dissipated into the heavens and earth, huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing, huffing and puffing. However, Zhang Daoi was also exhausted, and he collapsed, splattering sand and rocks, but he also smiled. Winning, shouldering the rules of hell, he still struck down the master of this heaven and earth, though knowing full well that you can't kill him. But don't forget, this is a fight and win for yourself. Zhang Daoi was very happy, lying on the ground. No one dares to come forward, afraid that once he got close, he would be nailed to death by the demon execution sword in his hand. Wow! Inside the Yama palace, everything was quiet and peaceful, just like a palace in the mortal world. But with the resurrection of King Yama, a faint demonic aura once again emanated from this supposedly silent hell. Zhang Dao took off his Taoist robe and shook hands with the King of Hell. The two talked to each other, always keeping a close eye on the broken laws. Panic and uneasiness flowed downstream from his heart as Yama turned over the scroll in his arms, and he gazed at the earthy papers. It contained the most mysterious secrets of hell, flowing with ancient rules. And how would those rules be mended again after hell was broken? The heavenly Tao looked askance at them, as if it wanted to destroy the whole hell, and they also supported each other at that moment and began to fight together. Heaven and earth suddenly overflowed with a powerful force, and under this aura, their state of mind changed. Wish came from nowhere, awakening their long-dormant hearts. Hell began to budge and the environment changed. An eerie and mysterious aura filled the air. At this time, Yen Wang and Zhang Dao, already shoulder to shoulder, were ready to eliminate this demonic chi in one fell swoop and remake all the rules of hell. In the gloomy netherworld, Zhang Daoi's figure stood out. He stood on the Yellow Springs Road, looking at the ghost gate that led to the gate of hell, and had already laid out a plan in his mind. He discovered a loophole in the rules of hell, a loophole that stemmed from the very creation of hell, but it has been ignored by all generations of the netherworld. This loophole was that the power of the rules of hell was not perfect enough and there were some deficiencies. Zhang Daoi decided to utilize his power to fill in these deficiencies and strengthen the power of rules. He took a deep breath and concentrated, releasing the spiritual energy in his body through his palms, turning it into a ray of light, which were exceptionally bright in the netherworld. As Zhang Daoi's power was injected, the rules of hell began to change subtly. Those rules that were originally ambiguous gradually became clear, and those imperfections were remedied little by little. However, Zhang Daoi was not satisfied with this. He decided to enter the game with his body and personally participate in the rule-making of hell as a way to strengthen the power of rules. He penetrated into all corners of the hell, observed the enforcement of the law by the netherworlders, listened to the demands of the ghosts, and looked for shortcomings in the rules and improved them. With Zhang Daoi's efforts, the power of the rules of hell became stronger and stronger, and those holes are gradually being filled. And Zhang Daoi was also recognized and respected by the hell because he had strengthened the power of rules and became an important figure in the hell. With his help, the order of hell became more stable. Those unjust souls were appeased, and those evil spirits became more restrained because they feared the power of the rules. 61. Re-entering the earth. I am the true god. Biological mutations at the bottom of the sea. Evil spirits invade. Celestial Master Zhang Dao had a pair of eyes like electricity, deep and elite. He was dressed in white robes and held a red gold immortal sword like a rainbow streaming cloud, gleams crimson when exposed to natural light. He steps into the chess game, one step at a time, towards the black and white opposition. Surrounded by eerie, bleak graveyards, the ground covered by thick, thousand-year-old skeletons, it was terrifying and silent. The black and white pieces intertwine on the board's arched marble countertop, forming a giant chess game made up of yin and yang. From the perspective of Tianzhi Zhang Daoi, the whole game was like a foggy maze that one could not get started, and the uncountable ghosts that surrounded them were more like dancing on the souls of those who seemed to still be alive. Speaking of the opposition between death and life, in the sky, the Milky Way is blue and the stars are dotted. This reality is so similar to the game of chess, it precisely reflects the subtle relationships of the universe. Tianzhi Zhang Dao stepped onto the chessboard one by one. He relied on his own clarity and unique aptitude to slowly unravel the mysteries of the game, one step closer to victory. However, unfortunately, he made a mistake and was seen by his opponent to be in crisis. He narrowed himself down and steadied the danger. The process is as exciting as the path of life and the journey of adventure into the game of chess. In the end, after several days and nights of intense fighting, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi finally managed to keep the game of chess together, filling in the gaps for the Heavenly Dao and contributing to the rules of hell. His heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment and joy. It was also realized that people's lives are like this chess game, one step at a time. Each step has its importance, and failure may just be the beginning of a successful endeavor. The ghostly roads of hell are silent. Heavenly Master Zhang Dao's handsome face was covered in sweat. His body was entwined with thunder and lightning, as if he was fighting against the heavens. His fingers kept waving and arranging a formation, as if he was preparing for the upcoming battle. Behind him, King Yama, dressed in a cold black robe, stood indifferently, as gusts of eerie hissing sounds emanated from the mouths of the 10,000 ghosts around him. In front of the Yellow Springs Road, a dismal scene, an eerie aura enveloped the entire space, and many dead bodies fell on the ground, some with bloody heads and some with bloody chests, so that people did not dare to look directly at them. And in the midst of this amazing sight, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi was ready to face that life and death battle from the old man in the bucket hat. The 10,000 ghosts silently lined up on either side, looking reverently at King Yama. Only a few officials from the 10 temples of Yama led by Yen Luo remained standing solemnly in place, waiting for Zhang Daoi's arrival. Graffiti walls, surrounded by eerie and gruesome images depicting haunted nightmares. Yama tirelessly propelled the heavy wheelbarrow in his hand as it rolled, the whirring sound dull but eerie. In the presence of Yama, the wheelbarrow slides silently across the graffiti, approaching the arrival at the central palace. At the entrance of the central palace, Zhang Daoi looked very small, but his shriveled body exuded an unspeakable power. A light layer of clouds and mist diffused under his feet, as if it were a fairyland. His calm eyes seemed to be able to see through the tattered remnants of everything that was floating around, making Yen Luo and the 10,000 ghosts even more endlessly respectful. King Yama stood up and rose, calming the shock that had deterred the crowd in his heart. He personally stepped forward and came face to face with Zhang Daoi, grandly proclaiming, "The deceased has passed away. Zhang Daoi, your body and mind have already suffered from the 7 essentials of the 9 ghosts. Today, you have returned." Zhang Daoi slightly opened his eyes and revealed a warm smile. At this point he was no longer the agonizing ghost. He slowly got up and turned away, the 10,000 ghosts disappearing into his form in an instant. The sun was burning hot and warm, and the cloud that drifted with the wind in the distant sky drifted gradually into that gloomy place in hell. For a long time, that cloud still floated, like a beloved princess, chasing the magic sunset until it was tinted with a brilliant reddish hue. At this moment, Yen Luo and the 10,000 ghosts froze, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and grief. In this mysterious and beautiful place, flowers in all seasons grow and flourish in a vast expanse of sky and earth. The sunlight reveals a silvery white river flowing under a blue sky. Here the living are at ease and relaxed, and death is no longer an endless agony, but a quiet whisper from hope and wonder. With Zhang Daoi's descent, the heavens and earth instantly became collapsed as a chaotic darkness enveloped the sky. The wind rolled through, and the sound of powerful crossbows echoed continuously. Those who were inside the building suddenly felt a strong shudder and looked up in horror to observe the vision in the sky. As he watched, the clouds around the sky became weird under Zhang Daoi's influence, taking on strange colors and shapes. Just then, those giant buildings that had been solid as gold for thousands of years began to shake violently, cracks constantly appearing on their surfaces as if they might be completely knocked down at any moment. Even more incredibly, a crack began to appear in the ground. In an instant, these cracks directly expanded into an abyss, intermingled with the aura of flames and destruction, and came crashing down. People cried out miserably as they stood in the flames of the giant buildings clicking. The havoc brought about by Zhang Daoi's descent was even more terrifying than people had imagined, and it was still going on. All was wrapped up in that imposing gaze, which became more and more shocking. As one approached, the bright, blazing light surrounded one, giving one the feeling that one was about to be swallowed up, a catastrophe that destroyed an entire city, and people's hearts. This was the scene of Zhang Daoyi's descent, mysterious, frightening, yet irreplaceable, so that the land would never be the same again. Late night, the waning moon is like a hook, the winds of darkness roar. In a deserted ancient temple, the female ghost in red hissed and demanded for her life. Her fingertips flashed with an eerie green light, summoning several ghost kings, and the iron-armored ghost generals decimated the wailing beings. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, dressed in Taoist robes and holding a thunderstaff, striding with a divine light on his face, confronted this evil spirit infestation head-on. He recited under his breath, drawing out the power of thunder that was deeply hidden within his body, and with his Taoist staff raised high, the power of thunder gathered into a ball, transforming into a bright electric light that shone towards the red-clothed female ghost. The red-clothed female ghost's eyes showed a ferocious light, and she waved her hands out, and all of a sudden, the ghastly winds rose up and the ghostly aura filled the air, and dozens of ghost kings came out in response to the sound, and pounced towards Zhang Dao. The ghost king was draped in battle armor and held a ghost blade with a cold, murderous light. Zhang Daoi's cold eyes stared and he waved his staff like thunder. The thunderstaff transformed into a ray of thunder and struck the ghost king directly. Each thunderbolt contained the power of destruction, and the sound of breaking air was deafening. The ghost kings resisted, but they were still struck by the thunder, their ghost power shattering and turning into nothingness. Seeing this, the female ghost in red was enraged, and with a swing of her hands, she summoned an even more powerful ghost general, and the iron-armored ghost general held a ghost gun, the tip of which was permeated with a ghostly blue cold light, and shot towards Zhang Dao. Zhang Daoi lightly shouted as his thunderstaff violently turned, and the thunder transformed into a huge thunder shield that protected his entire body. When the ghost gun was shot, there was a flash of electricity on the thunder shield, which instantly shook the ghost gun into pieces. Seeing this, the red-clothed female ghost was horrified. Not having thought that Tianchi Zhang Dao's magic power was so profound, she growled angrily and summoned even more powerful ghost servants, trying to win in numbers. However, Zhang Daoi's expression remained unchanged as the thunderstaff in his hand danced, forming a thunder formation and trapping the red-clothed female ghost as well as her ghost servant in the formation. When the thunder touched, the ghost servant was instantly dispersed by the thunder and turned into nothingness. The red-clothed female ghost's face was pale, knowing that there was no hope of a further battle. Under gritted teeth, she turned into a red light and fled into the night. Cheng Feng is a billionaire who just made a fortune in the mall, but this day, he encountered something that made him tremble. Evil spirits have invaded his mansion and made him afraid to go home. Cheng Feng is helplessly looking for help. Eventually I heard of the great name of Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was a celestial master, reputed to be able to communicate with ghosts and gods. Cheng Feng did not hesitate to ask Zhang Daoi for help. Zhang Daoi descended into the mansion and after inspecting it, he found the evil spirit lurking in the living room. Zhang Daoi gazed at his concentration and held the Buddha beads as he began to recite the incantation. Gradually, the air in the living room became strange, and a strong aura filled the air. Suddenly, only the candlesticks in the living room lit up with eerie green flames, and black smoke filled the room, seemingly drowning everyone in it. However, Zhang Daoi was not afraid in the slightest, reciting the Buddhist scriptures in his mind with a quiet and self-contained demeanor. Gradually, the black smoke dissipated and a foul odor hit his nose. At that moment, a malevolent ghost form appeared in the living room, with an evil red light flashing in its eyes. Zhang Daoi looked up at the sound and immediately stretched out his right hand toward the evil spirit and drank 3 life stones, only to see a green tortoiseshell stone suddenly emerge from Zhang Daoi's right palm. The stone trembled slightly along with the natural dazzle of light. The stone released a misty glow that gradually enveloped the living room. The evil spirit seemed to sense something and let out a mournful shrill whistle before disappearing. The stench dissipated and the mansion was restored to its original appearance. Thanking Zhang Daoi for his assistance, Cheng Feng bowed deeply. This time, thanks to your help. Zhang Daoi smiled. When people's hearts are good, they are naturally blessed. Zhang Daoi put away his staff into his sheath, and the surrounding area was silent. Only the place where he stood, the aftermath of the thunder still echoed, and the battle was declared over. Holding a dragon beard fan, Zhang Daoi stepped forward and pushed forward with his extended palm. The inflamed wind bulged and swept away the ghostly qi inside the house, and tranquility was once again restored inside Chen Tianxiao's house. Suddenly, a black mist gushed out from the corner of the wall and turned into a ghostly shadow that flew over. Zhang Daoi leaped several steps in a row and dodged the attack by virtue of his lightness. Then, Zhang Daoi backhandedly took out the Murdoch hammer with a mighty look. The ghostly shadow let out a mournful cry and lunged at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi sidestepped and avoided it. grabbed the ghost shadow's clothes, murmured, and with a sigh, the land-walking whale bone in his hand, instantly changed into countless inch-sized purple balls of light, and the ghost shadow cried out, and was instantly knocked into powder. Suddenly, a group of ghostly shadows came from nothing and immediately surrounded Zhang Daoyi. At the sound of his voice, Zhang Daoyi directly performed the dual axioms of night-walking spirit and spiritine gang, and stabbed the head of the ghosts with his fire-pointed spear, and the ghosts had nowhere to hide, and one by one, they all flew into ashes. The entire battle was a bit incredibly powerful, and in a trance, Zhang Daoyi had managed to expel all the ghosts. Super warriors, dressed in red battle armor, are over 2 meters tall and as lean as they look. He was muscular, with chain-like tattoos around his waist, and at the moment, his face was dark and imposing. He took control of the fire attribute power and clenched his left hand into a fist. A red flame flashed in his hand, burning and scorching the air around him. Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, had a slender figure and a cold face. He frowned slightly at the sight of the super soldier, then said slowly, "Why are you here?" The super soldier grunted, not showing any weakness. "I'll do what you want to do but can't." Zhang Daoyi, however, looked indifferent and said, "What is it?" With a gritted look on his face, the super soldier said, "Extremists are wreaking havoc in this city, and I'm here to destroy them." Zhang Daoyi smiled bashfully and said, "You don't have to worry about this, we have a way to solve it." Anger flared in the super soldier's heart and he glared, "I'm here to solve this problem without your meddling." Zhang Daoyi glanced at him and said with slight contempt, "Do you think you can solve everything by yourself? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you have the ability." The super soldier was momentarily speechless, not knowing how to retort. Zhang Daoyi turned around and left. He frowned and looked at his distant back with indignation. Perhaps, one is really too self-righteous. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the alien creature stood face to face. Zhang Daoyi stood poised, lightly stepping on the ground, his right hand clenched into a fist, his left hand held in a false grip. The alien creature shook its body rapidly and let out a piercing hiss. Zhang Daoyi immediately launched an attack, his right hand violently sending out a phoenix punch towards the alien creature's face. The alien creature lightly sidestepped the phoenix punch and instantly launched a counterattack. Without making the slightest stop, Zhang Daoyi's left foot flew up and kicked the alien creature's left waist with a purple electricity kick. The alien creature used the momentum to leap and grab Zhang Daoyi's throat with both hands, which Zhang Daoyi dodged to avoid. Subsequently, Zhang Daoyi executed a closed-door catch palm, directly hitting the alien creature's chest. The alien creature was sent flying out by the vicious earthquake, but it quickly stood up and began to stare closely at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi, however, was not the least bit afraid as he began to recite an incantation, and a demonic aura appeared as he performed the 9 turns of Xiangong. The body began to glow slightly, and with a clap of his hands out of thin air, a powerful energy shot towards the alien creature. The alien creature rushed towards Zhang Daoyi, his hands emitting a foul-smelling turquoise gas that made people want to vomit. Zhang Daoyi's eyes gleamed as he sharply executed the Huangliang Dream. The long sword in his hand transformed into a golden lotus instantly coiled around his body as if it were a swimming dragon wrapping around his body, dissolving all of the alien creature's attacks. Finally, a powerful aura was released from Zhang Daoyi's body, which instantly seemed to break through the heavens. The aura fell like a pillar of heaven, shaking the alien creature to the ground. The alien creature hissed in pain, but could no longer stand. Zhang Dao laughed it off with a shocking power that sent chills down one's spine. The octopus's body is different from a human's. With 8 thick tentacles, they encircle their bodies, creating a powerful suction whenever their tentacles swing. As the octopus stepped into the ground, they began to look for humans they could capture. They grabbed humans with their tentacles and pull them into their bellies. Their large eyes are fixed on the humans and they are quick to attack. They grab humans with their tentacles and pull them into their bellies. They tear into humans with their sharp teeth and eat their flesh clean. Octopuses are exceptionally strong and they can resist human attacks. They kill humans by piercing their bodies with their sharp tentacles. They walk around on the ground looking for more prey. They keep eating people and become more and more powerful. Humans were terrified of these mutated octopuses and began trying to find ways to fight them. They started trying to make poisons, but these were useless against the octopus. Eventually, humans had to use high-tech weapons to fight these mutant octopuses. They started using rocket launchers and laser guns, but these weapons were also ineffective against the octopus. 62. Who dares to remain undefeated? Who dares to claim invincibility? Zhang Daoyi became immortal in the flesh. The octopus was originally black and white in color with straight tentacles. It devours an evil jellyfish and slowly mutates. The mutated octopus turquoise body was covered with poisonous spikes and its tentacles became curved and evil. As it roamed the ocean floor, the sea creatures around it shied away as the evil aura it gave off was intimidating. The night was low, the sky was dark with clouds, and the sound of thunder was faintly heard. Zhang Daoyi stood on the abandoned dock with the mutated octopus monster in front of him. Its tentacles, like iron whips, danced through the air, carrying gusts of wind and tiny gravel with them. Zhang Dawi took a deep breath, his internal energy boiling inside his body like a dragon's roar. His fists clenched tightly, glinting with a cold aura. He slowly walked towards the monster, each step seeming to shatter the void with a dull thud. When the monster saw this, a ferocious light flashed in its eyes, and its 8 tentacles were like sharp swords, sweeping across towards Zhang Dawi. Zhang Dawi did not retreat but advanced, and his left fist struck out with a thunderous momentum. The fist collided with the tentacle with a crisp pop, and the tentacle was shaken slightly, but did not break. Zhang Dawi continuously threw punches. Each punch contained deep internal force. The wind of the punch was harsh and powerful. However, the tentacles of the monster octopus had become exceptionally tough after the mutation, and ordinary attacks were difficult to cause substantial damage. Zhang Dawi frowned slightly as he knew that this battle would not be easy. He was light on his feet, roaming around the monster like a swimming dragon, looking for a break. Suddenly, Zhang Dawi's right leg lashed out, kicking at the monster's abdomen like a tiger descending from a mountain. This time, his leg momentum carried a stern chi force that struck the monster straight in the vitals. The tentacles attempted to resist, but they were directly torn apart by Zhang Dawi's internal energy, and the suckers on the tentacles were shaken out like kites off their strings. The monster roared in pain as its 8 tentacles danced wildly in the air, trying to trap Zhang Dawi. However, Zhang Dawi was like floating on water, easily dodging the tentacles as his body flickered. Each dodge was as close as dancing on the tip of a knife. The battle lasted for several minutes, and Zhang Dawi had already seen through the monster's tricks after its mutation. In between one of the tentacle swings, he found an opportunity to bring his right fist with internal force right into the monster's heart. The monster let out a mournful hiss in agony, and its huge body shook in the air, eventually landing heavily on the ground, motionless. As the dust of the battle settled, Zhang Dawi stood on top of the monster's corpse, gasping for breath, but with a triumphant gleam in his eyes. He knew that this was only a small victory, and that more unknown dangers were waiting to challenge him, but at least, he managed to repel the enemy in front of him, bringing the battle to a close. And the danger, soon to come. Within Heavenly Fortune City, the Corpse King suddenly appeared, leading countless corpses to wreak havoc in the city. The people of the city were terrified and fled in all directions. The Corpse King's body was huge, with thick limbs, rotting flesh hanging from his face, and his eyes were hollow, emitting an eerie aura. It led the corpses, some with missing arms and legs, some with rotted faces, but still ferocious, hunting down the people in the city. The city was in chaos, with people running in all directions, crying and begging for help. The corpses, led by the Corpse King, chased each other and tore the people in the city to pieces. The buildings in the city also collapsed under their destruction, and the entire city was thrown into chaos. The Corpse King stood at the highest point in the city, overlooking its territory as countless corpses continued to wreak havoc in the city under its command. The people in the city had nowhere to run but to fight the Corpse King and his men. The smell of gunpowder filled the air as the flameshifter confronted the Corpse King. The Flame Exalt's right hand was raised, and the flames slowly spread along his arm, eventually forming a blazing mass of flames, just like a blazing sun. The Corpse King dodged forward, his hands turning into giant palms of skulls, wanting to knock the flameshifter down with one punch. Flame Psychic Transverse Dodge. In the air with the help of exhaust pipe jump instantly fall. Body issued a bang sound, like a lightning, a foot on the Corpse King abdomen. Then, the Flame Exalt let out another bellow, and with a flip of his palm, as if by magic, countless small fireballs burst out from his palm, casting them towards the Corpse King. Although the Corpse King was jumping up and down, it was still difficult to avoid being hit by the fireballs, receiving heavy blows one after another. The Flame Alien utilized the moment when the Corpse King decelerated, and suddenly made a forward dash, narrowed his hands into fists, and threw a fierce punch at the Corpse King. This punch move was rich in variations, originating from the Flame Exalt's flame technique, incorporating the element of the sun. With the Flame Exalt's ability to make the power of the flames materialize with a single thought, it was like a wall of heat waves rushing over, and the Corpse King couldn't withstand it and flew backwards. The flame shifter retracted his palm once more, hinting at the powerful force in his hand, and smiled at the necromancer. The flame warrior burned with monstrous fury and stormed towards the incoming Corpse King. He flailed his hands vigorously, interlacing them with heat-drenched punching and kicking moves, each of which seemed to carry his deepest rage. At that moment, the flame warrior suddenly leapt more than a meter into the air, a flame pattern ushering in his heels, and as he landed, the flames beneath his feet quickly sped up and attacked the Corpse King. The Corpse King, however, was in no hurry to be unremitting, and at the last instant of the flame warrior's fall, his body suddenly retreated, skillfully avoiding the move. Then, he reached out violently, and a strong stream of air struck the flame warrior's back so vigorously that the flame warrior bent over in pain. Unable to move, the Corpse King took the opportunity to explode upwards with a punch, and the Flame Warrior couldn't dodge it and fell to the ground. The Corpse King let out a hoarse and vicious laugh while preparing to attack again, but when he saw the twisted look on the Flame Warrior's face, it suddenly dawned on him, this fight wasn't over. Zhang Daoyi fought with the Corpse King, and the Corpse King waved his left hand. A demonic aura filled the air, trying to pull Zhang Daoyi into the demonic path. Zhang Daoyi's heart moved. The original fighting chi had already been internalized by him, and he instantly made a move of chakra vertical and horizontal, which converged into a void chi force and struck at the Corpse King. The Corpse King's left arm dropped down and then flipped to the right, slapping a palm in the air towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's body spun around and dodged the Corpse King's palm. Then, he let out a long whistle and once again, he gathered his chi and made a move of windy sleeve rolling and rushed towards the Corpse King. The Corpse King did not retreat or avoid, blocking in front of Zhang Daoyi. His right palm slapped directly at Zhang Daoyi's right arm. Zhang Dao leapt up and used the momentum to retreat, while his body was like flying, instantly arriving in front of the Corpse King again. At this moment, Zhang Dao sidestepped, and before the Corpse King could react, his fist-flying dragon in the sky violently erupted. However, the Corpse King did not avoid or retreat, and between his palms, he dissipated all of Zhang Daoyi's fist winds. Then the Corpse King's figure flashed, and the soul-returning strike struck towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi was busy withdrawing his strength and returning to his stance, but the Corpse King was so powerful that he was able to neutralize all of Zhang Daoyi's attacks. The battle was fierce, and finally Zhang Daoyi defeated the Corpse King with a 1,000-bone shattering skybreak. The night was like ink, and under the dome of the sky, the white bone Corpse King stood before the deserted ancient temple. His body was made of countless white bones spliced together, as if it was a moving mountain of corpses. There seemed to be ghosts wailing in his eyes, and the morose coldness drove people straight to the bone marrow. And Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, a Taoist robe hidden in the moonlight, held a yellow paper talisman, which was densely written with strange charms. His face was serious, his eyes were tightly closed, and he was reciting words under his breath, a picture of profound Taoism. As Zhang Daoyi's incantation fell, the aura in the air fluctuated, and a faint light barrier emerged in front of him, as if it could ward off all evil spirits and demons. When the white bone Corpse King saw this, he grinned, revealing his eerie white bones. Suddenly, an invisible aura erupted from the bones of his entire body, pouncing on Zhang Daoyi like a windswept cloud. Spell seal 10,000 realms. Zhang Dao's eyes opened. A brilliant light shot out from his eyes, and the talisman in his hand shook violently. Instantly, the yellow paper transformed into a stream of golden runes, winding toward the white bone Corpse King in an attempt to suppress it. However, the white bone Corpse King acted as if he had already anticipated this scene. His figure was like a ghost, wandering between the runes. He actually avoided most of the suppression, leaving only a few runes barely clinging to his body. Zhang Daoyi frowned as he knew that it would be difficult to deal with an existence like the white bone Corpse King with the power of talismans alone. Thus, he took a deep breath, clasped his hands together, and recited the true words under his breath. As the aura around his body converged and transformed into an even more majestic force, heaven and earth transformation technique. Zhang Daoyi's voice was deafening. The aura between his body surged out like a torrent, forming a huge ball of light. It slammed straight into the white bone Corpse King. The white bone Corpse King was not to be underestimated. As the bones in his entire body shook violently, a black gas erupted from his mouth, forming a huge bone shield that hardened and blocked the ball of light. Where the two collided, the air seemed to be torn apart, and a violent collision of light and black erupted between the ball of light and the bone shield, with light splattering in all directions and black gas filling the air, making the scene extremely frightening. However, as time passed, cracks began to appear in the ball of light, and the black gas was gradually dissipating. Zhang Daoyi's face gradually became grave as he realized that it would be difficult to completely defeat the white bone Corpse King by relying on his arts alone, and that he had to find its true weakness. When the white bone Corpse King saw this, he grinned, as if he had smelled victory. His bones around his body were like sharp swords as he rushed towards Zhang Daoyi. Just in the nick of time, Zhang Daoyi suddenly closed his eyes, and with a flash of light in his mind, he seemed to have captured where the white bone Corpse King's true weakness was. In the next instant, he silently recited the true words in his mouth, and his hands quickly formed a seal, and an even more blazing ball of light, carrying all of his strength and hope, rushed toward the white bone Corpse King. Zhang Daoyi stood on top of the wasteland, and the white bone Corpse King in front of him towered like a mountain, exuding a stern aura. There seemed to be a flash of light in the white bone Corpse King's eyes, which then turned into dead silence, as if he had already sensed Zhang Daoyi's threat. Boom! With a loud sound, the white bone Corpse King slapped out his palm, which was actually like a giant peak crashing into the ground, carrying the momentum of shattering the void. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged as his internal energy flowed through his body and quietly coalesced in his fist, like a shuttling meteor. He passed through the White Bone Corpse King's attack and punched directly into the White Bone Corpse King's chest. Ka-ching! A piece of bone armor on the chest of the White Bone Corpse King cracked with a sound, and the white bones were scattered and splattered by Zhang Daoi's internal energy. However, the White Bone Corpse King didn't seem to be affected too much, and there seemed to be some kind of mysterious power in its body repairing the wounds. Zhang Daoi retracted his fist, and a glint flashed in his eyes. He knew that the White Bone Corpse King's power originated from the fiendish qi within its body, and he had to find the source in order to truly defeat it. So he mouthed a silent incantation and his fingers made seals in the air, and a rune rotated in the air like a windmill, forming a knot of spells. The White Bone Corpse King sensed the threat, and his bone claws swung violently, a chilling aura rushing straight into the spell boundary. However, Zhang Daoi's complexion remained unchanged. He knew that the power of a jutsu lay in guidance and control, not hard-hitting. With a flick of his sleeve, the art boundary flexed back like a stream of water, diffusing the White Bone Corpse King's attack. Break! Zhang Daoi let out a long whistle, and the jutsu boundary shook violently, like a thunderclap, and pressed toward the White Bone Corpse King. The White Bone Corpse King seemed to have felt an unprecedented crisis, and a trace of panic was actually revealed in its empty eye sockets. Zhang Daoi clenched his fists as he gazed at the White Bone Corpse King in front of him. He knew that this battle was not a small one and that he had to go all out. The White Bone Corpse King's hands were filled with skeletons as he lunged towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi quickly retreated and dodged the attack, swinging his fist backhandedly at the White Bone Corpse King's head. The White Bone Corpse King couldn't dodge in time and quietly lost track. Zhang Daoi frowned tightly and looked around vigilantly. Suddenly, he felt a cool air coming at him, and he was so alarmed that he hurriedly veered to the right. A gust of wind came from his right side, and the White Bone Corpse King failed to attack again. Zhang Daoi was on guard without letting up, his mind quickly thinking about his next move. He prepared to use techniques to attack the White Bone Corpse King. Just as he bent his body to prepare for the next attack, the White Bone Corpse King launched a flexible attack. Zhang Daoi decided to abandon his plan and quickly backed up, dodging the attack once again. Zhang Daoi took a breath, adjusted his breathing, and his whole body gathered strength in preparation for a counterattack. His body rushed towards the White Bone Corpse King like a cannonball. His punches were swift and accurate, and the White Bone Corpse King was categorically difficult to resist. Zhang Daoi was overjoyed and kept attacking. The White Bone Corpse King felt a huge pressure and retreated again. Zhang Dao showed a smile on his face, but he did not expect that the White Bone Corpse King still had one last strike. The White Bone Corpse King transformed into a puff of gray smoke and attacked Zhang Daoi, who was shocked to find it impossible to dodge. He turned violently, held out his hands, and inhaled the entire gray smoke. Zhang Daoi felt his energy draining drastically, and he realized that there was only one way to defeat the White Bone Corpse King. He unleashed his bludgeoning technique, creating a huge energy rebound, and the White Bone Corpse King once again transformed into gray smoke and disappeared into the air. Zhang Daoi took a deep breath and returned to normal. The whole fight was over. Finally, with a deafening shattering sound, the White Bone Corpse King seemed to be struck by a heavenly thunderbolt as his entire body trembled violently before it began to disintegrate. Zhang Daoi withdrew his spell, and the huge body of the White Bone Corpse King slowly fell in the air, finally turning into countless fragments and dissipating above the wasteland. Zhang Daoi stood still, his eyes like lightning, knowing that this was just a small victory in an endless journey, but he believed that as long as he was dedicated to monasticism, one day, it will be possible to step through the haze and see the light. The White Bone Corpse King fell. Just at the moment the White Bone Corpse King fell, Zhang Daoi lashed out and slammed the weapon in his hand down. For a while, the air was filled with a heavy scent of blood, and the screams of ghouls echoed across the battlefield. After the White Bone Corpse King fell, Zhang Daoi did not stop as he continued to wield his weapon and abuse the ghouls that attempted to pounce on him. Suddenly, a ghastly wind blew through when a new Corpse King appeared on the battlefield. He was even taller and more terrifying than the Corpse King he had encountered before. The Corpse King let out a gloomy roar and lunged at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi did not hesitate to meet them, and the two of them engaged in a battle. The Corpse King's power was so strong that Zhang Daoi was almost suppressed in a passive situation. Sin Corpse King's name is Du Poison, originally a former dynasty martial arts masters, walking in the Jianghu, sweeping people scared, but before his death, he had saved up too many sins, and after his death, he was actually possessed by a demonic energy and turned into a body covered in violent rage. Zhang Daozing acquired Taijiquan, a profound and versatile martial art. When he fought the sinful Corpse King, he demonstrated the 13 hands taught by Tai Chi master Yang Luchan. Wang Dao saw through his calm demeanor the moves that several experts had once displayed. He eyed the Corpse King as he built up his strength to pounce, and his hand rose and fell. Suddenly, the violence increases steeply, and the stance instantly turns outward and inward, which is the dangerous situation in Taijiquan. The Corpse King was furious. His body swayed, raised his hands and slapped at Zhang Dao at the same time. This move was called 9 turns of clear snow, which was so aggressive that it was difficult to avoid it even by taking 2 steps back. Wang Dao pranced over, clasped his right hand to his left hand, and accepted the Corpse King's attack with the split point style, naturally changing his attack from backward to forward. Immediately afterward, he displayed the walking steps without losing momentum of Taiji fighting style, and robustly swung his Aurora-style palm, knocking the Corpse King back several steps. The Corpse King was getting more and more aggressive in the battle, and Zhang Daoi's eyes were observing the 6 directions and ears were listening in all directions. His mind was like water, so he responded calmly and met the Corpse King's overpowering attack. He used Taiji's Flare Sun style and palm-piercing style to chop down the Corpse King's outgoing palm, and quickly activated Warm as Jade. The move is called Broken Dog Chopper, which is a surprise attack towards the Corpse King's incoming moves, hitting his body precisely. The Corpse King fell back dozens of steps and pressed heavily against a tree stump. In an instant, the smoke dispersed and the corpse stood still, because it is a formless, lifeless corpse, taught by Zhang Dao to be an ugly demonic body. The sinful Corpse King of the 10,000 has ceased to appear in public. Zhang Daoi tightly gripped the sword in his hand and faced the sinful Corpse King with austerity. The Corpse King opened his huge bloody mouth and lunged towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Dao spat out the truth in one mouth, and an intense golden light instantly erupted above the sword, directly bouncing the Corpse King back. The Corpse King roared angrily and lunged at Zhang Daoi once again. This time, however, Zhang Daoi no longer backed down and charged straight up. He performed the fist and foot stance of breaking airstrike, a stance he had learned from the Jianghu. The moves came from an old-timer who had defeated countless enemies. The Corpse King's body swayed as he attempted to avoid Zhang Daoi's attack, but Zhang Daoi's punches and kicks were too fast for him to dodge. The punches and kicks directly hit the Corpse King's body, and in an instant, the Corpse King was knocked into a pile of flesh and blood. Zhang Daoi put away his sword and let out a long sigh. This battle had cost him a tremendous amount of energy. From then on, only between the underworld and death was it possible to see this appalling being. 63. Kill through the thunderbolt. Heaven and earth are in great mourning. This is an immortal, celestial master. Zhang Daoi stood on top of the high platform. His face was grave and his robes were windless. His eyes were tightly closed and he was chanting under his breath, as if he was seeking power from heaven and earth. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, and a golden light burst out from his brow, and with his gesture, the golden light condensed into a huge golden phoenix in the air. The phoenix spread its wings, and each of its wing beats brought up a strong current of air, causing the air around it to tremble. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he felt an unprecedented amount of power surging into his body. He stretched out his palm, and a huge lotus flower suddenly appeared in the sky, which slowly bloomed and emitted a strong fragrance. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's entire body was wrapped in a lotus flower, and he felt his body changing rapidly. His physical body was gradually transforming into an immortal body. He couldn't help but feel a sense of pride in his heart. He felt that he had transcended the world and become a true immortal. In the end, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's entire body transformed into a golden light. His physical body had completely become immortal as he transformed into a golden stream of light and flew towards the sky. The heavenly tribulation descended, and the vast thunder roared as if it was going to make the entire world tremble. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged as he recited the scriptures in his chest and the French language in his heart, using his physical body as a guide to channel the power of heaven and earth. One could only see the magnificent scenery around them and the frequent occurrence of visions. The first vision, a huge golden dragon coiled in the sky, shook the people. Its body was like a mountain, and its scales glistened. Each dragon whisker is so lifelike that it seems to be able to dance. In the second vision, a radiant purple lotus blossomed, emanating a mysterious aura from the heart of the flower. The light emanating from the purple lotus flower was able to penetrate everything, and even the raging thunderbolt could not resist it. The third vision, a phoenix with a red body, flew high. Its feathers were like flames, incomparably beautiful. The phoenix's eyes shone with intelligence, as if it was watching everything in the world. The fourth vision, a huge scroll, hung above the sky. The painting has magnificent mountains and rivers in many characters, as if telling an ancient legend. In the center of the scroll, a mysterious figure sat on top of an immortal stone, holding an immortal weapon, revealing wisdom and depth between his brows. The source of these four visions is unknown, but the manifestation is unforgettable, as if foreshadowing some irreversible destiny. In the midst of this raging heavenly calamity, Zhang Daoi would use his life to prove the perfect fusion of magical power and physical body. Zhang Daoi became immortal in the flesh and stood in front of the crowd, glowing with energy and vigor. His face was flushed, his eyes gleaming, and he exuded an unspeakably powerful aura. The crowd looked dumbfounded, their hearts incomparably shocked. Zhang Daoi lifted his steps slightly. His body was agile, dodging under the thunderbolt's attack like a running cloud in water, like a dexterous ape, returning the attack with ease. Thunderjack's mighty fist wind attacked Zhang Daoi, Zhang Daoi dodged and avoided it, storing up his strength to make a leap, and his hands executed a shocking means. A fiery red sword she instantly cut through the sky, fiercely chopping towards Thunderjack. Thunderjack roared. A huge Xuanwu palm stretched out and fiercely slapped, instantly transforming into a large glazed mountain, a powerful magnetic field spreading in all directions. Zhang Daoi laughed coldly and took a step in front of the Thunderjack. His left hand pointed and a purple electricity gushed out from his fingertip, instantly shattering the Thunderjack's huge glazed palm. Zhang Daoi did not give the Thunderjack a chance to catch his breath and struck again. A blood-red blade transformed into a rain of blood in the sky and swept towards the Thunderjack. Thunderjack couldn't dodge in time, and was hit heavily by the blade awnings. Blood flew across the ground, and his body collided fiercely on the ground. A wretched and miserable state. Zhang Daoi slightly trembled his arms. His eyes were bloodshot as he gazed at the fallen Thunderjack and coldly and mercilessly spat out a sentence. Defeated. Panting and struggling to stand up, Thunderjack looked up to the sky and whistled. Today's hatred will be avenged in the coming day. Zhang Daoi nodded and turned to leave. Behind him, the Thunderjack's hate-filled gaze was still chasing his figure. A wave of unwilling anger rising. Zhang Daoi and the sky were engaged in a thrilling battle in the air, with thunder and lightning intertwining, and sword lights and shadows shining brightly and dazzlingly. The two figures crisscrossed and soared violently, and their slow momentum suddenly turned as if they were about to collide. Zhang Daoi held a long sword, surrounded by a rich green aura, as if he could control the wind and rain and dissolve everything. The sky, on the other hand, was mysterious and unpredictable, filled with the fervor of flames, and the lightning staff held in its hand erupted with eye-catching light, as if it could destroy everything. Zhang Daoi let out a stern cry as his long sword drew a magnificent arc. The silver-white sword light was like a dazzlingly sharp tornado that slashed directly towards the sky. Sky sneered and raised the staff in his hand. A bright light suddenly erupted from the staff, accompanied by a shocking sound, directly meeting Zhang Daoi's sword light. The two incredible forces instantly collided, only to hear a loud sound that resounded through the 9 heavens. The entire battlefield trembled, light overflowed, smoke and dust filled the air, and the figures of Zhang Daoi and the sky were instantly hidden in the rolling smoke and dust. After a long period of silence, a rich green light suddenly cut through the smoke and dust. Zhang Daoi slowly rose up, like an incomparable deity of valor, his cloak flying, his eyes like swords, and he tightly surrounded Sky, who had experienced the battlefield for a long time. The world is invincible. It's hard to defeat me, Zhang Daoi solemnly declared. Sky laughed and took out an ancient artifact, which was also the last card, Mang Dragon Sword. Satisfied, he stared straight at Zhang Daoi through a layer of inscrutable eyes, his brows indifferent and proud. What other capital do you have to defeat me? Sky boasted. Zhang Daoi also did not say anything. His right arm vibrated, and his heavy sword was like a hidden snake, suddenly shooting out violently and attacking the sky directly. The sky understood and held the Mang Dragon Sword with both hands, secretly urging it. 10,000 thunderbolts converged on the sword blade, cutting out an unprecedented shocking sword. This sword seemed to shatter the entire world. Zhang Daoi's and Sky's power erupted in this instant, and the entire planet trembled until both of them revealed a look of horror at the same time, and in the blink of an eye, they had already parted towards the two sides without a sound. Zhang Daoi and the heavenly Dao Laws engaged in a thrilling battle. Their powers collided with each other, and deafening roars continuously emanated from the air. Zhang Daoi exerted his mysterious feats, and the rays of light that were entangled with each other intertwined into a web, controlling the heavenly Dao Laws within it. However, the heavenly Dao Law was clearly more tenacious than he had imagined, able to withstand Zhang Daoi's attacks, time and time again. It was as if the contact would tear apart this heaven and earth. Just when Zhang Daoi felt as if he could not achieve victory, he seized the slightest opportunity and lightly dodged the heavenly Dao Law's attack, sending out a shocking move. Unwilling to be defeated, the heavenly Dao Law resisted Zhang Daoi's attack, supported by his powerful internal force. The power of this cup of water clashed, and the result was that both sides suffered amazing blows. The air between heaven and earth began to tumble and surge as incomparable yet terrifying power swept across the entire battlefield. The power of Zhang Daoi and the heavenly Dao Laws synthesized into a blazing ball in the blink of an eye, and the violent explosion instantly destroyed everything. After the destruction, the seemingly calm heaven and earth still seemed to be unable to recover, a blurred light playing out countless ancient tunes. Suddenly, Zhang Daoi's hands quickly clapped and a golden wave of light erupted from him. Zhang Daoi and the enemy rule force engaged in a fierce battle. The power of rules was a power that flowed through everything, able to dissolve all attacks and rebound them back, making it impossible for opponents to attack. Knowing the enemy's power, Zhang Daoi first utilized the Taiji stance, using static to control the power, skillfully transforming the power of the rules for his own use. Then, Zhang Daoi unleashed a jutsu Taiji Hua Tai. In an instant, the entire space was enveloped within him. The power of the rules bounced off nowhere, while Zhang Daoi's attacks rode on the momentum, like a raging storm, swift and fierce. The power of the technique continued to grow, forming a swirling, unceasing force that tore apart the force of the rules. The enemy instantly collapsed to the ground, and Zhang Daoi had claimed sole victory. The flying stiff crawled out of the ground, and the heaven and earth suddenly rained down countless thunder and lightning, shrouding the entire world in chaos, with deafening roars and electricity intertwined, making it impossible for people to see its true form. As the lightning gradually dispersed, the sky returned to calm, but the flying stiff didn't disappear. Instead, it became even more terrifying. Its body became abnormally large, and its skin turned into a rock-like texture that looked unbeatable. Then, the sky once again rained down a vision. This time, it was a huge light that directly illuminated the whole world, and people couldn't help but be attracted by the power. But when the light disappeared, people were surprised to find that they were no longer where they were, but had appeared in some completely unfamiliar place. This power, known as time warp, originates from the power of the flying stiffs, which allows people to travel through time and space to any era that once existed. As the power of the flying stiffs gradually increased, the visions in the sky also became more and more bizarre, from blue flames to pitch-black stone pillars to flickering nebulae, each of which represented a different state of space and time, making people feel shivering. The purple moon vision, said to originate from the purple moon in the sky. The purple moon vision is a rare celestial phenomenon that signals an impending major disaster. Black moon flying stiffs. Black moon flying stiffs crawling out of the ground is an ancient legend. It is said that in the bottomless earth, all kinds of evil spirits and devils reside, and the black moon flying stiff is one of the most vicious among them. The underground vision. The underground vision is after the black moon flying stiffs crawled out, a strange sight that travels from the ground to the surface. An underground vision is a very rare celestial phenomenon that signals that there may be unknown secrets deep within the earth. The names and origins of the three visions are derived from ancient legends and myths. Their appearance signaled the imminence of a major catastrophe and heralded the birth of new legends and myths. The identity and origin of King Choi's flying stiffs can be traced back hundreds of years. In Huizhou, there is a pinnacle sect whose leader is a flying stiff called King Chui. After Prince Chui awoke, a vision appeared in heaven and earth. The first vision was the 9 heavenly dragons chant. The sky was covered with clouds, and the sound of the dragons chant spread all over Huizhou. The second vision is the 10,000 swords returning to the fatherland, where sword chi spreads across Huizhou, forming a sword formation. Finally, the third vision is the heavenly collapse, in which thunder rolls in the sky as if the sky were collapsing. Under the influence of these three major visions, forces across Huizhou began to fight fiercely. The fight scene between Zhang Daoi and Prince Chui's flying stiffs was unusually intense. Zhang Daoi unleashed the infinite mixed palm. A huge wave of air instantly attacked Prince Chui's flying stiffness. Prince Chui's flying stiffness attempted to resist, but it was difficult to withstand Zhang Daoi's powerful attack, so he could only try his best to dodge. Zhang Daoi didn't miss any opportunity. He followed up with the Xian Tian desperate kick and violently kicked at Prince Chui's flying stiff chest. Prince Chui's flying stiffness couldn't avoid it, and he was hit by a heavy kick. A mouthful of black blood sprayed out of his mouth, and his body flew backward, falling hard on the ground. Seeing that the opportunity had arrived, Zhang Daoi immediately used the 9 revolutions dragon elephant kung fu, and his huge fist shadow blasted towards the head of Prince Chui's flying stiff. Prince Chui's flying stiffness tried to fend it off, but Zhang Daoi's attack was extremely fast. He could only try his best to dodge, but Zhang Daoi's punches were extremely precise, and he was still hit heavily. With a miserable scream, Prince Chui's flying stiff body flew backwards, blood gushing out from his 7 holes. He had been completely knocked out by Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi saw that his opponent was already unbeatable, so he took advantage of the situation to pursue the attack, and used the breaking air cracking shadow hands, and a powerful palm wind struck at the back of Prince Chui's flying stiffness. Prince Chui's flying stiffness groaned in pain as his body vacated backwards and fell straight into the ground. Zhang Daoi saw that his opponent was no longer capable of fighting before he withdrew his stance. The entire scene fell into silence, with only the pained moans of Prince Chui's flying stiffs echoing. At once, the air around them became distorted, as if it was torn apart by this powerful force. Turns out these were all illusions. It's all an illusion of the thunderbolt coming down. Scene extinguished. Heaven and earth collapsed. Everything is finally dead. People all but disappeared. Everything will be reduced to nothing. The crowd only felt a wave of heat coming over them, and they couldn't help but take a few steps back, their hearts in a state of shock and horror. Heaven and earth creation technique, someone exclaimed. The scenery around Zhang Daoi gradually became blurry, as if he was enveloped by a mysterious force. Immediately afterward, his figure began to become illusory, as if he would disappear in front of the crowd at any moment. What a powerful technique! The crowd marveled. Zhang Daoi suddenly stopped, his gaze falling on the crowd, his eyes filled with kindness. As he did, the air around him began to freshen, as if the field from earlier had disappeared. Master Zhang Daoi, That was awesome. Some couldn't help but clap their hands in praise. Master Zhang Daoyi, your divine power of creation is truly amazing, someone said excitedly. Zhang Daoyi smiled faintly, knowing that his performance had impressed everyone present. 64. Feathered and flying to immortality, ask heaven and earth who can win. I alone will not die or perish for all eternity. Zhang Daoyi closed his eyes and concentrated. His hands formed seals, and with the sound of his incantation, a huge altar gradually took shape in front of him. The altar was 10 meters tall, with a square base made up of 7,704 spirit stones, and the spirit energy gathered together to form a radiant glow. Above the altar, there were well-defined teleportation arrays on all four sides, connecting the altar to this world. Zhang Daoyi sat in the center of the altar, holding an ebony-colored immortal spirit heart in his hand as he slowly mobilized his spiritual energy. He chanted an enchantment incantation under his breath, and the heart of immortal spirit gradually emitted a rich aura that wrapped around Zhang Daoyi's body. Suddenly, the heart of immortal spirit released a blinding light. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daoyi's body had a stern look on it, and all of his body's musculoskeletal bones underwent a shocking change. He arose, his immortal aura streaked, his face solemn, his eyes full of compassion and power. The sky 3,000 zhang away suddenly crumbled apart, and an inexplicable might plunged almost the entire sky into a heavy oppression. Gradually, a fairy butterfly with white feathers fanning out descended from the sky and rested steadily on Zhang Daoyi's shoulder. Zhang Daoyi looked down at this immortal butterfly and smiled. It's not easy to ascend into immortality. Today you and I say goodbye with a bang. I don't know when we will meet. As these words fell, an intense purple light erupted around Zhang Daoyi as he soared away. Vast immortal chi covered the sky. Thunder danced, the wind howled, and the entire world seemed to tremble. The thunderbolt descended, and everything in heaven and earth was blown to smithereens. However, in the midst of this destruction, Zhang Daoyi's figure was like an immortal lotus that blossomed from it and gradually rose up. Zhang Dao was in the midst of a lightning calamity, with only thunder whistling around him. His face was grave as he calmly dealt with every incoming thunderbolt. His long golden hair was windless and his sleeves were hunting as if he was transformed into a thunder god. Suddenly, a powerful thunderbolt arrived furiously. Zhang Dao's eyes instantly became sharp as he sidestepped the thunderbolt and then blasted out with a fist, instantly destroying a thunderbolt. The thunderbolt followed closely. Zhang Dao once again dodged and dodged. Then his body rotated rapidly. His left arm directly blocked a thunderbolt. His right hand gripped the long sword tightly, and a sword stabbed and chopped straight down, breaking an electric light. Zhang Dao's figure was like electricity. His aura was getting stronger and stronger, and each of his moves and styles contained extremely strong lightning power, as if the god of thunder had descended to earth. The waves of thunderbolts were higher than the waves, and Zhang Dao kept waving the long sword in his hand, cutting down a shocking thunderbolt with each sword as his aura grew whiter and whiter. Finally, a super strong thunder formation struck, and instead of retreating, Zhang Dao directly dug into the thunderbolt, his entire body enveloped in lightning, as if he had transformed into a thunderbolt. Then, the raging thunderbolt fused with Zhang Dao and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A few moments later, Zhang Dao slowly walked out of the pitch-black thunderbolt, looking uninjured. His eyes were filled with infinite light, as if he had truly been favored by the god of thunder. This thrilling battle allowed people to profoundly realize the terrifying nature of the thunder tribulation. And even more so, it allowed people to realize Zhang Dao's endless potential. He was a true genius, and his swordsmanship had reached an unimaginable realm. In this fight, he showed people what true shock is all about. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi stood on the top of the mountain, dark clouds rolling in front of him, and a strong static electricity filled the air. He knew that the thunder tribulation was coming, a necessary tribulation for his cultivation enhancement. Thunder gathered in the dark clouds like a hungry beast with a sharp gaze. Zhang Daoyi took a deep breath and with a grave expression on his face, he slowly raised his hands and began to chant an ancient incantation. A faint golden halo began to emerge around him. That was the body protection true chi he had cultivated, which appeared extraordinarily weak in front of the thunderbolt. Suddenly, the first thunder struck down from the clouds like a long dragon. Zhang Daoyi's mind moved, his body swayed, and his figure avoided the attack of the thunder like a ghost. Immediately afterward, as he mouthed a succession of true words and pinched in his hands, a talisman transformed into light, forming an impenetrable shield in the air. The thunder is not forgiving. The second and third channels are successive, as if it is never-ending. Zhang Daoyi's forehead began to be covered with beads of sweat. He knew that every avoidance could drain his true essence, but for the sake of the tribulation, he had to persevere. As the thunder continued to strike, Zhang Daoyi's internal energy began to fluctuate, and cracks began to appear in his protective true chi. He was aghast in his heart, realizing that if he continued like this, his true essence would be depleted and he would have no hope of crossing the threshold. Right at this moment, a brilliant light flashed in Zhang Dao's eyes. and he knew that he could only use his crushing mastery at this moment. His hands quickly formed seals, and the true words in his mouth steeply became stronger as an even more powerful force field erupted from him. Thunderclap! Out! Zhang Daoi's voice was like a thunderous thunderclap, and his body was under the influence of this power, as if he was a god or goddess, unbeatable. In an instant, it was as if the thunder had met a stronger opponent. They began to wreak havoc around Zhang Daoi, but were never able to penetrate his impenetrable defense. In the end, with an earth-shaking roar, the thunderbolt gradually dissipated. The dark clouds began to disperse, and Zhang Daoi stood there, as impregnable as a mountain. Zhang Dao had determination in his eyes, and he was not the least bit afraid of the thunderbolt immortal silhouette in the air. The thunderbolt immortal silhouette was shaped like electricity, and the sword of thunder and lightning in his hand shone with a cold light, as if it could cut through everything in the heavens and earth. However, Zhang Daoi had already prepared for this as he looked grave, and the long sword in his hand seemed to transform into a stream of light as it rushed straight into the clouds. Boom! The thunder tribulation immortal silhouette chopped down with a sword. The thunder rolled, and the thunder light in the sky rushed toward Zhang Daoi like waves. Zhang Daoi advanced instead of retreating, waving his long sword, and in an instant, the lightning in front of him was like encountering a natural enemy, and began to scatter in all directions, unable to form an effective attack at all. When the Thunderjack Immortal saw this, his eyes in the shadow flashed with a cold light, and the sword of lightning in his hand became even more violent, and the power of the lightning seemed to tear everything apart. Zhang Daoi was anxious in his heart. He knew that the power of the lightning was extraordinary and could not be resisted. Thus, he had a bright idea, and with his long sword in his hand, he transformed into countless sword shadows that shot towards the shadow of the thunderstorm immortal like a meteor shower. Snort, snort, snort! Sword shadows and lightning intersected with each other, emitting ear-piercing sounds. Zhang Daoi's sword shadow was like a sharp arrow, cutting apart the shadow of the thunderstorm immortal, and the power of the lightning gradually dissipated. The shadow of the thunderbolt immortal's eyes widened, obviously not expecting Zhang Daoi to be able to resist his lightning power. The two of them confronted each other in the air, and suddenly, Zhang Daoi's sword light flashed, and his long sword transformed into a stream of light, directly stabbing at the Thunderjack Immortal's silhouette. The Thunderstorm Immortal's silhouette hastily flashed, trying to avoid the sword. However, the sword light was like a tracking hunter, always in hot pursuit. Snort! With a soft sound, the longsword finally pierced the Thunderjack Immortal's silhouette, which instantly shattered and dissipated into dots of light in the air. Zhang Daoi's long sword was withdrawn, and he was secretly happy that he had finally won this battle against the Thunder Tribulation Immortal with great difficulty. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi stepped out of a sea of thunder, and the 9 thunderbolts converged into a huge mountain of thunderbolts above his head. With purple lightning and roaring, with his own strength, he fought against the violent impact of the 9 heavy thunder tribulation, his body illuminated by electric light, like a god or goddess descending. The 9 heavy thunder tribulation seemed to sense the challenge, and the thunder tribulation mountain violently erupted, the thunder light surging like a tsunami. Zhang Daoi's face was grave, his hands formed seals, his mouth recited words, and his body's mana surged around him, transforming into a layer of tough body shielding astral chi, which was hardened to withstand the thunderbolt's bombardment. Rumble! Thunder rolled as if the heavens and earth were in their infancy, but Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's protective astral body aura was motionless and as solid as a rock. The light in his eyes flashed, knowing that the thunderbolt had been broken, and then his whole body's mana was collected, stepping into the void and rushing straight into the clouds. Through the thick clouds, an imposing and spectacular southern heavenly gate comes into view. The door was inlaid with night jewels that flowed with an ethereal glow. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi knew that the purpose of this trip had been achieved, and that he was about to have a great battle with the heavenly soldiers and generals. As soon as he landed, several figures rushed out from the southern heavenly gate, all of them golden-armored celestial soldiers, holding weapons in their hands and looking cold. Zhang Daoi laughed and said, "All of you heavenly generals, I am the heavenly master of the earth, and I have come here to compete with you." One of the heavenly soldiers and generals stepped out and droned coldly. "Earthly heavenly master? Nothing more than a generation of mole crickets. Let you see the true strength of my void realm heavenly soldiers." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his lance and turned into a meteor, pouncing straight at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi did not change his face. With a push of his left palm, a Taiji air current gently unfolded, dissolving the attack of the heavenly soldier, and with a point of his right index finger, a powerful finger wind went straight for the heavenly soldier's brokenness. The two forces collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. Subsequently, Zhang Dao stepped out with a foot. His stance was marvelous, seemingly slow but actually fast. Each step seemed to be stepping on the beat of the earth and sky, breathing with the earth and sky, and changing with the wind and clouds. The magic weapons in his hands transformed into millions of rays of light, engaging in a fierce battle with the heavenly soldiers and generals. Blade light and sword shadow, mana rushing, every move and every style contained the power to destroy mountains and overturn the sea. Zhang Daoyi withstood the full force of the celestial soldiers and generals with his physical body, and the light in his eyes was so bright that he was no longer the Wu Xiaomeng of the past, but truly invincible in the world. King Yama assisted Zhang Daoyi and killed the heavenly court with great vigor. All kinds of gods and goddesses appeared on the battlefield one after another and started a fierce battle. Zhang Daoyi held a long sword, releasing 10,000 feet of red light as he pummeled at his enemy. Yama, on the other hand, held his lance and skillfully dodged the enemy's attack before stabbing his opponent in the heart with a fierce thrust. The chaos within the temple was incomparable, with swords crisscrossing and weapons flying. On both sides of the temple wall, there were flames and loud noises, but in the midst of this chaotic fight, both Zhang Daoyi and Yan Luowang maintained their calmness and resourcefulness as they cooperated with each other with unparalleled understanding. The long sword in Zhang Daoyi's hand slashed out in a chain, and the lance in Yama's hand swung out in unison, striking out a series of bead-like attacks that instantly broke his opponent's offense. The gods and immortals exploded their skills, each using their own divine spells and launching attacks. However, both Zhang Daoyi and King Yama were as if they were divine warriors, glowing with a dazzling light, and despite facing the enemies in front of them, they continued to march steadily forward. The night was like ink. Zhang Dao was riding the Yin wind, leading the ghost generals of the underworld, and 100 ghosts were traveling in the sky at night. Thousands of armies and ghosts, 10,000 stiffs ambling like mountains and seas, their hazy shadows of various colors even more eerie under the moonlight. The heavenly court divine soldiers and generals, the golden-armored heavenly generals, holding divine weapons, were radiant with divine light. Their bodies loomed over the clouds with divine might, fighting against the underground Yin soldiers. The golden-armored heavenly generals lifted their wings, and the divine weapons in their palms transformed into thousands of rays of light that shot straight up into the clouds. In the night sky, the wind and thunder rose, and the shadowy souls clashed with the divine light with a deafening roar. The Yin soldiers and Yin generals were either transformed into Yin winds or Yin fires, intertwining with the thunderbolts and divine lights of the heavenly court's divine soldiers and generals to form a thrilling picture of war. Zhang Daoyi watched with cold eyes, waving his hands and commanding the Yin soldiers and Yin generals to form a powerful formation to fight against the heavenly court's divine soldiers and generals. Between the formations, the Yin soldiers and Yin generals were either hidden or appeared, making weird dances under the moonlight, making the heavenly court's divine soldiers and generals feel an unspeakable sense of oppression. The battle intensified. The divine warriors and gods gradually gained the upper hand, and the light of heaven seemed to be able to wash away all darkness. However, the Yin soldiers and Yin generals were numerous, and they seemed to come in a steady stream as if it were never-ending. And although the heavenly court divine soldiers and generals were powerful, their numbers were limited after all. Finally, after a fierce collision, the heavenly court's divine soldiers and generals were gradually suppressed by the Yin soldiers and generals. But in times of crisis, they unite as one and explode with unprecedented strength. Divine light erupted like a flood, charging straight at the Yin soldier and Yin general's formation, instantly tearing it apart. The dust of the battle finally settled, and the divine soldiers and generals of the heavenly court stood proudly, while the Yin soldiers and generals retreated like a tidal wave. Zhang Daoyi took a deep breath, and the Yin soldiers and Yin generals gradually dispersed under his command. Zhang Daoyi faced the Oracle Ghost King with an overwhelming aura, his hands forming seals. A golden pillar of light shot up into the sky, stabbing straight at the Ghost King. The Ghost King's face did not change, and with a command, the Yin wind around him roared, and the darkness gathered into a huge ghostly serpent that lunged towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Dao gritted his teeth, his true qi erupted, his golden light soared, and he launched his palm out, tearing the phantom snake into countless pieces. The Oracle Ghost King, in fact, was a powerful Taoist priest in ancient times, who, due to his addiction to Taoism, went astray and eventually turned into a powerful Ghost King. He possesses a frighteningly chilly aura and powerful spells. The Ghost King caressed his ghostly claws as if waiting for something. Suddenly, he flipped his palm and a small black bird flew out from his sleeve. The bird rushed directly towards Zhang Daoyi. Its speed was so fast that it was almost impossible to see its exact form. Zhang Daoyi did not panic. He calmly stood still and raised both his palms. A powerful force surged out from his palms and directly knocked the bird away. The bird let out a scream in the air and turned into a gust of cloudy wind, disappearing into thin air. The Ghost King's face changed. He obviously did not expect Zhang Daoyi's ability to be so powerful. He let out a cold smile, and the ghost claw in his hand violently grabbed. A powerful darkness chi surged out from his hand and directly lunged towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged as he took a deep breath. His Dao power condensed, and with a low shout, he launched out a palm that directly tore apart the darkness chi and transformed it into a sky full of wind and snow. When the Oracle Ghost King saw this, his face changed drastically. He didn't expect Zhang Daoyi to be so powerful. he had to use all his strength to defeat him. The corner of his mouth hooked, his hands formed a seal, and a powerful spell surged out from his hands, directly blasting towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged as he flipped both his palms. A powerful force surged out from his palms, directly tearing the spell apart and turning it into a roiling point of light that dissipated into the air. In the end, Zhang Daoyi, with his great strength, defeated the Oracle Ghost King and guarded the whole world. 65. Kill 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 kill. Exploring the secrets of the underground. What is the Yellow Springs Zombie King? A Hook 8. A terrifying miasma rose up, and the power of evil spirits gradually invaded the world. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the city, and the hiss of death echoed through the air. All the creatures were infected and turned into those haunting grudges, frantically attacking any creature they met. There was not a trace of humanity in their eyes, only fury and bloody mouths. The momentum of their military appearance has long been dusty, but the power of the evil spirits infused into the humans made them exceptionally strong fighters. With bladed swords in hand and valiant resistance, heavy attacks flew past, exploding into a mountainous sea of fire, and a group of vicious commanders, their eyes flashed with a cloudy light, and their majestic power continued to rise and multiply. That horrific battle was destined to change the face of the world. One by one, the human warriors sacrificed themselves, but they remained undiminished and even grew more courageous as they fought. All the sights became instantly distinct, and the dark night sky was ablaze with a brilliant round of red fire that exploded those dark eyes. This battle could only be won or lost by the survivability of what was left of one side, and the evil fiends, no longer self-conscious, were more like human-like bloodthirsty machines that hunted and killed any human lurking around every corner. Millions of massive combatants tearing through the darkness around them, bloodthirsty beyond redemption in a world that has been infected. As the darkness spreads, everything begins to lose its vitality. The sun in the sky was obscured by a mass of dark clouds, losing its former warmth. The plants on the earth began to wither and lose their former green color. The animals also began to grow unusually quiet, as if they had a premonition of some extremely unfavorable change for them. The sounds of the city's hustle and bustle had disappeared without a trace in this deadly silence. The streets were empty, and the originally bustling marketplace became unusually cold. The windows of the skyscrapers were closed, and the people inside wondered if they were still alive. And it was in this environment that an evil moon quietly rose. It was not the gentle kind of moon, but one that glowed with an eerie light. The evil moon is like a source of dark power, releasing dark energy into the entire world. With the appearance of the evil moon, some humans began to become unusually uneasy, and their bodies began to change, as if they were being controlled by some unseen force. Their eyes lost their original luster and became bottomless. Their movements became abnormally slow, as if they were being dragged by something, and in this dead silence, only a very few remained conscious. They knew that this world of the revived evil moon was an abyss of horror that mankind should never have to face. They had to find a way out or they would be trapped in this infinite darkness forever. In the scene where Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi fights the long sky, the sky beasts open their teeth and claws and let out deafening roars. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi held the heaven-opening axe in his hand. His body was as athletic as electricity, and a golden light erupted from his hand as he fought with the foreign beasts in the sky. As the battle unfolded, Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi cast all sorts of spells, fireballs, frost, lightning, wind blades, and light swords, exhausting the Sky Fae. The Sky Fae beast began to attack as it watched Zhang Daoyi grow stronger and stronger. In the end, Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi executed the ultimate skill, opening the sky, shattering the Sky Beast into pieces. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi was victorious, and he raised his head to look up at the blue sky with a lot of emotions in his heart. The night is low. The cold wind is like a blade. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi stood at the top of the cliff, his robes drumming without wind, his gaze as cold as electricity. Zhu Yao, an ancient beast, his whole body is as red as fire, and his eyes are filled with murderous intent, as if he can burn everything. The heavenly Tao is limitless. Qianquan was first divided. I am the heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi. All of you listen to my orders. Zhang Tianshi recited under his breath, and the long sword in his hand vibrated, the tip of the sword pointing and turning into 10,000 sword chi, pointing directly at Zhu Yao. Zhu Yao roared, turning into red light and rushing up to the sky, colliding with the sword chi. The sky and the earth were suddenly filled with wind and thunder, and mountains crumbled and rocks cracked, as if the sky and the earth had changed color. Zhang Tianshi's expression remained unchanged, and with a wave of his right hand, the jade pendant at his waist instantly released a faint glow, transforming into a huge light shield that hardened to block Zhu Yao's ferocious attack. Qianquan one sword. Zhang Tianshi's left palm unfolded, and the sword light was like a dragon's roar and a tiger's roar, with the tip of the sword pointing at Zhu Yao's 7 inches, as if it was going to cut him in half. Zhu Yao hurriedly fended off with his hard shell, but he felt a huge force hit him, and his body involuntarily retreated a few steps. The crowd saw this, one after another. They applauded. Divine might of the heavenly master. Zhu Yao, you won't be able to get away with it so easily. Zhu Yao roared repeatedly, and flames erupted from its mouth, transforming into a fire dragon that pounced towards Tianchi Zhang. Zhang Tianchi's figure flickered, avoiding the fire dragon, and his right-hand longsword swung even more swiftly, the tip of the sword pointing, transforming into a bit of starlight, illuminating the surrounding darkness. 10,000 swords return, Zhang Tianchi shouted loudly, and the tip of his sword converged into a huge and incomparable shadowy longsword, stabbing straight at Zhu Yao. Sensing an unprecedented threat, Zhu Yao roared and charged towards the longsword of the virtual shadow, only to see that the sword light transformed into countless auras that flew in all directions the moment it made contact. There was a silence between heaven and earth, and a trace of surprise flashed in Zhu Yao's eyes. Its incredibly sturdy hard shell was unable to withstand a single blow under Zhang Tianchi's sword. In the end, in a burst of thunderous applause, Zhu Yao lost the battle, and Tianchi Zhang Daoi stood in the wind, a victor's smile appearing on his face. The crowd cheered as the heavenly Tao was limitless, and the name of heavenly master Zhang Daoi resounded in this purgatory-like battlefield. The zombie monarch's body was tall and imposing, and it emitted an odor comparable to a stench. Zhang Dao was the victim of a recent encounter with the zombie virus, and thus already had some experience fighting zombies. Although there was some fear in his heart, he still decided to fight the zombie monarch with all his might. Zhang Dao took out a steel blade in his hand and stabbed it towards the zombie monarch's head, but it was easily avoided by the zombie monarch. Then the zombie monarch clasped his hands together and recited an incantation in his mind. Then he pushed out a black shadow with both hands towards Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao decides to throw a move as he dodges. He put his hands together and recited the mantra under his breath. A faint layer of light danced around his body. Then he threw a punch at the zombie monarch. The fist collided with the zombie monarch's body with a muffled thud, sending the zombie monarch's body back a few steps. The zombie monarch roared, waved his hands, and lunged towards Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao then grabbed his hammer and charged forward again, and there was a nasty fight between the two. The hammer and the claws on the zombie monarch continued to intertwine, sometimes going to the ground together, sometimes flying into the air, and the spell magic continued to be released in a messy fashion. The night was like ink and the stars were sparse. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, dressed in green robes and holding a mahogany sword, faces the zombie monarch, a monster that has long since lost its breath of life but is still wandering around. Big Dipper Evil Breaker. Zhang Dao let out an earth-shattering cry of rage as his mahogany sword swung, and the tip of the sword traced out a harsh sword chi, pointing directly at the zombie monarch. The sword energy was like lightning that tore through the night sky, causing the air around it to tremble. Although the zombie monarch had a huge body, it was difficult to withstand such a fierce attack, and was forced to retreat step by step. 10,000 Ghost Devouring Art. Zhang Daoi once again activated his internal force, and countless ghost-like light shadows surrounded the mahogany sword, each of which contained the terrifying power of devouring living beings. The zombie monarch was entangled in these shadows of light, its agonizing hiss echoing in the night wind as the rotting flesh on its body was eaten away little by little, revealing a skeleton that was deep enough to be seen through the bone. 9 Revolutions Xian Gong. A brilliant light flashed in Zhang Dao's eyes as a huge halo of light formed around his body, which contained the divine power of the 9 revolutions of the living spirit and the 9 revolutions of the wheel of reincarnation. The aura continued to contract as his inner strength worked, forming an invisible cage against the zombie monarch. The zombie monarch struggled but couldn't break free of the cage, forbidding the 10,000 realms. Zhang Daoi took a deep breath. His internal energy surged out. The peachwood sword and the aura around his body formed a huge formation totem, and the space around him began to distort, contract, and even create cracks. The zombie monarch felt an irresistible force, and his body was involuntarily sucked into the formation, being completely confined. As the last of the light dissipated, Zhang Daoi put away his sword and returned it to its sheath. The might of the heavenly master. The huge zombie monarch, on the other hand, was like a puppet that had been drained of all its vitality, collapsing limply to the ground without another sound. As the night winds died down, a thrilling duel finally came to an end under the wise and divine might of heavenly master Zhang Daoi. In the end, Zhang Dao got the upper hand and picked up his hammer to knock the zombie monarch out with a single blow. A stream of dark blood flowed out from the zombie monarch's body, and Zhang Dao exhaustedly crouched on the ground, gasping for breath. This battle was related to life and death and was sensational, but Zhang Dao was fearless and managed to defeat the zombie monarch in this vicious battle. Tianchi Zhang Dao took a deep breath and fearlessly crossed the entrance of the underground river. As soon as he walked in, he was engulfed in pitch blackness. There were sibilant sounds coming from the dark cave, as if countless zombies were ghosting around him. Zhang Dao was calm and self-contained as he gripped the magic weapon in his hand. He kept a close eye on his surroundings, ready to deal with an eyeing enemy. Gradually, Zhang Daoi's eyes adjusted to the darkness. He saw a white light and subconsciously headed in that direction. The white light was getting brighter and closer. Finally, he saw a huge golden palace, and right in the center, a copper-colored gate stood open with mysterious and incomprehensible runes displayed on it. This was the residence of the Yellow Spring Zombie King. Zhang Dao stepped through the door with ease, and a group of zombies immediately appeared around him. The magic weapon in his hand instantly changed, transforming into a flame-engulfing scepter. He danced his scepter and neutralized the zombies' attacks. Seeing that the enemies were still in large numbers, Zhang Dao performed a succession of moves, utilizing a variety of magic weapons to repel the increasing number of zombies. For a while, the sounds of exciting battles echoed from the depths of the earth. Finally, Zhang Dao walked into the depths of the Yin River. He saw the Yellow Springs Zombie King and pushed open the lid of the box like. Its huge nostrils spewed out breath, grunting and whispering, and Zhang Dao's precious staff was suppressed. Not giving up, he concentrated and summoned up divine power. A bolt of lightning struck down, hitting the Yellow Spring Zombie King, which let out a deafening and mournful roar. Zhang Dao obediently took out the carefully prepared demon-suppressing talisman and used the last move to subdue the Yellow Spring Zombie King. Celestial Master Zhang Dao was instantly relieved, and by the time he turned around and looked again, he realized that the entire palace had become radiant. Once a place of darkness and fear, it has been brought back to life. Zhang Dao sealed the Yellow Springs Zombie King and returned the original appearance of this underground world. Celestial Master Zhang Dao took a deep breath and stepped into the underground cave. An eerie stench came over him, causing him to wrinkle his nose. It was pitch black all around, and there was nothing to see, except the stone path underfoot, which made a faint rattling sound. He pulled out his silver needle, ready to deal with any danger that might arise. After a few steps, he realized he was surrounded. A group of zombies came from all directions. Their eyes were empty black holes. Although they couldn't see their expressions, Zhang Dao could feel their gazes full of killing aura. He tightened his grip on the silver needle and struck out decisively, only to see those zombies after being stabbed by the needles. Just like a slow-motion movie, they bloomed a little bit with a miserable white light, and finally completely turned into ashes and dissipated. Zhang Dao encountered countless zombies along the way, but he didn't flinch, and as long as he stabbed them with a silver needle, he was able to destroy them quickly. He had seen some strange zombies, though, who were able to bounce back the pinpricks without being damaged in the slightest. That's when he thought of a prop he had on hand, a streamer. This was a treasure he had gotten when he studied with the Taoist ancestors, and it was said to be a powerful weapon that could suppress evil spirits. He violently pulled out his streamer, and a mysterious force instantly spread out, suppressing the rebounding zombies in place. Deep into the far reaches of the earth, he finally found where the Yellow Spring Zombie King was. The Yin energy there was so thick that he could barely breathe. The Yellow Springs Zombie King stood there, his body glittering with black light, his two eyes glaring round as he quietly waited for Zhang Dao's arrival. Zhang Dao tried to strike, but couldn't get any closer. A mysterious force field hung around the Yellow Spring Zombie King, rendering him helpless. At that moment, a trick suddenly occurred to him, which was the unity of man and magic weapon. He frantically worked his internal energy, injecting all his strength into the silver needle in his hand. The silver needle traced a perfect arc, striking directly at the Yellow Spring Zombie King's chest. A huge bolt of lightning instantly spread, causing the entire underground to tremble. The Yellow Springs Zombie King let out a mournful cry, and his entire body exploded into countless pieces that scattered and splattered in all directions. Zhang Dao breathed in the fresh air to his heart's content, feeling the joy of finally being victorious. He slowly retrieved the streamer and turned to leave, leaving behind a fluorescent light that slowly dissipated. Knock, knock, knock. Late night, a faint firelight pulsed, but the sound was not the sound that came from the fire. Instead, it's the sound of a heart beating. It's loud. It echoed in the quiet underground passage. Zhang Dao's body was burning hot. Wisps of white gas emerged, and his skin was actually gradually burning fiery red. Well, he slowly opened his eyes and woke up, noticing the abnormalities in his body. The wildly beating heart made him feel like the blood in his body was going to pour out of his skin, out of his orifices. In the next second, he took a big breath. 66. Flying stiffs present, killing flying stiffs. 2,000 years ago, the sparring match. Under the influence of pollution, the mental state of human beings gradually mutated. Their thinking becomes confused and their behavior becomes more extreme and unpredictable. Facial expressions twisted, sometimes in fear, sometimes in anger. The body begins to become weak, the muscles gradually deteriorate, and the bones become fragile and brittle. The skin takes on a dull gray color, sometimes with purple spots. The hair becomes dry and the color becomes duller. The eyes became deep set, and an abnormal red light flashed in the pupils. Their voices become raspy and sometimes they make unusual screaming noises. Over time, their bodies will begin to show abnormal changes, such as limb deformities, teeth growing, nails becoming abnormally sharp, and so on. the mutated zombie lunged at Zhang Dao, who dodged and avoided it, while swinging a move of flying locusts pouncing on cicadas, and the staff in his hand drew a silver light, violently slashing at the zombie's head. Although the zombie was unable to dodge, it took the blow hard and was only dazed for a short while. Seeing this, Zhang Dao used Dragon Tiger Dengmen and turned his staff into two. One smashed on the zombie's chest, and the other on the top of his head. The zombie suddenly became furious and attacked Zhang Dao with open teeth and claws. Zhang Dao did not panic and used Xiongbo Hua Dao. The staff in his hand continuously attacked the zombie. The sores on the zombie's body continued to grow and blood dripped down its body, but it was tireless and continued to lunge at Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao took a deep breath and performed his masterstroke. Heaven and earth beat the shore. His staff danced lightly and repelled all of the zombie's attacks. The zombie was unwilling to do so, and lunged at Zhang Dao again with open teeth and claws. Knowing that time was running out, Zhang Dao didn't dare to hesitate any longer, and used Amazing God Dance. The staff in his hand danced as if it was flying rain, covering the zombie. Amidst an ear-piercing scream, the zombie eventually turned into a puddle of blood. Zhang Dao gasped, patted the dust on his body, and put his staff away. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's body instantly tightened in the face of the zombie's evolution, and his face was grave. He took a deep breath. His hands quickly formed a seal, and as he mouthed the words, a golden rune danced in the air, shining brightly. Golden light break. Zhang Daoi roared angrily and swung the staff in his hand violently. The golden light talisman culture turned into a golden beam of light, rushing straight towards the evolving flying stiff. The golden light penetrated the zombie's chest, emitting a dull hiss, and the flying stiff instantly fell back a few steps, and the chunks of flesh on his body began to rot, revealing the white bones. The flying stiff roared in anger, waving its thick arms and charging towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face was unchanged. His heart was like water, his body was slightly sideways, and with a gentle turn of his staff in his hand, it transformed into a golden barrier. Big Dipper boundary. Zhang Daoi let out a low gulp, and golden light blossomed on the barrier, forming a rotating golden aura. The power swung out by the flying stiff slammed into the boundary with an ear-piercing sound, but the boundary did not move at all. Unwilling to fail, the flying stiff transformed into a black shadow and tried to bypass the boundary and sneak attack Zhang Daoi from behind. Zhang Daoi's face did not change. His eyes were like electricity, and he had long detected the flying stiff's movements, only to see him gently turn around. The staff in his hand swung violently, and dozens of golden lights shot towards the flying stiffs like sharp arrows. 10,000 arrows through the clouds. Zhang Daoi bellowed in a deep voice, and the golden light arrows spread out like a torrential rain, locking the flying stiffs in a death grip. The flying stiff let out a mournful scream. His body trembled in the golden light and kept retreating, eventually falling to the ground powerlessly. Zhang Daoi withdrew his staff, his face gradually calming down. He looked down at the flying stiffs that had fallen to the ground, and in his heart, he was secretly glad that this battle, although dangerous, had finally come to an end. It was clear in his mind that this battle was only the beginning of the zombie's evolution into a flying stiff, and a greater crisis awaited him. That's the flying stiff from 2,000 years ago. The real flying stiff is here. 2,000 years ago, the flying stiff and the heavenly master Zhang Daoi engaged in a fierce battle. The flying stiff raised the flying sword in his hand and made a move of sword chi charging to the sky. Instantly the sword energy was like a rainbow and flew towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly and pushed with both palms, sending out a wave of energy that instantly crushed the sword chi. The flying stiff was furious at his words, and with a flash of his body, he appeared in front of Zhang Daoi, and slashed out with a knife, cutting the air and emitting ear-piercing cracking sounds. Zhang Daoi drew out the long sword in his hand and pointed with his backhand. A white light penetrated through the flying stiff's body, and the flying stiff instantly turned into a pile of ashes. But at that moment, the flying stiff's figure appeared behind Zhang Daoi again. He raised the magic wand in his hand and drank magic out of the world, and immediately a pitch-black energy bounced towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi lightly drank, choked with his right hand and pushed with both palms. A colorful wave of energy met the black energy bomb, and in an instant, it exploded into a huge cloud of fire mist. Seeing this, the flying stiffs were overjoyed and turned to flee. However, Zhang Daoi was already in hot pursuit. The long sword in his hand chopped horizontally. A white light cut through the air and chopped into the body of the flying stiff. The flying stiff rose up into the air, and the devil stick in his hand was once again used to send out an endless dark energy to meet Zhang Daoi's lightsaber. The two forces collided in the air with a deafening roar. Zhang Daoi raised his eyes upwards. His gaze was firm. He secretly vowed to completely destroy this evil flying stiff. This flying stiff's original name was Killing Heaven. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi faced the powerful opponent in front of him, killing the living and flying stiffs. A heavy stream of chi stirred in his chest, and the mahogany sword in his hand pointed to the sky and drew the earth, and the divine light overflowed in all directions. He took a deep breath and decided to use his best move. The transformation technique. Transformation. Zhang Daoyi let out a low gulp. His hands quickly formed a seal, and as he mouthed the words, the light on the mahogany sword suddenly flourished, transforming into a huge ball of light that was as dazzling as the sun. The ball of light slowly expanded, enveloping everything around it as if a bright universe was being born. Seeing this, the killing flying stiff's face changed slightly, realizing that this move was not trivial, and he hurriedly worked his stance in an attempt to dodge. However, how powerful the transformation technique was, he simply couldn't dodge it, only to see the ball of light transformed by the mahogany sword instantly explode, turning into countless sword chi that swept out like a hurricane. Wuji sword chi. Zhang Daoyi's voice was like heavenly thunder exploding, and each sword chi seemed to be able to tear apart the heavens and earth and turn into nothing. The killing flying stiff desperately resisted, but he felt overwhelmed and was wounded by the sword chi, and the black chi on his body began to dissipate, revealing his original appearance. Zhang Daoyi's gaze condensed, knowing that the killing flying stiff was already weak at this point. He decided to perform another move to put an end to it. He quickly made seals with both hands and silently recited an incantation. Then his entire body erupted with an extremely strong aura, as if it was unstoppable with the pressure of Tarzan. Tarzan's press. Zhang Daoyi's voice shook the air around him, and his palms were as heavy as Tarzan as he ruthlessly struck at the life-slaying flying stiff. The killing flying rigid let out a wail as the immense power crushed it. 2,000 years ago, the mysterious Taoist sect of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi engaged in a fierce battle with a life-killing flying stiff. Zhang Daoyi's stance was agile and ethereal, as the imperial sword in his hand came out of his hand, slicing through a trail of residual shadows in the void, like an army of 1,000 horses surging towards the life-killing flying stiffs. The killing flying stiff's eyes were cold. His body shape was like the wind fluttering, suddenly left and right, just like a snake that was as flexible as a snake. While changing into all kinds of weird postures, he performed the Yu family's masterstroke of gunplay, heavenly turnover, and stabbed Zhang Daoyi with a straight shot. Zhang Daoyi's stable stance suddenly disappeared in place and appeared behind the killing flying stiff, with a blazing strike from his palm, sun and moon. The killing flying stiff instantly felt a pain in his waist, lost consciousness in his legs, and suddenly fell to the ground, unable to believe that he had been defeated. Zhang Daoyi flew and landed beside the life-killing flying stiff and said indifferently, "This is what happens to you flying stiffs." Zhang Daoyi turned back and prepared to leave, but he suddenly felt the slightest hint of a chilling aura coming from behind him. The killing flying stiffs had revived. "So you took on the form of a flying stiff, but you actually wanted to put me to death." Zhang Daoyi let out a cold cry, clenching the imperial sword in his hand and executing countless sword chi thousands. Abyssal pressure. Cold Peak 13 styles. Sword chi swept in like a hurricane, seizing the might of heaven and earth and overwhelming everything. The killing flying stiff was in a quandary, determined to break free from the bonds of this voodoo path. He slowly stood up, but the spear in his hand stabbed at Zhang Daoyi like lightning, shadowless needle. Zhang Daoyi was not in a hurry. He dodged sideways and swung out the imperial sword in his hand, heartless Dharma sword. Sword light enveloped the sky like a cloud, and countless sword chi flew in the air. In an instant, the spear of the slaying flying stiff was in pieces. He had fallen once again. Zhang Daoyi put away his sword and preached, "All living beings are suffering. Put your heart in the right place. There are millions of paths, but only seek to return with one heart." Zhang Daoyi turned back and left, leaving behind a backstory. The killing flying stiff was lying on the ground, still not coming out of the shock. He recalled the abyssal pressure, the 13 sequential sword strokes, each of which could make one forget to breathe, and he couldn't help but sigh. This fellow Daoist swordsmanship is truly breathtaking. The atmosphere was tense as Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi confronted the pale flying stiff. Suddenly, the flying stiff let out a shrill whistle and attacked Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi dodged backward unhurriedly and used the spirit fox steps to avoid the attack. Unwilling to do so, the flying stiff swung his hands and unleashed the underworld dragon claw hands. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi's heart tightened and he immediately utilized his iron cloth shirt to resist. Sparks were flying from both of their hands, and the scene was unusually intense. Next, the flying stiff made another move. He used Heavenly Demon Descending and the whole scene was instantly darkened. Zhang Daoyi was not afraid of the danger, and immediately performed the Bright Moon Pure method. The scene suddenly brightened up, and the mist dispersed. Zhang Dao's eyes were extremely sharp, and he challenged, "Old devil, with this childish trick of yours, do you want to defeat me?" The heart of the flying stiff couldn't help but tremble, and his own aura began to waver, but he still wasn't willing to give up, and sent out the heaven and earth sentencing move. Zhang Daoyi struck confidently, performing the 5 dragon steps to dodge the flying stiff's attack, and then launched his own attack. He utilized the 9 heavenly true swords and quickly danced the sword in his hand like a continuous row of sword lights stabbing at his opponent. The flying stiffs got scared and tried to use the 10,000 ghosts return, but it was too late. He could only watch as he was shredded by the 9 sword lights, eventually turning into a mist that disappeared into the sky. Zhang Dao let out a long whistle, his triumphant elation overflowing. The battle scene was intense, but he ultimately emerged victorious with his excellent martial arts skills. After a fierce battle, Tianchi Zhang Daoi finally eliminated the life-killing flying stiffs. He took a long breath and put the mahogany sword away before turning away to continue his path of guardianship. The battle between the life-killing flying stiff and heavenly master Zhang Daoi began. The aura of venomous tumor permeated the battlefield, which gave off a deep sense of threat. Celestial master Zhang Daoi's hands danced briskly as a string of spells blasted at the life-killing flying stiff, suppressing its ability to counterattack. The life-killing flying stiff smiled blandly and met Zhang Daoi's attack with a calm demeanor. After that, he showed his skillful tumor fan. Between the black fan in his hand and the light raising, an incomparably demonic airflow spread out, and even removed Zhang Daoi's spells. Zhang Daoi's face changed as a heaven-shaking Buddha light formed behind him, a holy power forcing back the venomous tumor chi. However, the killing flying stiff refused to give up, and his powerful offense instantly erupted. And with a wave of the fan in his hand, the poisonous tumor storm came out and suppressed Zhang Daoi's Buddha chi. Zhang Daoi sighed in his heart that it was not good, and in that instant, his bottom card came out in all its glory, shining brightly and shooting at the life-killing flying stiff. However, the killing flying stiff was prepared for this, as he slapped his fan diagonally, and the blackened shadow of the fan seemed to rise up in the air, dislodging Zhang Daoi's attack. The killing flying stiff was thus like a stream of evil, approaching Zhang Daoi with a vicious smile on his face. The battle scene between the life-killing flying stiff and the heavenly master Zhang Daoi unfolds in an ancient valley. The two looked at each other from afar, fearless and murderous as they prepared for battle. Suddenly, the life-killing flying stiff rushed out with a golden light, instantly reaching Zhang Daoi's side, and unleashed a fatal attack called Claws of the Corrupted Corpse with amazing speed. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi roared and threw out a Taoist talisman in his hand, transforming it into a piece of silver light and repelling the life-killing flying stiffs. Killing the flying stiff is not discouraged, but more fierce, leapt up in the air, a flame in his hand, burning into a huge dragon shape. Crazy to Zhang Daoi attack. This move is called Fire Dragon Rushing to the Sky. Zhang Daoi still had a calm face, jumped up and appeared above the head of the fire dragon, raised his left hand, and before the killing flying stiffs could react, he struck a thunder and lightning palm on his body, called Thunderous Curtail. Knowing that he could not escape, the killing flying stiff rolled over and descended, his body transforming into a black shadow that took the form of a ghost-faced beast. It fiercely pounced on Zhang Daoi with a move called Ghost-Face God Kick. The sword in Zhang Daoi's hand transformed into white light and instantly rose up in the air, slashing 3 swords in a row in the air. The 3 white lights instantly penetrated the body of the ghost-faced beast, cutting the life-slaying flying stiff into 2. The battlefield was steeply silenced. Zhang Daoi reharvested his sword, his beard hanging down, his face still calm, as if the battle just now was just a matter of raising his hand. The remnant soul of the killing flying stiff moaned in agony in the air, his condescension and disdain completely dissipating at this moment. This is the ability of the heavenly master Zhang Dao to defeat the enemy with a single move. His extraordinary aptitude and profound power have made him the elite of the generation in the entire sect. 67. The ancestor of the flying stiffs, Shogun. Heaven and earth changed color, and the gods celebrated the east. Celestial master Zhang Daoi looked grave, facing Shogun, the ancestor of the flying stiffs. He took a deep breath, made seals with both hands and mouthed the words, then launched a palm out. The palm wind was fierce and transformed into a golden rune that pushed straight at Shogun. Xuanquan's face was expressionless as he let out a cold smile. His body shook violently and his demonic aura overflowed as he drank under his breath. 10,000 demons Tong Tian technique. His hands formed a seal like electricity, and a black as ink demonic chi surged out from his heavenly aura, transforming into a huge demonic beast that rushed towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged as he said, Demon execution technique. Behind him, the Dao rhythm light flourished, and a huge Dao sword coalesced, and on top of the sword, it was engraved with ancient runes, the very best technique that had been passed down for 1,000 years in the Heavenly Master sect. With a wave of the Dao sword in his hand, sword chi streaked across the sky, cutting the huge demonic beast in half. When Xuanquan saw this, a brilliant light flashed in his eyes, and he recited an incantation under his breath. His body quickly dried up, but in an instant, it erupted with amazing strength, and he pounced on Zhang Daoi just like a wild beast that had broken its chains. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he knew that Shogun was bound to put his best foot forward in this trip, so lightly shouted, the body of true chi surging, instantly turned into a powerful aura. It is the Tianchi sect in the defensive mastery gossip Big Dipper cover. Shogun's seemingly ferocious fist smashed on the 8 trigrams Big Dipper shield, but it was like hitting on top of hard steel, unable to move the slightest bit. The two of them fought with high spirits. Their moves were exquisite, and they went back and forth. The scene was grand and intense, and the air around them trembled slightly from their aura. Tiancher Zhang Daoi with his profound inner strength and exquisite swordplay. Step by step, he suppressed Shogun, while Shogun continuously launched a fierce attack on Zhang Daoi with his astonishing demonic skills and berserk strength. After dozens of rounds of exchanges, Zhang Daoban smiled and said, "Shuangchen, have you served?" Shogun froze, then laughed out loud. The heavenly master is truly powerful, but this matter is still far from over. After he said that, his entire body erupted with an even more powerful demonic aura as he rushed towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face was aghast, knowing that the real fight had just begun. Thus, his entire body's Dao rhythm erupted once again, and the Dao sword in his hand was like a meteor traveling through time and space, cutting through the sky and pointing directly at General Chen. The two fought with high spirits, as if they were transformed into the most powerful warriors in heaven and earth, vowing to separate the winners from the losers. Zhang Daoi and Shou Chen stood face to face, and the atmosphere on the martial arts stage instantly tightened. General Chen was the #1 expert amongst the Flying Rigid clan, while Zhang Daoi was a figure honored as a heavenly master, and a clash between the two was destined to cause a huge sensation. "Zhang Daoi, you don't want to leave today," Shogun said, the killing intent in his eyes growing thicker and thicker. "Shuangchen, although your Flying Rigid way is unique in the world, my celestial mastery is not something you can match," Zhang Daoi said indifferently, but there was a sense of determination in his eyes. The two looked at each other for a moment, and with the referee's order, the fight began. Shuangchen seemed to be the one to strike first, as the flying blade in his hand carried a harsh whistling sound and chopped viciously towards Zhang Daoi's face. Zhang Daoi was secretly furious in his heart as he sheathed his Dharma sword in his hand, and with a whoosh, he stabbed towards Shogun's body as if it was lightning. The two of them fought, and at one point, sand flew. Zhang Daoi's flying sword struck continuously, while Shogun was unpredictable and flew without a shadow. However, Zhang Daoi's exquisite swordsmanship made Shogun feel an unprecedented pressure. "Shogun, aren't you going to come up with your best move yet?" Zhang Daoi taunted. "Good, watch this sword and blade unification technique of mine," Shogun shouted, and all of a sudden, the flying daggers and flying swords in his hands intertwined. Right at this moment, the flying sword in Zhang Daoi's hand drew and emitted an incomparably blinding light, transforming into an invincible sword bridge that unexpectedly covered the entire martial arts arena. Shogun roared, and the flying dagger in his hand suddenly erupted with a powerful force, successfully tearing the invincible Cambridge in half. "Yes, Shogun, I'll take you to the ends of the earth." Zhang Daoi laughed out loud, and the flying sword in his hand instantly transformed into a giant dragon, rushing towards Shogun with teeth and claws. Shogun was undaunted, still flickering with his flying dagger, and had struck the last step of his masterstroke towards the giant dragon. With a loud bang, the two figures flew back. "Ha ha ha." Zhang Daoi suddenly laughed out loud. "Shogun, you're still not authentic enough to actually use the borrowed knife trick." Shogun blushed and did not speak out accordingly. "Alright, Shogun, your ink dragon flying dagger technique is quite a good idea," Zhang Daoi said to Shuangchen with satisfaction. "Zhang Daoi, I have lost to you and have realized my shortcomings." Shogun slowly stood up. "You are not only an outstanding martial artist, but also a great celestial master. Shuangchen, there's no need to be so polite. How about next time we have a match?" Zhang Daoi said with a smile. The two men arched their hands at each other and retreated in silence, while the audience was left in a state of inclination. Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and Shogun, the ancestor of the flying stiffs, fought in a deserted mountainous area. The two of them executed their respective martial arts, their figures flickering and turning into a trail of stumps. Shuangchen suddenly flew up, and the long sword in his hand was filled with thick, cold chi as he slashed towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi did not panic, and with a wave of his left hand, a jet of water spewed out, stiffly blocking Shogun's long sword. At the same time, his right hand tightly gripped the light luo handkerchief and coldly shouted, "Divine Dragon Spitting Pearl," only to see the light luo handkerchief in Zhang Daoi's hand shaking violently. An astonishing ray of light instantly erupted from the handkerchief, heading straight for Shogun's throat. Shogun shouted angrily, still dancing his long sword without any weakness. The powerful blade chi chopped the lightning luo handkerchief into pieces, but the light was still closing in on Shogun. Shuangchen was startled in his heart and urged the true chi in his body. His body steeply doubled in size, while his right hand picked diagonally, symbolizing the Flying Rigid clan's martial skill puppet hand striking out. The tremendous force instantly shook Zhang Daoi out, but the light also still followed Shogun. Shogun sensed the aura of danger, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a contemptuous smile. This move of the puppet hand was precisely the stance he had painstakingly researched for countless years. But I didn't expect that someone would actually take advantage of the situation to counterattack, and Zhang Daoi was already dead. "It's happening right now." A silhouette flew violently to Shogun's side, and he saw that person throw a punch. Shogun's body instantly exploded back, falling several times in succession, and actually stopped in front of that person. What a little runner! With a wave of his hand, the air around Shogun was instantly imprisoned, and without any further ado, punches and kicks were thrown up towards the top of Shogun's head. When Zhang Daoi arrived, he only saw that Shogun was already lying on the ground, his eyes closed tightly, and he seemed to have lost his life. He was certainly surprised and didn't understand who this mysterious person really was. Suddenly, that person turned his head. A pale smile appeared on his face as he coldly looked at Zhang Daoi and said, "I am the last island lord of the Flying Stiffs, and the last one who can turn things around." When he finished speaking, the pale smile on his face turned into an illusory back, slowly disappearing into the mountains. Zhang Daoi let out a long sigh of regret in his heart. He knew that in this fight, he would not be able to defeat Shogun no matter what. Heavenly Master Zhang, you're finally here. The ancestor of the Flying Stiffs, Shogun, hemmed and hawed and sneered, greed and ambition flashing in his eyes. "I've been waiting for you for a long time." Zhang Dao waved his hand and golden talisman paper danced in the air. "Shogun, your greedy nature will not change. This is not in line with the Taoist intent." "Taoist? What is Taoism? All I know is that power is all that matters." Shuang Chen sneered, and a pitch-black long sword appeared in his hand, and on top of the sword, it seemed to be engraved with obscure runes. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he took a deep breath, made seals with both hands, and recited an incantation under his breath. Tai Ching Divine Thunder. Along with his voice, a deafening thunderclap suddenly rang out in the sky, and countless rays of electricity converged in the sky, slashing towards Shogun. A hint of surprise flashed in Shogun's eyes, which then turned into scorn. "Is this your power?" With a wave of the long sword in his hand, a layer of black as ink airflow erupted from the tip of the sword, surprisingly dissolving the thunderbolt electric light one by one. The battle between the two became more and more intense, and Zhang Daoi unleashed the 5 elements demon sealing formation. The 5 elements of wood, fire, earth, gold, and water suddenly emerged from the earth, trapping Shogun in the center of the formation. Shogun's face changed as he felt an unprecedented pressure, but he laughed coldly under his breath. "A mere small formation, what can it do to me?" He vibrated his longsword, and the runes on the surface of the sword suddenly erupted with infinite light, shaking the 5 elements demon sealing formation. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged. He knew that this battle could not be accomplished by himself, so he secretly performed the Celestial Master summoning technique. Suddenly, all around the battlefield, the wind rose up and dark clouds covered the sky. Actually, 9 bright stars gradually appeared, and they slowly rotated around the battlefield, emitting a breathtaking light. Shogun's pupil shrank as he sensed a power stronger than his own. It was the true power of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi laughed. "Shogun, you have finally felt the fear, but you and I have no way back. Take this move from me." With Zhang Daoi's voice, the 9 stars erupted with a dazzling light that shot straight up into the sky, blasting down towards General Chen. Shogun's face was pale, and he knew that this time, he had really met a true opponent, the ancestor of the Flying Stiffs. Shogun, with his 1,000 years of cultivation and his deep and unseen cultivation, was famous in the Jianghu and was revered by the world. The move he specialized in was called the Underworld 3-Realm Step, which originated from the time when Shogun cultivated the art of flying stiffs and went deep into the underworld, drawing its essence from the gates of the 3 realms. During the battle, Shuangchen utilizes the Underworld 3-Realm Steps, which is like a ghost. His body shape is so erratic that it is impossible to catch his whereabouts, catching his opponents off guard. Zhang Daoi, known as the Green Pine Swordsman, holds the legendary Green Pine Sword and is a highly skilled swordsman, whose sword is as firm and steadfast as a green pine. After hearing about the mighty reputation of Shogun, the ancestor of the Flying Stiffs, Zhang Daoi decided to take on a challenge to prove his swordsmanship. The two confronted each other in the wilderness, the wind rising and the battle intent steaming. Zhang Daoi stood with his sword in hand, the tip of the sword pointing towards the sky, his demeanor awe-inspiring. Shogun, on the other hand, was like a messenger of the underworld, his deep eyes transmitting a cold light, and the void seemed to be filled with a gloomy and cold aura. The 3 steps to the underworld. Before moving, Shogun was already preemptive. His figure was like a ghost, leaving a trail of residual shadows in place, while his real body had silently moved behind Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly as he swung his green pine sword lightly. The sword light was like a waterfall, stabbing straight at the ghostly shadow, but it only tore through the air and no trace of the other party was seen. Shogun, by now, had circled back from Zhang Daoi's back with a wry smile on his face. The 3 realm steps unfolded, and his steps were like crossing the realms of yin and yang, as fast as lightning, yet silent. Zhang Daoi's face was grave. His green pine sword was like the wind. The tip of the sword was pointing and the sword chi was spreading out, attempting to trap Shogun with a sword net. However, wherever the sword light went, they were all phantoms. As time passed, beads of sweat began to ooze from Zhang Daoi's forehead, and subtle breaks began to appear in his swordplay. Seeing that the time was right, Shogun suddenly shifted his body left and right. Finally, when Zhang Daoi's sword stance was not yet retracted, a palm gently slapped on his back. Zhang Daoi's figure shook violently, his face turned white, a mouthful of blood splattered out, and the green pine sword flew out of his hand, sticking into the ground not far away. Trembling, the ancestor of the Flying Stiffs, Shogun, looked at Zhang Daoi, who had collapsed in front of him, and fatally withdrew his hand, turning around and disappearing into the pale sky and earth. Only left Zhang Daoi with a long cry and a short sigh, knowing that this challenge, he lost to the art of Flying Stiffs, the Underworld 3-world step. Really extraordinary. He's not convinced. Solely just don't install it. Boo! The purple robes hunted, grimly resonant as a cold coat of iron. It carries great power and majesty, vast as a heavenly mighty boom. Knock knock. Heaven and earth sank at that moment. It was transformed into the pouring out of all things. Shogun, the ancestor of the Flying Stiffs, and Zhang Dao, the heavenly master, engage in an amazing battle. The two of them were agile in their stance and their moves were vicious. Although Shogun is the ancestor of zombies, he is also proficient in earthly martial arts. Zhang Dao saw this and transformed a golden dragon in his hand, attacking Shogun fiercely. Shogun spat out a mouthful of inky blood and his feet took off, dodging rapidly. Immediately afterward, he activated his bone technique, and his body suddenly became black and whistling, like a solidified black pressurized smoke that rolled straight towards Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao did not panic, and with a wave of his hand, the magic weapon transformed into a large shield that easily blocked Shogun's magic. Shogun was disappointed. This black mist method became the most powerful attack weapon among the zombies of all times, but it was easily repelled by Zhang Dao. Immediately afterward, Shogun shouted and rushed towards Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao's face remained unchanged as he flipped his wrist and his magic weapon was quickly changed into a staff. He swung the staff sharply and a lightning bolt struck at Shogun. Shogun's eyes flashed, and he hastily used his most proudly used locking bone fist, and his arms flew towards Zhang Dao's chest. Zhang Dao laughed and sidestepped his body, dodging Xuan Chen's attack. When he turned around, he generated wind under his feet and lunged straight towards Shogun. Shogun felt a powerful force and panicked as he activated his zombie magic. His body transformed into a pile of corpses and bones and burrowed straight into the ground. Naturally, Zhang Dao would not let go of such an opportunity, and the magic weapon in his hand quickly changed into a flying sword, violently stabbing at the Shogun's corpse. The sharp flying sword pierced through the Shogun's tendons and bones, and with a miserable cry, the Shogun turned back into dust. Zhang Dao waved his hand to the sky, and the magic weapon released a colorful light, announcing his victory. 68. The ancestor of the Flying Stiff, Shogun Resurrection. Can't be killed? Then kill him to death. The Empress Dowager is now in the world. The night was like ink, and in the silent valley, a gloomy wind quietly surged up, and the pale face of the ancestor of the Flying Stiffs loomed in the moonlight. A hint of surprise showed in his deep eyes and he couldn't help but take a step back. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi, I have underestimated your strength. The dry lips of the ancestor of Flying Stiffness trembled slightly, and his voice was gloomy, as if it could penetrate one's heart and soul. Zhang Daoi's expression remained unchanged as he held his Daoist staff and his robes fluttered. He looked at the ancestor of the Flying Stiff with cold eyes, and the mana between his soft chants condensed the air around him, forming a mana shield. Summon your companions, for now that I am here, I will not let you leave so easily. Zhang Daoi put away his Taoist staff and made a seal with both hands. An even more powerful aura erupted from his body, echoing the spiritual energy in the Taoist staff, as if he could breathe with heaven and earth. The ancestor of the Flying Stiffs roared, and his figure instantly disappeared in place, leaving behind only a cloudy wind. However, soon, he gathered more Flying Stiff ancestors, and they were like ghosts and spirits, besieging Zhang Daoi from all sides. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged as a sharp light shot out from his eyes. As he stepped, he was as indestructible as the pillars of heaven and earth. As he chanted incantations under his breath and his mana revolved, the shield lit up and transformed into a ray of light, colliding fiercely with the attacks of the ancestor of the Flying Stiffs. The Flying Stiff ancestors roared and converged into a black stream, wanting to engulf Zhang Daoi, but every time it touched, it was as if it had run into an impenetrable solid wall, making a dull ringing sound. As Zhang Daoi waved his hand, the Dao staff transformed into millions of rays of light, just like the stars in the sky, dissolving the attacks of the ancestors of the Flying Stiffs one by one, and his figure loomed in the rays of light, as if a god or goddess had descended. In the end, after a fierce exchange of blows, the Flying Stiff ancestors were all trembling, and the signs of defeat were already apparent. Zhang Daoi, on the other hand, was still standing, the Taoist staff in his hand trembling slightly, as if he was sighing at this pointless fight. The Flying Stiff ancestors retreated unwillingly, but Zhang Daoi understood that this was only a short-lived peace, and that the Yin spirit would not be able to stop the Flying Stiff ancestors, and they would come back again. the sky was darkening, the clouds were pressing down, and an ominous aura filled heaven and earth. The ancestor of the Flying Stiffs, General Chen, stood on the top of the broken cliff. His gaze was like electricity, and through the clouds, he looked toward Zhang Daoyi, who was standing with a sword in the distance, his sword aura surging into the sky. Zhang Daoyi, you don't have a lot of guts, Shogun sneered and waved his right hand, and a dull thunderclap resounded in the sky. In the next moment, the wind and clouds changed, and 3 figures appeared behind him, each of them mighty and extraordinary, proudly looking down on the crowd. Precisely the remaining 3 ancestors of the Flying Stiffs. Zhang Daoyi frowned slightly, but his face did not change. The long sword in his hand gently shook, the tip of the sword pointed to the sky, and the sword chi overflowed, transforming into a radiant sword aura. Not bad, Shogun. I'm waiting for the 4 of you to make a move together to see if you can stop me from moving forward. As soon as the words fell, Xuanchen shouted angrily. His figure was like electricity, and he launched out a palm. The harsh palm wind directly tore through the air, carrying an unrivaled power straight towards Zhang Daoyi. The remaining 3 great ancestors of the Flying Stiffs also executed their own mastery, either with palms or fists, each strike containing a might that destroyed the heavens and the earth. Zhang Daoyi raised his eyebrows slightly as he swung his long sword lightly, the sword on like a dragon, meeting the attack of the ancestor of the Flying Stiff. The sword in his hand was like a sharp blade that traveled through space and time, and as he swung it, the sword light rained down, each sword striking the vitals of the ancestors of the Flying Stiffs accurately and unerringly. On the battlefield, the light of arts and techniques clashed, creating a thrilling picture. The attacks of the Flying Stiff ancestors were powerful though. However, Zhang Daoyi's stance was unusually agile, as if he had merged into the wind, his body moving at will and his sword following his heart, making it difficult for the attacks of the ancestors of the Flying Stiffs to touch him in the slightest. Suddenly, Zhang Daoyi's figure flickered and transformed into a sword mane that shot straight into the sky. He revolved his sword skill and pointed his sword at the sky, his sword chi transforming into a huge vortex that gathered the surrounding heaven and earth aura in it. Then, he swung his long sword. His sword chi was like a dragon, overbearing and incomparable, and he went straight at the ancestors of the Flying Stiffs. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the ancestors of the Flying Stiffs as they did not expect Zhang Daoyi's swordsmanship to be able to reach such a realm. They tried to resist, but the sword chi was too fierce, and they could only each activate the strongest defense techniques around them to harden themselves to block this fatal blow. The battle lasted for several hours, with both sides displaying their abilities, and the battle of arts and cultivation made the entire battlefield seem extraordinarily thrilling. And in the end, when night fell, the figures of the ancestor of the Flying Stiffs, Shogun, and the 3 great ancestors of the Flying Stiffs gradually dissipated into the darkness. Zhang Daoyi stood in place, his sword tip pointing to the ground, his body unmoving, as if the intense battle just now was nothing more than an easy drill for him. The night was as dark as ink, and a gloomy wind suddenly rang out over the silent wasteland. The ancestor of the Flying Stiffs, Shogun, was clad in a black robe, with eyes like deep, ancient wells. He stood side by side with the ancestor of zombies, Ho Ching. Below them, countless zombies surged like a tidal wave. As Shogun waved his hand, bizarre runes blossomed out of his black robe with a low chant. Dark clouds surged in the sky and black gas filled the air. A huge black jade seal was formed, called the Seal of the Underworld. This seal originated from ancient formations that could condense the power of the nether souls and cause great soul oppression to the living. Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, with his flowing robes, holding the immortal sword chopping devil, his body is as light as the wind. He recited an incantation in his heart, and at the tip of his sword, the light of the sword was like a shooting star, instantly transforming into millions of sword shadows, forming a path of sword chi that shot up into the sky, called the Star River Sword Formation. That was a strong attack technique that had been passed down for thousands of years by the Celestial Master sect. Seeing this, Ho Ching waved his hands in a sardonic smile. Silky black mist emerged from countless zombies, transforming into a huge black hand that grabbed at Zhang Daoyi. This is the underworld ghost hand created by Ho Ching, which can suck the life force of the living and multiply the power of the zombie. Just as the 3 were exchanging blows, a dragon's roar was suddenly heard in the sky. Zhang Daoyi's sword light steeply surged, and the sword formation transformed into an invisible greatsword that directly severed the ghostly hand of the underworld. Wherever the sword light passed, the zombies were struck by lightning and fell to their deaths. However, the ancestor of the Flying Stiffs, Shogun, did not relax and pinched his hands together. The dark surge of energy under the black robe converged into the shadow of a giant beast. This was his mastery, Underworld Beast Shadow, a phantom shadow condensed by the power of the underworld, which could confuse the enemy and cause great pressure on the enemy during the battle. The ancestor of the zombies, Ho Chang, roared in anger when he saw this. The power of the zombie in his body completely exploded, forming a huge shadow of the zombie king. it clashed fiercely with the shadow of the underworld beast. The two forces collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. Zhang Daoi's face was grave. The tip of his sword was pointed to the ground, and his immortal sword Demon Chopper emitted a white light. Begins to execute the ultimate strike, heaven and earth without limit, whose sword art can seal the gods with a single blow and break all evil and foreign paths. The three forces erupted over the wasteland, and the battle reached a white-hot stage. The techniques of the ancestor of zombies, Ho Chang, and the ancestor of flying stiffs, Shogun, were constantly changing. On the other hand, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's sword formation was like the brightest star in heaven and earth. The duel between the three seemed as if it was going to completely destroy this ancient wilderness. The night hangs low, above the wilderness. The wind is whispering. A contest of life and death quietly opened the curtain. The ancestor of the flying stiffs, General Chen, dressed in a black robe, his face stalwart and cold, waved his hands, summoning a roiling wind, which concealed countless subtle flying needles, each of which contained a powerful cold power. The ancestor of zombies, Ho Qing, was clad in rotting battle armor, and underneath the rotting flesh, white bones were vaguely visible. Those empty eye sockets suddenly exploded with a ghostly green light, and a hoarse growl came out of his mouth as he slapped his hands violently, calling out countless dead souls from the depths of the earth, which turned into his soldiers and generals and rushed towards the heavenly master Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, was dressed in a green shirt and stepped on the 7 stars. With a transcendent and noble brow, he mouthed the words and waved a golden talisman paper in his hand, instantly transforming into a golden light that collided with the flying needles and the wind, erupting into a deafening roar. The battle became more and more intense as flying needles intertwined with the wind, penetrating the defense of the ancestor of flying stiffs, while the undead souls summoned by the ancestor of zombies were constantly repelled by the talismanic defensive firepower of the celestial master Zhang Daoi. Suddenly, the ancestor of the flying rigid opened his bloody mouth and spewed out a pitch-black ink-like liquid from his mouth, transforming into a cloud of pitch-black flame as he attempted to devour celestial master Zhang Daoi. Celestial master Zhang Daoi's face was grave. His finger snapped his finger, and the golden talisman transformed into a golden light, which collided with the pitch-black flame, and actually produced a subtle resonance with each other. Seeing this, the ancestor of the zombies, Ho Chang, roared in anger. His whole body's muscles swelled and his skin cracked, revealing the white bones, and the rotting flesh on his body was like a pillar of stone rising straight up into the sky. However, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's expression remained unchanged as he waved the talisman paper in his hand once again, and an even more brilliant talisman light flew out from the talisman paper, striking the Ho Chang's vital points. Just in the nick of time, the alliance of the ancestor of flying stiffs and the ancestor of zombies was actually broken by Celestial Master Zhang Daoi with his talismanic technique. Zombie ancestor Ho Ching's body flew out backwards like a kite with broken strings. An ancestor of the flying stiffnesses also Shou Chen's defenses were pierced through by the talismanic light, and the signs of defeat had already appeared. In the end, after a flash of golden light, the souls of the ancestor of flying stiffs and the ancestor of zombies were swallowed up by the talismanic light. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi withdrew his magic power, and in the night breeze, only his grave sighs remained, as if telling of the heaviness of this life and death contest. The ancestor of the flying stiffs, Shogun, joins forces with the ancestor of the zombies, Ho Qing, and the heavenly master, Zhang Dao, in a fierce battle on a ruin, and the scene is extremely grueling. Shogun's body was agile, holding a flying sword that turned into a silver dragon as he launched a frantic attack on Zhang Dao. On the other hand, Zhang Daoi, supported by his 1,000-year-old Taoist art Yin-Yang flying chop, is in a fierce duel with Shogun by virtue of his heavenly master's sword. Although their cultivation levels were comparable, it was clear that Shogun had a slight advantage in this vicious battle. Suddenly, Xuanchen let out a long whistle and condensed a ball of pitch-black energy with both hands, transforming into a huge devil bat that came at Zhang Dao, wanting to kill him with a single blow. However, Zhang Dao stood firm, shouting, "Heaven and earth are illusory, only I am true," and fiercely sent out a cold light. 5 thunderbolts. Electricity flashed and thunder roared like the end of the world, and the devil bats were instantly shattered into countless pieces. Gnashing his teeth and unwilling to fail, Xuanchen once again condensed black energy and transformed into countless demonic hands to attack Zhang Dao. Zhang Daoi then displayed the Taiji 2 instrument sword. The sword was formless and invisible, but it was able to split the devil's hand and dissipate without a trace. When the generals saw this, they no longer dared to act rashly. Suddenly, an aura came from behind him, and when he turned around, the ancestor of zombies had also joined the fight, and the two of them combined their swords to kill Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao was as calm as ice, gripping the heavenly master's sword tightly, and quickly executed the 3 flavors True Flame sword. As the sword light blazed, the zombie aura on Shogun and the ancestor of zombies gradually melted away, followed by chilling screams. In the end, Shogun and the ancestor of zombies collapsed into an intense black gas that quickly disappeared without a trace. Zhang Dao slowly retracted his sword and sighed gruffly at the patches of ruins. He didn't know how much he would have to pay for this vicious battle. The sword in his hand flashed with golden light, and his might was unstoppable. And facing him was an extremely powerful ancestor of zombies, Ho Qing. Ho Qing spoke, Zhang Daoi, you're the youngster who broke into the dojo, aren't you? It seems like you're not bad, but you're not even close if you want to fight against me. Zhang Daoi returned indifferently, you think you're strong, but it's only because you've only faced those weak cultivators. As soon as the words fell, the sword in Zhang Daoi's hand met Ho Qing. Ho Qing's stance was exquisite and his attacks were swift, but he was unable to touch Zhang Daoi's clothesline in the slightest. He suddenly turned back and flew up, his hands transforming into two bizarre ghostly hands. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly and with a wave of his right hand, a clear wind swept through, completely dispersing the two ghostly hands. When Ho Qing saw this, he couldn't help but rage. Kid, you're pissing me off. His body flipped over and turned into a huge snake of massive size, winding around Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi fought backward and dodged while reciting a spaced-out hand seal. Heaven and earth circulate, water and fire are born together. With a movement of his fingers, a powerful current of water rushed out from his palm, drowning the giant snake that Ho Qing had transformed into in one fell swoop. However, Ho Qing was not dead yet, and the ghostly hands appeared around him once again. Zhang Daoi gritted his teeth and recited the forbidden incantation, Xian Kuan de Nuai. His figure was like a phantom, bypassing Ho Qing's ghostly hand and appearing directly in front of him, a blade and a sword, no longer needing to be accompanied by any words, only a golden light that chopped Ho Qing in half. Zombie ancestor Ho Qing's gaze was cold, and the long sword in his hand emitted an incomparably ferocious aura, as if it was a chilling poison that would immediately turn people into zombies. Zhang Dao held the talisman paper in his hand tightly and recited words in his mouth, invoking the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, turning it into a golden light to protect his whole body. The two of them began to fight fiercely, and with a wave of the long sword in Ho Qing's hand, it instantly transformed into many sword awnings and sliced away. Zhang Daoi was not willing to show weakness and chanted an incantation, transforming into dozens of doppelgangers to surround Ho Qing and prevent him from getting close. Ho Qing's eyes spewed fire, and the cold sword in his hand became even more ferocious, directly chopping off Zhang Daoi's one golden light. However, Zhang Daoi did not get discouraged. He summoned a group of white bone ghost witches. An inexplicable dark power came to his face. Ho Qing could not dodge and received a heavy blow. He was in a sorry state. However, Ho Qing did not give up. He condensed a venom thunderball with the help of the zombie's power and blasted it directly towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's figure flickered, instinctively dodging, but the sphere was fast-tracking. Zhang Daoi could only implement a desperate plan, summoning the 9 heavenly thunder soul. The thunder and lightning condensed into a sword. Standing upright in the air, Zhang Daoi did not hesitate and let out a long whistle, pointing the sword in his hand to the sky, and in an instant, the 9 heavenly thunder souls transformed into a single thunder bullet and blasted it towards Ho Qing. Ho Qing struggled to stand up and waved his hand to shatter the thunder bomb, but his breath was getting weaker and weaker. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi viciously said, "Your despair is only just beginning." He chanted an incantation and summoned a divine beast, the green dragon. The green dragon transformed into 1,000 feet, and Zhang Daoi rode on it, flinging his hand. The long sword transformed into a bolt of lightning and stabbed directly at the rear secretary. Ho Qing was already heavily injured, but he still clenched his teeth and muttered, "The snake!" He waved the long sword in his hand, and a long snake shadow rose up from the sword, which flickered and transformed into countless poisonous snakes, directly lunging towards Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao flashed a trace of surprise in his eyes, but it was too late to dodge. The moment the 9 heavenly thunder souls shattered, a serpentine shadow instantly exploded and surged toward him in the sky. At this moment, the battle between the ancestor of zombies, Ho Qing, and heavenly master Zhang Dao had reached a white-hot point. 69. Ho Qing's backhand. Who doesn't have a backhand? Kill. Ho Shu is now in the world. Ho Qing, the ancestor of zombies, whose terrifying aura made the air around him look like it had frozen. An aura of decay wreathed his body, and with each swing of his rigid arm, it seemed as if he could tear the air apart. However, the heavenly master, Zhang Daoi, was dressed in Taoist robes, holding a magic sword and looking radiant. His eyes were like electricity, and a single irradiation caused the Ho Qing to feel a bit of fear. As soon as the battle started, Ho Qing roared angrily and spat out a foul-smelling black smoke from his rotting mouth. This black smoke was like a living creature and quickly attacked Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged. His mouth recited the words. His hands quickly formed a seal and recited the 3 words, Pure World Mantra, and immediately a beam of white light erupted from his body, purifying the black smoke one by one. Seeing this, Ho Qing was furious. His dry fingers suddenly erupted with brilliant green light. As his fingertips waved, a massive green mist gradually coalesced and took shape. It was precisely the corpse poison mist. Once this poisonous mist was inhaled, even a celestial master might lose his life. However, Zhang Daoi was not a mortal. He gulped softly and a golden aura instantly appeared around his body. It was as if the aura had the power to wash everything. As soon as the necrotoxic fog touched the aura, it was dissolved. The battle went white hot. Ho Cheng knew that it would be difficult to win with strength alone, so he offered his most proud technique, the rotting bone rejuvenation technique. His figure instantly became illusory and seemed to be able to travel through space. Zhang Daoi frowned. He knew the power of this technique, so he quickly recited the void-breaking mantra in his mind. For a moment, the air around him seemed to freeze. The space was torn apart by invisible forces, and the power of the bone-corrupting reclamation technique was weakened. Seeing this, Ho Cheng could only let out a roar of unwillingness. Knowing that he could no longer win this battle today, Zhang Daoi, on the other hand, secretly sighed in his heart. The ancestor of the zombies, Ho Cheng, really lives up to his name. Ho Cheng's face was gloomy. As he waved his hand, 3 decaying corpses stood up in response to the call. They were the 3 zombie kings, exuding an unsettling aura. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi, receive my underworld 3 corpses formation, Ho Cheng coldly shouted, and the 3 corpse kings were suddenly like 3 moving mountains of withered bones, pressing towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged. His hands were folded together and he was chanting. The technique he performed was called Tai Divine Light. A ray of light surged out from his palm, transforming into a ray of divine light, colliding with the cold aura of the underworld. The divine light entangled with the corpse chi of the 3 corpse kings of the underworld, inspiring bright sparks and deafening roars. 3 corpse formation. Nothing more than that. Watch my heavenly master break the formation. Zhang Daoi sneered. The Dao pattern on his forehead lit up. He activated the 9 heavens divine thunder technique. The sky flickered with electricity. The sound of thunder rolled, and a streak of lightning traveled through the air like a dragon and snake, heading straight for Ho Cheng. The Ho Cheng's eyes revealed a shocked look, and he hurriedly waved his hand, performing the underworld ghost shadow technique. And the 3 corpse kings instantly transformed into 3 strange black shadows, with extremely fast speeds, weaving in and out of the thunder and lightning, attempting to suppress Zhang Daoi with the advantage of numbers. Zhang Daoi did not change his color. He knew the magic of the mystery, instantly activated the mixed Yuan Yi Chi formation. It seemed that he was the only one left in heaven and earth. His figure appeared and disappeared in the formation, and every time he appeared, it was accompanied by a fierce collision of lightning and ghosts. Finally, in a fierce collision of thunder and lightning and ghost shadow, Zhang Daoi's whole body erupted into a dazzling light. That was when he performed the Big Dipper Starfall Mastery. Instantly, the powerful force was like a meteorite falling down, and it directly crushed the 3 corpse king and Ho Cheng's spells. The air was quiet. Ho Cheng's face was pale, and the 3 corpse king had turned into ashes. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. At the summoning of Ho Cheng, 100,000 corpse soldiers surged towards Tianshi Zhang Daoi from all directions, and the air was filled with the scent of death. Ho Cheng laughed maniacally, waving his hands as if commanding 1,000 armies. The corpse soldiers he summoned, their flesh rotted and decayed, but their eyes glittered with greed and desire. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly, sacrificed the copper mirror in his hand, reciting words under his breath. This is his magic treasure, Demon Mirror, which can see the essence of demons and evils. With his incantation, the light in the mirror flourished, and a rune flew out from the mirror, turning into a web of light in an attempt to trap the 100,000 corpse soldiers. However, the corpse soldiers seemed to have life, flexibly dodging, and they let out low roars from their mouths, as if they had their own consciousness. Seeing this, Ho Cheng sneered as he swung the staff in his hand. All of a sudden, the rotting flesh on the corpse soldiers began to fall off, revealing deep, withered bones, and their strength skyrocketed. Knowing that it was not good, Zhang Daoi hurriedly choked and recited the incantation, summoning the 5 elements formation. He kept reciting the 5 elements incantation under his breath, and the earth began to shake as the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth converged in the air to form a huge ball of light, which emitted a dazzling 5-colored light and pressed towards the corpse soldiers. But Ho Cheng was clearly prepared for this, as he waved his staff and summoned a huge black cloud press from the sky. Evil ghosts were vaguely visible in the black clouds, their teeth and claws flailing, carrying endless grievances and power as they launched a violent attack on the 5 elements formation. The collision of the 2 forces formed an amazing storm in the sky. The entanglement of gold, wood, water, fire, earth and the dark evil demon erupted into horrifying ripples of energy, scattering debris and dust in the air in an exceptionally thrilling scene. The magical power, intellect, and will of both Zhang Daoi and Ho Cheng were all on extreme display at this moment. In the end, with an earth-shattering roar, the 5 elements formation cracked under the onslaught of the black clouds, and the corpse soldiers, under the cover of the black clouds, seemed to have found a break and gradually closed in on Zhang Daoyi. However, Zhang Daoyi was unchanged. He knew that the battle was far from over and the real contest had just begun. The ancestor of the zombies, Ho Chang, raised his voice to the sky, and 100,000 corpse soldiers instantly responded and swarmed to him. Zhang Dao, the heavenly master, stood alone above the earth, with his feet on the seven-colored auspicious clouds, waving his hand in a flurry of Taoist symbols. The demons receded, and the world was blessed. Zhang Dao, I've sort of seen you a few times in my Taoist arts. Let me see your strength today. Ho Chang sneered. The skeleton staff in his hand swept out, and 100,000 corpse soldiers swept in like a tidal wave. Zhang Dao did not panic. A tornado aura formed instantly and swept the surrounding air into it, forming a vortex and kicking up storm clouds. Tornado aura. A ray of astonishment flashed in Ho Ching's eyes as she chanted in a low tone under her breath. Suddenly, 100,000 corpse soldiers rushed towards Zhang Dao, roaring and opening their bloody mouths, wailing for food. Zhang Dao grabbed a peachwood sword in his hand and recited a phrase under his breath. The flashes of mana on the sword lingered into a ray of light and stabbed at the 100,000 corpse soldiers. Broken Sun Sword Chi. The tip of the searing sword in Zhang Dao's hand flashed violently in the sunlight, a ray of light that was sharp to the extreme, cutting out a harsh sword chi that directly chopped at the 100,000 corpse soldiers. 100,000 corpse soldiers were reduced to pieces under the sword attack, but Ho Ching was undeterred, and with a wave of the skeleton staff in his hand, he shot out a viper's tooth. The viper's tooth was so fast and flying, Zhang Dao couldn't dodge in time and his body was shot by the viper's venom. Body protector. Zhang Dao shouted and gathered his entire body's yuan qi to draw out the toxin. Ho Ching's attack didn't stop as he raised the skeleton staff in his hand, and a terrifying death ray shot straight at Zhang Dao. Heavenly thunder divine deity. Zhang Dao roared angrily and a powerful burst of lightning elements erupted from his body, forming an electric ball astral aura to fend off Ho Ching's attack. Both sides fought hard, with a variety of techniques, sometimes killing and sometimes glowing, with thousands of variations and tensions. In the end, Zhang Dao repelled Ho Ching with the power of the heavenly thunder divine deity. The two sides stared at each other with an intimidating aura. The ancestor of zombies let out a cold laugh, and with a wave of his hand, three huge 3,000-year-old zombie kings rose up in a bone jar. Immediately afterward, he shouted an ancient incantation, and the sky darkened. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi gripped the peachwood sword in his hand and couldn't help but think uneasily. That's a bold challenge. The zombie king staggered towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Dao sacrificed the power of the Dao Gate and used a talisman attack on two of the zombies. Only a mass of runes wrapped in scorching flames was seen jetting towards the zombie kings. The other zombie king was knocked back 2 steps by Zhang Daoyi's sword light. It seemed that Zhang Daoyi had some upper hand. The zombie ancestor prepared to launch the ultimate attack, and deafening shouts shook the entire valley. With a clap of his hands, a dark energy burst out from his body, like a raging flood pouncing on Zhang Daoyi. But Zhang Daoyi was not afraid. A mouthful of pills swallowed his stomach, used the shadowless step technique, easily avoided this deadly attack. With Zhang Daoyi's strike, the sunlight between the sky gradually began to show itself. The two sides engaged in a fierce battle, and the roar of talismanic attacks and spells colliding resounded throughout the valley. The zombie kings frequently used their zombie swarm attack skills, but Zhang Daoyi's sword light always followed them, bouncing off all the attacks they launched without mercy. And Zhang Daoyi kept casting Taoist chi gathering spells to fend off the zombie king's ancestors' overpowering attacks. In the end, Zhang Daoyi defeated the ancestor of zombies and his 3,000-year-old zombie kings by virtue of the unity between humans and the Taoist sect. But everything in the party was an illusion. It's an illusion brought on by the zombie poisonous fog. The real danger is just coming. Zhang Daoyi's mind concentrated and he executed the 3 Qing creation divine art, manifesting a human figure. Sitting Jin said, this is his bilocation. It's not enough to transform the 3 purities into 1 Qi, yet it has unrivaled battle power. If they were to fight against each other, they might be able to fight with unexpected results. Kill. Zhang Daoyi's mind was focused and he maneuvered this shadow to kill the Ho Qing, and the ground had long since been disfigured and devastated. In the valley, only charcoal black corpses and bright red blood remained. The scene before us was chilling. The ancestor of zombies, Ho Qing, leads a group of undead who try to infest the earth. Sitting Jindo, who has long studied talismanic arts and specializes in subduing ghosts and monsters, has been summoned to stop Ho Qing's evil designs. A ghost head blade in Ho Qing's hand danced in front of his body, stabbing at Sitting Dao. Sitting Jindo smiled blandly and muttered under his breath, wooden fish flower cluster, silence to all things. A golden light enveloped the entire field, followed by the formation of a realm of soul suppression, and Ho Qing's saber aura scattered and retreated a few steps, unwilling to be defeated. Ho Qing once again cast a spell and recited under his breath, Hunan Jinxing, summon the 2 zombie kings to help me in the battle. In an instant, 2 tall zombies with twisted faces appeared beside him. One of them let out a roar and a green poisonous gas erupted from its throat. The other spat out a mouthful of black blood mist, which gathered into a wave of energy and charged towards Sitting Jindo. But in the face of such a move, Sitting Jindo did not flinch. He held the glazed mirror in his hand and slowly swung it. Only heard a whoosh sound. The monstrous black blood mist actually was the mirror rebound back. The green poisonous gas was also broken by a golden astral light. Sitting in Tao gentle smile, this little trick. Still want to challenge this Taoist? At this moment, the talisman in Sitting in Dao's hand had gathered countless energies. With a flick of his fingers, countless energy arrows fell with a bang. The night was like ink. Ho Ching stood on the top of the cliff. His hands rolled like wind in clouds. His mouth recited words, summoning 2 zombie kings. Their bodies were tall, their skin was pale, and their eyes were filled with hunger and killing intent. Clank! Sharp claws and teeth, accompanied by a whisper from the Ho Ching, scurried out of the darkness, and they swept through everything like cursed warriors. In the face of these 2 streams of dead souls, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi condensed his chi into a shield and recited the mantra of clearing the heart under his breath. The mind is free of distractions and the Tao is natural. Only a purple light flowed around the light shield, forming an impenetrable boundary. Zombie ancestor Ho Ching saw this. His face changed, his right hand clenched his fist, his mouth shouted break, instantly transforming into several residual shadows. He surrounded Celestial Master Zhang Daoi. Each of the remnants of the shadows carried an extremely cold and shadowy dead chi, which coalesced into clusters and transformed into a black as ink dead ball, shooting towards Celestial Master Zhang Daoi. Thunderbolt! Celestial Master Zhang Daoi had a grave expression on his face and folded his hands. The 5 thunders heavenly heart mantra emanated from his mouth. Only 5 pillars of thunder coalesced in the void behind him. Each one of them was like a pillar holding up the sky, and the intense lightning struck the pitch-black dead ball, causing it to burst apart and dissipate into countless points of light in the night sky. The air was filled with the smell of scorching and destruction as the battle came to a head. The ancestor of the zombies, Ho Ching, and the heavenly master, Zhang Daoi, each exerted their own abilities and clashed with each other with destructive power. Every attack of the king of zombies caused the earth to crumble, and every spell of the celestial master Zhang Daoi made a thunderous thunderclap. In the end, after a series of intense duels, the figure of the zombie ancestor, Ho Ching, gradually showed fatigue, and Tianchi Zhang Daoi also had fine beads of sweat appearing on his forehead. The battle between the two was tantamount to a contest between life and death. The power of destruction swept around, but it was precisely this kind of collision that showed the hero's character even more. The powerful king of zombies was also blown apart. Ho Ching was in a desperate situation, and the remaining zombies, too, gradually turned into flying dust. The battle was over and a peace was preserved on Earth. Sitting Jindo ignored the effects of the destructive force and took a long run across the horizon, and has since gone on to become a legendary Taoist leader. Zhang Daoi retrieved this virtual shadow and integrated it into his body, realizing that there was an additional power of origin in his body, which was the origin of heaven and earth. Ho Ching roared, "What have you done to me?" Zhang Daoi laughed and did not pay any attention to it. Instead, he sank his mind and quickly refined such power. It is getting closer and closer to the one chi transforming 3 Qing. He is very much looking forward to it. 70. Winning hook to attack? Kill until no one dares to claim respect. You are nothing. As Tianchi Zhang Daoi and the ancestor of zombies, Win Hook, met head-on. They couldn't help but once again feel the mellow force unleashed by their opponents. He gazed at his spirit and gathered his chi, transforming into a bird-shaped magic weapon called Divine Vulture and unleashing the Big Dipper Vulture Wings technique. Seeing the buzzard's wings cut through the sky and knocked Winning Hook out 3 meters away, Zhang Daoi felt a hint of joy in his heart. However, Winning Hook was not knocked down. Instead, the corners of his mouth revealed a sardonic smile as he began to unleash his terrifying zombie power. Zhang Daoi was like a shark attacking in close quarters, waving his spear and launching the Rulai Divine Palm technique, summoning dozens of thunder fists with his body's true chi, briefly breaking through Winning Hook's zombie force field. Win Hook was hit several times and lost control of his body, unleashing the corpse demon spirit technique and sacrificing the 2-headed wolf. Zhang Daoi attacked again with his Big Dipper wings and used his 9 heavenly clouds piercing blade to chop off one of the wolves, and he himself was attacked by the enemy as a result, leaving a bloody wound on his chest. Immediately after that, Win Hook performed a terrifying magic spell, Corpse Reorganization, merging the 2 halves of the 2-headed wolf's body to form a terrifying Siamese zombie, charging towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was not willing to show weakness, adhering to the principle of Taoism and nature, quietly hidden, launched the Big Dipper steps, quickly flashed through. In an instant, he had already appeared behind Win Hook, holding a spear and launching the green dragon open mouth, defeating the Siamese zombie in 1 step. The Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the ancestor of the zombies, Win Go, started a thrilling duel in a wilderness. Zhang Daoi was solemn, shouting incantations, holding an invisible object in his hand, and a circle of light gradually rose around his body, blinding and eye-catching. The ancestor of the zombie Win Hook is somewhat hideous, face pimple undulation, eyes like electricity, mouth issued snorting ear-piercing sound. The two were eyeing each other, and for a while the atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Zhang Daoi's technique is called Nine Heavens Yellow Qi technique, which is based on the 5 elements of Qi and contains the power of heaven and earth. With a roaring sound, Zhang Daoi condenses the soft yellow Qi into a hard fist, and fiercely punches towards the ancestor of the zombies, Win Hook. Winning Hook uses his signature technique, Trapdoor of 10,000 Insects, to fight against Zhang Daoi. He took a deep breath, and his entire body actually levitated in the air, and with the rapid movement of the fingers of his hands, millions of bugs appeared all around him, transforming into a swirling whirlpool-like rotation, trapping Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was not disappointed. His moves continued one after another. His mouth kept chanting incantations, and 9 figures appeared separately, each of them carrying a magic weapon. Under the suppression of these 9 magic weapons, the 10,000 insects trapdoor was actually sucked back, and Win Hook was surprised to find that the 9 figures had fused into a single figure. Still Zhang Daoi, but the breath realm had already broken through the previous one. Win Hook once again applied the 10,000 insects trapdoor, once again to no avail. Zhang Daoi struck the chaotic cut, cutting across Win Hook, who panicked as a bolt of lightning swept by, leaving several bone-deep wounds on his body, and his breath dropped as a result. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi faced the ancestor of the zombies, Winning Hook, and waved his hands, reciting words under his breath. A spirit talisman flew out from his palm, instantly transforming into a huge flaming phoenix that shot toward Win Hook. Winning Hook was not panicked, coldly smiled. His whole body was filled with black qi. A powerful force burst out from his body, instantly crushed the flame phoenix. Tianshi Zhang Daoi could not help but be shocked in his heart. However, Zhang Daoi did not give up on this as he bit through his tongue and spewed out a mouthful of true qi. The magic weapon in his hand suddenly shone brightly, only to see countless runes flowing on its surface, instantly transforming into a powerful beam of light that shot up into the sky. Seeing this, Win Hook's face changed slightly as he waved the bone staff in his hand in an attempt to fend off this beam of light. However, with a crisp shattering sound, the bone staff was directly shattered into pieces, and the beam of light, like a sharp sword, directly pierced into Win Hook's body, pinning it firmly to the ground. Winning Hook's body began to emit black smoke. A powerful evil force surged out from his body, and Celestial Master Zhang Dao frowned. He knew that this battle was far from over, and he had to come up with an even more powerful technique in order to completely defeat Winning Hook. The night is as dark as ink, and in the forest under the moon, the battle between the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the ancestor of the zombies, Win Hook, becomes more and more intense. Zhang Daoi's brows were filled with determination, and the peachwood sword in his hand flickered with an eerie green light under the moonlight. Win Hook's body was huge, covered with signs of age. His skin cracked like dead wood, and the color of the underworld came out of his eyes. He slowly raised his decayed hands and let out a dull low roar from his mouth, and then a stream of grayish-black air surged out from his body, the unique corpse chi of the ancestor of zombies. Zhang Daoi knew that hard fighting was not a match for Winning Hook. He took a deep breath and operated the Big Dipper technique. Using the spiritual energy in his body as a guide, the Big Dipper's chi transformed into invisible sword chi that surrounded the whole body. The mahogany sword vibrated with his inner strength and seemed to be animated with life. Thunderstruck, Zhang Daoi let out a low shout, and the peachwood sword transformed into a bolt of lightning, slashing towards Win Hook. Win Hook waved his huge arm like a mountain, trying to block the blow. However, the power of the Big Dipper technique was extraordinary, and the sword chi collided with the corpse chi, erupting in the air with a deafening roar. The two forces collided violently like two mountain peaks, stirring up wind dust and debris in the sky. The ancestor of the zombie, Win Go, showed a horrified look. He had not expected that the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi would be able to fight against himself, an ancient zombie, with his own strength. The corpse chi in his body was dispersed by the power of the Big Dipper technique, and for a moment he was unable to coalesce, so he could only watch as the peachwood sword nourished by spiritual energy pressed right up to his body. Go on! A hint of determination flashed in Zhang Dao's eyes, and the peachwood sword carried the purest righteousness in heaven and earth, stabbing straight at Winning Hook's chest. Just as the tip of the sword was about to touch the Winning Hook, he fiercely bit the tip of his tongue, and his blood transformed into a black gas that instantly enveloped his entire body, which actually seemed to have turned around. However, the Heavenly Master, Zhang Daoi, had prepared for this and used the yin and yang reversal in the Big Dipper technique. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi faced the plight of the ancestor of the zombies, Win Go, alone, and his heart had long been in a state of turmoil. He knew well that this was a battle that would decide the fate of mankind. The long sword in his hand was lightly waved, and the divine magic power gushed out in an unending stream, like a streak of lightning cutting through the void, agitating each other with the zombie ancestors' attacks. A vast energy erupted between the two, causing the imposing battle to become increasingly intense. As we all know, the arts mastered by heavenly master Zhang Daoyi, it is a legacy that originated from the ancient sorcerers who ritualized the power of the stars, and after decades of research and comprehension on his part, it became a complete and unique system of jutsu. The stars fall, the miles of light are exhausted, and the Dao is universal. Zhang Dao sipped an incantation under his breath and suddenly drank. The sound of the spell rose steeply and distantly. Almost at the same time, the starlight rose at once, forming a sharp blade, as if the stars were falling, ruthlessly chopping at Winning Hook. With a loud rumble, the power of the stars was like a powder keg that triggered a burst, and the zombie's ancestor's energy defense was instantly broken, and the shocking impact left Windhook stunned. Interesting, this is not going to work. I'll have to use my power. A flash of viciousness flashed in the eyes of the zombie ancestor Wingo, intending to release his most powerful force. But Zhang Daoyi had the thought in his mind that he had to defeat this billion-year-old zombie ancestor, and his divine magic power changed as he offered up a terrifying technique. The dragon calling for hijacks. With a long roar, the roar of the dragon echoed between heaven and earth. Zhang Daoyi's body showed a red-colored dragon, like lightning cutting through the fog, fluttering his wings on both sides. There was an invisible force attacking Windhook. In the wild voice, for fierce attacks that were like the roar of a giant dragon were like a raging tide that swept across everything, violently hitting Windhook, making him unable to escape even though he was surprised by a million things. Under the powerful arts of celestial master Zhang Daoyi, night fell, and inside the ancient temple, under the moon, celestial master Zhang Daoyi faced the ancestor of the zombies, Windhook, who was entangled in the black mist. Zhang Daoyi's robes fluttered, his hands formed a seal in front of his chest, and he recited the name of the technique called Qianhuan Evil Breaking Technique. Go, I am Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, and this night is your doom. Zhang Dao's voice was like thunder, as the Taoist talisman in his hand flashed with a golden light. Winning Hook's face was hideous as he let out a low whistling sound, and the black mist filled the air, transforming into a single blood-colored tentacle that attacked Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi raised an eyebrow, and the Dao talisman in his hand erupted with layers of light, transforming into a huge ball of light. The light containing endless Qianhuan power. Qianhuan Evil Breaking Technique. Break! Zhang Daoyi shouted angrily, and the ball of light violently rushed towards Windhook, and the space seemed to be torn apart by the force. Emitting a sharp whistling sound, the ball of light crashed into Windhook's body, erupting into a deafening explosion that shook the air around him. Windhook let out a mournful scream as the blood-colored tentacles were shaken apart by the power of the Qianhuan Evil Breaking Technique, and its body, which was shrouded in black mist, was also torn apart under the energy of this technique, revealing the decaying bones inside. Zhang Daoyi took advantage of the victory and kept chanting incantations under his breath. The Taoist talismans in his hands transformed into a golden talismanic dragon. The dragon's roar shook the sky as it circled in the air, and together with the ball of light, it formed a huge talismanic formation, trapping Windhook in it. Windhook, you have been locked by the Qianhuan Evil Breaking Technique and cannot escape. Zhang Daoyi looked cold and went all out. The ancestor of zombies, Windhook, was constantly struggling in the rune formation, and his blood-colored tentacles were constantly being torn apart by the rune dragon. However, its power was seemingly endless, and every time it broke free, it exhausted the rune dragon. In the end, Zhang Daoyi decided to perform the Qianhuan Evil Breaking Technique, only to see his eyes close tightly. The incantation in his mouth became more urgent. The Taoist talisman in his hand shook violently, and his whole body erupted with a powerful aura. With Zhang Daoyi's long whistle, the sky suddenly cracked open a pitch-black space. From that crack, an ancient, powerful force rushed out of the sky like a flooded beast, heading straight for that huge rune formation. The miserable screams of the ancestor of zombies, Windhook, came to an abrupt end. In the battle scene, the celestial master looked up to the sky, made seals with both hands, and bellowed. A golden light descended from the sky and shot up into the clouds. This was her technique, Heavenly Punishment, which was so powerful that it could mobilize the power of heaven and earth to deal a devastating blow to the target. The ancestor of the zombies, Windhook, was not willing to show weakness either. His body shook and he spat out a black gas from his mouth, and the air around him became heavy and dirty. This was Winning Hook's technique, Black Mist Surrounding, which was able to condense the surrounding aura to form a black mist that enveloped the opponent, causing them to fall into confusion and fear. The celestial master snorted coldly, waving her hand. A silver-white electric light appeared in the sky. This was her technique Thunder Lightning Flash, able to summon the power of heavenly thunder, causing strong electric shocks to the target. Seeing this, Windhoek showed a fierce look. He clapped his hands. His body erupted a powerful aura. This is his technique, Corpse King's power, able to strengthen its own power, to fight against the Celestial Master. The Celestial Master's brow furrowed slightly. She knew she couldn't delay any longer, so she bit the tip of her tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. The power of the spell Heavenly Punishment increased greatly, and the golden light, like a divine sword, rushed towards Windhoek. Windhoek's face changed greatly, knowing that it was not good, and he hurriedly blocked it with the black mist surrounding. But that powerful force still penetrated his defense and directly hit his chest. With a loud bang, Windhoek's body flew out backwards and crashed into a mountain wall, which collapsed at the corner. Tenchi gasped, but her face glowed with victory. The sinister nature of the zombie's ancestor and the power of the Celestial Master made the battle exciting and tense, causing the present. All the spectators were moved by this. The Heavenly Master's robes fluttered and he held a peachwood sword, facing the stout, black-armored ancestor of the zombies, Windhoek. The ghost-headed greatsword in Windhoek's hand shone coldly in the daylight, as if it could cut off the life of everything in the world. Between the two men confronting each other, an eerie atmosphere spread in the air. The Celestial Master took a deep breath and recited an incantation in his mind. The peachwood sword in his hand suddenly shone brightly, forming a sword chi that came at Windhoek. Windhoek's face didn't change. His great sword waved. Ghostly aura surrounded him, chopping the sword chi away one by one. The Celestial Master looked grave. His hands quickly formed a seal and recited the Tai Ching divine mantra. The aura in the sky converged, forming a purple rune that blasted down towards Windhoek. Windhoek secretly transported the Ghost Dao's secret method. Black chi rolled around his body, forming an impenetrable Ghost Dao protective body. Seeing this, the Celestial Master raised an eyebrow. His entire body surged with magical power, and loudly recited the 9 turns golden body mantra. Immediately, golden light erupted from his body, forming a golden shield that collided with Windhoek's Ghost Dao protector, emitting bursts of golden and iron sounds. In the middle of the stalemate, the Heavenly Master's eyes flashed with brilliance, and in a flash of inspiration, he offered up his secret technique from the bottom of his box, 10,000 poisons returning to the origin technique. The aura surged between heaven and earth, and thousands of poisonous chi converged into a stream of tiny black beams that shot towards Windhoek. Wingo's brows furrowed as the Ghost Dao technique was hastily revolved in an attempt to ward off this endless poison. However, the power of the 10,000 poisons return technique was extraordinary, and even the technique of the Ghost Dao was difficult to completely resist. Finally, in the collision of the two sides' power, cracks began to appear in zombie ancestor Wingo's Ghost Dao protector. While the Heavenly Master was also pale and his entire body's mana was depleted due to the 10,000 poisons reverting technique that he had executed. Just in the nick of time, a divine light flashed in the eyes of the Heavenly Master, and his entire body glowed again as he executed his last move, Xian Tian Strike. When Xian Tian struck, heaven and earth changed color, and all was silent. Windhoek's protective ghost chi was pierced through like thin paper under this strike. The powerful figure of Windhoek was split into pieces in an earth-shattering explosion, turning into countless fragments that dissipated into nothingness. And the Heavenly Master also collapsed at this moment when his strength was exhausted, and all the poisons returned to one. Zhang Daoui felt the poisonous gas on his body. It seemed to be eating away at him. This ancestor of zombies is worthy of being the ancestor of zombies. It's just horrible. With his flying immortal body and half-immortal strength, he was unable to resist it. Suddenly, a faint green light blossomed from his body. 71. The Legend of the Drought Demon. Heaven and earth mourned after his death. A rain of golden blood fell. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's body suddenly radiated a dazzling green light. It was as if a bright pearl shone in the darkness. As the green light blossomed, a mysterious and powerful treasure slowly emerged from within him. This treasure exuded a palpitating aura. Wherever its light passed, the corpse poison that originally filled the surrounding area melted away like ice and snow. Those who have been corrupted by the corpse poison for so long that they have lost their vitality. It also gradually came back to life under this magical power. The crowd watched in amazement at what was happening in front of them. They couldn't believe their eyes. This seemingly ordinary Heavenly Master actually possessed such a heaven-defying magic treasure. And at this moment, Zhang Daoui did not stop moving as he continued to push the power of the treasure to allow more people to be saved. With the enhancement of the treasure, Zhang Daoui was like a savior descending to earth. His figure became tall and majestic, and every movement carried endless compassion and benevolence. The people were filled with gratitude and reverence for him, and they fell to the ground and worshipped him as a god. In a barren land, suddenly the winds and clouds changed and lightning flashes. The sky was shrouded in darkness, as if the end had come. Accompanied by a loud noise, the ground began to tremble violently, cracking open huge gaps. From the crack, a powerful and evil aura erupted and filled the air. The aura was creepy and frightening. Immediately after, a figure slowly rose. He was tall, clad in worn-out battle armor, and his face was hideous and twisted. revealing endless evil and resentment. This figure was none other than the ancestor of zombies, the Drought Demon. The Drought Demon opened his eyes, which flashed red as if they were burning with rage. He opened his mouth and let out a dull roar, a sound as shocking as thunder. With the appearance of the Drought Demon, the surroundings changed. The originally dry land instantly became barren and desolate. The grass and trees withered, and the vitality was cut off. The air was breathless with the smell of death and decay. With a wave of his stout arm, the Dry Demon's evil power surged out like a tidal wave. These forces converged into a black whirlwind that swept around. Everywhere it went, everything was destroyed. Whether it was mountains or rivers, they were all unbeatable in front of this force. At the same time, those evil spirits that had been sleeping for a long time also felt the call of the Drought Demon. They awakened in droves, pouring out from all corners and gathering towards the Dryads. These evil spirits took different forms. Some had ugly faces, and some were covered in a foul odor, but they all possessed great power and malice. For a time, heaven and earth were filled with evil, and a terrible disaster was coming. The sky was dark with clouds, lightning and thunder, and a thrilling battle was about to unfold. Tiancher Zhang Daoi stood at the top of the mountain. He wore a Taoist robe and held a peachwood sword, gazing ahead with a grave expression. And not far across from him stood a tall figure with an aura of death, the ancestor of zombies, the Drought Demon. As a gust of wind whistled past, the Drought Demon let out a roar as it lunged at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Dao dodged the attack and at the same time swung out his mahogany sword to stab the Drought Demon, but it was easily dodged by him and he backhanded the mahogany sword and sent it flying. Zhang Daoi was not discouraged and quickly cast a fixing spell to try to trap the Drought Demon. However, this had no effect on the powerful Drought Demon. Seeing that the fixation spell was ineffective, Zhang Daoi decided to use his masterstroke, the 9 Heavenly Thunder Curse. He recited words in his mouth and his hands kept making seals in the sky, and there was a loud clap of thunder and a purple lightning bolt struck at the Drought Demon. In the face of such a fierce attack, Drought Demon unexpectedly do not dodge, not flash hard to resist all the lightning body unharmed. Zhang Daoi was shocked in his heart when he saw this and knew that he had met a strong enemy. He took a deep breath and once again cast a spell to summon a group of celestial soldiers and generals to assist him in battle. These heavenly soldiers and generals, all of whom were skillful, fought fiercely with the Drought Demon. Zhang Daoi faced the Drought Demon, secretly recited an incantation in his heart, flipped his hands, formed a seal, and swung it violently. The sky was dark with clouds and thunder rattled. With a roar, his body transformed into a stream of light and charged straight at the Drought Demon. Seeing this, the Drought Demon sneered and turned into a ball of black smoke, avoiding Zhang Daoi's attack. When Zhang Daoi noticed the Drought Demon's avoidance, his heart moved and he knew that the Drought Demon was bound to have a trap. He flew up and stood in the air, with cold air overflowing between his palms, and attacked the Drought Demon with a move of cold ice condensation. Seeing this, the Drought Demon's eyes flashed with a cold light, and his body was like electricity as he attacked Zhang Daoi with a move of underworld ghost shadow. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he put his palms together and blasted at the Drought Demon with a move of Tai Ching Divine Thunder. There was a loud boom, electricity flashed in the air, and the power of thunder rushed straight at the Drought Demon. The Drought Demon showed a shocked expression and hurriedly protected his body. But unexpectedly, Zhang Daoi's move was so powerful that it directly shook the Drought Demon and sent him flying, and his body floated in the air for a long time, unable to land. The Drought Demon's heart was burning with rage. He knew that this was a trap carefully laid by Zhang Daoi, and he would definitely not let go of any opportunity. With a cold snort, he once again transformed into black smoke and lunged at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoban showed no fear. He knew that although the Drought Demon was powerful, but after all, he himself was a celestial master with deep cultivation. He closed his eyes and concentrated. His hands quickly formed a seal, and he swung towards the Drought Demon with a move of 10,000 swords returning to the Drought Demon. The air was suddenly filled with sword chi, like a raging storm that swept towards the Drought Demon. Seeing this, the Drought Demon was shocked and hurriedly utilized the power of his entire body, transforming into a black shadow, trying to escape Zhang Daoi's attack. However, Zhang Daoi had planned this technique for a long time. He knew that the Drought Demon would definitely escape, so he had already laid a dragnet. Only a loud bang was heard as thunder fell from the sky, trapping the Drought Demon in an invisible cage. The Drought Demon showed a look of despair. He knew that he would never be able to escape this time. Zhang Daoi slowly withdrew his stance, his eyes firm. He knew that although the Drought Demon had been captured, there were more zombies that he needed to save. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi couldn't help but feel a little nervous in his heart as he faced the grim-faced Drought Demon, the ancestor of the zombies. He knew that this fight would be very intense and a battle to the death between him and the Drought Demon. Zhang Daoi struck first, the talisman in his hand transforming into a golden light that struck the Drought Demon. The Drought Demon dodged Zhang Daoi's attack with a sideways glance, and he directly backhanded the hell-tearing technique. A powerful force came from the ground and trapped Zhang Daoi in place. But Zhang Daoi didn't give up. He gathered up his Taoist true chi and transformed it into a golden body shield that managed to withstand the drought demon's attack. Seeing the opportunity, Zhang Daoyi's body swiftly flashed to the drought demon's side. He immediately performed the divine windsword technique. The long sword in his hand transformed into millions of sword chi, slicing directly at the drought demon. The drought demon sneered and opened its mouth to spit out a mouthful of black gas, transforming into a strange hand that grabbed the longsword's hilt and attempted to snatch it away. However, Zhang Daoyi did not let go of his hand, and took the opportunity to utilize the Rui True Sword technique to slash directly at the drought demon's fatal spot. The drought demon was furious at the sight and turned into a ball of black smoke to pounce at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi quickly executed the Blue Blood Divine Hammer technique and smashed the drought demon with a hammer, causing great damage. Although the drought demon was injured, it firmly launched an all-out attack on Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi clenched his teeth and performed the Rui True Sword technique again, and finally managed to kill the drought demon. The battle was over, and Zhang Daoyi successfully defended the earth and brought peace back to the people. All these art moves originated from the Taoist family's untold secrets and could help Zhang Daoyi fight through all strong enemies and crises. The purple-robed heavenly master, Zhang Daoyi, stood in front of the ancestor of zombies, the drought demon, holding a short purple and gold stick, his eyes cold and his body exuding a shocking force. Although the drought demon was the ancestor of the zombies, at this time, he looked anxious and kept retreating. Zhang Daoyi suddenly let out a loud roar. The short purple and gold stick in his hand fiercely stabbed out. The move was called 10,000 Swords Returning to the Fatherland. This move was a Taoist stance, and it was extremely destructive. The ground cracked and the foundation collapsed, and all of Drought Demon's zombie henchmen went up in smoke. Seeing this, the Drought Demon was enraged and roared furiously, offering the staff in his hand in a move called Flaming Fire. This was the Een God's move, capable of burning everything, directly spewing out a blazing flame and lunging at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi did not retreat but advanced. The purple and gold short stick in his hand danced, a move of night walk to take a shortcut. Extremely fast close, heavy blow. The Drought Demon's staff was immediately shattered into pieces, and the Drought Demon's palm was even shaken to a bloody pulp. Dying, Zhang Daoyi indifferently looked at the Drought Demon and made a mindless move. Under the Drought Demon's instinctive dodging, the short stick, however, spun around in the air and drilled directly into the Drought Demon's chest. The Drought Demon screamed shrilly, a black smoke emanated, and the screams came to an abrupt end. This battle stunned countless people. Zhang Daoyi's martial arts were like a god, his stances were like thunderbolts, and the Drought Demon was considered powerful. However, he was still powerless against Zhang Daoyi. The purple-robed heavenly master Zhang Daoyi faced the Drought Demon, the ancestor of the zombies, with great vigor. The Drought Demon's entire body exuded a gloomy aura, with pale skin and deep-set eyes, giving it a decayed appearance. Zhang Daoyi shook the purple and gold staff in his hand, and a mysterious light surged above the staff. He mouthed a silent incantation, and his staff suddenly let out a heaven-shaking roar as a pillar of purple golden light shot straight up into the sky, rushing towards the Drought Demon. When the Drought Demon saw this, his face changed, knowing that Zhang Daoyi was going all out. He roared in rage, his entire body's rotting flesh churning like an offended beast, waving his arms and charging towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi couldn't take his eyes off the Drought Demon's movements, and the staff in his hand was waved once again, and this time it was no longer a pillar of light that fell from the sky. Instead, it was a purplish golden ball of light that had complex runic patterns on it. A violet gold-colored ball of light emitting a mysterious aura was quietly suspended in the air. It is as bright as the stars in the universe. Upon closer inspection, one could find that the surface of the light ball was covered with dense and intricate runic patterns. These runes are like ancient incantations and mysterious totems. Each rune pattern contained endless power and mysteries, as if it was the embodiment of some rule between heaven and earth. They intertwined and entwined with each other, and together they formed a brilliant and colorful pattern, making the entire sphere of light look even more sacred and solemn. It drew a splendid arc in the air and blasted towards the Drought Demon. Seeing this, the Drought Demon roared in anger and his body shook violently, wanting to avoid it, but the ball of light was extremely fast and had appeared in front of him in a flash. Boom! With a loud bang, the ball of light directly struck the Dryad, and his decaying skin shattered like broken porcelain, revealing his pale skeleton underneath. The Drought Demon screamed miserably and retreated backwards, his body eroded by the power of the curse, his speed slower than before. When Zhang Daoyi saw this, a trace of coldness flashed in his eyes as he waved his purple and gold staff once again. This time, what fell from the sky was a storm of purple-gold energy. They hovered in the air like a tornado, sweeping toward the Drought Demon. The Drought Demon's heart chilled when he saw the energy storm, knowing that if he was swept away by the storm, then he would surely die. As the storm swept through, a mournful scream rang out as the Drought Demon's body was constantly being destroyed in this storm. Eventually, his body dissipated in the storm and turned into a pile of dust. Zhang Daoi closed his eyes and recited an incantation in his heart. The light on the purple and gold staff faded away while the storm on the field subsided. Drought Demon, the ancestor of zombies, was one of the demon gods in the ancient times. According to ancient texts, the drought demon was originally the daughter of the Yellow Emperor, named Droughtus. She looks like a fairy, but she has extraordinary power. In a fierce battle with Chi Yu, the Yellow Emperor sent his daughter, Drought Demon, to fight. With her strong divine power, Drought Demon helped the Yellow Emperor defeat Chi Yu. However, it also exhausted its physical and spiritual strength and was unable to return to heaven. Eventually, she stayed on Earth and turned into a zombie. However, this zombie was not an ordinary zombie. It contained endless power. Wherever the drought demon goes, the land is red for thousands of miles, the rivers dry up, the grass and trees wither, and the living creatures are devastated. It is feared and regarded as a symbol of disaster. In spite of the great disaster that the drought brought to mankind, but deep down she still retains a trace of goodness. Whenever a drought comes and the people suffer, the drought demon will always protect those innocent lives silently in the dark. Just, in an ancient and mysterious time, the Dryad was originally a god with great power and a kind heart. However, fate played a cruel joke on him. One day, the drought demon encountered a group of sinister and cunning evil spirits. These evil spirits have malicious intent and seek to use the power of the drought demon to fulfill their own selfish desires. They confuse the Dryad with flowery words, convincing him that true greatness can only be achieved through dark means. Gradually, the Dryads fell for the lies of the evil spirits and began to follow a path of degradation. His heart is gradually eroded by evil, and his original goodness and justice are gone. As time went on, the Dryads became more and more ruthless, and his power grew stronger. But that power is no longer used to protect people, but has become an instrument of destruction and devastation. In the end, the drought demon was completely reduced to the most evil being. His body exuded a terrifying aura, and wherever he went, there was desolation and disaster. People were filled with fear and hatred for him, but were powerless to resist his terrible power. It is undoubtedly a tragedy that a former guardian is now a demon. The moment the drought demon died, it was as if heaven and earth had lost their vitality. The sun was no longer blazing and the dryness in the air was dissipating. People looked at the sky with endless sadness and regret welling up in their hearts. In the villages, the wells that had been dry began to gush out fresh springs, and the yellowed crops gradually regained vitality. However, none of this could make up for the deep hurt in people's hearts. They stood silently on the ridge, their eyes blurred with tears, with trembling hands pointing into the distance. The old men recalled the days when they fought the drought. At that time, the drought brought by the Dryads made people's lives miserable, but they never gave up hope. Now, although the drought demon is gone, those difficult years are forever etched in their memories. The children, on the other hand, sit around and listen to the adults tell the story of the Dryads. There was a mixture of curiosity and fear in their eyes, as well as sadness for the god who had brought disaster to the earth. In the cities, people took to the streets and held various ceremonies to honor the drought. The temple was filled with incense and devotees prayed devoutly that the drought demon would rest in peace. The streets and alleys were filled with cries, and the whole city was immersed in a state of grief. 72. The Purple Heavenly Sword, a sword to cut the heavens. Kill until this heaven and earth change color and blood flows into rivers. The Heavenly Master Sword in Zhang Daoi's hand suddenly erupted with a blinding purple light, and with a loud shout, he executed the Purple Heavenly Divine Sword, a masterpiece of the Heavenly Master Sword technique. The Purple Heavenly Divine Sword is an unparalleled divine weapon handed down from the ancient times, with a mysterious purple light shining on its body and precious gems embedded in its hilt. Its power is unrivaled and can easily cut through steel. When the Purple Heavenly Divine Sword came out, heaven and earth changed color. One could only see the sword shadows flashing, like purple lightning across the sky, carrying a powerful and unrivaled sword chi, stabbing straight into the enemy's vitals. Wherever it passed, the void shattered and the wind and clouds stirred. When using this move, the swordsman needs to gather his whole body's internal force on the sword, and then swings the sword at a very fast speed. This sword contained endless might and power that could easily tear through the air and cut through steel. When the tip of the sword touches the target, a powerful wave of energy erupts, instantly destroying anything in its way. Moreover, the power of the Purple Heavenly Divine Sword would continue to increase as the sword art realm increased. Not only can it be used as a single attack skill, it can also evolve into a ranged kill move. The performer is even able to utilize the subtle meaning of the sword technique to trigger the power of heaven and earth to add to his body, thus exerting a destructive power beyond imagination. All in all, the Purple Heavenly Divine Sword was undoubtedly an extremely powerful and overbearing sword stance. Its power and momentum are breathtaking. The process of its execution is full of thrilling and shocking visual experience. The sword light was like a dragon, heading straight for the drought demon. Seeing this, the drought demon's face was grave, and his entire body's black chi tumbled, violently erupting into a powerful energy. forming a thick black chi barrier that rigidly blocked the purple heavenly divine sword. However, Zhang Daoyi did not stop there. He quickly made seals with both hands, recited an ancient incantation under his breath, and utilized the energy of heaven and earth to perform the return of 10,000 swords to the father's spell. For a moment, countless sword chi surged towards the drought demon like wind-swept clouds. Each sword chi contained a powerful might, as if it could tear apart the heaven and earth. The drought demon instantly felt an unprecedented sense of oppression, and the black chi of his entire body began to roll violently, wanting to resist this monstrous sea of swords, but he found that his power was gradually draining away. Finally, with a deafening roar, a sword chi broke through the drought demon's black chi barrier and struck him directly in the chest. The drought demon's chest was instantly pierced by the sword chi, and black chi gushed out like a flood. At this moment, the zombie ancestor drought demon's combat power dropped drastically, losing its previous might and dominance. Zhang Daoyi did not stop. He knew that the drought demon also had a strong recovery ability. He recited incantations rapidly under his breath, and the heavenly master's sword in his hand transformed into a ray of purple light as he swung the sword down once again. This time, he was executing the salvation sword technique from the heavenly master sword technique, and the sword light contained a powerful life force, aiming to completely destroy the dry drought demon's source of life. The sword's light was like water, slowly cutting into the drought demon's tattered and unkempt body. As the sword light penetrated, the drought demon's body began to shatter, turning into pieces of black ash that slowly drifted away on this battlefield. The corpse of drought demon, the ancestor of zombies and a generation of powerhouses, was eventually unable to come back to life because of Zhang Daoyi's swordsmanship. As the drought demon dissipated, a thick purple light filled the battlefield, and the battle between the celestial master sword technique and the ancestor of zombies, the drought demon, came to an end. Zhang Daoyi stood on top of the battlefield, holding the heavenly master sword, a glint of victor in his eyes, and the purple light on that sword was like the victor's banner, announcing the end of the battle. Celestial master Zhang Daoyi faced the drought demon that had risen from the dead. His face was grave, and his heart harbored a hidden murderous intent. He quickly made seals with both hands and recited under his breath. A golden light descended from the sky and enveloped Zhang Daoyi, and the Dharma sword in his hand began to emit a dazzling white light. The drought demon watched with cold eyes, the corner of his mouth hooked into a sneer as his figure leapt violently, transforming into a terrifying black gas that instantly rushed towards Zhang Daoyi. A cold light flashed in Zhang Dao's eyes as he swung the magic sword in his hand violently, and a huge sword chi swept out, directly cutting that black chi in half. A hint of amazement swept through the drought demon's eyes, but his face quickly regained its composure and he mouthed the words. The air around him began to become distorted, and a powerful suction force emanated from him, attempting to suck Zhang Daoyi into the boundless darkness. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged. His heart was like water as he danced with the Dharma sword in his hand. It transformed into countless sword shadows, each of which was as bright and radiant as streams of light, forcibly tearing that suction force apart and transforming into countless tiny points of light that dissipated into the air. Seeing this, the dry drought demon sneered, and his body swelled violently, turning into a huge zombie with thick arms and legs, and skin as hard as slate. The ancestor of zombies, with his immense strength, Zhang Daoyi's magic sword swung in front of his eyes, but he was unable to penetrate that thick skin. Zhang Daoban showed his gravity as he knew that he could only use a big move now. The golden aura on his body became brighter as he mouthed the words. The Dharma sword in his hand also began to emit an even more dazzling light, as if it was trying to gather all the light in it. The drought demon sensed the danger and he tried to back away, but the powerful suction had locked him firmly in place, making it impossible for him to escape. Zhang Daoyi's Dharma sword swung violently, and an even more massive sword of light than before swept out, directly cutting the drought demon in half. The light was glowing, the swords were glowing, and the air was filled with a burning stench. The battle finally ended and Zhang Daoyi stood in place. A triumphant smile appeared on his face as he looked at the two halves of the dryad on the ground. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi waved his mahogany sword with a grave expression on his face. The drought demon, that once dead ancestor of the zombies, now came back to life, covered in blood and bloodthirsty, and lunged at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi struck like electricity. The peachwood sword cut out a silver mane in the air, each one filled with evil-breaking power. He recited under his breath, and the shrill sound carried a powerful magical force that erupted from the tip of the mahogany sword, forming a sword chi that drove straight at the drought demon. The drought demon sneered. His entire body was filled with black chi. His hands were like sharp claws, waving them around in an attempt to tear Zhang Daoyi apart. However, his movements were blocked by a layer of invisible force under Zhang Daoyi's sword chi, and he could only stare wide-eyed at Zhang Daoyi's nearness, but he was never able to get close. The peachwood sword in Zhang Daoyi's hand suddenly erupted with an even more dazzling light. He mouthed the words. The tip of his sword pointed towards the sky, and his sword chi several times thicker than before erupted from the tip of the sword, straight into the clouds. The sword chi seemed to have a consciousness of its own, hovering in the air, searching for the drought demon's weakness. The drought demon's face changed as he felt a threat from the heavens, but instead of retreating, he stimulated all the demonic power in his body even more, and the energy contained in his blood made him look like an undead monster. Just as this power erupted, Zhang Daoi's sword chi smashed down like a heavenly punishment, directly hitting the dry drought demon. An intense explosion rang out, and a huge vortex formed in the sky, as if it was going to swallow the entire world. After a few moments, Zhang Daoi's arm that was wielding the mahogany sword slowly lowered, looked at the drought demon that had fallen to the ground, and sighed deeply. He knew that the drought demon had been defeated though, but the power of the ancestor of zombies had not completely dissipated, and he had to find a way to eradicate it completely. Otherwise this force will cause another disaster. And at this moment, Zhang Dao made up his mind that no matter what, he would find a solution to this problem. A piece of coldness flashed in Tianchi Zhang Dao's eyes, the white robe on his body roamed, a long sword in his hand danced with ease, the chi of the sword whistled up, directly cutting through the corpse ancestor drought demon's split defense. The corpse ancestor drought demon split hissed unwillingly. It used its strongest corpse demon technique and instantly transformed into dozens of humanoid skeletons, once again surrounding Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's heart was as clear as a mirror, and he was indifferent in front of him. The long sword in his hand swung violently, and the white bones that were about to die instantly exploded and turned into bone dust that flew in all directions. With a violent pop, the corpse ancestor drought demon split transformed into endless skeletons again and again. A torrent of demons surged towards Zhang Daoi, and Zhang Daoi was able to skillfully dissolve these demons every time. Time passes. The only thing that seemed to remain in heaven and earth was the endless battle between Zhang Daoi and the corpse ancestor drought demon split. Zhang Daoi continuously absorbed the surrounding heaven and earth aura, and the long sword in his hand blossomed with powerful divine power. The corpse ancestor drought demon desert split had an ugly expression on its face as it felt the threat that Zhang Daoi's powerful aura brought to it. Finally, a huge aura instantly erupted from Zhang Daoi's body as light shone brightly. The long sword in his hand chopped out an invisible sword chi, directly killing the corpse ancestor drought demon's detachment. Only the bones that should have rotted were left hard and scattered on the ground. In this battle, Zhang Daoi won with his powerful Heaven's Path divine art and his unbelievable oracle art. For a while, the crowd was in awe, extolling the overwhelming splendor of the battle. Purple-robed heavenly master Zhang Dao was dressed in a blue robe with white hair, holding a dark gold staff in his hand. Facing the four great corpse ancestors, he looked resolute and had a firm gaze. Winning Hook's hook through the heart move is coming, only to see the iron hook in Win Hook's hand swung violently. Instantly countless cold glittering hooks shot forward like a torrential downpour. These hooks were incomparably sharp, carrying an overpowering aura as if they were going to tear everything apart. They were densely intertwined, forming a huge hooked net that gave no escape. This is the Winning Hook's best trick, 10,000 hooks through the heart. Each hook contained his powerful strength and killing intent. Once hit, the consequences are unimaginable. The enemy couldn't help but feel fear in the face of such a terrifying attack, desperately trying to dodge it. Instead, he realized that he was already surrounded by hooks, and there was no way out. In this thrilling moment, the entire battlefield was shocked by the power of 10,000 hooks through the heart. Everyone was holding their breath, nervously watching this life and death contest. Zhang Dao leaped in the air. His figure was like a swallow through flowers, easily dodging it. The drought demon's move Ghostly Shadow follows. The drought demon used a stance called Ghostly Shadow. In an instant, countless eerie ghostly shadows emerged from him, sweeping towards the enemy like a tidal wave. These ghosts and shadows were in different forms, some with hideous faces, some hidden and creepy. They were accompanied by gusts of mournful screams as they traveled through the void at an astonishing speed, as if they wanted to devour everything. Faced with such a bizarre and terrifying attack, the enemy couldn't help but feel fear and tried to fend it off in panic. However, he realized that he was unable to cope with the densely packed ghostly shadows. Zhang Dao turned his staff in his hand and turned his body sharply, narrowly avoiding it. Ho Qing's move Vajra is coming like a storm. Ho Qing used his best move Vajra. This stance swept towards the opponent like a violent hurricane and pouring rain. The magnitude and power of it is mind-boggling. It was as if the entire space was shaken by this powerful force, and the surrounding air became tense and oppressive. Zhang Daoi leapt upwards with a whoosh and responded calmly. The Shogun's move A1,000 changes. Shogun used his unique skill, 1,000 illusions. This move was as fantastical and dazzling as magic. One could only see Shogun's figure flicker, instantly manifesting countless figures, crisscrossing and weaving across the battlefield like a phantom. Each figure executed a different means of attack, some wielding sharp weapons, some releasing powerful waves of energy, and others utilizing bizarre spells. These figures weren't just false images, they all possessed real attack and defense power. Faced with so many attacks, The enemy was unable to distinguish which was Shogun's true form and could only fall into a passive situation. Shogun, on the other hand, could control these figures as he wished, switching positions at any time to unleash a fatal blow. His speed was extremely fast, like lightning, leaving his enemies defenseless. Under the enchantment of thousand illusions, it was as if Shogun had transformed into an invincible god of war. Unrivaled, this move not only demonstrated his superior fighting skills, but also his perfect control of power. Zhang Dao quickly discerned the authenticity and slammed the staff in his hand hard, sending it crunching and falling heavily to the ground. The four great corpse ancestors were all stunned, not daring to act rashly. At this moment, the purple-robed heavenly master Zhang Dao mouthed the words, and with a movement of his mind, a powerful mana surged into the staff, and with a loud bang, the four great corpse ancestors were blown apart, and the scene was once gruesome. Instead, the purple-robed celestial master Zhang Dao was the one who remained calm and decisive in this vicious battle. Right, the scene of the Yellow Emperor, the founder of the human race 10,000 years ago, whose corpse became immortal and climbed out of the heavenly coffin. In the distant 10,000 years ago, the body of Huang Di, the originator of the human race, went through the vicissitudes of the years and finally cultivated himself to become an immortal. Boom! A huge mouth suddenly split open in the sky, and a mysterious and ancient heavenly coffin slowly descended. That heavenly coffin was glittering with a strange light, surrounded by clouds and mist, as if it was from another world. As the lid of the coffin was gently pushed open, a powerful aura came over him. The crowd watched in shock, only to see the Yellow Emperor's figure gradually emerge. His body exuded an awe-inspiring immortal aura. His skin was as crystal clear as white jade, and his eyes were tightly closed, but it reveals an endless wisdom and power. With a low sigh, the Yellow Emperor slowly opened his eyes, his gaze like a torch as he scanned the surroundings. He slowly climbed out of the sky coffin, each step seeming so heavy and solemn. His body was dressed in a gorgeous robe embroidered with ancient runes and patterns that shone with a mysterious light. In his hand, he held an immortal sword with a chilling light that made people not dare to look directly at it. When the Yellow Emperor stood up, the entire heaven and earth shook. His presence made people feel an unspeakable pressure, as if time had frozen at this moment. People were kneeling down to worship, paying the highest respect to this human ancestor. The Yellow Emperor looked around, a hint of relief flashing in his eyes. He saw the glorious civilization he had created and felt the admiration and love of future generations. Then, with a faint smile, he turned around and flew towards the sky, disappearing into the vast sea of clouds. 73. Corpse Immortal Yellow Emperor attacks. A silver coffin in heaven and earth. A corpse dissolves into an immortal. This is the final battle. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor ruled over all the peoples of the world. He was highly respected, wise and loved by his people. However, the years go by like a shuttle. Time flies. The Yellow Emperor could not resist the passage of time and left the world. Tens of thousands of years passed, and the remains of the Yellow Emperor were buried deep in the ground. But his great spirit and power have not faded. One day, the sky and the earth suddenly changed color and lightning flashed. A mysterious and powerful light descended from the sky, piercing straight through the earth and illuminating the place where the Yellow Emperor slept. As the light gradually dissipated, people were surprised to find that the remains of the Yellow Emperor had begun to undergo marvelous changes. His skin became crystal clear and gave off a heady aroma. His bones became hard and smooth like beautiful jade. His fur also became soft and shiny, glistening with a golden color. Then, the Yellow Emperor's body slowly rose into the air, surrounded by colorful clouds. His eyes slowly opened, his eyes revealing endless wisdom and compassion. At this moment, the Yellow Emperor has completed the process of corpse dissolution into immortality, transcending the suffering of the cycle of life and death. After becoming immortal, the Yellow Emperor was dressed in a gorgeous robe, holding a magical sword and exuding a divine aura around him. He smiled down on all beings and conveyed blessings and guidance in a warm voice. People have kneeled down to worship, grateful to God for allowing this great man to be reborn, and prayed to the Yellow Emperor to bless the earth with good weather and peace of mind. From then on, the Yellow Emperor became a member of the immortal world, guarding all things in the world. His legend has been passed down by word of mouth, inspiring generations of humans to strive for excellence and transcendence. And the process of the Yellow Emperor's corpse disintegrating into immortality has become an eternal god in the hearts of countless people. In ancient times, the world was in chaos and demons were rampant. The Yellow Emperor, as the leader of mankind, was charged with the important task of saving the lives of the people. And Zhang Daoi is a mysterious Taoist priest. It is said to have mastered a powerful Taoist technique that can summon heavenly soldiers and generals to assist in battle. One day, the Yellow Emperor learned that Zhang Daoi was practicing a forbidden spell. Such spells may bring great disaster to the world, so the Yellow Emperor decided to go ahead and stop him himself. When the Yellow Emperor arrived at the place where Zhang Daoi was, the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. Zhang Daoi explained to the Yellow Emperor that he practiced this spell to save the world, but the Yellow Emperor didn't believe him. The two sides were on different sides and ultimately had to resort to force to solve the problem. The battle began with a thrilling duel between Yellow Emperor and Zhang Daoi. They each displayed their own mastery, and for a while the wind and clouds changed colors and the ground shook. After hundreds of rounds of intense battle, it was still difficult to distinguish a winner from a loser. Just then, Zhang Daoi suddenly used his surefire technique, the Nine Heavens Divine Thunder Curse, only to see the sky flashing with electricity and thunder. Countless streaks of purple lightning struck at the Yellow Emperor. However, the Yellow Emperor did not back down. He withstood the wave of attacks with amazing perseverance and courage and took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack. The sky and the earth were filled with rich mana. The two figures were interlaced, and the moves they attacked were all carefully designed, and none of them revealed a shocking power. The purple-robed Heavenly Master Zhang Dao executed the Heavenly Dao Divine Light Sword, a move from a mysterious ancient book. The Heavenly Way is limitless. The sword moves it created were amazing to the extreme. The sword momentum was continuous, like 100 sword chi chopping down recklessly towards the Yellow Emperor. And the Yellow Emperor likewise performed his own martial art, corpse walking for miles. Its appearance was no different from that of an ordinary human, but the skills it possessed were far more than those of an ordinary martial artist. The moves performed by the Yellow Emperor were claimed to have been learned from the corpse it was born from, and the punches it displayed were wicked and unpredictable. The destructive power of the fight was even more amazing, only to see the moves executed between the two, constantly bombarding their surroundings as if the entire world had been destroyed by them. In the end, facing Zhang Dao's splendid sword of divine light, the Yellow Emperor was unable to resist. It was received head-on, and a loud explosion rang out. The air binding around them was broken one by one. The whole scene became riotous, and the destructive power of the battle was too beautiful to be imagined. The purple-robed Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the corpse immortal Huang Di fought fiercely like a tiger entering the forest. Zhang Daoi unleashed the Heavenly Poison Hand, a mastery from the Heavenly Master Dao, transforming into a python. He sprinted towards the Yellow Emperor. Yellow Emperor couldn't dodge and was entangled by the python, and had to stomp Zhang Dao to the ground with a move called Corpse Stomp. However, this stimulated the powerful force within Zhang Daoi, because she wasn't just a disciple of the celestial Master Dao, she was also a demon descendant. Consequently, the soles of her feet transformed into searing flames, and the Yellow Emperor let out a miserable howl. The Yellow Emperor was not willing to show weakness and unleashed the Corpse Ghost Commander, the most vicious move of the 9 spectral earths. Facing this powerful move, Zhang Daoi fought to unleash his thunder hands and fought 1 against 7. The ground cracked as thunder and bones collided, creating a constant sound of wind in the air. As both sides continued to attack and defend, the entire battlefield shook violently. In the end, Zhang Daoi controlled the power of lightning with his mind. It caused the Yellow Emperor's body to suffer unprecedented destruction, and the sound of countless bones breaking resounded throughout the entire venue. In this fierce battle, both sides played their best tricks. Zhang Daoi's Heavenly Poison Hands is from the Heavenly Master's Way. According to rumors, this mysterious and incredibly powerful secret book of Heavenly Poisonous Hands surprisingly originated from an ancient and mysterious Taoist sect, Tianshi Dao. This sect has a long history, and its teachings are profound and subtle, containing endless wisdom and power. Legend has it that Tianshi Dao masters were able to utilize unique spells and techniques to master the power of nature, exorcise evil spirits and protect the world's peace. This book, the Heavenly Poison Hand, was one of the greatest treasures they had handed down, and the martial arts mastery recorded in it was astonishing. There are many different versions of the legend as to how this secret book came to be in the world and circulated. Some say it was stolen by some traitor and taken out of Tianshi Dao. Others are convinced that it was intentionally brought down to earth by the heavens to save the living from evil forces. Regardless of the truth, nowadays this book Heavenly Poisonous Hands has become the most coveted treasure of countless martial artists. Possessing it means that you have mastered a powerful and unrivaled force, and can dominate the Jianghu and the world. However, how easy is it to get such a precious and rare treasure? Countless heroes and heroines have fought fiercely and even life and death battles over this, but it was her own original creation. The Yellow Emperor's Ghoul Commander Ghost Method, on the other hand, originated from his mastery of the 9 hells. It's also his unique skill set. The devastation of the entire battle led directly to the destruction of the battlefield all around. It even poses a threat to the entire city. Although the fight was fierce, in the end, it was Zhang Daoi who won. The Yellow Emperor stood face to face with the Heavenly Master Zhang Dao in a fierce manner. Zhang Dao quickly swung the long sword in his hand and made a move of shattering star chop pointing straight at Huang Di, who dodged the move with a nimble stance. Huang Di drew out the long sword on his back and made a move of dragon head chop to slash straight at Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao dodged and avoided. The sword light flashed and a move of 10,000 swords technique was instantly sent out. Huang Di slanted his body to avoid it. His right hand counterattacked and a move of Dragon Bardic technique slashed at Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao retreated in the face of Huang Di's fierce attack and kept swinging the long sword in his hand as a sword light broke through the air. Huang Di was in hot pursuit. His right leg stepped on the ground. A side turn. A move of Flying Dragon in the sky bypassed Zhang Dao's long sword, and his blade was pointing straight at Zhang Dao's chest. Zhang Dao hurriedly swung his sword to block it, and with a move of Ice and Snow technique, the sword light caught his eyes and slashed straight towards the Yellow Emperor. Huang Di dodged and blocked the move with his sword momentum, and the two resumed their struggle. At this time, the sky was raining torrentially, and the fight became even more tragic, with sword lights and blade awnings interlacing, and heart-shattering loud noises bursting out from time to time. In the end, Huang Di made a move of Dragon Leaping Nine Heavens and chopped at Zhang Dao's chest. Zhang Dao hurriedly swung his sword to hold it, but he was still cut by Huang Di's slash. Yellow Emperor got his hands on a Fury of the Overlord move and slashed at Zhang Dao with unparalleled power. Zhang Dao fought to swing his sword in a Heavenly Dragnet move, just blocking the Yellow Emperor's killing move, while at the same time attacking the Yellow Emperor with his sword. Both sides fought hard, and it was difficult to decide on a winner for a while. Finally, with a move of 9 dragons in the sky, Huang Di cuts off Zhang Dao's long sword, and Zhang Dao, in shock, is cut in half by Huang Di's sword. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi meditated on the Tongtian teachings in his heart and quickly recovered. A drop of blood can bring you back to life. One bone will become immortal again. This is the strength of the Heavenly Master's way. Zhang Daoi's hands joined together and turned into a lotus shape, and a terrifying power was quickly released from his body. Endless spiritual energy gushed out from his body, condensing into a huge golden lotus around his body. The lotus petals blooming out one by one, escorting him inside the Lian Rue. The Yellow Emperor and Celestial Master Zhang Dao confronted each other in a valley, and the atmosphere was tense. The Yellow Emperor gazed at Zhang Dao and said in a deep voice, "Zhang Dao, since you dare to challenge me, prepare to accept my challenge." With a calm face, Zhang Dao raised the longsword in his hand and prepared for battle. Huang Di and Zhang Dao started to fight fiercely. Huang Di waved his long sword in his hand and used the flying swallow chop. The sword light was like a swallow, swift and fierce, attacking Zhang Dao. However, Zhang Dao was not willing to show weakness and used the Divine Vulture Body Protector. The pattern of the Divine Vulture coalesced on his body and blocked Huang Di's attack. Next, Huang Di attacked Zhang Dao with Tiger Pouncing on Food. Seeing that the long sword was rapidly approaching him, Zhang Dao was not afraid and jumped violently, making use of the skew of the terrain to avoid the attack. Then, he utilized his internal energy and made a move of 3 talents in one, and his whole body transformed into 3 streams of air and attacked towards the Yellow Emperor. A trace of surprise flashed in Huang Di's eyes, but he didn't panic. Instead, he displayed the wind, fire, lightning and thunder power, and countless sword chi, fireballs, and thunderbolts surged towards Zhang Dao. However, Zhang Dao was also worthy of his name as a heavenly master, and he used the 5 elements returning to 1 strength to make himself coalesce into a ray of light, and charged towards the Yellow Emperor like lightning. In the end, in this fierce battle, Huang Di and Zhang Dao went back and forth. The Yellow Emperor's eyes condensed, the long sword in his hand slowly raised, the tip of the sword pointing towards the sky. His body was floating. The whole person was like a god in the wind. A handful of sword techniques, named 9 Heavenly Dragons Bellowing. This sword skill originated from a divine encounter between the Yellow Emperor and the 9 Heavenly Dragons, and the sword intent contained the power of the 9 heavens, capable of breaking through the air and cracking rocks. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi took off his Taoist robe, revealing the battle robe hidden underneath it, and he slowly waved the duster in his hand, which transformed into millions of spiritual lights called 10,000 paths returning to the sect. This Dao method gathered the essence of his 100 years of cultivation and was able to pull the power of heaven and earth with infinite power. The two of them touched each other. The Yellow Emperor chopped down with a sword. The 9 heavenly dragon roars shook the 8 wastelands. The air seemed to condense, and the sword chi shot straight up to the sky. And with a wave of Zhang Daoi's duster, the 10,000 paths returned to the dawn, transformed into a huge energy field that collided with the 9 heavens dragon's breath. For a moment, the sky and earth changed. The clouds were torn apart. Thunder rumbled as if the world was opening up, and the two forces collided fiercely in the air, producing dazzling light and deafening roars. Rumble. In a loud sound, a huge energy vortex formed where the two forces met in the air, spinning and devouring everything around it. The Yellow Emperor's face did not change. He knew that his 9 heavenly dragons could deal a fatal blow to his enemy at the critical moment. As for Zhang Daoi, his face was grave as he knew that although the 10,000 paths return to the sect was strong, however, under one blow, it may also be greatly injured. As time slowly passed, the swirl of energy between the two grew bitterly cold. In the end, in an even brighter light, the two forces erupted at the same time. It formed a pillar of light that shot up into the sky, enough to shake the hearts and minds of onlookers. In this pillar of light, the figures of the Yellow Emperor and Zhang Daoyi became blurred, but their auras became even more powerful, as if they were climbing up in the pillar of light, reaching unprecedented heights. In the end, when the pillar of light slowly dissipated, the two men stood apart between heaven and earth, each stepping on the aftermath and preparing to fight again. The Yellow Emperor, the Lord of heaven and earth, the ruler of all the nations of the world, who holds the heaven and the earth in his hands and shakes the four directions with his might. At this moment, he was facing a celestial master Zhang Daoyi who was wearing a green robe with a fluttering robe and a purple and gold crown. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave as he pinched his hands and mouthed the words. He used the Xian Tian divine mantra, and an invisible power surged out from the heavenly master's body like a tidal wave, attacking the Yellow Emperor with a light golden blow. The Yellow Emperor's sleeves unfolded, and with a flip of his palm, an invisible force greeted him, the Qiankuan Shift technique, causing the power of the Xian Tian divine mantra to explode in the sky. A brilliant aura was formed, like a meteor streaking across the night sky. The Yellow Emperor's figure shifted as if he were traveling through a gap in space and time. He utilized the Huanyu shuttle, leaving a residual shadow where he was, while his real body had already appeared behind Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face was unchanged and his mind was unperturbed. He had long foreseen this move of the Yellow Emperor. He swung the rosary in his hand. An incomparably thick internal force swept fiercely behind him, green dragon turning internal energy, making the Yellow Emperor had to retract his move to evade. The two of them crisscrossed the battlefield. The Yellow Emperor's star transformation and Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's Xianhuan breaking collided with each other, and every time they collided, the air around them shook, as if even the heaven and earth were trembling for it. The Yellow Emperor let out a long whistle and used his mastery Qiankuan reversal. The whole battlefield seemed to be upside down, and countless cracks appeared between heaven and earth, as if it was going to devour everything. Seeing this, Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi advanced instead of retreating. He mouthed the words, and his hands quickly formed a seal, summoning the Tai Shan Lao Jun's body protecting divine light, which was like gold flowing out of the sky, wrapping around the Heavenly Master and resisting the unprecedented pressure. In the end, the power of the two collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The air around them froze, and the power of the battle was evident. The Yellow Emperor closed his stance and stood still, while the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi also had his robes fluttering and was as steady as Mt. Tai Shan. The two of them looked at each other with their eyes facing each other, and each of them acknowledged each other's extraordinary. The battle ended, but the battle in the hearts of the two never stopped. 74. The Yellow Emperor's Ascension? This is necrophilia to become an immortal. You'd better sleep honestly. The Yellow Emperor and the Celestial Master Zhang Dao engage in a thrilling battle between a barren mountainous landscape. With their respective martial arts and strength, the two sides constantly engaged in offensive and defensive exchanges. The Yellow Emperor held a purple and gold hammer in his hand, and when he vibrated his hand, he could lift the winds and waves and overturn mountains and rivers. Zhang Daoyi, on the other hand, was a powerhouse who specialized in Taoist sword techniques, using sword chi as his main means of attack, and wherever he went, the air seemed to be chopped into pieces by his sword chi. The fight between the two was intense and very exciting. They work with each other and compete to see who was better. The Yellow Emperor raised his hammer to slash, and the wind whistled. Zhang Daoyi swung his sword and chopped without a shadow. The two men make moves and murder each other, leaving one to wonder how this fight will end. The Yellow Emperor's Yellow Emperor fist technique was very powerful, able to gather divine power in his fist and release a powerful impact. Zhang Daoyi, on the other hand, specialized in the mixed Yuan Grand technique, which was able to gather the power of nature and coalesce the power into his own sword fingers. The two men's moves were mainly fierce and harsh, and they were very spontaneous and free with every move. Their strength and speed were unrivaled, and their moves were deadly and unambiguous. The fight continued to an unpredictable end until the Yellow Emperor used up all of his strength before he was stabbed in the chest by Zhang Dao's sword. Yellow Emperor reacted. He had already lost the battle. The entire valley was immersed in silence, while Heavenly Master Zhang Dao silently turned around and left the place, leaving behind a desolate and silent atmosphere. The battle produced an infinite amount of power, and many felt the fear and tension that filled the air. Under the green sky and white sun, the Yellow Emperor held the Longquan sword, while Zhang Dao used the Luhui stick in his hand as a weapon, and attacked the Yellow Emperor one after the other. The Yellow Emperor attacked Zhang Dao with a sword. Zhang Dao dodged, and with the special design of the hexagonal stick, he pummeled the Yellow Emperor. Huangdi followed the rhythm of his opponent's attack and quickly moved his body to dodge the attack of the stick shadow. Then, under the Yellow Emperor's shock, Zhang Dao attacked the Yellow Emperor with the 9 Revolutions bomb, which he rarely used in his hands. The Yellow Emperor was prepared for this and swung his Longquan sword to expel the 9 Revolutions bomb, while at the same time deploying his flying light sword to firmly suppress Zhang Dao. Zhang Dao was worthy of being a celestial master, and his magical powers were so great that he kept on exercising his mind without fail. and he strongly counterattacked. After a few rounds, both sides began to intensify their attacks, with Huang Di's frequency of sword strikes noticeably increasing, and Zhang Dao's unique techniques becoming more mysterious and unpredictable. Suddenly, a smile appeared at the corner of Huang Di's mouth as he introduced the sackcloth sword stance he had learned into the confrontation. The move didn't seem to work at first. However, in the next instant Zhang Dao felt as if his entire body was covered in numbness, and the short-lived paralysis prevented him from being the main protagonist in the battle for the time being. This short little gap allowed Yellow Emperor to raise his sword even further and ultimately win with a brilliant one-time kill. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi stepped into the air, his figure arcing through the air, his immense strength making it seem as if he could tear through the air. The long sword in his hand flickered with light. Each sword contained a thunderous momentum, and wherever the tip of the sword pointed, the air was torn apart, erupting in sharp whistling sounds. The corpse immortal Yellow Emperor watched with cold eyes, his figure flickering in and out. His hands stretched out and instantly transformed into thousands of silk threads, each as hard as steel wire, wrapping around towards Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi. These threads contain viruses that, once they touch the skin, penetrate deep into the bone marrow and destroy the meridians. Zhang Daoi roared. The long sword in his hand swung down violently, sword chi flew horizontally, and thousands of silk threads were chopped into two. He took the opportunity to rush towards corpse immortal Huang Di. His right fist flew and coalesced a golden-colored ball of light, which contained infinite immortal chi and could generate great power when it exploded. Corpse immortal Huang Di did not panic. His feet stomped, and his entire body unexpectedly bent backwards like a snake, skillfully avoiding Zhang Daoyi's attack. The silk threads in his hands once again twined toward Zhang Daoi with a speed that dazzled the eyes. Zhang Daoi's face was grave. His left hand quickly formed a seal and he recited an incantation silently under his breath. A powerful aura erupted from his body, forming a huge protective shield that blocked all of the silk threads out. His right hand gripped the long sword tightly, the tip of the sword pointing towards corpse immortal Yellow Emperor, and a powerful sword chi shot out from the tip of the sword and shot straight into the sky. Corpse immortal Huang Di sneered as his body instantly morphed into a skeleton, and a fierce suction force was emitted from the mouth of the head, which unexpectedly sucked in the sword chi. The red light in his eyes flashed, and the skull instantly swelled 3 times, and his sharp teeth and bones struck Zhang Daoi's sword, emitting ear-piercing metallic sounds. The two exchanged dozens of moves. Each attack was like a thunderclap, chilling people. Both Zhang Daoi and corpse immortal Huang Di displayed their own techniques, making deadly moves, but there was never a winner or a loser. The air around them was torn apart by energy and viruses. Storms and light intertwined to create a thrilling picture. Zhang Dao frowned as the Yellow Emperor's dark eyes glittered with an evil light. It made him feel a hint of oppression. However, he didn't give up the fight. Zhang Daoi held up the long sword in his hand, and as he incanted, sword light splashed everywhere, illuminating the entire battlefield. Huang Di doesn't seem to want to waste any time. He shouted and his figure instantly disappeared in place. That was a mysterious fast movement technique that Zhang Dao had also studied before, but he did not expect Huang Di to be so fast. He then drew out his Xian Tian sword, wanting to counter this move with greater speed. Huang Di's fist suddenly appeared in his line of sight, and before Zhang Dao could react, the punch had already struck his abdomen. Zhang Dao was suspended in the air as blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. He gritted his teeth and swung the Xian Tian sword in his hand again, stabbing at the Yellow Emperor. The battle was in full swing, with both sides constantly exchanging attacks, utilizing their skills and moves to resist. The number of spells that Zhang Dao knew gradually increased. The Tung Yun technique, the Falling Thunder technique, the Nirvana technique. These mysterious moves were finally able to be utilized by him. Yellow Emperor's attack also became more powerful, his speed, strength and skill far exceeding the limits of human beings. However, Zhang Dao did not give up, and he firmly believed that he could defeat this powerful enemy. The Yellow Emperor let out a loud roar one last time and swung his mighty bone lance. Along with his instincts, Zhang Dao dodged that strike while wielding his own sword and decapitating that last enemy. He sunk to the ground on both knees and looked to the yellow figure. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, clad in Taoist robes and holding the soul suppressor bell, faced the Yin spirit of the corpse immortal Huang Di with awe. The Yellow Emperor stood up, his face full of gloom, and with a cold smile, he lunged at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's eyes stared, and the bell in his hand shook sharply, emitting a clear ringing sound. With the ringing of the bell, a powerful aura was created out of thin air, forming a spiritual symbol that instantly spread out before Huang Di's eyes. These spirit symbols were like a heavenly net, trapping the Yellow Emperor in place, unable to move. The Yellow Emperor's face changed and he roared angrily, waving the ghost god whip in his hand in an attempt to break through these spirit talismans. However, Zhang Daoi only laughed softly, stepped on his feet, and swung the bell in his hand. An even more powerful aura swept towards the Yellow Emperor, shaking him and causing the ghost god whip to fall to the ground. The Yellow Emperor was shocked when he saw this. This was the first time he had seen someone who could easily take his attacks. He gritted his teeth as his body began to become twisted and his limbs elongated into a huge corpse. Seeing this, Zhang Dao's face remained unchanged as he recited true words under his breath, and the bell in his hand shone brightly, forming a streak of light. It transformed into a huge divine beast and pounced towards the Yellow Emperor. The divine beasts and the corpses clashed fiercely, making a roaring sound. Zhang Dao waved his bell, and the divine beast's shadow kept changing. His attack was ferocious and incomparable. Although the Yellow Emperor was immensely powerful, he gradually appeared to be overwhelmed by the divine beast's attack. Finally, after a deafening bell, the divine beast's shadow instantly coalesced into a sword of light, directly piercing through the Yellow Emperor's chest. The Yellow Emperor let out a mournful scream as his body instantly shattered, turning into countless fragments that flew away in all directions. Zhang Daoyi put away the bell, let out a long sigh, and turned to leave. The heavenly master Zhang Daoyi, with his high magical power, dressed in green, wearing a Taoist crown and a yellow sash around his waist, and holding a peach-wood sword in his hand, faced the corpse immortal Huang Di, and with a command, the fight began. Zhang Daoyi's body flashed, using the 5 elements sword art. The sword light was like water, crisp and powerful, stabbing directly at the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor's face was grave as he performed the Yellow Spring technique. A wave of black chi surged out from his body, forming a thick defensive shield that blocked all of the attacks from the mahogany sword. Zhang Daoyi recited an incantation and summoned Thunder God's power. The sky was instantly covered in dark clouds, and a bolt of lightning and thunder directly bombarded the Yellow Emperor. Huang Di shouted and performed the underworld technique. His body instantly became transparent, and the lightning could not attack his entity. Zhang Dao clenched his teeth and Di used the 10,000 swords returning to the father. Countless sword chi gathered from all directions, forming a huge sword formation, trapping the Yellow Emperor in it. The Yellow Emperor was not afraid and performed ghostly gods unexplainable. A powerful force erupted and instantly broke through the sword formation. The two exchanged dozens of rounds. Their moves became more and more intense, and the scene was very thrilling. Zhang Daoyi attacked the Yellow Emperor with the 8 trigrams palm technique, and the palm winds whistled loudly. The Yellow Emperor unfolded the Dragon-in sword technique, and his sword was as powerful as a rainbow. In the end, Zhang Daoyi used his masterstroke, inverting Qiankuan. A powerful suction sucked the Yellow Emperor into a black hole in the void, disappearing instantly. Zhang Daoyi returned victorious, and the name of the heavenly master shook the world. The celestial master Zhang Daoyi and the corpse immortal Huang Di engage in a fierce fight inside a cave. Zhang Daoyi transformed into a green eagle, flapped his wings, and swooped towards the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor's face was expressionless. His left hand moved slightly, and a corpse hand grabbed towards Zhang Daoyi like an iron vice. Zhang Daoyi quickly dodged and made a series of stances in the air as a Huashan sword chopped at the Yellow Emperor. With a wave of his right hand, the Yellow Emperor spewed out a foul-smelling miasma from his body, instantly freezing the Huashan sword. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi quickly retracted his sword and performed the hidden sword stance, as the 2 white tigers entwined and pounced towards the Yellow Emperor. Seeing this, the Yellow Emperor's entire body rattled with bone knots. His stance changed into a brown bear, and his violent palm swept wildly towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi hastily dodged and used the momentum to turn back, making a green eagle 1 arrow and flying towards the Yellow Emperor in an arrow step. The Yellow Emperor was prepared for this and pulled out a bone spur from his back, stabbing Zhang Daoyi head-on. Zhang Daoyi was too late to dodge. His eyes were slightly closed and his stance was slightly sideways, allowing the bone spikes to brush past his shoulders. Zhang Daoyi glared with his eyes and let out a roar as he executed the Night Fork Tantrum, his entire body transforming into a steel needle that directly passed through the Yellow Emperor's body. The Yellow Emperor's body trembled violently and cracked open, turning into flying ash. Zhang Daoyi turned around. His body transformed into a golden-winged rock and flew away from the cave. During the fight, Zhang Daoyi used his unique techniques such as the Green Eagle Pounce, the Huashan Sword, the Hidden Sword Style, the Green Eagle's Arrow and the Night Fork's Sea Scouting, while Huang Di also performed his best moves such as the Corpse Hand, the Miasma, the Palm of the Brown Bear and the Bone Thorn. The strong strength of the two masters was displayed in a breathtaking manner. The heavenly master Zhang Dao drifted about, his body taking off into the air, a red light slicing through his hands and stabbing at the Yellow Emperor. The Yellow Emperor was immovable as a mountain, moving quickly, and with a wave of the evil sword in his hand, a shadow closed in on Zhang Dao. The talisman paper fluttering in Zhang Dao's hand flew towards the Yellow Emperor, and then a sea of fire was ignited, instantly burning the corpse chi surrounding the Yellow Emperor. Huang Di roared in anger, stretched up his evil sword, and with a lightning-fast sweep, a sharp blade chi, as if it were a sharp blade, cleaved through Zhang Dao's talismanic defenses and sliced straight at Zhang Dao. Zhang Daoyi's entire body dodged and moved quickly around the Yellow Emperor, casting another series of chain-bombing talismans. With a wave of Huang Di's arms, a powerful corpse chi fired out, annihilating all of Zhang Dao's talismans. Zhang Daoi was secretly happy in his heart. The magic charm had been cast. It was time to fight head-on. As soon as Zhang Dao waved the light sword in his hand, he violently lunged towards Huang Di, while the evil sword in Huang Di's hand emitted a poisonous gas blade light, which clashed with Zhang Dao's light sword. Both men were paralyzed for a moment as the chops rang out. Zhang Dao raised his head and realized that Huang Di had quickly scurried behind him and sent out a dense corpse chi attack. Zhang Dao did not panic and dodged sideways, easily dodging Huang Di's move. The Yellow Emperor sneered and threw away the evil sword in his hand, his palm changing into a multicolored divine light. The multicolored divine light converged into a ball of light that shot straight up into the sky. Inside the ball of light a strange ghost holds a basin with a white skull inside. Holding the talisman staff in his left hand, Huang Di pointed toward the ball of light and summoned a whip-like talisman that smashed straight into Zhang Dao's head. Zhang Dao figure's color changed, knowing that this was his whistle-blowing stance, so he didn't mess up. Reciting an incantation under his breath, his whole body's magic power gathered into his palm. Zhang Dao raised his left hand and summoned a typhoon, sweeping away the corpse chi surrounding Huang Di, while his right hand was poised to catch the Yellow Emperor's talisman. Opening his mouth, extinguish, with a bang, the light in his hand snapped on, and Zhang Dao's light sword transformed into a stream of light that cut through the air and met with the Yellow Emperor's talisman, bringing with it the power of destroying the heavens and the earth. As the two great forces collided head-on, the sky and the earth were in chaos, and in the midst of the raging storm, both of them had fallen to the ground in a cloud of dust. A moment later, the entire battlefield became unusually quiet. A white light flashed, and only Zhang Dao and Huang Di were left standing on the field. 75. Treading out heaven and earth, no one can stop them. The great shadow flower Yin-Yang Divine Palace? It's just a waste. Tianzhi Zhang Daoi concentrated on his chi, and the peachwood sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if telling 1,000 years of legends and power. The origin of the mahogany sword can be traced back to the Preqing period, and it is said to be able to drive away evil spirits and demons, making it the most precious of Taoist magic weapons. Sasaki Michiko gently caressed the yin and yang magic talisman at her waist, a talisman that fused the power of yin and yang, originating from her years of cultivation in the East, a sealing technique unique to yin and yang masters. The battle was imminent. Zhang Dao swung his mahogany sword, and the sword light was like a waterfall, pointing directly at Sasaki Michiko. Her face did not change. Her fingers drew complex formations in the air, and the yin-yang magic talisman transformed into a curtain of light that collided with the sharpness of the mahogany sword, emitting a snorting sound, and the air was filled with the scent of gold and iron clanking together. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi didn't stop there. He mumbled incantations under his breath and the tip of his sword traced out a complex rune in the air. Each rune contained the purest chi of heaven and earth, and it was almost as if it would condense the air around him into substance. Seeing this, Sasaki Daozi's eyes stared, and the yin-yang technique talisman rotated at his fingertips, transforming into a spiritual yin-yang fish, colliding with the runes and attempting to dissolve them. However, Zhang Daoi's swordsmanship contained not only the swordsmanship itself, but also a profound understanding of the laws of the heavens and earth, which made the power of the mahogany sword more and more powerful. With the passage of time, the battle between the two intensified. The sword light and art symbols of the exchange. Each collision seems to be able to tear the long sky, inducing the wind and clouds to change. Zhang Daoi knew in his heart that Sasaki Daozi was not an idle person. Yin and Yang masters were famous for their treacherous and versatile yin and yang techniques in the East, so it might be difficult for him to win if he only used the mahogany sword. Thus, the aura behind him gradually converged, forming a ball of light that slowly floated towards Sasaki Michiko. Seeing this, Sasaki Daozi knew that Zhang Daoi had already used his best technique, and she was not willing to show weakness. Her hands quickly made a seal, and countless array flags flew out from her sleeves, and on top of the array flags, there were ancient yin and yang totems painted on them, and they echoed with the ball of light, constructing a yin and yang balanced guardian array. The battle between the two was not only a collision of skill and power, but also a contest between Tao and art, causing the air around them to tremble, as if a storm between heaven and earth could be detonated at any time. The celestial master Zhang Daoi and the yin and yang master Sasaki Michiko are in the middle of an ancient tomb, and the two of them engage in a life and death struggle. Zhang Daoi utilized the heavenly master hand seal and sent out a powerful sword chi, launching a fierce attack on Sasaki Daozi. Sasaki Michiko's stance was deft, her body following like a shadow, switching positions in the gale of sword energy and swinging ghostly moves in an attempt to counterattack. Zhang Daoi rose up in the air in a smooth manner, and the long sword in his hand quickly slashed across, chopping on top of the talisman in Sasaki Daozi's hand. The rune seal instantly collapsed, and Sasaki Nichiko's power to urge the rune was completely destroyed. The battle between the two entered into white heat as Sasaki Daozi executed the 9 revolutions in Yang Mirror and fiercely launched an attack on Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi relied on his cultivation to find a break and eventually managed to dodge away. Seeing that Sasaki Daozi was about to execute his last move, the mysterious and unpredictable domain of darkness, Zhang Daoyi executed the Thunder Seal and sent out a ray of thunder to pounce directly on Sasaki Daozi's body. Nichiko Sasaki narrowly escaped being electrocuted to ashes. The battle was completely over, and Zhang Daoyi had lost his fighting spirit due to excessive force. Sasaki Nichiko, on the other hand, was found a few days later moaning in agony inside an ancient tomb, seemingly eroded by some force. Under the hazy illumination of the moon, Zhang Tianxi's Taoist robes fluttered in the wind, his hands gripping his staff tightly as he faced the Yin-Yang master. Sasaki Daozi. Sasaki Nichiko was dressed in a Japanese-style Yin-Yang master's costume, holding a long sword with a faint glow flowing from its blade. Tianxi Zhang took a deep breath and recited under his breath. As his fingers flipped, a ray of light suddenly appeared in the sky, as if the stars had been summoned and coalesced into a single style god. At the head of the group was the Star General, who wielded a long spear and was dressed in battle robes with an imposing appearance, waving his spear and pointing it directly at Sasaki Nichiko. Sasaki Nichiko did not panic. She gently stroked her long sword and recited an incantation under her breath, a faint layer of light glowing around her body, seemingly fusing with the yin and yang mana in her body. Behind her, the god Yin-Yang sword boy slowly appeared, holding 2 swords. The power of yin and yang intertwined at the tips of his swords, forming an invisible aura. The 2 forces collided in the air, and the Star General's spear aura was dissolved by the Yin-Yang sword boy's sword chi. But Zhang Tianxi did not show weakness. He continuously summoned the 8 trigrams Immortal Wang and 5 elements of the general. Complex spells, art power is deep, the sky for the change of color, the ground are slightly trembling. Sasaki Nichiko faced these gods, but her face did not change. She swung her sword and chopped out. Her sword chi was so powerful that it actually seemed to be able to crack rocks and break streams. Each sword was incredibly precise, directly hitting the shadow of the Star General's spears and dispersing them one by one. While the Yin-Yang sword boy's swordsmanship was even more exquisite, it was actually able to compete with the arts of the 8 trigrams Immortal Wang and the 5 elements general. As the battle progressed, the gods and spells of the Celestial Masters and Yin-Yang Masters became more intense, radiant and powerful. The duel between Zhang Tianxi and Sasaki Daozi was like a duel between heaven and earth, both sacred and thrilling, and the onlookers were all moved by it. Under the night, Zhang Daoyi and Sasaki Daozi faced each other on top of the ancient altar. Zhang Daoyi was wearing a Taoist robe and holding a Taoist staff, with an unruffled majesty between his eyebrows. Sasaki Nichiko, on the other hand, was dressed in a Japanese-style Yin-Yang master attire, and the boundary fan in her hand was slightly opened, with black and white yin and yang powers intertwining and flowing across the surface of the fan. Heavenly Master Zhang, it's been a long time. Sasaki Nichiko lightly opened her vermilion lips, her voice like the wind, with a hint of disdain. Zhang Daoban was expressionless as he waved his hand, and Dao power surged. A huge golden rune mark coalesced out of thin air, transforming into a golden lion that roared as it charged towards Sasori. Sasaki Daozi laughed coldly, and the power of yin and yang erupted from his fan, transforming into a giant yin and yang fish that clashed with the golden lion with a deafening roar. The golden lion and the yin and yang fish collided with each other, glowing in all directions, as if they were about to erupt into an even more intense battle. Zhang Daoyi didn't wait for Sasaki to counterattack. His hands changed in a series of spells, and his Dao power converged and transformed into a huge talisman. With his incantation, a ball of light emerged from the center of the talisman, which seemed to seal ancient beings. Seeing this, Sasaki Daozi's face changed, and he hastily urged the power of yin and yang to form layers of boundaries in an attempt to resist. However, Zhang Daoyi's spell had already taken shape, and the talisman violently erupted with a dazzling light, the ball of light rushing towards Sasaki like a meteor. The boundary of yin and yang power seemed unbeatable under the impact of the rune, and the ball of light struck Sasaki Nichiko directly. Sasaki, you're not even close to being good at the art of yin and yang. Zhang Daoyi's voice echoed in the night sky, full of confidence. Sasaki Nichiko's face turned pale. She knew that this strike was not a small one, and she hastened to use all of her yin and yang power in an attempt to defuse this fatal blow. Between the exchanges, the air around the two people seemed to be torn apart, creating a crack. In the end, under the intense collision between the ball of light and the power of yin and yang, a dazzling light illuminated the entire altar, and the crowd could only feel a strong shockwave spreading in all directions. And then everything falls silent. Sasaki Nichiko fell to the ground, while Zhang Daoyi stood still, like a rock, immovable as a mountain. As the night slowly spread out like a curtain, Zhang Daoyi and Sasaki Nichiko stood in the ancient square, surrounded by ancient stone pillars. The two men's gazes met, and the air seemed to be filled with a storm that was about to erupt. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as his style god. A huge green dragon circled in the night sky, its scales glittering with an eerie blue light in the moonlight. The green dragon let out a low roar, and the dragon's breath transformed into a powerful stream of air that rushed towards Sasaki Michiko. Sasaki Michiko's hand formed a seal, and the style god, a golden canine god with 3 eyes, leaped out of thin air from the ground, and between the canine god's steps, the stones on the ground were shattered by its powerful force. It raised its head, its 3 eyes emitting blinding light as it clashed fiercely with Zhang Daoi's green dragon in the air. Daoi, although your green dragon is powerful, it will eventually be restrained in this land of yin and yang arts, Sasaki Michiko sneered, and with a flick of her hand, the style god Golden Inuyasha opened her mouth and spat. The golden aura pressed towards the green dragon like a wave, and as the green dragon struggled, its dragon breath was swallowed up by the golden light and gradually lost its power. Zhang Daoi's brows were furrowed as he knew that the key to this battle was the subtlety of the control technique. He then recited under his breath and formed complicated hand seals with both hands, and the green dragon struggled in the air, finally transforming into a beam of dragon-shaped streams of light that flew back to Zhang Daoi's side. Michiko Sasaki saw this and knew she couldn't wait any longer. Then his whole body's power surged into his hands, and the golden canine god let out a deafening roar. Its body expanded in an instant, transforming into a huge golden canine head that pounced on Zhang Daoi. At this instant of life and death, Zhang Daoi bit his tongue and a line of blood crossed in the air, transforming into a blood-colored rainbow, directly hitting the golden canine head. It let out a miserable scream, and its golden light dimmed in an instant, eventually dissipating into a ray of light in the night sky. The battle between the two came to an end for the time being. Zhang Daoi and Sasaki Daozi glanced at each other, both seeing the importance attached to this fight in the other's eyes. No one knows about the battle between the Celestial Master and the Yin-Yang Master, which is said to have lasted for more than 1,000 years and is known as the 1,000-year Battle of the Celestial Shadows. Zhang Daoi's celestial mastery was reputed to be invincible in the world, and his ability was sufficient to manipulate all things in heaven and earth, and he could even control the heavenly warriors, easily cutting any enemy under the sword. On the other hand, Michiko Sasaki, the great Shadow Flower Yin-Yang Master, specializes in the use of the power of yin and yang, making her magical attacks extraordinarily ferocious, with its ability to alter her surroundings and attack her opponent's nervous systems, even placing them in a coma. In this fierce battle for the Millennium Heavenly Shadow, Zhang Daoi and Sasaki Daozi engage in a bloody battle. Zhang Daoi waved the sword in his hand and a bright light instantly cut across the sky, severing the giant centipede released by his opponent. Sasaki Michiko, on the other hand, gathered the yin and yang power of her entire body, and a vortex flew towards Zhang Daoi. The battle became more and more intense, and the scene became more and more gruesome. Zhang Daoi's sword swept across the room, cancelling out all of his opponent's yin and yang manipulation abilities. He then stepped forward and punched Sasaki Michiko hard in the chest, causing her to fall to the ground. Just then, Zhang Daoi felt a chill behind him, so it turned out that Sasaki Daozi had already attacked him using the magic of yin and yang. The battle between the two sides became more and more intense and ferocious, and the scenes became more and more shocking. In the end, Zhang Daoi relied on the colorful clouds in the sky to lend his strength, breaking through Sasaki Michiko's defense and decapitating her. This 1,000-year heavenly shadow battle had taken a long time, but it had finally come to fruition. Zhang Daoi defeated Sasaki Michiko with great force, ending the vicious battle, and peace was finally restored to the world. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi faced the great Shadow Flower Yin-Yang Master Sasaki Daozi, and their silhouettes intersected in the night, as inscrutable as ghosts. As soon as their gazes met, it was like lightning and flint, and their battle-intense sword split sky chop. Zhang Daoyi's voice was raging, and the sword light was like cracking out of the sky, carrying supreme might straight towards Sasaki Daozi. Sasaki Daozi's face was grave, the yin and yang talisman paper in his hand fluttered, and a yin and yang power converged between his palms, transforming into a huge yin and yang shield, which hardened to block Zhang Daoi's earth-shaking chopping attack. Yin and yang upside down. Sasaki Daozi gave a cold shout, and the yin and yang talisman paper in both hands wandered around like snakes and scorpions, transforming into a yin and yang inverted formation, countering Zhang Daoi's sword chi one by one and causing Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's movements to become sluggish. Zhang Dao's eyes flashed with a brilliant light as he knew that this moment was a life and death situation. He took a deep breath, gave up his body and leapt, and the power of the Big Dipper erupted behind him, transforming into a huge ball of light that rushed towards Sasaki Daozi. Sasaki Daozi's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly mobilized the power of yin and yang to block it. However, the ball of light contained Zhang Daoi's heart and blood in cultivation, and it was as unstoppable as a mountain. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the ball of light struck Sasaki Daozi straight on, lifting his entire body several meters away. the power of yin and yang scattering in all directions, forming a patchwork of misshapen runes. Sasaki Daozi's face was pale, and it was clear that Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi had the upper hand in this clash of good and evil. The battle hadn't ended yet, but the moves and power of the two were enough to make bystanders' hearts skip a beat. Yin and Yang Master versus Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's robes fluttered, each hand pinching the spell, reciting words under his breath. Surrounded by a faint golden light, he was facing Sasaki Nichiko, the great shadow flower Yin Yang Master. Her face was clear and beautiful, but there was a coldness in her eyes. She was dressed in black, holding a mahogany sword in her hand, and her body was surrounded by a dark, ink-like yin chi. Zhang Daoyi's face sank as his hand slowly pushed out. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and 10,000 lights erupted from his fingertips, transforming into a golden pillar of light that attacked Sasaki Nichiko directly. This move was called Golden Light Breaks Evil, and it was so powerful that it was able to tear apart all the forces of evil. Sasaki Nichiko snorted coldly and swung her mahogany sword, a jet-black sword chi meeting the pillar of light in an attempt to ward it off. However, as soon as the sword chi touched the light column, it was like ice water meeting the scorching sun, instantly evaporating without a trace, and the light column was like a heavenly punishment, striking straight out. Right at the moment of contact, Zhang Daoyi's eyes were like electricity, his entire body was filled with golden light, and the pillar of golden light instantly expanded, transforming into a huge golden ball of light that completely wrapped Sasaki Daozi. In the sphere of light, Taoist sounds and golden light were like a tidal wave, constantly washing away the yin chi on Sasaki Daozi's body. Sasaki Nichiko's face changed drastically, and her clear face looked more and more distorted under the illumination of the golden ball of light. She clenched her teeth and gripped her mahogany sword with both hands, the tip of the sword tracing out intricate charms in an attempt to ward off the supreme divine light. However, within the golden ball of light, Daoi was like the god of light. The entire ball of light multiplied in power under his control, and the power of the celestial master was unrivaled. Sasaki Nichiko's yin chi was constantly being eroded in the golden light, and her figure began to become shaky. In the end, with an earth-shattering burst of golden light, her pitch-black outer robe was completely torn apart by the golden light, and drifted away like falling leaves. As the battle ended, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi stood in the golden light, like a god or goddess descending, his gaze looking through the golden light to the surroundings, manifesting a majesty that could not be challenged. Sasaki Nichiko, on the other hand, landed on the ground with a look of shock and resignation. Tiancher Zhang Daoi fights Sasaki Nichiko, the great shadow flower Yin Yang Master, and each of them performs their own stunts. A golden light flashed from Zhang Daoi, and the staff in his hand transformed into several sharp dragons, striking at Sasaki with all his might. Sasaki's figure flickered and a shadow appeared on his side, defending all of Zhang Daoyi's attacks. Afterward, Sasaki let out a long whistle, and the red light of the yin-yang banner streamer in his hand blossomed, instantly attacking Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi hurriedly set up his staff, but he could only barely defuse Sasori's attack. The two fought in full swing, sometimes entangled together, sometimes separated to attack. The battle was very intense. Zhang Dao shot of the 9 dragons. Sasaki's hand danced the yin and yang streamer. The two were evenly matched for a while. Immediately after that, Zhang Daoi violently raised his staff and recited an incantation under his breath, and the space around him suddenly became distorted. Sasaki recognized its aura and quickly attacked towards Zhang Daoi, but was hit by displacement. Zhang Daoi took the opportunity to take the initiative to attack, and a spell with flashing golden light instantly hit Sasaki, causing him to fall to the ground with serious injuries. 76. The Yin-Yang Shrine comes out. Hey, Kanichiro's awesome. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi looked serious, his hands gripping his spirit sword tightly, the tip of the sword pointing at the great shadow flower Yin-Yang Master Sasaki Nichiko. Sasaki Daozi's face was expressionless. His hands quickly formed seals and his mouth recited words. Suddenly a black gas erupted out of his hands and transformed into a huge demonic beast, pouncing towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged. His left hand pinched and mouthed the words. His right hand swung his spirit sword. A golden light cut through the air and repelled the demonic beast. Sasaki Daozi let out a cold smile, and the black chi in his hand spewed out once again, transforming into several demonic beasts and pouncing towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face was grave. His left hand formed a seal. His right hand swung his spirit sword, and as he recited words under his breath, a huge wave of spirit power swept across the entire battlefield, repelling all the demonic beasts. Seeing this, Sasaki Daozi formed seals with both hands and mouthed the words. A huge yin chi erupted from him, enveloping the entire battlefield and causing Zhang Daoyi's movements to become sluggish. Knowing that it was not good, Zhang Daoi made a seal with his left hand, waved his spirit sword with his right hand, and recited words under his breath as a powerful spiritual energy erupted out, dispersing the yin chi. Not to be outdone, Sasaki Nichiko once again attacked Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged as he made a seal with his left hand and waved his spirit sword with his right hand, chanting under his breath. A powerful wave of spiritual energy erupted out, knocking Sasaki Nichiko back. In the heavens and earth, purple chi came from the east, and Zhang Daoyi stepped on the cloud ladder and slowly descended above the cloud plaza. He wore a Taoist robe with a mahogany sword hanging from his waist, and his face was serious and austere. Michiko Sasaki is a Shinigami who wears a kimono and various mystical ornaments. Her long hair hung down like a waterfall, her eyes revealed a sense of uninhibitedness, and the long whip in her hand was entwined with an eerie black mist. The two men stared at each other, and the air seemed to coalesce with an impending conflict. Suddenly, Zhang Daoyi waved his right hand, and the peachwood sword in his hand suddenly turned into a transparent sword that was 3 feet long, with a suffocating pressure emanating around the sword. Sasaki Daozi snorted coldly, and the long whip in her hand flung violently, transforming into countless whip shadows as black as ink, and attacking towards Zhang Daoyi. These whip shadows were like living creatures, bending and flexing in the air, seemingly avoiding Zhang Daoyi's attack at any time. Zhang Daoyi frowned tightly, and the transparent sword in his hand was swung out like lightning. The sword light was like electricity, cutting straight towards Sasaki Daozi. However, her yin-yang technique was too bizarre, and she was always able to find the breaks in Zhang Daoyi's attacks, making it impossible for his sword techniques to be continuous. Zhang Daoyi was not willing to do so, and he decided to use his best move, the Big Dipper technique. As he mouthed the words, the clouds around him suddenly began to converge, forming a huge ball of light that contained endless power. Seeing this, Sasaki Nichiko didn't dare to take it lightly anymore. She danced the long whip in her hand even faster. The whip was like a black snake, trying to wrap around the ball of light, but the power on the ball of light was too strong for her to get close. Finally, Zhang Daoyi let out a fierce long whistle, and the ball of light instantly exploded, with endless energy exploding in all directions. The sound was so powerful that even the entire cloud plaza was shaken. As the dust of the battle settled, Zhang Daoyi stood in place, his clothes having been shattered, but a victorious smile spread across his face. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the Yin-Yang Master Abe Hirokoikiro engage in a thrilling battle in a wilderness. The two are agile, the gods they use are gorgeous and colorful, and their jutsu are continuous. Zhang Daoyi preempted the attack and recited Tongyun driving mist technique under his breath, and his body was suddenly like a cloud. In an instant, he swept past Abe Hirokoikiro's left side, and with a vibration of the copper sword in his hand, he chopped at his opponent like a meteor across the night sky. Abe Hirokoikiro raises the god Anakiri in his hand and chants power to break the sky. A red light flew out from his hand and transformed into a huge blade of light, blocking Zhang Daoyi's copper sword. The light of the blade and the copper sword intersected, making a sharp metallic clash. Immediately afterward, Abe Hirokoikiro chanted the blazing sun fire technique and a flame erupted from his palm, igniting the small tree next to him. Zhang Daoyi's face changed slightly. He recited water dragon spitting pearls and summoned the god Mud Buddha, and when the Mud Buddha sprayed, a water dragon spewed out from its mouth and sprayed towards Abe Heikanichiro. Abe Hirokoikiro casts the god Sakuto Toko and recites Sakuto no Might under his breath. The style god in his hand transformed into a mist of alcohol, shielding his body as the water dragon roared and the water currents churned, stirring up a scene of waves that enveloped the entire battlefield. In the end, Zhang Daoyi, relying on his own Taoist strength, stepped on the water dragon and rushed towards Abe Heikanichiro, the copper sword in his hand shining with a silver-white light, and chopped out a surefire sword style heaven and earth one chop. The sake swallow boy in Abe Heikanichiro's hand transformed into a white light and disappeared into the air, transforming into countless white lotus flowers and avoiding Zhang Daoyi's copper sword. The battle then ended, leaving a mysterious little regret that the two hadn't directly decided the winner. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi, his face was grave, the light between his hands flickered slightly. Steeply, a dragon roar, a golden dragon form god leaped out from Zhang Daoyi's back, and lunged towards Yin-Yang Master Appleseed Krichiro. Yin-Yang Master Appleseed Krichiro's brows furrowed slightly as his hands quickly formed seals and he mouthed the words. A huge raven then descended from the sky, and the Yin-Yang Master's spiritual power fused with the raven, transforming into a powerful Yin-Yang style god that fiercely fought with the golden dragon form god in the air. Zhang Daoyi's face became even more grave as he shouted, holding a peachwood sword with the tip of the sword pointing to the ground in incantations. Immediately, the light on the tip of the sword was so bright that a huge sword chi burst out from the tip of the sword and chopped towards Yin-Yang Master Appleseed Krichiro. Appleseed Krichiro's face changed. He made an urgent seal and recited under his breath, and from his mouth a powerful yin and yang energy was spewed out, forming a boundary that blocked in front of Appleseed Krichiro. The yin and yang master, the sword chi boundaries collided, and immediately, violent explosions rang out, and Yin-Yang Master Appleseed Krichiro's boundaries were heavily shattered by the sword chi, and yin-yang master Appleseed Krichiro was also heavily injured. Tianchi Zhang Daoi's face changed. Knowing that this battle had reached the most critical moment, he once again made a seal, and the tip of the peachwood sword in his hand shone brightly. In an instant, a powerful sword chi burst out from the tip of the sword and chopped towards yin-yang master Appleseed Krichiro. Yin-yang master Appleseed Krichiro's face changed, and a powerful yin-yang energy spewed out of his mouth, forming a boundary that blocked in front of yin-yang master Appleseed Krichiro. However, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's sword chi was too powerful, and the boundary was instantly shattered by the sword chi, and yin-yang master Appleseed Krichiro was seriously injured and fell to the ground. Tianchi Zhang Daoi and yin-yang master Abe Hirokoikiro fought as if thunder had struck, and flames had clashed with gale force winds. Zhang Daoi first sent out a series of palm strikes. Each palm was like a titanic pressure, powerful and heavy. However, Heikang Ikiru's body was athletic, fluttering like a swimming dragon, and his stance was so bizarre that each attack only grazed his body. Heikang Ichiro suddenly let out a long whistle, and the yin-yang technique talisman in his hand transformed into a huge black demonic dog with a roar that shook the heavens as he pounced directly on Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi frowned, and the long sword in his hand suddenly emitted a golden light, transforming into a golden armored heavenly god as he fought fiercely with the black demonic dog. The two exchanged blows with majestic momentum, and the scene was extremely spectacular. The sharp sword in the golden armored heavenly god's hand cut out countless sword chi, pushing straight towards the black demonic dog. The black demon dog, on the other hand, was nimble and agile, avoiding every attack. Heikang Ichiro sneered, and the art talisman in his hand transformed once again, turning into several ghostly phantom eagles that swooped towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's brow furrowed as the sword in his hand suddenly spun around. The sword's light was like water, transforming into a silver serpent that circled in the air, engaging the ghostly phantom eagle in a fierce battle. The two exchanged blows, and the scene was extremely spectacular. As the battle progressed, the moves of Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and yin-yang Master Heikang Ichiro became more and more intensive, and their attacks became stronger and stronger. Both of them displayed extraordinary combat power, leaving all the spectators present in awe. The sky was cloudy and lightning cut through the darkness from time to time. Zhang Daoi held his long sword and slowly moved forward in the cloudy rain as yin-yang Master Heikang Ichiro sneered as he approached. The two men's eyes met, and their chi stirred, instantly causing a strange change. Zhang Daochi recited a jutsu in his mouth and waved his fingers continuously. A forceful chi followed and struck at Heikang Ichiro. Heikang Ichiro did not show any weakness either, reciting incantations under his breath and throwing out a style god named Ogre in his hand. Lunging towards Zhang Daoi, Zhang Daoi quickly sidestepped and dodged, and with a swing of his sharp sword, he slashed a sword chi out of thin air and struck the ogre. The ogre instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke and dispersed. Heikang Ichiro frowned slightly, clasping his hands together. His mana suddenly increased, muttering under his breath, "Thunder and Fire 9 Revolutions Technique." With a fierce finger, a string of fireballs attacked Zhang Daoi like meteors. Zhang Daoi gripped his long sword tightly and instantly performed a stance called Lingbo Weibu, dodging all the fireballs, and with another stroke of the long sword in his hand, another sword chi emerged from the air and struck at Heikang Ichiro. Heikang Ichiro hurriedly clasped his hands together and sent out a golden light, sealing the sword chi, and then softly shouted, "Ice Spirit Cold Palm." A powerful cold aura erupted from Heikang Ichiro's body and enveloped Zhang Daoi. When Zhang Daoi sensed the cold aura, he hurriedly raised his sword and tried to block the cold aura, but it was too late. The cold air froze Zhang Daoi to the point where he couldn't move, and Hirokang Ichiro sneered as he began his deadly attack on Zhang Daoi. As night falls, in the silence of an ancient temple, the Celestial Master Zhang Daoi confronts the Yin and Yang Master Heikang Ichiro. Zhang Daoi made a seal with both hands and recited an incantation. A golden aura emanated from his body. This was his Big Dipper body protection technique, which was able to resist all the power of Yin and evil. Heikang Ichiro sneered, and with a shake of the folding fan in his hand, countless talisman papers fluttered out like butterflies, transforming into a single style god and rotating around Zhang Daoi. These gods, beasts, demons and ghosts, have different forms, but they are all ferocious and unusual, and they are the most powerful assistants of the Yin-Yang Master. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly. He knew that it was difficult to resist the attacks of these style gods by relying on his physical strength alone. He then let out a low gulp and quickly formed seals with both hands. The wind rose and a huge cloud dragon silhouette appeared out of thin air. This was his style god, Cloud Dragon. The Cloud Dragon silhouette was huge. Its scales glistened with a cold light, and its whiskers were like steel whips as Zhang Daoi commanded the Cloud Dragon to charge towards Heikang Ichiro's group of gods. As the two collided, the air seemed to be torn apart, erupting in a deafening roar. Zhang Daoi's Cloud Dragon Void and Heikang Ichiro's style god Swarm were engaged in a fierce battle in the air, and the battle was so intense that the silence inside and outside the ancient temple was shattered, and the sound of wind, thunder, and dragon roar interlaced with each other as if the heaven and earth were shaking. Hirakoikiro frowned, knowing that it would be difficult to win with these gods alone, so he decided to perform the forbidden art yin-yang transmutation, only to see that his entire body was surrounded by a black aura, which seemed to have the power of the yin and yang worlds clashing in it, causing one to shudder. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi knew that he couldn't let Heikon Ichiro complete the yin-yang transmutation technique. He shouted and his whole body erupted with a dazzling light. That was his ultimate technique, the Big Dipper evil breaking technique, which could purify all evil forces. The two forces collided in the air, instantly erupting in blazing light, and Heikon Ichiro's yin-yang transmutation technique was instantly dissolved by the Heavenly Dipper evil breaker technique. His face was pale and his body was shaking, obviously suffering from a serious injury. In the end, Zhang Daoi used his absolute strength to neutralize Heikon Ichiro's attack, and the fight ended in Zhang Daoi's victory. He withdrew the Cloud Dragon Shadow, and Heikon Ichiro also withdrew his Style God, and the two of them glanced at each other, each seeing the other's resilience and strength in the other's eyes. The night was as dark as ink, and in front of the ghostly ancient temple, Zhang Daoi and Heikon Ichiro faced each other. Zhang Daoi's sleeves fluttered, his hands formed a seal, and he shouted, "The Big Dipper breaks the void, and the spirit light gathers at the top." Spiritual energy erupted around his body, and the spiritual light in his palm converged into a ball of radiant light, blasting toward Heikon Ichiro. Heikon Ichiro had no fear in his face, waving his hands rapidly and reciting an incantation under his breath. Yin and Yang are combined. The phantom shadows change in 1,000 ways. The Yin and Yang symbols shone in front of him, manifesting countless shadows, each of which held the power of Yin and Yang each, and stiffly blocked the radiant ball of light. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi's face changed slightly and he shouted sternly, "Tai Ching Divine Thunder!" As he stomped his feet, the entire ancient temple shook, and countless heavenly thunderbolts fell out of thin air, aiming directly at Heikon Ichiro. Heikon's eyes flashed with a brilliant light and he let out a cold smile. Yin and Yang reversed the flow of time and space. The Yin and Yang fish behind him rotated even faster, forming a huge vortex that sucked all the incoming heavenly thunder into it. Then a powerful force recoiled the heavenly thunder back. The collision of arts between the two caused the surrounding air currents to be greatly disrupted, as the aura and Yin and Yang forces intertwined in a fierce battle, and it was as if a whirlwind of lightning and darkness had appeared in the air. Zhang Daoi's face was grave, and the next thing he used was the best technique of Tianchi Dao. All laws return to the Father. Tianchi subdues the devil, only to see his hands quickly forming seals, then violently thrusting, countless runes erupted out of his mouth, all of which transformed into pillars of colorful light that shot straight up into the sky, converging into a gigantic celestial master's phantom that appeared above Heikon Ichiro's head and fiercely smashed it down. Heikon Ichiro's face changed slightly, and he urgently cast the strongest defense technique of a yin-yang master, 8 trigram seal, Jiankuan shift, only to see him quickly draw a huge 8 trigrams formation, and then his entire body disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only a gust of gloomy wind. Zhang Daoi's spell missed its target and he looked up in shock. Only Heikon Ichiro appeared behind him, and his hands condensed a huge yin-yang blade. Yin-yang reverse chaos, chop. Knowing that it was not good, Zhang Daoi hurriedly turned around and waved his sleeve, Tai saving bitterness. 5 elements transported armor. Countless talismanic armor suddenly appeared around him, wrapping his entire body in it, while flashing backward and instantly appearing 100 meters away. The battle between the two intensifies as Zhang Daoi and Heikon Ichiro each use their skillful powers, intertwining their jutsu and styles, resulting in an amazing spiritual battle. 77. What is the Yin-Yang Divine Palace? I'll just destroy it with my own hands. The celestial master Zhang Daoi and the Yin and Yang master Daibwa Ichiro looked at each other and smiled. Then both of them bowed and saluted, offering their respective gods. Zhang Dao made a seal with one hand and recited an incantation, summoning the god of thunder full of the power of lightning, called Thunder Magus. On the other hand, Ichiro Obio said the name of the demon and summoned the most ferocious of all the demons and ghosts, called the Cat of 9 Lives. The two gods dueled together, with the Thunder Magus using its powerful lightning energy to attack the 9 Lives Cat violently and accurately. Although the 9 Lives Cat dodged quite a few times, it was still struck by the Thunder Magus a few times, and despite possessing 9 lives, it looked unbeatable. With a roar of rage, Obio Ichiro recited an incantation under his breath, and the 9 Lives Cat instantly turned into a black smoke and was reborn once again. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi was not shocked but happy, and his heart was less pressurized, so he opened his mouth and spat out a golden light, which was the golden body mantra that he was using. With a flash of golden light, the Thunder Magus body transformed into a golden tower, and the 9 Lives Cat's rebirth attack failed because it could not break through the golden body. Ichiro Daibo was not inferior, and with a low chant from his mouth, 7 balls of light appeared, each representing his 7 tails, called Su's 7 tails. This was its best attack. It could attack 7 directions at the same time. Zhang Daoi was not afraid. he waved his hand and summoned Frost Ghost Guest. He held a long spear and rushed towards Su's 7 tails in silver. Amidst a chaotic sound, the two attacked each other, with neither of their attacks being inferior. However, Zhang Daoi's Frost Ghostbuster's first display of instantaneous transmission skill dealt a heavy blow to Daibo, which was attacked while being unable to fend off the Frost Ghostbuster's sudden appearance, and suffered a heavy blow. In the end, Daibo saw that the situation was not good and raised the 9 lives cat's magic weapon to try to escape. However, Zhang Daoi and the Frost Ghost Guests and Thunder Magus had already laid a dragnet and defeated Daibo in one fell swoop. The whole thing is filled with flashes of various jutsu and style names, and the attacks are powerful enough to be amazing. It's a fight scene that's both exciting and gorgeous, and it gets the blood pumping. The battle between the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the Yin-Yang Master Daibo was in full swing. Zhang Daoi held up a talisman and mouthed the words. Now his magic power has been injected into the talisman. A headless ghost then appeared. On the other hand, Ichiro Oshiba, not to be outdone, his magic weapon in his hand rises up in fury, and uses the spiritual membrane hand seal, and after a fluctuation of spiritual power, the god behind him, the 9 lives of the cat, jumps up and down with his posture. Zhang Daoi was not the least bit afraid, and unfolded the demon-subduing glazed mirror technique, and a monstrous demonic beast appeared in the mirror, attacking Ichiro. On the other hand, Daibo fought close to his body, and recited 100 Demons' Night Journey, using a continuous stream of soul energy damage. The battle between the two was so intense that whoever came next had to be scared at every step. Suddenly, Zhang Daoi had a sudden thought and cast the Flying Sand and Stones spell. In a short while, countless stones and sand appeared on the ground, making Ichiro not dare to step on the ground easily. In this gap, Zhang Daoi had already taken out his regular heart-tearing claw and pounced on Ichiro's vitals. Not far away, the 9 lives cat also transformed into Thunder Cat, with movements and speed beyond normal people, close to surround Zhang Daoi. The battle was so fierce and dangerous. Zhang Daoi and Ichiro fought each other. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the Yin-Yang Master Daibo encountered each other in the vast wilderness, where powerful demons dominated the area, and the two of them had to join forces to fight against them. Mastering the powerful demon-subduing technique of thunderous movement of the 9 heavens, Zhang Daoi condenses a thunderbolt from his hand like a silver snake and lunges at Ichiro, while at the same time shouting, "Throat-locking barrier." On the other hand, Daibo sacrificed his god Red Crossing Tiger, and his blood-red figure rose to the sky like a barricaded dragon, pouncing straight at Zhang Daoi. When thunder moves the 9 heavens touched the red spanning tiger, everything seemed to stand still. Immediately afterward, the air seemed to be covered, and a white shape stopped in front of the tiger's body, swallowing the thunder completely. Zhang Daoi was shocked in his heart, and intuitively realized that his elder brother had already reached the strongest realm, and only appeared at the critical moment. Could he not make his heart relax? He saw the big wave. Ichiro's face is still the same at the moment. Immediately feel the message is not good. Kongwu powerful slap out a palm, creating a wall of black clouds. Heavenly punishment style god is transformed into a wailing sound. A black dark arrow shot to the big wave Ichiro's body, just aimed at the body. Ichiro Daibo's face showed joy. The ghost hidden style god in his hand turned into a black smoke to interfere with the course of the black arrow, and under the red eyes, he proceeded to mobilize the strongest battle blade of the Red Cross Tiger. And in that instant, the breath of the tiger surged once again, and the sword blade like smoke had already carried out in front of Zhang Daoi's body, and the one that waited for the fall would surely be the bone-deep stabbing wound. Zhang Daoi would not show any weakness. From his hand above the fluctuation emitted an orange light outline. Heavenly righteousness not seal instantly gathered a perfect glow. Subsequently, the tip of the hand seal pointed to the sky. A cloud of white thunder mist like a gushing spring descended from the sky. The thunder of heavenly punishment was like the only justice in the world of ultimate bliss. The light glittered, and every sound was a forced supremacy, brutal and merciless, and the blast of the thunder strike in Zhang Daoi's hand struck the red span tiger. The holy light instantly dissipated, and everyone felt the violent movement. With the disappearance of the red spanning tiger, Abanikairo's breath seemed to be swallowed up as well. A vicious battle between the celestial master Zhang Daoi and the yin and yang master Daibo begins in the dark of night. Zhang Daoi lightly waved his hand, and several talismans floated out along with the sound of wind, breaking through the air. Seeing this scene, Daibo did not show any weakness either. Holding a demonic black magic wand in his hand, he chanted a weird incantation, and a black gas appeared around his body in no time. Iron chains across the river, Zhang Daoqi chanted, and in an instant, countless rusty iron chains appeared in the air and flew over like long-coiled snakes, accurately snapping around Daibo neck. What followed was a tremendous binding force that instantly suppressed Daibo in place. With a frown on his face, Daibo slammed his magic wand in his hand towards the ground, and instantly, a huge ball of flame appeared in front of him. fiercely charging towards Zhang Daoyi like a fierce phoenix. Zhang Daoyi faintly smiled. The eyes of the red lotus treasure lamp in his hand released a brilliant red light. A tense incantation spewed out from his mouth, and the treasure lamp instantly transformed into a searing light that instantly rebounded back, blasting away Obio Ichiro's ball of flame. The two of them were constantly chasing each other in the darkness, performing their own techniques and instantly changing their offense and defense. At this time, Zhang Daoyi suddenly leapt in mid-air, his right hand 5 fingers spread out, emitting a roar like a dragon and tiger. A rain of light pouring out appeared out of thin air with a 9-headed eagle, as if his entire body was about to burn up. Seeing this, Dabo Ichiro couldn't help but frown as he quickly chanted under his breath, "Spirit shaking art." A 7-colored aura of light immediately surrounded his body, as if a delicate and charming woman was dancing lightly, instantly defeating Zhang Daoyi's 9-headed eagle and scattering the eagle's bones in all directions. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi didn't dare to delay any longer. His right hand shook in the air, and his battle sword followed, chopping towards Dabo Ichiro. Seeing the unstoppable momentum, Dabo Ichiro immediately pointed his magic wand at Zhang Daoyi, quickly chanted the law of one life, and the magic wand in his hand immediately turned into millions of poisonous snakes, which fiercely pounced at Zhang Daoyi. When Zhang Daoyi saw the poisonous snakes attacking, he did not panic. He slapped his palm clear wave flare moon. His hand was heavy and light. Immediately a wave of clear air appeared in the air, destroying Obio Ichiro's poisonous snakes one by one. Finally, at the end of this vicious fight, magnificent jutsu and mysterious styles intertwined in the darkness. And finally, in a flash of light, it was only Zhang Daoyi's battle sword that was seen slapping directly at the nostrils of Dabo Ichiro, the tip of which was only his own fingernail though. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the Yin and Yang Master Obio Ichiro engage in a fierce battle. Zhang Daoyi, with his skillful body, transformed into a spiritual snake in the middle of the field and used the 5 elements snakebite technique to attack Obio Ichiro. Not to be outdone, Ichiro Oshiba summoned the weapon-type god Kusanagi sword and easily deflected Zhang Daoyi's attack, and then cast the Thunder Blast technique, guiding the Heavenly Punishment Thunder to strike Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi had already been alerted and used the Burning Out Life and Death technique to block the attack of the Heavenly Punishment Thunder, while at the same time launching a counterattack at Ichiro Dabo. His jutsu, Heaven's Pride, gathered a large amount of spiritual energy and inflicted a surprising amount of damage, hitting Ichiro Obo hard. Ichiro Oshiba tried his best to utilize the blazing sword to neutralize Zhang Daoyi's attack and gained the upper hand by a narrow margin. In the end, Zhang Daoyi sacrificed all of his spiritual energy and unleashed the Great Voodoo technique, defeating Ichiro Obio in one fell swoop. After the battle was over, Zhang Daoyi let out a long sigh, overriding his own spiritual energy, and left with a haggard heart. For his part, Daibo Ichiro had nothing to say and left in silence, taking the wounds on his body back to be treated. The battle scene between the Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the Yin and Yang Master Dabo Ichiro is thrilling, with each of them performing their own jutsu and shinigami, and the scene shimmering with various colors of light. Zhang Daoyi executed Tai Divine Light. A bright white pillar of light descended from the sky and smashed directly towards Dabo Ichiro. Not to be outdone, Dabo Ichiro made a seal with both hands and pushed them out violently, shouting Yin Yang Master. Big move as a huge black ball of light crashed head-on, directly dispersing the Tai Divine Light. Then, Zhang Daoyi executed the 5 thunders of heavenly brightness, and 5 bolts of electricity struck directly towards Dabo Ichiro, who attempted to use the Yin Yang shield to resist it, but the power of the thunderbolt was too strong and broke it directly. Seeing that the situation was bad, Obio Ichiro immediately cast Style God. Giant Spirit God and a huge stone statue appeared on the battlefield, charging directly towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged as he cast the Heavenly Master Mantra, and a mysterious energy shattered the stone statue directly. Finally, Zhang Daoyi executed 10,000 swords again, and countless sword-shaped runes directly trapped Dabo Ichiro, making him unable to move. The battle scene between Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Master Daibo Ichiro lit up the air of the entire ancient castle, as the two of them performed their own stunts in an attempt to overwhelm each other. Zhang Daoyi swung his hands violently, and in an instant, a circular halo with a diameter of tens of meters was formed in the center of the ancient fortress, and the halo was bright and radiant, illuminating the entire ancient fortress. At the same time, a strong wave of energy surged out in all directions, shaking the ancient castle, and all the surrounding atmosphere instantly became tense. Dabo Ichiro's face changed slightly, and between his thoughts, a huge style god appeared out of thin air, as if it were a 100-meter-tall mountain, with a majestic momentum. Zhang Daoyi did not flinch as he made a seal with both hands and shouted. At once, several rays of light erupted from him, illuminating the entire circular aura even more brightly, and a powerful force erupted from him, slashing fiercely at Obio Ichiro's style god. Dabo Ichiro's face changed greatly. He didn't expect Zhang Daoyi to be able to crack his style god. He hurriedly cast a spell and made his style god even bigger. a powerful force came at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face was calm as he did not dodge. Instead, he met them. In an instant, the power of the two collided in the air with a loud bang, and the entire ancient castle trembled violently, as if it would collapse at any moment. In the end, Zhang Daoyi managed to defeat Daibo Ichiro with his strength, and the entire ancient castle was silent, leaving only Zhang Daoyi's victorious figure behind. The battle between the celestial master Zhang Daoyi and the yin and yang master Daibo Ichiro begins. Zhang Dao, the heavenly master, started off with the Big Dipper extermination formation. In an instant, the entire venue was illuminated by a burst of greenish light, which was incredibly powerful. Not to be outdone, Ichiro Oshiba commanded his god Yamahiko to perform the Earth Explosion Star Formation, which instantly flooded the entire field with yellow sand and debris, and was extremely powerful. Then, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi used the 9 Heavenly Divine Thunder skill, and in an instant, a huge thunderbolt descended from the sky and blasted directly towards Ichiro Daibo. Daibo Ichiro also reacted immediately, using his yin-yang upside-down formation to block Zhang Daoyi's attack. Then, the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi performed the 5 Thunder Divine Deity. A powerful light erupted from his hands and blasted directly towards Obo Ichiro. Obo Ichiro was not afraid. He used his Spirit Fox Phantom formation to resist Zhang Daoyi's attack. Finally, the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi unleashed his most powerful spell, 10,000 Thunderbolts, which covered the entire venue with thunder and light, and was incredibly powerful. Daibo Ichiro also had to use his killer weapon. He used the Yin-Yang Qian Kuan formation to resist Zhang Daoyi's attack. The battle between the Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the Yin and Yang Master Daibo Ichiro is tense and exciting, with each of them performing their own skills in a very intense scene. Zhang Daoyi first attacked Daibo Ichiro with Thunder God Slash. A lightning bolt fell from the sky and instantly enveloped Daibo Ichiro. Ichiro Oshiba didn't panic. He quickly summoned the Style God, Green Dragon, which instantly appeared and collided with the lightning, making a loud noise. Then, Zhang Daoyi used the 8 Trigrams formation. A huge 8 Trigrams formation appeared on the battlefield, and Obo Ichiro was trapped in the formation, and his movement was restricted. However, Ichiro Oba did not show any weakness. He once again cast Style God, White Tiger. A white tiger fell from the sky, instantly broke the formation. Zhang Daoyi had to instantly cast Body Protecting Divine Power, just barely dodged the attack of the white tiger. In the end, Ichiro Obo offered his strongest attack, the Yin-Yang Dafa, which instantly changed the color of the sky and the earth, inverting the yin and yang, and plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Zhang Daoyi was also not willing to show weakness. He used that Heavenly Thunder True technique. The sky instantly exploded. A heavenly thunderbolt fell from the sky, instantly bisecting the chaos. The scene was very intense, and in the end, Zhang Daoyi used his Heavenly Thunder technique to defeat Obo Ichiro. 78. Aki kill Ichiro? I'll ing turn you into a dead man. The Yin-Yang Shrine is extinguished. As the sky darkened, 2 supreme experts were engaged in a fierce fight within an ancient temple. Celestial Master Zhang Dao was dressed in Taoist robes, holding a long sword in his hand, a mysterious aura enveloping his body. On the other hand, the Yin-Yang Master, Autumn Killer Ichiro, was wearing a black robe and holding a yin-yang fan. His gaze was cold as he approached Zhang Daoyi step by step. Zhang Daoyi's stance was like flying, and his long sword waved into a sky of flying flowers, as if he were a fairy flying. Between Autumn Killer Ichiro's yin and yang fans dancing, a cold wind swept through, forming a cascading fan screen that rotated more than just around him. The two exchanged dozens of blows, and Zhang Daoyi's body was slightly beaded with sweat as an inexplicable feeling of exhaustion struck him. However, he remained undaunted as he mouthed the words, and his momentum was as strong as ever as he pummeled towards Autumn Killer Ichiro. Autumn Killer Ichiro's yin and yang fan was displayed, and a cold aura pushed straight into Zhang Daoyi's body. Zhang Daoyi shouted. His whole body's true chi worked crazily. The long sword in his hand swung rapidly. The wonderful moves were like a river rushing through, breaking through Autumn Killer Ichiro's defense line. Autumn Killer Ichiro's face changed greatly as he looked at Zhang Daoyi in front of him with a very grave expression. He knew he was in dire straits and had to put up a fight. He raised the yin-yang fan high and muttered under his breath. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept by, and Aki Killer Ichiro's figure disappeared into thin air. Zhang Daoyi wanted to chase after him, but he found that Autumn Killer Ichiro had already arrived behind him, and as he swung the yin-yang fan in his hand, a black energy instantly surrounded Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi took a deep breath. Heaven and earth are hard to hide from me, and the sword is 10,000 in one. The 10,000 swords to one technique. His long sword suddenly emitted an intense light that surrounded himself as if he were the body of a Sagittarius prince. A move of 10,000 swords to one instantly erupted, and dozens of sword lights disappeared in the blink of an eye. When Zhang Daoyi turned back, Ichiro Akihito had already collapsed on the ground, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Zhang Daoi put away his sword and turned away, leaving behind the dazed autumn killer Ichiro. A full moon hung in the sky, shedding light in an eerie and mysterious manner. The long-awaited battle between Zhang Daoi and autumn killer Ichiro finally unfolded. The two stood face to face, silent for a moment as an intense aura surged forth. Killing intent and fighting spirit intertwined with each other. Zhang Daoi suddenly withdrew his steps and began to utilize the Nine Heavens dragon whistling sword technique. The long sword in his hand danced, and the blade light and sword shadow flashed. Autumn killer Ichiro also swung his dual swords and performed the Yin Yang Nine Revolutions sword technique. And for a while, the sound of breaking air continued. Zhang Daoi snapped his fingers at the 9 dragons, and his voice was as deafening as a dragon's roar. Sky dragon, all things roar. The dragon's shadows manifested and lunged towards autumn killer Ichiro. Autumn killer Ichiro was not to be outdone, letting out several strange screams in a row, and a thick fog drifted out, forming an illusion. Zhang Daoi quickly unlocked the illusion and instantly approached Aki killer Ichiro, kicking his right foot violently, causing Aki killer Ichiro to step back. Zhang Daoi attacked in a smooth manner, his longsword transforming into 5 light seals that shot towards autumn killer Ichiro. Autumn killer Ichiro executed the Yin and Yang stab, and immediately, multicolored air currents surged and stabbed at Zhang Daoi. The two men's moves worked well together, and their moves were able to force each other into dangerous situations. Zhang Daoi once again let out a shrill whistle. The long sword in his hand still kept swinging, a dragon dance in the 9 heavens. The wind whistled, the wild dragon roared, the momentum was raging. Autumn killer Ichiro did not lose the wind. His expression was grave. Both swords rotated, turned into darkness, a shadowy yang chop, toward Zhang Daoi slashed fiercely. The two fought with determination, side by side, fighting each other. Zhang Daoi, a celestial master, and Ichiro Akakiri, a Yin and Yang master, meet in front of an ancient tomb, and as soon as their gazes meet, they know that the other is not a simple opponent. Zhang Daoi urged his inner strength. His body instantly transformed into a ray of light. The long sword in his hand swung and chopped at autumn killer Ichiro. A cold light flashed in the eyes of autumn killer Ichiro, and the long sword in his hand transformed into several residual shadows as he met Zhang Daoi. The two exchanged dozens of moves. The moves were as fast as lightning. The momentum was magnificent, and the scene was extremely thrilling. Zhang Daoi used the 9 Suns True Fire technique. A ball of fiery red light flew towards Chiou killer Ichiro, but Chiou killer Ichiro gently laughed and performed the Yin Yang reversal seal, which reversed the ball of fire back. Zhang Daoi is not panicked. Once again urged the internal force. Make Xian Huang breaking demon decision. A wave of yellow light toward the autumn kill Ikiru. Autumn kill Ikiru frowned. Performed soul suppressing soul technique. Will be the yellow wave of light to counteract back. The fight between Zhang Daoi and autumn killer Ichiro was getting more and more intense, and the moves were getting more and more complicated. In the end, Zhang Daoi knocked back Ichiro Choji several steps with his Wuji Tiangang move, and Ichiro Choji trapped Zhang Daoi in an illusion with his 1000 changes of illusion move. The battle between the two involved the most mysterious energies between heaven and earth, and the scene was spectacular and mysterious. In the end, Zhang Daoi used the power of heaven and earth to send out the 9 revolutions flying sword technique and knocked back Ichiro Choji by several miles. The entire battle lasted for hours. Both men were consumed, but both were victorious. The celestial master Zhang Daoi and the Yin Yang master Ichiro Akiyoshi come to a deep valley to start a life and death duel. The two sides first display their best techniques. Zhang Daoyi's heavenly dragnet and Ichiro Choji's Yin Yang 5 elements destruction, which instantly cross paths, making the entire valley unusually bleak. Subsequently, Zhang Daoi rushed towards autumn killer Ichiro like lightning with his purple gold flying hook, paired with his 5 thunder strangulation. On the other hand, autumn killer Ichiro used his soul departure divine regicide to avoid Zhang Daoi's attack just in time, and then swung his sword to slash out a blood red light, performing spirit descending Dao fading in an attempt to crush Zhang Daoi. However, Zhang Daoi did not lose the battle. He quickly pulled out a returning wind whisking willow, and violently flung it out, directly snapping autumn killer Ichiro's long sword. On the other hand, autumn killer Ichiro did not show any weakness, and immediately casted the 9 spectral underworld curse, which made the entire valley so horrible that Zhang Daoi could not help but vomit. The battle between the two gradually entered a white-hot stage, with Ichiro Aki killing invisible heavenly punishment, while Zhang Daoi continuously used birds soaring in the clouds, water dripping through stone and Rulai divine palm. Both sides tried their best to control the enemy in today's battle. Finally, when both of them were exhausted, Zhang Daoi greeted the wind with a cry and activated his last move 9 heavenly metaphysical thunder. An incomparably huge electric current immediately surged out from Zhang Daoyi's side and rushed straight towards autumn killer Ichiro. Ichiro Cho killer also did not show any weakness, and performed the 9 earthly havoc. In the end, in the middle of a roar, both of them collapsed and fell to the ground, and the venue suddenly became a dead silence. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. The long sword in his hand came out of his hand, transforming into a Xian light, meeting Autumn Killer Ichiro in a flash. Autumn Killer Ichiro raised his head at the sound, a demonic chi raging around his body. His hands formed a seal, a black half-moon-shaped light in front of his body lit up, and clashed with Zhang Daoi's arcane light. Neither of the two men's auras were low. Their figures staggered, forming countless sparks, and each move caused one's heart to palpitate. Zhang Dao moved between the gunshot not away from the vitals of Autumn Killing Ichiro, sharp and poisonous, so that people could not respond. And Autumn Killer Ichiro's demonic skill was even more amazing. The cold killing aura made people's hearts fearful. He suddenly raised his hand, and the air instantly condensed into blades, directly chopping towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's eyes moved slightly, both hands holding the sword dancing rapidly. The tip of the sword on the haze appeared, haze softly, turned into a while Autumn Kill Ichiro's ice blade ripped into countless small pieces. But the fall kills Olang is refused to give up, forced to the edge of the cliff on both sides or unwilling to retreat. After a period of fierce battle, Autumn Kill Ichiro suddenly figured together, as if ghosts instantly stormed and came, right hand a clap, the hands of the smoky thing in an arc to Zhang Dao fly. Zhang Daoi was as helpful as a god. His figure flickered slightly to the left, but an extremely small butterfly fluttered in front of him. A move hit the butterfly. The butterfly instantly transformed into a demonic red snake. Zhang Daoi's figure flickered, and he easily defeated his opponent. This is where the real strength of the Celestial Master. Each move seems to come out randomly, but hides layers of elusive subtleties. Regardless of how the Autumn Kills Aikiru counterattack, Zhang Daoi can always turn the danger into an opportunity. A leap in the air, a sword chop to the sky above the lone moon high above the sky, challenged the right of the Lord of the Palace of Yanluo to become the real master of the spiritual chi. At this moment, Autumn Killer Ichiro was shocked to find that a pair of green eyes were gazing at him, and even though the battle was nearing its end, he was still swimming between heaven and earth, and refused to admit defeat easily. He shouted loudly, raised his sword to stab. Snorting sound, a silver light flashed through. Autumn Kill Ichiro fell to the ground. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's palm winds were harsh and powerful. Each palm seemed to carry the power of mountains and rivers. On the other hand, Yin Yang Master Autumn Killer Ichiro was carelessly dodging Zhang Daoi's attacks, a smug smile inadvertently appearing at the corner of his mouth. Zhang Daoi roared angrily, "You coward! How dare you laugh?" The upturned smile at the corner of Ichiro Akakiri's mouth became more and more pronounced as he suddenly attacked, his body swaying as he threw punches in succession. Fist move name, ground sweeping palm. The move originated from the one used by Ichiro Akakiller when he was a child in a fight in his own yard. But nowadays, with the long days of practice, it had reached the point of perfection. Zhang Daoi dodged with a dodge, but the ground underneath was cracked by Autumn Killer Ichiro. Zhang Daoi looked at Autumn Killer Ichiro in amazement. This Yin Yang master is really powerful. Zhang Daoi stopped bluffing with his palm wind and violently sent out a palm with a peculiar talisman imprinted on its center. Autumn Killer Ichiro was slightly stunned, but immediately regained his composure. Autumn Killer Ichiro opened his arms and prepared for Zhang Daoi's attack. Zhang Daoi's palm imprinted onto Autumn Killer Ichiro, but Autumn Killer Ichiro was actually unharmed. Zhang Daoi was greatly surprised. Aki Killer Ichiro roared coldly and began to attack. Fist move name, Phantom Step Electric Light. In no time at all, Aki Killer Ichiro spun around Zhang Daoi's body several times near instantly, making it difficult to keep up with the direction of his strikes at all. Zhang Daoi instantly felt dazzled and was unable to judge the direction in which Aki Killer Ichiro had struck. He hastily mounted a defense. But still, Ichiro Akiyoshi quietly scored a victory. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the Yin Yang Master Ichiro Akiyoshi meet on a quiet mountain path, and immediately engage in a life and death duel. Zhang Daoi summons two gods, the Water Spirit Demoness and the Ghost Grievous Spirit, while Ichiro Ikuma casts two spells, the Sword of Ikuma and the Wrist of Yama. The Water Spirit Demoness darted down the mountain stream and wrapped around Autumn Killing Ichiro, while the Ghost Grievous Spirit calmly raised the Flame of Dead Souls and attacked her opponent with Ghost Fire. However, Autumn Slayer Ichiro was also very strong. His Autumn Slayer's sword suddenly changed into a horrifying purple aura, aiming straight at Zhang Daoi's vitals, the power of which was mind-blowing. Right at the moment of danger, Zhang Daoi's hand flashed out the True Dragon Heavenly Sun, emitting a deafening roar, and many invisible walls of flames instantly appeared around him, blocking the Autumn Killer's sword's attack. Zhang Daoi took a deep breath and violently spat out the Fire Dragon, violently impacting towards Autumn Killing Ichiro, and the AWM-3 also viciously chopped towards Autumn Killing Ichiro. Knowing that it would be difficult to resist, Aki Killer Ichiro pressed close to the ground, freeing a heavy Yama's wrist and slammed it into the True Dragon Heavenly Sun. And just like that, the rumbling sound continued to resound, and the world around him seemed to be blown apart. After several rounds of fierce battle, Zhang Daoi and Autumn Killer Ichiro were victorious over each other. As Zhang Daoi had been defeated for a long time, he instructed the Water Spirit Demoness and Ghost Grievous Spirit to retreat and prepare to take on Ichiro Akuma alone. Zhang Daoi once again exhaled a fire dragon, and his AWM-3 attacked Ichiro, who followed up with a return attack, causing Zhang Daoi a huge headache. In the end, Zhang Daoi aimed at Ichiro Akuma and released the Spirit Wyvern Guardian calmly, and then one of his attacks sneakily hit Ichiro Akuma's attack vitals. In the storm that ushered in, Ichiro Akakiller fell with a grudge and this great fight came to an end. The night is low, and in the silence of the mountains, the Celestial Master Zhang Daoi confronts the Yin and Yang Master Ichiro Akakiller. Zhang Daoi's eyebrows were a bit serious as he held his long sword in his hand, which was glowing with a faint golden light, obviously ready to go all out. Autumn Killer Ichiro, on the other hand, laughed coldly, and above the pitch-black long staff in his hand, ghostly flames pulsed, and a sinister aura filled the air. Style God, Green Dragon. Zhang Daoi gave a low shout, his wrist flicked, the tip of his sword nodded, and the golden light transformed into a huge green dragon, its whiskers fluttering, its eyes gleaming, its roar shaking the heavens as it charged straight at Autumn Killer Ichiro. Autumn Killer Ichiro's face was unchanged, and between cold smiles, the long staff in his hand suddenly shook, and ghostly flames flourished, overflowing from the tip of the staff, transforming into gloomy winds of ghosts all over his body, forming an invisible shield. The green dragon and the ghost collided together, erupting in a burst of ear-piercing screams and the sound of gold and iron clashing. Technique, 5 elements break. Zhang Dao instantly looked grave. His hands formed a seal, the tip of his sword pointed to the ground. 5 colors of light surged out from the sword, transforming into a 5-element cycle. Earth, water, wood, fire, and gold. The 5 forces intertwined, forming a powerful 5-element formation. Aki Killer Ichiro's eyes flashed with brilliance, and with a wave of his long staff, he summoned a god named Demon Fox from the depths of the earth. The Demon Fox was like a living creature, holding a long phantom whip, staring fiercely at the 5 elemental formations on the side. As the 2 powerful forces collided fiercely, the surrounding mountains and trees were shaken to the point that their branches and leaves flew about, and birds and beasts fled in all directions. The battle between the Celestial Master and the Yin-Yang Master was intense, and every move and every style contained the power of the heavens crashing into the earth, shaking the hearts and minds of the onlookers. In the end, after a fierce duel, Zhang Daoi seals Ichiro Aki's god, the Demon Fox, with a Chenkuan upside-down move. The Undertaker, Aki Kill Ichiro, paled in defeat. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, on the other hand, was calm and relaxed, a triumphant smile blooming on his face. 79. Decapitate Ichiro Akakiri. What's a Shikigami? I don't know. The battle between the Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the Yin and Yang Master Ichiro Akakiller is imminent. Zhang Daoi exerted his efforts to execute the 9 turns Xian Ice Sword technique, with icy ice shooting out in all directions and a chilling aura. Autumn Killer Ichiro instantly activated the Style God Guju Bird, flapping his wings and gently and deftly dodging the 9 revolutions Xian Ice Sword technique. Zhang Daoi did not give up. He condensed his mind power divine thoughts and performed the rare Heavenly Master's mind technique, instantly attracting the surrounding aura and forming a strong formation aura around him. As for Autumn Killer Ichiro, he was not willing to show weakness either, manipulating the Style God Lotus Flower Phantom Sword, as if he was a ghost in the forest, haunting Zhang Daoi alone. Zhang Daoi's agile stance, his powerful sword moves resisted almost all of the Lotus Illusion Sword's attacks, but Aki Killer Ichiro once again cast the Style God White Hidden Lord. A purple and green double spear transformed into 2 strings of roiling light, and rushed towards Zhang Daoi with great momentum. Zhang Daoi fought with his back to the water without any fear. His left hand executed the Celestial Master protecting technique, transforming into a powerful shield to block the attack of the purple and green twin pistols, and his right hand raised the Divine Grade Talisman, Great Sound Powerful Roar, and fiercely smashed towards Autumn Killer Ichiro. Autumn Killer Ichiro felt the powerful oppression of the Divine Level Talisman and immediately responded with composure, mobilizing the Style God Birdsong Sea Bone to defend against this final attack. Just as the two had finally reached a tie, a mysterious black shadow landed in front of everyone's eyes, leaving the gods caught between these 2 Yin and Yang masters helpless. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, holding the divine weapon Sword of Evil, met the Yin and Yang Master Ichiro Akiyoshi in an imposing manner, and the eyes of the 2 of them stared at each other with a sharp look in their eyes. Zhang Daoi recited an incantation in his mouth and cast a forbidden spell, emitting powerful magic power. Ichiro Aki Kills, also not willing to show weakness, summoned the God Ghost Night Fork. The aura instantly became fierce. Zhang Daoi swept the sword in his hand and slapped the demonic Nightstalker, but the demonic Nightstalker agilely dodged away. Autumn Killer Ichiro took the opportunity to counterattack, and his demon-subduing technique Fire Dragon Cold Arrow came whistling towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoyi immediately performed the concentration mantra, gathering the power of his whole body to form a protective realm, blocking all the fire dragon cold arrows in front of his body. The two of them made moves against each other, and the battle was thrilling. With the sharpness of the evil-preventing sword, Zhang Daoyi kept cutting into the body of the ghost Nightcrawler, but the ghost Nightcrawler was always alive and seemingly undefeatable. Seeing that the situation was not good, Ichiro Aki Kills immediately cast soul magic, summoned his own lifestyle god Emperor Release Sky. The entire battlefield trembled with the sound of the Empyrean's vibration, and its aura was astonishing. With a solemn face, Zhang Dao raised his body and executed the Heavenly Master's technique 9 Heavenly Dragons, instantly solidifying the air into a dragon, and fiercely slammed into the Empyrean. With a rumbling sound, the powerful forces of the transforming dragon and Empyrean collided and instantly exploded, distorting the air around them. The attack and defense between the two lasted for several rounds, and the battle was exceptionally intense. In the end, under Zhang Daoyi's perseverance and the sharpness of the evil-preventing sword, the demonic night fork was finally severed from its roots, and the Empyrean shriveled up and dissipated into a wisp of light smoke into the air. Zhang Daoyi stood in the center of the battlefield, the evil-preventing sword in his hand landing heavily on the ground as he swept his gaze sternly over the surroundings. Autumn Killer Ichiro was clad in a black robe, his hands clasped together, and he was chanting under his breath. A sinister aura spread out from all around him, and when Celestial Master Zhang Dao glanced at him, he frowned slightly and waved his magic sword in his hand. A golden light flew out from the tip of the sword. Style God, Yellow Turban Army! Zhang Daoyi gave a low shout, and that golden light transformed into countless yellow turbans, charging towards Autumn Killer Ichiro. Autumn Killer Ichiro's brow furrowed as he clenched his hands together again and mouthed the incantation. Order of the Undertaker, Style of God, Underworld Ghost. With a command, the Yin Chi in the air instantly coalesced and took shape, and a gigantic ghost of the underworld appeared out of thin air and pounced towards Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoban showed no fear as he vibrated his magic sword. Spell, Apocalypse. As soon as the words fell, 10,000 rays of light descended from the sky, enveloping the underworld ghost and dissipating instantly. Not to be outdone, Ichiro Akakiri mouthed the incantation. Style, Blood Moon Slash. Only to see the Blood Moon heavy sword in his hand swinging, blood light shot out in all directions as he pushed straight at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi responded with cold eyes, pulling up a sword chi with his magic sword in his hand. Sword formation. 10,000 swords returned to the father. Countless sword chi converged from all directions, forming an unbreakable sword formation that trapped Autumn Killer Ichiro within it. Autumn Killer Ichiro roared. His entire body erupted with black chi, instantly transforming into a powerful force as he attempted to break through the sword formation. However, Zhang Daoyi was prepared and pointed his magic sword. Boundary, Xian formation. The sword formation was instantly covered in runes, turning into an energy barrier that blocked away each of Akuma Ichiro's attacks. The two of them fought in a shocking manner. However, Zhang Daoyi always maintained his composure, and his sword technique was as smooth as flowing water. And while Ichiro Akakiri is powerful with every attack, however, it was always dissolved by Zhang Daoyi with skillful techniques. In the end, in the midst of the fierce confrontation, Zhang Daoyi used the ultimate technique, Heavenly Master Divine Deity. All laws returned to one. An invisible astral aura swept in all directions, completely defeating Ichiro Aki Killer. As the battle came to a close, Zhang Daoyi retrieved his magic sword and said to Autumn Killer Ichiro, "You are still honored despite your defeat, but remember, the art of yin and yang is ultimately evil, and it's hard to achieve righteousness without realizing the great Tao." Autumn Killer Ichiro nodded his head in agreement and turned around to disappear into the vastness of the night, leaving Zhang Daoyi standing in the same spot. The showdown between the Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the Yin and Yang Master Ichiro Aki Killer unfolds outside the ancient temple. As the sky is overcast with dark clouds, Zhang Daoyi choked and recited the incantation, and a huge style god, the Green Dragon, manifested behind him, the dragon form prancing in the air, the dragon's might shaking the four directions. Aki Killer Ichiro snorted coldly, his hands formed a seal, and the style god, White Tiger, appeared out of the air, confronting the Green Dragon in the air. Zhang Daoyi frowned tightly and offered the technique of 9 Heavenly Dragon's Breath, and the body of the Green Dragon transformed into a ray of light and charged straight at the White Tiger. Autumn Killer Ichiro did not show any weakness and performed the art of piercing clouds and breaking mist, as the White Tiger transformed into countless shadows, dodging the Green Dragon's attacks. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of Autumn Killer Ichiro. His hands once again formed a seal, and the style god Vermilion Bird appeared out of thin air. Fiery red flames burned all over the surrounding area, engulfing the aura of the Green Dragon and the White Tiger. Just when he thought he had one, Zhang Daoyi did not change his face and recited an incantation. The Green Dragon and White Tiger reappeared, forming a three-legged triangle with the Vermilion Bird, and Zhang Daoyi also no longer reserve. The whole body spiritual energy gathered in the fingertips. A finger point out. Heaven and earth change. Style god Xian Wu appeared in the center of the battlefield. Huge tortoise shell like a shield, blocking the attack of Autumn Killer Ichiro. Autumn Killer Ichiro's face was pale. Knowing that it was already difficult to defeat Zhang Daoyi with his own strength, he had a plan in mind. He smiled wryly, and his style spirit, Spectre Cat, appeared out of thin air, transformed into a weird cat shadow, and pounced towards Zhang Daoyi. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi snorted coldly, and the style god, soul-suppressing cat, came out with it, engaging in a fierce duel with the ghost cat. Firm spiritual energy came out of the soul suppressor cat's eyes, causing the ghost cat's attack to instantly collapse. In the end, after several exchanges, Zhang Daoyi and Autumn Killer Ichiro each withdrew their styles, and both understood. In this battle, there was no victory or defeat, and the contest between them was only the recognition of each other in their hearts. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the Yin-Yang Master Ichiro Akakiri faced each other on the wide battlefield, Zhang Daoyi holding a Vajra mortar and pestle, the head of the pestle glittering with golden light, Ichiro Akakiri holding the sword of Kusanagi, the blackened body of the sword glittering with a cold light. Ichiro Akiyoshi swung his sword at Zhang Daoyi, who met the sword with a Vajra mortar and pestle that transformed into several powerful rays of golden light and attacked Ichiro Akiyoshi. Ichiro dodged and swung his Kusanagi sword, and a Master Obelisk spirit appeared in front of the sword and attacked Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi violently twisted his body and swung his mortar and pestle, and several great Tengu elves appeared and fiercely fought with the Master of Green Square. On the battlefield, the wings of the Tengu spirits flapped incessantly, and the sharp claws of the Albua Master grabbed the Tengu with great force. The gods in both camps roar in unison, creating a powerful atmosphere. Ichiro Akiyoshi saw this and summoned two more powerful gods, Akuzo Master and Ibaraki Kid. Zhang Daoyi is also not willing to show weakness. Take off his pocket rain hat. Wind swept like a cloud thrown towards the Autumn Kill Ichiro. At the same time, Tamagotchi and Yaki Orochi, two gods, leaped forward, and the enemy gods to start fighting. After a fierce battle, both Zhang Daoyi and Autumn Killer Ichiro considered all their strategies, condensed their true essence, and each of them sent out their best moves. Autumn Killer Ichiro's hand lifted the Kusanagi sword. Fierce lightning burst out from the sword, forming a sword of light that shot towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi made a seal with both hands and recited under his breath, "All actions are impermanent. The body is like a floating cloud. Catch the sky and the earth." Followed by an explosion of golden light above his head, and the Yuan Qi in the heavens and earth surged up, forming an invisible giant compass that instantly shattered Autumn Killer Ichiro's sword of light. At this moment, Zhang Daoyi had a flash of divine light in his eyes, his feet lightly stepped on the ground, and his stance was like electricity as he pounced towards Autumn Killer Ichiro. While he was surprised, Zhang Daoyi punched him in the belly, and he felt that his essence was dispersed, and the pain was unbearable. "How dare you stand in the way of my Jin Soul Street? Next time you dare to come, I will not show any mercy," Zhang Daoyi snapped, blatantly repelling Autumn Killer Ichiro. The gods within the camp on the battlefield cheered along with Zhang Daoyi's victory, as Zhang Daoyi left gracefully, while Autumn Killer Ichiro fled the scene in ashes on the battlefield. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the Yin and Yang Master Ichiro Aki Killer come to a deserted mountain and prepare to battle it out. Zhang Daoyi, with his staff in hand, summoned the Golden Silkworm, a god of mana clad in golden armor, while Ichiro Aki kills a hideous, transformed demonic beast called the Onakiri. After the two confronted each other for a few moments, the Autumn Killer Ichiro transformed into a demonic beast and attacked. The golden armored divine light flashed, and the Golden Silkworm spat out moves, instantly sending the demonic beast rolling all over the place. Ichiro Akiyoshi didn't panic. He quickly chanted the Soul Breaker technique, and the Onakiri changed its shape. It disappeared in a flash, catching Zhang Daoyi off guard. Zhang Daoyi reacted quickly, using his staff to draw a rune, summoning the gathering thunder to strike the air, just in time to shake the ghost cut out. The battle continued, with the two exchanging attacks. Golden Silkworm's God's Blessing and Onakiri's Phantom Dance constantly intertwining with Ichiro Akiyama's weird chants and Daichi Zhang's precise attacks. Finally, Zhang Daoyi used the amazing Masterstroke Big Dipper Shield. The Golden Silkworm opened its mouth and spewed out a ball of energy light, which converged with the shield light, and a thunderstorm formed by the terrifying energy slashed at Autumn Killer Ichiro. However, Aki Killer Ichiro was still unwilling to fail, and the duo unleashed an attack with the last of their energy. A powerful aura instantly erupted, and it looked as if both sides would be swept into the abyss by this force. Suddenly, in a flash of golden light, a mysterious Tengu appeared on the field, easily resisting the attack and saving the situation. The battle between the Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and the Yin and Yang Master Ichiro Aki Killer is unusually intense. Zhang Daoyi rose up in the air, waved his hands and recited an incantation under his breath, summoning a huge god named Green Dragon. The Green Dragon circled in the air and spewed out a blue flame from its mouth, attacking towards Ichiro Aki Kill. not to be outdone. Ichiro Akakiri quickly pulled out a coin from his pocket and recited an incantation under his breath, summoning a shikigami named Golden Hook. The Golden Hook drew a golden arc in the air and quickly swung towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi rises up in the air and at the same time summons another god, the White Tiger, which pounces on Ichiro Akiyoshi in the air. Ichiro Akakiri's face changed slightly, and he quickly pulled out a silver needle and summoned the god Genbu. Xuanwu transformed into a huge turtle in the air and blocked the White Tiger's attack. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi immediately increased the strength of his incantation, and the Green Dragon and White Tiger simultaneously powered up and attacked Autumn Killer Ichiro. Aki kills Ichiro's face, quickly pulls out the copper coins and silver needles, and summons the god 8 trigrams. The Bagua formation transformed into a huge formation in the air, trapping Zhang Daoi and the Green Dragon and White Tiger all in the formation. Knowing that it was not good, Zhang Daoi quickly performed the 5 elements technique and broke the octagonal formation's bondage. The Shinigami and Shinigami battle it out in the air, with the Green Dragon and White Tiger teaming up to defeat the Golden Hook and Genpu, and the Bagua formation being broken by the 5 elements technique, with Ichiro Aki Killer losing the battle. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the Yin and Yang Master Ichiro Akakiri engage in a vicious battle on top of a barren mountain. Zhang Daoi swung his hands in a spell and droned, "Open!" A huge shark shell fell from the sky and smashed down in front of Autumn Killer Ichiro, but Autumn Killer Ichiro leapt up lightly, dodged away with a flower step, and quickly waved the fan in his hand again. The shadows of the fan flew across the sky. Zhang Daoi did not show any weakness either, mumbling incantations under his breath as a spark flew out of his hand. The sparks landed on Ichiro Akuma and turned into a ball of burning fire. However, Ichiro Akuma was not injured, and he quickly performed the skill of the Sakuten Toki god, swallowing the fireball in one gulp and strengthening his power. Zhang Daoi marveled in his heart when he saw this. Without letting up, he once again shouted, "Change!" A black cloud rolled in from the mountains, enveloping the entire valley in an instant. Countless demons flew out of the black cloud and panicked as they lunged at Autumn Killer Ichiro. Autumn Killer Ichiro sneered and swung the fan in his hand once again. The shadow of the fan was like a sword, and a clear wind shot out from the slit of the fan, chipping the demons into pieces one by one. However, the black clouds were getting denser and denser, and Ichiro Akihito was gradually losing the battle. In his mind, he decided to utilize the power of the great Tengu god. With a wave of the fan in his hand, a huge fire bird appeared and lunged at Zhang Daoi with its teeth and claws. Zhang Daoi was worthy of being a legendary heavenly master. He had an outstanding demeanor and was ready to respond before the firebird swooped in. He recited an incantation under his breath and a golden longsword appeared in his hand. He swung the longsword and stabbed at the firebird with the wind. When the two met, the air exploded and ears exploded with earth-shattering loud noises. Zhang Daoi went all out, his golden sword stabbing at the firebird. The firebird did not show weakness and pecked at Zhang Daoi. The two were in a stalemate, and in the end, the golden sword stabbed the firebird, which hissed and turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared into the sky. Autumn Killer Ichiro was shocked and retreated a few steps, and when he looked at Zhang Daoi again, his expression was already respectful. 80. Jedi Tyranny. Kill the heavens and the earth. The King of Hell has come out. The Yin-Yang Divine Palace is destroyed. The battle between the Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the Yin and Yang Master Ichiro Aki Killer is as powerful as lightning and thunder. Zhang Daoi summoned his own god, the Great Black Heavenly Demon God, and unleashed a series of spells, such as the Wind and Thunder Shock and the 9 Heavenly Divine Laws, each of which was incredibly powerful. The power of the Great Black Heavenly Demon God was enough to shake mountains and rivers. The earth trembled, and the wind and clouds changed. Ichiro Aki is not to be outdone. He summons his own god, Shinigami, and his techniques, such as Ghost Fire Burning Sky and Yin-Yang Reversal, are all devious and difficult to resist. Death is powerful enough to devour souls, and darkness and death quickly fill the air. The scene was extremely thrilling as the two exchanged blows. Zhang Daoi's Great Black Heavenly Demon God and Autumn Killer Ichiro's God of Death engaged in a fierce confrontation, their powers colliding and erupting into intense waves of energy. The power of the Great Black Heavenly Demon God gradually prevailed, but Aki Killer Ichiro's Shinigami grew stronger and stronger. Just as the battle between the two entered a white-hot stage, Zhang Daoi decided to use the ultimate technique, Pangukai Tian, which instantly changed the heaven and earth, and the light shone in all directions, as if opening up the sky and the earth. The power of the Great Black Heavenly Demon God had been strengthened like never before, and the God of Death was unable to resist. In the end, Zhang Daoi's Great Black Heavenly Demon God completely defeated Ichiro Akiyoshi's Shinigami by virtue of his great power. The duel between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Master Ichiro Aki Killer came suddenly and fiercely. The two were tens of meters apart in an instant, gazing at each other. Immediately afterward, Zhang Daoi lifted his sleeve, pointed his finger toward the sky, and mouthed, "The power of the Pleiades, descend upon me." With a roar, a river of stars descended, and the Pleiades star cluster gathered into a sword of starlight, stabbing straight at Autumn Killer Ichiro. Autumn Killer Ichiro raised his hand and invoked his beloved treasure, the Ghost Spirit Resolution Suppression and Ink-Colored Lightbreak, to avoid the Starlight Blade. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi unhurriedly withdrew his Starlight Sword and palmed it again. Incantation of King Yama, obey my beck and call. O incantation of Yama, quickly heed the call of this messenger. Accompanying this furious cry, the air around them seemed to become heavy, as if countless pairs of eyes were silently watching this place. Immediately afterward, a mysterious and powerful force emerged from the void, sweeping out in all directions like a surging wave. This power carried an endless pressure and aura of death, causing people to feel fear. Under the influence of this power, the entire space began to tremble violently, as if it would collapse and shatter at any moment. On the other hand, the protagonist who stood in place was like a god of war, emitting a palpitating aura all over his body. He closed his eyes tightly, recited words under his breath, and continuously formed various complicated hand seals in his hands. The completion of each hand seal would cause the mysterious force to grow stronger and stronger, and its sound became more and more appalling. Finally, when the last hand seal was completed, the protagonist violently opened his eyes, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes, only to see him shouting, "King Yama's incantation, break it for me!" In an instant, the sky darkened, lightning flashed and thunder roared, and a huge black crack appeared out of nowhere. Gusts of mournful howls emanated from the crack, as if there were countless evil spirits trying to break free from it. However, right at this moment, the protagonist once again exerted his strength and injected his entire body's spiritual energy into the magic treasure in his hand. With the light of the magic treasure shooting out in all directions, those evil spirits that had originally attempted to rush out of the rift were instantly knocked out of existence. At the same time, the black crack slowly closed up and eventually disappeared. A clear sound wave blossomed as Zhang Dao spat out a pure-colored lotus flower, which contained a mysterious power that weakened Autumn Killer Ichiro's ghost spirit solution by quite a bit. An icy glint flashed in Autumn Killer Ichiro's eyes. It seems like I have to use the butterfly dance soul chasing. His fingers caressed a black mirror and muttered into it, "Magic mirror activate." A blue light shot out from the mirror, and Autumn Killer Ichiro's figure instantly disappeared. Zhang Daoyi was in a hurry, Bianjing formation. He took out a heavy bronze drum and threw it up high, shouting under his breath, "Bianjing formation, rise." A harsh whirlwind whistled by, and a gust of war drums went on and on. Autumn Killer Ichiro's figure reappeared in the void, his hands and feet performing a delicate dance like a butterfly, but a barrier in front of him prevented him from moving forward. 100 ghosts walk at night, 100 ghosts nightwalking. With this roar, the entire space seemed to be torn apart, and endless darkness surged out like a tidal wave, swallowing up everything around them. The wind whistled and blew, carrying a gust of coldness that gave people the creeps. In the midst of that darkness, countless figures loomed, and they took on different forms, some with hideous faces, some with twisted bodies, and others emanating a bizarre aura. These monsters were precisely the 100 ghosts that people spoke of, and they haunted the night, bringing fear and disaster to mankind. However, in the midst of this terrifying scene, there was a figure standing proudly. He wore a black battle robe and held a sharp long sword, his eyes firmly looking forward. He was that brave and fearless warrior, specializing in fighting the 100 ghosts and guarding the peace on earth. Facing the raging army of 100 ghosts, the warrior was undaunted as he wielded the long sword in his hand and fought hard. Zhang Daoyi activated another celestial master Dao technique, Undead Soul Jump, Dead Soul Jump. Along with this furious cry, a powerful aura erupted from him. His eyes became scarlet as if they were burning with two flames as he stared dead ahead at the enemy, only to see his legs stomping hard. His body rushed forward like an arrow off the string. At the same time, the weapon he held tightly in his hand flashed with a dazzling light that seemed to contain endless power. In the air, his figure was as erratic as a ghost, making it hard to catch. Each jump was like crossing the boundary between life and death, giving people a thrilling feeling. His enemies, on the other hand, were caught off guard by this sudden attack and could only watch as they gradually fell into passivity. They attempted to counterattack, but found that they were unable to capture their opponent's traces at all. Undead Soul Jump. Another roar rang out as he unleashed this bizarre and powerful skill once again. This time, he was faster and more powerful, like a meteor that cut through the night sky, rushing towards the enemy with the might to destroy everything. In an instant, the 100 ghosts of the night appeared beside Autumn Killer Ichiro. The undead soul jumped and possessed him. Autumn Killer Ichiro's body trembled violently. He lifted his head with difficulty, and whispered under his breath, "You've won." Facing the power of Zhang Daoyi's skillful jutsu and style, Ichiro Akakiri was defeated. Zhang Daoyi looked at him and muttered, "Between yin and yang, there is originally birth and death, but if one exerts force, fate is irreversible." The battle between the celestial master Zhang Daoi and the divine yin and yang master Abe Tenchu is imminent. Zhang Daoi held a peachwood sword in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing to the sky, reciting words under his breath, and in an instant, a huge talisman slowly unfolded at his feet, which was densely written with runes. Thunderclap. In an instant, the sky flashed with electricity and thunder, as if the end of the world had come. A thick lightning bolt cut through the sky like a silver snake, bringing with it an endless pressure. With a deafening roar, the thunder rolled on like 1,000 horses galloping by, shocking the people. This piece of heaven and earth was shrouded in a horrifying atmosphere that made people not help but feel intimidated. Zhang Dao let out a loud shout and swung the tip of his sword. Electricity flashed and thunder roared in the sky, and countless forces of thunder gathered to form a ray of electricity, slashing towards Abe Tianquan. In the face of this sudden attack, Abe Tianquan did not panic, and with a wave of the yin-yang master staff in his hand, a yin-yang rune formation was instantly formed, completely blocking celestial master Zhang Daoi's thunderous power. The course of the battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Divine Yin-Yang Master Abe Skyguard was exceptionally intense, with both of them each displaying their own masterstrokes. Zhang Daoi first attacked with the Thunder God Curse. A powerful lightning bolt struck directly towards Abe Tianzhou, instantly darkening the sky. However, Abe Skyguy is agile and easily dodges the attack and immediately retaliates. He used the Wind God spell, the mysterious and powerful Wind God mantra. This spell contains the endless power of the wind, as if it could summon the wind and rain to sweep through the entire world. It is an ancient and mysterious spell, and only a few gifted people can master its essence. When the caster recites the Wind God Curse, the air around him begins to flow violently, forming a huge cyclone. Wind blades whistled by, carrying a powerful momentum that could easily tear through steel and rock. As the spell continues, the wind gradually increases in strength, eventually evolving into a violent storm that destroys all obstacles in its path. Legend has it that the Wind God spell can not only be used to attack the enemy, but can also manipulate the wind and change the weather. Those who possess such powers will undoubtedly become a formidable presence on the battlefield. However, in order to truly harness this powerful force, the caster must possess extraordinary willpower and a deep understanding of the wind element. Otherwise, the slightest miscalculation could result in a backlash that would lead them into a situation where they would never be able to recover. A gust of wind rolled through, directly blowing Zhang Daoi away. Next, Zhang Daoi used the 5 elements technique, releasing the power of the 5 elements, namely, earth, water, fire, wood and gold, to form a powerful attack. However, Abe Tianquan was not willing to show weakness. He performed the yin-yang technique, fusing the power of yin and yang together to form a powerful energy shield, blocking all of Zhang Daoi's attacks. Finally, Zhang Daoi used his ultimate skill, Heavenly Thunder True Technique. The Heavenly Thunder True skill was a supreme martial art that was extremely rigid and masculine, and it was rumored that the cultivation of this martial art to the extreme could trigger the divine thunder in the 9 heavens, destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. However, the cultivation of this technique was extremely difficult, requiring the cultivator to possess extraordinary talent and perseverance. In an ancient world, there was a young martial artist named Li Yunfei. Since he was young, he had a strong interest in martial arts and aspired to become a top master. By chance, Li Yunfei obtained a mysterious ancient book, which contained the cultivation method of Heavenly Thunder True Technique. Li Yunfei knew the preciousness of this ancient book, so he began to study it diligently. After years of hard work, he finally realized the essence of the Heavenly Thunder True Technique and gradually mastered its mysteries. As his cultivation continued to rise, Li Yunfei was able to execute increasingly powerful thunder power. His strength skyrocketed as a result, and his reputation spread far and wide. However, he did not become complacent because of this. Instead, he cultivated even harder and pursued a higher realm. In a life and death battle, Li Yunfei was not afraid to face the strong enemy and resolutely used the ultimate axiom of Heavenly Thunder True Technique. In an instant, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and countless thick lightning bolts struck the enemy, defeating him completely. From then on, Li Yunfei was known as the God of Thunder, and he shook the world. And the Heavenly Thunder True Technique has also become the ultimate divine skill that everyone in the Jianghu aspires to. The entire sky ignited as a bolt of lightning struck down, directly trapping Abe Skyguy in the electric light. Abe Tianquan did not show any weakness either, as he performed the time and space technique, distorting the entire time and space, forming a powerful spatial barrier that bounced back all of Zhang Daoi's attacks. In the end, both of them suffered heavy injuries, and neither of them was able to fight again. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the Divine Yin and Yang Master Abe Tenku meet in a mountain clearing, and a thrilling battle ensues. Zhang Dao mouthed an incantation, and a small golden dragon broke out of him, its roar shaking the sky as it pounced on Abe Tianquan, and a giant black fox also appeared in Abe Tianquan's hand. A mysterious fox with a huge size and a body as black as ink appeared in front of his eyes. It was like a ghost in the darkness of the night, its fur shining faintly like obsidian. This giant fox's eyes were like deep, cold stars, revealing an ancient and wise aura. Its tail was fluffy and slender, as if it were a dancing black ribbon, each swing carrying invisible power and majesty. It instantly transformed into a black fireball and flew towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi slapped both his palms in the air, and a ball of green-colored airflow pounced on Abe Tianquan, and it was as if there was a glowing little person writhing in the airflow. Abe Sky Guy smiled faintly and flipped his palm, dissolving the airflow. Also started casting a quick spell to summon a giant fox and a bloodthirsty skeleton. Zhang Daoyi was also not willing to show weakness, and then he cast a spell, summoning several phantoms, in which he continuously cast lightning and inferno dragon arts, launching continuous attacks against Abe Tianquan. Abe Tianquan's eyes were heavy as he began to quickly cast spells to defend himself, while he also ordered the style gods under him to attack Zhang Daoyi. The two parties kept on fighting, and were not able to win or lose in the slightest. The battle entered into a white-hot state. Zhang Daoyi and Abe Tianquan were both exerting their full strength. Streaks of talismans, scorching fireballs, and colorful rays of light constantly streaked through the air. In the end, Zhang Daoyi's Divine Dragon Fist and Abe Skyseeker's Upanishad attack and defense injured each other, forcing a tie. After the battle was over, the two men looked at each other and treated each other with respect. They both knew that the next time they met, it would be unmerciful killing. 81. Zhang Daoyi is invincible. Su Fu appeared, 1,000 years ago. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi clenched his hands and mouthed the words. A spirit talisman was born out of thin air and transformed into a huge spirit lion, pouncing towards Su Fu. Su Fu's face remained unchanged, and with a wave of his hand, a handful of huge yin-yang talismans were born out of thin air, transforming into a yin-yang fish that met the spirit lion. As the two forces collided, the spirit lion and the yin-yang fish instantly erupted with intense light, and the air around them was swirled up into a vortex. Zhang Daoyi's eyes showed fierce light. His hands quickly made seals and recited words under his breath. A talisman coalesced in the air and transformed into a huge thunder spell talisman, smashing towards Su Fu. A faint light flashed in Su Fu's eyes, and with a wave of his palm, the yin-yang talisman transformed out of thin air, transforming into a huge mirror that reflected the thunder spell talisman back. Zhang Daoyi was not afraid in the slightest. His hands formed seals and recited words under his breath. A sword chi coalesced out of thin air and transformed into a huge immortal sword, chopping towards Su Fu. Su Fu sneered, and the yin-yang talisman in his hand shook violently, transforming into a ray of spiritual light that directly chopped the immortal sword into two pieces. Zhang Dao clenched his teeth. His hands quickly formed seals, reciting words under his breath, and a talisman coalesced in the air, transforming into a gigantic Big Dipper that lunged towards Su Fu. Su Fu's face changed, and the yin-yang talisman quickly formed a seal, turning into a huge yin-yang blade that met the Big Dipper. The two forces collided, instantly erupting with an intense light, and the air around them was swirled up into a vortex. The battle lasted for several minutes, with both of them constantly changing their spells and looking for breaks in their opponents. In the end, a glint flashed in Zhang Dao's eyes. His hands quickly formed a seal, and as he mouthed the words, a beam of light came out of thin air and directly struck Su Fu. Su Fu's face changed, and his figure violently retreated backwards, but he was still grazed by the beam of light, and his figure instantly flew tens of meters backwards. When Zhang Daoyi saw this, he was overjoyed and quickly made a seal in his hand, reciting words under his breath. A sealing technique came out of thin air, directly sealing Su Fu. The night was low, and the bright stars reflected the ancient land of the Great Shadow Flower. Su Fu, a white-haired yin-yang master ancestor, stood at the top of a mountain peak, his gaze piercing through 1,000 years of space and time, as if he could see through the past and future of this land. Thousands of years ago, Su Fu led his disciples across endless seas and finally arrived at this mysterious land of the Great Shadow Flower. The Great Shadow Flower, the legendary strange flower that can communicate with the spirit, grows in the place of rich aura, and can reflect the past life and present life of a person, and thus is pursued by countless cultivators. However, this land is not only filled with flowers and wine, but also with ferocious demonic beasts and sinister evil spirits. Holding the yin-yang talisman in his hand to control the power of yin and yang, Su Fu combined his efforts with his disciples to lay down a powerful boundary while fiercely engaging demonic beasts and evil spirits with his spells. Yin and yang are harmonized. Heaven and earth are limitless, Su Fu recited under his breath. His hands seemed to depict ancient runes, each step filled with the power of heaven and earth. Seeing this, the disciples present followed suit and assisted Su Fu with the magic weapons in their hands, pushing the power of yin and yang to the extreme. Battle until late at night. The demonic beasts and evil spirits wandering on the earth were suppressed one by the power of yin and yang, while under the Great Shadow Flower, a magnificent palace was quietly born. and the yin and yang divine palace was born. Above the palace, the two gates of yin and yang mirrored each other, and a powerful aura spread out around the palace, causing the surrounding aura to vibrate. Su Fu stood at the top of the palace, looking down on this new holy land of cultivation. He knew that the birth of the yin-yang divine palace would not only add splendor to the sect, but would also bring order and peace to the entire world. All this dedication, however, is just the beginning. The path of the Undertaker has just begun. Su Fu, an old man in a white robe with white hair, led the boy and girl to slowly board the great Shadow Flower Island. The island was deserted, with only a few lonely wild birds circling in the air. This is the birthplace of the yin-yang divine palace, and you boys and girls will be the future pillars of the yin-yang divine palace. Su Fu's voice echoed across the island. The children's boys and girls had steely gazes, their hearts filled with visions of the future and longing for the unknown. With a wave of Su Fu's hand, several magnificent palaces and temples quickly appeared on the island. He announced the creation of the yin-yang divine palace and recruited a wide range of disciples. He taught his disciples the knowledge of yin and yang and the 5 elements and martial arts techniques, and led them in practical training. The desolation of the island was gradually replaced by a vibrant scene. Boys and girls are nurtured by the yin-yang shrine and grow up to become outstanding yin-yang masters and warriors. One day, when Su Fu was leading his disciples in practical training, he encountered a group of mysterious enemies. These enemies were agile and wielded strange weapons as they launched a fierce attack on the disciples of the yin-yang divine palace. Su Fu's brows furrowed as the long sword in his hand shook violently, sword light instantly erupting as he directly chopped an enemy under his sword. Seeing this, the disciples were immediately demoralized and threw themselves into fierce battles. The boys and girls used their knowledge of yin and yang, the 5 elements, and their martial arts skills to battle against their enemies. The battle scene was exceptionally intense, and every attack was accompanied by deafening explosions and intense energy fluctuations. After a fierce battle, the disciples led by Su Fu managed to defeat the enemy. The boys and girls were tired and panting, but filled with a sense of accomplishment. Su Fu, on the other hand, looked at the group of young people in front of him, who were full of fighting spirit and future, and secretly nodded his head in his heart, knowing that the future of the yin-yang divine palace would surely be full of hope and light. In the thick fog that filled the sky, Zhang Daoi held a long sword and engaged in a fierce battle with Su Fu. Su Fu was agile, his figure flickered, and his fingertips erupted several purple rays of light. Heading straight for Zhang Daoi's chest, Zhang Daoi swung his sword unhurriedly, cutting off the rays of light, and at the same time, he smoothly met his sword in the face, and Su Fu dodged in a hurry. The two exchanged blows. Every attack and defense was a matter of life and death. Suddenly, Zhang Daoi recited an incantation in his mouth and a thunderbolt descended from the sky. Su Fu couldn't dodge it and was electrocuted, suddenly turning into a frog. "Don't quickly show your original form," Zhang Daoi shouted. Su Fu shook his body and resurfaced in his human form. At the same time, he emitted a round of blinding light and surprisingly, dozens of arms stretched out from his back to attack Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi raised his longsword and defused a few of the arms. However, Su Fu's attacks were getting more and more violent. Zhang Daoi's back instantly chilled, and a faint coughing sound came out from his body. Looking a bit wretched, "It's a pity that an evil Taoist like you, who cultivates the spells of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, is going to go up in smoke in my hands today." Zhang Daoi once again recited an incantation under his breath, and 2 fireballs shot up into the sky, attacking Su Fu from the front and back. Su Fu cried out as a golden light surged out from his body, instantly burning out the fireball. It looked like he was about to cast a more profound technique. Knowing that it was not good, Zhang Daoi quickly rotated his sword blade and launched a fierce attack. Su Fu was pressed into a corner and eventually could not withstand it and was defeated by Zhang Daoi. In this sudden battle between the sun and the moon, Zhang Daoi perseveres to the end with the conviction of capturing the precious Taoist arts, while Su Fu uses various tricks to seek a breakout. The battle scene between Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and Su Fu, the yin-yang master, is thrilling. Each of the 2 men performed their own masterstrokes, with Zhang Daoi performing the 10,000 swords and Su Fu performing the unity of yin and yang. The 2 paths collided with each other, and instantly, light shot out in all directions, and the entire battlefield was enveloped by an intense energy storm. In the battle, Zhang Daoi and Su Fu each demonstrated their superior skills. They each mastered techniques that had been passed down thousands of years ago, and these techniques had many names, such as wind and thunder movement, fire cloud palm, water heart technique, earth pulse flow, and so on, earth pulse flow and so on. These techniques had been improved and sublimated over the millennia of evolution, becoming their respective core skills. Zhang Daoi offered the 10,000 swords, and in the blink of an eye, countless long swords converged from all directions, like a downpour of rain towards Su Fu. Su Fu was calm and collected, and performed the yin-yang unity, which instantly intersected the 2 yin and yang qi. forming an invisible barrier that blocked Zhang Daoi's 10,000 long swords from the outside. The battle between the two intensified, with all sorts of skillful techniques, brilliant tactics, and amazing power intertwining together to form a thrilling picture of battle. The skill of the two masters was displayed in this picture of battle, impressing all present. Eventually, at the climactic stage of the battle, Zhang Daoi and Su Fu each executed their own masterstroke and clashed fiercely in the air. With a loud bang, an intense light instantly erupted out, and the entire battlefield was completely destroyed as smoke and dust rolled out. The scene was extremely spectacular. After the battle was over, Zhang Daoi and Su Fu stood in the middle of the battlefield. Both of them looked at each other and felt how powerful the other was. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi faced Su Fu, took out the amulet in his hand, and shouted, "Return to the origin divine skill." Instantly, a strong aura emanated from his body, and a light blue light appeared on the surface of his body, like a shield. Zhang Dao's eyes were incomparably sharp as he gazed at Su Fu. A mocking smile appeared on Su Fu's face as the crescent moon blade in his hand slashed violently towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi did not panic as he swung his immortal sword in his hand, and in an instant, a silver sword chi cut through like lightning, cutting Su Fu's crescent moon blade in half. Su Fu was immediately shocked. He originally thought that this young heavenly master would be weak, but he did not expect that he would be so powerful. His hand seals changed, and his feet suddenly left the ground, his body constantly and rapidly flying in the air, as if he was trying to dodge Zhang Daoi's attacks. Zhang Daoi sneered, and with a wave of the immortal sword in his hand, a silver-colored sword chi once again slashed through the air, breaking through the air and pointing straight at Su Fu. Su Fu hurriedly blocked it, but he didn't expect this strike to be so powerful. The huge impact shook him out instantly and he fell heavily on the ground. This is the green dragon technique from 1,000 years ago, which can enhance one's aura and strength, but the attack range is smaller and the interval between uses is longer. Zhang Daoi slowly retracted his immortal sword and gazed at Su Fu, whose breath was already somewhat weak. Su Fu stood up with difficulty and glared angrily at Zhang Daoi. "You can't beat me." Celestial Master Zhang Daoi smiled faintly. "This is the soul regeneration technique, which can control the opponent's spirit and consciousness, but it requires a certain amount of preparation time and spiritual power." Su Fu's eyes grew misty, and Zhang Daoi softly called out, "Su Fu, surrender obediently." Su Fu couldn't help but walk towards Zhang Daoi, the immortal chi in it constantly consuming his spiritual energy. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly and easily controlled him and handed him over to the authorities. The description of the fight ends here. The names and origins of techniques from 1,000 years ago, such as the Green Dragon Technique, Soul Regeneration Technique and so on, giving people a mysterious and ancient feeling. In the early glow of the sky, Zhang Daoi and Su Fu faced off against each other in the middle of an ancient valley, the air around them seemingly distorted by the spell that was about to erupt. Zhang Daoi, clad in Taoist robes with a string of ancient jade rings hanging from his waist, pinched his hands together, took a deep breath, and mouthed ancient charms. His robe was embroidered with a mysterious heavenly talisman, and Zhang Daoi's hand gestures gradually changed, drawing in the power of the sky and preparing to use the Big Dipper evil-breaking mantra to fight against Su Fu. Su Fu, dressed in the characteristic black robes of a yin and yang master, with a pair of ink and jade masks on his forehead, wielded a pitch-black long sword in both hands, with an eerie blue light jumping from the tip of the sword, which seemed to channel the power of the earth's veins. He let out a low cry and started to lay down the underworld boundary, attempting to trap Zhang Daoi with the power of the earth veins. Just as the power of both sides was about to erupt, a brilliant light flashed in Zhang Dao's eyes as he recited the incantation. The Big Dipper breaks evil. All laws are inviolable. It was as if his body had turned into a runic array, radiant with light as a powerful force erupted from him, charging straight at Su Fu. Su Fu's face changed slightly, and his hands formed seals rapidly in an attempt to resist this invisible impact. However, Zhang Daoi's spell was too overbearing, as unstoppable as a meteor streaking across the night sky. Su Fu's boundary of the underworld instantly disintegrated under the impact of the Big Dipper mantra of breaking evil, just like fragile paper. Just as the two sides were exchanging power and were about to divide the winner, Zhang Daoi suddenly withdrew his attack. He faced Su Fu and slowly spoke. "Fellow Daoist Su, our techniques are both out of the heavens and earth. Why should we put each other in a place of death?" Su Fu stopped the longsword in his hand, knowing that this was not just a battle of arts, but also a meeting of minds. The two stood opposite each other like two mountain peaks, fighting but equally respecting each other's Tao. As the dust of the battle gradually settled, the valley returned to tranquility, with only the morning sun shining through the clouds on Zhang Daoi and Su Fu. Their gazes no longer contained hostility, but rather recognition and respect for each other's techniques. The battle between Zhang Daoi, the celestial master, and Su Fu, the yin-yang master, is exceptionally intense, with both men possessing great skills and each performing their own abilities. Zhang Daoyi performed a 1,000-year-old technique called Heavenly Devil's Eyes, in which his eyes emitted golden light and could see through all illusions and disguises. Su Fu, on the other hand, casts the yin-yang charm. His hands form a seal, and the charm instantly transforms into a force of yin and yang, which can break the Heavenly Master's golden bell shield. The two fought so well that the crowd of onlookers couldn't help but take a few steps back. Seeing that his technique was broken, Zhang Daoyi's eyes condensed, and his hands quickly formed a seal, performing another 1,000-year-old technique, Heavenly Thunder Break, and a huge thunderbolt descended from the sky, slashing straight at Su Fu. Su Fu's face changed, and he hurriedly performed the yin-yang shield. His hands quickly formed a seal, transforming into a huge shield of yin and yang, blocking the attack of the Heavenly Thunder. At this moment, Zhang Daoyi's killing chance in his heart was even greater, and he once again used the Eye of Heavenly Devil to try to see through everything about Su Fu. Su Fu, also not willing to show weakness, perform yin and yang illusion. Instantly the figure becomes confusing, so that people cannot be traced. Zhang Daoyi's mind moved slightly, knowing that this was Su Fu's trick. He once again performed the Heavenly Thunder Breaking. The thunder and lightning swept across the sky, and was bound to cut Su Fu under the sword. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Fu once again used the yin-yang shield, trying to resist Zhang Daoyi's attack. However, this time, Zhang Daoyi's Heavenly Thunder Break was even more powerful, and the shield of yin and yang was unable to completely resist it. Su Fu was directly hit by the lightning. His entire body instantly became charred black, and with a miserable cry, he fell heavily to the ground. 82. What is Su Fu? Kill. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, a cultivator who has endured thousands of years. His palms are like withered bones, but his eyes still gleam. Su Fu, the yin-yang master, is of the same generation as him, wearing ancient yin-yang vestments and holding a bronze trigram in his hand, which is as mysterious as it gets. The two of them confronted each other, and behind Zhang Daoyi, heavenly thunder rolled, as if heavenly punishment would descend at any time. With a wave of his palm, a dark blue talisman condensed in the air, transforming into a huge green dragon that roared and lunged at Su Fu. Su Fu's face remained unchanged as he gently waved his trigrams, and the trigram suddenly changed into a golden phoenix that fiercely collided with the green dragon. The feathers of the phoenix were like sharp swords, cutting through the air with a sharp whistling sound, while the dragon whiskers of the green dragon were like whips, lashing the phoenix's entire body. Heaven and earth were filled with the aura of ancient arts, as if they could awaken the sleeping ancient gods. Zhang Daoyi and Su Fu each used their own abilities. Zhang Daoyi continued to push the heavenly thunder, while Su Fu offered a more powerful yin-yang power, making the air around them seem to distort. Just when the confrontation between the two was at its most tense, Zhang Daoyi suddenly flickered and turned into a long rainbow, charging straight at Su Fu. In his hand, at some point, a silver-colored rune seal with complex seals engraved on it had appeared. Su Fu's brows furrowed, and he knew this was Zhang Daoyi's best ascension technique. Once hit, even he could not resist. The bronze trigram in his hand turned violently, and the trigram changed once again, transforming into a phantom long sword that met Zhang Daoyi. The two of them intertwined their techniques with a rainbow-like momentum, and it seemed as if the surrounding space was being torn apart by this powerful force, and the air was filled with the sound of lightning and fire-like bursts. In the end, a blinding light erupted from the place where the two arts intersected, and the heavens and earth seemed to fall silent. A moment later, the two men each retreated, with a hint of astonishment between their faces. Zhang Daoyi looked at the talismanic seal in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Su Fu, you're progressing at a rapid pace. I was almost defeated by you. Su Fu smiled faintly and said, fellow Daoist Zhang, it looks like we need to fight again. The two smiled at each other, but anyone could feel it. The next encounter was bound to be even more intense and shocking than this one. The heavenly master Zhang Daoyi's robe and sleeves fluttered, his hands strangled, and the 1,000-year-old talisman 9 spirit charms flowed around his fingertips. A hidden rune formed around him, and a faint green smoke filled the air. The long sword in his hand, named Linglong, had a translucent body like crystal, and was engraved with densely packed runes, each of which was the essence of a technique passed down from the heavenly master sect 1,000 years ago. At the same time, the yin-yang master Su Fu's clothes fluttered, holding the 1,000 souls talisman paper. The brush mixed with vermilion sand and ink in his hand fluttered on the paper, countless talisman paper like butterflies, fluttering in the air. He mouthed the words, and the talisman paper seemed to have life, transforming into an ethereal smoke that swirled around Zhang Daoyi. The duel between the two was not only a battle of strength and skill, but also a collision in the inheritance and understanding of ancient arts. Zhang Daoyi used the power of the 9 spirit talismans to form a shield to resist the erosion of Su Fu's 1,000 souls talisman paper. Su Fu, on the other hand, uses the technique of 100 ghosts walking at night to make Zhang Daoyi fall into an illusion. As the battle progressed, Zhang Daoi's eyes closed tightly as he seemed to fall into a deep sleep, but his soul grew stronger and stronger. The Linglong sword in his hand began to flash with unprecedented light, as if it contained all the spiritual qi in heaven and earth. On the other hand, Su Fu's Thousand Souls talisman paper formed a ghost-like formation around him, trying to trap Zhang Daoi. In the end, Zhang Daoi opened his eyes, the light in his eyes soared, and with a long whistle, he completely released the power of the 9 transformation spiritual symbol, creating a magnificent and unparalleled artstorm of light and shadow. Su Fu's Thousand Souls talisman paper was gradually torn apart and turned into fragments in the storm. As the dust of the battle settled, Zhang Daoi stood there as if he had never moved, while Su Fu fell to his knees, trembling slightly. Zhang Daoi slowly took his sword back into its sheath and faintly said, "Yin and Yang are balanced, and the technique is natural. And this, then, is the majesty and profundity of millennial jutsu." The heavenly master Zhang Daoi and the yin-yang master Su Fu begin a fierce battle as soon as they meet. Zhang Daoi was holding the 7-star sword, and his sword light was like water, enveloping the entire battlefield. Su Fu, on the other hand, danced his yin-yang master's spell ball, illuminating layers of mists to cover Zhang Daoi's vision. The two attacked each other. Zhang Daoi used the Big Dipper technique and his sword tore through Su Fu's mist, aiming straight at his vitals. Su Fu was also not willing to show weakness, and performed 9 palace breaking. The ball violently shook, transformed into 9 soul-chasing formations, and attacked Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he recited the cloud-breaking technique, instantly defusing Su Fu's attack and stabbing Su Fu with his sword in the process. Su Fu couldn't dodge and was pierced through the heart with a sword, splattering blood. Zhang Daoi, a celestial teacher, and Su Fu, a yin and yang master, fought inside an ancient tomb. Zhang Daoi made a seal with both hands and chanted Chen Kuan Wuji. His body breath instantly exploded out, turning into a golden light screen with full defensive power. Su Fu opened his hand to the sky and shouted wind and clouds. The airflow around his body rotated like a dragon scroll, which instantly swept Zhang Daoi into it. Zhang Daoi's face changed slightly and he decided to change his tactics. He raised his right hand and a holy sword with a cold light flashing immediately appeared in the air, called Tai Yin Sword. Zhang Daoi held the Tai Yin sword in his right hand and swung it in the air, only to hear a giggle. Su Fu's armor was instantly split open. Su Fu's face changed greatly, and he quickly waved his hand to summon a black storm called Ghost Wind Chaos to trap Zhang Daoi into it. Zhang Daoi felt the howling winds of the storm around him, and his figure kept retreating, but he did not flinch. He gazed at his concentration and held his sword in his right hand, chopping and slashing, repelling the surrounding storms one by one. Seeing this, Su Fu loudly drank Hell Demon Fury, attached to the power of the ancient demons. His body instantly became larger. Holding a treasure weapon in his hand, Soul Refining Streamer swept out. Purple light flashed. Soul Refining Streamer transformed into a purple ghostly shadow, pounced towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi could not help but feel a tightness in his heart, but his demeanor remained unchanged. He immediately condensed the true chi in his body and shouted Golden Light Splendor, and suddenly golden light overflowed around his body, instantly sweeping away the ghostly shadows. Zhang Daoi did not wait for the opposite side to react. His right hand raised, and the Tai Yin sword instantly transformed into a ball of fire, flew out of the air, and struck the vital points in Su Fu's body. Su Fu's body shape suddenly loose. Zhang Daoi seized the opportunity to quickly perform the 7 stars in a row. The hands of the Tai Yin sword quickly cut through Su Fu's hands. Su Fu had to give up. Back a few steps, all the way to the back of the hasty escape. Zhang Daoi returned victorious, coughed lightly twice, took back the Tai Yin sword. The corners of his mouth pursed slightly, his brows furrowed, and his mind was like electricity. If you win this time, next time you can see the magic. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi was clad in a starry Taoist robe. His hands waved, and countless Dharma seals gathered in the wind of his palms. He recited under his breath, secret runes bursting out from his fingertips and transforming into a ray of light that shot across the room towards the Yin-Yang Master Su Fu. Su Fu frowned. His hands quickly formed seals, his figure fluttering like a phantom as he summoned a gigantic phantom, surrounded by the 4 spirits of the Green Dragon, White Tiger, Vermilion Bird, and Xuanwu, blocking in front of him. Zhang Daoi's spells impacted on the 4 spirits, but they only caused a ripple and did not really shake the formation of the 4 spirits. A cold light flashed in Zhang Dao's eyes as he chanted an ancient incantation under his breath, and the light of stars surrounded his figure. Suddenly, an invisible aura erupted from his entire body, and his moves became more and more mysterious and powerful under the starlight. His body leapt violently, and the star in his palm transformed into a Milky Way, carrying supreme might as it poured down towards Su Fu. Su Fu's face was grave as he used the art of yin and yang to invoke the power of yin and yang in the heavens and earth, weaving through the Milky Way with an elusive footwork, avoiding the deadly attack. However, Zhang Daoi had prepared for this, and his spells were not in vain, but turned into pillars of starry light that surged towards Su Fu from all directions, like a star meteorite, with extreme speed. A hint of shock appeared in Su Fu's eyes. In the face of such a dense star attack, he could not manage to dodge at all. He could only weave in and out of it, looking for a chance to counterattack. However, Zhang Daoi's star spells came in like a tidal wave, each strike containing the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. As time passed, the star spells gradually dominated the battlefield. Zhang Daoi's demeanor became more and more confident, while Su Fu gradually looked a bit overwhelmed. In the end, during a star collision, Zhang Daoi managed to repel Su Fu in triumph in the stargazer sky. The fierce battle between Zhang Daoi, the celestial master, and Su Fu, the yin-yang master, is in full swing. Zhang Daoi suddenly changed his stance. His palms flipped and transformed into a golden light, aiming straight for Su Fu's lifeblood. Su Fu's face changed. Waving his sleeve, a yellow talisman appeared out of thin air, and with the speed of a thunderbolt, he pasted it on his chest, blocking Zhang Daoi's divine thunderstrike. Zhang Daoi's smile intensified. His figure flashed, the long sword in his hand lit up, and the sword light was like a rainbow, transforming into millions of sword shadows, attacking Su Fu at a rapid pace. Su Fu snorted coldly, and with a flick of his finger, a talisman that he had hypnotized flew out of thin air, transforming into a gigantic phantom phoenix that clashed with the sword light. With a loud bang, the sword shadow and the phantom shadow cancelled each other out. Zhang Daoi and Su Fu were both shaken, and both of them separated by several steps. Zhang Daoi's face was grave, and the long sword in his hand instantly changed like a silver dragon, circling in the air, gulping and gulping, pointing directly at Su Fu. A cold light flashed in Su Fu's eyes, and the peachwood sword in his hand shook, transforming into 1,000 sword chi and meeting Zhang Daoi. The two exchanged dozens of strokes, only to see the sword light like a waterfall. The thunder rolled. The momentum was magnificent. The scene was extremely thrilling. Zhang Daoi and Su Fu were both thoughtful and ruthless, and each move contained an incomparably powerful force. Finally, Zhang Daoi took advantage of Su Fu's careless move and swung out the long sword in his hand, transforming it into a golden light that went straight for Su Fu's throat. Su Fu's face changed drastically, and in the midst of urgency, he blocked with his mahogany sword, but he was shocked back a few steps by Zhang Daoi's divine thunderstrike and almost fell. Zhang Daoi's smirk intensified as he attacked Su Fu once again with his long sword in his hand. Su Fu's face was grave as he waved his sleeve and a yellow talisman appeared out of thin air, transforming into an impenetrable barrier that stood in front of him. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly as he swung his long sword in his hand several times, but only left several sword marks on the barrier. Unable to break through, Su Fu took the opportunity to counterattack. The peachwood sword in his hand transformed into 1,000 sword chi and attacked Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face changed, and in the midst of urgency, his long sword shook and transformed into a golden light that shot straight up into the sky, disappearing in an instant. Su Fu's eye flashed. Knowing that Zhang Daoi had already used his real masterstroke, he hurriedly swung his peachwood sword, transforming it into an impenetrable body protection true chi, blocking it in front of him. However, Zhang Daoi's divine thunder had already fallen out of thin air and struck Su Fu. With a deafening roar, Su Fu's figure was shaken like a kite with broken strings and was sent flying several feet away, falling heavily on the ground, blood spurting wildly from his mouth, obviously having suffered a heavy blow. Zhang Daoi put away his sword and sheathed it, smiled as he looked at Su Fu, who had fallen to the ground, and said, "Yin-Yang Master, you are not strong enough for this. However, my heavenly master's might is not something you can resist." Su Fu climbed up with great difficulty, looked deeply at Zhang Daoi, and muttered under his breath, "The might of the heavenly master is truly worthy of its name." With that, he shifted and turned into a residual shadow, disappearing into thin air. Zhang Daoban smiled and said to himself, "This yin-yang master, he is quite clever." Under the shroud of night, the celestial master Zhang Daoi and the yin-yang master Su Fu face off in front of an ancient shrine. Zhang Daoi looked grave, the peachwood sword in his hand emitting a faint glow, while Su Fu surrounded his body with shields and talismans condensed by yin and yang spells, and both of them were surrounded by an unspeakable aura. "The ghost road is boundless," Zhang Daoi roared. The peachwood sword transformed into a sword light and slashed straight down. The sword chi was like a torrent that swept towards Su Fu. Su Fu's face remained unchanged as he recited an incantation under his breath, and the yin-yang shield in his hand shook violently, transforming into a yin-yang boundary and rigidly blocking the sword light. Su Fu took advantage of the opportunity to counterattack, and at some point in his hand there was an additional bamboo pen as black as ink, the tip of which waved in the air and drew a complex runic seal. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi frowned tightly and hurriedly backed away, while the peachwood sword transformed into 1,000 sword shadows, turning into a barrier of sword chi that collided with the talismanic seal of the pitch-black bamboo pen, emitting a loud rumbling sound. Zhang Daoi's voice was raging, and each move contained the power of 10,000 pounds. However, Su Fu skillfully solved the problem by using the yin and yang spells, utilizing the power of yin and yang and heaven and earth to turn the tables. The battle between the two had both the solemnity of the Tao and the strangeness of the spells, making it a sight to behold. Suddenly, Zhang Daoi stepped forward and swept out his mahogany sword. The move was called Mountain Breaking Chop, which was as powerful as a rainbow and went straight to Su Fu. Su Fu's face changed slightly, but then he shifted his body and skillfully shifted his position with the art of yin and yang, avoiding the fatal blow. The battle intensifies as the two men perform their own stunts, both checking and balancing each other and accomplishing each other. In the end, after a collision of astonishing force, both of them simultaneously retreated a few steps, each retrieving the weapons and spells in their hands, and smiled at each other, each sensing the other's strength and wisdom. The battle was not decided, but both men understood that this duel would go down in history as a legend to be celebrated by future generations. As Celestial Master Zhang Daoi waved his hand, a golden talisman moved against the wind, transforming into 1,000 golden lights spreading out in the air, like 10,000 horses galloping with great power. Yin-Yang Master Su Fu's face was grave. His hands quickly formed seals, his mouth recited words, and with a low roar, he summoned a huge phantom phoenix, and flames shot out, colliding head-on with the golden talisman. Tianchi Zhang Dao, a flash of light in the eye. From the sleeve flew out a sword, named Too Clear. Sword light like water, clear and penetrating, and the talisman intertwined with the golden light, forming a ray of light sword shadow, straight to the clouds. Su Fu's face changed and he retreated rapidly. The staff in his hand danced and turned into a path of wind and thunder, colliding with the radiant sword shadow and emitting a deafening roar. The corner of Zhang Daoi's mouth hooked into a cold smile. The tip of his Tai Ching sword flicked, and his sword chi was like a dragon, transforming into a long dragon of sword light that lunged towards Su Fu. Seeing the approaching sword chi, Su Fu did not panic and turned his staff in his hand, manifesting countless phantoms that collided with the long dragon of sword light. In an instant, Zhang Daoi and Su Fu's figures entangled in the air. Their moves were as fast as lightning, and each of them performed their own stunts in an attempt to overwhelm the other. Zhang Daoi's talismanic golden light and Su Fu's phantom phoenix collided in the air, erupting into dazzling flames, and the battle between the Yin-Yang Master and the Heavenly Master was like a battle between the gods and demons in heaven and earth. In the end, in the fierce duel, Zhang Daoi's Tai Ching sword pierced through the phoenix's shadow with a single stroke, and the sword's light was as clear and penetrating as water, penetrating straight into Su Fu's chest and knocking him back a few steps. Su Fu showed a bitter look on his face, but did not fall down. He knew that this was only the beginning of the battle. The real contest had just begun. 83. Transfiguration. When Celestial Master Zhang Daoi waved his hand, golden light flashed and sword chi streaked across the room. The move was called Heavenly Dipper Breaks the Devil. The sword chi coalesced into a golden sword aura and chopped towards Yin-Yang Master Su Fu. Su Fu's face remained unchanged. His hands transformed into Yin and Yang runic seals, and he mouthed the words. The move was called Yin and Yang Reversal. A huge force of Yin and Yang formed an invisible barrier, blocking the sword chi of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi. The two of them were as powerful as rainbows, and their moves were so powerful that the air around them was shaken to the point of fluctuating, making the scene very thrilling. The two men, Zhang Daoi, a celestial teacher, and Su Fu, a Yin and Yang master, come to a dark cave and prepare for a fierce duel. Zhang Daoi raised his staff in his hand, and an overpowering aura instantly erupted as he sang heaven, earth, and human soul and attacked Su Fu. Su Fu let out a low gulp and pinched his hand. A black gas overflowed from his hand, forming a ghostly hand that grabbed fiercely towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi dodged sideways. His staff then made a move of dragon's breath. A shocking wave-like air current surged out from the staff, directly knocking Su Fu flying out. Su Fu stabilized his stance, both palms together, performing the illusory 1,000-leaf hands. Hundreds of illusory palms as if 1,000 leaves as fast as to attack Zhang Daoi. Zhang Dao, a ray of stern color in one eye. A move soul-suppressing mantra, lightly drink out. A loud sound. In an instant will Su Fu's illusion destruction 1,000 leaf hands swallowed up all of them. Su Fu's face changed slightly. Once again shouted. A circle of black gas appeared around his body. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly, did not dare to be careless, and hastily performed the 9 heavenly thunder. A huge thunderbolt instantly blasted towards Su Fu. Su Fu was determined to perform his strongest move, Blade of Heavenly Destiny. A huge black blade shot out, directly through Zhang Daoyi's 9 heavenly divine thunder, and slashed towards him. Zhang Daoi leapt fiercely, easily avoiding Su Fu's attack, and his staff performed the true dragon technique. A giant dragon incarnated and lunged towards Su Fu. Undaunted, Su Fu swung the black blade in his hand without stopping, and started a round of vicious fight with the giant dragon, and the loud rumbling sound kept echoing in the cave. In the end, Zhang Daoi performed his masterstroke, the descent of the heavenly devil. A powerful demonic aura surrounded the entire cave. Su Fu was suppressed and fled in defeat. Zhang Daoi stood in the center of the cave, recklessly breathing in this demonic gas, his face still as bland as ever. The fight between Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and Su Fu, the yin-yang master, was unusually intense. Zhang Daoi's stance was agile, the Dao sword in his hand danced, and the sword light was as dazzling as meteors across the night sky. Su Fu, on the other hand, his body fluttered, and the yin-yang talisman paper in his hand transformed into a huge spirit fox, cunning and ferocious, and the spirit fox opened its bloody mouth, revealing its fangs, and pounced on Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's eyes flinched as he swung the Dao sword in his hand rapidly, transforming it into thousands of sword shadows and tearing the spirit fox into pieces. Su Fu let out a cold laugh, made seals with both hands, and recited under his breath, Yin and Yang are reversed, and Qiankuan is inverted. The sky suddenly darkened with dark clouds and rolling thunder. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he gripped his sword with both hands and released his voice to chant, the way can be the way, but it's not the way, the name can be the name, but it's not the name. The Dao sword immediately shone brightly, transforming into a golden sword chi that shot up into the sky. Su Fu's eyes flashed, instantly saw through Zhang Daoi's moves. The corner of his mouth hooked up a cold smile, his hands quickly made a seal, his mouth recited the words, and with a loud bang, a huge 8 trigrams array appeared in front of Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi knew that it was not good and backed up quickly, but the 8 trigrams formation had already trapped him, and the formation slowly tightened. Zhang Daoi felt a strong pressure, and the Dao sword in his hand gradually lost its light. Su Fu laughed out loud, and the yin-yang talisman paper in his hand transformed into millions of sword chi as he lunged towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face was pale, and at the moment of crisis, he bit his tongue and sprayed a mouthful of blood on the Dao sword, which immediately glowed and turned into a red light that shot up into the sky. Yin-yang master Su Fu's face changed, hastily backed up, but the red light had already enveloped him. With a miserable scream, Su Fu was transformed into a puddle of blood. Yin-yang master Su Fu, surprisingly, was beheaded by Zhang Daoi. As night fell and the bright moon was like a hook, Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and Su Fu, the yin-yang master, stood in front of the abandoned ancient temple. Zhang Daoi tightly gripped the peachwood sword in his hand, the tip of the sword glowing eerily under the moonlight as he recited the incantation, his body swaying like a phantom in the night wind, as if it had merged with the air currents of the sky and the earth. Su Fu's face was expressionless, his hands flipped and his mouth recited words. His fingers were as elegant as playing an ancient zither. Each finger that fell seemed to lead the flow of yin and yang, forming an invisible aura around him. Their gazes briefly met in the air, each sensing the other's power. Zhang Daoi leapt up. The peachwood sword transformed into a swordlight and went straight towards Su Fu. This was his signature move, demon slaying sword. The sword light was as loud as the sound of breaking air. Su Fu gently laughed. His hands formed a seal and recited yin and yang upside down under his breath. His body suddenly emitted an invisible force field, blocking the sword light of the demon-slaying sword a few feet away. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly. He knew that this move would be difficult to work. The peachwood sword in his hand instantly changed into 12 wooden swords. This was another of his stunts. Big Dipper and Earthly Fury formation. Once the sword formation was set up, the sword light was like a dragon, doubling its power. A cold light flashed in Su Fu's eyes, and his fingers danced quickly, like weaving a net to catch fish. In a few moments, a huge yin and yang talisman appeared in the air, and as soon as it unfolded, it was as if the yin and yang chi in heaven and earth were pulled, instantly reducing the power of the Big Dipper formation. Just as the two of them exchanged moves, Zhang Daoi suddenly felt a strong aura emanating from Su Fu. He knew that this was the yin-yang master's real killing move, yin-yang reversal, and hastily withdrew his sword to protect his body, while mobilizing his body's true chi to form a shield. As expected, Su Fu's hands gave a quick push. The sky darkened. The light of the sun, moon and stars was reversed. A powerful yin and yang force field came towards Zhang Daoi, and the celestial master Zhang Daoi narrowly avoided the fatal blow. Right after the two briefly exchanged blows, the air around the ancient temple seemed to have become condensed, and the two men's internal forces collided in the air, emitting a subtle sound. In the end, both of them withdrew their respective gestures. They understood that this battle, win or lose, would become a legend in the Jianghu. Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and Su Fu, the yin-yang master, stood face to face, electricity flashing between their eyes. Zhang Daoi held his long sword tightly in his hand, while Su Fu held a duster with a lapel and 2 sleeves, both of them ready to strike. Suddenly, the long sword in Zhang Daoi's hand stabbed towards Su Fu, but Su Fu quickly took a step away and brushed against the blade. Immediately after, Su Fu flung his duster away, and a strong wind swept up. Zhang Daoi's figure was swept unsteadily, nearly losing his balance. Zhang Daoi quickly drew back his sword to regain his balance, returning his sword in a horizontal sweep. Su Fu leapt up and raised a faint blue light. A stream of aura fired out. Cracking sounds and thunderous booms erupted along with Su Fu's stance. Zhang Daoyi also quickly released a wave of Tianju Dragon Qi towards Su Fu's constant attacks. Tianju Dragon Qi and aura collided. Smoke and dust rose up in all directions for a while. Then, Su Fu put away his duster and attacked with his finger power instead, while Zhang Daoyi used the Heavenly Pillar Dragon Qi barrier, and the two of them sliced and diced, instantly erupting in a burst of intense aura that shook the entire battlefield. In the end, Zhang Daoyi uses the snow bear of his contracted beast to attack, while Su Fu uses the art of yin and yang to instantly appear as a shadow. Zhang Daoyi's snow bear is destroyed by a single strike from the fake Su Fu, and the real Su Fu utilizes this opportunity to finish Zhang Daoyi off with a single slash. After the battle, Su Fu held a duster with a cloak and double sleeves. His eyes gazed at Zhang Daoyi's corpse, smiled faintly, and then disappeared into thin air, leaving behind nothing but screams and the thistles-like imprints of two double fists. Zhang Daoyi was clad in Taoist robes, wielding a peachwood sword in his hand, reciting words under his breath. The tip of the sword transformed into a beam of cold light, shooting towards Su Fu. Su Fu's face was grave. His hands formed a seal and he recited an incantation under his breath. A yellow talisman paper descended out of thin air and turned into an impenetrable boundary, blocking Zhang Daoyi's attack. Zhang Daoyi's mind moved, and the light on the peachwood sword blossomed, transforming into a huge spirit sword that chopped down with a roar, and the sword energy swept across the area, tearing the boundary apart. Su Fu's eyes flashed with essence. The long sword in his hand shook. Thousands of sword shadows came like a storm. Zhang Daoyi's face changed slightly. He hastily condensed a layer of shield to block the sword shadows. The two fought hard, with frequent and powerful moves. Zhang Daoyi suddenly recited an incantation under his breath, and the peachwood sword in his hand transformed into a ray of golden light, stabbing Su Fu directly in his heart chakra. Su Fu's brows furrowed, the corners of his lips hooked into a cold smile, and the long sword in his hand drew a strange talisman, transforming into a huge black demonic beast that opened its mouth to devour everything. Zhang Daoyi retreated sharply, only to hear a loud bang. The mahogany sword was bitten off by the demonic beast, and black demonic aura filled the air. Su Fu laughed coldly. His long sword was in his hand, and he stabbed out violently, knocking Zhang Daoyi back a few steps. Zhang Daoyi's face changed. He hurriedly sat down cross-legged and began to recite an incantation, and a peachwood sword recoalesced in his hand, and his aura was like a rainbow as he lunged straight at Su Fu. The two men fought fiercely with deadly moves, and in the end, Zhang Daoyi won by trapping Su Fu with a powerful peachwood sword formation. Tianshi Zhang Daoyi, dressed in Taoist robes and holding a duster, faces yin-yang master Su Fu, his face expressionless. Su Fu, dressed in the characteristic black robe of a yin-yang master, his hands were pinched, his expression was gloomy, and the icy killing intent coming out of his eyes was chilling. The two of them stood opposite each other, the atmosphere heavy. Yin-yang master Su Fu, do you know that I am celestial master Zhang Daoyi? This duel will not allow you to escape. Zhang Daoyi shouted in a cold voice, and with a wave of his duster, the Dao Qi surged, turning into a powerful sword Qi that pushed straight at Su Fu. The murderous aura in Su Fu's eyes intensified, and the yin-yang technique unique to yin-yang masters coalesced in his hands, transforming into a cloud of black mist as he slowly lunged towards Zhang Daoyi. Yin-yang chaos technique. This was yin-yang master Su Fu's best trick. Once enveloped by this black mist, even a celestial master would find it difficult to get out. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged, and with a wave of his duster, Taoist Qi condensed into a large mirror that shone brightly, reflecting back the black mist one by one. However, Su Fu's yin and yang art is not so simple. His eyes flashed, reciting incantations suddenly sharp up. Black fog, seems to have life wandering, gradually formed a huge shadow, open teeth and claws, pouncing toward Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi snorted coldly, and the green dragon's breath in his duster erupted, transforming into a green dragon that fought with that shadowy figure, with both sides' moves interlacing and air currents colliding in a loud and powerful manner. For a while, the heavenly master's Dao robe and the yin-yang master's black robe tumbled in the air, and the Dao Qi and yin-yang technique collided with each other, forming a bright spark that illuminated the surrounding darkness. Zhang Daoyi and Su Fu, one using Taoism as a weapon and the other using yin and yang techniques as a shield, were in the midst of a battle, and the onlookers were all frightened by it, just as the two sides were evenly matched. Unable to distinguish between victory and defeat, Zhang Daoyi's gaze suddenly became profound, and with a wave of his duster, the Dao Qi in the heavens and earth converged at one point, transforming into a white light that went straight for Su Fu. This was Zhang Daoyi's mastery that he had practiced for many years, the Dao Xin Pure Yang technique. Once it was performed, yin and yang would be balanced, and heaven and earth would be symbiotic. Su Fu's face changed drastically, and his yin-yang technique instantly dispersed, but it was too late to dodge. The white light of the Dao Xin Pure Yang technique shot straight at his body, and in an instant, Su Fu was surrounded by a bright light, and his body began to slowly rise and disappear into the air. When the battle ended, Zhang Daoi stood in place and brushed the dust off his duster, his face expressionless, as if the earth-shattering battle just now was just a daily practice for him. A white light appeared in front of the heavenly master Zhang Daoi. His right palm wrestled out a blazing sun inflammation palm with hot flames, while Su Fu's back was covered in dark yin qi, and he lifted his hand to swing out a underworld black blade that condensed dark energy. The two brushed shoulders. Zhang Daoi spun sharply. His left foot kicked at Su Fu's jaw at blinking speed, known as like a shadow kick. Su Fu dodged and moved sideways, utilizing the gap to launch a quick combo. Flying swallow chain kick, heart of yin and yang, abyssal void cold blade, none of which hit the mark. Knowing that it was inadvisable to delay under the penetration of the yin and yang power, Zhang Daoi rolled upside down and roared furiously after gathering the vibrating aura in his hands. Ghosts crying and god howling. A bizarre and ghostly humanoid silhouette emerged in a trance, heading straight for Su Fu's face. Su Fu showed a touch of disdain in his eyes and slashed with his right palm while sending out Demon Prison Ice Seal, which froze the air at high speeds and blocked everything that rushed towards him. However, this also happened to be Zhang Daoi's opportunity. His feet once again quickly stretched out. A sun-chasing flying kick blasted through the air, intertwining and colliding with the yin qi and spectral shadows of the frenzied ghost stance, bursting out in a burst of intensely bursting sparks. At this time, Zhang Daoi, with the forward speed maintained by his body, successively made the moves of stripping, falling leaves flying, fire phoenix starting fire, without stopping until his body was close to Su Fu's forehead, and his right palm exploded an energy sword that traversed the space. 100-mile chop. Su Fu sniffed and drew back in a hurry, but Zhang Daoi tracked the ground and lunged forward. Then with heavenly soaring 9 heavens, slicing diagonally at the shield in front of Su Fu with one step, roaring and hitting his left shoulder. Su Fu frowned while letting out a dull exhale. Zhang Daoi was actually carrying Su Fu on his back at this moment, his fists glued together, ending this swift but intense battle with a silent, divine eclipse. Heaven and earth are changing. Godless coalescence. Zhang Daoi was transformed into a god in this moment. 84. Sea watching. The night was as dark as ink, and two figures stood before the ancient temple in the haze of the breaking dawn. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi, dressed in green, his hands pinching, reciting words under his breath, wearing a Taoist crown on his head, looking solemn. In front of him, Dong Huang Tai, the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, was dressed in black robes, his face etched with the traces of age, his eyes as electric as lightning, and in his hand, he held an ancient iron walking stick. East Emperor Tai, you have acted against the heavens and violated the heavenly Tao. Today I will represent the heavenly court and take you back to the heavenly court. Zhang Daoi drank in a cold voice. Dong Huang Tai's face remained unchanged as he lightly waved his iron crutch, and a black aura erupted from the tip of the staff, transforming into a huge black dragon that pounced towards Zhang Daoi. This is his masteried black dragon bellow, powerful enough to devour 100 miles in a radius, making people shudder. Zhang Daoi's face did not move. His hands formed a seal, reciting incantations under his mouth, and under his green clothes, a golden light flashed, which was his golden armor heavenly deity, which was a profound martial art capable of resisting all kinds of laws. The golden light collided with the black gas, emitting a deafening roar. Between the two figures interlacing, Zhang Daoi stepped on the 7 star steps, and the Dao sword in his hand loomed large, transforming into 7 sword chi that shot towards the Eastern Emperor Tai like meteors. This was his Big Dipper 7-star sword. Each sword contained the power of the stars, capable of cutting through the void and destroying everything. Dong Huang Taifang showed no fear as he waved his iron crutch, forming a circle and blocking away each of those 7 sword chi. That iron walking stick seemed like it had come to life. Each strike carried a thunderous momentum, and it actually made even Zhang Daoi feel a hint of pressure. Eastern Emperor, although your yin-yang divine art is strong, it is ultimately difficult to counteract the power of my heavenly court. Zhang Daoi's face was firm. He knew that this battle, no matter who won or lost, would shake the world. Heavenly Master, you are overstating your case. Today, I'll let you see the power of the yin-yang divine art. East Emperor Tai Chi cold smile, iron crutch violently vibration. The surrounding air has become distorted and twisted up. He performed the yin and yang upside down, can turn the world upside down, reversing the yin and yang. For a time, the air currents within the ancient temple stirred as Zhang Daoi and Dong Huang Tai. The battle between the two great masters was both intense and full of mystery, like a conversation between heaven and earth, both ancient and awe-inspiring. In the heated battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huang Tai, each of the two men performed their own masterstrokes in a thrilling scene. That heavenly thunder sword in Zhang Daoi's hand fiercely chopped towards the East Emperor Tai Chi. The sword light was like electricity, and the air was torn out with a snorting sound. East Emperor Tai faced this shocking sword, but not the slightest move, just gently waved his hand. The hands of the yin and yang mirror will resist this heavenly thunder sword. Immediately after, Zhang Daoyi performed at 10,000 swords returning to the father. 10 million swordlights invaded the East Emperor Tai Chi like waves. The East Emperor Tai Chi face does not change color, just gently raised his hand. Palm yin yang divine palm will be as heavy as a mountain, blocking the attack of 10,000 swords. Zhang Daoyi was already burning with rage at this time. His entire body's strength gathered into one hand and he used his final masterstroke, heavenly collapsing sword. The sword light was dazzling, as if it could split heaven and earth in half. However, as if East Emperor Tai Chi had prepared for this, he recited an incantation under his breath, and the mirror of yin and yang in his hand. It immediately became transparent and turned into a bright light that shot up into the sky, completely swallowing the light of the heavenly splitting sword. In the end, the fierce battle between Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai ended in Zhang Daoyi's defeat. But Dong Huangtai didn't harm him, and only said faintly, "Although you have talent, you still need more cultivation." Although Zhang Daoyi failed, his heart was filled with respect. He understood that there was still a huge gap between himself and an expert like the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. He resolved to cultivate even harder, striving to one day be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi was dressed in a white robe, holding a mahogany sword in his hand, with a grave expression on his face, as he walked step by step towards the Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor, Dong Huangtai. The East Emperor Tai Chi was clad in a brocade robe, wearing a golden crown and holding a jade rui, with a cold smile on his face. "East Emperor Tai Chi, you have committed an unforgivable crime by mutilating living beings," Zhang Daoyi angrily shouted. "Humph, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, you're just a mortal, so who are you to judge me?" Dong Huangtai's face was disdainful. The two of them exchanged blows instantly, and the peachwood sword clashed with the jade rui with a crisp ringing sound. Zhang Daoyi's move was called Nine Suns True Flame. The tip of the sword crossed, flames burned, the temperature soared, and it was extremely powerful. The East Emperor Tai Chi counterattacked with a move called Underworld Black Mist. The palm wind was biting cold and filled with black mist, which could devour all the light and trap Zhang Daoyi in the darkness. The two of them dueled with each other in a thrilling scene. Zhang Daoyi performed the Xian Tian Thunder method. The sky was filled with lightning and thunder, and a thunderbolt struck at the Eastern Emperor Tai. East Emperor Tai Chi was also not willing to show weakness. Using the Nine Ghosts Ghost Shadow, his body shape was like a ghost, suddenly moving left and right to confuse the opponent, while his palm power was like a mountain, pressurizing the four directions. The battle lasted for several hours, and both sides were already consumed, but they were still fighting with unabated intent. Zhang Dao gritted his teeth and used the Big Dipper star formation. The sword light was like stars, trapping the Eastern Emperor Tai in the formation. The Eastern Emperor Tai roared and used the infinite chaos, the black mist around his body rolling around as he attempted to counterattack. In the end, Zhang Daoyi used the 10,000 laws move to knock East Emperor Tai back a few steps and fell heavily to the ground, and the battle was finally settled. Zhang Daoyi was clad in a long shirt and holding a sword. His demeanor was calm and exuded an extraordinary aura. On the other hand, Dong Huangtai wore a golden robe and held a golden staff, with a chilling look on his face. The two of them faced each other in the open space between the mountains. With an aggressive momentum, Zhang Daoyi quickly made a move. A Big Dipper sword chi came out of his hand. A long sword chi whistled to the East Emperor Tai Chi with a sound of breaking air. Dong Huangtai advanced instead of retreating. A staffed bone dragon descending met him head-on. A huge bone dragon suddenly descended out of thin air, ruthlessly slamming into Zhang Daoyi's sword chi. The two huge forces collided and a violent explosion was created. Zhang Daoyi leapt up and pointed the sword in his hand, and at 10,000 swords to one surged like the Yangtze River, enveloping the East Emperor Tai Chi in it. Seeing this, the East Emperor Tai Chi gave a low shout, and the staff in his hand, heaven and earth extinction, swung out, and ruthlessly smashed into the 10,000 swords returning to one. The two forces ruthlessly collided together, emitting a deafening roar. Another burst of mechanized moves attacked each other, shaking the surrounding air. Zhang Daoyi rose up in the air, his palms spread out, and a majestic aura of heaven and earth turning shook the sky. The cold aura emanating from Dong Huangtai grew stronger and stronger. A staff demonic dragon spitting breath was like hot flames disappearing into the sky, clashing with Zhang Daoyi's palms. The two forces intertwined, as if the entire mountain forest shook for it. The imposing and intense battle continued until the sky grew dark. In the end, Zhang Daoyi's sword shattered Dong Huangtai's staff with a single blow, and both of them collapsed to the ground at the same time with their chi not remaining. This battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai was a shocking battle in terms of the power of its moves. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi had a solemn face, holding a Vajra umbrella as he charged towards ancestor Dong Huangtai. the long sword in the ancestor master's hand swept out, beheading Zhang Daoi's head. Zhang Daoi blocked with his backhand, and the Vajra umbrella emitted an intense golden light, suppressing the ancestor master's long sword. Dong Huangtai was furious, his palms violently pushed out, slapping out a mountain-like force that instantly sent Zhang Daoi flying. Zhang Daoi dissolved a mouthful of blood, his face pale. The ancestor master took the opportunity to chase after him, and with a step of his right foot and a swing of his left arm, he chopped at Zhang Daoi's undershirt. Zhang Daoi swung his right hand and the Vajra umbrella transformed into a golden light, just blocking the ancestor master's attack. Zhang Daoi shouted and raised his hand. The golden light exploded. The East Emperor Tai one blow was blocked, retreated dozens of steps. Zhang Daoi grabbed up, a big dipper hand, directly grabbed at the ancestor's arms. The ancestor didn't dare to be careless. He threw out his left hand. The power of God exploded, and the yoke of God's power directly locked Zhang Daoi's hands. The two men went toe-to-toe, and a thunderous sound resounded around them as their moves collided. The hands were driving side by side, and the moves were shocking. Each of the two men performed their own stunts, making people dazzled and mesmerized. Time passed minute by minute. The two were indistinguishable and fought for 3 whole hours. In the end, Zhang Daoi used his move Jiankuan Wuji to gather the power of the Big Dipper and the Earth's Fury, which directly dispersed the ancestor master's yoke of divine power. The ancestor's heart was pounding, knowing that his opponent was close to victory. With a loud shout, he raised his right hand. A red light flowed, and a move of heavenly god possession showed his true strength. A deep fear and determination emerged in his pupils. When Zhang Daoi saw this, there was a flash in his eyes and the umbrella was thrown forward, transforming into a huge umbrella of Vajra. The umbrella was engraved with ancient runes, and a crack connecting heaven and earth appeared. The ancestor didn't dare to be careless and used his entire body to condense pure and incomparable yin and yang power and blasted it at the umbrella of Vajra. With a loud bang, the crack tore, and the two forces intersected to produce a terrifying wave of energy. The energy wave rippled out, pushing both of them away. Zhang Dao spat out a large mouthful of blood, and the ancestor's qi and blood churned. Both of them felt exhausted, but their hearts were filled with endless battle spirit and unyielding courage. An intense and incomparable battle was fought, with no one winning and no one losing. The night was low, dark clouds covered the sun, and Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai confronted each other inside the deserted ancient temple. Zhang Daoi's robe fluttered, his hands waved, his mouth recited words, a clear whistle, heavenly thunder rolled, and the might of the Heavenly Master caused all the living beings present to feel an inexplicable sense of oppression. Dong Huangtai's face was calm and quiet, clad in a black robe, and as soon as he closed his hands together, the two qi of yin and yang surged out from his body, transforming into a ball of light that rotated in the air, emitting a mighty power that was difficult for people to look directly at. That ball of light contained the purest yin and yang power of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, capable of turning the world upside down and reversing the sun and moon. The battle was imminent. Zhang Daoi raised his hand and the Heavenly Master's seal flew out from his palm, transforming into a golden light that slammed straight into the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Dong Huangtai raised his eyebrows slightly and lightly shouted. The Yin-Yang Divine Orb met it, and immediately gold and black intertwined together, erupting in a deafening roar. Tai Divine Light. Dong Huangtai's face was grave as he mouthed the words, his hands gestures changing rapidly, summoning a divine light that hardened Zhang Daoi's Heavenly Master's seal. Zhang Daoi was not willing to show weakness. Footsteps on the 7 stars, the body of mana surging, performed the 7 stars stunt, 7 bright starlight from his palm flying out, a flash of light, pointing directly at the East Emperor Tai Chi's crack. Dong Huangtai's face changed, but he was after all the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, and he did not panic in the face of danger, and with his palms together, the power of yin and yang erupted, forming a huge yin and yang taijita that engulfed all 7 of those starlights. By this point in the battle, both of them had exhausted their vitality, and they faced each other for a long time. Finally, Zhang Daoi took a deep breath, and the spiritual energy in his dantian gathered in his palm, sending out the Big Dipper's true qi, which rushed straight to the East Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai Chi's face was grave, condensing his whole body's spiritual power, and using Qiankuan inversion to receive this blow. The two forces collided in the air, inspiring dazzling sparks, and after a loud bang, the entire ancient temple trembled, and both figures were shaken back a few steps after the strike. Both sides had disorganized breaths, but neither of them refused to show weakness easily, and the aftermath of the battle echoed in the deserted ancient temple for a long time. Zhang Dao held his long sword in one hand, and after leaping onto the high wall, his body jumped several times in front of the East Emperor Tai Chi, and his sword blade swept across, emitting a mournful shrill whistle. Dong Huangtai laughed coldly and faked a blow before waving his big hand. A huge wave of qi energy swept towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoyi was unable to dodge and was struck by the chi energy. His body shot out like a flying arrow for several feet before he barely landed on the ground. Pine Wind Sword Technique. First style. Zhang Daoyi shouted loudly, imperializing his sword and sweeping his long sword across the room as if it was a sword blade flying across the room, shooting straight at the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai's heart was slightly shocked, and not considering himself timid, he waved his hand and made a move towards Zhang Daoyi. Taiji Bagua Pom, body protecting deity. In an instant, a shocking astral aura rose around East Emperor Tai Chi to protect himself. Zhang Daoyi's sword awnings were like surging waves as he approached East Emperor Tai Chi step by step. Xuanji Flying Sword. Second style. His body was like a spirit snake, rising up in the air, and the long sword in his hand cut out a stunning rainbow, shooting straight at the vitals of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Dong Huang Tai had tried to block Zhang Daoyi's Xin Di flying sword with his protective astral aura, but he was split apart by Zhang Daoyi's sword chi and sent flying. 10,000 Poison Hands. First style. Dong Huang Tai pulled out a poison needle from his body and threw it at Zhang Daoyi in a viper-like manner. Zhang Daoyi was able to constantly defend himself against the poisonous needle attacks of the Eastern Emperor Tai without losing any ground, and the intense fight scene was amazing. Finally, Zhang Daoyi collapsed from exhaustion, and Dong Huang Tai left in triumph. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huang Tai engage in a fierce battle. Zhang Daoyi utilized the Thousand Destruction technique. The long sword in his hand was like a sword chi running through the sky, splitting out dozens of invisible sword chi, attacking towards the East Emperor Tai. Dong Huang Tai did not panic, waved his sword in his hand and let out a long whistle, immediately transforming into hundreds of sword shadows, diffusing Zhang Daoyi's attack. Then, Emperor Tai Chi utilized the 9 revolutions of soul hooking weird technique, and the sword in his hand shone with a ghostly blue light, transforming into a silver dragon shadow, which rolled over Zhang Daoyi's body. Zhang Daoyi did not panic, instantly transformed into a golden light, against the East Emperor Tai Chi's attack, and fiercely roared, 10,000 miles of divine light to meet the East Emperor Tai Chi. A huge pillar of light illuminated it to the heavens and earth, scattering in all directions. The two fought in full swing, with excellent skills, and were evenly matched. In the end, Zhang Daoyi used the 8 wasteless shadows. With his speedy stance and 9 phantoms, he made the East Emperor Tai have no way to resist, and with the help of this opportunity, Zhang Daoyi made a sword strike behind his back, and succeeded in cutting his Big Dipper's sword chi. At this point, Dong Huang Tai was unable to resist and planted himself on the ground. The battle was over, and Zhang Daoyi was victorious. In this battle, the two men displayed a series of high-level stunts, not only utilizing their weapons and stances, but also displaying their own cultivation and skills. Both men were experts of great powers, and the battle was extraordinary in its power. 85. Becoming God. As soon as the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the Grandmaster of the Yin Yang Divine Palace, Dong Huang Tai, met, they engaged in a fierce battle. Zhang Daoyi first move, a palm strike, moves named Heavenly Net, shocked the surrounding wind and rain. Tai is not willing to show weakness. Fight, moves named 9 Days of Thunder. The power is amazing. The two strokes hit each other, hit a spark. Zhang Daoyi then used Flying Flower by electricity. The sword in his hand cut through Tai Chi's chest like lightning. However, Tai Chi blocked this blade, and at the same time, he struck back with Divine Emperor's Rage, and the whole scene was shaken by the sky and the earth at once. Zhang Daoyi saw the situation, made the Tranquilize the Spirit technique. Although Tai was fixed, but did not look trapped, he shot a palm in his hand, instantly offset Zhang Daoyi's attack, followed by Tai move Yin and Yang 8 trigrams. With the power of Yin and Yang to Zhang Daoyi to engage in the power of Yin and Yang to Zhang Daoyi confused. The situation is very critical. Zhang Daoyi in order to reverse the situation, use Falling Leaves Floating, sword light like a meteor across, dissolve the moves of Tai Chi, but also restrain the body. Tai Chi see this, take the lead. A palm hit Zhang Daoyi's chest. Yang Yen burned out. The scene was red. In a flash the scene was red. Zhang Daoyi fell to the ground in pain. At this point, Tai Chi stood proudly, ready to end the fight. The battle between Zhang Daoyi, the Heavenly Master, and Dong Huang Tai, the Grand Master of the Yin Yang Divine Palace, was fought on the Purple Mountain. Dong Huang Tai at first all the Yin Chi condensation, suddenly performed God Pure Decision. Zhang Daoyi immediately feel the body for the empty, into a void. Zhang Daoyi was not panicked. A move of Dragon Sword dissolved the attack of the East Emperor Tai's Divine Purity Decision, and then raised his eyes to look at a person and a sword transformed into 2 streams of light, and instantly tumbled and intertwined on the mountaintop. Zhang Daoyi figure like a fox, weapons like a dragon, sword momentum continuous shuttle, bizarre and changeable. Around the East Emperor Tai Chi several counterattack attack. With a move Qin Kuan split, the East Emperor Tai Chi left arm lightly cut apart. Dong Huang Tai showed his divine ability. the power of the evil god suddenly strengthened, ruthlessly casting dark lightning explosion. Countless electric rays all struck Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi once again diffused the light of the beginning. A huge white light shone, making the earth shake. The East Emperor Taiyi roared fiercely, and his palms steeply performed the chaos palm to shoot into the space, and dispersed Zhang Daoyi's body method. And the East Emperor Taiyi was so fierce and fierce, he was so proud of himself, but Zhang Daoyi flipped a few times in the air, and immediately lit up a ray of red aura, his fingers glowing, a sun god palm directly to the chest of the East Emperor Taichi. With a loud bang, the East Emperor Taiyi flew to the back again. His chest was already cracked, blood spurted out. At this time, Zhang Daoyi shifted the shape of the immortal art flash to the body of the East Emperor Taiyi, inadvertently found that the East Emperor Taiyi's left wrist there is a dark shadow from the skin between the flesh drilling out. Alarmed. Next, a sword struck the pushing heavenly lance and the figure of the Eastern Emperor Taichi became one, and the entire purple mountain trembled. East Emperor Taichi's body was blasted into pieces, and terrifying energy flowed around, turning the entire purple mountain into a charred black pile of charcoal. The fight between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huang Taiyi was like lightning, breaking out in an instant and ending in an instant. Both of them possessed great power, but in the fight, Zhang Daoyi's moves were more powerful. Big Dipper break, Zhang Daoyi roared, waving out the magic weapon in his hand. A powerful light pierced through the sky, striking directly at the chest of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. With a grave expression on his face, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi closed his palms and transformed a power shield, successfully blocking the fatal blow. Dong Huang Taiyi was not willing to show weakness. He waved his hands and countless rays of light erupted from his body, like a god or goddess descending into the sky. Zhang Daoyi's expression remained unchanged. His hands closed together and he recited an incantation under his breath. And in an instant, the spell formation around him appeared, and a powerful defensive light screen protected him. Suddenly, Zhang Daoyi's figure flickered and appeared in front of Dong Huang Taiyi's eyes. The magic weapon in his hand turned violently. A powerful aura rushed straight to Dong Huang Taiyi's brow. Dong Huang Taiyi instantly felt a strong impulse, and the whole person was instantly shaken and sent flying tens of steps. East Emperor Taiyi's face became even more gloomy. He knew that this battle had reached a critical moment. He roared and pulled out a talisman from his bosom. Instantly, a powerful aura erupted from the talisman, and Zhang Daoyi had to take a few steps back. The two of them fought back and forth for several rounds, but neither side was able to distinguish a winner. Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huang Taiyi, they each possessed great power, but they were also both finely tuned, both carefully defending themselves against each other's attacks. Finally, Zhang Daoyi roared and used his ultimate move, Heavenly Thunder Break. A powerful thunder force rushed straight to the chest of Dong Huang Taiyi, who instantly felt a powerful force explode in his chest, and the whole person was instantly shaken out and fell heavily on the ground. Zhang Daoyi stood in place, breathing evenly, and although the battle was over, his brows were still tightly locked. He knew that this battle wasn't enough, and he had to keep working hard to become truly strong. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's figure was like a wisp of wind, slowly hovering over the surface of the sea. The Yin Yang Divine Palace Ancestor, Dong Huang Taiyi, appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Daoyi, his icy gaze fixed on him. Zhang Daoyi slowly exhaled a breath and gazed deeply at the Eastern Emperor Taichi, then suddenly drew a long sword from his waist and raised it diagonally upwards with a swishing sound, the tip of the sword pointing towards the sky. Without a word, Dong Huang Taiyi raised his right hand and a black energy flew towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi swung his long sword unhurriedly and chopped at the black energy, only to see an invisible aura emanating from Zhang Daoyi's body. The entire sea churned up. Knowing that Zhang Daoyi's aura was powerful, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi did not dare to take it lightly. His figure flashed in the air and violently lunged at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi hurriedly leaped up, just in time to avoid the attack of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Zhang Daoyi flew downward to slash down, the sword in his hand emitting a burst of golden light as he slashed towards the East Emperor Taichi head-on. The Eastern Emperor Taichi was unafraid, muttering in his mouth, raising his hand and pointing. A black energy immediately condensed in the air, shooting swiftly towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi was sitting in the middle of the sky and earth, sensing that the power of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi was getting stronger and stronger. He waved the long sword in his hand to cut off the energy of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi, only to hear a bang sound. The figure of the Eastern Emperor Taiyi condensed in the air, and then crashed into the sea, splashing up huge waves. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi drew himself up and swooped downwards, flipping over in the air, the sword in his hand quickly switching to become a nunchaku, smashing into the Eastern Emperor Taichi like a fly. East Emperor Taichi's face changed slightly, twisting his head to dodge over. Zhang Daoyi chased after him without saying a word. The nunchaku in his hand was like a dragon coming out of the sea, fiercely attacking the Eastern Emperor Taichi. East Emperor Taiyi gritted his teeth and flew out with a straight punch, hitting Zhang Daoi's chest. The corner of Zhang Daoi's mouth lifted up slightly, spitting out a mouthful of blood. His body shape fluttered like a falling leaf, and then landed heavily on the surface of the sea. But Zhang Daoi did not give up. His nunchaku was like a mountain of mountains, like 1,000 armies pouncing on the East Emperor Tai. East Emperor Taichi also made a dangerous move. His left palm opened. A thick black mist spread out and quickly surrounded him. In the blink of an eye, both sides had already fought for nearly 100 rounds, and Zhang Daoi's physical strength was gradually running out. Suddenly, Dong Huang Tai let out a low roar. His hands opened, and countless black energies formed a huge energy shield that protected his entire body. Zhang Daoi clutched his nunchaku tightly and seemed to have tried his best, but he wasn't willing to back down just like that. A divine light flashed in his eyes and he recited a mental incantation in his heart. A blue aura immediately spread out from Zhang Daoi's body, and in the blink of an eye, Zhang Daoi and Dong Huang Tai confronted each other. The atmosphere tense. Zhang Daoi slowly exhaled a mouthful of true qi and separated his 5 fingers. Both hands were in the shape of claws. His figure quickly pounced towards the East Emperor Taichi and violently grabbed out with a claw. With infinite vigor. The move was called Iron Claw Probes Melon. East Emperor Taichi dodged in time and struck at Zhang Daoi with his right fist. The move was called Sun God Whip and was so powerful that Zhang Daoi had to dodge sideways. Both of them did not flinch, and their aura became even more majestic. Zhang Daoi let out a low roar. A move called Dragon Breathing 9 Heavens was sent out, and 9 types of terrifying qi surged out of his mouth. Tawang Tai immediately counterattacked, attacking Zhang Daoi with 4 moves of wind and thunder in 4 directions. The sound of wind and thunder was very powerful. Zhang Daoi did not dare to be slow, and utilized the North Underworld Divine Palm. His palms were like a cloud of white mist, pushing towards the East Emperor Tai. The momentum was so strong that the East Emperor Tai couldn't help but take a few steps back. The two fought for half an hour, and in the end, Dong Huang Tai made a quick move of 10,000 Spirits Heavenly Dignity Qi, and Zhang Dao failed to block with a move of Top of the Heavenly Sea, so he deservedly lost. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and Yin Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huang Tai wrestled in a wasteland outside Luoyang City. Zhang Daoi stepped forward, holding the Jade Dragon Sword in his hand, and his body flashed continuously, attacking the Eastern Emperor Tai like electricity. Dong Huang Tai's figure escaped, raising the Qiankuan staff in his hand, stormily blocking Zhang Daoi's attacks hard. In a flash, the two figures flashed, and in the blink of an eye they had actually collided dozens of times in the air. Zhang Daoi raised the Jade Dragon Sword up high, and as the incantation was mouthed, the Jade Dragon Sword swung violently, and flames gushed out from the Jade Dragon Sword all around, burning the Taoist robes around the East Emperor Tai. Dong Huang Tai smiled coldly, waving the Qiankuan staff in his hand, and a strong wind blew up, blowing all the surrounding grass and trees into the distance. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi's heart moved, and he leapt along with the trend, pouncing towards the East Emperor Taichi. At this moment, the East Emperor Taichi raised his left hand, a cold light flashed, and a green mango sword appeared in his hand. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi let out a soft chant and raised his Jade Dragon Sword, while a powerful sword qi erupted and flew towards the Eastern Emperor Tai. The two powerful forces violently collided together, and the surrounding air instantly became hot and cold. Then, with a wild hiss, the Eastern Emperor Taichi raised his Qiankuan staff, and in his hand, the Qiankuan staff was pulled out of his bosom, and a huge black gemstone instantly appeared in the center of his hand. Zhang Daoi did not live a step back. The Jade Dragon Sword in his hand swung. An attack flew out from the Jade Dragon Sword and pounced on the Eastern Emperor Tai. East, Huang Tai laughed back in anger and threw the gem in his hand towards Zhang Daoi. The wind and clouds changed, and after a loud bang, the gem and the sword qi violently collided with each other, sending out an earth-shattering explosion. The surrounding area was completely destroyed, with only pieces of trapped craters and smoke and dust filling the area in all directions. Borrowing the smoke and dust, Zhang Daoi quickly put away the Jade Dragon Sword in his hand and quickly flew away with his mysterious spell. Dong Huang Tai didn't chase after him, but only sneered condescendingly from where he was, his eyes filled with disdain. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi drifted in and instantly started a fierce life and death struggle with the ancestor of the Yin Yang Divine Palace, Dong Huang Tai. Zhang Daoi's moves were as easy as flowing clouds in water. On the other hand, the East Emperor Taichi counterattacked viciously. For example, he used 10,000 Thunder Boom, and with a loud bang, the whole venue was shaken violently, so that Zhang Daoi had to use his Vajra Palm to fight back. Then, the East Emperor Tai used Kunlun Sword. This move is extremely powerful. The sword shadow instantly annihilated everything around Zhang Daoi, but Zhang Daoi was not moved, jumped and avoided the strike. After exchanging a few moves with each other, Dong Huang Tai saw Zhang Daoi's flaw and violently launched the 9 turns of Yangguan, which represented his highest realm, and could break everything and destroy everything. However, Zhang Daoi saw through his attack and instantly used the chi through the rainbow. Immediately a forceful chi like lightning pierced through the attack of Dong Huangtai and directly struck his chest. Dong Huangtai instantly spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. His legs went limp and he fell to the ground. At this time, Zhang Daoi had already had his blood surging and attacked once again. He used his own mastery 7-star treasure blade. The blade was dense with coldness, like a blue dragon, rushed straight to the East Emperor Tai Chi. However, the East Emperor Tai Chi is not a light. At the last moment, he used the dream heavenly truth, with strange power to defend Zhang Daoi's attack. Just then, Zhang Daoi made a backhanded move and said, "The world is like a dream, and everything is not real." In an instant, everything around him seemed to fade away into thin air, except for Zhang Daoi's figure, which flickered. With his last low roar, an enormous force exploded out of the sky, knocking down the Eastern Emperor Tai instantly and completely checkmating him. This life and death struggle ended with Zhang Daoi's victory, and the names of his moves: Vajra Palm, Air Through the Rainbow, 7-star Treasure Sword, and The World is Like a Dream were even more impressive in terms of their power. The world is like a dream, all things are not real. The power of his moves is even more marvelous. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai faced off on the ancient battlefield surrounded by clouds and mist. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's robes fluttered, and he held a long sword in his hand, which was engraved with complex runes, each of which contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. Dong Huangtai wore a black robe. His face was handsome, and a mysterious light flowed from his eyes. Behind him, long black formation flags fluttered in the wind, embroidered with the yin-yang fish pattern, which legend said was the symbol of the ancestor of the yin-yang divine palace. The two stood opposite each other, both seemingly sensing the other's power. Suddenly, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi swung his sword out, the tip of the sword pointing towards the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. A bright light erupted from the tip of the sword, as if countless stars were falling. This was his signature move, Star-Breaking Chop. Dong Huangtai's face remained unchanged. His hands quickly formed a seal, and he spat out a mouthful of blood from his mouth, transforming into a pitch-black, ink-like sphere, which quickly expanded in the air and transformed into a huge black light curtain, instantly resisting Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's Star-Breaking Chop. Immediately after that, Dong Huangtai let out a cold smile, and a long black blade suddenly appeared in his hand, with ghostly flames hidden on its body, which was his mastery, Spectral Ghost Flame Chop. He swung his sword and chopped out. The blade was like a ghostly fire of the underworld, spinning and devouring all light. In the face of Dong Huangtai's mastery, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi was unperturbed. His eyes were tightly closed, and he silently recited the true words in his heart. And as a crisp sword chime sounded, his long sword seemed to be alive as if it was dancing with countless sword shadows, forming an impenetrable sword formation that completely blocked the spectral ghost flame beheading. The two of them performed their own stunts, and the battle flew by in a flash in the void. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Dong Huangtai, one was a high Taoist, and the other was the ancestor of the yin-yang divine palace, and the subtlety of their moves and the power of their strength made the clouds around them solidify. 86. Fixing the sky. The night was low, and the sky was flooded with a ghostly starlight. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi faced yin-yang divine palace's ancestor Dong Huangtai. The two of them exchanged eye contact, their breaths condensed. East Emperor Tai Chi. In today's battle, Yin-Yang Divine Palace will never want to shake my heavenly master lineage. Zhang Daoi's expression was cold as he lightly swung the long sword in his hand, and the sword light was like water, transforming into a slender sword shadow. With a smile on his face, the East Emperor Taifeng slowly put his hands together and chanted a low incantation. The power of yin and yang converged from all directions, transforming into a huge yin and yang fish pattern, which swam continuously in the air, forming a mysterious power field. Yin and yang qian ko in turn, Dong Huangtai bellowed, and the yin and yang fish pattern shook violently, transforming into a yin and yang sword chi that rushed straight toward Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's moves were light and airy. His body was like a willow in the wind, weaving in and out of the yin and yang sword chi, and the tip of his sword was pointing, transforming into a bit of starlight. He recited in his mouth. His right hand long sword swung out the Big Dipper kilt style. Sword chi like a dragon, rushed straight to the East Emperor Tai Chi. Eastern Emperor Wuji. Dong Huangtai faced the strong attack without changing his color. The yin-yang fish pattern changed in an instant. The rotation speed of the yin-yang fish suddenly accelerated, forming an impenetrable yin-yang barrier. Boom! The sword chi impacted on the yin-yang barrier with a deafening roar. The ancestor of the yin-yang divine palace, Dong Huangtai, had a grave expression on his face, while Zhang Daoi walked in step with a succession of moves, and the two sides engaged in a superb sparring match in the night sky. Tianshi Zhang Daoi Big Dipper killed moves deadly. Each sword contains the sound of the air. Sword light like a meteor cut through the night, and the East Emperor Tai's East Emperor Wuji Yin and Yang God cover is like a copper wall, impregnable. The battle intensified as the two alternated their moves. Each collision seemed like a thunderclap. The air was torn apart, emitting sharp whistling sounds. In the end, amidst a surge of air currents, Zhang Daoi's long sword spun around, tearing an opening in the yin and yang barrier, with the tip of the sword pointing straight at the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. A hint of surprise appeared in the eyes of the Eastern Emperor Tai. This sword of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi was indeed exquisite and unrivaled in power. However, at the moment of life and death, East Emperor Tai Chi had already used his many years of cultivation to make a slight indulgence to avoid this deadly sword. The two of them were several meters apart, and their gazes met once again. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi tightly gripped his longsword, as if he had not yet given up, while Donghuang Tai smiled faintly, as if the end of the battle was not yet known. The starlight in the night sky, still twinkling, as if in the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi was facing Donghuang Tai, the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, with an aura like a rainbow. As the two sides confronted each other in the ring, East Emperor Tai Chi, the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, today I, Zhang Daoi, will see your true ability. Zhang Daoi sheathed his longsword in his hand, and his sword light flashed as if stars were falling. With a heavenly aura, Donghuang Tai sneered. His hands quickly formed a seal and recited an incantation under his breath. A powerful aura emanated from him, forming an invisible force that rushed straight at Zhang Daoi. Break! A cold light flashed in Zhang Daoi's eyes as he swung his long sword, and a sword chi pierced through the air, charging straight at the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Yin-Yang broken wave. Donghuang Tai's face changed. His hands quickly formed seals, and a powerful force of yin and yang erupted from his body, forming an energy barrier that collided with Zhang Daoi's sword chi. With a loud rumbling sound, the energy barrier shook violently and finally collapsed under Zhang Daoi's sword chi, and Donghuang Tai was shaken back a few steps. Good! What power! Donghuang Tai was secretly horrified in his heart, but his face was filled with a smile of disinterest. Zhang Daoi, do you think you can defeat me with just these? The battle between the two was getting more and more intense. Zhang Daoi's sword chi was like a dragon, and Donghuang Tai's yin and yang power was like a sea. The two of them collided with each other, shaking the air around the ring. In the end, after a fierce exchange, Donghuang Tai was seriously injured by Zhang Daoi's sword chi and lost the battle. Zhang Daoi's long sword pointed to the ground. His body was like a mountain. His aura was like a rainbow. He was victorious. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi raised the long sword in his hand. His whole body exuded shocking sword chi, and started a fight to the death with the Grandmaster of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, Emperor Tai Donghuang. Zhang Daoi instantly executed the white dew chop. The sword was like falling dew, amazingly powerful, slicing through the mid-air, carrying endless killing chi towards Emperor Tai. East Emperor Taichi's body is also extremely fast, instantly counterattacked, performing the 9 Ghosts Array. The storm rose, countless ghosts instantly appeared. Zhang Daoi was trapped in the ghost array, as if plunged into the hell in general. Zhang Daoi shouted angrily, instantly mobilized the true chi in his body, and performed Heavenly Fury Gas Impact. The magma in the sky and the earth boiled, and even the air seemed to have melted. East Emperor Tai, also not willing to show weakness, manipulate heaven and earth yuan power, performed unity of the spirit, the whole space and the light. The East Emperor Tai now become a taller than the mountain giant. Ferocious aura let a person's heart shocked. Zhang Daoi foot start. Make crazy dragon break the sky. Like a dragon in the sky. In the air still show countless sword chi. East Emperor Tai also do not think so. Show Qiankuan unimpeded. Palm slap. The air appeared in a hole. Zhang Daoi's sword chi was actually East Emperor Tai blocked. The battle was still going on fiercely. Both of them used their most powerful moves, and the space became chaotic for a while. In the end, Zhang Daoi ended the battle with the Tianshan plum-breaking sword. The sword chi penetrated through the space, and the East Emperor Tai was also repelled. At the end of the battle, Zhang Daoi's clothes were torn, but his face was full of joy, as if he had realized a deeper level of martial arts from the battle. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Donghuang Tai stood opposite each other in the air, staring at each other. Suddenly, Emperor Tai Chi quickly waved his hand and made a move of the sun and the moon shine together, and a fiery golden aura instantly erupted out and attacked Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi quickly reacted and performed the Lingbo Weibo. His body instantly disappeared from the original position, and the East Emperor Tai's move transformed into a ball of golden light, which was easily dodged by him. Zhang Daoi saw that the East Emperor Tai Chi was infuriated, and immediately displayed the Big Dipper finger. A strong finger force coalesced, cutting through the air, and plunged straight into the East Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai confrontation. Use the hands of the 10,000 Buddhas. A powerful spiritual power surged out. Zhang Daoi's finger force into nothing. The two sides exchanged blows with each other. The moves were continuous, and there was an endless succession of thrilling and exciting moments. Zhang Daoi performed the lion's roar. a deafening roar that immediately knocked back the Eastern Emperor Taichi by several steps. East Emperor Taichi was not afraid. Instead, he performed the heavenly thunder boom. An amazing power of thunder and lightning instantly surrounded Zhang Daoyi completely. Zhang Daoyi decided to take a chance, and once again used Lingbo Weibu. His body traversed the thunder and lightning, and a fast palm force explosive inflammation thousand suns directly struck the chest of the Eastern Emperor Taichi. Stunned, the Eastern Emperor Tai could hardly withstand this powerful force and was directly sent flying out. In the end, Zhang Daoyi shone brightly and mercilessly stomped on Dong Huangtai's face, completely defeating his opponent. The scene was silent as Zhang Daoyi displayed his proud strength and became the #1 cultivator in the world. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi was clad in a Star Dipper robe, holding a Dao seal in his hand as he faced Dong Huangtai, the ancestor of the Yinyan Divine Palace. East Emperor Taichi was clad in a dragon robe. His hand pinched the array. The two men's breath intertwined, as if the mountains were raging, and in the clouds in the sky, a shocking battle was being staged. Zhang Daoyi took the lead, reciting words in his mouth. His right hand formed a seal, his left hand waved out. The seal turned into a golden light, rushed straight to the East Emperor Taichi. Dong Huangtai's face remained unchanged. His left hand waved, laying down an arcane yin-yang formation, hard blocking the golden light. East Emperor Taichi then counterattacked. His hands quickly pinched the knuckles, and with a move of yin-yang illusion, space seemed to distort, and the power of yin and yang transformed into a dragon and snake, circling in the air, and pouncing towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi did not change his face. His hands formed a seal, and with a move of star-shattering, the power of the stars and rivers descended from the sky and collided with the power of yin and yang, emitting a deafening roar. The battle between the two intensified as Zhang Daoyi's moves became more and more shocking in power, while the East Emperor Taichi's formation became more and more subtle. Zhang Daoyi sacrificed his Wuji True Qi, and a stream of Yuan Qi descended from the sky, transforming into a stream of sword Qi that stabbed directly at the Eastern Emperor Tai. With a smile on his face, the East Emperor Taifeng pinched his hands together and laid down the Yin-Yang Qian Kuan formation, dissolving the sword Qi one by one. In the end, Zhang Daoyi and the Eastern Emperor Tai launched their forces at the same time, and Zhang Daoyi utilized the star formation, as the starlight in the heavens and earth converged and transformed into a gigantic net of light, trapping the Eastern Emperor Tai within it. And not to be outdone, Dong Huangtai violently used the yin-yang reversal formation to try to reverse the heaven and earth and break Zhang Daoyi's big formation. With the collision of the two formations, the sky and the earth changed color. The wind and clouds changed suddenly. The figures of Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai gradually blurred in the chaotic wind and clouds, until finally, with a loud bang, the light network and the formation were broken at the same time, and the two people retreated individually, and the battle came to an end, with the winner yet to be decided. The two men faced each other in the rapidly changing wind and cloud potential. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave as he held a long sword in his hand, its body glowing with an eerie blue light. East Emperor Taichi's face remained unchanged as he held a golden staff in his hands, the tip of which shone with a dazzling light from time to time. Heavenly thunder technique! Zhang Daoyi shouted angrily, and the long sword in his hand shook violently, and there was a flash of electricity and rolling thunder followed. The tip of the sword drew a lightning bolt, heading straight for the Eastern Emperor Tai. Qian Kuan shift. Dong Huangtai's face remained unchanged as he waved his right hand in the air, and the staff instantly transformed into a golden barrier that chopped Zhang Daoyi's longsword into the air and dissipated into the air. Zhang Daoyi knew that Dong Huangtai's Qian Kuan shifting technique had reached its extreme, so he no longer held back, sacrificed his entire body's power, and shouted, 10,000 swords return to the clan. Immediately, countless sword shadows coalesced in the air like meteors from beyond the heavens, charging straight at the Eastern Emperor Taichi. The East Emperor Taifeng showed a shocked look, but remained unperturbed as he swung his staff in his hand and shouted, wind and thunder shock and fury. Instantly, the air around them began to vibrate, and a wind and thunderstorm converged into a ball, meeting Zhang Daoyi. The two powerful forces collided in the air, and immediately, the sound of wind and thunder trembling in fury mixed with the sound of the 10,000 swords returning sword, making the surroundings seem as if they were going to be torn apart. Eventually, with a loud bang, the two forces dissipated at the same time, and the air around them instantly returned to calm. The two men each retreated a few steps, their eyes filled with respect for each other. This battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai was undoubtedly the pinnacle of the duel between heaven and earth, and their moves were powerful enough to make heaven and earth lose their colors. And that, too, was only one of their many battles. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai was tense and intense. The two men stood in separate corners, Zhang Daoyi clad in a golden Taoist robe and holding a peachwood sword, while Dong Huangtai was clad in a black robe and wearing a 12-tasseled crown and hat. Both sides looked at each other. Zhang Daoyi struck first. Using the golden light sword technique, a golden light gushed out from the mahogany sword, like a golden tornado towards the East Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai Chi did not change his color. Waving his hand, the yin-yang divine skill was executed. A yin and yang chi formed a barrier, blocking Zhang Daoyi's attack. Zhang Dao was furious, swung his peachwood sword and made 10,000 swords return to the father. Countless sword chi formed a powerful whirlwind and rushed towards the East Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai Chi did not show any weakness and used the Wuji divine skill. A shadowy power leaked out from his body and formed a black barrier, blocking Zhang Daoyi's attack. The two of them went back and forth. Their moves were continuous. Zhang Daoyi's golden light sword technique and Dong Huangtai's yin-yang divine technique collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. At the moment when the two of them exchanged moves, the East Emperor Tai Chi suddenly used the Qiankuan upside down. A powerful force came to the East Emperor Tai Chi. Zhang Daoyi was not careful, was hit by the East Emperor Tai Chi, and flew out backwards. In the end, the fight between Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai ended in Zhang Daoyi's defeat. But Zhang Daoyi did not give up. He still clung to his beliefs as a heavenly master and continued to fight with Dong Huangtai. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai were engaged in a fierce confrontation on the vast expanse of the earth. The sky was covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and the scene was extremely thrilling. Zhang Daoyi held his sword and shot towards the Eastern Emperor Tai like a bolt of white light. Dong Huangtai advanced instead of retreating, pulling out a 1,000-year-old sword from his bosom. A faint cold light flickering on the sword as it clashed with Zhang Daoyi's sword blade. Sword chi overflowing in all directions. Both sides were using a wide range of techniques. Zhang Daoyi utilized the wind and splendor, which was extremely powerful with its surging sword chi. The East Emperor Tai Chi did not show any weakness and used the world returns to the heart to break Zhang Daoyi's attack with a thunderous momentum. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi's figure flashed, and a move of 9 heavenly dragons was violently sent out, with thousands of sword chi, shaking the sky and the earth. Seeing the right time, East Emperor Tai had a plan, suddenly leaped into the air, flew into the clouds, and offered 10,000 swords descending from the sky, and 10,000 sword chi fell down together, instantly shrouding Zhang Daoyi in it. Zhang Daoyi responded calmly, using the heavenly Tao of emotionlessness as the foundation, using the return to unity as the main focus, utilizing everything in heaven and earth, and emitting a dazzling light that dispersed the 10,000 sword chi of the Eastern Emperor Tai. As dusk approached, both sides subconsciously tightened up a bit, and a hint of vigilance flashed in their eyes, but no one stopped, launching final attacks on each other, as if one side had to be subdued before they would stop. The entire scene was bustling with activity as the heavens and earth shook, and all sorts of tremendous energies erupted around the two of them. Their attacks were as colorful and splendid as fireworks. In the end, a huge energy rose up to the sky, deafening. By the time the smoke cleared, both men collapsed at the same time, their breath dying. The whole battle scene is intense and shocking, full of blood and passion. 87. Who is in? Zhang Daoyi and the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi were facing each other head-on, and they were very aggressive. With determination in his eyes, Zhang Daoyi flipped his palm and formed a red ball of fire called Burning Ball, which flew towards the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. Dong Huangtai let out a soft cry. His right hand raised, a black mist drifted out, transformed into dozens of black dragons. Dragon roar shook the surrounding area, called 10,000 dragons out to sea, and Zhang Daoyi's burning sphere collided with him, bursting out a monstrous amount of energy. Zhang Daoyi retreated 3 steps, put away the ball of burning. His left hand shook, a light flashed, a red sword fell into his hand, named Red Face Sword. Dong Huangtai coldly snorted, his right index finger flicked, a purple light shot toward Zhang Daoyi, named Thunderbolt Thunder Finger. Zhang Daoyi leapt forward and swung the red color sword in his hand. A sword chi cut through the sky, called the 10,000 Transformations Flying Rainbow Sword, and collided with the Thunderbolt Thunder Finger. With a loud bang, the surrounding air seemed to be shattered. Dong Huangtai was slightly stunned, and was knocked back by the Manhwa Flying Rainbow Sword, but soon launched a counterattack, continuously using the 9 Heavenly Dragons Roar and Heavenly Wild Wind Kick, but they were both neutralized by Zhang Daoyi's Rouge Sword and Shocking Feather 100 feet. But they were all neutralized by Zhang Daoyi's Red Face Sword and Shocking Feather 100 feet. The two sides exchanged blows with each other, and the scene was unusually intense. In the end, Zhang Daoyi used millions of Divine Soldiers array. The East Emperor Tai showed 9 turns of the true Fire God Fire Dragon. 2 moves issued at the same time, instantly detonated the entire space. The fire in the 2 martial arts masters also fell at the same time, playing a draw. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai stood in the middle of the vast mountain forest. The two of them exchanged glances, and the true chi in their hands had already collided with each other, and for a while the air was filled with a strong aura that made people feel a little breathless. Zhang Daoyi long sleeve flap, 2 long wind derived, 1 left and 1 right toward the East Emperor Tai Chi attack. The move called Breeze Illusion Confusion. The power is not small. East Emperor Tai really is not a light palm, and the true Chia swing will be 2 long winds forced back. The lone seeker-like form emerged. Right hand protrudes. The mind quietly will be the true Chi condensed as a knife. Launch out. The move is called a throw. The power x10. Zhang Daoyi looked grave, took 3 steps together and used the upside-down hand, along with high-speed movement, to manifest 3 figures, attacking East Emperor Tai Chi on all sides. East Emperor Tai Chi seems to have expected, muttered something in his mouth. At once the surrounding heaven and earth changed. An invisible true Chi like a violent storm shot seriously hurt Zhang Daoyi's 3 figures. This move is called the Silver Horn's Yellow Wind, power x100. Zhang Daoyi saw the situation is not good. Keep retreating. At the same time, a thought summoned his own sword, Jasper Sword, blue sword Chi all around the body, forming a piece of close protection. At the same time left and right swing, issued the Han Park hand in the moves at the same time. He swung it left and right, sending out a move from the Humber hand, sweeping thousands of armies, but it was broken by Emperor Tai Chi's yin-yang divine power, and his true Chi coalesced in the center of his palm, which instantly sent Zhang Daoyi flying. The move is called reversing the chaos of yin and yang, the power of which is x1000. Zhang Daoyi landed on the ground. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes. The sword light in his hand rose. A move of broken feather heavenly dragon. Instantly the sword Chi rushed to the sky, challenging the limits of the East Emperor Tai Chi. Seeing this, Dong Huang Tai was also worthy of his divine power. His palms were surging with true Chi, and he performed the heaven and earth interlacing to fight against Zhang Daoyi's sword Chi. This battle became more and more intense. The 2 men's true Chi slammed into each other. The entire mountain forest shook, and there were birds and beasts fleeing in fear. Finally, Zhang Daoyi found a weak point in the true Chi of Emperor Tai. He immediately used the cloud dance, the divine opportunity, dancing, like the colorful clouds in the sky, swaying from side to side, confusing, and took advantage of the opportunity to use a sword to kill a man at 10 steps, killing Emperor Tai with 1 blow. The East Emperor Tai was killed by 1 blow. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huang Tai faced off against each other on a stunning mountain peak, the 2 of them raging in murderous. With his mysterious and unpredictable Tianzhi secret book, Zhang Daoyi possessed incomparably superior spell techniques, while Dong Huang Tai was a divine weapon with the most ruthless moves in the Yin-Yang Divine Palace. The 2 looked at each other and then let out a huge roar together. Zhang Daoyi struck first, the rattan in his hand instantly turning into a silver-white longsword and slashing at the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, emitting an earth-shattering dragon roar. Even though Dong Huang Tai already had more than a decade of experience, he was still startled by Zhang Daoyi's attack, and in panic, he used the Yin-Yang Divine Palace's best move, the Shadow Retaining Blade. The Shadow Retaining Blade was like a fierce beast that violently attacked Zhang Daoyi, and the deafening hissing sound almost made Zhang Daoyi lose his concentration. Zhang Daoyi reacted quickly and dodged a step to avoid the Shadow Retaining Blade, then gathered all of his mana and used the Piercing Cloud Sword technique from the Celestial Master's secret book. The Piercing Cloud Sword technique was an advanced attack skill from the Celestial Master's secret book, requiring the manipulation of heaven and earth's mana to accomplish a highly difficult all-out attack. Zhang Daoyi's long sword in his hand whistled away, sweeping towards the Eastern Emperor Tai at a speed several times the speed of sound. East Emperor Tai Chi felt the wind. He narrowed his eyes, then levitated in the air, forming a circle of light around him. This circle of light was the very skill he had recently figured out. The aura. A flash of spiritual light rebounded all of Zhang Daoyi's cloud-piercing sword technique back, and Zhang Daoyi was unable to react and was unexpectedly pierced through the back by his own skill. Zhang Daoyi covered his wounds in pain, but Dong Huang Tai didn't wait for him to catch his breath and whirled around to use another surefire technique, Sun Stab. The Sun Thorn was a demonic skill born under the supreme pressure of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, and after many years Dong Huang Tai was again used to surely kill the Heavenly Master. The Sun Spike was fierce and incomparable, instantly transforming into a fire dragon and rushing directly towards Zhang Daoyi, who was no longer able to rely on his divine weapon to defend himself and could only forcibly manipulate the power of heaven and earth to diffuse the damage. In the end, the 2 deities both vehicularly fought bitterly, half a day without success. At this moment, they rejoined the land of ritual degrees and patted each other on the shoulder, expressing each other's respect. This was the ultimate duel between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huang Tai. Zhang Daoyi and Emperor Tai Chi had just begun to fight, and the spirit swords in their hands clashed, emitting ear-piercing metal clashing sounds. Zhang Daoyi flipped his left hand and summoned a blazing fire called Fire Dragon ascending to heaven, which burned and attacked the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. A trace of disdain flashed in the eyes of Emperor Tai, and with a finger of his right hand, he easily dissolved Zhang Daoyi's Fire Dragon ascension. Immediately after that, he flipped his left palm and performed the 5 elements wheel turning, instantly blasting out countless thunderbolts, shooting towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi screamed in his heart that it was not good, darting and dodging, avoiding the attack range of the 5 elements rotation by virtue of his stance. Then Zhang Daoyi utilized his specialty, Spirit Platform Sword technique. The spirit sword in his hand was like a long rainbow, quickly cutting through space and chopping towards the East Emperor Tai Chi. Seeing Zhang Daoyi's surging momentum, Dong Huangtai immediately invoked the 5 elements blockade, a huge layer of force barrier enveloping himself. However, the spirit sword in Zhang Daoyi's hand split the 5 elements blockade, as if it was a torrent, rushing towards Dong Huangtai. Dong Huangtai let out a low cry in his mouth and performed the 10,000 evocations, forming a Taiji formation in the same place, splitting Zhang Daoyi's spirit sword into 2, but it also struck the same place, and a huge force wave struck and shook the entire space. The battle continued, and the moves of Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai were nothing less than any martial arts movie, so real and exciting that it was explosive. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai confronted each other in a fierce battle. Zhang Daoyi swung the Dao sword in his hand, and the sword light was like a dragon as it slashed at the Eastern Emperor Tai. Dong Huangtai raised his hand and sacrificed the magic weapon in his hand. A mirror shone brightly, reflecting Zhang Daoyi's attack back. Zhang Daoyi took advantage of the opportunity to fly up and slammed both fists into the chest of Dong Huangtai, sending him flying. Dong Huangtai stabilized his stance, reached out and waved his hand, and a dark energy came towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Dao gritted his teeth and swung his sword at the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. A sword chi penetrated through the dark energy and went straight for the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai Chi's face changed greatly and he hastily retreated, but he was still grazed by the sword chi and fell to the ground with serious injuries. Zhang Daoyi sheathed his sword and smiled victoriously. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi stood at the top of the mountain peak, his gaze piercing through the clouds and mist, looking straight at the Yin Yang Divine Palace. Dong Huangtai, the Grand Master of the Divine Palace, came stepping on an auspicious cloud, and the 2 chi of Yin and Yang surrounded his body, forming a strange pattern. Electricity flickered in the air. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave, his 5 fingers slightly closed, and he recited under his breath, "Spirit Treasure Heavenly Father, please give me the power to drive out the evil demons." As the incantation was recited, the aura around him converged and transformed into a magic sword with light flowing from it. Dong Huangtai snorted coldly, between his palms flipping, the 2 chi of Yin and Yang converged into a huge Yin and Yang fish, swimming in the air, the fish's eyes shooting out ghostly light as if it could see through everything. He lightly drank. Yin and Yang Qiankuan, Gai Share unrivaled. Zhang Daoyi coldly watched the attack of the Yin Yang fish, and with a thought, the Dharma sword transformed into a sword light and rushed straight forward, colliding fiercely with the Yin Yang fish. The sword light was like a dragon, and the Yin and Yang fish were like a tidal wave, and the collision between the two made a deafening roar. Suddenly, Zhang Daoyi stepped on the void. His figure was like electricity, and he waved his sword in his hand with 72 spiritual treasure heavenly sword technique. Each sword was accompanied by the momentum of thunder and lightning, and the sword chi was vertical and horizontal, and pushed towards the East Emperor Tai. Dong Huangtai Fong showed surprise, obviously not expecting Zhang Daoyi to be able to counterattack from such a disadvantage. However, his complexion did not change. His hands quickly formed a seal, and he recited under his breath, "Yin and Yang have no boundaries." Qiankuan reverses. With his incantation, the surrounding air currents suddenly reversed, and the Yin and Yang fish instantly swelled up, transforming into a towering Yin and Yang formation, in which the Yin chi rose and the Yang chi sank, as if it were an insurmountable mountain. Zhang Daoyi's face changed slightly. Knowing that this burst was not trivial, he took a deep breath, and the Dharma sword in his hand once again transformed into a sword light and rushed towards the Yin Yang Grand formation. But this time, he did not rush directly into the formation, but instead circled around to the back of the formation, looking for a break. The battle between the two was like the transformation of Yin and Yang in heaven and earth, taking turns to gain the upper hand, and for a moment it was impossible to distinguish the winner. However, every exchange between Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai caused the surrounding mountains and rivers to tremble, and it was as if heaven and earth were shaking from this epic battle. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai was in full swing, with both sides fighting out their respective stunts in a constant stream of moves. Zhang Daoyi wielded the Big Dipper Star technique. His body was agile. The long sword in his hand was like a meteor cutting through the night sky. The sword light was cold, attacking the East Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai Chi did not panic. With the Taihi Divine Palm to meet the enemy, palm wind fierce, like a mountain presses the top, shocked Zhang Daoyi back again and again. Zhang Daoyi disdained the situation. His internal energy condensed and he used the Tai Gu Jinshi. An invisible true chi exploded from his body, instantly forming a huge cyclone. which caught the East Emperor Taichi in it. East Emperor Taichi felt the powerful force. His face was grave. He used Xianhuang Broken Void skill. His whole body energy exploded. A strong air current swept across Zhang Daoyi. The two sides move against each other, only to see Zhang Daoyi long sword dance. A move Jade Clear Sword technique. Sword light like a rainbow, chopping to the East Emperor Taichi. East Emperor Taiyi's face changed, and he used the 9 Revolutions Dragon Elephant Kung Fu. His body instantly erupted with amazing power, shattering Zhang Daoyi's sword chi. The battle between the two intensified, only to see Zhang Daoyi sacrificing the ancient sky. The sword awnings rushed to the sky, instantly enveloping the entire battlefield. East Emperor Taichi also did not show any weakness, and used the one breath transforms 3 purities. A powerful breath exploded from his body, forming 3 clear streams that rushed straight to Zhang Daoyi. The battle entered a white-hot stage, with the two men making deadly moves, back and forth, in a thrilling scene. In the end, Zhang Daoyi used his best move 3 World Seal Demon, which was powerful enough to block all the abilities of the enemy. The East Emperor Taiyi was forced to surrender in the face of this move. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huang Taiyi began their fierce battle at the top of a magnificent mountain peak. Zhang Daoyi performed the dragon subduing 18 palms. His palms transformed into the shape of dragons and swept through the heavens. East Emperor Taichi offered the 5 elements heavenly deity. 5 kinds of power intertwined and exploded in the air. Each of them utilized the magical treasures on their bodies, transforming into a stream of lightning and crashing into each other continuously. Zhang Daoyi mentally recited the mantra. His feet leapt up one after another, and he performed 10,000 swords returning to the father to the East Emperor Taiyi, and countless sword chi whistled to the East Emperor Taiyi. The Eastern Emperor Taichi's ominous light flashed, instantly digesting these sword chi, and then he performed sun and moon without limit, with one yang and one yin standing side by side, and under the agitation of his body's power, a huge taiji pattern was formed in an instant, and it fiercely bombarded towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi dodged up and attacked the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. 9 heavenly flying dragons, his cloud dragon-like figure and 9 dragon claws in the sky grabbed Emperor Taichi in the air. The Eastern Emperor Taichi's figure shook violently. However, a moment later, he broke through Zhang Daoyi's hold, and in a split second, he executed the power of chaos, directly decapitating Zhang Daoyi. The entire battle was very intense, and both of their moves were very powerful, with subtle weapons, powerful sword chi, and earth-shattering palm power. However, in the end, East Emperor Taichi's chaotic power directly beheaded Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi. No one can see it. This is the supreme dharma, immortal law. Zhang Daoyi is resurrected again. Very scary. He once again gashed with a blazing battle intent, flames rising, wanting to burn away everything in this world. Kill, kill, kill. No thoughts arose in Zhang Daoyi's heart and moved with the wind, transforming into the most powerful force under the sky. 88. Devil's Heart. Tianshi Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huang Taiyi fight, only to see Zhang Tianshi waved his hand Tianshi sword, chopping at Dong Huang Taiyi. Dong Huang Taiyi move called Yin Yang Qian Kuan, instantly formed a huge Yin Yang fish, swimming around the Tianshi Zhang Daoyi, trying to trap him. The Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi executed 5 elements seal demon to seal the Yin and Yang fish. The East Emperor Taiyi, not willing to show weakness, mobilized Divine Deity True Chi to form a huge pillar of light, charging directly at the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi. The Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi was calm and relaxed, and waved his sword to chop away the pillar of light, and the 10,000 swords returning to the father split the pillar of light into countless points of light, scattering in all directions and escaping. East Emperor Taiyi gritted his teeth, performs 8 desolate returns. A powerful suction will be Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the surrounding air are swallowed into the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi showed a shocked face, and hastily mobilized the 8 trigrams formation, forming a powerful shield. Will East Emperor Taiyi's attack all bounce back? The Eastern Emperor Taichi was backfired by his own attack and fell to the ground with serious injuries, and Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi swung his sword to cut down the Eastern Emperor Taichi and killed him. Zhang Daoyi walked slowly to the center of the field and gazed at Dong Huang Taiyi with a grave expression. On the other hand, Dong Huang Taiyi raised the corner of his mouth contemptuously, as if he did not place Zhang Daoyi in his eyes at all. Both sides launched a fierce attack. With the Heavenly Master Sword technique, Zhang Daoyi danced the Sword of Justice, and a few seemingly ordinary sword strokes were transformed into several sword chi. The situation surging. East Emperor Taiyi was not simple either. Between the flashes of his body, he sent out countless channels of hateful chi. The chi was condensed and connected, as terrifying as a dragon. Both sides staggered in the air. After several times of attack and defense, the two began to release their own powerful stunts. Zhang Daoyi fiercely slashed at the Eastern Emperor Taichi with a stance called Heavenly Tribulation Descent. The sword light violently exploded, and the momentum was like a heavenly descent. enveloping the East Emperor Taichi's body. The Eastern Emperor Taichi let out a miserable scream. His body directly retreated several steps backward as if he had been struck by a heavy blow, his face suddenly changing. Dong Huangtai glared at Zhang Daoyi with a hideous smile at the corner of his mouth, and then he brazenly executed his killing move, Heaven and Earth Boundary. Zhang Daoyi was about to be deeply imprisoned by the powerful boundary. At this time, Zhang Daoyi, a figure of the wind, crashed through the boundary, will be expelled from the East Emperor Tai. Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor East Emperor Tai, surprised, had to admire Zhang Daoyi's martial arts of the depth. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's face was grave as he faced Yin Yang Divine Palace's ancestor Dong Huangtai. In the midst of their fluttering figures, their auras exchanged, like the oppression before a storm. Zhang Daoyi made seals with both hands and recited words under his breath as an invisible pressure spread out in all directions. Suddenly, his entire body emitted a golden light, and his entire body was as if he had transformed into a god. Dong Huangtai's face remained unchanged. His hands quickly formed seals, his mouth uttered incantations, and the power of yin and yang surged around his body, transforming into a complex runic pattern. The two men's moves collided in the air with a deafening roar. The energy between heaven and earth seemed to be ignited by this moment of fighting, and the surrounding air was torn and twisted out of shape. Zhang Daoyi was poised and suddenly shouted. His body transformed into a beam of light and shot straight up into the sky. The Dharma seal in his hand was like a titanic pressure, smashing violently towards the Eastern Emperor Tai. Dong Huangtai's face changed slightly, but his movements were not panicked. His body was slightly flanked, and the power of yin and yang instantly transformed into a barrier, stiffly resisting Zhang Daoyi's attack. Zhang Daoyi was not willing to show weakness, and continuously struck out several amazing spell seals, each of which was like a thunderclap as it came at the East Emperor Taichi. Dong Huangtai's face was solemn. He knew that he could not let Zhang Daoyi get his hands on him any longer, so he formed seals with both hands, recited incantations under his breath, and his body instantly transformed into a stream of light, rushing straight towards Zhang Daoyi. The two men's moves once again collided in the air, inspiring even more powerful ripples of energy. The entire battlefield seemed to freeze at this moment, before an even more violent storm erupted once again. As the battle progressed, Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai's figures rapidly traveled through the air, their moves becoming faster and more powerful, as if they might destroy the entire heaven and earth at any moment. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, with the Dao sword in his palm, was as imposing as the wind. Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai, his face as frosty as frost, holding the Qian Kuan Divine Mirror in his hand, shining brightly. As the two men faced each other, the sky and earth suddenly changed, and the air currents surged. Zhang Daoyi was the first to attack. The sword in his hand turned into a silver light, broke through the air and pointed directly at the East Emperor Taichi. This style is called Star River Reflection. Sword light like stars falling, powerful, can turn the world upside down, chaotic people's mind. East Emperor Taichi's face remained unchanged, gently caressing the Qian Kuan Divine Mirror. The mirror light flashed, transformed into thousands of light, forming a huge light shield, blocking Zhang Daoyi's sword light. This move was called All Laws Return to One, utilizing the characteristics of the mirror to reverse all attacks, making it even more powerful. The two men exchanged blows. Their moves were exquisite. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi used the Dao sword to induce the power of heaven and earth. Each sword seemed to be able to split the void. Dong Huangtai, on the other hand, used the power of the Divine Mirror to defuse Zhang Daoyi's attack, and was even able to utilize the power to reverse the attack towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's eyes condensed, running Taishu illusion, transformed into a ball of light. The void seems to have a dragon and tiger. Invisible exudes a powerful aura. East Emperor Taichi's face changed slightly, sensed Zhang Daoyi's unusual means, hastily performed Qian Kuan inverted. Heaven and earth seemed to be upside down. The power of yin and yang reversed, attempting to use force to break the trick. Both sides of you and me. The battle has reached a white-hot stage. The breath in the field is getting more and more intense, as if it can tear the space. The duel between Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai was not only a contest of strength, but also a contest of wisdom and strategy, and every move and every style was full of unfathomable mysteries. In the end, in a subtle exchange of moves, Zhang Daoyi invoked the power of heaven and earth with his heaven and earth live together style, and his sword light was like a dragon, charging straight into the sky. East Emperor Taichi's face changed greatly, and he hurriedly cast Ancient Sky to defend himself, but he only heard a loud boom, and the Qian Kuan Divine Mirror's light was so bright that it was unable to completely resist Zhang Daoyi's all-out strike. The dust of the battle settled. Tiancher Zhang Daoyi put away his sword and stood in the same place, while Dong Huangtai retreated a few steps back, his face showing a bitter smile. Both sides know this battle, although there is no victory or defeat. Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai started to fight fiercely. Zhang Daoyi executed the 5 elements demon sealing formation, and the entire venue seemed to be surrounded by the power of the five elements, making people feel an invisible oppression. East Emperor Taichi's face remained unchanged. He slowly raised the Qiankuan plate in his hand. A powerful yin and yang qi erupted from the plate, instantly tearing apart the power of the five elements. Then, Zhang Daoi executed the Tai Ching Divine Thunder skill. A lightning-like aura erupted from his body, making people feel a terrifying pressure. East Emperor Taichi responded calmly as he executed the 9 Revolution Xianhuang skill. His body instantly became illusory as if it had transformed into countless shadows, easily avoiding the attack of the Tai Ching Divine Thunder. Afterwards, Zhang Daoi performed the Golden Bell Shield. A powerful body protection chi erupted from his body, giving people a strong sense of defense. East Emperor Taichi sneered as he executed the fire-breaking skill. A burning flame shot out from his hand, instantly destroying the defense of the Golden Bell Shield. Finally, Zhang Daoi was faced with Emperor Taichi's masterstroke Qiankuan counterflow technique. He performed Pan-Dragon Rising skill. A huge dragon shadow rose from his body, instantly devouring the power of the Qiankuan counterflow technique. Dong Huangtai's eyes showed shock as he had not expected Zhang Daoi's Pan-Dragon Ascension skill to be so powerful. In the end, the battle between Zhang Daoi and Dong Huangtai ended in a draw. The two of them smiled at each other, both feeling that the battle had been very rewarding for them. The crimson sunlight sprinkled on the earth, and a heaven-shaking roar broke the tranquility. The duel between Zhang Daoi and Dong Huangtai began. Zhang Daoi held a long sword and his sword chi was so powerful that it cut through the air and blocked the flames of Emperor Tai's attack. Emperor Taichi then performed the heavenly overthrow, which instantly suppressed Zhang Daoi on the ground. Zhang Daoi's breath was not smooth, but he did not give up. He gathered his whole body strength and used Blast Wind Sword technique to counterattack against Emperor Taichi. The two moves clashed, emitting dazzling white light, and the two sides were stalemated for a while. Zhang Daoi seized the opportunity and executed Big Dipper Sword technique. A rainbow-like sweep of 9 Xian purple chi knocked away Emperor Tai. However, the East Emperor Taichi was not willing to show his weakness and performed Demon Emperor Hunting Sun. A fire dragon circled towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was not afraid of it. He used Taiji sword technique and danced his long sword. Everything was under his control. The fire dragon was broken, and the Eastern Emperor Tai was shaken back. The two men were panting, their eyes locked as the next battle was about to be decided. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huangtai confronted each other on top of the cliff, and the surrounding aura was instantly disorganized, making people tremble. Zhang Daoi's brows were slightly furrowed as he raised his hand to utilize the heaven and earth merging, a vast aura emanating from his hand. At this moment, Dong Huangtai's right hand stretched out, instantly condensed to form a sharp sword. Sword whistling heaven and earth shot towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi did not retreat but advanced, performing the lotus steps. His footsteps were as agile as a lotus flower rolling. He slammed his hand, and a wave of chi energy flew towards the East Emperor Tai. As soon as Emperor Taichi rotated his sword, he performed Heaven and Earth Shuttle. A lightning-like sword chi instantly crushed the chi energy. The two of them then engaged in a fierce battle, with moves that were destructive to the heavens and the earth. Zhang Daoi utilized Heaven and Earth without limit, and the chi energy surrounding him rose from his body, forming an air shield to protect himself. The East Emperor Tai waved his sword and used the 9 Revolutions Wind and Thunder Blade. The lightning-like attack instantly tore the air shield apart. The two fought for dozens of rounds, and the battle became more and more intense. Zhang Daoi saw an opportunity and secretly brewed a killing move, Heavenly Tribulation or Out. He did not move to perform this stance. At this moment, the entire sky suddenly became heavy. A golden bead whooshed out and instantly landed on the East Emperor Taichi. At once, the heavenly space was a clamor, and a muffled sound then rang out. The East Emperor Taichi dealt with this stance with his tough defense, but he was still greatly shaken. The fight continued. The two began to gradually into the situation. In this case each other to find each other's cracks. No time to attack and defense exchange hands. Finally, Zhang Daoi found that the East Emperor Tai attack gradually slowed down, then immediately take advantage of the gap. Palm Power Infinite. A mysterious chi instantly struck out. The East Emperor Tai did not hesitate to one hand to seize this chi. In a moment, Zhang Daoi instead became the party that was shot down. In the end, due to Zhang Daoi's steady and stable attack, the final strike was accurate and vicious, and the Eastern Emperor Taichi was knocked back tens of meters. Zhang Daoi whirled around and raised his leg. Chi wave by time, a blue chi energy formed under his foot, sending the Eastern Emperor Taichi flying hundreds of meters. The battle ended. Zhang Daoi carefully walked down the cliff. The East Emperor Taichi was already nowhere to be found. Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, flew up and performed the move Star Descent in the air, instantly overflowing with starlight. Countless stars descended around the East Emperor Taichi, instantly exploding into countless points of light, shining brightly in all directions. East Emperor Taichi's face changed slightly. He didn't dare to be slow. and hurriedly performed yin-yang reversal to form a barrier with his protective true chi, and resisted the starlight outside by 3 feet. Big Dipper break! Celestial Master Zhang Daoui suddenly shouted. The long sword in his hand swung out, sword chi like a rainbow, breaking through the air. East Emperor Taichi's eyes showed his gravity. He utilized the yin-yang underworld destruction to resist. The two forces collided and made a loud sound. At that moment, the surrounding air seemed to freeze, and between heaven and earth, only the confrontation of these two energies remained. When the battle reached the white-hot stage, the heavenly master Zhang Daoui suddenly offered the 9 heavenly thunder. 9 thunderbolts blasted down from the 9 heavens. Each thunderbolt was like a furious dragon, carrying unparalleled destructive power. Facing these 9 thunderbolts, Dong Huangtai's face did not change at all. He smiled coldly and performed the Tai realist method. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from him, like 10,000 mountains pressing down on him, dissolving the 9 thunderbolts one by one. In the end, the battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoui and Dong Huangtai ended in a tie. Both sides had learned about each other's strength, and both had gained something. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoui marveled at the strength of Dong Huangtai, and also strengthened his beliefs in this battle. Dong Huangtai also felt admiration for Tianshi Zhang Daoi's cultivation, and he understood that he still had a long way to go before he could become a true yin-yang divine palace ancestor. After the battle, Tianshi Zhang Daoui and Dong Huangtai smiled at each other, each respecting the other's strength, and both sharing the same beliefs and goals. That is, to protect this world, to maintain the balance of yin and yang, and for the glory of the yin-yang divine palace. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoui pulled up one sleeve. His eyes were tightly closed, and he recited the true words with his mouth. Then the wind rose in the sky, and the momentum of thunder and lightning gathered in his hands, transforming into a huge and incomparable long sword of thunder. He swung his sword at the Eastern Emperor Tai, his sword chi sweeping across the landscape, mountains crumbling and thunderous explosions shaking the heavens and the earth. Dong Huangtai's face remained unchanged. His palms joined together and he recited an incantation. The two chi of yin and yang condensed in his palms, transforming into a force against the heavens. He faced the thunder longsword and gently waved his hand. A powerful and unrivaled yin and yang air current rushed straight out, splitting the thunder sword chi into 2 and dissolving it into nothing. Zhang Daoui was not willing to show weakness and offered up a Big Dipper treasure mirror. The mirror's light shot out in all directions and the sword aura rushed to the sky. East Emperor Taichi gazed at the precious mirror. His face suddenly changed. He detected the hidden heaven and earth aura in the mirror. It seemed to be a divine artifact that could crack the power of yin and yang. He hastily utilized his entire body's power, and the yin and yang chi currents became even more powerful, transforming into thousands of lights and shadows, pounding towards the precious mirror. 89. Transformation of the Immortals. The treasure mirror was so radiant under the impact of the yin-yang chi current that it actually appeared to be a little shaky. Seeing this, Zhang Daoui hurriedly operated the defensive boundary of the treasure mirror, but the spiritual power of the treasure mirror seemed to be consumed by the yin and yang chi currents, and the boundary began to show tiny cracks. Right at this moment, a brilliant light flashed in the eyes of the Eastern Emperor Tai. He saw the right moment. His palms quickly joined together and recited an incantation. The chi of yin and yang instantly erupted within his body, forming a yin and yang divine light that was even more powerful than before. With a push of his palm, the divine light rushed straight into the precious mirror, and the boundary of the precious mirror finally collapsed under the divine light and dissipated into countless points of light in the sky. Zhang Daoui was struck by the divine light and flew backward several feet away as he rolled over in a sorry state, an incredulous look in his eyes. He had never imagined that Dong Huangtai's yin-yang divine skill had reached such a state. The ancestor of the yin-yang divine palace was truly extraordinary. Zhang Daoui secretly resolved in his heart to keep this power in mind, and the next time he fought again, he would definitely return the favor with even more power. Dong Huangtai stood in place, his clothes untouched, looking as calm as ever, but a faint hint of killing intent flowed out of his eyes. Although he had won this battle narrowly, he was impressed by the power of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoui. He knew that this must not be the last battle between them, and the next challenge would only be tougher. The two masters, Zhang Daoui, the Heavenly Master, and Dong Huangtai, the Grand Master of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, were engaged in a thrilling battle on an open mountainous terrain. Zhang Daoui first showed his signature 9 heavenly flying sword, a crisscross of golden light sweeping across the sky. More than 10 meters long flying sword is like a golden meteor. Collision in the East Emperor Tai body, bringing up a piece of sparks splash of smoke. East Emperor Tai Chi immediately responded in person, and Zhang Daoi's sword aura was shattered by his palm. Then, he swung his golden hammer and let out a loud roar, releasing the strongest move of the Vajra palm, the perfect Vajra seal. The entire mountain was instantly dull, the ground shook, and the air was mixed with the pungent smell of sulfur. Zhang Daoui felt that it was almost difficult for himself to withstand the power of such an impact, and his body was numb, as if he had been charged by an elephant. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he flipped his wrist and a mysterious magic weapon appeared in his hand, a handful of 7 colored beads, gem-like and crystal clear, emitting a warm glow. 7-colored divine bead, Zhang Daoyi shouted, activating its power. The 7-colored beads suddenly released an intense light, the mist cleansed away, and the East Emperor Taiyi's defensive power was all gone, and his entire body was sent flying. The duel between the two top experts lasted for more than half a day, and the rays of light from each other were like a streak of lightning, causing the surrounding grass and trees to burn continuously. The scene was exceptionally spectacular. In the end, Zhang Daoyi rose up from the ground and once again utilized the Big Dipper sword, only to see a sparkling sword blade speeding through the air, seemingly to cut the East Emperor Taichi into 2 pieces. However, at this moment, Dong Huangtai suddenly offered up a supremely powerful move, 9 revolutions in Yang robbery. A pitch-black rainstorm swept across the entire field. The air mixed with gusts of coldness, and the entire mountainous region became bone-chillingly cold in the blink of an eye. The dark cloud that appeared out of nowhere released its epic energy and intercepted all of Zhang Daoyi's Big Dipper sword. With another loud bang, Zhang Daoyi slammed heavily on the ground, never able to stand up again, his body covered in mud and blood. Dong Huangtai's contemptuous laughter came from above his head as he stood in the air, looking down at this former radiant genius, saying, "You are indeed good, but there will always be a day when you lose." Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai were engaged in a stunning duel in a mountain forest. Zhang Daoyi held a magic sword, his body as light as a swallow, his body flashed with Taoist runes, and clouds of faith power surged out. On the other hand, Dong Huangtai was spitting flames, his palms constantly condensing electric arcs, his body filled with fog, and his evil aura was strong. Zhang Daoyi danced his sword, and a flying sword stabbed at him head-on. His moves were powerful and strong. On the other hand, Dong Huangtai performed Yin Yang sword technique, a sword and a spear attacking vigorously. The two of them switched their moves quickly and continuously, and the accumulated energy caused heat waves to roll through the air. Between heaven and earth, the aura of all things belongs to me. Zhang Dao waved one hand, the runes instantly lit up, a Dao strike was instantly released, and a forceful qi broke through the air and attacked towards the Eastern Emperor Taichi. Dong Huangtai did not retreat. Instead, his body moved swiftly, striking and chopping Zhang Daoyi with a whirlwind-like yin-yang sword strike, while reciting evil incantations under his breath. Every move showed the power of his divine ability, causing Zhang Daoyi to remain passive. The two fought for dozens of rounds, and the scene was extremely intense. In the end, Zhang Daoyi utilized the Big Dipper sword formation, transforming into hundreds of millions of swords, and pressed the sky towards the Eastern Emperor Tai. On the other hand, the Eastern Emperor Taichi spat out a mouthful of blood, and his body stagnated, completely losing the battle. It was an amazing battle where life and death were uncertain, and there was no winner or loser until the final blow. With all kinds of moves clashing with each other, it is amazing to see who is the ultimate winner. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai engaged in a terrifying battle on an ancient altar. Zhang Daoyi made a preemptive strike. His hands formed a seal, and as he mouthed the words, a ray of light shot out from his palm, aiming straight at the Eastern Emperor Tai. Dong Huangtai's face remained unchanged as he drew in both of his palms, transforming them into an invisible wall of qi that rammed straight into Zhang Daoyi. The power between the two collided, and immediately the altar shook, and all the ancient trees around were uprooted. Unwilling to show weakness, Dong Huangtai swung his divine sword in his hand, and thousands of sword qi crisscrossed across, forming a huge sword formation that surrounded Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi did not move at all. Instead, his mind moved and gently waved his hand. A net of light descended from the sky, covering the entirety of the sword formation and gradually compressing it. East Emperor Taichi's face was gloomy. He knew that Zhang Daoyi had already comprehended the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and that he was by no means an opponent. He gritted his teeth and his whole body's true qi erupted, transforming into a huge green dragon with open teeth and claws, lunging towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged, his palms united, and as he mouthed the words, a stronger light shot out, directly dispersing the green dragon. In the end, Zhang Daoyi defeated Dong Huangtai with his absolute strength and profound inner strength, and Dong Huangtai lost the battle. At the end of the battle, Zhang Daoyi slowly lowered his figure and smiled at the Eastern Emperor Tai. East Emperor Tai, although you have lost, you are still an opponent I admire. I'm very interested in the Yin Yang Divine Palace's techniques, and I hope we can discuss them together in the future. With a calm expression on his face, Dong Huangtai nodded and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Daoyi on the ancient altar, looking at the fading sword qi, pondering. Zhang Daoyi and Dong Huangtai were like lightning, and they quickly threw a punch towards each other. Zhang Daoi's punch was called the Five Thunder Avalanche, which was extremely powerful and shattered all the surrounding rocks and mountains. Seeing this, Emperor Taichi hastily executed his own specialty move, Taiji Diagram, transforming his body into a shadow, so that he could not be hit like Zhang Daoi. However, Zhang Daoi's attack did not stop. The long sword in his hand cut through the air with a sharp sound and slashed at Emperor Taichi. This move was called Endless Sword Chi, which contained endless power and was extremely powerful. East Emperor Taichi used his easy steps to dodge it, and it seemed to be easy to avoid. However, a huge vortex of sword chi appeared beside him, swallowing him whole. Terrible sword chi let the East Emperor Taichi hold head nosebleed. In a hurry and performed the Yellow Emperor's internal scripture, will be the body of the true chi a brain pouring out. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi also performed her masterstroke Divine Immortal, flying sword around the body, dashing, and directly attacked the East Emperor Tai. The two of them fought to the death and were not able to distinguish between them. The entire battle scene was like a reincarnation, which continued to play out in this endless cycle. The two torrents of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huang Tai crashed together, setting off a hearty and fierce battle in an instant. Zhang Daoi opened his mouth first and shouted, "9 Heavenly Crow Sparrow Flip," only to see a wave of the magic weapon in his hand, and immediately a crow transformed into a huge black shadow and swooped down. East Emperor Taichi had prepared for this, and the thunderball in his hand instantly swept through, shattering the black shadow in the process. Zhang Daoi laughed coldly. This was his real move. He sharply roared as he lunged towards the East Emperor Tai, and the Dao sword in his hand instantly broke through the air. This sword condensed Zhang Daoi's many years of effort and combat experience, and it was also his final masterstroke. The East Emperor Taichi was stunned as the fire dragon rose up. The roar of the dragon was deafening as the sword and the dragon collided. The two energies intersected, directly causing an intense collision, and the scene instantly became ablaze. In the end, Zhang Daoi killed the Eastern Emperor Tai with his sword, but he also left injured. Zhang Daoi's eyes were dead set on the enemy in front of him, Dong Huang Tai, and his gaze revealed a strong killing aura. He suddenly swung his backhand, and a stream of aura instantly converged in his palm, forming a powerful chi. He roared out, "Bucket turning star!" A brilliant starlight instantly flashed, drawing a curved trajectory in front of East Emperor Taichi's body. Undeterred by Zhang Daoi's attack, the Eastern Emperor Tai leapt on his feet and his body instantly transformed into several stumps, pouncing straight at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi waved his hand. Mirage Qiankuan. Countless Zhang Daoi's figures instantly appeared around Dong Huang Tai, who was trapped in a huge formation. However, with a long whine, an invisible force surged up from the body of the East Emperor Tai, quickly escaping from the bondage of the formation and rushing toward Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was unafraid and tapped his belt. Qiankuan Infinite. A wave of invisible chi energy immediately erupted, and the East Emperor Tai was ruthlessly knocked out as if he had crashed into an invisible wall. The two of them recklessly executed all sorts of magical moves, and in the interplay of their chi energies, the earth trembled continuously, and the surrounding buildings had been broken into pieces. In the end, Zhang Daoi's move Heaven Follows Man's Wish struck the door of the East Emperor Tai, who hissed and fell to the ground, completing Zhang Daoi's victory. Without saying a word, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Emperor Taichi launched their attacks almost simultaneously. Zhang Daoi held his staff and executed a thunderclap move. An instant of thunder and lightning streaked across the sky, aiming directly at Emperor Taichi. East Emperor Taichi did not dodge. His right hand steeply swung. A golden divine light cut through the sky. Vajrapalm has hit Zhang Daoi's staff. The two collided with sparks flying everywhere, and Zhang Daoi felt as if his arm was being suppressed by the force of 1,000 pounds. Zhang Daoi's left leg was a jade belt dance. With the help of the rotating force, he violently swung his backhand. A crimson flame gushed out from his staff, forming a fine sword chi, which shot straight at the body of Dong Huang Tai. East Emperor Taichi's right palm flip, a Taiji cleave mountain cleave, and collided with it. A powerful shock force came violently. Zhang Daoi just felt as if his whole body was smashed by a mountain in general. Backward a few steps. Seeing that the opportunity could not be lost, Emperor Taichi quickly recited an incantation and pushed his palms in the air. A yellowish light swept towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi hurriedly lowered his head to avoid it, and when he looked back, he realized that his eyes were already surrounded by the divine light body protector of Emperor Taichi, and no attack could pass through this layer of light. Zhang Daoi quickly made a seal with his left hand and mumbled an incantation. A light blue light surrounded his body. This was his Big Dipper body protection secret method. Two very different forces collided in the air, erupting with amazing sounds from time to time. This duel was getting more and more intense and cruel. Zhang Daoi and Dong Huang Tai each used their own strengths, attacking and defending each other, and their auras were constantly rising. In the end, with a loud sound, Zhang Daoi performed his masterstroke heaven and earth transformation, transforming into a tall golden body holding a huge sword, and instantly suppressing the East Emperor Tai. The East Emperor Tai was very unwilling and tried to perform his last move, turning back to the golden Vajra, but it was too late, and he was finally killed by Zhang Daoi with a single sword. The entire battle lasts a few short minutes, but is full of thrills and spills that add to the richness of this novel. Zhang Daoi and Emperor Tai Chi started a fierce battle. Zhang Daoi took the lead and executed the Heavenly Master's sword technique. The sword light was like a rainbow, instantly shooting towards the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai Chi did not panic. Using the Divine Dragon swinging tail, a powerful airflow gushed out from his body, directly shaking the Heavenly Master sword technique to disperse. Then, Zhang Daoi used the 7 stars, and 7 spiritual lights were shot at Emperor Tai Chi like arrows. However, Emperor Tai Chi's expression remained unchanged as he performed the yin and yang transposition and dissolved the spiritual lights one by one. Zhang Daoi was so surprised that he decided to use the Heavenly Thunder Break. A powerful thunderbolt descended from the sky and blasted directly at the East Emperor Tai Chi. Emperor Tai Chi laughed coldly and used reversal of heaven and earth to reverse the thunderbolt. Finally, Zhang Daoi utilized the 10,000 swords returning to the father, and countless sword chi surged like a tidal wave towards the East Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai also used his last strength, mixed one chi, to directly swallow all the sword chi. After a fierce battle, the two sides ended up being indistinguishable from each other, and Zhang Daoi and Donghuang Tai both got tired, and both sides eventually stopped fighting. In the haze of light, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi stepped with indistinct steps, his robe sleeves fluttered, and with a wave of his hands, he manifested countless runic symbols that transformed into a brilliant sword light, pointing directly at the Yin-Yang Divine Palace's ancestor, Donghuang Tai. 89. Cultivating the Devil. East Emperor Tai Chi's face was grave. His robes were windless, his eyes were like electricity. A palm was launched. The palm wind transformed into thousands of illusions, colliding with the Heavenly Master's sword light, and the air around him trembled. Zhang Daobian smiled as the heavenly book was turned over and he recited an ancient incantation under his breath. And suddenly, his palms came together, and a powerful force erupted from the Heavenly Master's position, transforming into a ray of light that was like a divine dragon breaking through the air and charging straight at the Eastern Emperor Tai. East Emperor Tai Chi's face remained unchanged, his mouth recited silently, his hands quickly formed a seal, and the yin and yang power in his body gathered into a ball, transforming into a huge yin and yang fish, colliding with the Heavenly Master's light shockwave. Rumble. Where the collision took place, it was as if heaven and earth changed color. Donghuang Tai's yin and yang fish was overflowing with light, but under this bright shock wave, it was gradually dissolved. Zhang Daoi took the opportunity to fly up, and the Heavenly Master's sword lifted up, transforming into a sword on, aiming straight for the throat of the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai Chi's face changed greatly, realizing that a great disaster was coming. His whole body's yin and yang power erupted, forming a protective light screen, colliding with the sword on. The two forces erupted in the air, and the air around them was compressed into a white mist, as if even the sky was colored with the colors of war. In the end, with a loud sound that shook the heavens and the earth, the yin-yang divine light and the Heavenly Master's sword awnings collapsed at the same time, and the surrounding air currents dispersed as the two of them each retreated a few steps back. Zhang Daoi stood in the void with a wave of his robe sleeve, and the sky and earth were serene, while Donghuang Tai stood at the peak of the yin-yang divine palace with a hint of incredulity in his expression. The battle has settled, but the feud between the two seems to have just begun. The fight scene between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Donghuang Tai can be thrilling. Zhang Daoi led the way with a Yang Ming no shadow kick. The wind of his feet was fierce and dust flew up. East Emperor Tai Chi's face remained unchanged. He lightly shouted Yin-Yang Qian Koan Pom. The invisible airflow formed a barrier, knocking Zhang Daoi back a few steps. Zhang Daoi was not willing to show weakness and stepped forward again. His hands formed seals and performed the Nine Suns True Flame technique. The flames were like the blazing sun, scorching everything. Donghuang Tai flipped his palm, transforming it into a blade with a yin-yang reverse flow chop. The blade aura was overpowering, colliding with the flames and emitting dazzling sparks. The battle between the two became more and more intense. Zhang Daoi's entire body emitted golden light, and with a 5 elements reincarnation chop, his sword light was like a dragon, and he directly attacked the East Emperor Tai Chi. Donghuang Tai sneered, his entire body filled with black aura, and he made the yin-yang double dragon chant. The black dragon shadow and the golden dragon shadow intertwined together to form a powerful force. The battle reached a white-hot stage. Both of them simultaneously retreated a few steps back. Zhang Daoi took a deep breath and cast the highest level spell 10,000 Laws, wrapping the entire battlefield with a powerful wave of mana, causing East Emperor Tai Chi's movements to be restricted. Donghuang Tai's face changed as his entire body flashed with black aura, making use of the Yin-Yang Tuye's technique to defuse Zhang Daoi's attack in a bizarre manner. In the end, the battle between Zhang Daoi and Dong Huangtai ended in a draw, and the two of them smiled at each other, both recognizing the other's power and both gaining something. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huangtai was fierce. Zhang Daoi was holding a Taoist sword, and his Yin-Yang sword technique was waved like flying, with a high fighting spirit. On the other hand, Dong Huangtai was a Yin-Yang Divine Kung Fu expert, using his unique aura and ability to block every attack from Zhang Daoi. The two men's moves echoed each other, and they were indistinguishable. Suddenly, Zhang Daoi leisurely bloomed the Wuji light, transformed into 36 identities, and his movements instantly accelerated, comparable to the speed of a sharp arrow. East Emperor Tai Chi could not escape the attack of infinite light and immediately retreated, and under the fiery attack of Zhang Daoi, he retaliated with open heaven and rupture earth, which penetrated Zhang Daoi's defense and shook him several meters away. Zhang Daoi rolled over. Necklace emits light, the move he performed for the Wanxiang cloud movement, surrounded by divine light. In an instant, the East Emperor Tai whole body Dao symbols up and flying, gradually hidden. The cheers went up and another thrilling fight scene was written. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huangtai had just exchanged blows when Zhang Daoi flew up and executed a divine walking 100 transformations. His figure was continuous and quickly shuttled around Tai, causing him to be at a loss as to what to do. Then, he lunged towards Tai Chi and slammed his fist directly onto Tai Chi's chest. The power of dragon whistling 9 heavens shook Tai Chi's entire body and sent him flying backwards. Tai Yi supported his injuries, turned his body around and executed heaven and earth aura, instantly condensing the air on the field into a solid, forming an incredibly thick and heavy wall of air, blocking all of Zhang Daoi's attacks. Tai Yi let out a loud shout and put his palms together, and the 7 stars move continuously struck out. The power of each palm was extraordinary, directly beating Zhang Daoi back. Zhang Daoi's face turned pale as he took a deep breath. His entire body's spiritual energy suddenly erupted, heavenly god descending accompanied by a roar. An invisible force instantly wrapped around him as if a god had descended. Without hesitation, he cast 3,000 demonic voices at Tai Chi. Countless sound waves chopped at Tai Chi like swords. It was as if Tai Chi was in the middle of a storm, making him instantly feel that there was nowhere to hide, so he could only cast the soul enchantment technique to make Zhang Daoi fall into an illusion. In the illusory realm, Tai Yi was murderous and disguised as a demon, chasing after Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly ran his heart skill to forcefully break free from the illusion and return to reality. With a gaze in his eyes, Zhang Daoi executed the masterstroke 10,000 spirits heavenly father seal, and hundreds of derivatives condensed from divine beasts pounced towards Tai Yi. Facing this huge force, Tai Yi was unable to fight against it, and could only quickly execute the heavenly meteorite, destroying those derivatives one by one. The battle reached a white-hot moment when Zhang Daoi and Tai Yi went down together, both collapsing in their final moves. Their powers collided together and exploded into a huge energy fluctuation, destroying the entire venue. The smell of breath on the line filled the surroundings, and the air seemed to condense in this dead silence. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace Ancestor Dong Huangtai engaged in a fierce battle. Zhang Daoi's spell broke an evil divine light, a golden light, shot towards Emperor Tai Chi, who waved the Bagua sword in his hand, transforming into countless sword shadows, blocking back the heavenly master's strike. Dong Huangtai used the move Tai in Cold Stream and launched a palm with an aggressive cold aura. Zhang Daoi's face was grave and he resisted with the move Yang Ming Blazing Flame. The two powerful forces collided together and made a violent explosion sound. Then, Dong Huangtai executed the move Yin Yang Unity. A strange energy ripple erupted from his body. Zhang Daoi was shaken and flew out. He stabilized himself and was secretly surprised at Dong Huangtai's power in his heart. Zhang Daoi was also not willing to show weakness. He used the move Heavenly Thunder Break. Thunder rolled in the sky and a lightning bolt struck at Dong Huangtai. Dong Huangtai's face was grave and he used the move Taiji Circle Turn to resist it, turning the lightning attack into nothing. The two exchanged dozens of moves, back and forth. The scene was exceptionally intense, and the air around them was torn apart by their formidable power, emitting loud noises. In the end, Zhang Daoi used the ultimate move Heavenly Collapse. The entire heaven and earth seemed to be torn apart. Dong Huangtai's face changed. He knew the power of this move. He hurriedly used the move Xin Tian Wu Ji, transforming into countless points of light, avoiding this fatal blow. In the end, the two men retreated from each other, and both Zhang Daoi and Dong Huangtai nodded their heads to each other to show their recognition and respect for each other. Zhang Daoi obeyed the Heavenly Father, and the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace. Dong Huangtai obeyed the Heavenly Emperor, and their strengths were not on par with each other, and a thrilling battle was about to start. Zhang Daoi's move Heavenly Dragnet, turned into countless thin lines enveloped the East Emperor Tai Chi. Tai Chi holding God Snake 9 revolutions. snake shadows across the dodge. Quickly counterattack. The sword light shook the sky, and the demonic aura tore the air. Zhang Daoyi was not panicked. He shot heavenly punishment. A thunderbolt struck Tai Chi. Tai Cold eyes flash. Against the heavenly way. Unfolding heaven and earth change. The heaven and earth 8 trigrams will work. The thunderbolt dissolved in the invisible. Zhang Daoyi is not moved. Quickly performs soulless demon fire. Transforms into thousands of fire feathers. Will be surrounded by Tai. Tai lightly drink. Hand long sword into a fire dragon through the air. A mouth will be thousands of fire plume all swallowed. Severe sword chi directly attack Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi condensed and swung, using the momentum of the sword chi, that heavenly frightening and earthly destruction. A punch fiercely bombarded in the abdomen of Tai Chi. The great completion of the divine skill Tai Chi was unable to resist. A mouthful of fresh blood spattered out. The battle had long since reached a white-hot stage, with both of their moves becoming even more powerful and the scene even more shocking. The battle between Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, and Dong Huang Tai, the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, was the pinnacle of the world's 2 greatest martial arts myths. Every move made by the 2 mythological masters makes the audience's heart skip a beat and their blood boil. First of all, Zhang Daoyi's skillful hands danced out the 4 subtle words of starting and finishing. He swayed slightly, dodged Tai's heavy punch like a shadow, then took advantage of the moment when Tai attacked him to pause for a moment, and then quickly performed the horseback spear, which was a changeable, as if it were a move. Then, he quickly performed the horseback gun, which was a variation of the Rui move, and ruthlessly stabbed at Tai Chi's face. This move was not bad, and it almost beat Tai Chi to the ground. But the ancestor of the East Emperor Tai is extraordinary. He sensed the blind spot of Zhang Daoyi's move, quickly turned back to the body, performed his supreme heaven and earth all images technique, only to see Tai leisurely waving his sleeve. A wisp of heaven and earth's might was born, condensed into the formation of the innate compass in his hand. Thunder-like power finally erupted and blasted through the air, and Zhang Daoyi, who was leaping up, was unfortunately hit, and his body fell back repeatedly and landed heavily in the distance. In the face of Tai Chi's terrifying combat power, Zhang Daoyi did not show any weakness and remained calm. He carefully prepared a move especially for dealing with Tai Chi's 3 steps and 1 kick, instantly striking out and knocking Tai Chi back. Together with the Yu Bu Jin Gang, which was an unbreakable defense, Tai Chi's ferocious attack was turned into a real one, and actually couldn't do anything to help Zhang Daoyi, letting him fall into a passive position. He was caught in a passive state. Subsequently, Zhang Daoyi used the small will turning and 1,000 hammers and hundreds of hammers to launch a counterattack, and knocked the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, Dong Huang Tai, out of the sky. However, Tai was not discouraged, and once again exposed all sorts of plots and tricks, revealing Zhang Daoyi's mind, which was the extraordinary feature of the 2 mythological masters, which never changed. However, Zhang Daoyi remained indomitable, utilizing his incredible innovativeness and attacking firmly and decisively. In the end, after thousands of rounds of fighting, Zhang Daoyi redeems the battle between the 2 sides with his colorful martial arts style, allowing the audience to see an extremely exciting fight scene, while also adding a lot of martial arts legend tone to the gentle, low-key and introverted Celestial Master. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi held the green jade talisman in his hand, his eyes deep as he faced the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, Dong Huang Tai, his pale green Taoist robes looking even more holy in the sunlight. Dong Huang Tai's face was cold, his black robe looked particularly gloomy under the sunlight, and the black and gold longsword in his hand seemed to have a ghostly light flickering in its body as he urged his internal energy. East Emperor Tai Chi, the ancestor of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, today I will let you see the true strength of a heavenly master, Zhang Daoyi said aloud. Just as the words fell, the green jade talisman in his hand suddenly burst out with a bright and dazzling light, transforming into a green light that rushed straight into the sky. East Emperor Tai's face changed, obviously did not expect Zhang Daoyi to strike so quickly. He created wind under his feet and launched a palm. The palm wind transformed into a black as ink air current, and the green light sent out by Zhang Daoyi collided together, sending out a loud rumbling sound. Xing Yang breaks the void. Zhang Daoyi let out a low shout, only to see his bizarre stance, like a phantom, swept by the side of Dong Huang Tai, and the green jade talisman in his hand transformed into a stream of light, aiming straight for the key points behind Dong Huang Tai's back. Dong Huang Tai's face changed, realizing that it was not good. He hurriedly turned around. The black and gold longsword in his hand swept out horizontally. The sword chi was like a dragon, colliding with the stream of light from Zhang Daoyi's attack, erupting into a deafening roar. Dragon's breath breaks the sky. Zhang Daoyi's voice was like a dragon's roar, as his entire body's Dao power converged, and the green jade talisman in his hand transformed into a gigantic rune that descended from the sky and ruthlessly smashed into the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. East Emperor Tai Chi's face changed greatly. He hurriedly swung his sword to block. However, The power contained on that rune was something he couldn't resist, only to hear a muffled grunt. His figure trembled. He was knocked back a few steps by that rune, his face pale. East Emperor Tai Chi, you have been defeated. The name of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi is well deserved. Among the crowd watching the battle at the scene, a disciple wearing a Taoist robe shouted loudly, his voice containing endless awe. East Emperor Tai Chi's face was gloomy, obviously unwilling to admit defeat. He recited words under his breath, and the black and gold longsword in his hand suddenly emitted an even deeper light. Obviously he was brewing an even more powerful move. However, Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi was not afraid, and the green jade talisman in his hand emitted an even more brilliant and glittering light as his inner strength revolved. The battle between the two continued, and only the heavens knew who would win and who would lose. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Donghuang Taiyi engage in a thrilling battle at the top of a sacred mountain. Tianshi Zhang Daoyi held a peachwood sword, and the tip of the sword transformed into thousands of sword chi in the air, chopping towards the Eastern Emperor Taiyi. Donghuang Taiyi's face was grave. His hands formed seals and his mouth recited words. A golden light erupted from him, blocking all of Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's sword chi. Tianshi Zhang Daoyi was not willing to show weakness, and then performed his masterstroke 9 turns of spiritual treasure, only to see the peachwood sword in his hand instantly transformed into 9 sword shadows, each sword shadow with incomparable power, attacking towards the East Emperor Taiyi. 90. Sinking sky. Donghuang Taiyi's face changed. He knew that this move was not trivial, and he hurriedly utilized his entire body's power to form an invisible shield, blocking all of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's 9 revolutions spiritual treasure. At this time, the East Emperor Taiyi also no longer hesitated, performing his ultimate masterstroke Qiankuan reversal. A powerful airflow from his palm erupted out, as if a huge beast opened its bloody mouth, pouncing towards the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi. Tianshi Zhang Daoyi's face changed. He hurriedly lifted his chi and moved his sword, performing the dragon's voice breaking the sky. His sword transformed into a huge dragon and rushed towards the East Emperor Taiyi's chi current. The two powerful forces collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar that shook the entire divine mountain. In the end, both the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi and the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi suffered heavy injuries and their figures staggered, but both of them stood resolutely and did not fall. This battle was undoubtedly a battle of supremacy, displaying the extraordinary martial arts skills and perseverance of the two experts. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Donghuang Taiyi was truly thrilling. Zhang Daoyi held a pair of copper coin swords. His body movements were agile, his sword aura was vertical and horizontal, and his Taijiquan and sword techniques were colorfully intertwined, sending out several killing auras. On the other hand, the Eastern Emperor Taiyi trampled the void and lunged at Zhang Daoyi. He opened his mouth and a black poisonous gas spewed out, directly destroying Zhang Daoyi's imperial sword defense. Zhang Daoyi did not panic. He hastily called out his magic treasure, Suiyu string, and saw a CUI light cut through, temporarily blocking the raging Donghuang Taiyi. He turned back, his hands into palms toward the East Emperor Taiyi cast a big snow-falling moves, in turn issued cutting bone hand, fish leap flash waist, broken ice pick ridge and other moves. Each move appeared to be light, but each strike carried a large amount of internal force, causing Donghuang Taiyi to have to deal with it carefully. Not to be outdone, Donghuang Taiyi muttered an incantation as a yin-yang power surfaced around him. He met Zhang Daoyi's attack and sent out a black water yellow dragon, causing Zhang Daoyi to dodge first. Donghuang Taiyi took the opportunity to chase after him, circling around with his left hand and slapping out an immortal nun fan with his right hand, causing Zhang Daoyi to be in a dilemma left and right. The two sides exchanged blows for a long time, and Donghuang Taiyi sneered as he utilized the art of yin and yang and 5 elements to execute a powerful yin and yang cross momentum. Zhang Daoyi had no scruples and cast a Taiji Wuji momentum, and the two sides' equivalent formations were immediately created. The Buddhist body protecting Guanyin drag bottle, Taoist 5 thunder genius, Confucian spring and autumn brush technique, and all kinds of magical weapons came out intricately. The air instantly solidified, and the lethality skyrocketed all of a sudden. But in the end, it was Zhang Daoyi who emerged victorious, as his jade ribbon hook struck Donghuang Taiyi's yellow dragon to the point where it burst into flames. Donghuang Taiyi screamed and retreated a few steps, looking horrified. Zhang Daoyi launched his attack just then, mistaking the golden toad for a strange mouth, and struck out with a fierce punch, breaking the East Emperor Taiyi's spell formation, and his spiritual power instantly faded. Finally, Zhang Daoyi executed the Xiangyun palm and blasted the Eastern Emperor Taiyi out, landing heavily on the ground, like a flying crash, with an astonishing sound. The Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the Grandmaster of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace, Donghuang Taiyi, engaged in a terrifying battle on the Purple Cloud Mountain. Zhang Daoyi held the Dao sword in his hand and waved it rapidly. His sword chi streaked across the sky, and wherever he passed, trees were chopped off and stones were crushed. His masterstroke, Thunderbolt 9 Revolution Sword, was so powerful that it could not be resisted by swords. Dong Huangtai's immortal chi was dazzling. A ball of black chi coalesced in his palm, and with a fierce throw, the black chi transformed into a black python, which leapt towards Zhang Daoyi. This was his underworld demon python. Zhang Daoyi hurriedly swung his sword at the black python, but the black python was able to dodge each strike and still attacked in the air. Zhang Daoyi knew that he could only have a chance of winning if he could eliminate Emperor Tai Chi, who had mastered the master stroke. Therefore, he utilized the solar star turning, transforming his body into a shadow, and swiftly killed towards the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. The East Emperor Tai Chi recited an incantation with his mouth, and his demonic chi overflowed, immediately surging towards Zhang Daoyi in an all-encompassing manner. The two of them escalated their fighting skills, their moves changed, and finally Zhang Daoyi used the heaven and earth twisting the East Emperor Tai Chi into the sea. The entire battle was over, and Zhang Daoyi had no time to celebrate before he quickly left the scene. He didn't know what kind of challenge he would encounter next time, but he knew deep down that only through continuous cultivation could he have the strength to protect himself and the public. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Yin Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai engage in a fierce fight. At the beginning, Dong Huangtai spat out 3,000 star silver needles in one breath, forming a star silver needle array in the air, and the needles shot densely at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi tightly gripped the Vajra rod in his hand and transformed into a flying astral body to avoid the rain of needles. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi's heart rose with great killing intent, and the Vajra rod in his hand pressed down, setting off waves of terrifying forbidden power. With a loud shout, Zhang Daoyi executed the Chi Men Dun Jia and disappeared into thin air, arriving behind the East Emperor Tai. Dong Huangtai shouted. A strong Yin and underworld chi surged out, and the surroundings were suddenly dark. In his hand, he took out a yin-yang drum. His bones crackled, and a fierce drumbeat crashed into the air with shocking force. Zhang Daoyi swung his Vajra rod and a golden light chopped at the yin-yang drum. Between the golden light, the Vajra rod emitted a dull sound, entrapping the pure power of Vajra, and heavily impacted the drum, followed by a loud bang as the drum cracked. At the same time, a surge of power erupted, causing the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi to take several steps back. Unable to help but be shocked, Zhang Daoyi greeted him and threw a chi-gathering spirit talisman, then clutched the Vajra rod with both hands and condensed the astral energy in the sky. A ring of astral energy wrapped around the Vajra rod and stabbed diagonally at the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi, letting out a shrill whistling sound. Dong Huangtai did not retreat. He lifted the yin-yang drum and recited the sea-fixing technique under his breath, and in an instant, a huge yin-yang vortex was formed on the surface of the drum, engulfing the Vajra stick's astral chi. Just when Zhang Daoyi thought that he was winning, Dong Huangtai violently erupted his endless aura, suppressing Zhang Daoyi once again, and then shouted, Yin-Yang Double Ghost Technique. Zhang Daoyi roared, Earthquake Heavenly River Formation. The two of them each utilized their own stunts and exchanged blows with a roar that shook the entire sky with flames and whistling sounds. In the end, Zhang Daoyi managed to defeat the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi with his resolute determination and profound stunts, and shocked the entire Yin-Yang Divine Palace, becoming one of the top existences in the cultivation world. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's eyes were slightly closed and he recited an incantation silently. Suddenly, a powerful aura emanated from his body, transforming into a path of golden light that shot up to the sky. Yin-Yang Divine Palace. It really isn't simple. Zhang Daoyi opened his mouth, his tone heavy. The long sword in his hand vibrated as he flew up and chopped at the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi. With a smile on his face, the East Emperor Tai Chi casually waved his hand, and an invisible air current popped out from his palm, shooting straight at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's eyes were quick, his right arm vibrated, his palm connoted a dragon scale-like breath, and the East Emperor Tai's air current strangled in mid-air, and the two forces erupted into a furious spark. The two figures rapidly approached, and the long sword and lance clashed with a loud bang and sparks flew everywhere. Zhang Daoyi's stance was very flexible, continuously changing his stance and striking frequently. One set of magnificent sword techniques after another was executed. Each move caused Dong Huangtai to have to dodge. The situation was somewhat passive. However, Dong Huangtai did not move slowly. The lance in his hand suddenly spun and fluttered, as if it had transformed into a black whirlwind. The stabbing figures that kept appearing in the whirlwind caused Zhang Daoyi to go a little crazy. Suddenly, the killing aura exploded and the figure of the Eastern Emperor Tai disappeared. Zhang Daoyi realized in his heart and turned around fiercely, only to see the Eastern Emperor Tai Chi attacking from behind. After years of experience in fighting, Zhang Daoyi looked frenzied, and in the nick of time with his out-of-this-world reflexes, his figure spread out, and his augur-like figure appeared in front of the East Emperor Tai's eyes. Zhang Daoyi cupped his sword with both hands. His sword chi was like the wind, and his powerful aura pushed Dong Huangtai into the downwind. Dong Huangtai was not willing to be defeated so easily. his true chi roared within his body, and his entire body charged forward without hesitation. After a fierce exchange of blows, both of them felt heavy, but looking at the enemy in front of them who was blocking their way, they both realized one thing in their hearts, the belief that they would win. In the end, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi, whose heart of fraternity was full, let go of his bondage, and East Emperor Tai Chi, who longed to break the laws of the heavenly realm, came to an understanding. Hand in hand and shoulder to shoulder, they swept away all enemies and became the myth of the heavenly realm. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi manipulated the dragon-like currents of water with his Taoist spells, creating several tidal waves of water curtains around Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai. Dong Huangtai was not afraid and attacked with his hostile overflowing lance and his gifted instantaneous movement technique. Zhang Daoi, on the other hand, executed the Dala heavenly palm set between subtle movements, control the water momentum, tear space, pull the destiny, open up the sky and earth, overturn the clouds and rain, control the thunder and harness the electricity, and subdue the six paths. After a few rounds of exchanges, Zhang Daoi actually gained the upper hand. At this moment, the entire body of the Eastern Emperor Tai was emitting a pitch-black light, constantly devouring the water curtain manipulated by Zhang Daoi. Sensing that it was not good, Zhang Daoi hurriedly pushed to propel the Dao Heart Witch Beast into a phoenix, fiercely meeting Dong Huangtai's lance, turning passive into active and attacking forward fiercely, only to see that phoenix make a downward lunge, unleashing the everlasting extreme pioneer dragon scorpion drill with the momentum of heaven and earth. One could only hear a phoenix's roar resonating through the clouds, and immediately afterward, one could see a huge and incomparable phoenix descending from the sky, spreading out its wings to cover the sky and emitting dazzling light all over its body. This phoenix seemed to represent the most powerful force and majesty in heaven and earth, making people not dare to look directly at it. As the phoenix swooped down in unparalleled momentum like a mountain swept away in all directions, wherever it passed space seemed to be torn apart. At this time, the phoenix mouth sprayed out a bright and dazzling column of light straight toward the bottom. This pillar of light contains endless power as if it can penetrate all obstacles, and when it touches the ground it triggers an earth-shaking explosion. In an instant, smoke and dust filled the sky with fire and the whole earth trembled. However, in the midst of this chaos there is a black whirlwind quietly emerged and rapidly expanding and eventually formed a huge vortex. This vortex is deep and bottomless, which vaguely emits a burst of dragon roar and sharp and ear-piercing scorpion sound is creepy and chilling. It turns out that this is the legendary extreme pioneer dragon scorpion drill. This skill was created by a great power in the ancient times. The power is extremely horrible. It is said that it can destroy all things in the world. Even the gods cannot withstand its sharpness. The East Emperor Tai Chi did not expect this move to be incredibly powerful, and was sent flying at once, and in shock, he executed the Eye of the Formation technique, and waved his hands to sweep out a circle of runic fire, burning the phoenix directly into ashes. Zhang Daoi carried his hands behind his back, his head held high and he looked ahead with a proud face. His voice was as loud as a flood bell. The world's famous and righteous sects have a long heritage and have survived the vicissitudes of countless years. But which school can be compared to our Taoist family, let alone fight against it? His gaze was filled with confidence and pride, as if everything in the world was within his grasp. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Yin-Yang Divine Palace ancestor Dong Huangtai engaged in a fierce battle. The two of them were very athletic and their moves were powerful. Zhang Daoi executed 9 heavenly thunder. A powerful electric current descended from the sky, flashing with extraordinary power. East Emperor Taichi's face was grave. His hands formed seals and performed 10,000 thunder heavenly leads. 10,000 thunder heavenly leads. With this roar, the sky instantly became covered in dark clouds, with lightning flashing and thunder roaring. It was as if the entire world was shaken by this powerful force. A purple thunderbolt split down from the clouds, roaring like a giant dragon as it rushed towards its target. The winds on the ground were howling and the sand was flying. Everything seemed so small and fragile. In front of this heaven-destroying might, any creature would feel endless fear and despair. However, the protagonist standing at the center of the storm was fearless, holding a long sword with a mysterious light in his hand, his eyes firmly looking into the distance. Countless thunderbolts roared in, colliding with the 9 heavenly thunder and emitting a deafening roar. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds rolled and lightning flashed, as if the entire sky had been torn apart. A streak of purple lightning shuttled through the clouds like a giant dragon, emitting a deafening roar from time to time. These thunder forces converged into a powerful torrent of energy, like a volcano about to erupt, ready to unleash endless destructive power. In this horrifying sight, people feel the infinite power and mysterious mystery of nature. 9 heavenly thunders represent one of the most powerful forces between heaven and earth, which can destroy all obstacles as well as bring new life and hope. When the thunder resounds, the earth trembles, the mountains and rivers change color, and everything looks so small in front of this shocking power. However, for those who are brave and fearless, the 9 heavenly thunder is also a test and an opportunity. they aspire to harness this powerful force, break through their own limits, and accomplish extraordinary things. In the pursuit of their dreams, they will face countless difficulties and obstacles, but as long as they have faith and courage in their hearts, they will be able to overcome all the difficulties and welcome their own glorious moments. Then, Zhang Daoi unleashed his turning heaven and earth. His body was like a dragon, his palm was like a mountain, and his power was majestic, wanting to crush Emperor Tai in one fell swoop. However, Emperor Tai Chi did not panic. He performed yin yang upside down, which reversed Zhang Daoi's power, and the scene suddenly became very thrilling. In the end, Zhang Daoi used his no-face palm, which was invisible but could penetrate all defenses. East Emperor Tai Chi utilized the 10,000 elephants heavenly attraction, trying to defuse this move. However, the power of Zhang Daoi's palm did not diminish, and it directly struck Emperor Tai Chi, knocking him several meters away, and the scene was plunged into silence. In the end, Zhang Daoi won and became the new master of the Yin-Yang Divine Palace. Although Dong Huang Tai was defeated, his strength also made everyone stand in awe. 91. Ancestral Witches. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches stood face to face, their gazes meeting. Zhang Daoi was holding the 5 Thunder Talisman, while the ancestral witches had the copper coffin fist in their hands. The two figures flashed steeply, instantly came to the other side. Zhang Dao one hand, 5 electric light flashes, 5 Thunder Talisman into 5 thunderbolts directly hit the ancestral witch. The ancestral witch double fist swing, copper coffin clanging, a golden light rises up to the sky, offsetting the 5 thunderbolts. Then, the ancestor witch clenched his fist and performed the tiger's whistle 3 styles. The air around him seemed to burn instantly, and after a loud noise, Zhang Daoi retreated backward, and the clothes on his body had been burned. Zhang Dao spat out a mouthful of true qi. The heavenly master talisman in his hand then flew out. Countless runes converged together to form a huge talismanic seal. As soon as Zhang Dao recited his mantra, only to hear a loud rumble, the talismanic seal transformed from the heavenly master talisman smashed fiercely in front of the ancestral witch. A shocking force instantly knocked the ancestral witch back. Under the power of this talisman, the ancestral witch also spurted blood continuously and fell to the ground in a panic. Zhang Daoi did not let go of the ancestor witch and came after him with the demon pestle and mortar. In the end, although the ancestor witch fought with all his might to resist, he was eventually defeated and could not rise again. As night fell, Zhang Daoi stood in the deep ancient forest, facing the siege of the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches, each on one side, launched a fierce attack on Zhang Daoi with their powerful strength and ancient divine abilities. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he slowly raised his right hand and recited an incantation under his breath. A golden light surged out from his palm and transformed into a huge golden sword. With a wave of the golden sword in his hand, the golden light was like waves surging, transforming into a sword shadow that rushed straight toward the 12 ancestral witches. Wherever the sword shadow passed, the air seemed to be torn apart, and the whistling sound was unceasing. The 12 ancestral witches each show their magic ability. Some sacrifice 100 feet of big seal, smashing down. The sound of the momentum, some wave their hands between the wind and clouds, wind, rain and lightning, into a violent attack. Zhang Daoi's face did not change. The golden sword was in his hand. The sword light was like a dragon. The sword moves were unpredictable. The tip of the sword was pointing. Each sword contained infinite subtleties, breathing with the earth and sky, and growing with all things. The battle lasted for several hours, and Zhang Daoi was still in high spirits, his golden sword in hand, invincible. Although the 12 ancestral witches fought together, they also felt the powerful pressure from this heavenly master. Zhang Daoi suddenly pointed his sword to the sky and chanted loudly under his breath. 10,000 swords returned to the clan. As if hearing the call, 10,000 swords returned to Zhang Daoi, forming a huge ball of sword light. The 12 ancestral witches faced the supreme sword art and sacrificed their own protective aptitudes, but the sword light seemed to contain the might of the heavens and the earth, and nothing was unbreakable and indestructible. Under the pressure of the sword light orb, the 12 ancestral witches' attack began to show cracks. Zhang Dao had a flash of light in his eyes, and his golden sword was in his hand, transforming into a golden light that penetrated the void and struck the 12 ancestral witches directly in their vitals. In a long sword sound, the figures of the 12 ancestral witches were engulfed by the sword light one after another, and their incomparably powerful body protection aptitude paled in front of Zhang Daoi's peerless sword technique. The battle finally settled. Zhang Daoi put away his sword into the sheath. The golden light slowly dissipated into the night. He put his hands behind his back, looked at the 12 ancestral witches that gradually dispersed, and said in his heart, "After this battle, another legend will be passed down in the Jianghu." Zhang Daoi's robes hunted, his hands quickly formed seals, and the celestial master's talismans transformed into a stream of golden light, attacking the 12 ancestral witches. The ancestral witches each showed their abilities and used the spells unique to their respective clans to defuse the heavenly master's attack. 12 Ancestral Witches. A stout, complexion like bronze ancestral witches swinging the hands of the giant hammer. Power surging, hammer shadow heavy, Tianshi Zhang Daoi to 9 turns of Shin Gong light to avoid. Behind the emergence of 9 shadows, the method is as fast as electricity, the palm wind biting cold. Each palm seems to be able to break the empty space. Straight to the ancestral witches. The other ancestral witch was dressed in an aquamarine blue battle robe, and the long spear in his hand danced like a dragon, the tip of the spear transforming into countless chilly lights and shooting toward celestial master Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged, his mouth recited the words, and a layer of light golden aura instantly condensed around his body, bouncing back all the cold light, and for a while, there were splashes of water, and the light of the guns danced around. The battle became more and more intense. The celestial master Zhang Daoi gently leaped. His body is like a flying fairy, his palms together, reciting the Qiankuan reversal of the magic spell. At that moment, the space around them seemed to distort and the sky and earth changed color, and the ancestral witches felt an even greater oppressive force and retreated, not daring to approach easily. One of the 12 ancestral witches holding a fire-red battle axe shouted, and the light of the axe was like the fire of the blazing sun as it rushed towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi smiled without saying anything, gently waved his hand, and the Dao sword in his hand instantly skyrocketed, transforming into a sword chi that fiercely collided with the fire axe, emitting a deafening roar. By now, the fierce battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches had been going on for several hours, with the two sides going back and forth, each utilizing their own stunts, in a spectacular and thrilling scene. On this vast battlefield, every stance cast seemed to be able to change the rules of heaven and earth, and every clash of true chi seemed to be able to tear apart the void. The battle had yet to be decided, but both sides were already going all out, and between their moves, they displayed the true meaning of the most esoteric martial arts between heaven and earth. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches were battling fiercely. Zhang Daoi held the purple thunder hammer, while the 12 ancestral witches used demonic techniques to cast several monsters of dark power. Zhang Daoi leaped up in the air, and the purple thunder hammer slammed into one of the monsters with a deafening bang. The 12 ancestral witches were not willing to show weakness, and their palms struck a ball of darkness at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi lifted his purple thunder hammer to meet the darkness ball. The electricity on the purple thunder hammer and the darkness ball's black aura instantly collided, exploding into a shockwave. Zhang Daoi quickly retreated. His hands released thunder current out of thin air, forming a wall of electricity. The monster of the 12 ancestral witches tried to take advantage of the opportunity to rush through the electric wall. Zhang Daoi observed this situation, dodged, and used the move Thunder and Fire Strike. It looked like the monster of the 12 ancestors was too big to dodge in time, only to hear a rumbling sound. The monster lay on the ground. Zhang Daoi surprisingly easily defeated it. At this time, the 12 ancestral witches also performed its best skill and summoned the Hellfire Dragon. The Fire Dragon's front claws extended, and Zhang Daoi's figure instantly disappeared from the Fire Dragon's line of sight. When the Fire Dragon spotted Zhang Daoi's figure again, he only saw Zhang Daoi precisely draw a ghost head blade and lunged at the Fire Dragon's throat. The Fire Dragon twisted its body in pain and collapsed helplessly to the ground. The 12 ancestral witches cast its final attack after seeing the Fire Dragon fail. As Zhang Daoi stagnated, the energy ball was entangled in the dark power of the 12 witches and could not escape. At this moment, Zhang Daoi utilized his true strength, using the cold hammer technique and the blood moon blade to coordinate with each other, sending out the blood cold thousand blades attack. Only a loud sound was heard, and the energy ball that was originally surrounded by the dark power was broken open. In the end, the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's troops were quick and successful in defeating all the powerful beasts of the 12 ancestors, so that the forces of evil once again met with the sanctions of justice, leaving everyone delighted and doubly amazed at the same time. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi was clad in a green shirt, wearing a Taoist crown, holding a Taoist staff and stepping on the 8 trigrams formation, standing calmly at the top of the mountain. On the opposite side, the 12 ancestor witches were stout and fierce, each possessing the power to destroy mountains and rocks, and they formed a semicircle around Tianshi Zhang, killing, ancestral witch divine might. All laws will not be invaded. The 12 ancestral witches roared like thunder and attacked Heavenly Master Zhang aggressively. Zhang Tianshi caressed his staff, reciting words under his breath. The golden light on his staff flashed, and he made a move of Tai Ching transformation. The staff transformed into thousands of golden lights, forming a golden formation in the air, and resisting the attacks of the 12 ancestral witches. The ancestral witches roared angrily, and they used the 9 revolutions of sorcerer power, and each of them transformed into an incomparably thick ball of black energy, and blasted towards Tianshi Zhang. Zhang Tianshi coldly stared at them, made seals with both hands, recited incantations under his breath, and used the return of all laws to the Father, and waved his Taoist staff violently, and those black energy balls were pulled by the Taoist law, and even gathered towards Zhang Tianchi. Rumble. In the loud sound, countless lightning bolts appeared in the sky. Zhang Tianchi's face was grave. He used the thunderous thunderbolt. The lightning bolts in the sky transformed into millions of electric snakes, shooting towards the 12 ancestral witches. Ancestral witches waved their magic weapons in their hands and protected their bodies with the 12 yuanshen. A ray of light flowed around the yuanshen, resisting the attack of lightning. As the battle intensified, beads of sweat seeped out of Zhang Tianchi's forehead, and his Dao gradually felt strained. But there was perseverance in his eyes, knowing that this battle was of great significance, and that if he failed, the entire mortal world would be thrown into chaos. In his heart, he silently recited the heart of the Dao is firm, and all laws will not be invaded. And at once the Dao staff radiated a more brilliant light, and a Dao runic symbol flowed around him, as he launched his final blow at the 12 ancestral witches with the mastery of the 9 revolutions of the golden elixir. Suddenly, the sky resounded with a loud bang that was even louder than before. The defense of the 12 ancestral witches was broken like a thin sheet of paper, and they were flooded with boundless golden light. All of their witch power disappeared into this brilliant light. Zhang Tianchi stood motionless. His Dao staff slowly returned to calmness as the battle finally came to an end. He looked up at the sky and secretly said in his heart, "A Tianchi's responsibility is not to be missed." In this battle, Zhang Tianchi managed to fend off the attacks of the 12 ancestral witches by virtue of his ingenious and incomparable Dao. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi, dressed in Taoist robes, holding a mahogany sword, wearing a Taoist crown, with runes drawn on his forehead, his right hand forming a seal, his left hand pinching a secret, and his mouth chanting, slowly approached the 12 ancestral witches. 12 ancestral witches, stout body, muscles, fierce face, holding a wolf tooth stick, angry eyes, roar, from all sides surrounded the celestial master Zhang Daoi. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi faced the siege of the 12 ancestral witches. His expression remained unchanged. His right hand was raised high, the peachwood sword emitted brilliant swordlight, his left hand pinched the knuckle, and his mouth recited, "The Supreme Lord gives me power." In an instant, the peachwood sword light splendor transformed into 10,000 feet of sword, straight into the sky. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches sacrificed their wolf toothsticks and roared furiously, clashing with the 10,000 feet of sword-ons, emitting a deafening roar. Tianchi Zhang Daoi's figure flashed, instantly appeared behind the 12 ancestral witches. Peachwood sword swung. The move is called Demon Subduing Sword. The sword light is like a rainbow, stabbing the ancestral witch's heart. The ancestral witches screamed miserably. The body instantly collapsed, transformed into a cloud of black mist, dissipated in the air. The 12 ancestral witches saw the situation, shocked and angry, have sacrificed the wolf toothstick, roar again and again, to the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi to launch a fierce attack. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's face was grave. His hands formed a seal, his mouth recited the words. The peachwood sword turned into a golden light. The move is called Demon Breaking Sword, rushed into the sky, and the 12 ancestral witches' wolf tooth stick collided with each other, emitting a deafening roar. After several rounds of fierce fighting, Tianchi Zhang Daoi defeated each of the 12 ancestral witches with his powerful Taoist skills and exquisite swordplay, and the witches turned into black mist and dissipated in the air. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi put away his peachwood sword and recited under his breath, "Supreme Lord Lao Jun, thank you for giving me the power to successfully defeat the 12 ancestral witches." With Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's victory, the entire scene quieted down, leaving only Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi to slowly walk back to the Taoist temple and disappear into the night. Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, holding the Tai Ching divine sword and wearing the 5 elements Dharma robe, faces the 12 ancestral witches. His expression remains unchanged, but inwardly he secretly gathers strength. The witches all showed their abilities, some spitting flames, some swinging huge hammers, some summoning lightning. The scene was thrilling. Zhang Daoi faced the Chaos Witch, who was the leader of the ancestral witches, and he softly shouted and waved his sword to chop out a sword, and the Tai Ching divine sword transformed into a white light that cut through the sky, and struck the Chaos Witch directly. Chaos Witch's face changed. With a move of chaos beginning, he blocked the power of Tai Ching divine sword, but the sword energy was like a dragon, which shook Chaos Witch into the air for several meters. Immediately after that, Zhang Daoi's left palm turned over, containing 5 elements of magic power, and 5 colored light was born in the palm, transforming into 5 elements of voodoo seal, and pressed towards the Earth Witch. The Earth Witch's face sank, and with the momentum of earth cracking and sky crumbling, he swung the ground, wanting to break the 5 elements seal. However, the 5 elemental seal was as firm as a rock, and the Earth Witch could not shake the 5 elemental seal even though she was exhausted. Zhang Daoi's mind turned. The light of the Tai Ching divine sword in his hand flashed, transforming into the Tai Ching divine thunder skill, and the power of thunder poured out from the tip of the sword. Facing the Thunder Witch, he swung his sword and slashed. The sword light was like thunder, charging straight into the sky. The Thunder Witch roared furiously and responded with Thunder God's wrath. But the power of thunder surged into the Thunder Witch's body like a tidal wave, and in an instant, the Thunder Witch was drowned by the light of the thunder, and was unable to move. The next ancestral witches, Zhang Daoi or Shenhuang breaks the virtual skill, or Tai Divine Light Art. Each move contains the deepest and most mysterious Dao, between attack and defense, show the power of the Heavenly Master. Although the 12 ancestral witches were strong, it was difficult for them to resist Zhang Daoi's divine power. The battle between Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches intensified, but no matter how the ancestral witches changed their moves, Zhang Daoi could always find the cracks and defeat them one by one with a thunderous force. In the end, with the clear sound of Tai Ching Divine Sword, all the ancestral witches were defeated, and Zhang Daoi, with his unfathomable Dao method, became the winner of this peak duel. The Great War came to an end. Everything will eventually be in the past. The one thing that can defeat everything in this world is ultimately time. All die. Zhang Daoi laughed fiercely, opened his arms, and reappeared as a flying general. 92. Heavenly Devil, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, clad in the 5 elements of the Dharma robe and holding the Tai Ching Divine Sword in his hand, faced the 12 ancestral witches, his expression unabated, but he secretly gathered strength inside. The witches were all displaying their different abilities, some spitting flames, some wielding huge hammers, and some summoning lightning, making the scene very thrilling and dangerous. Zhang Daoi was facing the head of the ancestral witches, Chaos Witch, and he softly shouted, waved his sword and chopped out a sword, and the Tai Ching Divine Sword turned into a white light that cut through the sky, and struck Chaos Witch directly. Chaos Sorcerer's face changed, and he met it with a move of Chaos Beginning. At that moment, the wind and clouds between heaven and earth changed. Zhang Daoi felt a powerful force coming towards him. His expression remained unchanged. He recited an incantation under his breath, and the light on the divine sword of Tai Ching flourished, transforming into a brilliant sword light, and charging straight at the Chaos Sorcerer. The Chaos Sorcerer was shocked and hastily retreated, but the sword light was like chasing a star to catch up with the moon, chasing after it and eventually hitting the Chaos Sorcerer. The Chaos Sorcerer let out a miserable scream, and his body instantly burst into countless fragments, but then it coalesced in the air and slowly fell back to the ground. Zhang Daoi also felt his power running out. He let out a long sigh and sheathed his sword. Seeing this, the ancestral witches instantly realized that they were no match for Zhang Daoi and retreated. Zhang Daoi stood in place and looked at the sky, secretly deciding in his heart that he had to work harder in order to protect his family and friends, as well as the entire world. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's face did not change at all in the face of the 12 ancestral witches' furious attacks. He took a deep breath and pushed with both palms, and a wave of chi energy immediately erupted from his body. The faces of the 12 ancestral witches changed greatly as they felt a powerful force coming towards them, but they quickly reacted and a spell appeared in their hands. Tai Shang Cheng Xin. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi shouted angrily and pushed out a palm, and a powerful energy came at the 12 ancestral witches, breaking through their defenses. Ancestral Witch Heavenly God Break. The 12 ancestral witches were not willing to show weakness either. They roared in unison and the spells in their hands instantly erupted, creating a huge wave of energy. When the two forces collided, Heavenly Master Zhang Dao instantly retreated several steps backward, but the 12 ancestral witches also received a huge blow. Reverse Heavenly Ancestral Witch Palm. One of the 12 ancestral witches suddenly stood up and slammed his palm towards Celestial Master Zhang Daoi. But Celestial Master Zhang Daoi wasn't the least bit afraid as he met him with a palm. Wuji True Qi. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's voice was loud and powerful as a powerful true qi erupted from within his body, instantly cracking the attack of the reverse Heavenly Ancestral Witch's palm completely. 12 ancestral witches, you have been defeated by me. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's voice was filled with the joy of victory. No one among the 12 ancestral witches answered him. They had all been defeated. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi looked at the 12 ancestral witches on the ground. They no longer had any ability to attack. He smiled faintly before leaving the battlefield. Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, was dressed in Taoist robes, holding a mahogany sword in his hand, with a Taoist crown flying on his head, immortal in style, and radiant in spirit. The 12 ancestral witches were tall, with muscles of iron and skin color like old copper, each holding a fierce weapon and eyeing the other. Tianchi Zhang Dao smiled, his body like the wind. A move Dao Hua Qiankun swung out. Invisible force will be 12 ancestral witches attack one by one dissolved. The surrounding air current turbulence. Ancestral witches muffled grunts again and again. Unsteady footsteps. Unwilling to show weakness, the ancestral witches used the 9 revolutions of sorcerer power to fight back, and the 9 strands of sorcerer power synthesized into a single strand and attacked Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face was grave. Xian Tianyi Qi erupted from the peachwood sword, transforming into a white light, charging straight at the witch power. The two forces collided with such a great sound that the air around was shaken slightly. Zhang Daoi took advantage of the situation and pursued the attack. A style of cloud scattering Hua transformed into countless light flashes, scattering them towards the ancestral witches. The light flashes contained profound Dao techniques, and once touched, they were able to erode the sorcery power in the ancestral witches' bodies. Seeing this, the ancestral witches used their witch god body protections to defend themselves against the light. But as time passed, the power of the body protection gradually weakened. One of the 12 ancestral witches, named Wum, was the most powerful, and with a roar, he called out the beginningless witch formation, which twisted space and made the sky and the earth lose their colors. Zhang Daoi responded calmly, swung the peach tree sword in his hand. Xian Kuan Nuai was performed. The space changed rapidly. The ancestral witch formation was also broken by the power of the movement. Wu Xian's face changed, staggered back. The battle lasted for several hours. Both sides were fighting back and forth. The moves were exquisite. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches were in a battle of wits and bravery, displaying an unprecedented contest. In the end, with a crisp sword sound, the peach with sword pointed out of the air. The power of Dao breaks the vault of heaven erupted and went straight to the clouds. The 12 ancestral witches were finally defeated and lost the battle. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi put away his sword and stood. The clouds around him gradually dispersed, and the battle came to an end. The Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches faced each other, and a fierce battle began in mid-air. Zhang Daoi held a long sword, his expression cold, with the light power flying and leaping, performed a move of sword chi thousands of miles. Sword light, wind and thunder whistling, momentum like a rainbow, straight to the ancestral witches. The ancestral witch did not panic, his body flashed and rose up in the air, performing the 9 heavens demonic chi decision. A piece of black chi condensed into countless demons, spinning in the air, and swooping towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi snorted coldly. A move of wind and cloud sword technique was executed. The long sword rolled up 1,000 layers of waves. The huge waves tossed and turned, intermingled with the sky of sword chi, and pressed towards the 12 ancestral witches in a vast manner. The ancestral witch, instead of retreating, raised the talisman in his hand and performed a move of 10 demon light. The sky exploded with golden awnings. Thousands of demons and monsters came out as if they were a torrential flood, and instantly surrounded Zhang Daoi in the center. Zhang Daoi's complexion changed slightly as he swept his longsword up and instantly swung it, performing the trapped dragon sword technique. The long sword broke through the air, and all the demons were chopped in half by the invisible sword chi. Their limbs and arms scattered and splattered in all directions. The ancestral witch's face showed a shocked expression, and he once again performed the demon race's best skill, Demon Raid. In an instant, more than a dozen gigantic demons appeared around the ancestral witch. These demons were more ferocious than one another, each of them displaying their magical abilities and wrapping themselves around Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi closed his eyes and concentrated, and performed the Xian heavenly sword technique, and with a round of the long sword, a stream of yuan chi traveled over the sword, and in a blink of an eye, he chopped all the demons into dregs. The 12 ancestral witches had palpitations in their hearts, and for a while, they actually had the opposite of what they wanted, and they suddenly rose up and performed a dozen or so secret spells in a row. Countless demons suddenly came out from around the ancestral witches and surrounded Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi quickly retracted his sword, and his fighting spirit was clearly beginning to slump, seeing that the demon race was about to achieve a final victory. At this time, Zhang Daoi, however, suddenly changed his demeanor, jumped up in a single stride, and with the power in the air, he executed a heavenly crash. An invisible aura came out from the heavenly master, almost shattering through the entire mountains and forests, like the force of heaven and earth, carrying the longsword towards the ground, and in an instant, the surrounding mountains and forests, the grass and trees, and all the people in the world of asking followed and exploded apart. This move of heavenly collapse, I don't know how much of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's true chi was used. Countless chi collided and erupted in an instant, and all the demon races were all blown away. Some were shattered into pieces, and some returned in direct defeat. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi was victorious. Tianshi Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches met in the dense forest, and the two sides quickly started a fierce battle as soon as they met. Tianshi Zhang Daoi is as light as a swallow. First of all, a borrowed power. Through the 12 ancestral witches attack instant rebound, rolling in the air and landed again, and at the same time, a side leg kick. This leg is called Wind and Thunder leg. The power of wind and thunder to make the surrounding trees instantly broken, so that the 12 ancestral witches backward again and again. The 12 ancestral witches frowned slightly, secretly sighing in his heart. It seems that the opponent's qualifications are better than his own. Tianshi Zhang Daoi attacked again. His right fist fiercely punched out. This fist is called Green Dragon out of the sea. The power of the Green Dragon makes the surrounding air explode. At the same time, the earth is also blown open a deep pit. 12 ancestral witches, as expected, immediately followed by a punch. This punch is called Demon Hegemony World, the power of the devil, so that the air instantly evaporated. At the same time, the ground was also blown out of a straight line cracks. The battle between the two sides was getting more and more intense. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi sent out several moves in a row, named Flying Dragon in the Sky, White Tiger Swinging Tail, and Vermilion Bird Burning Fire, each of which shook the air and the earth and the surrounding area violently. Each move shook the surrounding air and the earth violently. The 12 ancestral witches also kept sending out moves named 7 Changes of Witches, Attack of the King of Hell and Prisoner of Hell, each of which contained bizarre power. The battle had reached its limit, and both Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches were already injured. In the end, Zhang Daoi struck his strongest move, Dragon Battle in the Wild. The surrounding heaven and earth suddenly became dark. A huge dragon shadow was released from his palm, instantly devouring the 12 ancestral witches. The battle was over, and Zhang Daoi landed heavily, unable to catch his breath. His eyes remained resolute as he knew that this was just the beginning. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches were separated by dozens of feet. Their gazes exchanged, and the atmosphere was tense. Suddenly, the 12 ancestral witches offered a move of Heavenly Devil, blocking the way, and in a flash of lightning, a huge black shadow instantly appeared in front of Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi did not panic and quickly dodged this move with 100 transformations of divine movement, transforming into a phantom. Then, Zhang Daoi put away his stance, and the long sword in his hand, 1,000 miles, drew a silver arc, slashing towards the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches jumped and dodged away from this move. However, Zhang Daoi swept out with a move of Wu Ding Kaishan in the rotation of the sword, and a huge impact directly sent the 12 ancestral witches flying out. The 12 ancestral witches fell to the ground in a terrible state, which showed the great power of Zhang Daoi's move. At this moment, the long sword in Zhang Daoi's hand did not stop and stabbed at the 12 ancestral witches again. The 12 ancestral witches spared their serious injuries, endured the severe pain, and with a movement of their divine sense, several black shadows immediately leapt out from him to meet Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi laughed coldly, and with a move of Snowflake 6 figures appeared around him, attacking at the same time. The 12 ancestral witches were as if they were in a desperate situation. While panicking, they also urged out their last move. However, under Zhang Daoi's cold eyes and the 6 figures' simultaneous attacks, the 12 ancestral witches' moves became weaker and weaker, and finally, with a miserable cry, he turned into a wisp of black smoke and dissipated into the air. Zhang Daoi put away his long sword and indifferently looked at the black smoke in front of him. Walking out of this fierce battle, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi waved his staff and urged the true chi in his body, transforming it into a golden light that chopped towards the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches were stout and muscular, each holding a huge stone hammer in their hands, and when they wielded it, there was a sound of wind like thunder, and they violently smashed in Zhang Daoi's direction. Zhang Daoi's face did not look shocked. His true chi coalesced into a light curtain above his head, hard blocking the attack of the ancestral witch. His eyes were fixed on the movements of the ancestral witches, and with a wave of the staff in his hand, countless runes flew out of the staff and attacked the ancestral witches. The ancestral witches were not to be outdone. Their bodies seemed like a natural purgatory, erupting in waves of heat, tearing the runes apart one by one. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Daoi immediately stepped on his feet and his entire body flew backwards, while the staff in his hand transformed into a golden light and stabbed straight into the chests of the ancestral witches. The ancestral witches hurriedly raised their stone hammers to resist, but they felt a huge force coming from them, and their chests were shaken to the point of hidden pain. Zhang Daoi took the opportunity to fly up, and his staff transformed into a golden dragon, ruthlessly striking the bodies of the ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches let out guttural screams as their bodies were sent flying out and fell to the ground. Zhang Daoi landed on the ground, retrieved his staff and took a deep breath. A hint of vigilance flashed in his eyes. He knew that the strength of the ancestral witches was far from simple. Late at night, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's vestments looked even more solemn under the starlight. The 12 ancestral witches, covered in black armor, each with their own magical abilities, stood under the moon, like 12 unshakable mountains. Zhang Daoi closed his eyes in deep thought, his hands slowly raised, reciting words. As he waved his arm, a golden light burst from the fingertips, transformed into a long dragon, toward the 12 ancestral witches. This is his mastery. Golden dragon breaks through the air. The power in the hands of Zhang Daoi can tear through the void, dissolve any opponent's defense. One of the ancestral witches, who was tall and powerful, wielded a huge hammer in his hand and jumped up, transforming into a black shadow, colliding fiercely with the golden dragon, breaking the sky. At that moment, the earth and sky changed. Thunder and lightning flashed, accompanied by a loud noise. The hammer shadow and the golden dragon tore each other, bursting out dazzling light. The surrounding air was shocked and distorted. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches mobilized their respective ancestral witch powers. Some of them summoned thousands of armies from the ground, some summoned raging storms from the sky, and some even summoned ancestral witches' incarnations from their own bodies, and engaged in a fierce confrontation with Zhang Daoyi. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi's face did not change. He muttered incantations under his breath, and swung the long sword in his hand. The sword was like electricity, transforming into the void-breaking sword formation. The sword aura was so powerful that it directly cut through the void, and chopped those ancestral witches' avatars into nothingness one by one. The battle intensified. The power of the 12 ancestral witches became more and more powerful, while Zhang Daoyi's golden dragon breaking the sky and void-breaking sword formation also became more and more astonishing, and both of them intertwined to form a spectacular picture scroll in the night sky. Right at this moment, Zhang Daoyi violently opened his eyes. 2 streams of light shot out from his eyes. He knew that the battle had come to a decisive moment. The power of his entire body gathered at one point, and with a loud shout, he launched out his palms. An invisible air current came out of thin air, directly splitting the attack of the 12 ancestral witches in two, and then rushed towards the 12 ancestral witches with an unstoppable momentum. The faces of the ancestral witches changed slightly, knowing that the power of this strike was not trivial, and they retreated one after another, wanting to dodge this fatal blow. However, Zhang Daoyi's mana swept out like a tsunami, and the 12 ancestral witches simply had nowhere to run, and could only endure this force. At this very moment, it was as if heaven and earth stood still, followed by a loud bang. The 12 ancestral witches were simultaneously knocked back by Zhang Daoyi's power, and the mountains and the earth behind them collapsed in an instant, creating chaos between heaven and earth. When the chaos dispersed, the 12 ancestral witches were already seriously injured, while Zhang Daoyi stood as if he had never moved. The victory belonged to him. The heavenly master Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches engaged in a fierce battle. Zhang Daoyi was holding a Taoist sword, and his sword skills were unpredictable. Some of them could control wind and thunder, some of them could transform into beasts, and some of them could spit out flames. Zhang Daoyi swung his sword at the 12 ancestral witches, but the 12 ancestral witches were agile and dodged lightly. Undeterred, Zhang Daoyi swung his sword at the 12 ancestral witches again, but this time, the 12 ancestral witches counterattacked with magic, and Zhang Daoyi was knocked back a few steps. The 12 ancestral witches took the opportunity to attack, and their powerful strength and terrifying attacks put Zhang Daoyi in a difficult situation. However, Zhang Daoyi gradually withstood the attacks of the 12 ancestral witches with his profound internal martial arts and Taoist arts, and began to launch a counterattack. Zhang Daoyi summoned a powerful spiritual talisman that emitted a deafening explosion, instantly shaking the 12 ancestral witches into scattering and running away. Zhang Daoyi took advantage of the opportunity to chase after the 12 ancestral witches and used his Dao sword to chop at them, defeating them one by one. In the end, Zhang Daoyi stood on the battlefield, gasping in victory. The 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, scattered and fled without coming back. Zhang Daoyi had won the battle, but at the same time, he had paid a huge price. He sighed deeply and turned to leave. 93. Ancient Devil. Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, fought with the 12 ancestral witches, and both sides were aggressive in their moves. Zhang Daoyi started the battle by launching the wind and thunder sword to attack the ancestral witches. The light of the sword was like electricity, and the sound of wind and thunder shook the sky, which was very powerful. The ancestral witch was not willing to show weakness, and retaliated with the landslide fist. The fist was as powerful as a mountain, and the wind broke through the air, shaking the valley. Zhang Daoyi flicked his sleeve, and his Dharma sword dance filled the sky with sword shadows, as if it was an army of thousands of horses, forcibly suppressing the ancestral witch. Ancestral witch's face was grave. He performed everlasting sky sorcery. A curtain of energy fell from the sky. Within the curtain of light, the ancestral witch's figure appeared and changed rapidly. Zhang Dao jumped up and performed the 9 revolutions dragon elephant technique. His fists were so strong that they penetrated the mountains and rivers, and his fists were as violent as dragons. The ancestral witch laughed coldly and performed the ancient sky finger. The energy condensed at the tip of his finger transformed into a rift in the sky, penetrating through the void and pushing Zhang Daoyi directly. Zhang Daoyi gritted his teeth and sent out the 3 Qing divine swords stance. 3 sword chi penetrated through the void and went straight to the ancestral witch. Ancestral witch's face changed slightly, and he performed the Dala Vajra technique, transforming into the incorruptible body of Vajra, and blocked the 3 Qing divine swords. The two sides went back and forth with exquisite moves, and the scene was thrilling and exciting. In the end, Zhang Daoyi defeated the ancestral witch with his return of all swords move. The ancestral witch had no choice but to turn into a ray of light and retreated into the void. The heavenly master Zhang Daoyi, dressed in Taoist robes and boundless magical power, faced the 12 ancestral witches with no fear. The ancestral witches were each stout, with muscles cast in iron. their faces painted with mysterious totems, and holding huge stone pillars of magic weapons. They were so powerful that they seemed to be able to fight with the Heavenly Master. Zhang Daoi gently caressed the peachwood sword in his hand that was flowing with green light, reciting an incantation under his breath. The tip of the sword pointed to the ground. A powerful aura erupted out, forming a huge aura boundary that surrounded the 12 ancestral witches in the boundary. The ancestral witches roared angrily and swung their stone pillars in an attempt to destroy the boundary, but they found that each attack was like striking a mirror. Light shone in all directions, but they made no progress. Zhang Daoi took the opportunity to perform the Big Dipper demon breaking formation. The peachwood sword in his hand transformed into countless sword shadows. Each sword contained the power to cut down demons and eliminate devils. The 12 ancestral witches were not willing to show their weakness and counterattacked with the Sorcerer Mountain Divine Pillar. The stone pillars were as if alive in their hands, transforming into a powerful storm, trying to tear apart Zhang Daoi's boundary and sword formation. The two forces collided fiercely, squeezing the surrounding air into a small vortex. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he mumbled more complicated incantations. Knowing that the battle had only just begun, he began to mobilize the Dao power in his body and prepared to perform the 10,000 swords returning to the Father, which was his mastery, and could summon 10 million sword shadows at once, aiming at the vitals of the ancestral witches with the force of a thunderous thunderclap. When the ancestral witches saw this, their faces changed. They knew that if they could not quickly find a way to crack it, they would definitely lose to Zhang Daoi today. The 12 ancestor witches looked at each other, and with a clear understanding of each other, they decided to join hands to perform the 12 ancestor witches formation, forming a formation with the unique secret techniques practiced by each of the 12 ancestor witches, in an attempt to trap Zhang Daoi and tire him out. Just as the ancestor witches began to form the formation, Zhang Daoi's face suddenly changed, and he sensed an unprecedented crisis. However, the moment he was ready to respond, the 12 ancestral witches formation had already taken shape, and the powerful formation force trapped him firmly, and for a while, the two sides were caught in a stalemate. The battle, which was still continuing, between Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches, had yet to be decided. Tianshi Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches at the top of the mountain to start a life and death struggle. The two in turn to cast the sky rolling palm. Instantly, the rainbow through the sun uprooting the mountains and mountains of the immortal moves rushed to. Tianshi by no means weak. Starry palm shadows set off the might of the overturning river, while the ancestral witches 1 into 12. The ubiquitous ghosts and shadows make people staring. In an instant, the ancestral witches heckled and sneered at each other between each projection, as if scolding a foolish clown. Suddenly, the Heavenly Master showed a heavy face. The ancestral witch was caught off guard and cast the life-snatching wolf smoke, and the shadowy momentum spread out, enveloping the Heavenly Master in it. The Tianqi's calm face showed a slight ecstasy, swiftly jumped up and cast the stance of creation reincarnation. A green aura rose up to the sky and collided with the life-snatching wolf smoke, emitting a violent explosion. Even the mountain peaks were trembling. At this time, the Heavenly Master's feet healed. His iron fist broke through the air, and the ancient incantation resounded through the sky, sweeping away the shadows of the 12 ancestral witches and pulverizing them. This strike was powerful enough to shock the small mountain village several miles away, only to see a large fireball rising above the mountainside, as if breaking a layer of tight packaging, releasing all the confined flames. Tianshi looked around. All the ancestral wizards were completely eliminated for the soul in the giant fire. He slightly hung his head, full of sadness. From now on, he no longer have any enemies to speak of, only a distant warm and soft grass. The rest of the day, we'll sit and listen to the sound of the piano. As Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi waved his hand, his robe flicked, and the Heavenly Dipper Chi energy stirred out from his body, transforming into a golden light that descended from the sky. He shouted, 12 ancestral witches, catch this move of mine. The Big Dipper descending demons. The leader of the 12 ancestral witches, Wu Xian, had a stout figure, with muscles cast like steel, only to see his two fists ringing out, with wild winds rising up in all directions, and the sky and the earth changing colors. Wu Xian shouted, 12 ancestor witches, all laws return to one. Swinging his fist straight at the Big Dipper's chi energy, the two forces collided in mid-air. Rumble. In the loud sound, the Big Dipper chi was gradually suppressed by the power of the 12 ancestral witches, and Wu Xian grinned. The Big Dipper chi, it's nothing more than that. Saying that, his two fists violently erupted with 12 rays of light, each of which contained the mighty power of the ancestral witches, and they exploded around Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's Heavenly Dipper chi. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's face was grave. He didn't expect the 12 ancestral witches to join hands with such terrifying power. He bit the tip of his tongue. A mouthful of essence blood transformed into a runic seal, and recited an incantation silently under his breath. 3 Qing Yuan Qi, light of devil suppression. Immediately, 3 streams of clear light shot out from his body, transforming into 3 huge balls of light that rushed straight at the 12 ancestral witches. Wu Xian's face changed, and he hurriedly condensed his defense, but the 3 clear light balls seemed to be alive, and were unusually agile, easily penetrating the defense laid down by Wu Xian, and hitting his chest directly, which Ham Throat issued a low muffled grunt, was shocked to fly backward a few meters. Seeing this, the rest of the ancestral witches shouted, each showing their divine abilities: burning heavenly divine fire, flood thunder, ghostly chi of the underworld. 12 powerful forces simultaneously attacked Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's face was stony, his hands formed a seal, and his whole body's golden light flourished. All laws returned to the Father. His body transformed into a pillar of golden light, directly breaking through the combined attacks of the 12 ancestral witches. The attacks of the 12 ancestral witches were dissolved one by one, and they looked at Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi with astonishment, not expecting that this Heavenly Master would be able to resist the combined efforts of the 12 ancestral witches with his own strength. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi smiled. The power of the ancestral witches is truly extraordinary. However, if you want to defeat me, you are still far from it. As soon as the words fell, his figure shifted and transformed into dozens of residual shadows, launching an even fiercer attack on the 12 ancestral witches. Zhang Daoi's robe and sleeves fluttered as he faced the 12 ancestral witches with a calm demeanor. His eyes were slightly closed, and he lightly waved the long sword in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing like a star, illuminating the surrounding darkness. Big Dipper sword technique. Zhang Daoi gave a low shout. His sword light was like electricity, pointing straight at the chests of the 12 ancestral witches. His sword aura was so powerful that it seemed to tear the air apart. Each of the 12 ancestral witches was highly skilled, and in the face of Zhang Daoi's attack, they offered up their respective moves. One of the ancestral witches roared as he clasped his hands together, and a huge force erupted from his body, forming a huge ball of energy that smashed towards Zhang Daoi. Heavenly Thunder Break! Zhang Daoi's face changed, but his long sword in his hand became even more powerful as the tip of the sword pointed at the energy ball, instantly erupting with infinite thunder power. The energy ball was instantly shattered, while the thunder power was like a fierce beast as it attacked the ancestral witches. The ancestral witches retreated, and the ancestral witch on the side shouted and waved the staff in his hand, and flames erupted from the staff, forming a wall of fire that blocked the ancestral witches. Fire cloud covering the sky. Zhang Daoi frowned. He knew that the power of the ancestral witches should not be underestimated, so he mouthed the words. A golden light lit up on his body, and the long sword in his hand became even more radiant. Golden light demon breaking. Zhang Daoi swung his sword down, and the sword light surged out like a wave, instantly overcoming the wall of fire and pushing straight at the ancestral witches. The ancestral witches were running their magic power, trying to resist Zhang Daoi's attack, but Zhang Daoi's divine weapon was too powerful, and in the end, they could only helplessly lose the battle. Zhang Daoi swung his sword like the wind. His sword light was like the sea, and the ancestral witches could only flee in a sorry state. After the battle was over, Zhang Daoi stood there, his long sword still hanging in midair, as if all the battles had never happened. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi held the moonlight sword with a calm demeanor as he faced the charge of the 12 ancestral witches. Zhang Daoi confronted the 12 ancestral witches without being subdued, and amidst the sound of his fingers flicking, a sword chi suddenly splashed out as if it was a starburst illuminated by the moonlight. The 12 ancestral witches did not retreat but advanced, instantly rushing to Zhang Daoi's front, very cunningly stretching out their palms, wanting to strangle Zhang Daoi's throat. However, Zhang Daoi was in danger and dodged the 12 ancestor witches' palms, and when the 12 ancestor witches' arms were slack, he quickly stabbed out with a sword. A golden sword chi instantly flew out, and the 12 ancestor witches' shoulders were left with a bloodstain. The 12th ancestor witch's face revealed a look of horror as he took several steps backward and looked deeply at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's demeanor was still bland, but the moonlight sword in his hand continued to glow, clearly preparing to defeat the 12 ancestral witches in one fell swoop. The 12th ancestor witch could see Zhang Daoi's killing intent, and his face instantly became gloomy. He opened his arms, and all of a sudden, stones rose up under his feet, and the entire scene was suppressed by his aura. The 12 ancestral witches suddenly flew up in the air and flew above Zhang Daoi, their feet stepping downwards into the void, and a purple light was immediately emitted. Zhang Daoi gave the 12 ancestral witches a final blow. The moonlight sword in his hand swung out of the air, and a golden sword chi immediately echoed throughout the valley. The 12 ancestral witches let out a mournful cry as their entire bodies exploded into pieces. Zhang Daoi landed on the ground. His brows couldn't help but frown. The 12 ancestral witches, a powerful opponent, had already cost him a lot. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi scanned his surroundings and suddenly realized that a fierce wind was coming towards him. He immediately utilized the tornado attack, spinning his body in an instant with agility, and easily dispersed the wind with a palm strike. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches raised their hands and pinched their fingers. Whistling, the nine heavens wind riding technique was opened, and he spun around rapidly, transforming into a ferocious giant eagle. Zhang Daoyi looked calm, gazing at the flying eagle. His technique was unfolded, the incantation was shouted, a golden aura flashed, and blasted at the body of the giant eagle. The giant eagle trembled and let out a miserable scream, but still did not stop attacking. The 12 ancestral witches pinched their fingers, and with a hint of teasing at the corners of their mouths, they cast the blistering wind and rapid rain and attacked Zhang Daoyi fiercely. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi didn't dare to be slow, dodging away as if it was lightning, and casting his ultimate skill, Thunderbolt Dragon Slayer Knife. The sharp weapon in his hand cut out a residual shadow, like a panther rushing straight at Blizzard. The 12 ancestral witches saw a flash of golden light in front of their eyes, and hurriedly performed the 8 trigrams palm, easily blocking Zhang Daoyi's poisonous blow. However, his 8 trigrams palm could not be withdrawn in time. Zhang Daoyi's next move, Wild Thunder Dance, had already been released, and it hit with a bang, and the 12 ancestral witches were immediately sent flying out. Both sides were at a stalemate. At this time Zhang Daoyi leisurely, once again cast the Spirit Fury Finger. The fingertip instantly lit up a blue flame. This fight, it seems to have reached the critical moment of victory. Bang! When Zhang Dao slapped his palm on the 12 ancestral witches, a roaring sound then rang out. The 12 ancestral witches rose up in the air. A roar emitted from their mouths. Their hands slapped violently, and a terrifying air current then erupted. Zhang Dao sidestepped, and with the celestial master palm, a strong and powerful force came out of thin air, directly blasting towards the 12 ancestral witches. The 12th ancestor witch roared. His hands formed a seal. A black energy erupted from him, directly blasting towards Zhang Daoyi. The two collided fiercely in the air. The entire battlefield was shaken by their power. The ground cracked and a huge crack spread in all directions. Zhang Daoyi waved his hand, and the heavenly master sword appeared in his hand. The sword in his hand was like a bolt of lightning, directly chopping towards the 12 ancestor witches. The 12 ancestral witches laughed coldly. Their hands formed a seal, and a thick energy shield appeared in front of him, directly blocking the attack of the heavenly master sword. Zhang Daoyi frowned slightly as the celestial master sword technique, a resolute aura erupted from him, directly cutting through the 12 ancestral witches' shield. The 12 ancestral witches roared angrily. The aura on his body became even more terrifying as he slammed his chest. A terrifying power directly erupted out and directly blasted towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave, and with the heavenly master sword technique, a powerful might came out of thin air, directly blasting towards the 12th ancestor witch. The attacks of the two met in the air. A terrifying explosion then rang out. The entire battlefield was shaken by their power. Countless rocks and dust drifted in the air. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi stood in front of the 12 ancestral witches with a golden sword in his hand and dressed in white. He wore a cold smile on his face as he looked indifferently at his enemies. The 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, were holding black swords and exuding an eerie and terrifying aura as they stared intently at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi suddenly rose up in the air, and the golden sword in his hand drew a long arc, chopping towards the 12 ancestral witches. And the 12 ancestral witches didn't show any weakness either. As the black sword in their hand swung and stabbed at Zhang Daoyi, the two instantly crossed paths and started a fierce battle. The heavenly master Zhang Daoyi used the golden light vast sea sword. The golden sword chi surged like the seawater, and ruthlessly chopped towards the 12 ancestral witches. On the other hand, the 12 ancestral witches used the darkness wing sword. A black sword chi instantly appeared, spreading out like wings, dissipating all of Zhang Daoyi's attacks. Immediately after that, Zhang Daoyi violently charged forward. His golden sword was like electricity, emitting ear-piercing air-breaking sounds. He executed the golden snake wild dance sword. Countless golden sword chi crisscrossed like snakes, bombarding the 12 ancestral witches indiscriminately. The 12 ancestral witches didn't retreat either. They took one step forward. Their black swords flipped several times, and they executed the darkness sweeping sword. A black vortex emanated from the black swords, sweeping through all the golden sword chi. The two have been fighting for dozens of rounds. The fight is very intense. The dust on the field is flying. The momentum is fierce. Zhang Daoyi wanted to fight, and the 12 ancestral witches, so he used the golden crow flying electricity sword, the golden sword in his hand in the air, a beautiful arc. A golden lightning then rose up in the air. The 12 ancestral witches looked grim, and immediately performed the darkness shocking heavenly sword. A huge black shadow was sent out from the black sword, and the golden lightning ruthlessly collided with each other. In an instant, all movement on the field stopped, while both sides were in a bloody battle in the fighting chi, and it was yet to be seen who would win or lose. 94. Cultivation of the Devil. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's immortal robe floated, holding a jade slip, facing the 12 ancestral witches with a serious expression. The ancestral witches' skin was as hard as copper and iron. Their muscles were like entwined mountains, and every movement was like a thunderclap. Zhang Daoi strangled the incantation. The golden light above the jade simplified flashes, a runic text as if it has a life like leaping. His mouth recited the words, Heaven and Earth Xianhuang, Qiankuan Wuji, the 5 elements of the 8 trigrams. The Qiankuan borrowed the momentum, Tai golden light. Along with the incantation in his mouth, the jade simplified into a long dragon of golden light, rushed straight into the sky. The sky above the dome of the wind and clouds suddenly changed. Thunder and lightning. The ancestral witches were not willing to show weakness, and each of the 12 cast different sorceries. Some of the ancestral witches raised their fists like mountains, with the winds of their fists being bitterly cold. Some ancestral witches sacrificed their bone staffs, with the shadows of their staffs being like mountains, and there were also ancestral witches who roared out with a sound that was so powerful that it dispersed the waves of chi in all directions. The attacks of the 12 ancestral witches converged into a torrential force that came at Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged as the jade slip pulsed at his fingertips, instantly transforming into thousands of golden rays of light, transforming into a defense that was as solid as a rock. His eyes were slightly closed as he chanted under his breath, beginningless and endless, Tai Ching Yi Chi, transforming into a shield, clear and quiet. As his voice rose and fell, the golden light was like a shield, dissolving the ancestral witches' attacks one by one, and Zhang Daoi was not willing to show weakness. The jade slip flipped in the air. The runes flashed as he shouted, Heaven and Earth, Qiankuan, move with the momentum. Tai breaks the void. Immediately, a golden light, even more powerful than before, erupted from the jade slip, rushing straight towards the 12 ancestral witches. For a moment, the golden light and the sorceries collided, emitting a deafening roar. The runes of the Heavenly Master and the sorcery of the ancestral witches collided in the air, erupting in a brilliant light, like the rising sun in the morning, or the lightning and thunder before a rainstorm. In the end, in the continuous confrontation, Tianchi Zhang Daoi fought against 12, but did not see any fatigue. The golden light made by Jade Simplified was getting more and more prosperous, and finally, with a thunderous momentum, he charged straight at the ancestral witches and repelled them one by one, and Tianchi Zhang Daoi stood in the position of the victor, with the light surrounding him, like a god or goddess descending. Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, waved his mahogany sword, reciting words under his breath, and offered a Big Dipper demon-breaking formation, which swept across the sky and pushed the 12 ancestral witches directly. Ancestral witches were not willing to show their weakness, and they all used the earthly fury divine mantra, bursting out gusts of gloomy wind from the ground, and clashing with the Big Dipper sword chi, making a deafening roar. Seeing that the situation was not right, Zhang Daoi immediately executed the Tai Ching divine thunder skill, and a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, hitting the ancestral witches directly. The ancestral witches roared in anger and joined hands to perform the great law of mixed elements, forming an impenetrable black barrier that blocked all of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's lightning attacks. Knowing that it was not good, Zhang Daoi once again waved his sword and offered the 5 elements demon sealing circle, and the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire and earth instantly formed a huge boundary that pressed towards the ancestral witches. Ancestor witches each used their own magic skills. Ancestor witch Pangu performed the skill of opening up the sky and the earth, splitting the boundary with his huge axe. Ancestor witch Niwa used the art of mending the sky by creating a human being to repair the boundary with her mysterious power. Other ancestor witches also used their own magic skills to finally break the 5 elements of the demon sealing circle. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, immediately turned into a green light, rushed straight into the sky and disappeared in an instant, leaving the sound of the winds whistling by the ancestral witches echoing over the battlefield for a long time. The battle between Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches unfolded on the top of the mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist. The atmosphere was tense. Zhang Daoi's stance was agile, and the long sword in his hand spat and sputtered, appearing and disappearing, sometimes high and sometimes low. The 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, held the 5 elements streamers. Their demonic auras filled the air, and each move carried a strong evil aura. The two jumped back and forth horizontally. Their moves were continuous. Zhang Daoi's left hand slightly raised, and then the long sword in his hand quickly stabbed at the 12 ancestral witches. This move is precisely his masterstroke. No blade, no sword. The sword dynamic, no regularity to speak of, extremely difficult to catch. The 12 ancestral witches waved their 5 elemental streamers, stirring up the wild winds in the sky, and in the midst of the wild winds, the 5 elemental streamers emitted infinite magical power, which instantly engulfed Zhang Daoi's long sword. Zhang Daoi silently gritted his teeth, reached out and lightly tapped. A moved Taiji Yi Yang finger instantly attacked the 12 ancestral witches. This finger is like a heavenly descent, noiseless, sometimes swift and fierce, sometimes slow and soft. Amazing power. The 12 ancestral witches, which still have time to react, can only watch this finger force bombarded on their own body. Instantly chest blood wildly sprayed out. A mouthful of fresh blood sprayed into the sky. This move Taiji One Yang Finger can be described as Zhang Daoyi's strongest move, with One Yang gas as the main. With the coexistence of yin and yang gas as the soul, the strength is self-evident. 12 ancestral witches are not lightly injured, but at this time he no longer tolerate the existence of Zhang Daoyi. Both hands flicked out the talisman. A breath of biting through the finger sacrificed the 7-star sword. The sword on the black fog slowly condensed into the shape of the runes, and then the light was 10,000. Dozens of sharp swords cut through the night sky, pointing directly to the Zhang Daoyi and go. Zhang Daoyi was fully concentrated at this time. He met the flying swords, holding a long sword, spreading it across the board, waving the streaking sword awnings, transforming into 1,000 swords in a split second, blocking away dozens of sharp swords from the 12 ancestral witches. And this battle of offense and defense finally ended with Zhang Daoyi's victory. Zhang Daoyi snorted coldly. There is a difference between Taoism and sorcery, and it remains to be stated. He raised the sword Taiji in his hand and chopped at the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches gently waved their hands, and the witch staffs in their hands flew out, transforming into a roiling sky of pitch-black smoke and lunging towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi did not panic. The Taiji sword in his hand emitted a powerful green-colored sword chi, dissolving the 12 ancestral witches' attack. Then, Zhang Daoyi quickly launched his sword and issued the white rainbow crossing the sun stance, which was incredibly powerful, and the 12 ancestral witches could only urgently use their witchcrafts to resist it. The 12 ancestral witches could only use their witchcrafts urgently to defend themselves against the attack. However, the 12 ancestor witches were powerful after all, and they were constantly absorbing spiritual chi, with demonic powers surging in their bodies. He roared like a demonic beast and pounced madly towards Zhang Daoyi. His hands transformed into demonic claws and violently grabbed Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi was unafraid, and the Taiji sword in his hand once again chopped out a stream of green-colored sword energy, fighting to resist the 12 ancestral witches' attack. In an instant, Zhang Daoyi's body was covered with golden runes, emitting a powerful Taoist power that continuously defused the 12 ancestral witches' attacks. Taiji gives birth to the 2 instruments. The 2 instruments give birth to the 4 elephants, and the 4 elephants give birth to the 8 trigrams. Zhang Dao chanted the Dao realm level Dao art in one mouthful, opening a powerful Dao force field, as comfortable as flowing water, left and right 8 trigrams, and suddenly the mountains were drained, and the momentum was majestic, enveloping the 12 ancestral witches in it, so that he had no power of escape. In the end, Zhang Daoyi's Taiji sword pointed diagonally to the sky. A green-colored sword beam shot out in all directions, aiming at the 12 ancestral witches and chopped out the heaven and earth circle skill of the Taiji sword sect, which was amazingly powerful, and the 12 ancestral witches immediately collapsed and disappeared into the endless darkness. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi, clad in Taoist robes, wearing a Taoist crown and holding a Taoist sword, faced the 12 ancestral witches with a calm demeanor. The 12 ancestral witches, each with their own magical abilities, surrounded Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, ready to launch an attack. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's expression is not moving. In the hands of the Taoist sword into a sword light, straight to the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches each used their divine abilities to resist the Dao sword, but the Dao sword was as powerful as a bamboo, still knocking the 12 ancestral witches back several steps. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoban smiled as he swung his sword again. The sword light was like a dragon, and it directly attacked the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches each used their divine abilities to resist the sword light, but the sword light was like a flooding beast, unstoppable, knocking the 12 ancestral witches back several steps. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi pointed his sword at the sky, and the Dao sword transformed into a sword mane that shot up into the sky. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi had just won a battle, but he was hit by a wave of anger and looked back to see that the 12 ancestral witches had already rushed up. Zhang Daoyi quickly leapt up and sent out a lion's roar chi, immediately shocking the ancestral witches back. However, it was only temporary. The ancestral witches laughed fiercely and dashed towards Zhang Daoyi. Suddenly a move of Witch King descending to the world was ruthlessly stuck on Zhang Daoyi's body. Boom! Zhang Daoyi was slammed down and down before he lifted up his hands in time. Both palms pushed forward. A force rushed to the sky. The heavenly flame divine whip shivered and cut through the sky, shaking back the wizards. Zhang Dao took a big breath and could also feel his body's exhaustion and wounds. 12 ancestral witches more and more fierce, instantly out of a dozen moves in a row. Zhang Daoyi also in a hurry, the fighting spirit in his heart to stimulate the wind like a lion spinning method. The whole person turned into a lion, dancing all over the body of the golden hair. Howl, without hesitation, towards the ancestral which rushed over. The ancestral which is also effortless to dodge away, but he did not expect. This time Zhang Daoyi is a second attack, while quickly turning around, clasping the left arm of the ancestral which with one hand. With a shake of his hand, lion roar battle roar, the whole person sank violently, and the wizard was already flung into the distance by Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi adjusted the distance to avoid the attack. A faction of Heavenly Master Jutsu Heavenly Collapse appeared, shaking the whole field. The ancestral wizard was shaken to the point that his body was trembling, but Zhang Daoyi, who had long since exhausted his strength, was also exhausted, but he was still clenching his teeth and roaring, and the ancestral wizard was more than just a deadly battle. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi clenched his fists, eyes staring at the 12 ancestral witches in front of him with a resolute expression. Without fear, the 12 ancestral witches but the face of the mocking color. The figure instantly disappeared in place, and then a strong gust of wind came to the face. Zhang Daoyi waved his hand to restrain the wind. The right foot gently flip. The figure of a flash has appeared in the distance from the 12 ancestral witches not far away. Do not hesitate to attack. With the move Earth Dragon Leap, Zhang Daoyi's left foot landed on the ground, and his entire body moved forward like an earth dragon, viciously kicking at the 12 ancestral witches' bodies. The 12 ancestral witches could not dodge in time and were hit by this move. Their bodies flew out tens of meters backwards. Then they drew out their double swords and met Zhang Daoyi's attack and pressed on. Zhang Daoyi was not afraid and interlaced his hands in a Heavenly Demon 7 slaps move, instantly striking out 7 palm imprints. As soon as these 7 palm imprints touched the bodies of the 12 ancestral witches, they made a sound that shook the heavens and the earth, and the tremendous power instantly blasted the 12 ancestral witches back. The 12 ancestral witches gripped the dual swords in their hands and prepared to counterattack, while Zhang Daoyi dodged and struck, thrusting his palms and sending out the wind traveling under the sky move. A powerful air current swept over like a gale, covering the 12 ancestral witches' body in the gale, making it impossible for him to move the slightest bit. In this way, the battle between Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches lasted for 3 whole hours, with their moves becoming more and more intense and powerful. In the end, Zhang Daoyi's move Heaven and Earth Spiritual Qi, with his amazing internal strength, beat the 12 ancestral witches to the point of serious injury and near death. Although the 12th ancestor witch had failed, he knew that this young heavenly master was undoubtedly the most powerful opponent he had ever encountered. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi wielded a long sword condensed with mana and chopped towards the 12 ancestral witches. Each of them showed their own magic ability. Some of them transformed into fierce beasts. Some of them summoned the power of wind and thunder. Zhang Daoyi responded calmly. The long sword in his hand danced, performing the 10,000 swords returning to the father's stance. The sword chi was like a dragon, shooting towards the direction of the ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches did not retreat. They chanted the ancestral witches' incantation and summoned a powerful magic formation, trapping Zhang Daoyi in the formation. Zhang Daoyi was not willing to fail. He bit his tongue and spewed out blood, transforming it into runes and breaking the formation. Seeing that the formation was broken, the 12 ancestral witches came forward together and surrounded Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi was not afraid. He performed the divine art of 5 elements transportation armor, and his body was like a phantom, so that the ancestral witches had no way to attack him. Finally, Zhang Daoyi used his luck on the tip of his sword to perform the 7-star destruction technique, stabbing the 12 ancestral witches in the chest and defeating them one by one. Inside the Forbidden City at night, Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi faced the encirclement of the 12 ancestral witches. Zhang Daoyi had his hands behind his back, his demeanor calm. The 12 ancestral witches roared, each casting a different sorcery technique in an attempt to tear apart the Heavenly Master's protective true chi. 9 revolutions of Xiangong. Zhang Daoyi lightly drank, his palms flipping as if he was traveling between the stars, invoking the arcane power between heaven and earth. A stream of golden light surged out from the Heavenly Master's body, transforming into a stream of gold-colored air, like a titanic pressure, rushing towards the ancestral witches. The ancestral witches were not willing to show weakness, and one of the 12 ancestral witches, holding a huge stone hammer in his hand, roared and swung the hammer down. 10,000 mountains pressing down. The stone hammer slammed down, and the ground immediately cracked open with several deep cracks as if it had been subjected to heavenly thunder. Zhang Daoyi's face did not change. His eyes flashed, and a huge illusory golden bell emerged behind him, and a distant and solemn bell sound came out from within the golden bell, resounding and powerful, hardening the power of the stone hammer. Immediately afterward, another ancestral witch roared angrily and spewed out a flame from his mouth, forming a fire dragon that pounced towards Zhang Daoyi. Flame burning sky. The flames were interspersed with scorching flaming bombs, and between Zhang Daoyi's recitation of the incantation, his hand formed a sealing technique, and an ice blue wall of ice was created in response, blocking that fire dragon and flaming bombs from outside. As the battle intensified, Zhang Daoyi's complexion was always as calm as a pool of water, and every strike was concise and powerful, as if all disturbances were under his feet. Despite their immense power, the ancestral witches were gradually struggling in front of Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's exquisite and unparalleled spells. The battle lasted until the early morning, a round of bright moon hanging high. Zhang Daoyi finally in the night gradually show fatigue, but his eyes are still full of perseverance. All lost to one. He chanted an ancient incantation under his breath, and the true chi around him violently erupted, transforming into a majestic pillar of light that shot up into the clouds. The 12 ancestral witches scattered in the light, finally unable to withstand the force, turning into a puff of smoke and scattering away. Zhang Daoi let out a long breath, and in the night wind, his figure was like an impenetrable wall, guarding this ancient land and the living beings on it. 95. Ask the Heart. Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and the 12 ancestral witches were engaged in a grueling battle in the mountains and forests. Zhang Daoi was holding an iron sword with a powerful aura, while the 12 ancestral witches sacrificed 12 demon foxes behind their bodies in order to suppress Zhang Daoi with their numbers. Zhang Daoi was not afraid. He chopped at the foxes with his sword, emitting a bitterly cold aura, instantly killing several foxes. With that, the 12 ancestral witches offered many demonic techniques, and Zhang Daoi quickly dodged them while angrily rebuking, "Demon, quickly show your true face." The 12 ancestral witches changed their figures and transformed into all kinds of monsters. Zhang Daoi danced against the wind with his iron sword in his hand, and easily killed a golden tiger with the style of iron sword chopping demon. The 12 ancestral witches saw the situation is not good, once again sacrificed bizarre demonic method, 12 demon foxes at the same time. As a siege of Zhang Daoi's cunning serpent, Zhang Daoi leaped, a golden dragon out of the sea with a hint of hot air, broke through the heavy siege and rushed forward, and in his hand, the Xian iron sword made a demon-breaking radiance, and chopped at the right arm of the 12 ancestral witches. Huge strength, so that the 12 ancestral witches cannot check and control freely. Right arm was chopped off, screamed miserably, turned around and fled. Zhang Daoi with lips gently raised, hand Xian iron sword drew a beautiful arc. A Xian iron cut the sky, cut a huge tree not far away, lingering cold like a torrent of outflow. Will be all the fog between the mountains and forests freeze. Once rampant demon fox, at this time can only obediently admit defeat. Zhang Daoi put away the Xian iron sword, quickly leave, clean, leaving a silence in the forest. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi held the green dragon sword and gazed at the 12 ancestral witches in front of him, instantly unleashing the sword move Endless Sky. This move was extremely powerful, and the sword chi surged like clouds, attacking the 12 ancestral witches directly. The opponent did not show any weakness, and without hesitation, he unleashed the mysterious sword move Dragon, subduing 18 palms, slapping out a palm with a destructive force that set off monstrous waves. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly and swung his green dragon sword diagonally, casually executing the sword technique 100 steps through Yang. The light was like electricity, and the sword was like a rainbow, pointing straight at the chest of the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches did not retreat. His green sky longsword pointed diagonally towards the sky, and with a move of broken cloud one sword, the purple chi came from the east, like a meteor that cut through the sky, and chopped towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi coldly forced his eyes. The green dragon sword in his hand continuously slashed out several swordlights, a move of Spectre's night journey, like a ghostly apparition, surrounding the 12 ancestral witches in a circle. The 12 ancestral witches also did not lose the wind, but flew up and rotated several times before stopping in mid-air, and with a wave of his right hand, 10,000 flaming lights, a move of fire dragon breath of life, like a dragon ascending to the heavens like a fierce bombardment towards the sky above Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi did not look askance, still stepping on that step, waving his left hand, flicking his right sleeve, a style of no shadow, no trace, ghostly sidestepping and dodging through the 12 ancestral witches' fire dragons, and turning around to draw out a move of great opening of Heaven's Gate. Several channels of golden light instantly exploded and opened up, just like the 9 heavenly divine thunder generally bombarded the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, were undaunted, still holding up their long swords in the green sky, and once again met them with a move called the End of the Sky at hand. The two of them engaged in a fierce duel, with their moves coming out of nowhere. In the end, Zhang Daoi won with a dragon-flying phoenix dance chop that decapitated the heads of the 12 ancestral witches. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches attacked each other one after the other. Zhang Daoi's right hand fist flew out, with a style of divine dragon out of the sea to meet the ancestral witch's big knife. The power splashed, stone chips splashed everywhere, a wave of terrible energy shock waved toward the ancestral witch approaching. Ancestor witch's eyes moved, swung his sword, and used a style of thunder god chop to cut the energy shock wave away. Zhang Daoi used the force to rebound. A horse shot sprinted towards the ancestral witch, but the ancestral witch was dazzled. A underworld art quickly performed. Immediately instantaneous transfer to the back of Zhang Daoi. Without saying, a fist ruthlessly punched down. Zhang Daoi then lifted his left foot and kicked at the ancestral witch, who reached out and grabbed his hand and attacked Zhang Daoi with the 1,000 ghost hands. Zhang Daoi's body stagnation, but in time to make a style of 100 poisons do not invade. The blood from the body to rise. The 9 heavens and 10 earth are all bright. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches have been fighting for an hour. The two have a victory or defeat. Zhang Daoi's ears suddenly came a light sound. Taking advantage of the gap in the ancestral witch's fast attack, Zhang Daoi performed a meteor to catch up with the moon. Violently turned over, Taiji long sword trembling, in the air, drawing a dazzling arc, as if a lightning bolt in the vastness of the universe, toward the ancestral witches. He stabbed straight towards the ancestor witch. The ancestor witch couldn't dodge in time, and in panic, he could only use his last move. Broken blade demon slaughtering knife, blood demon knife. Everything was red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. At this point, the two saw each other. Zhang Daoi had already won the battle. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi waved his sleeve, calling out the wind and rain, his fingers pointing in the air, and a talisman transformed into the 3 Qing divine lights, which were brilliant and dazzling. The 12 ancestral witches each displayed their magical abilities, either flashing with sorcery or striking with brute force, and their momentum was like a rainbow, as if they were going to tear the heaven and earth apart. Zhang Daoi lightly shouted, his palm flipped, and an encircling force of wind and thunder converged to form the Tai Ching thunder moves technique, thundering and attacking the 12 ancestral witches directly, without changing their colors. The ancestral witches met the attack with the demonic, ferocious 9 turns of the witch god technique, and as the two forces collided, the sky shook and the earth shook, and mountains crumbled and rocks cracked. Zhang Daoi turned his feet, his body transformed into a phantom, and he performed the cloud concealment escape, shuttling between the 12 ancestral witches like a ghost. Suddenly, his palm shook, and a wave of internal energy erupted, transforming into a thread of energy as thin as a hair, pointing directly at the vital points of the ancestral witches. This is his best skill, the Big Dipper demon breaking thread, which is so sharp that once it comes into contact with it, the muscles and bones will be completely shattered. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches hurriedly performed their own witchcrafts, intending to defuse this fatal blow. The leading ancestral sorcerer, Witch Heaven, spread his hands wide and condensed sorceress power around him, forming a thick energy shield in an attempt to resist the attack of the Big Dipper demon breaking thread. Just at the moment when the two sides' powers collided, Zhang Daoi's expression flinched as he performed the demon breaking mantra, and a powerful spell-breaking force erupted from within him, instantly breaking through the shield laid down by Wu Tian. The shield shattered, and the Heavenly Dipper demon breaking line pierced straight through Witch Heaven, instantly crushing it. Under the shocked gazes of the ancestral witches, Zhang Daoi withdrew his gesture as he smiled faintly and said, "Witch is not witch, force is not force, everything is an illusion." The 12 ancestral witches looked at each other. The belief in the sorcerer god in their hearts seemed to have been broken at this moment, and they felt an unprecedented frustration. In the end, in the battle that shocked the world and made the gods cry, Zhang Daoi fought against the 12 with one, and by virtue of the Big Dipper demon breaking thread and demon breaking mantra, he successfully subdued the 12 ancestral witches and guarded this world. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi facing the 12 ancestral witches. His body is athletic, his expression is cold. Between his hands, the cold gas rapidly condensed, a burst, a rapidly rotating ice cone. In an instant, the 12 ancestral witches of the two sorcerers in front of the eyes of everyone was hit. His body stiffened, was pierced by the ice cone, blood splattered everywhere. Zhang Daoi tightly gripped the Xian ice sword. The tip of the sword pointed to the ground. A cold air burst out from the tip of the sword. Immediately, the ground shook, and the rest of the 12 ancestor witches immediately felt a powerful pressure and retreated. Zhang Daoi stepped out with his feet. His body was like the wind, and his sword light was like electricity. The Xian ice sword was flipping in his hands. Each sword carried a chilling aura penetrating through the air, and was incomparably powerful. The sorcerers of the 12 ancestors waved their staffs in their hands, wanting to resist Zhang Daoi's powerful attack. However, they soon realized that their staffs were unable to block Zhang Daoi's sword light at all, and could only allow the sword light to penetrate through their bodies, with blood and dark energies splashing in all directions. Zhang Horn of the 12 ancestral witches, the two remnants of the 12 ancestral witches, exuded an aura of darkness. Zhang Daoi looked at these two weird guys. A hint of vigilance appeared in his gaze. He knew that these two guys must possess powerful strength. Zhang Daoi's finger was in the air. A cold air burst out from the tip of his finger. The two remnants of the 12 ancestor witches immediately felt a powerful pressure. They wanted to resist, however, their bodies had begun to disobey, and unsteady, they were directly pierced through their bodies by the cold air, and blood splattered in all directions. Zhang Daoi faced the 12 ancestral witches, put his hands together and whispered a silent incantation, and suddenly the sky changed dramatically, with dark clouds and lightning. He violently opened his eyes, and the long sword in his hand shot out, transforming into millions of sword chi that shot up into the sky. This was his signature move, the 9 heavenly sword formation. Wherever the sword formation went, the ancestral witches dodged, but there were still several who were grazed by the sword chi and bruised. The ancestral witches were not willing to show their weakness, and the 12 of them roared in unison, forming a powerful wave of sorceress power that came at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave. His hands quickly formed seals and he mouthed the words, instantly summoning a defensive boundary to ward off the fierce attack of the witch power waves. One of the ancestral witches roared angrily and transformed into a ball of black smoke, charging towards Zhang Daoyi in an attempt to break the boundary. Zhang Daoyi was calm and composed, and with a wave of his right hand, the long sword in his hand transformed into a swordlight that pierced straight through the smoke, instantly dispersing it. The battle entered a white-hot stage. The ancestral witches had unleashed their deadly moves, but they were never able to break through the sword formation laid down by Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi took the opportunity to launch the ultimate strike. His entire body's mana gathered at the tip of his sword, and he stabbed out. The sword light was like a rainbow, and it went straight for the head of the 12 ancestral witches. When the head of the 12 ancestral witches saw this, his face changed, and he hastily condensed his protective witch power. But the sword light was like a dragon, pervasive, and the sword pierced through the protective witch power, hitting him squarely in the chest. With a miserable scream, the head of the ancestral witch flew out backwards and fell to the ground with serious injuries, and the other ancestral witches saw this and retreated, not daring to fight again. Zhang Daoyi's long sword was withdrawn, his face unchanged, as if the fierce battle just now was nothing more than an easy exercise. He faintly swept a glance at the fallen ancestral witches, sighed softly, sheathed his sword, and turned to leave. The 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, could only watch their opponents leave gracefully, powerless to fight again. Zhang Daoyi, the Heavenly Master, is famous for his 5 elements Big Dipper's Decree and 7 Qing Heaven Devouring technique. Everyone knows that he is very powerful, but they don't know what kind of hard work he is hiding behind. Today, Zhang Daoyi faces an unprecedented challenge, the 12 ancestral witches, each with their own magical powers and infinite strength, which are the strong enemies left in the world after the opening of the sky and the earth by Pan Gu. Wind and thunder stir. With Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's long whistle, his entire body transformed into a residual shadow, waving his hands, only to see the winds of the sky roaring with fury and thunder. The power of wind and thunder converging into a whirling stream that rushed straight at the 12 ancestral witches. Among the 12 ancestral witches, a tall, muscular warrior as if carved out. He wielded a bronze war hammer in his hand. The hammering method was amazingly powerful. A hammer down, there was the momentum of thunder and lightning. In the face of Zhang Daoyi's wind and thunder attack, he shouted and used ancestral witch-turning heaven. His warhammer turned into a silver light, sweeping across the sky and the earth, trying to disperse the wind and thunder force of celestial master Zhang Daoyi. However, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's expression remained unchanged. He only smiled gently, and his right hand fingers flicked violently, and an invisible true chi surged out, transforming into a thin line, accurately hitting that ancestral sorcerer's chest, knocking him back a few steps. 10,000 laws return. The mage among the 12 ancestral witches looked on coldly, sacrificed his staff, and recited an incantation silently under his breath. And instantly, the yuan chi around him converged, forming a huge spell formation in an attempt to trap Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face did not change. His left hand pinched the knuckle, his right hand long sword pointed. The tip of the sword drew a complex rune, then turned into a golden sword light, swept across the mage's boundary, split his spell formation into two, as easy as cutting grass. At this time, another war general holding dual swords among the 12 ancestral witches pounced at Zhang Daoyi with a swift momentum. His dual swords were like meteors traveling through space and time, his sword light flashing, intending to chop the celestial master under his sword in one fell swoop. Zhang Daoyi's smile intensified. He lightly leapt, avoiding the sword shadows of the twin swords. His right palm slapped, his palm transformed into a golden qilin. Golden light flowed, the qilin roared, and a powerful sense of oppression went straight to the war generals. Although each of the 12 ancestral witches had their own divine abilities, they gradually felt a sense of powerlessness in front of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi. The battle between them was like a flickering candle flame in a raging storm, which could be swallowed up by a real storm at any time. The battle continued, as Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi navigated between the 12 ancestral witches with the 5 elements Heavenly Deity Decree and the 7 clear heaven devouring techniques, displaying extraordinary martial arts cultivation. As for the 12 ancestral witches, although Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi had a lifetime of cultivation, it was finally time to compete with the 12 ancestral witches. Their bodies were stout, their muscles were like twisted mountains, and their skin was engraved with ancient runic patterns. Zhang Daoyi waved his hand. The power of the Big Dipper transformed into a ray of light. He recited an incantation under his breath. The peachwood sword in his hand transformed into a 10,000 feet sword, chopping straight towards the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches each showed their abilities and used their ancestral witch law to fight against each other. With a move of ancient sky, the palm winds were like fierce beasts pouncing on the food and pushed Zhang Daoi directly. Zhang Daoi condensed his chi into a shield and used his Big Dipper body protector to catch this powerful blow. The power of the ancestral witches shook his chi and blood, but an unyielding fighting spirit burned in his eyes. He clenched his teeth and pushed his true chi once again, using the 9 turns golden body. His whole body was covered with golden light, transforming into a golden light and rushing towards the 12 ancestor witches. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches knew that Zhang Daoi was in a desperate situation, and they teamed up to perform the 12 ancestral witches' grand formation, where the 12 powers merged into one, forming a huge vortex to devour Zhang Daoi. However, Zhang Daoi did not retreat but instead advanced, his whole body's strength gathered in one palm, making the against the sky absolute strike. The palm wind collided with the vortex, erupting into a deafening roar. 96. Shake the sky. It was as if the only thing left in the heavens and earth was the presence of this force, and the aura around them was distorted. The defenses of the 12 ancestral witches were torn apart by this power, and they groaned in pain as they each retreated backwards, the rune patterns on their bodies beginning to disintegrate. Zhang Daoi also knew that he was bound to be seriously injured after this battle, but a triumphant light appeared in his eyes because he knew that this was the only way for him to crack the 12 ancestor witches' grand formation. Each of them had their own divine abilities, but they gradually felt a sense of powerlessness in front of Zhang Daoi. The battle between them was like in a violent wind and rain. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi waved his peachwood sword, and the astral winds scattered in all directions, transforming into 1,000 sword shadows and pointing directly at the 12 ancestral witches. The ancestral witches each showed their own magic ability. Some descended from the sky and struck at Zhang Daoi with the momentum of thunder and lightning. Some leapt out from the ground and wielded 1,000 giant axes, slashing at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face was resolute. His hands gripped the mahogany sword and released the 9 revolutions of Xian Gong. The sword light was like a dragon, piercing through the void, aiming directly at the vitals of the ancestral witches. Ancestral witches' faces changed, and they all performed earth-cracking and mountain collapse. The ground cracked and the mountains collapsed, trying to suppress Zhang Daoi with the power of heaven and earth. However, Zhang Daoi was prepared for this. He chanted an incantation and performed Qin Kuan Shift, and instantly appeared behind an ancestor sorcerer, and his peachwood sword was like a snake coming out of a hole, stabbing the other party's heart vein. The ancestor witch was shocked, and hastened to perform ancient sky. The whole body turned into a force of nothingness, and bounced away from the mahogany sword. Zhang Daoi did not panic. His eyes tightened and he performed wind, fire, thunder and lightning, using wind to help the fire, and thunder to attract electricity, forming an incomparably powerful thunder, lightning and fire net, which shrouded over the ancestral witches. Ancestral witches' faces changed greatly, and they invoked their own magic power to perform chaos beginning, attempting to use the power of chaos to resist the electric fire and thunder net. The battle lasted for several hours, and although the ancestral witches were armed with great skills, they felt overwhelmed, and the power of the moves that Zhang Daoi executed caused the entire battlefield to be shrouded in chaos and thunder and lightning. In the end, under the violent bombardment of chaos and lightning, the ancestral witches retreated one after another, and their defeat was already apparent. Zhang Daoi let out a long breath and sheathed his sword. The battle was declared over. The night was as dark as ink. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi faced the 12 ancestral witches with a calm demeanor. 2 electric lights flickered between his palms, and an aura of unruffled authority spread out in all directions. Thunder moves the 9 heavens. Zhang Daoi shouted angrily. His palms violently launched out, and thunder rolled in the air, sweeping towards the 12 ancestral witches like a shocking wave. Within the thunder and lightning, there was the power of the 8 desolations, and each thunder and lightning seemed to be able to crack open the heavens and earth with unrivaled power. The 12 ancestral witches roared in unison, each displaying their divine abilities. 12 guardian auras surrounded them, forming an impenetrable defense. One of the ancestral witches waved the black war hammer in his hand, which was the forbidden weapon Chaos Hammer condensed by the power of the ancestral witches, and the wind of the hammer stirred up, dissolving the lightning attacks of the heavenly master Zhang Daoi one by one. However, Zhang Daoi wasn't just about the power of thunder and lightning. The Dao lines behind him spread out like a tree of life, and golden light wrapped around his entire body. He recited an incantation under his breath and formed seals with his hands, and a power that was even more profound than the previous thunder and lightning erupted from within him. All laws returned to one. With Zhang Daoi's voice, the air around them seemed to freeze. Cracks began to appear in the guardian aura of the 12 ancestral witches, and their bodies gradually appeared fatigued as their power continued to drain away. Immediately after that, Zhang Daoi's figure shifted and disappeared in place, only to see a trail of residual shadows surrounding the 12 ancestral witches, and in an instant, each of the residual shadows coalesced into the real thing. With countless spells such as thunder and lightning, wind and fire, and water and waves mingling, surrounding the 12 ancestral witches in a group. The power of the 12 ancestral witches began to weaken drastically. They were unable to withstand so many and fast and accurate spell attacks. They could only struggle to hold on. Zhang Daoi's figure was under the cover of the spells, looking for a break in the attack. In the end, under an even more powerful lightning spell, the defense of the 12 ancestral witches completely collapsed, and they were penetrated by the powerful lightning. The light shot out in all directions, and the 13 of them were entangled in the lightning, until finally, a pillar of light shot up into the sky, and the lightning dispersed, and the battle came to an end. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches engaged in a fierce battle. Zhang Daoi's stance was athletic, and the Dharma sword in his hand danced. The sword light was like water, transforming into several sword shadows and attacking the 12 ancestral witches. The ancestral witches had a figure like a mountain, and swung their battle axes in their hands. The axe light was like a mountain, ruthlessly slamming into the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi. The two exchanged several moves. Zhang Daoi's magic sword was shaken away by the axe light of the ancestor witches, and the ancestor witches were no match for Zhang Daoi's 3 clear divine wonders. Zhang Daoi took the opportunity to stab the ancestral witch's heart with his sword. The ancestral witch let out a scream. His body instantly dried up and finally turned into ashes. Zhang Daoi put away his sword and sheathed it. He took a deep breath. His eyes were vigilant. One of the 12 ancestral witches had already fallen, but he knew that the battle was far from over. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi slowly raised his hand, looking calm and collected, only to see a light golden talisman coalesce out of thin air in his hand. That talisman danced in the air, transforming into a huge golden ball of light. The ball of light contains endless power inside, which is precisely his signature spell, 10,000 Buddhas. His palm flipped. The ball of light like a meteor rushed toward the 12 ancestral witches. The air between the lightning and fire, the sound of thunder. The ancestral witch's face changed greatly, hastily formed a seal to respond to the battle. The 12 ancestral witches chanted in unison, and the ancestral witch divine power that descended from the sky converged into a divine pattern, transforming into a gigantic ancestral witch battle shield that blocked in front of them. With a loud bang, the 10,000 Buddhas crashed onto the battle shield, and the countless divine lines flashed orange under the impact, just like the countless ancient Buddhas roaring in rage, striving to break through the ancestral witches' defenses. The ancestral witches' faces were grave as the witch power in their bodies surged out like a tidal wave, fusing with the battle shield to form an impenetrable line of defense. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged as he mentally recited an incantation and continuously struck out his spells, instantly condensing 72 small balls of light around him, each of which contained his mana, just like his doppelganger, flying around in the air, searching for the 12 ancestral witches' breakthroughs. The 12 ancestral witches sensed the threat from all directions. They wielded their magical weapons. Their witch power was like a mountain, and they collided with Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's ball of mana light in the air with a roar, and the sound of lightning and fire in the air was unceasing, as the witch power mingled with mana and formed a miraculous spectacle. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches was getting more and more white-hot. Their moves and magical powers were constantly improving, and they were both searching for each other's breaks. The 10,000 Buddhas, witch power like mountains, magic weapons dancing in the air, and 1,000 variations of talismans. Every move and every style contained endless power, as if they could destroy everything. Their battle was filled with visual and auditory impacts that dazzled the eyes and made one's heart skip a beat. The night was low. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi stood at the top of the mountain peak, electric aura flickering in his eyes, facing the 12 ancestral witches. He was unafraid. Among the 12 ancestral witches, a massive ancestral witch stood out, stretching out a huge palm as if it could suppress everything. Song Dome Palm. Zhang Daoi lightly drank. His entire body's strength gathered in his palm, and he swung out his palm, forming an invisible wall of qi that rushed straight towards the ancestral witch. The wall of air contained the power of thunder and lightning, and the air was shaken and distorted. The ancestral witch's face changed, and he swung his huge palm violently, activating the 9 revolutions of Qinkuan, and the palm force reverberated, shattering the wall of air into gusts of gale, and attacking Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi, however, was like a swimming dragon. His body fluctuated and avoided this powerful attack. Void-breaking sword. Zhang Daoi lightly drank. His long sword was sheathed, and the sword light was like electricity, stabbing straight towards the ancestral witch's chest and abdomen. This sword chi cut through the void, and wherever it passed, space seemed to be split in two. The ancestral witch's face stared as his entire body's witch power surged out, transforming into an impenetrable witch power barrier. Wind, fire, thunder and lightning. Zhang Daoi's expression remained unchanged. The tip of his sword lightly trembled, and the sword chi split into 4, each of which contained the power of wind, fire, thunder, and electricity, like 4 spirit beasts, attacking towards the ancestral witch. The ancestral witch's eyes revealed a shocked look. How could he not have imagined that Zhang Daoyi would be able to catalyze such a powerful force? 10,000 laws returned to the ancestral witch. As the ancestral witch attempted to counterattack, Zhang Daoyi suddenly put away his sword into his sheath, folded his hands together, and recited an incantation silently under his breath. A powerful mana erupted from his body, forming a huge spell formation that trapped the ancestral witch within it. Ancestral witch desperately struggled, wanting to break through the formation, but found that his witch power in the formation was like a mud cow into the sea. Nowhere to exert. Zhang Daoyi's magic power was getting stronger and stronger, and the ancestral witch gradually felt his figure getting blurred in the spell formation. And finally, with a crisp sound of the spell formation breaking, the ancestral witch's figure completely disappeared from the spot. When the other ancestral witches saw this, they couldn't help but feel fearful. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi was truly extraordinary. However, the battle was not yet over. Zhang Daoyi's gaze had already turned to the next challenger, and the battle would continue. With his supreme Dao magic, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi took out the precious 5-colored beads from his brocade pouch, and 100 flowers blossomed and 1,000 shadows circled around. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches shouted, "Heavenly Master, you are no match for me after all." Then they performed the Tang Shao 9 heavens. A fiery flame gushed out from their bodies, transforming into 9 heavenly potentials, and directly attacked Zhang Daoyi. When Zhang Daoyi saw that this move was not simple, he immediately offered the demon subduing and demon suppressing talisman and struck out several talismans. Flashing red light, the daughter's tomb, the great wind rising, the Hu Dai dance, the white sand ting, the green stone wu, the phantom plum spring, and the blood talisman circle, which fell heavily to fend it off. Seeing this, the 12 ancestor witches did a plague reincarnation, and a poisonous gas emanated from their left hands, which dissolved all the seal scripts on the demon subduing and demon suppressing talisman. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi could not help but shout, "I worshipped him as my master." But he brought out this demon. He then condensed his chi and performed the flying god, crossing 100 feet of cliff in one step, grasping with both hands, and tearing the void with his infinite thoughts. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches knew that they were in a bad situation, and once again reversed their internal breath, adjusting their aura into the thunder attribute, to meet Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi saw this, but did not move. Back to the hand of a blow saves suffering, the momentum like a heavenly phoenix. Palm and the dark red air flow out of the trend. The red gas breaks the wind and rises, as quietly the 12 ancestral witches of the thunder gas surrounded. The 12 ancestral witches were smashed backward, flying out, fell heavily on the ground, spitting blood on the spot. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches stood face to face, the atmosphere tense. Suddenly, Zhang Daoyi shouted, "Heavenly Pillar Sword." The sword in his hand shone brightly and slashed at the ancestral witches. The ancestral witches did not panic and performed the everlasting life skill, dodging Zhang Daoyi's attack. True Dragon descending. Zhang Daoyi quickly changed his sword technique and attacked the ancestral witch again. At this time, the ancestral witch had already prepared a counterattack and performed the ancestral illusory Sea Heart Sutra. But this time, Zhang Daoyi was not trapped by the illusions. He quickly transformed his mindset and quickly launched his sword, hitting the ancestral witch accurately and unerringly. The ancestral witch was furious. He shouted out demon wind heaven and earth formation. Immediately, the 12 ancestral witches formed a huge formation, much to Zhang Daoyi's surprise. But at this moment, Zhang Daoyi also showed his extraordinary strength. He danced his sword, suddenly jumped up, and performed a move of heavenly Luo sword, which easily broke the formation of the ancestral witches, and defeated the ancestral witches directly. This fierce battle allowed people to deeply feel Zhang Daoyi's extraordinary strength, and it also made people more in awe of the magic of the 12 ancestral witches. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches were engaged in a fierce battle in the middle of a desert. Zhang Daoyi was holding a thin sword with a grave look on his face, his stance as athletic as a falcon, while the other ancestral witches with fiery flames wrapped around their hands were like demons pouncing on him. Zhang Daoyi abruptly drew back his longsword and stabbed the ground. Immediately a ball of flame gushed out. This move is Zhang Daoyi's newly learned, called flame stabbing ground. Looking at its destructive power, it is evident that his cultivation is getting deeper and deeper. Ancestor witch saw the situation is not good, suddenly jumped, even turned into a body height of several feet of the devil statue. The devil like a hand, will whistle out more than 10 blood red fire. Zhang Daoyi not retreat, fast shuttle in the surrounding, cross out a trail of shadow to avoid can. Zhang Daoyi saw that he was bound to lose. A touch of shock flashed in his eyes, and with a flash of lightning, a drop of Rongjin sword chi condensed into a grain of light had already appeared. This move is called Rongjin sword chi. Zhang Daoyi is also recently discovered from an ancient book of mysterious moves. It is said that the power contained in it can destroy the sky and the earth. With a wave of Zhang Dao's hand, the Rongjin sword chi whistled through the sky, and in the blink of an eye, It was already heading straight for the devil statue. The devil statue seemed to be shocked by this powerful aura, and surprisingly did not dare to move. With a single blow, the power with demonic nature in the body of the demon statue instantly dissipated, and the originally suppressed aura emanated in all directions, playing a symphony of revitalized gigantic power. This thrilling battle had finally ended, and Zhang Daoyi was holding the almost undamaged thin sword, his face still cold and not seeing any joy. On the other hand, on the side of the 12 ancestral witches, they were sitting on the ground struggling hard, seemingly wanting to get out of the bondage of this power. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi was clad in Taoist robes and holding a Taoist sword. His demeanor was solemn and his eyes were fixed on the 12 ancestral witches. Each of them displayed their own magic skills and rushed towards the Heavenly Master with great vigor. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi sword chopped out a sword gas, called Clear Heart Sword skill. Clear Heart Sword gas as white as snowflakes, rushed straight to the ancestral witches. The Clear Heart Sword technique originated from the mind dharma practiced by Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, which was used to purify the mind and keep it unruffled in the face of danger. The ancestral witches were not afraid of Zhang Daoyi's sword chi and responded with their own divine abilities. The wind god which among the 12 ancestral witches waved his hands, and a fierce wind rose up in all directions, named Wind God's Wrath. 97. Demonization. The wind swept like a tornado and swept Zhang Daoyi into it. Instead of retreating, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi advanced, reciting the Clear Heart Pure Numinous mantra, and the Dao sword was violently vibrated, and a wave of purifying sword rushed straight to the wind god which, sensing the power of the sword wave, the wind god which had to put away the wind to avoid being injured by the sword energy. Seeing this, the other ancestral witches also utilized their own divine abilities. The fire god which spat out a ball of flames called Burning Heavenly Fire. The flames were burning and seemed to turn the whole world into ashes. Zhang Daoyi, the Heavenly Master, did not change his face, waved his sword and chopped out the clear heart water bead, which turned into a huge wave, engulfing all the flames of the fire god witch, and turned into water vapor, which dissipated into the air. The wood god witch of the 5 ancestral witches mobilized the power of grass and trees, called 10,000 trees returning to spring. The grass and trees grew and quickly surrounded Zhang Daoyi. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi smiled and recited the Clear Heartwood Spirit skill, and the Dao sword instantly transformed into millions of sword lights, penetrating through all the trees and hitting the wood god witch directly. Seeing that the situation was not good, the wood god witch had to put away the grass and trees to avoid the sword light. In the battle, Zhang Daoyi, the Heavenly Master, fought against 12 witches. Although he was not strong enough, he still fought against the witches with the purifying power of the Clear Heart method. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, wearing a Taoist crown and Dharma robe, held a jade slip in a solemn manner, facing the 12 ancestral witches. He took a deep breath, flipped his hands, and began to display his mastery. Taishan Lao Jun, one breath transforms 3 Qing. Zhang Daoyi's voice was like thunder, echoing in the empty battlefield. Immediately afterward, the jade slip in his hand emitted 10,000 lights, only to see these lights intertwine into a complex runic seal in the sky. When the 12 ancestral witches saw this, their faces immediately became grave. They each cast their own sorceries in an attempt to fend off Zhang Daoyi's attack. However, the light of the talismanic seal was too intense and instantly tore apart the attack of the 12 ancestral witches. 9 revolutions of Xian Gong. Zhang Daoyi shouted again, only to see his entire body's aura skyrocket in an instant, as if he had transformed into an unstoppable force. His Dharma robes tumbled in the air, and each talismanic seal exuded an even greater power. When the 12 ancestral witches saw this, a trace of fear could not help but arise in their hearts. They each executed their own mastery in an attempt to fend off Zhang Daoyi's attacks. However, each of their attacks was countered by Zhang Daoyi with a higher power. Xian Huang breaks the void. Zhang Daoyi once again drank. His jade slip in his hand swung violently, only to see an invisible aura instantly rushing towards the 12 ancestral witches, tearing apart all of their attacks. When the 12 ancestral witches saw this, a hint of despair could not help but arise in their hearts. They knew that they had no way to fight back against a high-level person like Zhang Daoyi. In the end, they could only fold their hands and become Zhang Daoyi's trophies. After the fight, Zhang Daoyi slowly withdrew the jade slip in his hand, and with a smile on his face, he looked at the 12 ancestral witches and said, "You have been defeated." The 12 ancestral witches were expressionless. They knew that they had already lost to Zhang Daoyi. They silently lowered their heads and admitted their defeat. Zhang Daoyi nodded slightly before turning around and leaving. He knew that he still had many things to do and could not stay here for too long. The battle between Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches not only displayed their respective strengths, but also highlighted the fierce battle between Taoism and sorcery, causing the crowd of onlookers to be dazzled and stupefied. Celestial Master Zhang Dao glared and fiercely droned, "Heavens will mountain top, evil demons retreat." The sword light flashed and the blade wind whistled. The 12 ancestral witches breathed strangely fast. His figure was as agile as an ape, as fast as electricity, and his arms rotated like a windmill as he simultaneously performed exquisite moves such as the flying eagle pouncing on rabbit and crouching dragon swinging tail. Sword chi was like a tide. Blade light was like snow. Both sides were in the middle of a fierce battle. Zhang Daoyi, however, was not scared and transformed into a sword demon, blocked with his left hand, tripped with his right foot, and hooked the arms of the ancestral witch. Then, his right hand violently stabbed, using the Nine Suns sword sweep. Seeing that the ancestor witch could no longer escape, Zhang Daoyi used his phantom steps to quickly dodge away from the ancestor witch. Seeing the situation is not good, the ancestor witch hurriedly performs Rulai Divine Palm and Lion's Roar. But Zhang Daoyi's hands are very skillful, just like a swimming dragon, moving from side to side, dodging the ancestor witch's attacks. In the blink of an eye, Zhang Daoyi once again approached the ancestral witch and performed the sword shadow thousands of shadows technique, only to see the sky full of sword shadows coming at the ancestral witch. The ancestral witch looked up and saw that the sword shadows were all over the place, and he was at a loss as to what to do. Zhang Daoyi seized this opportunity. Like lightning, left and right attack, the ancestral witch see defeat has been determined, and transported the magic sound 10 square, but the sound-waving Zhang Daoyi body is like a cow, did not play a half effect. In the end, Zhang Daoyi stared at his eyes and chopped down the Nine Heavens dragon sword, directly cutting off all the magic weapons of the ancestor witch. The ancestral witch let out a wail, and the whole person flew backwards, falling to the ground and spitting out blood. Zhang Daoyi watched with cold eyes as the ancestral witch learned the same trick he just did again. Seeing this, Zhang Daoyi hurriedly stepped forward, reached out and held the ancestral witch's hand, saying, "Brother ancestral witch, please don't learn this kind of evil technique again, or else you will surely incur the wrath of heaven." Upon hearing this, the ancestral witch heartily said, "Many thanks to brother Zhang Dao for his clarity." This fierce battle, although it went through life and death exchanges, ended in Zhang Daoyi's victory. Zhang Daoyi was worthy of the name of Heavenly Master, and the ancestral witch also realized the meaning of the righteous path, and became one of Zhang Daoyi's righteous warriors. When the two met, Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's face was grave, holding the Xianhuang sword in his hand, and the 12 ancestral witches were holding the war god axe, and with a roar, the war god axe chopped down fiercely. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi rises up in the air, performs the 9 turns of Heavenly Fire skill. Heavenly Fire is like a flaming phoenix, teeth and claws, attacking the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches laughed coldly, their whole body was covered in black chi, and they performed the underworld ghost Dao, transforming into a huge ghostly beast, and engaged in a fierce duel with the heavenly flamed phoenix. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi knew that this battle was not a trivial matter, and once again performed a great move, the Heavenly Thunder Shock and Fury technique. The thunder and lightning shook the 12 ancestral witches' figures. 12 ancestral witches see this. Anger, the whole body chi and blood rolling, turned into a blood light, rushed to the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's face was calm and quiet, his eyes were stern, and he performed the Xianhuang Bagua formation, trapping the 12 ancestral witches in the formation. The 12 ancestral witches cursed in their hearts, but they saw the Xianhuang sword in the hands of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi suddenly skyrocketed, transforming into a huge sword that was several zhang long, and ruthlessly chopped down. The 12 ancestral witches were shocked in their hearts and performed their best move. The power of bloodlight transformed into a blood arrow and shot straight at Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi felt the chi and blood in his body churning, but he did not retreat at all, and the Xianhuang sword's light flourished, transforming into a sword light that cut the blood arrow into 2 pieces. 12 ancestral witches were shocked, but saw the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi Xianhuang sword in the hands of several feet long, turned into a legendary sword, called Xianhuang Divine Sword. The tip of the sword pointed directly at the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches were shocked in their hearts, their whole body chi and blood rolled over, their whole body chi and blood transformed into a black gas, and attacked Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, only to see Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's face was grave, and the Xianhuang Divine Sword in his hand glowed brightly, transformed into a bright light, and cut off the black gas fiercely. The two fought for several hours. The 12 ancestral witches gradually feel overwhelmed. The Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi also feel physically exhausted. The two stopped to rest. In their hearts they all understand that this battle will not end easily. The battle between the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches was exceptionally fierce, with both of them emitting powerful forces. Zhang Daoyi unleashed the heart-cleansing mantra, a powerful and almost irresistible aura towards the 12 ancestral witches, and the 12 ancestral witches did not show any weakness. Using the voodoo poison attacking the heart to withstand the heart-cleansing mantra, the 12 ancestral witches did not show any weakness. Zhang Daoyi felt surprised that the strength of the ancestral witches was even above his own. He decided to cast his most powerful spell, the Heavenly Master's Seal, only to see his hands forming a seal, and a golden light descended from the sky, directly attacking the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches also felt the threat of the Heavenly Master's seal. He performed the Wushan Divine Seal. A powerful force rushed towards the Heavenly Master's seal. The two forces collided together. A huge energy exploded, and the surrounding air instantly became heavy and chaotic. Zhang Daoyi, the Heavenly Master, decided to perform another Heavenly Master's seal and attack the 12 ancestral witches with lightning speed. The 12 ancestral witches were shocked to find that their Wushan Divine Seal was unable to resist Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's Heavenly Master Seal, and he felt a sense of powerlessness. At this moment, Zhang Daoyi violently erupted with unparalleled power, and an even more powerful heart-clearing mantra pounced towards the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches could no longer block this attack. He felt a sharp pain. His entire body was shaken out. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. The might of the ancestral witches, in this instant, was gone. The corner of Zhang Daoyi's mouth curled slightly, and his body was like an eagle striking the wind as he pounced towards the 12 ancestral witches, the long sword in his hand dancing out a sword on. The 12 ancestral witches laughed coldly and raised their staffs high in their hands, performing demonic techniques and transforming into a roiling demonic aura. Zhang Daoyi is not afraid. Raise the sword to chop. Instantly the sword aura rises up to the sky, then a move meteor catching up the moon. The long sword to take advantage of the situation to chop down. The sword light as a meteor general, with infinite air-breaking momentum boom split to the 12 ancestral witches. 12 ancestral witches disdained, waved their staffs in their hands, and their divine power instantly erupted, performing the Demon Chi Thousand stance, and the miasma in the sky instantly condensed into countless ghosts and shadows, furiously pouncing on Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi frowned slightly, his eyes flashed, and he used his internal energy to activate the Heavenly Sword Skill technique, and his long sword transformed into a huge dragon, and in the sound of the dragon's roar, he rushed towards the 12 ancestral witches with the strength of 10,000 pounds. 12 ancestral witches snorted coldly. The staff in his hand pointed diagonally to the sky. A surge of energy instantly gushed out, performing the 10,000 demons gathered magical ability. Demons like clouds converge. Zhang Daoyi is like a lonely boat drifting in the sea of demons. Zhang Daoyi's heart is firm. The long sword in his hand dances a light, performs the sword god descends to the world technique. 10,000 sword chi madly climbing, with its indestructible momentum to tear open the sea of demons, and presses the 12 ancestor witches directly. The 12th ancestor witch's face suddenly changed, and his gaze towards Zhang Daoyi was filled with fear. He knew Zhang Daoyi's toughness, but he never expected that he would have such a powerful stance. He hastily counterattacked with a move of 10,000 demons returning to the palace, and the ghosts in the sky attacked like a torrential rain, trying to trap Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's figure shook, suddenly disappeared in place, followed by a thunderous sound. He suddenly appeared in the back of the 12 ancestral witches, long sword in his hand cut through the void, performing the world Taiji technique. The long sword turned into an arc of light, like the hand of the heavenly plane. The 12 ancestral witches will be sent flying. 12 ancestral witches' mournful hissing sound echoed in the air. His body was like a sail lapped by the sea, instantly flew out hundreds of meters and fell to the ground. Blood sprayed wildly from his mouth. His life and death were unknown. Zhang Daoyi calmly stood in place, without a single break in his body, waving his long sword, performing the Three Qing Divine Swords technique. A burst of sword chi rolled up, and the world lost its color. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi faced the challenge of the 12 ancestral witches. His face was grave, and his eyes glittered with a majesty that was not inferior to any of the ancestral witches. The peachwood sword in his hand emitted a faint golden light in the sunlight. Wind and thunder break. Zhang Daoyi drank lowly, and the peachwood sword transformed into a swordlight, carrying the momentum of wind and thunder straight towards the ancestral witch. The runes on the mahogany sword flickered, transforming into countless tiny thunderbolts that tore through space, striking directly at the ancestral witch's defense. The second of the 12 ancestral witches, with the golden armor heavenly demon dance, transformed into a golden armored god of war, holding a battle axe, and where the axe blade was directed, it thundered, colliding with celestial master Zhang Daoyi's wind and thunder breaking, emitting a deafening roar. The heavenly master Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged. His hands turned over, reciting incantations, summoning the Taiji formation, as if the power of yin and yang flowed between heaven and earth, forming a deep yin and yang pattern, trapping the ancestor witch in the formation. The ancestral witch is not willing to show weakness. To Qiankuan shift art, instantly moved out of the Taiji formation, but Zhang Daoyi was prepared. The hand of the peachwood sword gently swing, into thousands of swords to the clan, countless fine sword like stars scattered, blocking the ancestral witch all the way back. At this moment, the ancestor witch used the chaotic chi to fight against it, as if there was only chaos left in heaven and earth, with no beginning and no end. But Zhang Daoyi was able to see through the essence of chaos in this moment, and with a tap of the mahogany sword, the chaotic chi was dissolved. and the Taiji formation was formed again, trapping the ancestor witch firmly. The battle lasted for several hours, and every time the ancestral witch made a breakthrough, he was trapped by Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi with more subtle formations, while every move and every style of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi contained the mysteries of heaven and earth, causing the ancestral witch to gradually feel fatigued from the constant onslaught. In the end, under the wind and thunder in the sky and the entanglement of the two chi of yin and yang, the ancestor witches were trapped by the Taiji formation, unable to take half a step further, and could only watch as the light of the peachwood sword danced around them, and the Heavenly Master, Zhang Daoi, stood invincible, beheading the evil spirits and eliminating the demons with his overwhelming Taoist skills. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi stood on the top of the mountain, facing the 12 ancestral witches. He took a deep breath, and the Heavenly Master talisman in his hand lit up with a blazing flame, transforming into a golden stream of light. Each of the 12 ancestral witches used their own magical abilities to attack the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi with the power of demons and the power of nature. Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, waved his magic weapon in his hand and performed the 5 elements demon sealing formation, which instantly erupted the 5 powers of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth, trapping the 12 ancestral witches in the formation and making them unable to move. The 12 ancestral witches were shocked and they wielded their divine powers in an attempt to break the formation, only to find that the formation was getting stronger and stronger. Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, took the opportunity to perform Thunderbolt. A thunderbolt of electricity descended from the 9 heavens and struck the 12 ancestral witches, rendering them instantly incapacitated. The 12 ancestral witches were powerless to resist and had to admit defeat and retreat. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi returned victorious with a winning smile on his face. 98. Where are the immortals? Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches faced each other head-on, and the scene was tense. Zhang Daoi recited an incantation in his mouth and clasped his hands tightly. A golden light suddenly gushed out from his palm, instantly turning into a long sword, which was his golden sword technique. The ancestor witch was not alarmed. His hand pinched a trick, a green smoke spread out. His poisonous mist technique was instantly released. As soon as Zhang Dao smelled the odor, the poisonous mist had already attached itself to the corner of his clothes, and after forcibly suppressing the poisonous gas, he used the hostile chi technique to create a black ink-like aura around him and attack the ancestral witch. Ancestor witch could not dodge in time, gained the sword blade cut sharply, a sound that cut through the silence. He was negligent and careless, was cut part of the skin, his blood beads splattered down, which dripped on Zhang Daoi's cheeks. Zhang Daoi suddenly came to a sudden realization. His Dao method was manifested. Zhang Daoi responded calmly and used the golden sword technique again. He took a step forward, dropped his body, kicked the ancestral witch sideways, and waved his hand to chop and slash. Ancestor witch responded to Zhang Daoi's attack, held up his fist, and struck Jiu Yang Bo Gang Palm, but he was in too much of a hurry, so his fist was powerless, and the powerful Heavenly Master, who had a lot of power, dodged quickly, and with a ghostly shadow step, instantly reached the back of the ancestor witch, and then followed with chop all the world, chopping up the world, with the shadow of the sword to cover the entire battlefield. The fierce battle had lasted for several hours, and although both sides had lost, Zhang Daoi gradually gained the upper hand by virtue of his talent and the power of his weapons. In the end, the ancestral witch's only 10,000 poisons heart-devouring technique was also overcome by Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was victorious, and the only thing he left behind was the secret formula that he had retrieved from the ancestral witch's body, and then left the place to save more people. Zhang Daoi's figure dodged as quickly as the wind. At this time, the attack of the 12 ancestral witches surged, and the sorcerer holding the magic scorpion hook in his hand approached Zhang Daoi step by step. Zhang Daoi's face was grave, and he raised his long sword and chopped at the 12 ancestral witches with a move of heavenly thunder chop. The 12 ancestral witches frowned slightly, their feet stepped on the ground, and the poisonous toad sword in their hands slashed diagonally. Zhang Daoi then responded, using the divine horse steps, his body like a ghost-like floating, avoiding the attack. Then, the 12 ancestral witches attacked again, switching to invisible magic spells to strangely attack Zhang Daoi. At this time, Zhang Daoi gathered red spiritual energy in his hand, and his move Red Underworld Cannon made a loud sound, diffusing this incoming magic attack. Seemingly coerced by Zhang Daoi's relative tactics, the 12 ancestral witches gradually lost their advantage, and the two sides were at a stalemate. At this moment, Zhang Daoi raised his head and murmured under his breath, condensing the scattered aura. Finally, he let out a loud shout, and his whole body transformed into a dragon, whistling, performing the dragon whistling 9 heavens technique. Under the panic of the 12 ancestral witches, they could only withstand Zhang Daoi's fierce attack once again. Night Fork, Earth Demon Claw, Withered Bone Gun and countless other strokes collided together, bringing up a piece of dust and sand flying. The Night Fork Z, Earth Devil Claw, withered bone gun and countless other moves clashed together, bringing a piece of dust and sand flying. In the end, Zhang Daoi used the heavenly god sword to kill the 12 ancestral witches, and the atmosphere of heaven and earth was calm again. Zhang Daoi was armed with a heavenly innate immortal weapon, and his moves were so unpredictable that even the 12 ancestral witches had a headache. Which ancestor's body is flexible? Fierce moves, capture hand, pressure box hand, iron armor palm, and dozens of moves one by one, but Zhang Daoi can always be instantly avoided, not losing the wind. Eventually, Zhang Daoi finally show the heavenly master's masterpiece, Sunflower Divine Needle. 12 ancestral witches are unprepared. A needle shot in the sea of chi. The ancestral witches screamed loudly, hand loose, weapons fall, has no power to fight back. Zhang Daoi withdrew his attack and gave a respectful salute to the ancestral witches. You have won. I admit defeat. The ancestral witch took a deep breath. The corners of his mouth curled up slightly, and he let out a light laugh. A hero leaks. Who can't lose? Zhang Daoi also smiled. Dare to ask for your honorary name. The ancestral witch said. Ancestor Profound. Zhang Daoi nodded with a smile. One of the 12 ancestral witches. It really lives up to its name. Just see Zhang Daoi holding a long sword. Without saying a word, holding the hilt of the sword rushed forward, towards the 12 ancestral witches in front of him swept. Sword light flashes, like a lightning bolt through the clear sky. Instantly swooped down. The sword moved, thunderbolt sword. 12 ancestral witches then rose up in the air. Under the feet of the flying smoke scattered, arms raised high, suddenly burst out of the body of a strong black fog. Zhang Dao a fierce shot. The black fog suddenly cohesion into a huge demon. The huge mouth of the demon, a mouth of sharp teeth, instantly open. To Zhang Dao a bite. The trick devil night bite. Zhang Daoi had already prepared for this, and lightly leaped up, dodging the huge demon's attack. Immediately after, his sword quickly swung towards the 12 ancestral witches, and several red-colored sword chi suddenly appeared on the sword body. Just like a fire phoenix that had been suppressed for a long time, wanting to swallow heaven and earth all at once. This move is typical of the Phoenix Dance 9 Heaven sword. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches opened their arms indifferently, and one of their hands stretched out, and a devil hand was condensed in the heart of their hands with a murderous aura, and the devil hand was directed towards Zhang Daoi and hit his sword, and instantly transformed into a wisp of black smoke, and the devil hand continued to extend, and attacked Zhang Daoi. This move is called Night Demon Palm. Zhang Dao could see that this was the 12 ancestral witches' stance, so he hurriedly retreated, gently pointed his toes on the ground, transformed into a figure, and a jagged short sword appeared in his hand, and as he swung it, hundreds of sword chi swarmed like a swarm of bees, and it looked as if it was about to encircle the 12 ancestral witches in it. This move is called Blistering Wind Dance. Although the 12 ancestral witches were strong, they had to retreat one after another in the face of Zhang Daoi's continuous attacks, and as he retreated backward, the magic formations around him continued to thump, and the vast majority of the formation talismans shattered. In the end, in the sword chi transformed by Zhang Daoi's short sword, the 12 ancestral witches finally escaped Zhang Daoi's attack with great difficulty, but they were also forced to run away for dozens of miles, and this vicious battle finally ended with Zhang Daoi's victory. The wind rose suddenly, and the dust flew up. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi faced the 12 ancestral witches. Come, the Taoist sword in his hands. The Taoist sword is engraved with the word Tai, is the sword given by the Supreme Lord Lao Jun. 12 ancestral witches each with magical powers. The first ancestral witch Pangu, with his own power to open up the heaven and earth. The hands of the giant axe with the might of the heaven and earth towards the heavenly master. The Taoist sword in the hands of heavenly master Zhang Daoi met it, transforming into thousands of sword shadows and colliding with the giant axe. Rumble. With a loud sound, the earth and sky shook, and a huge vortex was created where the Tao sword and the giant axe collided, and the air around them seemed to be torn apart, revealing a corner of space. Immediately afterward, the other ancestral witches also struck out, some shaking the earth with their staffs, some shattering the void with their fists, and powerful forces surged towards Zhang Daoi. Each strike of the 12 ancestral witches was enough to destroy a mountain peak, but Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi danced with his Tao sword, forming an impenetrable defense shield that dissolved all the attacks. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged as he recited an incantation in his heart. The Tao sword seemed to possess life in his hands, and with a slight point of the sword tip, there was a thunderous force that struck directly at the 12 ancestral witches. Heavenly thunder break! With the Heavenly Master's long whistle, the sky darkened with dark clouds and thunder. Witch Salty, one of the 12 ancestral witches, met the heavenly thunder by swaying with his fish tail and lifting up huge waves, but the heavenly thunder was like a dragon, piercing through the waves and hitting Witch Salty directly. The witch salmon couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit by the heavenly thunder. His entire body was enveloped in lightning, his fish scales exploded and his tail shattered. The battle became more and more intense. Every move and every style between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches contained the power to destroy the heavens and the earth. In the end, in the Tianshi Zhang Daoyi's move Qiankuan reversal, the 12 ancestral witches' attacks were reversed one by one, and they themselves suffered a strong backlash, and one by one, their bodies collapsed and were reduced to nothing. Tianshi Zhang Daoyi put away the sword into the sheath, watching the 12 ancestral witches into nothing. The wind gradually stopped. Everything returned to calm. He looked up to the sky and sighed. The power of the ancestral witches made him realize the weight of his responsibility, guarding heaven and earth, maintaining the Taoist system, a heavy task and a long way to go. Tianshi Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches frontal combat. Zhang Daoyi mind condensed, hands slamming Yuyang building. Yuyang building as if into a fist slamming to the ancestral witches. This move is Zhang Daoyi learned from the game outside the flying devil fist. Ancestral witch saw the situation and drank low. 12 ancestral witches all out. A shot is Zhang silent sword technique, such as hundreds of thousands of swords and chi general sweeping to come. Zhang Daoyi did not dare to be careless. Palm push, the use of fairy scattering flowers, dozens of phantoms in a flash around the ancestral witch. The ancestral witch is eager to survive. Raised his hand at dragon falling 18 palms, violently pounced on Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi seems to be outside the sky. The body is divided into three moves at the same time. The first move is Rulai Divine Palm, Nine Suns Divine Power and Tai Chi Fist, immediately hit the ancestral witch back again and again. With his hands, the ancestor witch came forward again, and with his left hand, Juga Shinji arrow shot out from his palm, and with his right hand, he slammed his half palm and performed Vajra Voodoo Stick and Nine in Sutra. Zhang Daoyi saw that the ancestral witch's moves were skillful, and not willing to show weakness, he swung his palms and violently let out a mellifluous whistle. The Mount Tai was like an overwhelming mountain. The ancestral witch clenched his teeth, and his hands transformed into a rain of flowers. All these moves were realized from his understanding of metaphysics, and served his mysterious sect. If he could defeat Zhang Daoyi this time, he would surely gain a substantial benefit for his sect. When Zhang Daoyi thought of this, he didn't dare to hesitate anymore, and with a simple move, it was Heavenly King chopping. The sword method was vicious but gorgeous. In the blink of an eye, the ancestor witch retreated again and again, and Zhang Daoyi chased after him, and with a move of penetrating needle in the desert, he knocked him down. Defeat the enemy. Zhang Daoyi lowered his head and smiled. Drinking money pockets, there will be a spiritual rhinoceros. Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, and the 12 ancestral witches were engaged in a fierce battle at a deep mountain. The 12 ancestral witches were very cunning and attacked Zhang Daoyi with weird hidden weapons at the beginning. Zhang Daoyi dodged them steadily, and all of them shot through the air. Then, the 12 ancestral witches quickly pounced on Zhang Daoyi and attacked him with the heaven and earth destruction move. Zhang Daoyi immediately took a step to the side and dodged to the side, defusing the attack of the 12 ancestral witches. Immediately after that, the 12 ancestral witches struck the earth abyss move again, blowing a huge hole in the ground, trying to bury Zhang Daoyi underneath. But Zhang Daoyi, who came out from the hole, had already prepared himself and instantly flashed to the 12 ancestors with his Sky Strike move, catching him off guard. Next, the 12 ancestors tried to counterattack with the Lone Star of the Heavenly Fury move, but his move was actually countered by Zhang Daoyi's three similar moves. Heavenly Tribulation blasts the sky. Zhang Daoyi's moves blew the 12 ancestral witches away by more than 10 meters. The 12 ancestral witches became very angry and started to use the Hell-Burning Body move to kill Zhang Daoyi. But Zhang Daoyi, the Heavenly Master, was not afraid and took the lead in using the Heavenly King Supremacy move, which blew up the debris around the 12 ancestral witches again and again and caused him to avoid all the way around. Next, Zhang Daoyi held a sword and played the Flying Immortal move. The sword is dynamic, the sword unlimited, and finally killed the 12 ancestral witches. This intense battle is a sight to behold, at times violent and domineering, at times delicate and soft, as Zhang Daoyi manages to defeat the mighty 12 ancestral witches with his superior martial arts skills. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi was facing the siege of the 12 ancestral witches, but his heart was unusually calm. He slowly closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and put his hands together in front of his chest as he silently recited an incantation. Suddenly, he violently opened his eyes, and a brilliant light shot out from his eyes and went straight to the clouds. Immediately afterward, an intense aura erupted from his entire body, and a rune appeared around him. 12 ancestral witches, on your orders, stop attacking. The 12 ancestral witches were instantly shocked by this might, and stopped the movements in their hands. Zhang Daoyi's face was serious as he slowly raised his hand and recited the name of the move under his breath. Tai Chang Dao Palm. The power in his hand gradually gathered, and the air was distorted by the pressure. The 12 ancestral witches' faces changed slightly as they felt the power of this palm. The Tai Chang Dao Palm, which originated from the cultivation method of the elder Lord Tai Shang, was designed to clear the mind and purify the heart. Zhang Daoyi had once practiced this technique in depth under the guidance of Supreme Lord Taishang, practicing it until it reached great success, and it was infinitely powerful. Zhang Daoyi's expression was grave, and his palms slowly pressed down. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches cast their respective witchcrafts in an attempt to resist this palm. However, the power of the Tai Ching Dao palm far exceeded their imagination, and a stream of clear water cut through the sky like a sharp sword, charging straight at the 12 ancestral witches. 12 earthly branches, Jedi strike back. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches immediately joined hands, and 12 huge witch powers converged into a ball, preparing to strike back at Zhang Daoyi. However, Zhang Daoyi had long since gained insight into the movements of the 12 ancestral witches. The corner of his mouth hooked up a smile as he recited an incantation silently under his breath, and the runes all over his body instantly erupted, transforming into a path of protective true qi. Tai Shang Oblivion. 1 qi transforms 3 qing. With Zhang Daoyi's incantation, the Tai Ching Dao palm transformed into 3 clear streams, each of which contained Zhang Daoyi's profound internal energy, and headed straight for the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches were shocked when they saw this, and they felt an unprecedented threat. However, as the 12 ancestral witches, they were not to be outdone, and each of them displayed their own mastery, preparing to fight against the Tai Ching Dao palm. Right at this tense and exciting moment, the sky suddenly exploded as a purple golden thunderbolt descended from the sky and directly struck the Tai Ching Dao palm. Seeing this, the 12 ancestral witches secretly rejoiced in their hearts as they thought that the power of the lightning was enough to crush the Tai Ching Dao palm. However, 99 magic lines. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches caused the air within the entire cave to become heavy. Zhang Daoyi's body shone with golden light and he held a purple gold sword. The 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, wore black robes and held an ordinary iron sword in their hands. Zhang Daoyi struck first, using the 9 suns' divine power. A scorching hot energy shot out from the purple gold sword in his hand, directly blasting at the 12 ancestral witches. However, the 12 ancestral witches were not afraid of such an attack. He slapped his palm out, sending out the gentle palm power of the flowing clouds and flowing water move, successfully dissolving Zhang Daoyi's attack. Subsequently, the 12 ancestral witches also attacked. His iron sword violently swung out the green dragon falling sun style. The sword moves with arrogance, directly chopping towards Zhang Daoyi's head. Zhang Daoyi dodged urgently, and at the same time, he also launched his own attack. With a move of Dragon God through the sky, the purple gold sword drew a magnificent arc, and chopped at the chest of the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches felt the immediate danger in an instant and urgently defended, wielding their swords to forcefully parry Zhang Daoyi's attacks. The two men's sword strokes intertwined, their attacks and defenses constantly changing. The scene was very intense. In the end, Zhang Daoyi executed his killing technique, the 9 Revolutions Lion's Roar Kung Fu. This move struck the 12 ancestral witches perfectly, causing him to fall to the ground. Zhang Daoyi got the victory, but the battle still left a deep impression, and after the dust settled, Zhang Daoyi still deeply felt the power gap between himself and the 12 ancestral witches. The sky was like ink, the clouds were like crushed lead. Tiancher Zhang Daoyi stood above the void, his eyes were like electricity, facing the 12 ancestral witches. Each of them were the oldest existences in the heavens and the earth. They came from different worlds, and they possessed terrifying power. Zhang Daoyi slowly raised the heavenly master sword in his hand, the tip of the sword pointing towards the sky, reciting words under his breath. In an instant, the spiritual qi in the heaven and earth gathered, transforming into a spiritual dragon circling in the air, rushing towards the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches each performed their own stunts. Some waved their mountainous witch staffs, bringing up a raging storm, while others roared with a wave of sound like thunder and lightning. One of the ancestral witches put his hands together. His whole body emitted a brilliant light, and with a loud roar, it was as if he was the only one left in heaven and earth. This was his mastery, Pangu, opening the heavens. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged. The Tiancher sword gently swung. The sword light was like water, transforming into thousands of sword qi, colliding with the light of Pangu Kai Tian, instantly erupting with incomparably bright light, as if it could illuminate the darkness of the entire universe. Another ancestral witch laughed coldly and recited an obscure incantation. Instantly, countless runes converged from all directions, forming a huge runic formation, which was his masterpiece. 10,000 runes returning to the father. Zhang Daoyi smiled in disbelief. The heavenly master sword was casually waved. The sword qi spread across the sky, transforming into a huge sword net, cutting the runes one by one. The ancestral witch's 10,000 runes returning to the father was as fragile as thin paper in front of the sword net. The battle continued to escalate. Zhang Daoyi and the 12 ancestral witches engaged in a fierce duel. Zhang Daoi used the Heavenly Master Sword as the centerpiece and transported countless subtle sword techniques, while the 12 ancestral witches each used their own magical abilities. The scene was grand and majestic. In the end, between Zhang Daoi's lifting of his hand, the aura in the heaven and earth gathered and transformed into a huge sword of aura that stabbed straight into the sky, directly tearing apart the defenses of the 12 ancestral witches, who let out painful roars, unable to withstand the force and were defeated one by one. The battle ended. Zhang Daoi put away his sword and sheathed it. The sky and earth returned to silence. Only the broken clouds and aura slowly drifted away. Wild winds rose, and the battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches was as deafening as a storm. Zhang Daoi wielded the Heavenly Master's sword, and the sword light was like flowing water. Each sword contained unfathomable Taoist techniques. The 12 ancestral witches, on the other hand, each demonstrated their own magical abilities, some summoning wind and thunder, others transforming mountains and rivers. The scene was grand and mysterious. Zhang Daoi's sword is called Nine Suns True Flame, where the tip of the sword points to. The flame is like a dragon, hot and difficult to be overwhelmed. Nine Yang True Fire originated from the Nine Sun Sutra, which says, 9 suns, 9 yang true qi. Zhang Daoi practiced for many years, and finally this 9 suns true qi into the sword. Sword qi, nothing will not burn. One of the 12 ancestor witches was called Wushan Goddess, and she fought against Zhang Daoi with her Wushan divine power. The Wushan divine power originated from the Wushan divine maiden record, in which the divine maiden was able to borrow the power of Wushan to transform into a huge mountain of divine power that could shake the mountains and suppress her opponent. With a murmur from the Wushan goddess, the power of the mountain descended, causing Zhang Daoi's Heavenly Master's sword to also receive unprecedented resistance. As the battle intensified, Zhang Daoi offered the star transformation, which was his mastery of astronomy and geography, and was able to mobilize the power of the stars to instantly change the battlefield. Under the star transformation, the starlight of the dome of the sky flourished, and every star became a sharp sword blade, pouring towards the 12 ancestral witches. The 12 ancestral witches were also not willing to show weakness. Among them, there was an ancestral witch called Thunder God. He summoned thunder and lightning. The air flashed with electricity. The power of thunder covered the sky, wanting to submerge Zhang Daoi in the thunder and lightning. The battle reached a white-hot stage, as Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches each displayed their abilities and fought an unprecedented battle. Their moves were derived from ancient legends and Taoist techniques, and each collision caused the world around them to tremble. In the end, Zhang Daoi cracked the 12 ancestral witches with a move called the Illusion of the Void, and this earth-shaking battle became a legend for generations to come. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as the long sword in his hand was tightly gripped, preparing for the 12 ancestral witches' attack. The 12 ancestral witches sprinted towards Zhang Daoi like the wind, their hands stretched out, releasing a wave of black qi, and Zhang Daoi immediately felt a sudden increase in pressure. He activated the Celestial Master Talisman, and a gust of yellow light surrounded his body, resisting the erosion of the black qi. Zhang Daoi suddenly rushed towards the 12 ancestral witches. His sword moves were marvelous and ghost-like. He was using the heavenly deity sword qi of the Heavenly Master sword technique. The sword light was shining and powerful. The 12 ancestral witches couldn't dodge and left a deep wound on their bodies. The 12 ancestral witches roared in anger and took out a token from their arms, activating the magic array inside and restoring the injuries he had received. When Zhang Daoi saw this scene, he secretly marveled in his heart. This was a rare treasure, a magic array with restorative power. The 12 ancestral witches took advantage of Zhang Daoi's stunned moment to charge at him once again. This time he unleashed the Devil God summoning technique, and the air was filled with an intense black mist. Zhang Daoi didn't dare to be careless and dodged the erosion of the black mist. He activated the sword breaks the 9 heavens of the Heavenly Master charm, and a huge golden sword broke into the sky, hitting the bodies of the 12 ancestral witches squarely. The 12 ancestral witches roared angrily and took out a magic weapon in their arms and sacrificed the underworld demon subduing Bell. The Devil Bell's horn shook the sky, and Zhang Daoi raised the great auspicious heavenly talisman and sacrificed the 3 talismans around him, forming a heavenly aura that blew the Devil Bell into pieces. During the battle, Zhang Daoi and the 12 ancestral witches went back and forth. In the end, Zhang Daoi utilized the Heavenly Master Wind God Scroll, and a gust of wind came, directly blowing the 12 ancestral witches out and falling into the corner. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi, you are awesome, the 12 ancestral witches exclaimed, raising their hands in defeat. The Devil's Way is a target after all. I'm just doing my best, Zhang Daoi said calmly. Tianchi Zhang Daoi's victory over the 12 ancestral witches shook the whole Jianghu, and Zhang Daoi was thus pushed to the position of the No.1 person in the martial arts world. A thrilling battle is about to kick off when Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Emperor Jun's ancient god arrive at a barren valley. Zhang Daoi violently displayed his masterstroke bloody brune rotting corpse, and the Dao sword in his hand transformed into a dark ghostly shadow, rushing towards Emperor Jun's ancient god like a green dragon. the ancient god immediately sacrificed his divine power, 9 demon flame, transforming into a wall of fire to resist Zhang Daoi's attack, and used the opportunity to counterattack. His divine power transformed into a huge storm that swept up sand and rocks and lunged at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi raised his sword to cut through the storm and approached Emperor Jun's ancient god like lightning. The ancient god immediately performed his master skill 9 transformations of the divine dragon, transforming his body into 9 divine dragons and spitting out amazing water pillars to trap Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was not willing to show weakness and immediately activated his body protection spell Heavenly Dragnet to break free from the ancient god's attack. He laughed. Divine Dragon 9 transformations? That's just a kindergarten-level trick. An unusual energy surged in his heart, and the bright Dao lines on the top of the Dao sword shone, and Zhang Daoi's hair was slightly reddish with it. When the Emperor Jun ancient god saw Zhang Daoi's strange change, he immediately strengthened his defenses, but Zhang Daoi took the opportunity to slash away with his sword, and the Dao sword transformed into countless Dao Qi that came at the Emperor Jun ancient god. The ancient god was shocked and hurriedly took to the air to avoid this deadly attack. Zhang Daoi laughed and said, "Do you think you can avoid my attacks? It's not that easy." He struck again, and this time, he gathered all of his spiritual energy to perform the endless stance Heavenly Fate 5 Thunders, and with a loud sound, the entire ground shook. Emperor Jun, the ancient god, was half dead from the shock, and he raised the sacrifices in his hand and kept summoning the gods around him, hoping to reverse the situation in this duel. However, Zhang Daoi raised his sword and channeled the energy around him, performing the heaven and earth demon subduing, and in an instant, the entire valley was enveloped in darkness. The ancient god was shrouded in darkness. His entire body became weaker and weaker, and he wanted to escape again, but there was no way to do so. Zhang Daoi's entire body was enveloped in darkness. He took one step, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared beside the ancient god, and his sword blades were like an army of thousands of horses, blasting towards Emperor Jun's ancient god. In the end, the ancient god of Di Jun was killed by the heavenly master Zhang Dao with a single sword, and the 4 great stunts of 5 thunders, heavenly fate, heavenly law, and heaven and earth subduing demons were once again praised by the people. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Emperor Jun's ancient god stood face to face, their gazes meeting in mutual hostility. Suddenly, the Emperor Jun ancient god opened his mouth and spewed out a stream of black smoke, and the smoke cloud approached Zhang Daoi. With a wave of Zhang Daoi's hand, a stream of air rushed out, instantly reducing the black smoke to nothing. Emperor Jun's ancient god was taken aback by this, and then he cast a spell with his right hand, condensing a sea of fire that surged towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi, however, cast his own technique, mobilizing the spiritual chi of the 4 directions to spawn a divine chi, which collided with the sea of fire and struck a pitch-black vortex, swallowing the sea of fire. Emperor Jun's ancient god's face changed slightly, knowing that this person was extraordinary. Next, the Emperor Jun ancient god then kept changing his stance. His hand seals kept changing, and with each change, he would cast a unique technique. Zhang Daoi couldn't look at it, but he also cast out more techniques. The battle lasted for dozens of rounds, with both sides fighting evenly, with neither side gaining the upper hand. In the end, the Emperor Jun ancient god executed a masterstroke, heavenly god metamorphosis, and his entire body erupted with an intense light that instantly illuminated the entire battlefield. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi hurriedly counterattacked and executed his Vajra unbreakable body. His body transformed into a golden body and resisted the Emperor Jun ancient god's stance. Instantly, the golden body broke open, revealing Zhang Daoi's true body. The Emperor Jun ancient god was complacent, thinking that he had won, but unexpectedly, Zhang Daoi had already condensed the most powerful technique in his hands at that moment, Heaven's Path against the heavens. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi slammed his hand, and a huge black crack appeared in the sky as a majestic force surged out from within, directly shattering Emperor Jun's ancient god into a puff of black smoke. Zhang Daoi looked around and sensed the visitor, quickly collecting all his aura and quickly leaving the place. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Emperor Jun's ancient god intensified, with each of them displaying their own masterstrokes, turning the entire battlefield into a sea of arts. Zhang Daoi utilized the art of wind and thunder to execute the wind and thunder shock and fury. The wind whistled as ferociously as a tiger descending a mountain. The thunder roared as shockingly as a dragon roaring. The wind and thunder intertwined with each other, forming an earth-shattering storm. This powerful force made the earth tremble, as if it was going to tear everything apart. Everything seemed so small and fragile in this angry sea of wind and thunder. Trees were uprooted, houses crumbled, and people fled in terror, trying to find a safe haven. However, in the face of such a violent force of nature, human efforts seemed insignificant. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky rolled over, getting lower and lower. Lightning cut through the sky, illuminating the entire world. Each lightning bolt was like a sharp sword, mercilessly slashing at the earth. and the deafening thunder was like a war drum inspiring the storm to rage more and more violently. In front of this horrific sight, one cannot help but marvel at the greatness and mystery of nature. The wind and thunder are both destructive and baptizing. It reminds us to revere nature, cherish life, and always maintain the spirit of exploration of the unknown world. A powerful force of wind and thunder was instantly emitted in the center of the battlefield, instantly pushing the Empyrean ancient god away by several meters and blowing deep dents in the ground. Emperor June ancient god was not willing to show weakness, and utilized the art of time and space to perform time and space reversal. A powerful force field pushed Zhang Daoyi to the edge of the battlefield, but Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged, and he recited incantations silently, and utilized the art of Taoist runic symbols to perform Taoist runic symbols sealing the gods, forming a giant runic formation, trapping Zhang Daoyi in the formation. A giant runic formation was formed, trapping the Emperor June ancient god in the formation. The ancient god of Emperor June did not panic in the face of the formation, and responded with the art of earth, casting earth cracking in an attempt to break through Zhang Daoyi's talismanic formation. But Zhang Daoyi kept changing the eyes of the formation, and the formation became more and more solid, and the ancient god of Emperor June was unable to break through. Seeing this opportunity, Zhang Daoyi recited another incantation under his mouth and utilized the water art to perform the water dragon chant, instantly summoning a huge water dragon that rushed towards the Empyrean ancient god, drowning the Empyrean ancient god under the monstrous waves. Emperor June's ancient god struggled to resist the water dragon's attack and used the flame art to try to burn out the water dragon, but Zhang Daoyi had already prepared for this and used the water art to execute the water mirror illusion, which bounced back the Emperor June's flame art. Emperor June's ancient god was injured by the flame art and lost his balance, falling out of the rune formation and onto the ground. Zhang Daoban smiled as he chanted a victory incantation under his breath, completing this victory with the art of jutsu. 100. Hondo. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Emperor June's ancient god were engaged in a fierce battle in an empty mountain. Zhang Daoyi grasped the power of the 5 elements of heaven and earth, manipulating the 5 elements of wind, thunder, electricity, fire, and water to form a 5-colored cyclone beside him. He muttered the incantations of the heaven and earth true scripture under his breath, and suddenly clapped his hands. The 5-colored elements gathered in his palm and struck violently at the Emperor June ancient god. Instead, a long sword with a glittering silver body had appeared in the hand of Emperor June ancient god. His stance was agile and his sword flew and danced, attacking Zhang Daoyi from all directions. With a wave of his sleeve, Zhang Daoyi immediately condensed countless tiny wind blades, which drew countless trajectories in the air, pouncing towards the Emperor June ancient god like fluttering butterflies. The two men's attacks intertwined with each other, forming a brilliant and colorful picture. With the advantage of the power of heaven and earth, Zhang Daoyi continuously created all sorts of peculiar artistry moves and easily dealt with the attacks of the Emperor June ancient god. The Emperor June ancient god, on the other hand, with his outstanding attainments in sword arts, was putting Zhang Daoyi at a disadvantage from time to time. However, Zhang Daoyi was not discouraged. He gripped the staff in his hand tightly and recited the secret incantation of the Jade Clear Heart technique in his heart, his voice gradually rising to a high pitch. With a gesture, the ground cracked open and thousands of flower petals clustered up, instantly forming a huge blue flower god temple. Emperor June ancient god's alert brow furrowed slightly. He had never heard of Zhang Daoyi having such profound flower arts, but he was not afraid, and with a shake of his long sword, he immediately formed a sword-like shroud that enveloped the entire flower god hall in an attempt to destroy it. However, the petals within the flower god hall turned into countless neon lions surging out, running towards the Emperor June ancient god. His entire body's sword chi rose up as this chop went out, ostensibly targeting the flower arts, but he had a different intention, actually destroying Zhang Daoyi's divine sense, thus losing the ability to use elemental arts. Zhang Daoyi's face was slightly white, but he did not retreat. He raised the staff in his hand and waved it frantically as a stream of air surged out, fixing the Empyrean ancient god in place. With a low roar, Zhang Daoyi released his hands even wider, and an earth-shattering chirping sound was emitted. The surrounding power of the 5 elements of the heavens and earth formed a powerful flower of energy within his palms, smashing fiercely towards the Empyrean ancient god. The June ancient god's brow wrinkled even tighter as he had to let go of his sword shield and dodge in the void. However, the Taiji phalanx had already formed under Zhang Daoyi, and the bizarre black atmosphere of this moment forcefully wrapped around the Emperor June ancient god and merged into it. A great thunder boomed, and in an instant, a purple bolt of electricity pierced through the clouds. Grandiose and incomparable, Emperor June ancient god let out a miserable cry. His entire backbone bent backwards, a mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his body flew backwards, straight into the sky. Zhang Daoyi stood in place exhaustedly, opening his mouth to spit out yuan qi, but he was shivering. He was victorious, but the cost of this battle had also cost him extremely high. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and Emperor June's ancient god began. dressed in a green robe and holding a steel sword. Zhang Daoyi rushed towards the ancient god like a bolt of lightning, and with a stamp of his legs, he leapt up from the ground and launched a Big Dipper's sword chi at the ancient god. The ancient god did not show any weakness. His body emitted a black light, and with a wave of his left hand, a piece of ice and snow flew out from his hand to meet Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi was not afraid in the slightest, and with a swing of the long sword in his hand, he broke through the ice and snow, shooting at the ancient god like a meteor. The ancient god leapt and dodged easily, turning back and standing, facing Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi had already prepared his next move. He gathered a blue energy in his hand, leaped up with his legs, and launched a bright moon 1,000 miles at the ancient god. Ancient god dodged sideways. A black shadow swept through like electricity and stabbed at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi reacted quickly turned around. A wash-on sword technique chopped out of his hand. The two strokes hit each other, immediately exploded a spark. The battle lasted for several rounds, and the two were on equal footing. Suddenly, the black light emanating from the ancient god's body became stronger and stronger, and a powerful energy quickly converged in his hand, and in an instant, a divine weapon, Purple Cloud Soulbreaker, appeared in his hand. Zhang Daoyi frowned slightly. Sensing the danger, he hurriedly jumped away to avoid it. The Purple Cloud Soul-severing blade was like a long black dragon that twisted randomly in the air, easily shredding the surrounding air. Zhang Daoyi jumped continuously, not daring to be distracted. Finally, Zhang Daoyi thought of a bold move, a true 7-star sword formation. He recited sutras under his breath and pointed the long sword in his hand, and 7 sky blue sword chi suddenly emerged around his body. The sword chi converged into 7 human figures that echoed each other, forming a heavenly formation. With such a formation, even the ancient god had to show his strongest abilities. In the end, it ended with Zhang Daoyi winning and Emperor Jun's ancient god being defeated. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi, dressed in Taoist robes and holding a peachwood sword with a grave expression, stood on top of a ruin. Emperor Jun, possessing 3 heads and 6 arms, exuding an ancient and powerful aura, faced Zhang Daoyi head-on. The heavenly Tao is limitless. I am Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master who is in charge of all laws. Zhang Daoyi shouted loudly, his voice containing endless power. Emperor Jun's face remained unchanged as his 6 arms spread out, and the sound of wind and thunder seemed to resound in the heavens and earth. Zhang Daoyi waved his mahogany sword, reciting words under his breath, and the tip of the sword transformed into a brilliant sword-on, converging into the burning heaven technique. Wherever the sword-ons passed through, flames spread and burned everything around. Emperor Jun's eyes flashed, mouth chanting an ancient and mysterious incantation. The 3 heads at the same time spewed out bright light, forming a solid shield, resisting the ravages of burning heaven. Skill. 10,000 laws return. Zhang Daoyi made a seal with both hands, and the Yuan Qi in heaven and earth converged, transforming into a single spell formation, which contained hidden mysteries, presenting complex formations that pressed towards Emperor Jun. Emperor Jun's expression remained unchanged. The 3 heads roared at the same time. The sound was so loud that 3 long rainbows shot out from their mouths, striking the spell formations directly, shaking the formations for a while. The heart of the Tao is strong, and all laws will not be invaded. Zhang Daoyi bit through his tongue. His blood transformed into runes and blossomed into a dazzling light in the air. His figure then skyrocketed, transforming into a ray of light as he rushed towards Emperor Jun. A look of astonishment appeared in Emperor Jun's eyes as he swung out his 6 arms in unison, one brilliant fist shadow after another, colliding with Zhang Daoyi's radiance and erupting into a deafening roar. The battle between the two was so intertwined with arts and powers that it was as if the only thing left in heaven and earth was the battle between them, as countless arts moves and powers collided in the air, releasing brilliant light. This was a battle that shook the mind, and a great battle that concerned the heavenly Tao and the 10,000 laws. The night is like ink, the stars are dotted, the heavenly master Zhang Daoyi's sleeves and robes are fluttering. Standing on the top of the mountain, Emperor Jun, the ancient god, dressed in black robes, eyes like electricity, breathing the aura of heaven and earth for the stagnation. Zhang Daoyi's face was serious, his hands slowly joined together, chanting a low incantation. Open the heavens and earth. Qiankuan shifts. With the fall of its voice, the sky in a 100-mile radius instantly changed color. Dark clouds rolled over, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. His palms violently parted, and a dazzling golden light erupted from the center of his palms, transforming into a gigantic golden divine beast that rose into the air. Seeing this, Emperor Jun's ancient god let out a cold smile as he quickly formed a seal with both hands. 10,000 ancient quicksand. Big Dipper extermination. Instantly, an invisible force erupted from within him, transforming into a sky of sand and dust that charged straight at the divine beast. In the sand and dust, there were faint sounds of dragons and tigers roaring, and every grain of sand and dust contained the power of destruction. The two collided, the golden light intertwined with the sand and dust, emitting a deafening roar. The golden divine beast roared as its figure loomed in the sand and dust, engaging in a fierce duel with the Emperor Jun ancient god. Zhang Daoi's complexion was aghast, knowing that if he wanted to win, he had to use his best technique. He bit the tip of his tongue and his blood gas spurted out as he mouthed the words, "Blood sacrifice to the heavens and the earth." All the laws returned to their origin. As the incantation was completed, Zhang Daoi's entire body radiated a crimson light, transforming into a red rune that charged straight at Emperor Jun's ancient god. Seeing this, Emperor Jun's ancient god's expression was grave, and his hands quickly formed a seal. Pangu opens the heavens, and chaos is first divided. He spat out a purple stream of air from his mouth, transforming into a purple curtain of light in an attempt to ward off Zhang Daoi's mastery. The two forces collided fiercely in the air. The light curtain continuously shook, purple and red intertwined, and an unbearable shockwave erupted. On top of the mountain, the grass and trees were all withered by the shock. Rocks rolled down, and dust flew up. In the end, with a deafening explosion, the light curtain shattered. Purple air currents scattered in all directions, and Di Jun ancient god's figure stalled, his face pale, and Zhang Daoi's breath was also dying, his bloodstained robe fluttering in the wind. The two looked at each other and smiled, each retreating as the battle came to a close. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and Emperor Jun's ancient god were engaged in a fierce battle on a huge plain. Emperor Jun was an ancient deity, tall and with a mysterious aura. Zhang Daoi, on the other hand, was holding an ordinary copper sword, but his demeanor was calm and confident. When the battle began, the Emperor Jun ancient god let out a roar and immediately launched an attack. He leapt violently, stepping on the air to land firmly, and his huge body instantly smashed towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi feigned to dodge, but suddenly turned around, and the copper sword in his hand fiercely slashed out a sword chi. The sword chi was like electricity, chopping towards the Emperor Jun ancient god. However, the Emperor Jun ancient god was prepared for the situation and easily dodged the strike. Then, the Empyrean ancient god launched a string of continuous attacks, striking Zhang Daoi in various directions. However, Zhang Daoi meticulously diffused each attack. His stance was light and agile, and each dodge was effortless. While quickly counterattacking, Zhang Daoi chanted an incantation, made seals with both hands, gathered chi in his heart, and utilized his mind spells to launch his attacks. Zhang Daoi used a mind spell called Mind Vanguard, which used the soul as a blade and had extremely strong killing power. As he moved his mind, the sword chi wrapped with energy on the copper sword suddenly erupted violently and rushed straight towards Emperor Jun's ancient god. The Emperor Jun ancient god waved his arms somewhat uncomfortably, trying to ward off Zhang Daoi's attack. However, Zhang Daoi's sword chi was too sharp, and one of Emperor Jun ancient god's arms was immediately cut off. The Emperor Jun ancient god looked at his stump in shock and took the initiative to start retreating and unfolded the mist technique to conceal his figure. Victory belonged to Zhang Daoi, who was gripping his copper sword and looked particularly powerful on the plains. The real significance of the battle was his mind spell Mind Vanguard, which he came up with on a whim in a difficult situation. The battle proved Zhang Daoi's intelligence and talent, and demonstrated his courage and fighting spirit. On an ancient ruin, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi stood opposite to Emperor Jun's ancient god. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi was wearing a green shirt and a Taoist crown. His hands were cupped and his mouth was chanting, and the air around him seemed to condense into layers of Taoist patterns. On the other hand, Emperor Jun ancient god was tall, with a black robe, and a deep, bottomless gloom in his eyes. With a flick of his hand, the power of the 9 heavenly stars and rivers converged and transformed into a gigantic star glory beast, pouncing towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged as he pinched his right hand and droned lowly under his breath. Star River retreats and scatters. A golden light was seen shooting out from his palm, colliding with the star radiant beast and instantly crushing it. The Emperor Jun ancient god sneered as his entire body's black robe began to expand, transforming into a huge black scaly dragon as it rampaged through the ruins. Zhang Daoi didn't panic. His left hand pinched his knuckles. His right hand waved his sword. The tip of the sword was flooded with gusts of sword aura, transforming into a flash of light. Spirit sword breaks the void. The sword chi collided with the black scaly dragon, emitting a loud sound that shook the sky and earth, and the black scaly dragon was shaken back a few steps. A stern color flashed in the eyes of Emperor Jun ancient god, and with a wave of his right hand, countless Yin souls surged out from the ground, pouncing towards Zhang Daoi with teeth and claws. Zhang Daoi's face was grave as he mouthed the words, 10,000 ghosts return to the clan. 10,000 ghosts return to the clan. With this roar, the sky and earth suddenly changed color. Dark clouds rolled over, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. It was as if the entire world was shaken by this terrifying force, as countless ghosts came from all directions, converging into a huge torrent that swept in one direction. In the midst of that torrent, one could vaguely see an evil ghost with different forms and fierce faces, their teeth and claws open, emitting gusts of mournful cries that sent chills down one's spine. These evil ghosts were all souls that were unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation after death and were trapped in the world to suffer. And now they were finally relieved and could return to the hell and reincarnate. And at the center of this torrent stood a figure clad in black robes, his face hidden in the shadows, unable to see his true appearance, but from the powerful aura emanating from his body, one could sense that he was the presiding officer of this 10,000 ghosts returning to the sex ceremony, a mysterious and unpredictable higher being, only to see his hands continuously forming seals and reciting words under his breath, guiding this huge torrent of ghosts forward. As his movements became faster and faster, the ghosts became more and more berserk, and they fought and devoured each other in an exceptionally tragic scene. In the end, after all the ghosts had merged into that huge vortex, everything returned to calm, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, and the sunlight sprinkled down on the earth again. That mysterious high figure shifted and disappeared without a trace, leaving behind only a dead silence and a ground full of debris, only to see a blazing flame rolling in his palm, devouring the Yin souls one by one and turning them into nothingness. Just as the two sides were fighting, Zhang Daoi suddenly waved his left hand and a jade pendant flew out from his sleeve, Tai Cheng Divine Sword. The jade pendant transformed into a sword light in the air, aiming straight for the vitals of the Emperor Jun ancient god. A trace of panic appeared in the eyes of Emperor Jun's ancient god, and he hurriedly offered a turtle shell to protect his body. But the jade pendant's sword light penetrated through the turtle shell and pushed into Emperor Jun's ancient god like a bamboo. In the end, in front of Zhang Daoi's powerful sword chi and profound Dao, the Emperor Jun ancient god finally exhausted and was defeated, and his body gradually disintegrated, turning into a stream of black gas that dissipated in the air. Zhang Daoi, on the other hand, sheathed his sword, still maintaining a bland expression, as if the earth-shattering battle just now was just a small episode in his daily cultivation. 101. Fuxi, Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, condensed his chi into a sword and used Haotian Wuji as his stance. The sword light shot out in all directions and broke through the air. Fuxi's not panicked, with the Pangu open sky as a move. Both hands violently pushed. The sky and earth color change formed a powerful body protection chi. Zhang Daoi's heart moved and he used the green dragon crescendo, manifesting a green dragon circling over the battlefield, bringing up a powerful tornado and attacking Fuxi's. He coldly grunted and cast Nuwa Maker. Fuxi let out a cold snort and performed the Nuwa Creator, only to see his hands quickly forming seals and manifesting countless doppelgangers, colliding head-on with the tornado. The two sides clashed, and a loud sound erupted, as if the earth and sky were about to be shaken by it. Zhang Daoi sighed in his heart and executed Shen Tian Wuji. A powerful aura erupted from his body and directly rushed towards Fuxi clan. Fuxi's brows were slightly frowned, and he used the initial opening of the mixed elements as a move to split the heaven and earth into two, forming a huge space crack that swallowed up all of Zhang Daoi's attacks. The battle entered the white-hot stage. Zhang Daoi felt the rapid depletion of true essence in his body, and hurriedly operated the Taiji light, both palms to the sky. A powerful light burst out from his palms, illuminating the entire battlefield with 1,000 splendor. Fuxi's heart was shocked. With the Pangu Kai Tian as a move, true chi condensed into a huge pillar of light, directly rushed to the sky. The two powerful forces collided in the air, emitting a loud sound, and it was as if the heavens and earth were about to be torn apart. Zhang Daoi and Fuxi each used their own techniques to fight for the dominance of the battlefield. In the end, Zhang Daoi condensed his whole body's true chi and performed the Wuji breaking air. A powerful air current erupted from his body, directly shaking Fuxi clan back a few steps. Fuxi's face was shocked, but he didn't give up. Instead, he became more determined to fight. The intensity of the battle between the two sides moved all the spectators present. The course of the battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and ancient god Fuxi clan was filled with fierce confrontation. Fuxi's body emitted a divine light, holding a strange magic wheel in his hand, and with a fierce display, countless light arrows shot towards Zhang Daoi like shooting stars from the sky. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged. The long sword in his hand swung, performing a move of 10,000 swords returning to the father. The sword light was like a rainbow, dispersing the light arrows one by one. Then, Fuxi's figure shifted and turned into countless residual shadows, pouncing towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi stepped like the wind, performing the treading cloud steps. His body was light and agile, avoiding Fuxi's attack. Fuxi's eyes showed a stern color, waved his hand, a huge lightning power in the palm cohesion. A fierce blow, the world changed, the sound of thunder deafening. Zhang Daoi frowned tightly and performed the 9 revolutions spiritual thunder technique. The long sword in his hand drew out a complex rune, and a stronger lightning power coalesced at the tip of the sword, colliding with Fuxi clan's attacks and making explosive sounds. In the end, the battle between Zhang Daoi and Fuxi reached its climax. Zhang Daoi executed the Boundless Void move. His long sword transformed into countless sword shadows, dissolving each and every one of Fuxi's attacks, while at the same time counterattacking. Seeing that the situation was not good, Fushi clan finally chose to retreat. As the battle ended, Zhang Daoi stood in place, looking as normal, the long sword in his hand trembling slightly, clearly an after effect left behind after executing the stance. However, his eyes were filled with determination and courage as he had managed to protect the entire heaven and earth. A fierce battle between Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and Fushi, the ancient god, is going on in the heavenly realm. Zhang Daoi is holding a metaphysical iron sword, with extraordinary agility and dazzlingly excellent offensive and defensive transitions, while Fushi is holding the 9 heavenly chaos beads, which change the color of heaven and earth with infinite power. With a loud sound, Zhang Daoi leaped into the air. His Shin iron sword flashed with cold light as he fiercely chopped out a sword towards Fushi clan. The 9 heavens chaos pearl in Fushi clan's hand spun extremely fast, emitting an ear-piercing shrill whistle, and instantly transformed into thousands of streams of light, blocking Zhang Daoi's attack. Fushi clan's eyes flickered slightly, and then he unleashed his masterstroke, Chaotic Illusion, as a brilliant light instantly erupted, enveloping Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi felt a blur before his eyes and immediately missed the moment and lost the opportunity to strike. He decisively retracted his Shin iron sword, while his hands formed seals and began to utilize the Sea of Rage Berserk skill, once again launching an attack towards the Fushi clan. The Raging Sea Berserk skill was Zhang Daoi's best technique, and all of his attacks seemed to be waves of raging sea waves, instantly enveloping Fushi clan. Fushi clan smiled coldly as his body turned violently, his aura surging as if he had transformed into an ancient deity. He then executed his famous move, the sky-breaking earth-splitting strike. An earth-shattering wave of air slammed towards Zhang Daoi's Raging Sea Berserker technique, instantly shattering all the waves, while Zhang Daoi was also sent flying out and planted on the ground. Zhang Daoi raised his Shin iron sword high in the air, his eyes flashing with a determined killing aura. He rushed towards Fushi clan once again, flying and tearing through the long sky. The Shin iron sword in his hand slashed down, and with a whoosh sound, it cut through the long sky, completely enveloping Fushi clan's figure in it. This was Zhang Daoi's original stance, Heavenly Sword Soul Chopping. When Fushi clan was struck by the Heavenly Blade Soul Chopper, his body immediately shook and blood spurted out wildly. His complexion instantly became very grave, and with a faint smile hanging at the corner of his mouth, he looked at Zhang Daoi seriously and said, "Not bad, you have finally taken this move to the peak of your Dao." With Fushi's final command, his figure instantly disappeared, and an intense energy fluctuation filled the air above the entire battlefield. Zhang Daoi also condensed his own power once again, preparing for his next charge. Although this battle was over, the feud between the two great gods would not end there. They would meet again in the years to come to put this vicious battle to the test. Celestial Master Zhang Dao was dressed in a green-colored Taoist robe, with a Taoist crown on his head and a mahogany sword in his hand. Facing the ancient god Fushi clan, he appeared insignificant, but there was an unyielding light in his eyes. Fushi clan, as one of the 3 emperors and 5 emperors, why are you breaking the rules and going against the heavens? Zhang Daoi asked with a stern expression on his face. Fushi clan sneered and said, "Rules? I am the creator. I can make new rules myself." As soon as the words fell, his whole body erupted with bright light, and a world seemed to coalesce in his hands, with heaven and earth, Qiankuan, all within it. Zhang Daoi was not afraid. The peachwood sword in his hand swung. The sword light was like a rainbow, charging straight up. "Fushi clan, don't go wild," he shouted and used the clear heart Dao sword. The sword light seemed to be surrounded by Sanskrit sounds, which could purify the mind and eliminate distracting thoughts. Fushi's eyes condensed, sensing this extraordinary sword intent, but he didn't retreat. Instead, he met it. The world in his hand shook violently, and an invisible fluctuation rippled out, instantly tearing apart the sword light of the clear heart Dao sword. Zhang Daoi's face changed slightly, but he did not give up, continuously swinging his sword, making the 5 elements sword formation, in which the power of the 5 elements of gold, wood, water, fire, and earth were gathered, like the natural laws of heaven and earth. Endless. Fushi's brow tightly frowned, obviously felt the pressure, but he did not easily admit defeat, but more stimulate the desire to fight. The world in his hand instantly swelled as if it wanted to devour everything, colliding with the 5 elements sword formation. The collision of the two forces produced a deafening roar, and the air around them was shaken and rippled. The figures of Zhang Daoi and Fushi clan appeared even taller amidst this force, as if they were fighting amongst gods and goddesses. In the end, Zhang Daoi used his best skill, Tai Ching Traceless Sword. The sword light was like the water of Tai Ching, flawless and unblemished, and went straight to Fushi's 7 inches. Fushi's, also not willing to show weakness, the whole body erupted bright light, seems to be the same life as heaven and earth. The two forces collided fiercely in mid-air, as if they were going to tear the void. Then, there was a loud bang, light overflowed, and the two men retreated from each other. While Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi remained calm and relaxed, Fushi clan seemed to be affected. and cracks began to appear in his world. In the end, the battle ended in Zhang Daoi's victory. He looked at Fuxi clan's gradually dissipating figure and secretly said in his heart, "I hope you can understand." The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the ancient god Fuxi clan caused the entire mountain forest to tremble. The power of the heavens and earth surged, thunderstorms raged, and howling winds whistled by, causing the surrounding grass and trees to tremble as if they were dancing madly. The fists and kicks of the two top powerhouses intertwined together, emitting earth-shattering reverberations. Zhang Daoi shouted. His hands choked and his throat moved, and a blue dragon shadow appeared out of thin air. The shadow of the dragon was delicate and full of power. Its limbs were flexible and mysterious, surrounding Zhang Daoi's body, forming a vein of its own. Zhang Daoi's move was called Divine Dragon Emerging from the Sea, which was an ancient technique passed down in the Sanskrit world. When Fuxi saw Zhang Daoi's move, he smiled faintly, and many water waves appeared on his body. His palms fluttered lightly, and his move-sounding waves was like a raging tide in the ocean, majestic and vast, as if it could drown everything. Zhang Daoi clenched his fist tightly, his arm muscles tensed, and countless fine red lights coalesced in his hand. In this instant, his fist was like a blazing meteor, leaving a residual shadow in the air. This move, Meteor Fall, could be considered one of the most thrilling martial arts in the world. Fuxi's eyes contained a smile, the corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Just at this moment, his palm suddenly bloomed a dazzling golden light. This move is called Golden True Chi, originated from Fuxi's experience of sealing the Yellow River Python. This move was gold-based, and wherever it passed, even gold and stone would be turned into ashes. The battle continued. The two powerhouses' moves were shocking and earth-shattering, sometimes facing each other in the mountain forest again for a short while, and then again in a flash of movement, entangling each other in 100 different ways, until Zhang Daoi hands as if a basin luohan in front of his body in a circle. Out of thin air condensed a huge spell formation, gradually become bigger. The whole mountain forest are enveloped in this law nothing. The Sunflower Treasure Tantra was naturally Zhang Daoi's best technique. It was able to mobilize the power of heaven and earth with the spell formation as its center, making it a unique stance in the martial arts world. At this moment, countless mysterious symbols and spells surfaced in the treasure dictionary, and Zhang Daoi violently shouted, and heaven and earth resonated together, and the entire mountain and forest trembled. Fuxi's body trembled as he was enveloped by this spell formation, and a disoriented look appeared on his face. In a narrow path, one side must fall. And at this moment, he only had two choices: either to charge hard, or to leave in defeat. Thus, he clenched his palms together and built up his inner strength. In that instant, countless elemental sparks exploded around his fist, entwining in a strange order, like magnificent fireworks in the night sky. This move was called Elemental Upanishad, representing the power of chaos and the laws of the heavens. In the end, the cheers boomed the sky, and the fight between Zhang Daoi and Fuxi clan left behind a history that moved the heavens. This fight, as if it had already ascended to the martial arts first wonderful. Once the winner Fuxi clan, has become Zhang Daoi's past. At the moment he, just a shadow forever. The battle scene between the heavenly master Zhang Daoi and the ancient god Fuxi clan is exceptionally intense. They are both top masters in the world and their moves are lethal. Zhang Daoi's figure was like electricity, quickly shuttling through the battlefield, and the long sword in his hand, Taiji sword, showed various changes, and his moves were thrilling. Fuxi's is also not willing to show weakness. She carries the power of the immortals, and the 1,000-year-old Yaoqin in her hand adds endless power to it. The heavenly vault splitting star, heavenly curtain collapsing shadow and other moves were launched in turn, and the two of them unleashed their power perfectly. Zhang Daoi formed a unique Taiji sword formation, binding and tripping, sparse but not leaky, range sweeping and other techniques repeatedly trapped Fuxi, but Fuxi did not give up easily. She unleashed Fuxi didn't give up easily. She unleashed the yellow spring of heaven and earth, a divine song of Yaoqin, which frightened the ghosts and gods of the three worlds and made all things wail. And this move immediately put Zhang Daoi in a crisis. Li Nian split the mountain. Zhang Daoi immediately launched his own skill. The whole person flew into mid-air. The long spear red dust brought up a light red dust mist. His hands on the head of the gun swing randomly, seemingly randomly knocked down. Fuxi's followed by fiddle music. Suddenly ripples of blue waves, two people's offense and defense speed so fast that people's eyes dazzled. In the end, Zhang Daoi Taiji sword formation suppression of Fuxi, with a Taishan pressure to weaken the waning of her, always maintain an independent and unbreakable Taiji potential moves technology. At this moment, Fuxi's already exhausted, and finally lost the battle. Zhang Daoi Taiji potential can really live up to its name. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and ancient god Fuxi clan collided together like two shooting stars, instantly stirring up sparks in the sky. The green dragon sword in Zhang Daoi's hand transformed into several sword chi and ruthlessly chopped at Fuxi's waist. Fuxi spun the divine bead, transforming into a sky full of stars, and slammed into Zhang Daoi's sword chi. The two collided with each other, emitting a huge roar as if the air was trembling before violently erupting into a brilliant light. Zhang Daoi's mind moved and he transformed into the form of a golden dragon with an astonishing aura. He violently flung his dragon tail and swung it fiercely at Fushi clan. Fushis raised his hands to protect his body, and the divine beads in both hands coalesced into a stormy tornado, completely binding Zhang Daoi's dragon tail, and then swung back with a forceful swing. At this moment, Fushis raised her hand, and the 5-colored divine beads gradually coalesced in the palm of her hand. 5 elements heavenly deity. Fushi clan bellowed. The 5-colored divine beads fused into one in his hand, then violently smashed towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly. The sword in his hand met Fushi clan's attack. Just as the two were about to collide again, the space suddenly shook. The sword chi and the divine beads exploded at the same time. The air was filled with dust and dirt. Fushi clan was nowhere to be found, and Zhang Daoi was instantly disoriented as a result. The battle was so intense that it was mesmerizing. A battle between two great gods required not only the use of all moves and techniques, but also the display of their inner comprehension and enlightenment. Everyone present felt the aura and charisma emanating from them, a sign that they were beyond mortals. No one knew where they would end up, but they had to keep fighting until one side was defeated. This was their mission and the reason why they became the great gods of the ancient world. They had to fight in order to show their might and ability, and to become the object of faith for humans in later generations. 102. Heart of Heaven. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi's robes were fluttering, and his magic power was surging like a shocking wave. In the face of the ancient god Fushi, he was not afraid. Hands together, reciting incantations, a move thunderbolt violently played. A clear sound of thunder echoed in the surrounding area. Purple lightning in the air intertwined into a network, shooting toward Fushi. Fushi's face was as heavy as water. His hands slowly spread out, as if heaven and earth had opened up a black and white scroll for him. With a gentle wave of his hand, it was a move of Qian Koan reversal. A rotating force field dissolved all the attacks from all directions. Even Zhang Daoi's thunderbolt was gently sent by this force, turning into harmless electricity that dissipated into the air. Zhang Daoi's light flashed in his eyes, knowing the power of Fushi's, so he bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood mist, chanting an ancient battle song under his breath. The staff in his hand waved and transformed into a single 9 revolutions of Xian Gong. Each revolving seems to be able to shake the mountains and rivers, and each strike is as heavy as a mountain as it presses towards Fushi. Fushi's expression remained unchanged. He slowly raised his hands. There seemed to be an invisible black hole between his palms. Zhang Daoi's 9 revolutions of Xian Gong fell into this black hole, and inexplicably disappeared. He recited an ancient incantation under his breath, and his move Chaos in the beginning unfolded, and the whole battlefield seemed to have returned to the time when chaos had not yet been divided, and everything was actually under his control. Zhang Daoi's expression changed slightly in the face of this sudden change, but then a look of determination appeared in his eyes. His body movement, a move of Taishu illusion, instantly unfolded. The surrounding scene became blurred. Fushi's chaos in the beginning was actually affected by this Taishu illusion, and began to appear loose. The two of them went back and forth. Their moves were exquisite. The sound of energy collision echoed in the empty valley like thunder. The rocks trembled. The trees swayed. The battle up to this point was already a shocking sight. However, Zhang Daoi knew that the decisive battle was just a thought away. He took a deep breath. His eyes closed tightly, and he recited the incantation in his heart, preparing for the final stance. Suddenly, his eyes snapped open, and an even purer and more powerful mana exploded out of him. His entire body's Dao robe seemed to be torn apart by this force, revealing a golden rune that was none other than his masterstroke Golden Light Breaks the Devil. The power of his entire body converged at one point and blasted towards Fushi clan as if it was going to tear apart heaven and earth. Fushi's face showed a hint of shock in the face of this terrifying power, but then his demeanor returned to calm. He smiled faintly, put his hands together and gently pushed. An invisible force field pushed back the golden light demon breaking. The power of both sides collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. The entire valley was shaken by this power. Grass and trees were all folded, and the sky and earth were changed into colors. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi happily waved the iron sword in his hand and faced the golden light shining Fushi clan. Fushi clan let out a low roar, and the aura on his body instantly skyrocketed, condensing at terrifying force. Zhang Daoi leisurely and easily wandered, launched a move flying shuttle through the clouds. The iron sword in his hand cut through the air, as if a fast lightning strikes to Fushi. Fushi's eyes widened as he hastily utilized the heaven and earth remnant Xia, and his sword and sword shadows intertwined, blocking Zhang Daoi's attack. Immediately afterward, he transformed into a huge dragon head and fiercely spewed out a mouthful of flames. Zhang Daoi was unharmed, glittering with dazzling golden light, unleashing the 10,000 wisps of golden threads, which manifested countless sword chi as thin as silk threads. fluttering and twisting over. Fushi clenched his teeth and utilized the dragon wing wind, using his wings to create extremely powerful air currents. The wind whistled, forcing back Zhang Daoi's attack. He once again turned into a dragon head and futilely opened his mouth and spat out his breath, preparing to launch an attack. But Zhang Daoi was prepared, urging the meteor to catch up with the moon. The first leap step, avoiding the Fushi's attack, close to catch up, and cleanly aimed at the spine of Fushi slashed a cold light. Fushi screamed miserably, and his spine was drenched in blood. He gritted his teeth and used all his strength to perform the mountain-breaking surge. A powerful energy instantly gushed out, shaking Zhang Daoi back several feet. Zhang Daoi was surprised, but he did not fear, but instead, the corners of his mouth rose slightly, flew up. The iron sword in his hand to meet Fushi's unleashed a Big Dipper star chop. With the sound of the Big Dipper star chop, a light blossomed from the end of Zhang Daoi's sword, transforming into a star. The star spun rapidly, aiming at the arrogant Fushi clan with the might of the Big Dipper. The Fushi clan howled miserably, and at the last moment, it ruthlessly smashed into the ground, turning into a pile of smoke and debris. Holding his iron sword in one hand, Zhang Dao leisurely gazed at all this and faintly said, "Today, I gained another victory." Tiancher Zhang Dao one hand twisted the Dao decree. Immediately countless golden light from the palm of the flying out, forming different sizes of knife gas, towards the Fushi's flying. Fushi's couldn't dodge in time, so he could only turn around fiercely, and a thick chi force burst out from his palm, crashing into the knife chi. Immediately, a loud bang was emitted in the air, and countless brilliant sparks filled the air as if they were stars. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhang Daoi once again performed a stance called Dragon Bellowing Nine Heavens. Only saw his body rotating rapidly, drawing 9 beautiful arcs in the air, and on each arc came a terrifying dragon's roar. Fushi clan was caught off guard and was struck hard in the chest by the dragon's 9 heavens, immediately spitting out a mouthful of blood. Seeing that the situation was critical, Fushi immediately launched a counterattack. He made seals with both hands and recited words under his breath, and a huge balloon flew out violently from his hands. This balloon looked unassuming, but its interior contained countless destructive elements. Knowing the power of this balloon, Zhang Daoi immediately performed his final stance, 7-Star Guardian. Only 7 brilliant starlights suddenly appeared in his hands, which represented 7 different elements, and tightly surrounded Zhang Daoi. The balloon ruthlessly crashed into the starlight, and there was a loud bang. However, the balloon did not seem to have any effect. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi thought, "I'm sure I'll win," and immediately executed his final blow, Heaven and Earth Resonance. This move didn't seem to be anything special, except that a long blue sword suddenly appeared in Zhang Daoi's hand, and the sword emanated a burst of powerful pressure. In the view of Fushi clan, this sword was as if the whole heaven and earth were trembling, and its power was so strong that people were scared. This sword ruthlessly chopped at Fushi's body, and immediately Fushi's body exploded and turned into a ball of endless light. Zhang Daoi stood in place, and the blue long sword in his hand had disappeared. He looked at the light in front of him and knew that he had achieved his last sword. From now on, he was the invincible Heavenly Master. Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, fought with Fushi, a great god of the ancient times, and both of them had a strong stance and infinite punching moves. Zhang Daoi waved his Vajra rod in his hand and used the Vajra demon subduing move to attack Fushi. Fushi executed Divine Dragon Heavenly Descent. His body transformed into half of a giant dragon, spitting out hot flames. Zhang Daoi condensed his chi and carried Fushi's attack, and backhanded his heavenly net. The Vajra rod swiftly covered Fushi. At this moment, Fushi's hands were clasped together and his mouth recited the vault of heaven and earth, which changed the color of heaven and earth in a mysterious way. Zhang Daoi caught up with him and leapt, letting a hurricane split the sky in the air. In an instant, the hurricane winds entrapped the violent force, and swept Fushi's into it, and heaven and earth screamed miserably. A haze. A few more rounds, Zhang Daoi's back Vajra light flourished. A move of all the heavens rolled up the sky, crushing Fushi's, emitting a huge roar. Fushi's face did not change color, the body into light. Meteorite flying sky move chopped without fear. Zhang Daoi sighed in his heart. Another move, swallowed mountains and rivers, only to see the world changed again. Everything was overturned by an invisible gas. Fushi's complexion changed slightly. Flaming Dragon appeared again. His arm explored towards Zhang Daoi, transforming into a thunderbolt, shaking Zhang Daoi back with the momentum of 10,000 pounds. Zhang Daoi then applied Vajra rotten mud. The atmosphere condensed and instantly formed a huge Vajra tower, which rolled Fushi clan in it. Fushi's chi was furious. 9 heavenly demon dragons reappeared, and 2 huge dragons became one, attacking Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi waved his Vajra rod in his hand, and his shattering stones without trace move came out. A piece of iron gas came and dissolved all of Fushi's attacks. Under the long battle, the 2 heavenly deities were evenly matched with each other. and life and death were just a matter of moments. In the end, Zhang Daoyi took the form of a demon god, and his Vajra rod rose up to the sky, and his heaven and earth creation slash, which was wildly energized by the power of stone crushing and wood breaking, blasted into the top of Fushi's head. Fushi's head was almost unable to withstand it, and he slowly disappeared into the sky with many immortals. The heavenly master Zhang Daoyi engaged in a fierce battle with the ancient god Fushi. Zhang Daoyi is holding a Taoist sword, and his body movements are very agile and skillful. Fushi, on the other hand, is holding an immortal stick, which is as magnificent as a god descending from the heavens. Zhang Daoyi attacked fiercely. With a move of fresh wind whisking willow, the sword body swept through, leaving a white light, cutting through the air, and hacking towards Fushi's. Zhang Daoyi was not afraid. He swung out his immortal stick in his hand, and ruthlessly hit the sword body with a shocking sound. Fushi's was not afraid of the sword energy. Facing the sword energy, he swung his immortal stick in his hand, and with a move of Shan Nong Shi Shi, he struck Zhang Daoyi's sword body fiercely, and let out a shocking roar. Zhang Daoyi's figure shrank. With his superior light skill, he leaped back and dodged Fushi's attack. Fushi's obviously not satisfied, once again, launched a move heaven and earth without sound. The hands of the immortal stick steeply lifted, transformed into a sky of stars, towards Zhang Daoyi overwhelmingly hit. Zhang Daobian was shocked, and his whole body emitted a faint light, which was the power of his celestial master's true elemental body protection. He gripped the Dao sword tightly and attacked again. With a move of Dragon Tang Sea Tsunami, the sword energy surged and swept like a tornado, and fought with the Fushi clan's attack. The power of the two collided together, instantly rising a spark. But in the end, the victorious momentum was clearly Zhang Daoyi, and Fushi clan was ultimately unable to resist Zhang Daoyi's powerful sword Dao and had to retreat. Not bad, this Zhang Daoyi's strength is truly outstanding, Fushi said indifferently. However, I have more tricks up my sleeve. Zhang Daoyi's heart jumped. His long sword slashed faster, preparing to deal with the next attack. As for Fushi clan, he had already unleashed a new move. 9 heavenly ranges the moon. The immortal stick in his hand danced like a vortex absorbing everything around him, sweeping towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi gripped the hilt of his sword and bravely rushed forward, unleashing a sword strike that was as fast as thunder and as fine as silk, a Taoist law of nature. The sword chi turns in a circle, swinging towards Fushi. Fushi's also not simple. With the opening of Tian Yuan Shen shot, an arrow shot at Zhang Daoyi, making him somewhat unable to reach. The two fought for hundreds of moves, and finally, in a fast and furious attack, Zhang Daoyi gradually gained the upper hand. Seeing this, the Fushi clan immediately gave up the fight, sneered and left in ashes. Zhang Daoyi sheathed his long sword and watched his opponent's departing figure. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi held the Dao sword in his hand and looked towards the ancient god Fushi clan, his eyes determined and his heart firm. The corner of Fushi clan's mouth hooked up a mocking smile, overhanding the dry Kunin, overturning clouds and rain. A small character like you dares to come to me? Zhang Daoyi snorted coldly. Big talk. The rich aura directly collision. Sword light and shadow interlacing. Two people in the air fighting. Zhang Daoyi swung his sword to cut down a sharp sword gas. Fushi easily avoided the turn to attack. A move of sky and net will Zhang Daoyi trapped in the void. Zhang Daoyi was alert to the abnormal. Violently issued a dragon roar, a mysterious power to protect his body. He rushed out of the dragnet. Sword again attacked Fushi's. Zhang Daoyi's figure flashed and quickly swept to the side of Fushi's body, directly cutting Zhang Daoyi in half. Fushi's body shape a flash, quickly swept to Zhang Daoyi body. Perform sky curtain leakage carving directly Zhang Daoyi cut in half. But to Fushi's surprise, Zhang Dao a finger pointing to the place. A strange energy blocked this fatal blow, and then Zhang Dao a hand sword down. A move sword chi chopping the air instantly will Fushi's emptiness erased. The battle ended. Zhang Daoyi was a bit tired. The strength of the Fushi clan really surprised him. So far, Zhang Daoyi stood firmly in the position of the heavenly master, and the future path of the Jianghu would be full of thorns and challenges. Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, was dressed in Taoist robes and held a green jade sword, the ancient sword revealing the luster of vicissitudes. He stood on the top of the mountains, facing a mysterious ancient god, the Fushi clan, clad in a great robe of stars. When he waved his hand, the stars shifted, and the sun and moon were devoid of light. He slowly raised his hand and launched out with a palm, and immediately, the surrounding Yuan Qi trembled, and it was as if heaven and earth had changed color. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave. Dao Qi surged around him, and with a clear whistle, he traveled on the wind. His speed was so fast that it was close to the limit of the naked eye. His sword transformed into a silver light, aiming straight for Fushi's vitals. Qiankuan one sword, Zhang Dao bellowed. The sword light was like a dragon, weaving through the void, carrying the sound of breaking air, straight towards Fushi clan. The essence light in Fushi's eyes flashed, gently smiled, waved his big sleeve, A mysterious power erupted from his sleeve, transforming into a shield, and rigidly blocked the sword chi that broke through the air. The sun and moon shine together, Fushi clan shouted. His hands formed a seal, the stars around him shone brightly, and in an instant, the light of the sun and the moon seemed to be absorbed by him, condensing in his palm. Zhang Daoi's expression remained unchanged as his sword blade turned and transformed into thousands of sword shadows, each of which contained the power of shattering the void. Raging towards Fushi, chaos first opened. Fushi clan's face changed, fiercely let out a loud shout. Her whole body's power instantly erupted, forming an invisible energy field, rebounding Zhang Daoi's sword shadows as much as possible. The power of both sides collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. It was as if the heavens and earth had been reshaped by a completely new power. The mountains, forests, and rivers shook, and even a crack seemed to have been born in the heavens and earth. In the end, with a loud bang, the power of both sides gradually dissipated. Both sides each retreated a few steps, looked at each other, can feel each other's strong. The battle to this point, temporarily ended. 103. Ancient Law. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi and the ancient god Fushi clan engage in an amazing battle between the vast expanse of the heavens. Zhang Daoi was calm, holding his long sword in his hand and rushed towards Fushi's. His figure was like a stream of light. The blue sword chi spread across the sky as if it was a meteor cutting through, enveloping Fushi's fiery red figure. Fushi's demeanor was calm, his body exuded a powerful aura, and he held an ancient spear in his hand, stabbing violently towards Zhang Daoi with infinite power. The two men's swords and spears intersected, emitting the sound of gold and iron, and a powerful air current spread out, shaking the surrounding stars. Zhang Daoi shouted loudly, and the light of the sword in his hand steeply lit up. The blade of the sword was like a dragon coming out of the sea, and slammed toward Fushi's, and Fushi's didn't have the slightest fear. His body flashed, a flame shield covered his whole person. The sword blade was easily dissolved by him like splashing water. On the battlefield, the two men's moves took turns, and the sound of gold and iron clashing resounded continuously. Zhang Daoi's blue sword chi intertwined as if it was rolling like ocean waves, and Fushi clan's flames burned as if they were piercing like the blazing sun. In the end, amidst the spread of a powerful air current, the two men retreated separately, their figures trembling slightly, obviously having exhausted all their strength. The battle was over, and Zhang Daoi and Fushi clan stood on opposite sides of each other as they faded into the vast expanse of the heavens. Zhang Daoi, the name of the heavenly master, the reputation of a great man, he up to heaven's order, the lower security of all the people, today, but face ushered in a great god of the ancient times, Fushi clan. The two figures face each other in the void, Zhang Daoi's eyes like electricity, the long sword in his hand slightly trembling, as if the sharpest weapon in the world. He took a deep breath. With the Big Dipper break momentum, the tip of the sword pointed directly at Fushi. Fushi's face does not change color, just caress the hand of the jade engraved with gossip pattern. Suddenly, his mouth recite words. The gossip pattern on the jade seems to come alive, turned into an invisible pressure. Toward Zhang Daoi pounced. Zhang Daoi frowned. He knew that this move, mixed Yuani Chi, was not something he could resist, but as a heavenly master, he could not back down. So he offered his best skill, 9 revolutions Qiankuan. The long sword in his hand seemed to transform into a stream of light, resonating with the surrounding air, forming a powerful defensive shield. Immediately after that, the two of them exchanged blows, only to see the long sword and the jade slip collide with each other, emitting dazzling sparks, and the surrounding space began to distort, as if it was torn apart by this powerful force. Zhang Daobian smiled, knowing that he had already won this battle. He performed the Star River reversal. The sword light was like the stars in the sky, surging out, heading straight for Fushi clan. A hint of surprise appeared in Fushi's eyes, obviously not expecting Zhang Daoi's move to be so powerful. He hastily mobilized the power within his body, and the Bagua pattern on the jade sketch flashed with eye-catching light, turning into a protective divine light that blocked his face. The two forces collided in the air, emitting a deafening roar. Zhang Daoi's longsword was blocked, while Fushi clan's aura had yet to completely dissipate, and the power of each other collided, creating a ripple of energy reverberating in the air. In the end, with a long whistle, Zhang Daoi's long sword broke through the air and went straight for Fushi's chest. However, the moment the tip of the sword touched Fushi's shirt, he suddenly turned around with a flash of approval in his eyes and threw the jade slip, turning it into bits of starlight that dissipated into the void. The battle came to an end, but Zhang Daoi understood that this was only the beginning, and in the future, there were even tougher challenges waiting for him. The battle between Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and Fushi, the ancient god, was like a clash of gods and devils that shook the 3 realms. Zhang Daoi's face was grave. The long sword in his hand was swung. It was a move of 9 curves of the long wind. The sword power was like a wild wind, like whistling, tearing the air. The sharpness of the blade was directly pointing at Fushi's, the ancient god. Fushis smiled gently. Fushis gently smiled. The chaos bell in his hand gently shook. It was a move of chaos begins. The sound of the bell was like a thunder-like roar. Shocking Zhang Daoi's long sword almost flew out of his hand. Zhang Daoi face changed. Right hand a flip. The hand of the long sword immediately turned into a golden sword light. It is the sword to the clan. The sword light passes through. The void seems to be split in two. Fushi's brow slightly frowned. Left hand waved. A simple ancient gossip formation appeared in front of Zhang Daoi. The formation of purple gas in the east. It is the gossip illusion. The formation is transformed. False and real. It is difficult to crack. Zhang Dao mind. Long sword in hand, such as the snake out of the hole. Straight to the weak point of the array diagram. It is the spirit of the snake into the dragon. The sword pointed out that the array diagram really appeared a crack. Seeing this, Fushi's right hand waved. A chaotic gas descended from the sky. It was the chaos divine deity, the force of which was so fierce that it made it difficult for Zhang Daoi's long sword to get close to it. Zhang Daoi's face changed again, and he recited, Tai saving bitterness heavenly father, and the long sword in his hand burst out with 10,000 lights, which was the upgraded version of 10,000 swords returning to the father, 10,000 swords returning to the Yuan, and wherever the light of the sword reached, the chaos divine deity was dissolved one by one. Fushi's face finally showed a hint of shock when he saw this. He did not think that Zhang Daoi would be able to crack his chaos divine deity. The two were a few feet apart. Their eyes met again, and it was already a win or lose situation. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, dressed in Taoist robes, holding a Taoist sword, his feet stepping on the 7 stars, his body floating, a yellow light descended from the sky, transformed into a talismanic seal, and struck at Fushi's. Fushi's eyes condensed, his body was like a dragon, hovering and flying. A palm was launched. The sky and earth were suddenly windy. A powerful air current tore the talismanic seal into pieces. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi's right-hand sword technique drew, and the Dao sword instantly transformed into 10,000 sword lights, pouring towards Fushi's like a meteor shower. Fushi's sneer, a wave of the left hand, a powerful suction will be 10,000 sword lights sucked into, turned into a ball of energy, rebound back toward Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged. His left hand recited a spell. A light curtain appeared in front of him, blocking the energy ball. Seeing this, Fushi clan waved his right hand, and immediately the heaven and earth shook, and endless mountains and rivers appeared in front of Zhang Daoi, pressing towards him. Zhang Daoi's eyes condensed, stepping like the wind. In the hands of the Taoist sword swung, countless sword chi crisscrossed, the mountains and rivers will be torn apart, turned into invisible. Seeing this, Fushi's coldly laughed, his whole body power burst out, transforming into a powerful pillar of light. Rushing straight into the clouds, knowing that it was not good, Zhang Daoi formed a seal with his left hand, and the Dao sword in his right hand instantly transformed into a huge runic seal, striking towards Fushi clan. The Fushi clan's eyes changed, and the pillar of light instantly solidified, then erupted with unrivaled power, tearing the rune mark into pieces. The two figures separated and silently hovered in the air, their gazes locked. Zhang Daoi understood that this battle was only just beginning. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi and the ancient god Fushi clan were engaged in a fight to the death in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. Zhang Daoi's figure was agile. The long sword in his hand was like flying. A move of flying swallow through the clouds stabbed out at a fast speed. The sword light flashed, shaking the air with sharp whistling sound. Fushi clan was not willing to show weakness. Her finger pointed. A mysterious energy surged out, resisting Zhang Daoi's attack. Then, Fushi clan executed another move. 9 heavenly Xian thunder. The air immediately resounded with a thunderous roar, instantly shaking Zhang Daoi tens of feet away. Zhang Daoi gritted his teeth. The purple chi above his head rolled over. A move called Purple Chi East was made. The longsword transformed into millions of sword chi and attacked towards Fushi clan. Fushi's disdained. A move of the beginning of heaven and earth transformed the aura into a sharp weapon, easily dissolving Zhang Daoi's attack. The two of them exchanged blows once again, not knowing how many times they dodged the attacks. In the end, Zhang Daoi performed the masterstroke 5 elements destroying the sky. His long sword transformed into the power of the 5 elements, tearing apart all obstacles. Not to be outdone, Fushi clan also unleashed his supreme divine ability, chaotic heaven opening, and the power of chaos caused the entire heaven and earth to tremble. The two men's masterstrokes collided, instantly generating earth-shattering energy fluctuations, and the entire heaven and earth were shaken to the point of violently trembling. In the end, Zhang Daoi stabilized his stance, while Fushi was sent flying hundreds of feet away, falling heavily to the ground and scattering smoke and dust. Zhang Daoi guarded in place, his long sword hanging in front of him, his triumphant demeanor letting people feel the endless might. When Zhang Daoi saw the ancient god Fushi, he smiled faintly, his clothes fluttered, and he immediately struck. His figure was like electricity. a move of a knife rushing to the sky. Knife momentum like a whirlwind. Will be closely surrounded by Fushi clan. Fushis angrily shouted. Hands a move heaven and earth magic pattern. Immediately released a powerful heaven and earth magic. Unstoppable. Zhang Daoyi caught off guard. Was flicked out. Zhang Daoyi was indomitable and stood up again. With a lot of fighting spirit in his heart, he quickly unleashed the fury-chopping heaven stance. The blade light was as bright as millions of lightning bolts, full of terrifying killing aura. Fushi's anger filled his chest. Yin-yang burning sky. A hot flame rose up from his hands, instantly eliminating Zhang Daoyi's blade light. The two were equal in power, still jockeying for position in a state of even strength. In a short while, Fushi shook the whole mountain range with a move called Top Heaven and Earth. Zhang Daoyi leaped, and the sword in his hand turned into countless shadows, frantically slashing at Fushi clan. Fushi's cold snort, shocking ancient and modern, immediately shook the mountains and rivers. Zhang Daoyi's sword split and split, but could not break through Fushi's defense. In a gusty wind whistling sound, Zhang Daoyi viciously spat out a ball of fire. Fire Phoenix starts a prairie fire. In an instant, fire splashed in all directions, and Fushi clan was directly burned all over his body. By the end of the day, both men had collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath from each other. Both men deeply realized that their opponent was an awe-inspiring powerhouse. Both parties agreed that the next duel would be the final fight between them. The battle between the heavenly master Zhang Daoyi and the ancient god Fushi clan is imminent. Zhang Daoyi summoned the 5 thunder gods, each of which exuded powerful lightning power. Fushi, on the other hand, gently waved his hand, and a metaphysical colored divine beast appeared in the field, which exuded a powerful pressure that made the 5 thunder gods not dare to act rashly. Then, Zhang Daoyi's true chi revolved in a style of thunder moves. Qianquan was issued. The 5 thunder gods struck at the same time. Countless thunderbolts intertwined in the air to form a gigantic grid, blasting towards Fushi. Fushi's face remained unchanged. His whole body's true chi surged. A style of a Shin Huang breaks the sky was swung out, breaking through the lightning net, and attacking Zhang Daoyi directly. Zhang Daoyi didn't dare to be slow. A style of 9 turns of Shin Gong was executed. The true chi around his body rotated like a tornado, forming a powerful body shield, blocking Fushi's attack. Next, Zhang Daoyi continued to perform various stunts, such as Green Dragon Crescent Moon, White Tiger Breaking Mountain, Vermilion Bird Burning Sky, etc. But Fushi's aura of not moving like a mountain diffused all the attacks. But instead, Zhang Daoyi became more and more tired in the battle. Finally, in the middle of the fierce battle, Zhang Daoyi finally used his ultimate stance Taizhenjin. A powerful true chi erupted from his body, instantly shaking Fushi's flying, and at the same time, also shaking himself flying backwards. The scene is shocking and thrilling. After the battle, Zhang Daoyi and Fushi clan each retired. Zhang Daoyi lamented the power and invincibility of Fushi clan, while Fushi clan appreciated Zhang Daoyi's perseverance and courage. The two of them gained and lost from each other in the battle, but they also accomplished a legend. The battle scene between Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, and Fushi, the ancient god, is very thrilling. Zhang Daoyi started to display his Taiji divine palm, which was fierce and majestic. Fushi was not willing to show weakness, swinging the Pango heaven opening axe. Wherever the axe passed, the void was torn apart. The two exchanged several moves. The battle was extremely fierce. Zhang Daoyi executed the 7 stars palm. 7 palm powers erupted in a chain, enveloping Fushi's body. Fushi's face was grave, and he performed the mixed Yuan Yi Qigong. A powerful aura erupted from his body, instantly dissolving Zhang Daoyi's attack. Zhang Daoyi knew that Fushi's cultivation was unfathomable, so he started to perform his strongest move, 5 thunders. Immediately, 5 thunderbolts descended from the sky and directly bombarded Fushi's body. Fushi clan let out a violent cough and a mouthful of blood sprayed out of his mouth. But his body was not destroyed. Instead, it became more solid. In the end, Zhang Daoyi had to admit that he was no match for Fushi. He performed the heavenly master salute to Buddha to honor Fushi clan, and then turned around to leave. And Fushi clan also lamented. The only martial art under the world is quickness. The heavenly master Zhang Daoyi and the ancient god Fushi clan engaged in a fierce battle in the void. Zhang Daoyi held the golden spirit sword and chopped at Fushi's sword after sword, but it was defused by Fushi's sword one by one. On the other hand, Fushi clan utilized the 9 heavenly mysteries technique, causing the air around him to instantly solidify, and Zhang Daoyi was unable to move. Zhang Daoyi thought of the 9 changes spell and instantly transformed into 9 postures, but all of these were seen through by Fushi's, who clapped his hands together and transformed into a mysterious talisman. This talisman instantly transformed into thousands of silver needles, shooting straight at Zhang Daoyi. Instead of retreating, Zhang Daoyi waved his hand and threw out 3 pieces of jade rui, and with a fierce suction, he sucked up the talismans and silver needles, and then let out a whistling sound, and the 3 pieces of jade rui swiftly flew out. and landed at Fushi clan with a 10,000 feet of divine light. Seeing this, Fushi secretly marveled at Zhang Daoi's strength and didn't dare to be careless, holding the Xianuang sword and chopping at the 3 jade rudiments. The 3 jade rudiments flew out of the blue light at the same time, instantly enveloping Fushi clan. Jasper illusion. 3 axes flying together. Zhang Daoi shouted, leaving behind 3 residual shadows as he raised his Jasper axe in his right hand and slashed at Fushi. Fushi clan waved his hand and offered a star Dharma orb, which was as powerful as thunder and dissolved the Jasper axe. Immediately afterward, the Xianhuang sword in Fushi clan's hand transformed into lightning and chopped towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi clenched his teeth and let out a furious cry as the golden spirit sword in his hand reversed upwards and chopped into the sky, only to see the golden spirit sword transform into a golden lightning bolt, breaking through the lightning surroundings and instantly striking the Fushi clan. Fushi clan was struck by the golden spirit sword and instantly flew backwards. Zhang Daoi followed closely behind, slashing dozens of times with the golden spirit sword in his hand. Fushi clan didn't dare to slow down and swung her sword violently, sending out a golden sword aura that blocked Zhang Daoi back. 2 people you come and go. Move shocking. The earth trembled. Thunder and lightning. Space distortion. A time can no longer see the silhouette of the 2 people, can only hear the explosions generated by the powerful collision. In the end, both of them backed up at the same time, and for a while, they were both out of breath. They looked at each other, and in their hearts, they all secretly marveled at the intensity and excitement of this battle. 104. Kill through. The ancient god Nuwa resurrected from the Yellow Spring. In the ancient times, Nuwa, a great deity, had created human beings and given them life and wisdom. However, the years have flown by and time has passed, and Nuwa has experienced a long slumber. After an unknown number of years, when the world was once again plunged into chaos and darkness, Nuwa finally awoke from the depths of the Yellow Spring. Her body exuded a mysterious and powerful aura, as if she carried endless power and wisdom. With Nuwa's resurrection, the winds of heaven and earth suddenly rose and lightning flashed. She slowly opened her eyes, her gaze like a torch, piercing through the layers of mist and examining this world that was both familiar and unfamiliar. The land of the Yellow Spring was filled with a cold and damp mist, but the light emanating from Nuwa's body shone all around her like a warm sun. She walked out of the Yellow Spring step by step, each step carrying determination and a sense of mission. Standing on the shore, Nuwa looked into the distance and was overcome with emotion. She saw that everything in the world was suffering, and people were living in dire straits, so she decided to use her divine power again to save this broken continent. Nuwa reached out and waved her hand, and colorful stones fell from the sky, transforming into a huge sacred mountain to suppress the earth. She spat out true words and sent down sweet rains to nourish the parched land. She lightly danced with her sleeves, dispersing dark clouds in the sky and letting the sunshine flood the earth again. With Nuwa's efforts, the earth gradually regained its vitality and everything revived. People felt Nuwa's gifts and knelt down to worship and give thanks. Nuwa is blackened and possessed by an evil spirit. In ancient times, Nuwa, as the creator of mankind, has always been regarded as a sacred and great being. However, fate played a cruel joke on her. She was unfortunately possessed by a powerful evil spirit force. This evil force eroded Nuwa's mind, gradually distorting her originally kind and benevolent nature. Her eyes became cold and fierce, and her once warm smile disappeared, replaced by a hideous and gruesome one. After being possessed by an evil spirit, Nuwa began to display frightening behavior. She no longer cared about the well-being of mankind. Instead, she vented her anger and resentment on everything in the world. Using her immense divine power, she triggered one catastrophic turn of events after another: floods, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. The entire world was thrown into a state of chaos. The people watched in horror as this deity who had once saved them turned into such a terrible appearance. Their hearts filled with despair and helplessness. They didn't know how to cope with this sudden disaster and could only silently pray for a miracle to happen. At this time, Nuwa had completely lost her mind, and she was immersed in the pleasure brought about by the power of darkness and could not extricate herself from it. She used evil spells to destroy villages and maim innocent lives, leaving the earth under the shadow of death. When Nuwa was eroded by the power of darkness, her originally kind and gentle face gradually twisted and distorted, becoming hideous and gruesome. Her eyes flashed with a strange red light, revealing coldness and ruthlessness. Her skin also turned dark gray, as if it was covered by a layer of shadows. Nuwa's hair began to grow wildly, twining and dancing like a viper, emitting a suffocating aura. Her clothes were broken and fluttering in the wind, yet they clung to her as if they were alive. At this moment, Nuwa is no longer the deity who created all things in the world and gave life to mankind, but a demon full of malice and desire for destruction. The tools in her hands that were originally used to create beautiful things, yellow clay and colorful stones, are now tainted with dark energy and have become her weapons to spread fear and disaster. Behind her, a chaotic scene appeared, with dark clouds rolling in, lightning and thunder, the earth crumbling and flooding. All these are the evil consequences of Nuwa's darkening, and the world is facing an unprecedented crisis. Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, gazed at the ancient god Nuwa in front of him, pondering over his opponent's attack method. Suddenly, Nuwa's figure flickered and attacked Zhang Daoi with a young god illumination. Zhang Daoi dodged lightly and backhanded at 9 heavenly winds and thunderstrike, hitting Nuwa. Nuwa stretched out her right hand and chanted. A strong stream of water came towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi smiled faintly, put his hands together and let out a Buddhist cry. Namo Amitba Buddha. A ray of light flashed and dissolved the water current. Nuwa was not discouraged and chanted an incantation under her breath. A phoenix rose above her head and 9 dragons fell out of the phoenix and rushed towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi waved his long sleeve. A cold aura shot out in all directions. An ice dragon roared out and entangled with Nuwa's 9 dragons. As Nuwa stepped down, a divine light erupted out from the soles of her feet and surrounded Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi couldn't help but be thankful that he had drunk the spicy bone essence treasure wine earlier, and a warm chi continuously gushed out from his body, resisting Nuwa's divine light. Seeing that her move was not working, Nuwa pushed her palms together and a wave of mind attacked her. Zhang Daoi never showed any weakness, and saying purple energy, a flower petal shot out from his palm, transforming into a purple flower, blocking Nuwa's attack. The two of them fought back and forth until Zhang Daoi executed the heaven and earth turnover move and defeated Nuwa. The scene gradually calmed down, and Zhang Daoi stood still. His body seemed to have a few more scars that were rare in cultivation. He could not help but feel a secret emotion in his heart. Apart from cultivation and experiencing life and death, there was nothing better than a battle like this to make a breakthrough and improve one's cultivation. Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi confronted Nuwa, an ancient god, in a very menacing scene. A pair of giant hands that could emit lightning light instantly lifted up from in front of Nuwa, and Zhang Daoi lightly shouted, "Thunderbolt!" Facing Nuwa's powerful attack, Zhang Daoi launched out with one palm, and immediately, it was as if heaven and earth had been torn into 2 halves, and no swords could reach it. Seeing this, Nuwa no longer hid her strength. Her stance steeply appeared and she took a step out. Instantly the entire space emitted a slight tremor. She slowly raised her arm. A multicolored light instantly flashed out, and then a magic, the beginning of all things. At the same time, her arm traced a beautiful arc, directly cutting off Zhang Daoi's 2 long swords, and piercing through his shoulder at the same time. The corner of Zhang Daoi's mouth rose slightly, then he attacked again. Thunder Eagle tearing the air. He tapped his left palm, and 12 thunderbirds instantly flew out, setting off a cloud of electric light that enveloped Nuwa. Nuwa did not give up. Her left hand flew and waved. Cold frost instantly covered the sky, blocking the external invasion. At the same time, her right hand instantly moved, inducing the entire space, rolling up a powerful vortex, as if it was going to involve all of the attack. Unexpectedly, Zhang Dao beckoned. Storm Canyon. His arm raised and countless hurricanes blew up, instantly collapsing the vortex, and Nuwa's figure splashed backward viciously. Zhang Daoi couldn't help but secretly marvel. The high level of strength of this great god really impresses this honored one. At that moment, Nuwa waved her right hand once again, and a piece of sharp blade chi came at once, directly cutting through Zhang Daoi's chest. Zhang Daoi's face paled and he was about to counterattack, but he realized that Nuwa was already close at hand, which made it extremely difficult to dodge. He was forced to offer up his heavy strike fist in an effort to resist Nuwa's onslaught. For a while, the two of them had a variety of moves, and the blood in the room was boiling. In the end, Zhang Daoi clenched his teeth, and his tremendous strength knocked Nuwa away, ready to win in one fell swoop. However, it was not expected that Nuwa had not relaxed either, and after a fierce battle, she understood Zhang Daoi's strength far better than Zhang Daoi understood his own. This time, Nuwa was unpredictable and provoked Zhang Daoi's nerves again and again, and finally defeated Zhang Daoi with a thunder in the sky and got the victory. The battle scene between Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, and Nuwa, the ancient god, shook the entire heavenly realm. Celestial master Zhang Daoi unleashed the 7 Yao refining technique, while ancient god Nuwa was not to be outdone and unleashed the mixed metamorphic infinite palm. The 2 divine lights rose up to the sky and collided in the air, erupting into dazzling light. Zhang Daoi, the heavenly master, bit the tip of his tongue and spewed out the spiritual symbol, which transformed into thousands of runes and rushed towards Nuwa, who transformed into the Pango heaven opening axe. And in a flash, thousands of troops and horses rushed to the place and crushed the runes one by one. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi kept changing his palms and performing the Qiankuan shifting art, his body shuttling through the battlefield like lightning, while Nuwa stood by coldly and watched. The jade disc of creation in her hand kept changing its light and shadow, seemingly brewing up some kind of terrifying move. In the end, Zhang Daoi's spell was broken by Nuwa's mixed metamorphosis palm, and his entire body flew out like a kite with broken strings and crashed to the ground. Nuwa slowly floated down. The jade disc of creation in her hand glowed brightly, as if the battle had already been settled. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi raised the staff in his hand and recited an incantation under his breath. A huge burst of energy erupted from the staff and directly struck the blackened Manhwa. Manhwa let out a miserable cry as her body was blown open and blood gushed out. However, she didn't fall. Instead, she frantically lunged at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi turned the danger into a victory. His stance instantly changed. The staff in his hand was raised upwards. His body was tilted back. A light with immortal chi formed around his body, just like a heavenly god possessing his body. Manhwa had already stepped to Zhang Daoi's feet, and a pair of sharp claws in her hand fiercely grabbed at him. However, it only hit the shadow, and the real body had long since disappeared into the light. Zhang Daoi's staff swirled in his hand, and a ray of light swooped towards Manhwa like a swift wind. Manhwa couldn't dodge in time and was directly hit. Her entire body flew backwards as if she had been hit by a heavy hammer. Throughout the battle, Zhang Daoi's moves were continuous, each one carrying a tremendous amount of power. As for Manhwa, she was being beaten back, the wounds on her body growing and more blood spurting out. In the end, Zhang Daoi threw the staff in his hand, transforming it into a huge ray of light that directly knocked the blackened Manhwa to the ground, completely defeating her. The entire scene was very intense and imposing, with Zhang Daoi's powerful skills on full display, making it impossible to take one's eyes off of it. And Manhwa trembled, battered as if she was about to cry out. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi stopped the blackened Manhwa, and the oppressive aura between the two of them instantly erupted, and the entire scene instantly became abnormally heavy. Zhang Daoi struck first with a move called Dragon Riding the Wind, in which the 5 dragons came out and spun rapidly, bringing out a strong tornado. Manhwa didn't retreat, and rose up in the tornado, slapping out a palm. 9 heavens miasma rain, and in a flash, intense miasma spread all over the scene. Zhang Daoi scanned the scene, gripped the hilt of the sword in front of him, disappeared in place, and in the twinkling of an eye, reappeared in the air, and easily swung out a sword mane that cut through the sky. Undeterred, Manhwa stopped the sword mane with her legs and launched an attack at Zhang Daoi. The battle between the two became increasingly white-hot. Zhang Daoi's attacks were constant, with dragon shadows, fish, sun, moon and stars appearing in the void, while the blackened Manhwa directly evaded Zhang Daoi's attacks with her swift stance and divine abilities. After a period of dueling, Zhang Daoi suddenly stopped attacking, blowing lightly with both lips, reciting a mouthful of ancient divine heaven. Suddenly the earth shook and the air flowed. An amazing scene appeared as vortexes and energy rays appeared in the sky. The vortex ripped up the earth, granting Zhang Daoi tremendous power, and a dragon shadow once again came out from behind Zhang Daoi as a powerful dragon's breath spewed out from Zhang Daoi's mouth. With Zhang Daoi's dragon roar, the entire scene fell silent. Manhwa looked at the flying dragon shadow and tried to parry but realized that she was already too late, and was blown away flying 30 meters, letting out a miserable scream. In the end, the celestial master Zhang Daoi defeated the blackened Manhwa and occupied the joy of victory. Zhang Daoi faced the blackened Manhwa with a grave expression. The blackened Manhwa's body was huge, and her entire body was covered by a layer of deep purple light, as if she was able to distort the surrounding space. Manhwa, why are you doing this? Zhang Daoi tried to awaken that once sacred existence, but all that responded to him was the bottomless darkness. Manhwa let out a low roar, like a flood beast, and charged straight at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi hastily pranced to avoid it, but the shockwave swept over, and the heavens and earth were suddenly shaken. Zhang Daoi stabilized his stance and clenched his right index finger. A clear light surged out from the tip of his finger, transforming into a slender lightsaber that chopped towards Manhwa. Manhwa's eyes stared. There seemed to be flames burning in that deep darkness. She waved her hand and slapped her palm. A huge ball of light coalesced out of thin air and collided with the light sword. Instantly, the light overflowed as if it was an eclipse of the sun, and the air waves from the collision between the ball of light and the lightsaber spread everywhere, tearing the surrounding air in general. Zhang Daoi's face remained unchanged as he pressed on step by step. It was as if there was an endless amount of light gathering behind him. Every move and every style seemed like truths originating from the apocalypse, containing infinite power. Each of Manhwa's attacks seemed to be attempting to tear apart the heavens and earth, but Zhang Daoi always seemed to have a way to diffuse them. His movements were smooth and precise, and each gap in his moves revealed his deep understanding of the Tao. After a series of exchanges, Manhwa's face revealed surprise for the first time. She felt an unprecedented threat, and those dark forces that originated from the depths of herself seemed to be unbearable in front of Zhang Daoi. A hint of determination flashed through Zhang Daoi's eyes. He knew that only with a higher Tao could he truly subdue this darkness-infested soul. Thus, Zhang Daoi's entire body's power converged and turned into an extremely bright beam of light, charging straight at Manhwa's heart. In this moment, it was as if time had stopped, all sound had disappeared, and only the light that broke through the darkness and illuminated the soul remained. 105. Manhwa, Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, with his long sword in hand, jumped up and pounced towards the blackened Nuwa as swiftly as a spirit monkey. Nuwa clasped her hands together and a black air current came at her. Zhang Daoyi sidestepped and dodged it. His sword sliced through the air current with a crisp sound. Seeing this, Nuwa quickly turned around and printed a palm on Zhang Daoyi's chest. Zhang Daoyi dodged away with a cartwheel, followed by a grab with his right hand. A golden xuanqi formed and grabbed towards Nuwa like a tiger pouncing on her. Nuwa dodged and avoided Zhang Daoyi's attack. Immediately afterward, Nuwa's hands transformed into bizarre hand seals and her entire body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zhang Daoyi's face changed as he felt a powerful force violently press down. He fiercely stomped his legs and boosted his speed to retreat, while wielding his sword to block his head, only to see the blackened Nuwa as if she were a demonic god descending to earth. Her hands lifted up and a black stream of air spewed out from her hands. Zhang Daoyi hurriedly turned around and dodged, but at that moment, the black stream of air had already flung itself at Zhang Daoyi, smashing fiercely into his body. Zhang Daoyi stifled a grunt and fell to the ground, a sharp pain in his waist. It seemed that his injuries were not light. Seeing this, Nuwa let out a cold smile and raised the black walking stick in her hand, attacking Zhang Daoyi fiercely. Zhang Daoyi hurriedly lifted up the cloak on his body, trying to block Nuwa's attack, but this time, Nuwa's attack was exceptionally terrifying. A huge swirling breath erupted violently, destroying all the surrounding buildings. The cloak on Zhang Daoyi's body was shattered in an instant, and he dodged it with a single stride while swinging his sword at Nuwa. Nuwa froze, and with a flash, her entire body disappeared in an instant, then appeared behind Zhang Daoyi. She smiled coldly and slapped her hands towards the back of Zhang Daoyi's head. However, Zhang Daoyi wasn't an idle person as he suddenly lunged forward while slashing out his sword to counteract Nuwa's attack. Seeing this, Nuwa launched another furious attack. The air around her began to burn, and the fiery air currents surrounding Nuwa began to spin wildly. Sensing the danger, Zhang Daoyi immediately abandoned his sword and raised his chi, clasping his hands together and tapping towards the sky. A golden light skyrocketed and shot violently towards Nuwa. This attack was Zhang Daoyi's best move to fight hard against the blackened Nuwa, and it made people's eyes light up. The power of the heavenly pillar divine power was not something to be blown away, only to see that the huge stream of air surprisingly began to gradually disappear under the impact of the golden light. Nuwa was shocked. The power of the previous attack was too strong, and she did not expect Zhang Daoyi to be able to resist it. At this moment, the air began to calm down, and both of them re-prepared to start a new round of attacks. This battle is clearly far from over, and the final victor will again be. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave as he knew that the blackened Nuwa in front of him was no longer the supreme being who guarded all things, but rather an embodiment of destruction and chaos. The chaos stick in Nuwa's hand seemed to be able to devour all light and hope. Nuwa, you have gone astray. I will guide you back to the right path. Zhang Daoyi took a deep breath, clasped his hands together and silently recited the heavenly master incantation, emitting a faint golden glow around him. Nuwa sneered as she waved her chaos stick, the tip of the stick drawing out a dark trajectory, attempting to devour the golden light shield surrounding Zhang Daoyi. However, every attack was dissolved by Zhang Daoyi with a gentle wave of his hand with his nimble Kikiankan. Each of his stances was the power of the heavenly Tao, using softness to overcome hardness and dissolve Nuwa's killing opportunities. As the battle escalated, Nuwa's face grimaced as she was no longer satisfied with simple stick techniques and began to summon a single chaotic black ball that contained endless destructive power. He recited an ancient and mysterious incantation under his breath, and his hands continued to make seals as the air around him seemed to be stirred by this powerful force. As his words fell, a black light emerged from the void and converged into a huge vortex. Immediately afterward, one chaotic black ball slowly emerged from the vortex. These black balls varied in size, and their surfaces flickered with a bizarre light, as if they contained endless dark energy. They were silently suspended in midair, emitting a palpitating aura. Each chaotic black sphere was like a separate world, filled with unknowns and dangers. When the black spheres came close to each other, a marvelous resonance would arise, a resonance that made the connection between them even stronger. Zhang Daoyi's hands quickly made seals and his mouth chanted, summoning a heavenly thunderbolt, each of which was like the wrath of a god, shattering one black ball after another. The collision between chaos and heavenly might made the surrounding space seem to distort. Nuwa's power was so powerful that even Zhang Daoyi felt a tremendous amount of pressure. He knew that for this battle, he could only rely on his own cultivation and tenacity. Finally, after a violent collision, Nuwa's chaotic black orb was blown to smithereens by Zhang Daoyi's heavenly thunder. She let out a mournful scream as her body began to disintegrate, and the power of chaos began to dissipate. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged, but in his heart, he was secretly praying, hoping that Nuwa would awaken from the chaos and return to her original compassion and guardianship. As the dust of the battle gradually settled, Nuwa's figure began to become hazy and finally dissipated into the air, leaving Zhang Daoyi standing in place, a trace of fatigue emerging on his face, but also the calmness of a victor. The Nuwa in front of Celestial Master Zhang Daoi was no longer the Nuwa he had known before. Her body emitted a black light. Her face was filled with a fierce expression, and her pupils were even deeper, as if they could devour everything. Zhang Daoi was not intimidated by Nuwa's aura. He took a deep breath, and all his strength surged to his heart, his aura blazing. Myriad skills grabbed at Nuwa, and in an instant, the sky sliced with a sound as an invisible giant handprint blasted directly at the blackened Nuwa. A huge and incomparable invisible hand that seemed to be able to cover the sky suddenly appeared in the air. This giant hand was like a lofty mountain. Its majestic momentum was jaw-dropping. It also seemed like a surging ocean, containing endless power and majesty. It didn't have a concrete form, but it allowed one to feel its unrivaled sense of presence. Each finger was as thick and powerful as a pillar in the sky, with a mysterious and dazzling light flashing at the fingertips, which seemed to be able to easily tear apart the void and shatter the heavens. When this invisible giant hand appeared, the entire world was shaken. The winds and clouds changed colors, and the electricity flashed and thundered, as if heralding an earth-shattering change that was about to come. However, Nuwa was not that easy to deal with. As she lightly waved her hand, and a wave of darkness instantly struck towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi quickly dodged, but the dark aura still scratched a bit of his shoulder. Instantly, blood gushed out, and he gritted his teeth as he looked towards Nuwa, his heart becoming even more furious. Zhang Daoi did not hesitate to attack Nuwa as he flipped his feet, and his strikes were even more relentless. With a casual flick of his fingers, countless rays of light shot directly towards the blackened Nuwa. Nuwa didn't want to back down either. She waved the magic weapon in her hand, and a fierce wind swept the earth towards Zhang Daoi. The air around them instantly became condensed, as if the air was frozen in place. Zhang Daoi felt breathless, and his eyes widened even more. After a brief stalemate, Zhang Daoi regained his own breath, and he followed by using all of his strength on his moves. His eyes gleamed, and every move he exerted was extremely powerful. Not only were his techniques numerous, but each move did not take much time to realize. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly as his body took a few steps backward. Before the blackened Nuwa could react, Zhang Daoi's longsword had already chopped down with a loud bang. What followed was Nuwa's shocking cry as it screamed miserably, and its body collapsed into two halves and flew out, transforming into countless particles in the air. The battle was over, and Zhang Daoi stood in place, looking at the enemy in front of him. The battle had left a deep mark in his heart, and from afar, he could still feel Nuwa's magic power on him for a long time. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the blackened Nuwa engaged in a fierce battle, both of them displaying astonishing strength. Nuwa's palm transformed into a giant black hand, a palm as huge as a mountain and as black as ink poking out from the void. This black hand seemed to be able to cover the sky and the sun, carrying an endless pressure and terrifying aura that caused people to feel fear at just a single glance, unable to resist the urge to worship it. It was like the devil's hand from the abyss of hell, full of evil and destructive power, and it was like the most mysterious and unpredictable existence between the universes, holding the power of life and death of all things in the world. In front of this black hand, human beings appeared so small and fragile, as if they were insignificant as dust in the wind. Attacking towards Zhang Daoi, Zhang Daoi instantly dodged and dodged away. Nuwa's giant hand directly smashed into a mountain. The rocks and stones crumbled, and smoke and dust rolled. Zhang Daoi waved his celestial master staff with surging mana, transforming into a golden phoenix that flew towards Nuwa, his body suddenly emitting a dazzling light as if enveloped by a mysterious power. As the light gradually subsided, he unexpectedly transformed into a huge and magnificent golden phoenix. The phoenix unfolded its broad wings, each feather shining with brilliant golden light, as if it was made up of countless stars. This phoenix exuded an aura of majesty and sanctity that one could not help but fall in love with. Its eyes were like burning flames, revealing incomparable wisdom and power. As it lifted its wings, the air around it flowed with it, creating a powerful current that swept everything around it. Nuwa spread her black wings, and amidst the chaos, Nuwa stood silently. Her body was tall and majestic, exuding a mysterious aura. Suddenly, she forcefully spread those enormous black wings. These wings were like a night curtain unfolding in the night sky, black as ink, yet shining with a faint light. Each feather seemed to be made of the purest dark energy, and they danced gently as if resonating with the surrounding void. When Nuwa spread her wings, the whole world was shaken. The winds howled and whistled, creating endless storms. Lightning and thunder flashed and broke the silence of the sky. The earth also began to tremble violently, with mountains collapsing and rivers backing up, as if in awe of the great goddess of creation. However, Nuwa was not shaken by all this. She closed her eyes tightly and gave her full attention to the flow of power in the universe. Her wings spread wider and wider, enveloping the space around her in a darkness. Within this darkness, infinite possibilities and creativity were bred. A powerful air current slapped the phoenix away. There was a flash of black light in Nuwa's eyes. Zhang Daoi instantly felt a powerful force coming at him. He tried his best to fend it off, but he was still sent flying. spitting out blood from his mouth. Zhang Daoi cursed in his heart. He knew he couldn't take another loss from Manhwa, so he bit his tongue and sprayed out a mouthful of blood. His body suddenly underwent a shocking change. His muscles swelled, his bones twisted, and his skin became as red as blood. Immediately afterward, he let out a roar that was deafening, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. Along with this roar, his body completely morphed, unexpectedly transforming into a gigantic and incomparable blood-colored dragon. Transforming into a blood-colored dragon, he charged towards Manhwa. Manhwa hurriedly opened her black wings. A powerful suction force sucked the blood-colored dragon over. Zhang Daoi was shocked in his heart. He knew that Manhwa had become incomparably powerful, but he wouldn't give up. He continued to cast his celestial master spells, and fought with Manhwa in a life-and-death struggle. In the end, Zhang Daoi cast the ultimate spell. A powerful light enveloped Manhwa. Manhwa's black wings instantly shattered. She screamed miserably and transformed into a pile of black debris that scattered on the ground. Zhang Daoi breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. He knew that the battle had been won, but he also knew that this was only the blackened Manhwa. The real Manhwa had yet to return. He had to continue to work hard until the real Manhwa appeared. The Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the blackened Manhwa were engaged in a fierce battle. The blackened Manhwa's entire body exuded a black aura, and the chaos sword in her hand also exuded an aura that made people feel fearful. Zhang Daoi began to use his own Heavenly Master seal, only to see his fingers shaking. A golden light erupted from the seal and charged directly towards Manhwa. Seeing this, Manhwa let out a roar, and the chaos sword in her hand swung violently, and a black aura shot up into the sky, directly dispersing the golden light. Then, Zhang Daoi kept changing his formations. His hands kept forming seals, and a heavenly thunderbolt descended from the sky, directly bombarding Manhwa's body. Manhwa screamed miserably as her black chi scattered in all directions and the robe she was wearing was blown into pieces. Manhwa was enraged, and she began to utilize her divine abilities as the chaos sword in her hand began to release a sword chi that directly attacked Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi hurriedly defended, but the sword chi was too powerful, and he was still hit several times. Eventually, the battle between Zhang Daoi and Manhwa came to a stalemate. However, with his perseverance and firm belief, the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi eventually defeated the blackened Manhwa and restored peace to the universe. In this battle, Zhang Daoi keeps changing his formations and keeps making seals to attack Manhwa. Manhwa also kept releasing her black chi and chaos sword to counterattack. The battle scene between the two was very intense and shocking. 106. Dark night, silent night, the moon was like a wash. In the middle of an abandoned ancient temple, Tianzhi Zhang Daoi faced the ancient in-god underworld night. The atmosphere was gloomy. Underworld night clad in black robes, a pair of deep eyes through the ghostly green light, and the moonlight intertwined, just like the night ghosts. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi chanted with a pinch of his hand, Taishan Lao Jun, haste is like a law. At once, a golden aura surrounded his body. He held the seal of the law, and let out a loud bell. All laws returned to the emperor. An invisible mana erupted from the Heavenly Master, and the ground shook as if it could dispel all the gloom around him. Underworld Knight's face did not change. His hands swung out, and the Yin Chi condensed, turning into a cold barrier that hardened to receive the Heavenly Master's attack. Ghostly phantom steps. Underworld Knight let out a low cry, and his figure was like a ghostly phantom that loomed in the moonlight. Every step of his feet seemed to step on forbidden ground, and a gloomy aura filled the air. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's face changed, but when he waved his long sleeves, thousands of talisman papers bloomed in the air like heavenly maidens scattering flowers, transforming into a web of light in an attempt to trap the ghostly shadow. Spectral soul-breaking strike. The Underworld Knight was enraged, and underneath his black robe, chilling Yin Chi gathered and transformed into a fist that broke through the air, directly targeting Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi. This fist, as if it contained the power of endless nether souls, the air seemed to be torn apart. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi gazed at the enemy, recited a mantra silently under his breath. His palms joined together to meet the attack of the Underworld Knight. The Tao transforms the Qiankuan, and all the laws return to one. Only a huge ball of light was born between his palms, and the center of the ball of light swelled, forming a powerful suction force that swallowed the power of Underworld Knight's own soul. The battle between the two was like a battle between light and darkness. Every move and every style contained the supreme principles of heaven and earth, both arcane and deadly. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's mana was under the power of Underworld Knight's own soul, yet it also appeared to be much thicker, and the collision between the two was as if it had touched the balance of yin and yang between heaven and earth. The battle continued, and the duel between the two masters was in full swing, vowing to separate the winners from the losers. Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, was clad in a starry robe, holding a talismanic treasure, with a solemn and awe-inspiring demeanor. Ancient God Underworld Knight, all black as ink, eyes as deep as the dark night, a wave of the finger, the wind howling, like millions of ghosts crying. Ancient God, since you are persistent, let me use the power of the righteous path to send you to the ruins today. Zhang Dao mouthed the words in his mouth, and the talisman seal in his hand transformed into a brilliant light, charging straight at Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight let out a cold smile, flicked his finger, and the Yin wind transformed into 1,000 pounds of force, meeting the rune seal. The two collided, and even set off a gust of wind in waves. The surrounding air seemed to freeze, and in the flash of lightning, the light and the black mist intertwined, erupting into a deafening roar. Zhang Daoi's eyes glazed over as he recited the incantation. Between heaven and earth, I am the only one. Yin Yang true flame, burn everything. At that instant, he drew his finger, and above his robes, a flame was born out of thin air, transforming into a fiery phoenix. Its feathers spread out, flames like burning, incomparably hot, and it was about to pounce down. Seeing this, Underworld Knight's face changed, and immediately used the power of the Yin god to condense into a thick black curtain, wanting to isolate the flames. But the fire phoenix seemed to have a spirit. Wings flapped, the flames instantly turned into countless fireballs, falling like a meteor shower. The black curtain was almost torn apart. Zhang Daobian smiled and urged his magic power. The symbols on his robe flashed like stars, and at the same time, he stretched out his sword finger and called out the 9 turns golden body. Such power was enough to resist the power of the ancient Yin god. Underworld Knight's Yin god. Underworld Knight knew that if he dragged on any longer, he would not have the advantage. So his body shifted and transformed into countless black shadows, trying to confuse Zhang Daoi with his phantom technique. However, with just a flick of his finger, Zhang Daoi dispersed all the phantoms, revealing Underworld Knight's true form. The two exchanged blows again. Zhang Daoi transformed the runic seal into a great formation, while Hai counterattacked with the power of the Yin god. Their powers collided in the air, erupting into a bright and dazzling light, and the surrounding scenery became distorted and blurred in this light. In the end, after half an incense stick of time, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's magic treasure let out a roar that shook the sky and the earth. The talismanic seal array erupted with unparalleled power, binding the Swifting god Stygian Knight in the array, and a radiant and brilliant runic text flew out from the array, striking the Stygian Knight directly, binding it in the air. Unable to move, the dust of the battle settled. Zhang Daoi's robes fluttered and he put away the rune seal, while the Swifting god Stygian Knight was trapped in the rune. Both sides knew that the battle, although no winner was decided, but the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi used the power of righteousness to temporarily suppress the Swifting god Stygian Knight's Yin god's power. The battle between Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, and Hades Knight, the god of ancient Yin, began. Underworld Knight attacked Zhang Daoi with a pitch-black heavy pressure move, which Zhang Daoi dodged with a flash of his body. Afterward, he closed his hands and recited, Heaven and earth flow smoothly, aura condenses. A move of heavenly thunder shock and fury descended, and the wind and thunder momentum was formed in an instant, and the thunder and fire exploded, instantly engulfing the Underworld Knight, and erupting with earth-shattering power. However, Underworld Knight was not defeated, and with the divine power of the Swifting god, he regained his footing and flashed his body to strike at Zhang Daoi again. As Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's mind moved, the sound of a blood-colored lion's roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire battlefield, causing Underworld Knight's soul to fly away. In this thrilling battle, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi's moves were incredibly powerful, and Underworld Knight's divine power was similarly not to be underestimated. The two of them were flipping in the air, with their moves flying one after another, and the scene was very intense. In the end, Zhang Daoi's move Heaven and Earth Return to Spring instantly showered a piece of clear and bright chi, and Hades Knight was enveloped by it, screamed miserably, and disappeared into dark soul fire. The Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi ended this life and death struggle victoriously. The entire battle did not last long, but it was full of tension and thrilling colors. The power and skill of the Celestial Master Zhang Daoi was mind-boggling, while the divine power of the Underworld Knight was not to be underestimated. The battle between Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, and the ancient god Hades Knight is full of excitement and tension. Zhang Daoi concentrated on his luck. His body was as powerful as a rainbow, and he slapped his palm out with a shocking sound, which was called the Dao breaks the Qianquan. Underworld Knight's eyes flinched, waving his hand. A black light like electricity rushed straight to Dao breaking Qianquan, known as Underworld Soul Snatching. The two forces collided violently in the center. The earth and sky shook, and the mountains and forests were destroyed. Zhang Daoi face grave. 3 consecutive palms, Dao Xin Sanqing, Dao Shine Yi, Dao Fa Nature. Each palm is powerful enough to destroy the mountains, but Hades Knight just sneer. The whole body black fog, transformed into a black dragon, circling in the air. The dragon roared to the sky, known as the Ghost Dragon bellowing. The two forces fought again. The surrounding mountains and rivers were swept into a wave of air, spreading in all directions. In the end, Zhang Daoi roared. His true chi exploded, turning into a golden pillar of light, straight into the sky. Hades Knight's face changed. His entire body black fog was pierced by the golden pillar of light. With a miserable scream, turning into a bit of starlight dissipated. Zhang Daoyi was victorious, but his face did not have the slightest joy, only deep worry and heaviness. Under the hazy moonlight, Zhang Daoyi stood on the desolate ancient battlefield, his gaze resolute and calm. The figure of the ancient god Underworld Knight was as deep as the night, and the huge sword in his hand that glowed with a ghostly blue luster seemed to be able to cut through all darkness. Zhang Daoyi lightly waved the mahogany sword in his hand. The tip of the sword jumped with a leaping light. He recited words under his breath. His sword technique was as agile as the butterflies that traveled through the case, and every movement revealed a mysterious mystery. The mahogany sword drew out a gorgeous sword in the air. The aura of heaven and earth was mobilized, forming a ball of light that gathered around him. Underworld Knight sneered, and the huge sword in his hand chopped down violently. The sword chi was monstrous, as if it was able to cut through the void. That sword chi was like a fierce beast pouncing towards Zhang Daoyi, but he saw his figure flickering, his mahogany sword drawing marvelous runes in the air, and in an instant, a soft force overflowed from the tip of the sword, dissolving that sharp sword chi one by one and devouring it back towards Hades Knight. Underworld Knight's brows were furrowed. He obviously did not expect Zhang Daoyi's sword technique to be so profound. He swung his sword like the wind. His sword momentum was like a mountain, but every time his sword chi seemed to hit an invisible wall, stirring up bursts of aura fluctuations. Zhang Daoban smiled as he knew that the moment of showdown had arrived. He raised his mahogany sword high and chanted an ancient incantation under his breath. The air around him began to distort, and it was as if there was a ray of light converging behind him. It was the power of a formation. With Zhang Dao's command, the surrounding formation power instantly erupted, forming a pillar of light that rushed straight towards the Underworld Knight. Each pillar of light contained a powerful force that was enough to break through mountains. Facing this sudden attack, Underworld Knight also had to use his full strength. His huge sword danced, forming a thick barrier of sword chi that hardened and blocked the attack of the formation. The battle between the two was like a clash of heaven and earth, ancient and mysterious, power and wisdom, stirring up a bright spark above this desolate ancient battlefield. The battle between Zhang Daoyi, the heavenly master, and Hai, the ancient god, was like two thunderbolts colliding, and in an instant, the sky and earth were shaken by lightning and flames. Zhang Daoyi's chest jumped. The long sword in his hand cut a silver bright arc of light. That is his move, Cold Star Flash, and a sword gas flying out to break the sky, called Sword Whistling in the Sky. Compared to that, Hades Knight's move seemed more mysterious and unpredictable. With a hiss, the devil's wings opened, launched a dark explosion that was enough to destroy the world to Zhang Daoyi, called the Silence of the World. Taking advantage of the explosion, Zhang Daoyi quickly retreated and returned to his sword-based attack. Underworld Knight slowly descended. At this time, he was no longer the great god of the past, but an old man who had read all the mysterious powers of the world. He controlled all the elements of nature, such as wind, water, fire, earth, etc. In a moment, his figure became blurred, and he took on countless forms, forming a lightning bolt and smashing into Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi responded with the flying stream broken yu sword. As if he was one with the sword, he recited an incantation under his breath, and his entire body transformed into a blossoming sword flower. And in the chaotic dance of the swords, he finally blocked Hai's attacks. Then, Zhang Daoyi swung his backhand and used a sword technique called 100 Ghosts Night Walking. Hundreds of sword-ons with demonic aura filled the entire space, like rain hitting bananas, and blasted towards Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight retaliated with the legendary move of Heavenly Fire Burning City, a channel of fiery red flames sewed together, suddenly attacking from all directions with a whistling sound. Zhang Daoyi felt an invisible heat wave, so he hurriedly jumped up and shouted, "Rise!" Immediately, Zhang Daoyi's figure disappeared without a trace, and then immediately appeared behind He Yu, sweeping out a sword, a must-kill sword move called Soul-Breaking Chop, as if it was able to cut off the enemy's soul. However, Hades Knight seemed to have prepared for it, and with a single stretch of his hand, he eliminated the attacking power of this sword move. The two of them were evenly matched in martial arts, from heaven and earth until the sunset. I don't know how many moves, how many times they suppressed, how many times they counterattacked, but in the end the victory was still won by the ancient god Hades Knight. The celestial master Zhang Daoyi spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, and collapsed on the ground, unconscious. The two of them, heavenly master Zhang Daoyi and ancient great god Underworld Knight, stood face to face, the atmosphere tense. Zhang Daoyi raised the Dao sword in his hand with a grave expression. Perhaps this would be the most intense battle in his life. Underworld Knight, on the other hand, took a deep breath, and the divine power on his body burned up, making him look even wilder. The two of them exchanged blows, and Zhang Daoyi used his best Dao art, Thunderbolt, and the entire scene instantly became dim. His Dao sword suddenly erupted with a bolt of lightning that cut across the entire battlefield, and Underworld Knight was struck by the lightning and half-kneeled on the ground. But Underworld Knight was not defeated. He invigorated all the divine power in his body, and it was like a glittering fist blasting towards Zhang Daoyi, endless creation. This strike caused the trees beside him to instantly turn into ashes, and even the air began to spin rapidly. Zhang Daoyi glared at Underworld Knight with his eyes. He knew that now was the best chance for Underworld Knight to prepare to fall under him. He had to take advantage of the opportunity to connect a few strokes. So he reacted instantly and used his last move, Heaven and Earth Destroying Robbery, and the entire battlefield suddenly collapsed, presenting a scene of darkness and chaos in front of both of their eyes. When the earth calmed down, Zhang Daoyi and Hai were both unconscious. The entire sky was silent as the two men lay separately on the concrete floor, and people were thinking about the seemingly unbelievable things that had happened at this scene. At one time, these two formidable war gods of strength had now collapsed in great confusion. Such a situation was not what they were expecting, but this was also the reason why they were awe-inspiring yet respectable. In endless time, the ancient god Underworld Knight and the supervisory sect Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi engaged in a shocking battle. Zhang Daoyi raised his longsword. A supreme true qi condensed into a blazing flame burning on the sword, turning into a sea of fire and pouncing on Underworld Knight head-on. Underworld Knight stood still and took a deep breath as a mysterious energy surged out, creating a terrifying aura around his body. The two of them exchanged hands in an instant. Zhang Daoyi's longsword was flipping around Hey Knight. A powerful blade qi rose up in the air, cracking the air into dozens of slits. Underworld Knight dodged Zhang Daoyi's attacks, while also continuously launching attacks. His palm technique was ever-changing. Each move was extremely harsh. Once he cut into the other party's attack, instantly launched his palm, reversing the battlefield and causing a fatal counterattack. 107. Blackout. The scene was thrilling as the two men's moves came and went. Zhang Daoyi suddenly stepped on the ground. His figure quickly retreated, instantly stopping dozens of meters away. Zhang Daoyi gripped the hilt of his sword with both hands, an unfathomable light shining in his eyes as he attacked once again. With a loud shout, a fire sword chopped towards Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight clasped his hands together and drank softly under his breath. An invisible energy quickly coalesced and directly dissipated Zhang Daoyi's fire sword. Then he stepped sideways and leaned down to execute an endless palm force, as if it was a divine dragon speeding through Zhang Daoyi's body. Zhang Daoyi was instantly sent flying out. The cliff behind him cracked, the stream at the bottom tumbled with it, and the dead valley was instantly lit up by Zhang Daoyi's figure. Underworld Knight stood still, his gaze cold and incomparable as he toyed with Zhang Daoyi. Each of his moves seemed to be filled with killing intent, and its power was extremely terrifying. Zhang Daoyi climbed up on the ground, and he immediately realized the huge gap between himself and Underworld Knight. However, he still didn't give up and raised his longsword, once again attacking Underworld Knight. The battle still continued. The two figures constantly staggered. A palm fist, a sword qi, flew out in the valley, fell on the boulders between the mountains. Everywhere is a little cracked small traces. After a long battle, Zhang Daoyi gradually became unable to defend himself, gritted his teeth, and finally admitted defeat. Stygian Knight raised his head and stared firmly into the distance, telling his story. In the end, the two understood each other and ended this thrilling battle peacefully. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi and the ancient god Underworld Knight was going on at a white-hot pace. Zhang Daoyi nimbly dodged Hai's attacks and quickly counterattacked back. With his Nine Heavens Thunder move, huge thunderbolts were released from his hands and blasted towards Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight smiled faintly and used his Burning Heavenly Flame move. A burst of roaring flames instantly dispersed Zhang Daoyi's lightning. The two fought a real physical battle, and Zhang Daoyi's moves gradually revealed their power. He utilized the 10,000 flowers welcoming spring, and a petal-like arrow shot out from his fingertips, instantly penetrating the protection around Underworld Knight. Heavenly collapse. Zhang Daoyi created a terrifying earthquake, and the ground instantly collapsed, creating a violent storm. Heaven and earth reversed, Zhang Daoyi chanted. The world around him instantly became absurd. Hai looked a bit disturbed. However, Hai still had a lot of tricks left to perform. He leapt forward and made a move of Judge's sword. A huge sword chopped at Zhang Daoyi. Amazingly, this sword chopped out with unabated power, as if a terrifying force was directly attacking Zhang Daoyi's soul. Zhang Daoyi said in his heart that it was not good, and used his masterstroke, Heaven's Dragnet. An invisible force tightly wrapped around the Underworld Knight, so that he could not move the slightest bit. The next step was Underworld Knight's final resistance as he let out a roar, and an incomparably fierce dark power rushed towards Zhang Daoyi. However, no matter how much Underworld Knight exerted his full strength, Zhang Daoyi stood there steadily, with a slight flicker of golden light on his body. Finally, Zhang Daoyi used his true dragon of heavenly fate. An extremely terrifying energy erupted from his body, and in a flash, the Underworld Knight was transformed into a peculiar air current and disappeared in an instant. The two of them exchanged hands, Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi violently struck out with a move called Void Breaking Chop. A sword chi slashed straight towards Underworld Knight, but Underworld Knight used the Burning Sky skill to lightly withstand this sword chi. Then, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi executed 10,000 swords returning to the father. Countless sword chi converged in the air, forming a powerful wave of sword chi that rushed towards Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight frowned and shouted out Xian Di Divine Skill. His hands unfolded and a mysterious power erupted from his body, instantly bouncing back the 10,000 swords returning to the father sword chi wave. The Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi saw that his moves were easily cracked by Underworld Knight. His heart was immediately born with murderous intent, and he once again performed the void-breaking chop. This time the sword chi was even more powerful, and rushed straight towards Underworld Knight. Seeing this, Hey Knight also did not miss this opportunity, shouted Heavenly Devil Dance. The body instantly turned into a number of shadows. To the Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi pounced. The two of them exchanged hands. Their moves were exquisite. The various moves that Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi displayed were all easily dissolved by Underworld Knight with his own mysterious power. The two powerful forces collided in the air, emitting fierce explosions, and the entire battlefield was instantly overturned by airwaves. In the end, the Heavenly Master, Zhang Daoyi, could not resist the Xuanhe divine skill of Hai, and was eventually sent flying by Hai's palm, and fell heavily on the ground, his life and death unknown. The night was as dark as ink, and Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi stood on the ancient altar, facing the ancient god Underworld Knight, an unyielding light flickering in his eyes. Underworld Knight, you have finally come. Zhang Daoban was expressionless as he raised his hands and recited under his breath, summoning an aura from heaven and earth and transforming it into a huge formation. Heaven and Earth Qiankuan formation. Underworld Knight snorted coldly. His robes were windless, and with a wave of his hands, a powerful black aura erupted from his body, transforming into a huge black beast that charged towards the formation. Underworld Beast. The two forces collided fiercely. The aura of the heavens and earth instantly became chaotic. The black beast roared in agony under the suppression of the formation, but not a trace of fear was visible on Underworld Knight's face. Zhang Daoyi watched coldly, secretly calculating his opponent's weaknesses in his heart. In an instant, his figure flashed, and a golden beam of light gathered in the palm of his right hand, pointing straight towards the Underworld Knight. Dragon Sword Technique. The beam of light cut through the night, directly hitting the black beast's brow. Its huge body instantly shattered, turning into countless black fragments that dissipated into the air. Underworld Knight was shocked, not expecting Zhang Daoyi to be able to break his Underworld Beast. His face changed slightly. Zhang Daoyi took the opportunity to press forward. His left hand formed a seal, his palm emitted a blazing flame, and he violently pushed towards Underworld Knight. Blazing Sun Inferno. The flames rushed towards Hei Yi like a meteor, and wherever it passed, the air was vaporized by the scorching heat, as if even space itself was going to be incinerated. Underworld Knight's face sank. His hands quickly waved, pulling out a bronze-colored shield from his sleeves, hard blocking the attack of the blazing sunflame. Under the illumination of the firelight, above the altar, the figures of Zhang Daoyi and Hades Knight appeared exceptionally tall. The two of them were exchanging blows with each other, as if they were enacting an absolutely beautiful contest between heaven and earth. However, the real battle is often hidden under the calm surface, and only at the critical moment can the winner be known. The battle continues, the strength and heart of the two men. Every strike makes the hearts of bystanders accelerate. A fight to the death about justice and darkness is quietly staged on top of this ancient altar. Zhang Daoyi and Underworld Knight stood face to face. Their auras collided, and the air was filled with a strong aura. Suddenly, Zhang Daoyi rushed forward and struck with his left fist. A wind-breaking sound rose up. The move was called Dragon Battle in the Wild. Underworld Knight sidestepped the attack and counterattacked with a punch called Heaven and Earth Breaking Eagle. The scene was very intense as the two fighters were fighting each other with their fists, and their breaths were swirling. Then, Zhang Daoyi made a series of moves, 8 wastelands returning to the origin, 5 fingers together with palm force suppression, followed by Pangu Open Heaven. A fist shook out invisible fluctuations. Unstoppable. Cultivation of Deep. Hei Knight immediately feel the pressure increased, but did not fear, but instead, the broken army style, right and left hand at the same time. The power of the move is so great that it can cut through the sky and the earth. Zhang Daoyi rushed to fly in the air, back to step on the heavenly horse. The use of shrinking the ground in the speed of a meteor attack on Hei Knight, and then the Pangu opened the sky. A fist of invisible fluctuations. Unstoppable. He attacked high at the speed of a shooting star. Underworld Knight's fiery eyes saw through Zhang Daoyi's thoughts, so he swept the long sword in his hand. Dry General Moxie Sword. At once, the sword chi gushed out like rain. Zhang Daoyi was caught off guard, and he was forced back dozens of paces, his face turning blue. Zhang Daoyi used his berserk fist technique. The winds of his fists whistled continuously, punching away the sword chi, and at the same time, he performed the 9 heavens overflowing sky. An invisible force shook the space. Hades Knight's face was cold, and he did not show any weakness. Using the Night God Ice Hammer, the sound of the hammer and pestle was deafening, and the cold aura was aggressive. Zhang Daoi felt extremely dangerous, so he instantly performed the Heaven and Earth One sound. An exciting dragon roar sounded, symbolizing that he had mastered the power of all things under the sky, and his power was unprecedented. Suddenly, Underworld Knight pounced on Zhang Daoi. This move was called Night Demon Tear. It was a hellish killing move. Zhang Daoi fought back, and the moves they performed almost reached a critical point. In the end, Zhang Daoi performed the Taiji Bagua, and with a change of gesture, the power gathered in his palm transformed into a round ball, rotating rapidly, instantly moving to the eyes of Hai, and hitting his throat. Underworld Knight was only defeated, barely able to get up. Zhang Daoi also fainted due to overexertion, and it wasn't until he woke up that he realized he had managed to defeat the ancient great god Underworld Knight. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the ancient god Underworld Knight were engaged in a fierce battle in the vast void. The demon subduing mortar and pestle in Zhang Daoi's hand shone like a meteor as it blasted and smashed into Underworld Knight. However, Hai Knight was undaunted as he waved the divine sword in his hand and chopped out a ray of light, dissolving all of Zhang Daoi's attacks. Zhang Daoi did not get discouraged. Instead, he doubled his moves, only to see him let out a long whistle, raising his mortar and pestle and slamming it down, ushering in Underworld Knight's attack in midair. A fiery red blade light came. Zhang Daoi's feet made strength, stood steadily on the spot, left leg a little, body like a spirit snake turning, dodged a blade light, but the pestle head smashed fiercely on the body of Underworld Knight, and immediately screamed miserably. His body was shocked to fly out. Underworld Knight did not lose because of this, and with a flash of his figure, he had reappeared beside Zhang Daoi, and his divine sword slashed down. Zhang Daoi snapped his fingers as a sword, easily defusing the strike, and then he backhanded a pestle, the tip of the pestle flashing with lightning, and violently stabbed towards Underworld Knight's chest. Stygian Knight was startled in his heart and hurriedly blocked it, but he did not think that this was just Zhang Daoi's bait. And then, Zhang Daoi's other hand attacked his waist, the very place where he had not defended himself. Underworld Knight let out a low roar in pain, his brows furrowed, and his divine sword danced continuously with an even fiercer aura. Zhang Daoi was also not willing to show weakness, waving the demon subduing pestle with each of his hands. The head of the pestle drove a whirlwind, spinning at a rapid speed, and continuously smashing towards Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight roared, and the divine sword in his hand erupted with incomparable power, colliding with Zhang Daoi's demon bucking pestle and making a loud sound. Both of their bodies were sent flying as both sides continued to execute their moves. Throughout the battle, Zhang Daoi's attacks were as smooth as a clear spring, while Underworld Knight's attacks were filled with a violent aura. But in the end, it was Zhang Daoi who utilized the opportunity to strike the divine sword in Underworld Knight's hand with a pestle, followed by a demon subduing pestle that slashed at the top of Underworld Knight's head. A look of despair appeared in Underworld Knight's eyes as he had already given up on resisting, but at that moment, Zhang Daoi raised his pestle and stopped, slowly saying, "Why should we? You and I are both existences with power that can guard this world together." Stygian Knight froze for a moment, then nodded with emotion and disappeared into the void with Zhang Daoi as they turned into light. This battle is not just a contest of power, but a quest for balance and harmony. The night was as dark as ink, the stars twinkling in the sky. Zhang Daoi stood in the ring wearing a Taoist robe and holding a mahogany sword in his hand, his eyes resolute as he faced the ancient great god Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight, clad in black robes, with a cold light in his eyes, surrounded by black air currents, as if he could devour all light. Heavenly thunder skill. Zhang Daoi looked solemn, let out a long whistle. The mahogany sword in his hand immediately erupted with brilliant thunder light. Where the sword blade pointed, there were thousands of thunderbolts. A ray of thunder light was like the wrath of the heavenly god, slashing towards the Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight coldly laughed, lightly waved his staff. The black ball of light condensed in the air, transformed into a dark shadow, hard against the thunder. His move was called the Underworld Break, which fused the mysteries of darkness and space, and was so powerful that even the air trembled. As the two of them exchanged blows, thunder and the power of the underworld collided in the ring, erupting into a deafening roar. Zhang Daoi utilized the Tai Ching divine light, and as his palms fluttered, the golden light was like the eyes of a god or goddess, trying to illuminate the darkness of the Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight responded with Underworld Phantom. Countless black shadows wandered around the ring like ghosts, intertwining with the golden light to form a mysterious and unpredictable illusion. As the battle intensified, Zhang Daoi stood ready to strike, performing the All Thunder Returns to One. The peachwood sword violently vibrated, and the power of thunder gathered at the tip of the sword, transforming into a thunderbolt even more powerful than before, stabbing directly at Hai's chest. A trace of surprise appeared in the eyes of Hades' knight, and he hurriedly blocked this fatal blow with his underworld body protector. The two forces collided, and above the ring, dust flew up and airwaves scattered in all directions. Zhang Daoyi and Underworld Knight, one representing light and the other representing darkness, engaged in an epic duel under this endless starry sky. Between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's wave of his hand, a golden light shot out from his palm, forming a giant dragon-like wave of energy that came directly at Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight snorted. His figure suddenly surged, and the energy in his body gushed out, parrying all the attacks. A hint of despair flashed through Zhang Dao's eyes. The Underworld Knight's strength was as powerful as he had ever seen before, so it seemed that he could only put up a fight. He shouted angrily, his body moving rapidly, his hands changing out several hand seals in succession, and as soon as the hand seals ended, dozens of light swords cut through the sky, bombarding the Underworld Knight furiously. Underworld Knight's protective divine light was also gradually consumed, and he watched in horror as Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi grew more and more courageous as he fought, attacking more and more fiercely, and completely taking the initiative. In the end, under the vicious attack of Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi, Underworld Knight's body exploded into ashes. In this fierce battle, Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi's moves such as Poison Dragon Wave and Light Sword Rain were executed one after another, with ferocious attacks and amazing power, becoming a nightmare for the demons. Such a scene makes people can't help but boil with madness, and also fills us with infinite imagination and longing for this world full of magic. 108. Devil's Fetus. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's robe and sleeves fluttered, his demeanor calm, facing the ferocious aura of the ancient evil god, Xingtian. The body of Interpol is stout, a blood-red armor, holding the seal of overturning the sky. The momentum is monstrous. The battle was imminent. Zhang Daoyi caressed the peachwood sword in his hand, took a deep breath, and then shouted. His figure was like electricity, rushing towards Xingtian. The Big Dipper breaks the vault of heaven. Zhang Daoyi swung his sword to chop at Xingtian. The sword light was like a dragon, the sharpness pointing straight at Xingtian's throat. Unperturbed, Xingtian offered the Heaven Flipping Seal. Heaven Flipping Seal, a powerful sealing force came at Zhang Daoyi. Qiankuan Reversal Technique. Zhang Daoyi flipped in the air. His body transformed into dozens of residual shadows and got rid of the binding of the Flip Heavenly Seal. The peachwood sword in his hand was like a shuttling meteor, transforming into a sword blade, attacking towards Xingtian violently. With a furious roar, Xingtian threw the heaven-turning seal violently, transforming into countless seal shadows that pressed towards Zhang Dao in a continuous string. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged, reciting incantations under his breath and forming seals with both hands. A spiritual talisman descended from the sky, colliding with the seal shadow of the heaven-turning seal, emitting a deafening roar. The battle escalated. Zhang Daoyi was in a great position to rise up in the air. The peachwood sword in his hand transformed into a golden swordlight, directly stabbing the 7 veins of Xingtian. Criminal Sky's face changed drastically, gritting his teeth in pain, flipping his hand, throwing the flipping heavenly seal in his hand violently, transforming into a beam of light, shooting straight at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's eyes stared, instantly seeing through Interdictor's move as he flipped his right palm, forming a subtle formation that completely swallowed the beam of light from the heaven-turning seal. Heaven and Earth Wuji, Zhang Daoyi shouted, and the peachwood sword in his hand transformed into thousands of sword shadows, pouring towards Xingtian like a raging storm. When he saw this, his face changed drastically and he knew that he had no chance of winning this battle. In the end, after a fierce battle, Zhang Daoyi utilized the 10,000 swords returning to the father technique to defeat Xingtian. With a wobble, he disappeared into thin air, leaving behind only the wreckage of destruction and a mess. Zhang Daoyi put away his sword and returned it to its sheath. He smiled slightly. The battle had come to an end. Celestial Master Zhang Daoyi's face was grave, holding the Divine Warrior long sword and glaring at Xingtian, an aura like a thunderous thunderclap filling the entire mountain peak. Xingtian executed the 7 observations returning Yuan hands. A strand of black qi burst out from his palm and shot towards Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi accurately dodged the black qi attack and took a swift and agile step to rush towards Xingtian, waving his sword and slashing down. As he raised his palm to block, the majestic power shook the 4 directions and shook Zhang Daoyi back a few steps. Immediately after, Xingtian violently leapt up. His left fist and right foot flew towards Zhang Daoyi. His fists and kicks were like a storm. Zhang Daoyi could only sidestep to avoid the attack. Seeing the fists and kicks of Xingtian had already reached himself, Zhang Daoyi's heart crossed, only to see countless sword shadows flashing in his hands, attacking and chopping towards Xingtian continuously. With a faint smile, Xingtian raised his hand and spun it around. A violent evil qi erupted out, transforming into a roiling turquoise fire that enveloped Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi did not panic and swept the long sword in his hand across, dissolving Xingtian's evil qi. Immediately, Zhang Daoyi smoothly passed in front of Xingtian, His right hand clenched his fist and performed the heavenly soul seal style. An invisible yet strong force erupted from his fist, striking towards Xingtian's head. Criminal Days did not react, was bombarded by the 5 viscera and 6 bowels, or like being burned by the fire, general pain unbearable. The body fell down. Zhang Daoyi saw that Xingtian was already on the verge of weakness, seizing the moment to meet him violently. The long sword in his hand swept horizontally, his mind fighting, and in a matter of minutes and seconds, Xingtian was already defeated and fell to the ground. The entire battle lasted less than 10 minutes, and with the disparity of strength and weakness, the result was obvious. Zhang Daoyi put away his long sword and returned to the mountain mansion with a flourish. But in his mind, he had been thinking about how to make himself even stronger. Zhang Daoyi stood on the ancient altar with a burning bonfire behind him. Facing Xingtian, there was not a trace of fear on his face, only firmness and determination. Xingtian, you have been imprisoned for nearly 10,000 years, and now, it's time to end your struggle, Zhang Daoyi said in a cold voice. Criminal Sky, the ancient evil god. His entire body was as black as an abyss, and his blood-red eyes seemed to be able to pierce through all the illusions in the world. With a roar, he cracked a pitch-black rift from the void, from which he extended that twisted giant hand. Zhang Daoyi gently caressed the jade slip at his waist and recited under his breath. A golden light overflowed from the jade slip and transformed into an ancient golden formation. With a flip of his palm, the formation rushed towards Xingtian like a meteor. Big Dipper break, Zhang Daoyi roared. The jade slip in his hand erupted with 10,000 lights, and the golden formation was like a thunderbolt as it blasted towards Xingtian. Interceptor roared, and between the swings of that pitch-black giant hand, the black chi condensed into a sword, like a ghost under the night, and chopped towards the golden formation. The two forces collided together, and the sky shook and the earth shook. The rolling black chi intertwined with the golden light, erupting into a deafening roar. Zhang Daoyi's entire body was wrapped in a golden aura. He knew that in this battle, he was not fighting alone, but was representing justice and order against darkness and chaos. Interdictor roared repeatedly. The black chi was like a living creature, roaming around in the formation, looking for a break. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave. He knew that the moment of showdown had arrived. Heavenly punishment thunder. Zhang Daoyi squeezed the jade slip tightly, and a suffocating force surged out from his body. That force shook the entire altar. Ting Tian's face showed a look of horror. He felt an unprecedented threat, but his pride made him never retreat. The two forces collided once again. This time, it was no longer a mere force versus force confrontation, but the ultimate battle between light and darkness, good and evil. In the sound of thunder, the golden light became more and more dazzling. The black gas was gradually swallowed up by the golden light, and finally, with a deafening thunder, the golden formation completely overwhelmed the darkness, and the figure of Interceptor gradually dissipated in the golden light. Zhang Daoyi stood on the altar, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. He knew that the light of justice would eventually dispel the darkness. Fine beads of sweat emerged from the forehead of Heavenly Master Zhang Daoyi as he faced the ancient evil god. Interdictor, Xingtian. His entire body was burning with crimson flames, his eyes were like electricity, and when the huge axe in his hand was waved, space was distorted by it. Heaven and earth demon vanquishing skill. Zhang Daoyi let out a low shout. His hands quickly formed a seal, and the mana around him surged, turning into a curtain of light, blocking out 3 feet of Xingtian's huge axe. Under the protection of the mana light curtain, his figure was as erratic as a phantom, sometimes appearing on the left side of Xingtian, sometimes appearing on the right side of Xingtian, with a bizarre stance, avoiding each of Xingtian's axe attacks. Phantom flowing cloud steps. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave. The mana behind him condensed into a cloud, stepping like a flowing cloud. His body was like a swimming dragon, drawing circular arcs in the air. Each landing seemed to be able to set off a fierce wind. The Dharma sword in his hand was like a shooting star, chopping towards Xingtian. The sword light was brilliant, seeming to cut through the evil chi between heaven and earth. With a roar of rage, the evil chi in his body erupted, forming a huge ball of dark energy, wanting to devour Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's face remained unchanged as he recited an incantation under his breath, and the sword in his hand surged, transforming into a long dragon of sword chi that rushed straight at the dark energy ball. The two forces collided in the air, erupting into a deafening roar. 9 revolutions Qiankuan formation. Zhang Daoyi's expression changed. His hands quickly formed complex sealing techniques, and the mana around him surged like waves, enveloping the entire venue in a huge light formation. Xingtian felt a powerful sense of binding, and his movements gradually became sluggish. 10,000 swords return. A glint flashed across Zhang Dao's eyes as he waved his Dharma sword. Countless sword shadows surged towards Xingtian like ocean waves. Xingtian swung his axe to meet and block, but realized that the sword shadows were getting more and more, like a tidal wave that could not be blocked. In the end, under Zhang Daoyi's spell, Interceptor's huge axe was trapped by the sword shadow and could not move. Zhang Daoi let out a long sigh of relief and sheathed his sword. His eyes flashed with victory. The ancient evil god, Xing Tian, was restrained by the celestial master with a series of exquisite spells and dissolved into nothing. The heavenly master Zhang Daoi and the ancient evil god Interceptor started a thrilling fight on a prairie. Zhang Daoi held the wind and fire sword, reciting incantations. A gust of wind suddenly rose. Interpol cried out in alarm. The black dragon sword in his hand swept out. The two met in mid-air. Instantly sparks. Thousands of sword chi interlaced. Zhang Daoi slowly sipped a mouthful of light wine and said with a smile, "Interdictor, you have already fallen for 1,000 years, and now you are here to cause trouble again. Could it be that you still want to try the pain of destroying the continent?" Xing Tian sneered. The black dragon sword in his hand whooshed, and with a move of underworld flame cracking the sky, thousands of fire dragons violently rushed out and attacked towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi frowned slightly and sped up, executing the wind and fire 7 strikes, blasting fireballs furiously at Xing Tian. With a cold snort, he performed the piercing cloud thrust. The black dragon sword in his hand emitted a bright black light and stabbed at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi sighed in his heart and shouted under his breath, "Wind and fire sword techniques, rising dragon flying." Immediately, a dragon-shaped flame swept up and surged towards Xing Tian, intercepting Zhang Daoi's mind. He laughed fiercely and said, "This move is poisonous." With the black dragon sword in his hand, he utilized the stance Poison Dragon Strike, and the black dragon sword was instantly enveloped by the green sword chi covered with poison. Zhang Daoi's eyelids jumped and he retreated a few steps. The wind and fire sword in his hand rotated rapidly, ready to strike. Seeing this, Interceptor furiously roared, "1,000 years of waiting. Today I will kill Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi." The black dragon sword in his hand was swung out violently by him, aiming straight for Zhang Daoi's throat. Zhang Daoi simply dodged. The wind and fire sword in his hand was piped up, and he made a move. Desperate wind and fire sword. The whistling wind and scorching fire intertwined into a violent sword chi, and chopped towards Interceptor with amazing power. Criminal Days can't think in time. He swung his sword as a blade, trying to block, but in the blink of an eye, Criminal Days was chopped into two by Zhang Dao's sword. Zhang Daoi let out a long sigh, slowly pointing down the wind and fire sword in his hand, letting go of the heaviness in his heart, looking at the barrenness and wind-blown grasses around him, contemplating his next move. The night is like ink. Zhang Daoi is standing on top of the barren ancient battlefield. Opposite, the ancient evil god Interceptor, with a blood-colored battle armor. God's mighty. His eyes seem to be like two groups of red flames, as if he can perceive all the world's illusions. Zhang Daoi robe hunting, hands together, mouth reciting words. Golden light from his body burst into a golden spell, in the air to draw a dazzling light. This is his mastery, golden light, to break the magic spell. The golden light demon breaking mantra was powerful, able to break through the fog of all evil demons and foreign paths, striking directly into the depths of the opponent's soul, without changing his face. The blood-colored great axe in his hand swung, and the axe shadow was like a mountain, transforming into a path of bloodlight, colliding fiercely with the golden light in the air. Each round of the golden light demon breaking mantra's impact caused the bloodlight axe shadow on Xing Tian's body to tremble, but each time, Xing Tian hardened and dispersed the force by virtue of his divine power. Zhang Daoi frowned tightly, knowing that it was difficult to defeat Xing Tian with the golden light demon breaking mantra alone, so he stepped on his feet. His body moved like a phantom, and with a wave of the long sword in his hand, his sword chi spread across the sky and he executed his other mastery, 9 Revolutions Xian Huang Sword. The 9 Revolutions Xian Huang Sword. The sword technique was bizarre and unpredictable. Each sword contained the supreme principle of heaven and earth, and between the revolutions, the sword light was like 9 revolutions of the wheel, with infinite power. The pupils of Xing Tian shrunk, realizing the power of this sword technique, but he was not afraid. The great axe shook. The sleeping power in his body seemed to be awakened. The axe light was like a tidal wave, transforming into a monstrous sea of blood, and the sword chi of the 9 revolutions Xianhuang sword collided, and immediately erupted into a deafening roar. The two forces collided in the air, as if heaven and earth had first opened. One side was the power of the most true and pure Tao, and the other side was the power of the evil god that had been sleeping for 10,000 years. And between the collisions, the barren battlefield shook, dust flew, and the earth and sky changed color. In the end, the battle between Zhang Daoi and Xing Tian was at a stalemate. Both of them understood that the victory or defeat of this battle would determine the future of the entire world. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi and the ancient evil god Xing Tian engaged in a fierce battle. Zhang Daoi's figure was ethereal, holding a long sword in his hand, his sword flashing, while Xing Tian was incomparably mighty, holding a huge axe and directly smashing into Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi sidestepped and dodged. At the same time, he drew his sword and chopped diagonally. A cold aura cut through the air towards Xing Tian. Xing Tian roared, raised his axe and swung it out fiercely. The momentum of the axe was like a mountain, instantly cutting the cold aura into two pieces. Zhang Dawi did not retreat. The long sword in his hand swung, sword chi surging wildly. Almost at the same time, Xingtian also made his giant axe fly. The attacks of the two men intertwined together, and the sound of the collision between the sword chi and the giant axe echoed continuously. Another round of attack. Zhang Dawi quickly retreated, then coalesced a huge sword chi and slashed at Xingtian. The aura of Xingtian immediately overcame. The huge axe in his hand became piercing and eye-catching, and the wild bombardment of sword and axe collided with a roar, causing the entire space to quake. In the end, Zhang Dawi exerted all his strength to perform a move wandering to the end of the world, and his long sword stabbed at the chest of Interceptor. And with a loud bang, Interceptor's body fell to the ground with a loud bang, and the battle was over. Zhang Dawi patted the dust on his body, put away the long sword in his hand and left alone. The only one left at the scene was Xingtian half kneeling on the ground, coughing and recovering alone. This evil creature that was relegated to the heavenly realm by the gods of old is now defeated by me, and if he has many more here, I'm afraid that the end will not be long in coming, Zhang Dawi said blandly, walking away quickly. As he lay on the ground, Interceptor looked to the sky and let out a crushing hiss. He resolved that if there was an afterlife, he would definitely revitalize himself and once again fight against Heavenly Master Zhang Dawi. 110. Dark Devil. Heavenly Master Zhang Dawi encounters the ancient evil god Xingtian, and the two immediately engage in a fierce battle. As soon as he let out a thunderous roar, he lunged at Zhang Dawi. The purple double blades in his hands danced against the wind, emitting sharp whistles. Zhang Dawi did not panic. A move of Big Dipper sword chi directly dissolved the attack of Interdictor, and then swung out the heaven and earth broken sword move, destroying Interdictor's magic shield. When he saw this, he exuded strong magic power, and dense magic patterns were born all over his body as he rushed towards Zhang Dawi. Zhang Dawi was undaunted and waved out the 9 revolutions of Heavenly Devil, cutting off the source of Xingtian's magic power. As Interceptor roared again and slapped his left hand, a dark fluctuation came towards Zhang Dawi, who did not move and pointed at Interceptor, sending out the demon barrier covering to block the dark fluctuation from the outside. The more he fought, the angrier he became. His body's magic power surged continuously, pressurizing the 4 directions. Zhang Dawi did not show any weakness either. His astral aura rose up and his face was grave. Both of them launched their strongest attacks at the same time. Zhang Dawi's move Heavenly Dragon breaks the end, while Xingtian's move breaks the heaven and earth. Zhang Dawi made a shocking move Heavenly Dragon breaks the end, only to see that his breath surged like an abyssal sea around his body, and the long dragon in his hand was constantly surging like an abyssal sea. His breath surged like an abyssal sea, and the long sword in his hand bloomed with endless light, as if a huge dragon rose up in the air, whistling towards Xingtian. At the same time, Xingtian also did not show any weakness and performed a style of destroying the heavens and destroying the earth, destroying the heaven and earth. His whole body's strength was gathered in his fist, and a majestic and unparalleled aura erupted, as if he wanted to shatter the entire world, and fiercely greeted the huge dragon that roared towards him. The two collided violently in the center and shattered. The imposing battle finally ended. Zhang Dawi was covered in exhaustion, but still staring dead at the collapsed Interceptor, even before he could breathe a sigh of relief. As the wind rose, Celestial Master Zhang Dawi, clad in star armor and holding a Qiankuan fan, stepped into the ancient battlefield. On the opposite side, Interceptor stood on the top of the dome of heaven with his red gold body and cold-blooded eyes, holding the heaven-splitting axe. Zhang Dawi activated the Big Dipper's true chi, and a channel of light came out from the Qiankuan fan, transforming into the star Luo chess cloth formation, only to see his hands waving. Countless bright stars flew out from his hands, scattering like a heavenly maiden scattering flowers. These stars connected with each other, forming an intricate and unpredictable formation, the star Luo Chibu formation. Each star shone with a mysterious light, as if it contained endless power and wisdom. The starlight was bright and dense in the void, and each starlight contained the power to shatter the void, pushing straight towards Xingtian. With a cold snort, the heaven-splitting axe exploded into countless axe shadows. Each axe seemed to be able to split the sky and split the earth, colliding with the starlight and erupting into a roaring sound. The axe shadows intertwined with the starlight, and the air was filled with chaotic energy fluctuations, as if it was going to tear the heaven and earth apart. Zhang Dawi's brows were tightly locked. He knew that this battle was not a small one and must not be lost. The Qiankuan fan in his left hand was waved rapidly, and the Qiankuan reversal technique appeared, and suddenly, the sky and the earth changed color, and the winds and clouds met. A mysterious and powerful force emerged from the void, as if it was going to turn the entire world upside down. This force was so great that everyone felt its presence. Under the effect of this mysterious force, the sky became as black as ink, dark clouds rolled over, and lightning flashed and thunder roared. The earth began to tremble violently, mountains collapsed, and rivers flowed backwards. Everything seemed to have lost its original order and regularity, and fell into a state of chaos. Right at this moment, a low and majestic voice rang out, "Qianquan reversal." With the appearance of this voice, the mysterious force grew stronger and stronger, forming a huge vortex that swept everything around it. People looked at what was happening in front of them in horror, not knowing how to react. However, in the midst of this chaos, there were some people who seemed exceptionally calm and collected. They knew that this was the legendary Qianquan reversal technique, an unparalleled divine ability that could change the fate of heaven and earth. These people were all elite disciples or experts from various sects and clans, who practiced hard on weekdays just to pursue a higher level of realm and strength. Now that they had seen this wondrous scene, they naturally wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. As a result, space seemed to twist and turn upside down, causing the shadow of Interdictor's axe to appear chaotic. The light of the axe flickered and wavered, and its power was greatly reduced. The killing chance in the eyes of the criminal sky is even more. The axe shadow is like a tidal wave surging to. Each axe carries the power of destruction. Zhang Daoi's face is grave. His right hand pinches the knuckle and recites the incantation. The star seal unfolds. A runic mark coalesces in the air, transforms into the power of the seal, suppresses the axe shadow of the criminal sky one by one. The power of the seal is as powerful as a river of stars, traps the criminal sky in a sealing power as powerful as a river of stars, trapping Xingtian in a single formation. Criminal sky was furious. The axe shadow became more dense, but Zhang Daoi pressed on. His Qianquan fan transformed into a golden aura. The aura contained the power to break all laws. Under the illumination of this halo, the seal on Xingtian's body began to loosen, and the light of the heaven-splitting axe gradually dimmed. Eventually, Zhang Daoi used his best move, Qianquan shattering, and instantly, there was chaos in the heaven and earth. Qianquan shattering, only a loud bang was heard, as if the entire universe was torn apart. In an instant, heaven and earth were plunged into endless chaos, and the sun, moon, stars, mountains and rivers that were clearly visible all disappeared, replaced by a gray mist that made people feel incredibly depressed and fearful. There was no sense of direction in this chaos, and it was impossible to distinguish between up and down, left and right. Everything is blurred, as if time and space have lost their meaning. In the midst of it, people will feel as small and powerless as a drop in the ocean, and their hearts can't help but feel a sense of awe for the unknown world. In this chaotic world, fierce winds whistled and swept through, carrying a harsh aura that blew everything around them to pieces. Lightning cut through the sky, intertwining like silver snakes, illuminating this dark realm. Thunder rumbled deafeningly, as if it was going to tear the earth in half. However, right in the middle of this chaos, there seems to be some kind of mysterious power hidden. It silently waits, waiting for the appearance of the person who can unravel the mystery and reshape the Qianquan. Between the Qianquan seems to be completely torn apart. Under this force, the heaven-splitting axe of Xingtian was shattered, and the sealing power was completely lifted. And under the helplessness, the figure of Xingtian flickered and turned into a stream of light to escape, and the victory of the heavenly master was achieved, and the duel that transcended the mortal world was achieved. The battle scene between heavenly master Zhang Daoi and the ancient evil god Xingtian is thrilling. Zhang Daoi floated up, waving his sleeves, and in an instant, thousands of runes flew around him, condensing into a huge golden ball of light. He recited under his breath, "Tai golden light, shine through all things," accompanied by a roar. Only a dazzling and eye-catching golden light shot out from his hand, as hot and bright as the sun. This Tai golden light seemed to possess endless power, and wherever it passed, everything was torn apart and nothing could stop it. It pierced through the layers of clouds and mist, illuminating the entire heaven and earth, breaking through the heavy darkness and making everything in the world invisible. Amidst this suffocating radiance, time seemed to stop flowing and space became distorted and blurred. The ball of light instantly shot towards Xingtian, and a loud bang resounded in the air. As Xingtian violently raised his hand, a crimson halberd appeared in his hand. He waved the halberd and a powerful wave of true chi erupted out of his hand, directly smashing onto the ball of light. The ball of light instantly scattered in all directions, the runes splattered in all directions, and the air was filled with intense energy fluctuations. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi recited under his breath once again, "Phase less true rune." As his voice fell, countless runes converged from all directions, forming a huge runic formation that enveloped Xingtian. Xingtian's face changed and he shouted. The halberd in his hand swung violently. A powerful wave of true chi erupted out from his hand. The runic formation shook for a while, but it was not broken. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi's gaze condensed and he flew up, the long sword in his hand stabbing fiercely, the tip of the sword pointing directly at Xingtian in the rune formation, and he shouted under his breath, "Break!" As his voice fell, an invisible sword chi immediately erupted above the tip of the sword, directly penetrating through the runic formation and stabbing fiercely towards Xingtian's heart. Criminal Sky's face immediately changed drastically as he waved his halberd. wanting to parry the sword, but it was already too late. A deafening popping sound rang out. An interceptor's figure was instantly blown into pieces, a little bit of black gas filling the air. Zhang Daoi put away his sword and stood. His face still wore a resolute determination. He knew that this was only a small encounter with Interdictor, and a more dangerous challenge was still waiting for him. The battle scene between the heavenly master Zhang Daoi and the ancient evil god Xingtian can be described as thrilling. Zhang Daoi was calm and composed, holding his sword in his hand, and with a flick of the wrist, the sword light was like a rainbow, rushing straight into the sky. With a roar, Interceptor swung the huge axe in his hand and chopped at Zhang Daoi. The two exchanged several moves. Deadly moves. Zhang Daoi rose up in the air. The sword in his hand transformed into 10,000 rays of light and chopped towards Xingtian. With a furious roar, the green light on his body skyrocketed, splitting Zhang Daoi's sword chi into two and charging directly at Zhang Daoi. Xingtian let out a deafening roar as his body was instantly enveloped in a dazzling layer of green light. This powerful force caused the air around him to tremble, as if it was going to tear the entire world apart. As the green light skyrocketed, the huge axe in Xingtian's hand also emitted a palpitating aura. He wielded the axe with unrivaled might and ruthlessly slashed at Zhang Daoi's sword chi, only to see that the originally unstoppable sword chi, after encountering Interceptor's attack, turned out to be like papier-mâché, and was easily split in two. On the other hand, Xingtian did not stop and continued to charge violently towards Zhang Daoi. His speed was as fast as lightning, and in the blink of an eye, he had closed in on Zhang Daoi. In the face of such a ferocious attack, Zhang Daoi's face was grave, and he knew that he had to go all out, or else the consequences would be unimaginable. Zhang Daoi's face did not look shocked. He recited an incantation silently under his breath. The sword in his hand steeply glowed and transformed into a scorching hot sword chi. He held the sword in his hand tightly and suddenly, the sword emitted a dazzling light as if it was burning with blazing flames. This light became more and more intense, eventually transforming into a stern and incomparable sword chi that shot forward with a rolling heat. The sword chi was like a fiery dragon taking off into the air, with teeth and claws, and a majestic momentum that made people unable to help but be shocked. The green light that pierced through Xingtian directly stabbed Xingtian's heart. With a miserable cry, Xingtian was reduced to nothing, and Zhang Daoi returned victorious. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi, clad in Taoist robes and holding a mahogany sword, looked solemn and faced the ancient evil god Xingtian. The 2-foot-tall criminal sky, muscles as sharp as a knife, a pair of eyes like electricity, penetrating the shadowy light. With a dragon's roar, Zhang Daoi waved his sword and chopped out the dragon sword chi, which transformed into a silver dragon and lunged at Interceptor. Okay, here's an expansion of the word dragon sword breath. A deafening dragon roar resounded through the clouds, as if the entire heaven and earth were trembling. At the same time, a brilliant and dazzling sword chi crossed the sky like lightning, shooting forward with unrivaled might. This sword chi contained endless power and majesty, like a true dragon swooping down from the clouds, opening its fangs, ready to devour all enemies. When people saw this scene, they were all shocked to the depths of their hearts, feeling an unprecedented fear and awe. This was the legendary Dragon Sword Chi. It was not only an unparalleled martial art, it was also a manifestation of a supreme realm. Only those with extraordinary strength and enlightenment were able to comprehend and execute such a powerful sword technique. In battle, the user can condense his entire body's internal energy on the blade of the sword and emit an earth-shattering dragon's roar. With the sound, the sword energy will surge out like a wild dragon out of the sea, causing a fatal blow to the opponent. Moreover, its speed, power and elusive trajectory make it difficult for the enemy to defend or avoid. However, it is not easy to master this magical sword art, requires a long time of hard training and has a high degree of talent and perseverance to succeed. But once practiced, it will become the world's top masters across the Jianghu unbeatable. With an unchanged expression, Xingtian swung his hands and sent out the blood shadow palm. The palm wind was like a blood-colored ghost, slamming towards the silver dragon. As the two collided, a deafening roar erupted, and the airflow overflowed in all directions. Zhang Daoi stepped on the 8 trigrams formation, his body like a phantom in the air, successively issued 9 turns of Qiankuan, 10,000 elephants, heavenly attractions, and other mastery. Each move contains the power of the heavens and the earth. However, he didn't retreat at all. His body swayed and transformed into millions of residual shadows, each of which contained terrifying power, and the 1,000 shadows and 10,000 changes moves made Zhang Daoi tired of dealing with them. Just when the two of them were on the verge of a victory, Zhang Daoi offered up his best technique, Wuji Seal Demon Seal. The legendary Wuji Demon Seal was a mysterious and powerful sealing technique. It contains endless mysteries and power, and can completely seal evil beings such as demons, ghosts, evil devils and other evil beings, making it impossible for them to escape. This seal was usually presented in an intricate runic pattern that shone with a strange light. Every line and symbol contained profound meaning and energy fluctuations. The person who performs the seal needs to possess profound cultivation and exquisite skills to mobilize the vastness of its power. When the Seal of Infinite Demon Seal is activated, it will release a heavenly and earthly power that seems to be able to suppress all the demons that try to break free from its bondage. The powerful sealing force is as strong as steel, leaving the enemy with no way to escape but to be imprisoned forever in despair. However, it was not easy to master such a magical technique. Only those masters who had gone through a lot of hard work and training were able to comprehend and execute the true power of the Wuji Seal of Demons. Therefore, it has become one of the most coveted techniques for countless cultivators, and an important means of maintaining peace and tranquility in the world. All of the aura in the sky and the earth converged to the tip of his sword, forming a glittering runic mark. A trace of horror flashed in his eyes, and he hurriedly cast Divine Demon Reversal in an attempt to resist. However, the Infinite Demon Sealing Seal was like the judgment of the heavenly Tao, which could not be reversed, and instantly suppressed Xingtian, and there was a silence in the sky and the earth, with only Zhang Daoi's victorious roar echoing in the empty battlefield. 111. Skype. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the ancient evil god Xingtian was extremely intense. Zhang Daoi concentrated on his luck and performed the Big Dipper Jedi. He took a deep breath and then violently exhaled it. His whole body's breath instantly gushed out and gathered in his palm like a torrent. Then, he shouted loudly and swung his arm, blasting out this powerful force towards the front. One could only see a dazzling light erupt from his hand, cutting through the sky like lightning. This light contained endless power, as if it was able to tear through the void, causing people to feel an irresistible shock. As the light spread, the surrounding air was violently stirred up, forming a huge vortex. At the center of the vortex was the amazing Big Dipper Jedi. It was like a lofty mountain, majestic, giving people an unrivaled sense of oppression. It was also like a round of blazing sun, radiant, making people not dare to look directly at it. A golden light cut through the canopy and rushed straight to the criminal sky. With a furious roar, he used the underworld ghost claw to meet the attack, only to see his hands waving. An eerie and horrifying light suddenly appeared, transforming into a pair of huge claws, lunging at the enemy with an overpowering aura. This was the legendary underworld ghost claws, and its power was enough to make people tremble. The two forces collided fiercely, causing the air around them to whistle. Seeing this, Zhang Daoi invoked the five elements spiritual symbol, and the power of the five elements in heaven and earth converged to form a huge symbol seal, trapping Interceptor in it. However, with his great power, he utilized his chaotic demonic element, which tore the seal into countless fragments, and pounced towards Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi was not afraid. He closed his palms together and evoked the Xianhuang aura. He closed his eyes, adjusted his breathing, and immersed his mind into the depths of his body. With the guidance of his mind, a mysterious and ancient power began to surge around him. This power seemed to come from the end of the universe, containing endless mysteries and energy. It flowed in a slow and steady rhythm, gradually converging into a huge vortex. In the center of the vortex, there was a faint glow. That was the legendary Xianhuang aura. It exuded a strange aura, giving off an unspeakable sense of holiness and majesty. The protagonist focused his mind and went all out to sense and summon this powerful aura. His soul resonated with it, emitting a low rumble. Finally, with unremitting efforts, the Xianhuang aura was successfully aroused. In an instant, the entire space was illuminated by the light. This dazzling pillar of light shot up into the sky, causing the surrounding heaven and earth aura to violently shake. An impenetrable wall of aura was formed, blocking the attack of Xingtian. With a cold smile, Xingtian counterattacked with the Nine Secrets Demon Region. The legendary Nine Secrets Demon Region, which was a mysterious and terrifying place. It was said that this place was filled with endless darkness and evil power, and was a forbidden place that all living beings did not dare to venture into easily. In this vast and boundless land, an air of decay and death permeated the area, as if time had stood still for a long time. The sky of the Nine Hells Demon Region was forever shrouded by thick dark clouds, and the sunlight could not penetrate through them to spill onto the earth. The entire world was dim, making people feel oppressed beyond measure. The terrain here was complex and varied, with rolling hills, deep canyons, and countless bizarre caves and labyrinthine passages intertwined within. There are all kinds of strange and dangerous creatures living in the Nine Devil Realms. They are either demons with huge bodies and sharp fangs, or demonic spirits that can manipulate the power of elements, or even some monsters with twisted and deformed forms and hideous faces. These creatures all have powerful strength and cruel and murderous natures, and will attack any intruder without mercy. However, despite the danger of the Nine Devils' realms, there are still brave and fearless adventurers who come to explore the secrets and treasures hidden therein. With strong beliefs and great courage, they traverse many obstacles and challenge the fear of the unknown. Zhang Daoi was instantly in a world of darkness and cold. surrounded by endless fear and despair. Zhang Daoi's heart was in awe, and he sacrificed the Tai Ching Dao symbol, and a bright light erupted from the symbol, completely dispersing the 9 underworld's demon domain. When he saw this, he was furious, and used the evil emperor fist of the underworld to strike at Zhang Daoi. He took a deep breath, and mobilized his entire body's spiritual energy to gather on top of his right fist, and a powerful force surged around his fist. With a roar, his fist blasted towards Zhang Daoi like lightning. One could only see that fist tracing a black trajectory in the air, carrying a stern aura and endless pressure, as if it was going to tear apart the entire space. This was precisely the stance that he had practiced for many years, the spectral evil emperor's fist. Zhang Daoi was in a state of crisis. Stepping on the 7 star steps and dodging sideways, he mouthed the words, reached out his hand to draw a spell, and shouted, "Palm Thunder," only to see a purple thunderbolt shoot out from his hand, slashing directly at Interceptor. Xingtian dodged in a panic, but he was still affected by the aftermath. He stabilized his body, a trace of cruelty flashed in his eyes, and he used his best move, Demon God's Descent. At that moment, the sky became gloomy and lightless, and bursts of black clouds pressed down on the city. Xingtian's body rapidly expanded, transforming into a giant tens of feet tall, emitting a terrifying aura. With every step he took, the ground trembled as if the end was coming. This fist was incredibly powerful and contained evil to the core energy that could destroy everything that blocked its progress. When the fist was close to Zhang Daoi, the air around him became heavy, seemingly sensing the terror of this fist. Zhang Daoi's face was grave, and he used the 8 trigrams demon sealing seal to dissolve this fist, and the violent power of the seal backfired, shaking him back a few steps. At this point in the battle, both sides have been greatly injured, but Zhang Daoi did not have the slightest intention to retreat. He took a deep breath, the whole body of the true Qi running, ready to perform the ultimate strike, Heavenly Thunder Break. When he felt the power of this strike, he could not help but feel fear, and hurriedly cast Chaos Demon Qi for defense. The Heavenly Thunder Break and the chaotic demonic Qi collided fiercely, and in an instant, the sky collapsed, light shot out in all directions, and with a loud bang, all the surrounding scenery was destroyed. When everything calmed down, Zhang Daoi was standing in the same place, while Xingtian was nowhere to be seen. The dust of the battle settled, and Zhang Daoi returned victorious. The two collided once again, creating a shocking explosion. As smoke and dust filled the air, Zhang Daoi and Xingtian both fell to the ground. This fierce battle had cost them both dearly. Zhang Daoi struggled to get up and looked at the equally severely injured Xingtian in the distance. He decided to take advantage of this moment and use his last ounce of strength to seal up Xingtian. Zhang Daoqi recited an ancient incantation in his mouth and formed complex spell seals in his hands. A ray of light surged out from his body, converging into a huge ball of light that flew towards Xingtian. Sensing Zhang Daoi's intentions, Xingtian struggled to resist. However, he was overinjured and was eventually engulfed by the mass of light. The light mass gradually shrunk and turned into a ball of light, falling into Zhang Daoi's hands. Xingtian's figure disappeared into it, being completely sealed. Zhang Daoi sighed in relief as his body shook and collapsed. He used his life to guard the peace of the world. The battle scene between Zhang Daoi, the Heavenly Master, and Hai, the Ancient God, is as tense and exciting as the waves of the sea. Zhang Daoi's body style is very skillful, and the sword in his hand wields millions of lights. Each move is a classic move, such as Xian Tian sword technique, 5 elements sword technique, etc., which is incredibly powerful. The so-called 5 elements sword technique is a profound sword technique that combines the power of 5 elements: gold, wood, water, fire and earth. This set of swordsmanship originated from the ancient Taoists' understanding and realization of the interplay of all things in the universe. Using the invisible sword to defend against the tangible, containing endless subtleties, cultivators need to be proficient in the 5 elements, comprehend the principle of their mutual birth and destruction, and incorporate this power into their swordsmanship. When it is performed, the sword light flashes, as natural and smooth as flowing clouds and water, sometimes harsh and fierce, sometimes gentle and soft. There are thousands of changes, which makes people unable to defend themselves. Gold line sword style, majestic, sharp, a sword to break all laws. Wood line sword style, vibrant, endless, where the sword energy, grass and trees. Water line sword style, waves and waves, sinister and cunning, like water without traces, so that the enemy cannot be caught. Fire line sword style, fiery and violent, burning the sky and boiling the sea. Amazing power. Earth line sword style, thick and heavy and calm, as solid as a rock. Invincible defense. And when the 5 elements were united, it was even more powerful in destroying the heavens and destroying the earth. Sword moves echo each other, complement each other, forming a perfect whole. Make the 5 elements of the sword has become a martial arts in the world of a great martial arts, shocking the world. The legendary Xian Heavenly Sword skill was a supreme sword technique whose power was astonishing and breathtaking. This set of sword skill contained endless subtleties and mysteries, and only those with extremely high talent and extraordinary enlightenment were able to comprehend the true meaning of it. Those who practiced the Xian Tian sword technique needed to have a resilient will and an indomitable spirit, and could only achieve something after going through thousands of hardships. Once practiced, one will be able to harness sword qi and be invincible across the world. However, the Xian Tian sword technique was not something that could be obtained easily. It was hidden in a mysterious place in the world, waiting to be discovered by someone with a destiny. Countless martial arts masters had spared no effort and even paid the price of their lives in order to obtain this supreme martial art. In a time of changing winds and clouds, a young swordsman embarks on a journey to find the Xian Tian sword technique. He had a difficult life, but had a big heart and aspired to become a generation of swordsmen. During the long journey, he encountered all kinds of trials and challenges, but never gave up his pursuit of the peak of the sword way. Finally, one day, the young swordsman came to an ancient mountain range. The mountains here were high and dangerous, with clouds and mist, as if they hid countless secrets. After a lot of hardships and dangers, he found a cave, the stone walls of which were engraved with densely packed words and patterns, precisely the Xian Tian sword technique. Faced with such a precious treasure, the swordsman was thrilled. He decided to cultivate in seclusion here, devoting himself to the enlightenment of the Xian Tian sword technique. While Underworld Night was cold and merciless, each of his attacks was thunderous, making the heavens and earth shake like a nightmare in the darkness of the night. And each of his moves was enough to destroy mountain peaks, such as darkness descends, God of calamity descends, and so on. In that distant time and space, darkness enveloped the land and people lived in fear and despair. Suddenly, the sky flashed with lightning and thunder, and the winds howled. A great disaster was coming. The source of this disaster was the legendary God of Calamity. It is said that the God of Calamity possesses infinite power and can easily destroy the entire world. His appearance means destruction and death, plunging all life into extinction. When the God of Calamity descended, heaven and earth changed color, mountains and rivers were shattered, and the sun and moon were lost. He brought with him all kinds of natural disasters such as violent storms, earthquakes and volcanoes, bringing endless pain and disaster to mankind. People fled in all directions, trying to find a safe place to hide, but it was all in vain. However, in the midst of these ruins, a group of brave and fearless warriors stepped forward, with the mission of saving the world. They are determined to fight a life and death battle with the God of Calamity. These warriors come from different races and backgrounds, but they all have the same belief in their hearts to defeat the scourge and protect their homes. In the fierce battle, the warriors put their best foot forward, utilizing their unique skills and tactics. They engaged in a thrilling duel with the God of Calamity, each attack filled with courage and determination. Despite facing such a powerful enemy, the warriors did not flinch and used their flesh and blood to fend off the wrath of the God of Calamity. After a long and grueling battle, the warriors finally found the weakness of the God of Calamity and succeeded in defeating him. With the defeat of the God of Calamity, the darkness gradually dispersed and the sun shone on the earth again. People cheered and celebrated the victory. The war, though cruel and unimaginable, had taught mankind the power of unity and courage. From now on, they will always remember this history and keep working hard to jointly protect this world that was once ravaged by calamities. The two were in a fierce battle, constantly exchanging blows and close combat. Every contact was a battle of strength and skill that looked very thrilling. Celestial Master Zhang Daoi's fighting skills were very skillful. His body was flexible and every attack caught Underworld Night off guard. Although Underworld Night's power was immense, each of his attacks were skillfully neutralized by Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi, which made people sigh with emotion. During the battle, Tianchi Zhang Daoi also tried to use some aids, such as talismans and magic weapons, which were able to enhance his fighting ability. But Underworld Night was also very experienced, and he was able to quickly decipher these tools, causing Tianchi Zhang Daoi's attacks to fall short. In the end, the battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the ancient god Hades Knight is full of suspense and tension, making people very excited to see their final outcome. The battle between Heavenly Master Zhang Daoi and the ancient god Underworld Knight was engraved in his heart, and they engaged in a fierce exchange in the air. The long sword in Zhang Daoi's hand cut out golden light, quivering like a dragon, and in between the sword dances, Zhang Daoi utilized his signature stance, the Big Dipper sword technique. A huge golden sword chi rose up from his hand, piercing through the sky and penetrating deep space, directly chopping towards Underworld Knight. Underworld Knight launched his defense, but the power of the golden sword chi was unstoppable, and he could only rely on his own strength to minimize the damage. Unwilling to show weakness, Underworld Knight launched a fiery attack. Hundreds of fire pillars shot down from the air, aiming straight at Zhang Daoi. Zhang Daoi did not panic. With a wave of his right hand, a twilight cloud sword chi flew out from his fingertips, and wherever it passed by, it dissipated without a trace like a passing cloud. The blazing fire and the twilight cloud collided, inspiring brilliant sparks, and the deafening roar caused people to instantly lose their spirit. The two sides were at a stalemate, and Hey Knight had a sudden idea to launch a mysterious attack based on the power of destruction. He pinched a bizarre seal, his internal energy revolved, and dozens of black energies formed a huge black ball that broke through Zhang Daoyi's defense in an instant and flew madly towards him. Zhang Daoyi's face was grave, and at this moment, he had to utilize his ultimate technique, the Big Dipper Sword Decision, Descent of the Heavenly God. He extremely mobilized his entire body's strength and threw out the long sword in his hand, and the sword energy once again cut through the sky. The golden sword light collided with the black energy, and a strange sight unexpectedly appeared. The entire sky was scorched red as if it was about to melt. In the end, the golden sword light and the black energy disappeared at the same time, and the dark night sky once again regained its calm. Zhang Daoyi's figure floated down, his long sword gently stuck in his side. He was covered in blood, but his eyes were glittering, as if he was telling everyone that he was the winner in this battle. 112. Peace on Earth. Grand Finale. Zhang Daoyi waved the long sword in his hand and met the Corpse King boss's attack. The two of them quickly made contact, their bodies staggered, and their moves were continuous. The Corpse King boss unleashed the first move, Death Scythe. The sword light appeared instantly. Zhang Daoyi dodged away unhurriedly. Then, he returned a flying sword technique, and a sword chi rushed towards the Corpse King boss. The Corpse King boss did not dodge, but waved his hand and used the second move, Corrosion of Flesh and Blood, to dissolve the sword chi. He then pushed again and executed the third move, Underworld Spell, and Zhang Daoyi felt a chill around his body, making him uncomfortable. When the Corpse King boss saw that he was lost in thought, he swung his last move, Bone Raid, and Zhang Daoyi was knocked to the ground unexpectedly. A sword spirit flashed out from behind him, blocking the Corpse King boss's second attack. However, this was only a 1 in 100 turnaround, and Zhang Daoyi used this to break free from the underworld curse. He jumped back up and shouted, "1,000 birds!" Zhang Daoyi gathered an extremely high do chi and danced his longsword into a giant bird, heading straight for the Corpse King boss's head. With a sharp cry, the Corpse King boss shuddered and its body dissipated into smoke. The only regret left by Zhang Daoyi was that his 1,000-bird slash didn't manage to cleave through the bones of the Corpse King boss, and all that could be heard was a loud laugh. "I'll be back." In the middle of the desolate ruins, Zhang Daoyi and the Corpse King engaged in a life and death struggle. The Corpse King exuded a terrifying aura, and his hands turned into bone claws, violently grabbing at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi instantly dodged away, utilized his strength to turn back, and slashed at the Corpse King with the Big Dipper Cloudbreaker. The Corpse King was not relentless. His throat let out a low hiss, and his body quickly twisted and turned into a black shadow pouncing at Zhang Daoyi. In the moment of danger, Zhang Daoyi quickly used 9 dragons battling the sky. 9 sword chi danced and dissolved the Corpse King's attack. The Corpse King was furious and raised the bone knife in his hand, let out a roar, and frantically slashed at Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi's body maneuvered and transformed into a wisp of wind, performing the flowing cloud misty, avoiding the attack of the bone knife and stabbing the Corpse King's vital points in an instant. The Corpse King roared in pain, and his body seemed to turn into a cloud of smoke as he pounced on Zhang Daoyi again. Zhang Daoyi did not panic. The long sword in his hand transformed into a dazzling light, and with a move of dragon whistling 9 heavens, the sword chi circled out like a dragon, and fiercely struck the Corpse King's chest. The Corpse King was hit hard, his body was shaking and unstable, but he was still unwilling to lose the battle and pounced on Zhang Daoyi again. Zhang Daoyi's eyes were heavy, a trace of determination rose in his heart, condensing his whole body's strength. With a move of 10,000 swords returning to the father, the sky sword chi coalesced into a huge sword, chopping into the Corpse King in the air. The Corpse King let out a mournful wail as his body shattered into countless pieces, eventually turning into a puddle of black liquid and disappearing into the ground. Zhang Daoyi gasped for breath, his long sword trembling slightly in his hand, his eyes revealing a hint of fatigue and weariness. In this life and death struggle, he managed to defeat the evil spirit Corpse King, but he also paid a huge price. In the midst of these ruins, he was the only one alone guarding the remnant light of victory. Zhang Daoyi jumped up to a high place. Under the feet click, the ground a collapse. Around the flying sand and stones, Corpse King boss close to, mouth tie continuous call, 2 silver hooks dance, straight to the vitals of Zhang Daoyi. Zhang Daoyi raised his hand violently, a ray of black gas emanated from his hand, and when it encountered the hook shadow, it immediately bounced back. When the hook shadow dissipated and the Corpse King boss was stunned, Zhang Daoyi transformed into a black mist and swam towards the Corpse King boss, spinning rapidly and cutting a deep wound on the Corpse King boss. The Corpse King boss roared, flung the silver hook in his hand, and attacked Zhang Daoyi fiercely. Zhang Daoyi was not afraid. Left foot stepped, his body used the force to leap, and then put away the treasure Heavenly Tiger Sword. The sword light flashed, and shook the Corpse King boss's attack away, and also struck a sword, Tiger leaping 3000. The blade of the sword was like a tiger pouncing on a tiger, and fiercely chopped on the Corpse King boss's chest. Blood splattered. Blood splattered everywhere. The Corpse King boss was heavily injured and roared furiously, sucking in the breath of the dead corpses around him as its body instantly grew larger. Zhang Daoi's face changed slightly, and he quickly leapt away backwards to get away from its power. The Corpse King boss rushed towards Zhang Daoi, who hurriedly offered his magic treasure Wild Dragon Staff to try to defeat the Corpse King boss. And when the two collided, a powerful energy erupted, blowing the surrounding buildings into pieces. Zhang Daoi used the residual airflow to move backward, and the force directly pushed him a few meters away. The Corpse King boss howled and continued to move forward. Zhang Daoi dropped a Taoist talisman behind him, bent down, pulled up a feather on the ground, grunted, and threw it at the Corpse King boss. The feather flew in the air, like a shark wrestling the Corpse King boss. The figure of the Corpse King boss gradually disappeared, and the sound of tally tally also disappeared. Zhang Daoi's heart had long been filled with determination as he steadily walked towards the front with a calm and determined expression. The Corpse King boss awaited his arrival, only to see that it emitted a foul odor, and that its body seemed to be composed of rotten flesh. Zhang Daoi couldn't help but win a cold war, but he didn't flinch. He rushed forward and swung the longsword in his hand, slashing at the Corpse King boss. The battle was exceptionally fierce. Zhang Daoi was agile and experienced in fighting, but the Corpse King boss was very ferocious and gave him heavy blows with his fists. Wound after wound on his body, blood flowed, but Zhang Daoi didn't give up. He delivered the final blow. His longsword stabbed at the Corpse King boss's heart. The Corpse King boss was killed, dying, and eventually slowly collapsed and turned into ashes. Zhang Daoi also fell down heavily, his clothes strewn with blood. He clenched his fists, the expression on his face filled with the joy of victory. The battle was over. He calmed his breathing and got up from the ground. Looking around, the place had become a ruin, with the bodies of the dead scattered around. He sighed and whispered, "It's finally quiet here." At this moment, although Zhang Daoi was bruised and battered, he felt an unprecedented sense of openness and self-confidence as he spread his wings like an eagle that had just broken free from its bonds. From then on, he left behind a legendary story in this dead mountain forest, and the Corpse King boss was completely ashes and ashes, and would never pose a threat to the lives on this land again. Zhang Dao looked at the crumbling city walls with a glance and felt physically and mentally exhausted. Although the Corpse King boss had been defeated, the city had also suffered great damage from the battle. The players beside him were silently searching for valuable equipment and items. At this moment, Zhang Daoi was immensely proud of his persistence and philosophy. The light and power on the corner of his coat hanging with the Sunrise City insignia allowed him to face the battle without fear. After weeks of bitter fighting, the world became quiet. The World Tree had grown back, and the Sunrise City had been rebuilt. Zhang Daoi came here once again and turned around, taking a deep breath of fresh air. The place looked more prosperous now compared to the previous calm. Citizens walked safely and calmly around him, and the streets looked more organized. As he looked back and saw the castle, he felt a bit of heartache, but he also knew that it was all about saving the world, and that he had his moral right to do what he did. He decided that he would take more time to linger here and visit this created place with the players, and he would always remember the experience of this game and the wishes of his heart. Grand Finale.